I exhausted my life and became the strongest taboo emperor, but when I came out, I was suppressed by the full power of the ancestors because people thought I was a troublemaker. Just as I was about to be expelled from the sect, a voice resounded throughout the forbidden sect, and the strong present instantly felt the pressure of the emperor. It was the third elder Xian who came, and since I joined his sect, he had been in seclusion and I hadn't seen him for 10 years. Good disciple, with me here today, no one can drive you out of the sect. Ding, gain 10,000 points of calf protection. As soon as Xian's voice fell, a prompt from the system sounded in my mind. I awakened the calf protection system when I first crossed over. As long as someone stands up for me, I can gain calf protection points, which can be exchanged for elixirs, divine bodies, and other cultivation resources in the system store. But for 10 years, my master has been in seclusion, and I have been reckless, trying to get this unreliable master to stand up for me, but he just closed himself off completely. Due to various manipulations within the sect, I became a scapegoat for everyone in the sect, so I had to put all the gifted values given by the system on my comprehension. After filling it up, it only took me 2 years to learn all 1,000 forbidden arts of the forbidden sect, but using these forbidden arts was very taxing, so apart from me, no one in the sect learned all the forbidden arts. Boom! A powerful imperial might emanated from Xian's body. The core disciples and elders on the scene knelt down directly. Zhao Shang was very surprised. You have indeed broken through to the realm of the great emperor. The disciples' eyes were full of envy. The personal disciple of the great emperor. From now on, this troublemaker cannot be suppressed anymore. Zhao Lao Gue. It's you, this old man, who said you wanted to drive away my disciple. He and my master have never gotten along. Now he has broken through to the great emperor before him. It's more uncomfortable than killing him. Your disciple trespassed into forbidden grounds, breaking the rules. He should be expelled from the sect. Elder Xian's face changed. My disciple didn't do it on purpose. You old man, you better be careful when you sleep at night, otherwise, he. Zhao Shang was so angry that he couldn't stand it. This old guy actually embarrassed him in front of so many disciples, and he could only watch helplessly as the sect master Lin Zhu handled the situation. Ah, Elder Zhao, Chu Ning didn't mean it. Let's just leave it at that. Zhao Shang was dissatisfied, but he had no choice. He couldn't beat them in a fight or out-argue them. With one old troublemaker and one young troublemaker, he could only watch over his own medicinal field more carefully in the future and not let them steal anything. At this moment, a disciple hurriedly entered the main hall and reported to the sect master that the Flame Valley's Flame Emperor Ancient Saint had brought a disciple to the door. The Flame Valley and their forbidden taboo sect are among the top forces in the 3,000 Great Worlds, and they both have a mutual dislike for each other. During the last adventure in the secret realm, Han Zilong from the Flame Valley had a conflict with our sect and was ultimately severely injured by Senior Baiyun. He even threatened to come personally for revenge. Both of them are experts on the Heavenly Pride list, and anyone who makes it onto the list is undoubtedly an exceptional talent among men. At this moment, an old man entered the main hall with a young man. It was Yanjun Gusheng and Han Zilong. It seems they are here to challenge. Just Han Zilong. Does he really think he is invincible? The disciples present started whispering to each other. I could tell from the aura emanating from Han Zilong that his cultivation is at least at the 5th realm of the divine soul. He truly deserves his reputation on the list of geniuses. None of the disciples present seemed to be his match. Master Lin, this stubborn disciple of mine once made a promise with the talented Baiyun of your sect to personally come challenge. I wonder if it is convenient. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shang's whole expression turned sour. Yan Jun, old ghost, my obedient disciple Baiyun is still in seclusion. Please come back another day. Upon hearing this, Han Zilong stepped forward. Since Baiyun is still in seclusion, you can send other disciples to compete. The core disciples below are already impatient. Master, this disciple wants to challenge Brother Han. Please allow it. Han Zilong glanced at this core disciple. The first realm of the divine soul. Forget it, too weak. But the core disciple had already jumped onto the platform, glaring at Han Zilong. Sect Master Lin Shu saw this and didn't intervene. Elder San, please protect the safety of the disciple. Yin Xian smirked. It's a small matter. And a terrifying imperial power instantly enveloped the entire arena. The strong in the emperor realm. This is trouble. Yanjun Gusheng looked at Yin Xian, his eyes full of fear and dread. On the platform, Han Zilong looked at this core disciple. I'm not interested in you. Make your move. Wang Hao was furious, unable to contain his anger. He took a step forward. The spirit sword in his hand thrust out. Han Zilong appeared in front of Wang Hao in an instant and struck with a palm, sending Wang Hao flying before he could react. Wang Hao, who got up from the ground, looked dazed and unwilling. The disciples of the forbidden sect were all shocked by this scene. What a terrifying speed. It seems that only the direct disciples can match him. The 18 core disciples who came up next were all defeated. Except for Yin Xian and Lin Zhu. The other elders had unpleasant expressions on their faces. It was just too arrogant. As more and more core disciples were crushed by Han Wujiao, the crowd of disciples at the scene were demoralized and all of them hung their heads in shame. The difference in strength between them and Han Wujiao was simply too great. It was like a chasm, and it was impossible to be Han Wujiao's opponent. Seeing the crowd of disciples hanging their heads, Chu Lu, who was hiding on the sidelines watching the show, looked toward the ring, the arrogant Han Wujiao, and frowned slightly. As a member of the Forbidden Clan, he could not possibly stand by and watch Han Wujiao, so bullying his clan. Thus, Chu Lu's divine thoughts moved and he entered the system. An attribute panel immediately appeared in his mind. Host, Chu Lok. Cultivation, beginningless first realm. Longevity, 2.5 years. Gnosis, full level. Physical, none. Technique, forbidden mixing technique, 3rd level. Calf protection value, 10,000. Martial skills, spatial great shift, taboo grade. Shifting blood transmigration, taboo grade. Great void mithril poem, taboo grade. Note, 997 taboo grade martial skills names are shown omitted below. Chu Lu looked at the 10,000 calf protection value and decisively opened the system mall. It was imperative that he first replenished the only 2.5 years of lifespan he had left. First, because he was now covered in forbidden moves. And to perform a forbidden move, one would have to consume longevity. If he didn't replenish his longevity, he'd get on stage later and unleash the forbidden jutsu. No need for Han Wujiao to make a move. He GA himself first. Soon after, Chu Lu found elixirs that could replenish longevity, as well as pills, in the system mall. In the Great Thousand Worlds, whether it's Gongfu martial arts, or heaven and earth medicines and spiritual weapons, they are all categorized separately. Mortal, Xian, Spirit, Earth, Heaven, Saint, Emperor, and Taboo levels. They, the Taboo sect, had 1,000 taboo level Jedi just because they had 1,000 taboo level Jedi, thus standing at the top of the top forces of the 3,000 worlds. With my current strength, I'm only able to withstand spirit grade medicinal power at most. Chu Lok gave a heartfelt thought. Immediately rummage around for spirit level grades, pills or elixirs that could restore longevity. Soon, Chu Lu's gaze locked onto an elixir called Longevity Pill. This elixir can restore 300 years of life. However, martial artists can only take it once in their lifetime, and it will have no effect if they take it again. Moreover, the longevity elixir only required 300 calf protection values. Chu Lu made a decisive purchase. Chu Lu secretly took out the longevity pill from within the system space and held it in his hand. Boom! Above the ring, just as another disciple who had failed the challenge and was sent flying was about to fly out of the ring. Swish! The crowd saw a figure that rushed onto the thunder stage and caught this disciple. Everyone froze when they saw the person who rushed onto the ring. It's you! Woe is you! This disciple who was caught, how could he not expect it? The person in front of them was actually the Chu Lok they had tried to drive away earlier. Chu Lu grinned and helped this disciple up, saying, "This senior brother, are you alright? Scourge, ah bah, Chu's senior brother, I'm fine, thanks a lot, I have offended you much before, please forgive senior Chu." This disciple clasped his fists to Chu Lu and said a thank you before retreating from the ring. At this moment, Chu Lu attracted the attention of the entire crowd. Hiss, what is this Scourge doing up there? Is he going to challenge Han Wujiao? This is not looking for death. That's right. Scourge, come down quickly. Don't show off. When the other party misses, you'll probably lose your life. That's not true. Although we hate you, we are not so bad as to watch you go to your death. Come down quickly. Don't go and bring shame on yourself. When our other pro-generation senior brothers come out of the gate, we will get our face back. The group of disciples under the stage had kindly advised Chu Lu. Being from the same division, the crowd naturally did not want to see Chu Lu being bullied by outsiders. It was because Chu Lu was, no matter what, a pro-disciple, their forbidden sect's personal disciple. Even if he was incompetent, it was not his turn to be bullied by outsiders. Kid, get your ass down there. If you're not expelled from the clan this time, just be happy, and you dare to go up and look for a beating? At that moment, Zhao Shang, who had previously been targeting Chu Lu and wanted to drive Chu Lu out of the sect, also opened his mouth and murmured. Chu Lu froze and turned to grin, his eyes filled with confidence. Chu Lu knew deep down that although Zhao Shang was looking at himself in a bad light, thinking of driving himself, a scourge, out of the sect, but Chu Lu was clear that Zhao Shang was actually still kind at heart. If he hadn't frequented Zhao Shang's medicinal field before, Zhao Shang wouldn't have targeted him like this. Furthermore, if Zhao Shang was that kind of sinister and vicious person, His master In Crow's previous punch would not have been as simple as simply blackening his eye. Ha! Old man Zhao, you also know to worry about this emperor's good disciple? You haven't been taken over, have you? Shady Crow let out a strange laugh and snickered. Fuck off to the side. It's not like I'm a disciple, so the hell with worrying about it. I'm afraid he'll disgrace our clan. Zhao Shang skimmed his lips. The swelling and pain coming from his eyes made him wish he could return In Crow's punch. But he can't do it now. In Crow grinned and got up to address Han Wujiao in the ring. Kid, since this emperor's good disciple is going to challenge you, just wait for a moment. This emperor will be right back. As soon as the words fell, In Crow's figure instantly disappeared. At this moment, Han Wujiao, who was in the ring, looked at Chu Lu with a surprised expression. It was incredible. This teenager in front of him was actually the disciple of the In Crow Emperor. That is to say, the person in front of him was also a personal disciple of the Forbidden Sect. But why was the other party only at the beginningless first realm cultivation level? This kid is actually In Crow's disciple. Ha! The Yanjun ancient sage below the ring was equally surprised. A ray of strange light flashed in his eyes. Memorizing Chu Lu, you're the personal disciple of the In Crow ancient sage? Han Wujiao frowned and carefully sized up Chu Lu. Chu Lok spread both hands and shrugged his shoulders. Of course. What? Don't I look like a pro-disciple? Han Wujiao smiled disdainfully, clasping his hands and snorting coldly. Most of the Forbidden Sect's own disciples. I know. Each of your personal disciples has a higher cultivation level than you, and each of them is famous on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Why haven't I heard of you? You're no match for me. Get the hell out of here. Otherwise, if I hurt you, the In Crow ancient sage will find me in trouble. The Forbidden Sect's In Crow ancient sage was notoriously protective within the 3,000 great realms, and unprincipled. Even the juniors he can lay his hands on. Han Wujiao didn't want to be missed by this old lunatic. In Crow. Chu Lu grinned, loosened his muscles and secretly held the longevity pill in his hand. At ease. I promise, even if you hurt me, my master won't come after you. Besides, from today, you will remember my name, and after today, I'm afraid your ranking on the Heaven's Pride ranking will be gone. Chu Lu's words caused the group of core disciples below to directly cover their faces. This scourge, he didn't even look at the cultivation gap between himself and others. I can't believe I'm mouthing off like this. Let's hope we don't get our asses kicked by each other too much later. Humph. Good. Then I'd like to learn from you as a protege today. Make a move. Make that one hand. Han Wujiao was enraged by Chu Lu's words, and with a gloomy face, he stretched out a hand at Chu Lu. The corners of Chu Lu's mouth lifted up just as he was getting high to restore his longevity. An invisible fluctuation emanated from the ring between the two. Immediately afterward, the previously departed In Crow appeared in the ring. Han Wujiao was shocked and couldn't help but take a step back. Master? Chu Lu froze slightly, curious as to what his master's father was doing up here, and Chu Lok noticed. In his own master's hand, he was holding an emerald green spirit herb that emitted an ethereal glow. A powerful medicinal power emanated from this spirit herb. That's holy medicine. The Yanjun ancient sage under the stage, noticing the spirit grass in In Crow's hand, exclaimed on the spot. That's right, this spirit herb in Elder In Crow's hand was a holy medicine. Vitality grass. Did Elder Zhao Shang gazed, watching this holy medicine in In Crow's hand. It seemed to recognize this familiar-looking holy medicine. At that moment, he turned violently and quickly left the scene, heading straight for his peak. Goddamn old In Crows. In the next moment, all the people present heard a distant mountain peak. There came a heartbreaking roar. The people at the scene didn't need to think about it to know where Elder In Crow had gotten this sacred pill in his hand from. Hey, kid, if you want to fight my good disciple, wait a moment first. Good apprentice, nibble this grass. Restore your longevity first. In Crow threw the vitality grass in his hand and threw it to Chu Lu. Chu Lu gulped as he looked at the vitality grass in his hand that contained amazing medicinal power as well as majestic vitality. Master, are you thinking that my mere 2.5 years of lifespan is too long? This is a holy medicine. If I eat it, I won't burp on the spot? At those words, Han Wujiao and the Yanjun ancient sage on the stage couldn't help but look odd. Especially the Yanjun ancient sage. He only noticed at this time. Chu Lu was obviously still very young, but his lifespan was only 2.5 years left. It's fine. Master will draw out the medicinal power, leaving only the vitality to replenish your longevity. In Crow walked behind Chu Lu and put only his hand on Chu Lu's shoulder. Chu Lu nodded and secretly put away the longevity pill. I should have known that his master would take the holy medicine for replenishing longevity. He would not buy the longevity elixir. That Han Wujiao. Right. Wait a minute. I'll get high and replenish my longevity first, or else I'll go when I fight you, lest I wrong you. Chu Lu let out a laugh and nibbled the holy pills in his hand directly. Every one of the group of core disciples under the stage smacked their lips. This is holy medicine. The scourge actually nibbled on it like that. It's a waste. Boom. In the moment Chulu swallowed the vitality grass, a majestic medicinal power instantly filled his entire body. Chulu felt like he was going to be burst by this medicinal power in the next moment. Buzz. At that moment, the eyes of the Een Crow behind him lifted slightly. A terrifying suction force surfaced from the palm resting on Chulu's shoulder. The medicinal power that swelled in Chulu's body was all sucked away by the Een Crow. Chulu only felt a wave of relief over his body. Originally, there were only 2.5 years of longevity left, but at this moment, it was instantly replenished to perfection. Chulok secretly checked. It was discovered that his lifespan was now restored to 1,000 years. Good disciple. Don't disgrace your master, haha. No need for mercy. Don't be afraid even if you beat this brat to death. There's master. Een Crow patted Chulu, turned around and took a step, his figure instantly returning to be at Lin Feng's side. Good Lu master. Just waiting for your words. Chulu grinned and said with a kind reminder to Han Wujiao. Fellow Daoist, be careful. I'm going to start attacking. Humph. Cut the crap and make your move. Han Wujiao stood in place, not moved in the slightest, not putting Chulu, the beginningless realm, in his eyes at all. Boom. Chulu's body trembled as thick spiritual energy filled out from his body. The Yanjun ancient sage under the stage, as well as the group of elders from the forbidden sect, sensed the spiritual energy emanating from Chulu's body, and all of them couldn't help but stare, feeling extremely surprised. What thick spiritual energy? Ha! Take that! Chulu coldly laughed and quickly formed seals with both hands. In the next moment, the pupils of the crowd of disciples suddenly shrunk, all of them staring wide-eyed, under the gaze of the crowd, only to see a vast and endless starry sky emerge behind Chulu. In the starry sky visions, the stars were turning and things were changing. In an instant, the twinkling stars were swallowed by another black hole. In the next moment, a power that caused all hearts to tremble filled out from the black hole of visions. Immediately afterward, an illusory palm that covered the sky and was covered with stars rode with a powerful might, vastly suppressing out from the black hole vision behind Chulu. Hiss. This is our taboo sect's forbidden mastery, the Great Void Misty Sky Palm. Heavens, this is a taboo level mastery, and Scourge has actually learned it. That's right, even on the Heavens remarks list of those pro-teacher brothers, mastering a forbidden mastery is already extremely difficult. Scourge is confused. Why did you release your bottom card as soon as you came up? If this strike fails to defeat Han Wujiao, Scourge is doomed. Looking at the star giant palm that suppressed out at great speed, the crowd of disciples at the scene all had shocked expressions on their faces. How could the crowd not expect that Chulu actually knew the great voiding palm? This mastery. Boom boom. Under the giant palm of the star, the entire ring shook violently. How can it be? Han Wujiao's face was filled with shock at the moment. He didn't expect this kid in front of him to actually be able to execute such a powerful jutsu. Due to the star giant palm, the speed at which the suppression came was extremely fast. Han Wujiao had an extra flaming lance in his hand. Immediately afterward, monstrous flames rose up from his body, vast flames that shot up into the sky and burned the void. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the giant palm of the star instantly fell, snapped the entire ring shut. A terrifying big explosion rose straight up. The berserk power was like ripples in the water, washing out in all directions. Forbidden! Buzz! The two high-ranking elders of the forbidden sect made a timely move. The second elder took a step and stood out, flexing his fingers a bit. A powerful spiritual barrier blocked off the entire ring. That's what spared the disciples around the ring. Seeing this scene, Yanjun Ancient Sage's face did not look too good. He also underestimated Chulok. It was also extraordinarily scornful of the forbidden sect's jutsu. A small beginningless realm exerts such power. As for Lin Feng and the several elders of the forbidden sect, they were currently focusing on the ring with different expressions, but all the corners of his mouth lifted up in a smile. I didn't expect this little fellow to actually learn the Great Void Misty Sky Palm. Ha ha ha, although this kid doesn't have a special physique, his talent seems to be pretty good. No wonder the third elder would take him as his disciple. No wonder this kid only had 2.5 years of life left before. I think it's due to practicing the Great Void Massive Sky Palm. Lin Feng and a few elders smiled and laughed. At this moment, the higher echelons of the forbidden sect gradually changed their opinion of Chulu. Hey, Patriarch, watch in peace, my good disciple. There will be an even bigger surprise. Een Crow grinned. Mysteriously, his good disciple hadn't just mastered the Great Void Misty Heavenly Palm as a single mastery. Instead, it's 1,000 forbidden Jedi. Oh, at those words, Lin Feng and the group of elders were stunned, their gazes falling on the battlefield where the smoke had dissipated in anticipation. What other surprises does this little guy have in store for them? Buzz. In the gradually dispersing smoke, a reddish-colored blaze rose to the sky. The temperature around them climbed dramatically. At this moment, the ring in the square disappeared. The center of the rubble-strewn ground. Han Wujiao was wrapped in flames, his eyes filled with endless rage. Han Wujiao is injured. Scourge is awesome. Bah! What Scourge? That's our senior brother Chu. Ah yes, yes, yes. Look at my mouth. Senior brother Chu is awesome. Senior brother Chu, magnificent is my forbidden sect. Some of the disciples at the scene noticed that at this moment, a trace of blood remained at the corner of Han Wujiao's mouth. It was obvious that the other party had just been injured under Chu Lu's great void massive heavenly palm. All the disciples instantly boiled over. The crowd knew that casting their forbidden sect's mastery would deplete their longevity as a price. Someone who would fight for their forbidden sect even at the expense of his lifespan. The disciples present, even if they had hated Chu Lu before, were filled with respect at this moment. Kid, if you were in a higher realm, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to catch that move you just made, but you're qualified to make me go all out. Boom! Han Wujiao's eyes were on fire, and killing intent rose in his heart. When had he, Han Wujiao, ever suffered such a great loss? With that, he leapt up. Immediately afterward, the blazing flames on Han Wujiao's body shot up into the sky, disappearing into the clouds and burning the heavens. Terrifyingly high temperatures instantly filled the heavens and earth. Chu Lu in the center of the battlefield. See the ground debris. Cannot block this temperature. Melted into magma. Chu Lu couldn't help but get serious as well. Sure enough, the demons on the heavens pride list, none of them are simple goods. Buzz. A violent fluctuation emanated from Han Wujiao's body in the void. Immediately afterward, an endless domain of fire evolved behind it. In the endless fire domain, 10,000 fires burned through the heavens, burning through the world. A phallic silhouette covered in divine flames stepped onto the earth and sky, its feet treading on 10,000 flames. In its hand, it held a flaming spear with divine fire attached. Hiss! What a terrifying power! Is this the power of the heavenly pride on the list? Han Wujiao carries the blazing flame saint body. This is the power of the blazing flame saint body. Senior brother Chu, hurry up and surrender. You're already very powerful. Right. Senior brother Chu, surrender. Don't fight with that guy. He has a sacred body. Looking at this scene in the void, the group of disciples under the field began to worry about Chu Lok. The corner of the Yanjun ancient sage's mouth on the side raised in a cold smile. He didn't need to think about the outcome of this battle. However, the Yanjun ancient sage was also prepared to make a move to save Chu Lu at any time. After all, this was the territory of the forbidden sect. In the event that Han Wujiao missed and beheaded Chu Lu, they would surely usher in the Yin Crow's insane retaliation. Kid, you're proud enough to be able to force me to display my holy body. Take that! Flamejin Shin Gun! Boom! Han Wujiao let out a shocked cry. The phallic figure behind him raised the divine spear in his hand and suppressed it towards the underside of the ring. Chu Lu raised his head, grinned, and looked up to the sky. Come on! I'm afraid of you. Junior Master, I said that I must pull you down from the heavenly ranking today. Break! Boom! With a movement of his divine thoughts, Chu Lu secretly consumed the remaining calf protection value and used it to raise his realm. Boom! Under the jaw-dropping gaze of the crowd, Chu Lok's breath climbed upward. The beginning of the 2 realms. The beginning of the 3 realms. Beginningless 6 realms. Chu Lu used up his remaining calf protection value, and his cultivation was raised by the system by 5 small realms. The cultivation level directly came to the peak of the beginningless realm. Everyone stared at Chu Lu like they were looking at a monster. Shocked beyond words, breaking through 5 minor realms in one breath. Is this still a human being? Even Han Wujiao was shocked by this scene. Come and fight. Scarlet floating finger. 9 specters cold bone finger. Soul devouring evil god eye. Chu Lu leapt up and looked up to the sky. The loud and clear voice resounded throughout the entire forbidden sect. Chu Lu was under the shocked gazes of Lin Feng and a group of high-level elders, as well as countless disciples. In one breath, he continuously performed 3 of the clan's forbidden mastery techniques. Boom! Under the gaze of countless people, behind Chu Lu, a red and a white, 2 powerful phantoms rose. Moreover, a dark vision surfaced behind Chu Lu. In the middle of the vision, a pair of large, blood-colored eyes were flowing with patterns, which was quite bizarre. A powerful spiritual force that permeated out. Chu Lu's eyes, too, turned into this pair of evil eyes behind him, and the whole person looked extraordinarily evil. Boom! A red and a white Dharma image simultaneously extended a finger. The 2 fingers that contained terrifying power collided with the blazing divine spear shadow that was suppressing down. The 2 powerful forces were instantly frozen. What? How is this possible? Han Wujiao could hardly believe the scene in front of him. A griffin of the beginningless realm had actually blocked his own attack. He was a heavenly pride on the heavenly pride list. He simply had a hard time accepting it. Damn it! Die! Drink! Han Wujiao let out a furious cry and raised his power to the extreme. And the moment Han Wujiao mobilized his full strength, Chu Lu's eyes stared. The lines in the blood-colored eyes flowed. A shocking soul force, mixed with a shocking devouring force, shot out explosively. Before Han Wujiao could notice anything, his body suddenly trembled. The eyes also turned blood-colored, as the pair of blood-colored eyes behind Chu Lu were identical. Immediately afterward, a sharp pain swept through his entire body. Ah! Han Wujiao screamed in pain and directly held his head and wailed. The power in his body was instantly disorganized. Boom! The phantom behind him, holding the flame god gun, also disappeared. A red and a white giant finger containing terrifying power tore through the flames that remained in the void and slammed into Han Wujiao, who had begun to fall. Apprentice! The Yanjun ancient sage also reacted instantly. Filled with endless rage, with a flash of his body, he appeared beside Han Wujiao in a flash. With his backhand, he crushed Chu Lu's two attacks, and just the moment the Yanjun ancient sage moved, Yin Crow, Lin Feng, and a group of elders also disappeared in their original forms at the first opportunity, appearing beside Chu Lu and protecting him. At this moment, a group of taboo sect disciples watching the battle, direct people well, looked at the self-patriarch and elders, protected in the back of the Chu Lu, like looking at a monster like, they didn't expect it in any way. The scourge that they were all shouting it was so terribly strong. Even Han Wujiao, who was in the divine spirit realm, was defeated in battle. The crowd recalled the scene that had just happened and felt extraordinarily unreal, like they were dreaming. Ah! The Yanjun ancient sage landed on the ground holding Han Wujiao. Han Wujiao held his head with both hands and let out a heartbreaking scream. Apprentice, what's wrong with you? The Yanjun ancient sage was so anxious in his heart that he only put his hand on Han Wujiao's wrist. In the next moment, the Yanjun ancient sage's face suddenly changed drastically. He found Han Wujiao's body. There was a very bizarre spiritual force that was rapidly devouring his soul. The Yanjun ancient sage immediately struck out in an attempt to try and remove this bizarre soul force. However, he found that he was actually unable to remove it with his ancient state realm cultivation. What's going on here? The Yanjun ancient sage's face was unsightly, and when he looked at Chu Lu behind Lin Feng, a flash of ruthless killing intent flashed under his eyes. Yanjun ancient sage, your disciple has been hit by my sect's forbidden mastery, the soul-devouring evil god I. This taboo belongs to an extremely heaven-defying existence even amongst the many taboo masterpieces, and the soul of the one who was struck will immediately be torn apart and devoured, never to be reborn. Fortunately, Chu Lu's cultivation level is relatively low, and Han Wujiao still has a chance of survival. Lin Feng explained with a flat face. Then how do we get rid of this weird power? The Yanjun ancient sage pursued. Lin Feng shook his head slightly and said, Yanjun ancient saint, I'm afraid I've disappointed you. This seed doesn't know how to fix it either. Because of such forbidden mastery, within the entire clan, no one has been able to learn it except Chu Lu. Perhaps if the great emperor steps in, it can be resolved. At those words, the Yanjun ancient sage looked towards Yin Crow. Yin Crow smiled lewdly and gloated. Why are you looking at this emperor? What business is it of this emperor? Hurry up and take your punk disciple and get the hell back to your Red Flame Valley and find those old guys in your valley to fight. You're not as skilled as others. And you still dare to come up to my forbidden sect to challenge me. So who's to blame? You. The Yanjun ancient sage's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit, but he wouldn't dare talk back. The Yin Crow of today was a supreme emperor. If you annoy the other side, shoot him to death without hesitation. Patriarch Lin, my Red Flame Valley celestial pride is just a door-to-door challenge. We agreed to stop at the point before, but now this kid has injured my disciple so badly. You have to give our Red Flame Valley an explanation. The Yanjun ancient sage said in a deep voice. It's looked towards a face that was none of my business, looking at a watchful Chu Lok. The killing intent in his heart couldn't stop overflowing. Sensing the Yanjun ancient sage's killing intent towards Chu Lu, Lin Feng, Yin Crow, and a few of the high-level elders, their faces instantly turned cold. The temperature of the entire heaven and earth plummeted dramatically. Between heaven and earth, the winds and clouds are changing, and it is as cold as winter. Griffin, how dare you ask us for an explanation? This slap from this emperor calling out to your face later will be my forbidden sex explanation to you. Red Flame Valley. A godless might rose up from Yin Crow, enveloping heaven and earth. Yin Crow's stance became incomparably magnificent as he looked down at the Yanjun ancient sage with downcast eyes, as if he was looking at a mole cricket. The Yanjun ancient sage jerked with a jolt, realizing that he had exposed his killing intent towards Chu Lu, immediately tightened up. Account for it? What if I, the forbidden sect, don't give it? What can you, Red Flame Valley, do? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. An icy killing intent was not concealed in the slightest. The few elders around him were the same. After seeing Chu Lok's rebelliousness, Lin Feng had long since treated Chu Lu as their forbidden sex baby bump. If this old thing in front of me still doesn't know better, he didn't mind slaughtering an ancient saint today to help out. Chu Lu, who was behind the crowd, sensed the killing intent on Lin Feng and the group of elders and couldn't help but shiver. He has never seen, always easygoing patriarch. There will be today this look. Ding! From the patriarch's calf protection value plus 5,000. The value of protecting the calf from the great master plus 10,000. The fourth elder's value plus 5,000. Right at that moment, a prompting sound came from Chu Lok's mind. Looking at the calf protection value that was constantly being gained, Chu Lu's face was on the verge of breaking into a smile. Chu Lu looked toward Han Wujiao, who was constantly holding his head and wailing, and a light flashed in his mind. He knew how to get the calf protection value quickly, as long as he beat up all those heavenly pride on the heavens pride ranking to become like Han Wujiao. When you hit the young one, the old one will naturally run out and target him. At that time, his master's father would naturally be as strong for him as he was today. Doesn't that calf protecting value come into play? Ha ha ha, he's such a genius. Chu Lok's mind was made up. When he was a little stronger, he would challenge the heavenly pride on the heavens pride list. You, good, Lin Patriarch, I hope that when my Red Flame Valley's old ancestor comes to my door, you will still be so strong. The Yanjun ancient sage grimaced as he grabbed Han Wujiao by his side and turned to rip through space to leave. The crowd present scoffed at the words of the Yanjun ancient sage, speaking as if their forbidden sect doesn't have an old ancestor. Good apprentice. Well done. Elder Ing Crow turned around and gave a thumbs up to his precious disciple. The more he looked at him, the more satisfied he became. Kid, I can't imagine you're deep in hiding. Actually learn the clan's 4 mastery techniques. But be careful in the future. Our taboo sect's taboo jutsu. Although the moves are heaven-defying, as your strength increases, the power of the jutsu you perform will also become greater. And the price you pay will also become greater and greater. Until it's absolutely necessary. It's better to use the forbidden jutsu sparingly in the future. Lin Feng looked at the Chu Lu in front of him at this time and was also filled with fondness. They, the forbidden sect, had unearthed another demon. Yes, disciple, keep that in mind. Chu Lok nodded, arching his hand. Actually, there was no need for Lin Feng to remind him. Chu Lu also deeply understood. He had only lost 50 years of his lifespan by executing the Great Void Misty Sky Palm at the beginningless First Realm. However, after raising his cultivation level and performing the 3 forbidden mastery techniques, each move actually lost 100 years of life. At this moment, he still had 1,150 years of longevity left. After raising 5 minor realms, the original 1,000 years of lifespan increased by 500 years of lifespan. Buzz. Just as Chu Lok was out of his mind, suddenly, the heavens and earth shook, and above the dome of the sky, golden light emerged. An illusory list emerges from a curtain of golden clouds. This is the Tianji ranking. Chu Lu was no stranger to this scene. In these 10 years or so, the visions presented when changes occurred in the heavens pride ranking were often seen. At this moment, countless powerhouses throughout the 3,000 great realms saw the heavens pride ranking floating in the dome of the sky. Hiss. After 2.5 months, the heavens remarkable ranking has changed again. This time I don't know which heavenly pride has been squeezed down. Our entire 3,000 great realms. There are only 200 heavenly prides that can be included in the list. Who knows? The recent frequent changes in the heavens remarks ranking, indicating that there are constantly demonic generations coming out of the blue. The golden age is coming. Under the gazes of countless powerhouses and heavenly prides. Seeing on the heavens remarks list, the Red Flame Valley, ranked 150th. The words Han Wujiao gradually disappeared and turned into Forbidden Sect Chu Lu. So it's the pride of the Forbidden Sect. That's not surprising. After all, the Forbidden Sect is the head of the top forces in the 3,000 realms, apart from the hidden 4 great imperial clans, as well as the 4 great desolate ancient families. Not bad. Perhaps the 4 great emperor clans that have never entered the world, and the 4 great desolate ancient families, are not necessarily opponents of the Forbidden Sect, but this Forbidden Sect's heavenly pride Chu Lu. How come I haven't even heard of it? Yeah, it can't be a newly risen disciple, right? Most likely. The heavens pride ranking gradually dissipated amidst the discussions of countless powerhouses. Inside the Forbidden Sect, Chu Lu also didn't expect that he had actually taken Han Wujiao's place. Now he should be famous. And that, too, was just what Chu Lok wanted. Once he became famous, there would be a heavenly pride on the list who would come forward to challenge him, saving him the trouble of searching all over the world for these heavenly prides on the list. Ha! Fellow Daoist, after watching for so long, it's time to show yourself, isn't it? Do you want this patriarch to personally invite you out? At that moment, The group of disciples who had just wanted to disperse suddenly saw Patriarch Lin Feng and a group of elders. Looking up into the depths of the void, Chulu also froze and subconsciously looked up. An old six hiding in the shadows? Ha ha ha, congratulations, sect leader Lin. The forbidden sect has added another heavenly pride. An old and cheerful laugh rang out. Immediately after that, Chulu saw an old man wearing a colorful Xian robe with white hair descending before him from the depths of the void. Chulu recognized this old man. This old man was a high-ranking elder of one of the same top forces, the Dan sect. Qingdan ancient sage. The Dan sect and their forbidden sect were on good terms, and the two sects often had dealings. Chulugo had seen the visiting Qingdan ancient sage a few times during his 10 years within the sect. Hey, old man Qingdan, this emperor found you long ago, thinking that if you don't show up yet, this emperor will personally catch you out. Yin Crow let out a strange laugh and rubbed his hands together. Ha ha ha, would I be able to conceal myself from the eyes of the Yin Crow ancient sage? Oh no, nowadays it should be called the Yin Crow emperor. The Qingdan ancient sage laughed out loud. The attitude towards Yin Crow was more reverent than just the politeness of an old friend. Don't give me that useless crap. This is my good disciple. You old man can do alchemy. Quickly give my good disciple a meeting gift. By the way, my good disciple needs pills that can restore her longevity. Yin Crow grinned and demanded a meeting gift from the Qingdan ancient sage on behalf of Chulu. Looking at this scene, Lin Feng and the group of elders froze speechless. The third elder is now a great emperor. Still so shameless. Qingdan ancient sage also understood Yin Crow's temperament. Immediately, he took out a few bottles of pills of low quality that could restore vitality and handed them to Chulu. Chulu was also not polite and took the elixir and put it away beautifully. An elixir bestowed by an ancient saint of alchemy. There was naturally no need to mention the grade. Many thanks to the Qingdan ancient sage. Chulu arched his hand in thanks to the Qingdan ancient sage. The Qingdan ancient sage waved his hand and looked Chulu up and down, the corners of his mouth raising into a smile. He had watched the entire battle between Chulu and Han Wujiao. It was hard for him to imagine that this Chulu in front of him was actually able to cross over and defeat the heavens' remarkable rankings Han Wujiao. The scene where it broke through 5 minor realms in a row in a single breath. Qingdan ancient sage was still vivid and astonishing when he recalled it now. Fellow Daoist Qingdan, I don't know what is the purpose of this visit. You're up to no good. Lin Feng suddenly smiled and asked. Ha ha ha, of course there's something. And it's important. The Qingdan ancient sage laughed out loud and said, oh, what is it? The crowd of elders were curious. And even Chulu perked up both ears to listen. The Qingdan ancient sage sighed and replied, I've recently heard that in the desolate sky prefecture of the Northern Plains realm, it's suspected that there's a great emperor's secret realm out there. According to our Dan sect's strongest person who was sent out to investigate came back to report that the owner of that great emperor's secret realm is suspected to be one of our Dan sect's great emperor ancestors who fell out in the ancient times. I think that soon, you will also be informed of the news that the great emperor's secret realm is about to appear. Once the news of the great emperor's secret realm spreads out, it's bound to cause a sensation throughout the 3,000 great realms. That old ancestor of ours who fell out of the world, back then, was so stunning and outstanding that he created 2 types of emperor pills on his own. It's just that old ancestor's fall was so sudden that he didn't manage to leave behind 2 self-created Emperor Dan medicinal formulas within the clan. But we're certain that the fallen ancestor must have the Dan formula he left behind on him. Therefore, after the decision of a group of old men within the clan, let me come to the Forbidden Sect and ask the heavenly pride of the Forbidden Sect to help my Dan sect disciples enter the secret realm and retrieve the lost Dan formula. As you all know, most of our Dan sect disciples are not as good as those demons on the Heaven's Pride list. Of course, we won't let you help us for nothing. Afterward, the clan will take out 16 sacred pills and 1 Emperor's Dan in return. Speaking of this, the Qingdan ancient sage was rather helpless. His Dan sect was at least one of the top forces. The younger generation however is very crotch-pulling. The huge Dan sect, only 1 heavenly pride on the list. I see, but it's a pity that there is a great emperor's secret realm out there. Those personal disciples of my clan, all of them are closed to death. I'm afraid. Lin Feng felt very sorry. A great emperor's secret realm appearing in the world was definitely a great opportunity. Naiji clan's top heavenly pride, all closed, missed this great opportunity. With the opening of the great emperor's secret realm, the demonic prides of all the top forces were bound to gather together. Unusual disciples simply couldn't compete with these demons. Ha ha ha, Patriarch Lin, no harm done. Isn't there another one here? The Qingdan ancient sage looked toward Chulu. Chulu froze. He just wanted to hear some gossip. How did he get involved in himself? At those words, Lin Feng and the group of elders all brightened up. Yeah, how did they forget about this kid? This kid, Chulu, even though he was only at the beginningless realm. However, when the crowd remembered Chulu's scene of breaking 5 minor realms in a row in a single breath, they couldn't help but get excited. Once this brat entered the great emperor's secret realm and gained the opportunity, it would be a matter of time before he broke through to the divine phenomenon realm. At that time, even if he met those top demons on the Heaven's Pride list, he would still have the power to fight, not so much so that they, the Forbidden Sect, would miss out on this opportunity. Chu Lu, are you willing to lead the team to the Great Emperor's secret realm? Great Emperor's secret realm. Countless opportunities. You want to participate in the clan's sequence contention. With your current strength, I'm afraid it's not enough. In addition to those pro-disciples in seclusion, there are several core disciples who are also on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Do you think that with your current strength, you can compete with them? Lin Feng looked at Chu Lu and opened his mouth to laugh. Chu Lu frowned slightly. What Lin Feng said was true. Don't look at these core disciples on the scene. Each of them were no match for Han Wujiao. However, among the core disciples, there were equally demonic generations. Only these people are closed down, fighting to improve their strength for the sequence. The sequence scramble was the grandest affair of the Forbidden Sect. Sequential disciples are the candidates for the next patriarch and senior elders. Good disciple, listening to the patriarch is right. You must grasp this opportunity. Yin Crow pulled Chu Lu aside and spoke in a low voice. That's fine. You must go too, Master Teacher Ha, because I'm afraid of being targeted. Chu Lok nodded and agreed that he would lead the team into the secret realm this time. But actually, Chu Lu wanted to tell his master. Master, you're the one who protects the calf. That's my greatest chance. That's for sure. Whoever dares to target you, I'll thwart him. Master, just don't worry. Master will go with you then. Yin Crow put Chu Lu at ease and assured him with a pat on the back. Chu Lok nodded and turned around. Okay, Patriarch, I'll go. Elder Qingdan, may I ask when we will depart? The Qingdan ancient sage smiled faintly. With Chu Lu involved, he was finally a little more at ease and replied, Little friend Chu, if there's nothing wrong with you, you can leave tomorrow. Yes, afterward. The Qingdan ancient sage chatted with the crowd for a few moments before leaving the Forbidden Sect and returning to the sect. After today's battle, Chu Lu was also once again famous throughout the Forbidden Sect. Only this time the fame was a good one. In this battle, Chu Lu saved the face of the Forbidden Sect. All the disciples in the entire sect were discussing the wonderful battle between Chu Lu and Han Wujiao. At night, Chu Lu returned to the mountain peak that Yin Crow belonged to. Read the Summer Peak, since Chu Lu was Yin Crow's only disciple. As a result, it was extraordinarily cold on Yanxia Peak. In a large courtyard, there was only Chu Lu alone. The only company for these 10 years of nights was the moonlight and fireflies. But Chu Lu had also gotten used to it a long time ago. Late at night, Chu Lu saw that his own unreliable master had not yet returned, so he returned to his room alone, closing the doors and windows. Chu Lu's mind moved and entered the system. Chu Lu checked his attribute panel and found that the calf protection value, which was originally cleared to 0, had become 35,000. Chu Lu had wanted to utilize the calf protection value to break through the divine spirit realm, but he suddenly remembered the flame saint body that Han Wujiao had performed today. As far as Chu Lok knows, within the sect, there were 9 personal disciples, except for him who didn't have a special physique. The other 8 pro-transmission, all carry a kind of heaven-defying holy body. As for the heavenly pride on the list of heavenly pride, a large half of the people have a heaven-defying physique. Are holy bodies also worthless now? And a handful. No, if I want to become stronger, I'll have to get a sacred body or divine body as well. Chu Lu stroked his chin and decided to take a look at the system mall's special physique. Open the column for special body types. Chu Lu was directly stunned. The system mall was full of special physiques. Take any one of them out and it's a dangling presence. But the required calf protection value is also extraordinarily high. The 35,000 calf protection value he had now could only buy the lowest grade of spirit body. Suddenly, Chu Lu noticed on the physique column the most conspicuous top 10 physiques. These 10 great physiques were also the legendary heaven-defying physiques in the 3,000 great realms. Chaos God Body, 5 million calf protection value. Void God Body, 4 million calf protection value. The Ancient Sacred Body, 3 million calf protection value. Everlasting Body, 2 million calf protection value. Browsing down, Chu Lu didn't expect the system to actually even have the legendary top 10 physiques. Not bad for a tutelary son. Chu Lu's gaze fell on the everlasting body and was attracted to it. Could it be that people with this physique can still live forever? Thus, Chu Lok tapped on the everlasting body and saw its introduction. He was instantly agitated. Everlasting body, those who possess this physique will have an endless lifespan, an immortal body, an immortal soul, and immortality. In just a few words, let Chu Lok decide. No matter what, he himself would have to gather enough calf protection value to exchange for the everlasting body. Once he had an everlasting body, Wouldn't he be able to open forbidden moves infinitely? The drawback of forbidden moves consuming longevity would be completely ineffective against him. The terrifying might of the forbidden mastery fascinated Chu Lu. He couldn't look at unusual martial arts anymore. Even imperial-grade martial skills couldn't look at it. It's the forbidden moves that are the aesthetic of violence. There are even some forbidden moves that even great emperors can't defuse. It seems that in the future, you'll have to rely on yourself to raise your cultivation level. After making up his mind, Chu Lu exited the system and sighed. From now on, he was going to try to save up his calf protection value, 2 million calf protection value, but also just want his master for him to go out 200 times only. Also not much well. A thought flashed. Chu Lu sat cross-legged, running the forbidden mixed skill, began to cultivate. In the meantime, one of the top forces, Red Flame Valley, deep within the Red Flame Valley sect, the two figures stood respectfully, in front of a mossy stone door. If Chu Lu were here and saw one of them, he would definitely be surprised. It was because one of them was Han Wujiao, who had been hit by the soul-devouring evil god's eye. At this moment, Han Wujiao's face was pale, his breath a bit weak, and his eyes flickered with hatred. He swore that if he had the chance, he must slaughter Chulak. Junior, we have removed 80% of that bizarre force in your body. The power of this move, quite bizarre, we have never seen, but you are no longer in danger of life. The rest of the bizarre power, we have sealed for you. Come back to. After a while, behind the stone door in front of Han Wujiao came a voice filled with supreme majesty. Thank you, old ancestor, for saving my life. Han Wujiao bent down and arched his hands in thanks. Old ancestor, the forbidden sect is bullying people too much. If it wasn't for old ancestor's intervention, I'm afraid that no hijack would not be able to escape today. Please, old ancestor, also seek justice for our master and disciple. The Yanjun ancient sage beside Han Wujiao was gloomy, his heart raging at the thought of the forbidden sect. A few moments later, the voice from just now came again from behind the stone door. Now is not the time to tear your face off with the forbidden sect, but that forbidden sect disciple who performs such bizarre moves must not be kept, grasping such an accomplished stance at such a young age. In case we let it grow, the forbidden sect will be even more difficult to deal with. Shoo! As soon as the words fell, behind the moss-covered stone door, a stream of light suddenly shot out and into Han Wujiao's mind. Han Wujiao froze, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. In his mind, there was an additional battle skill of the Emperor grade. This Emperor technique is bestowed upon you, and the next time you meet that kid from the forbidden sect, make sure to kill him. The old voice sounded again. Thank you, elder ancestor. Disciple will definitely behead Chu Lu with his own hands. Han Wujiao arched his hand and clasped his fist, coldly saying. After the stone door, there was no more half-hearted response. With that, the Yanjun ancient sage took Han Wujiao to leave this place. In the meantime, I don't know when, a piece of news sensationalized the 3,000 worlds. In the Northern Plains realm, in the desolate sky state, there was a great emperor's secret realm that was about to be revealed. That night, above the sky dome of the 3,000 great worlds, anomalies were born and streams of light flowed, pulling the attention of countless forces. For a time, many forces immediately dispatched strong men and rushed to the Northern Plains realm overnight. Early in the morning, when the first golden sun shines on the earth, inside the forbidden sect, Chu Lu waited early, beside a huge void ship. Soon, a dozen or so core disciples gathered, and they all arched their hands toward Chu Lu. Senior brother Chu. The crowd no longer called Chu Lu a scourge. The way Chu Lu was treated at this moment was also filled with respect. Masters. Chu Lu also smiled faintly and clasped his fists to the crowd in return. These dozen or so core disciples were going to follow him into the great emperor mysterious realm and compete for the opportunity. By the way, senior brothers, can you see my master? Chu Lu suddenly remembered that his own master hadn't returned home all night last night. There's no sign of anyone this morning either, and I don't know where the master has gone. Seeing that the time for departure is almost upon us, the first few core disciples looked at each other and shook their heads, arching their hands. Senior brother Chu, we have also not seen the third elder. Chulak was speechless for a while. His own master is a great emperor, still so unreliable. At that moment, the crowd saw two streams of light flying from the depths of the sect, descending in front of them. Seeing these two people who had descended, a dozen or so core disciples arched their hands and saluted. Second elder, fourth elder. Second elder Zhao Shang nodded slightly and glanced at Chu Lu, his face cold. Go! This trip to the Northern Plains will be led by the fourth elder and I. Yes. A dozen or so disciples leapt onto the void warship. It was only then that Chu Lu came back to his senses, the corners of his mouth twitching madly, and his entire being was bad. Chu Lu stepped forward and spoke to the fourth elder. Fourth elder, where is my master? Where did he go? This fourth elder, named Qin Yi, was an amiable-looking old man. "Ha, little fellow. Your master has something temporary to do and left the clan long ago. Before we left, the third elder specially asked the second elder and I to protect you. It's getting late. Hurry up and get going." After saying that, the two of them, Qin Yi and Zhao Shang, boarded the warship, leaving only Chu Lu, who was frozen in place. That great emperor master of his had stood him up again. It's not reliable at all. Zhao Shang treated him so poorly. What if the other party put shoes on him? Right now, the only one he could rely on was the fourth elder. "Kid, are you leaving or not?" "We're leaving if you're not." Zhao Shang saw Chu Lu, who was fuming and standing still in a mortar, and reminded him in a good-natured manner. "Coming." Chu Lok also returned without a trace of humor. He himself was waiting for them here early in the morning. "They're good. They come at card time." After Chu Lok got on the void ship rises up, breaks through the void and disappears into a spatial rift. Within the dimly lit spatial turbulence, the huge void warship, flying across. On the warship, Chu Lu sat alone in the bow and began to cultivate. Last night, he stayed up all night and spent the entire night comprehending the top techniques of the forbidden sect. Forbidden mixing technique. Relying on the enlightenment of being filled up by the system, Chu Lu had already comprehended the forbidden mixing technique to the third layer. It was about to break through the bottleneck of the third layer and step into the fourth layer. Buzz. Chu Lu stared and held his breath as dots of golden starlight surfaced on his body. A unique Tao rhythm permeated out from Chu Lu's body. At that moment, the group of disciples on the warship were also attracted by this scene. "Senior brother Chu has actually cultivated our forbidden mixing technique to the third layer." "Awesome." "That's not true. I've been stuck at the second level for more than 10 years, and only now have I touched a hint of bottleneck." That's not right. Senior brother Chu seems to be comprehending the fourth layer of the Gongfu. This can't be right? I don't think so. Forbidden mixing technique is only 10 layers in total. I heard that our senior brother before his seclusion, was only at the third layer. Senior brother Chu was just cultivating. It should be in cultivation, no doubt. But senior brother Chu is someone who has successfully cultivated 4 forbidden mastery. I think with senior brother Chu's enlightenment, it's only a matter of time before he steps into the fourth layer. A dozen or so core disciples murmured, and behind these disciples, Zhao Shang and Qin Yi, however, had been secretly focusing on Chu Lu. I can't imagine that this kid Chu Lu's enlightenment is actually so high. The bottleneck of the third layer of his forbidden mixed elemental technique has been filled, and he's starting to impact the fourth layer. This kind of enlightenment. We all looked away before. Qin Yi's gaze fell behind Chu Lu and he let out a sigh of astonishment. With his cultivation level, he could naturally see that Chu Lu was attempting to break through the gong method. Zhao Shang, who was on the side, looked at Chu Lu, his eyes flickering with a complex expression. He had also heard about Chu Lu's great defeat of Han Wujia yesterday. He had never expected that Chu Lu would actually be able to cross over and defeat the heavens' remarkable rankings Han Wujia. It had saved face for their forbidden sect. Although Chu Lu had, in the past, indeed done a lot of asshole things, but Zhao Shang had to admit it. Chu Lu already had enough qualifications to become their forbidden sect's heavenly pride. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful fluctuation permeated out from Chu Lu's body. Immediately afterward, the golden light that rose from his body transformed into a single pulsating golden rune that lingered around him. As Chu Lu opened his eyes, these throbbing runes, behind him, formed a circle of golden light, as if they were the divine ring of a god. "Break!" Chu Lu made a seal with both hands and murmured, "Boom!" In the next moment, the dozen or so core disciples present were collectively horrified. They sensed that Chu Lu was running his gong method, frantically absorbing the thin spiritual energy in the turbulent space. This terrifying suction force also made the crowd realize Chu Lu had already broken through the fourth layer of the gong method. Hiss! Senior brother Chu actually really broke through the fourth layer of the gong method. Is he still human? My goodness. It feels like senior brother Chu breaking through the fourth layer of the technique is as simple as drinking water. But didn't senior brother Chu succeed in breaking through the Gongfu? What is he doing now? A group of core disciples felt the pulling force released from Chu Lu's body, both shocked and full of doubt. The boy, to actually want to impact the divine spirit realm. Spatial turbulence spiritual energy is scarce. This kid is stupid. Zhao Shang immediately saw through Chu Lu's intentions and cursed without any good reason. Zhao Shang guessed correctly. Chu Lu was indeed impacting the divine spirit realm. Originally, Chu Lu also detected that in the spatial turbulence, the aura was thin and unfavorable for breakthroughs, but his cultivation bottleneck had also arrived, and he couldn't hold it in. Chu Lu operated his gong method to the extreme, frantically searching the thin aura around him. Hiss! Damn! It's over. In case the breakthrough fails, we can only use the calf protection value to break through. Chu Lok felt a headache. He also wants to accumulate the value of protecting the calf and exchange the long life body. Just when Chu Lu had a headache and was planning to use his calf protection value to break through, Zhao Shang's brows furrowed as he got up and mused. Elder Qin, let's help this kid. Qin Yi froze and glanced at Zhao Shang in surprise, then smiled. Yes, Buzz. Zhao Shang and Qin Yi, the two of them, waved their hands. Countless spirit stones flew out from the nascent rings in the two men's hands and landed around Chu Lu. Seeing the spirit stones that kept piling up, Chu Lu froze and turned around to see Zhao Shang and Qin Yi continuously releasing spirit stones. Big surprise, kid, what are you gawking at? Breakthrough. Zhao Shang cursed angrily without any good reason. Many thanks to the two elders. A trace of warmth flowed through Chu Lu's heart, and he bowed to the two of them. Then his eyes glazed over and he catalyzed his gong method. Buzz. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, only to see the spirit stones all over the ground, instantly drained of their aura and reduced to pieces. Two elders, continue. It's not enough. Chu Lu frantically refined the aura and reminded the two elders. This kid, impacting the divine spirit realm, actually needs so much aura? What a freak! Zhao Shang couldn't help but be appalled even as he looked at the ground full of broken pieces. The two of them had already released over 1 million top-grade spirit stones. The dozen or so core disciples had long been dumbstruck at this moment. Chu Lu actually absorbed the aura of 1 million spirit stones. How thick are his roots? Really? As the aura filled up, Chu Lu raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar. Break! Boom! Divine Spirit First Realm. Divine Spirit Second Realm. In full view of everyone, Chu Lu not only broke through the shackles, he also broke through to the Divine Spirit Second Realm cultivation in one breath. A group of core disciples were completely numb. They remembered Chu Lu, who had only broken through 5 minor realms yesterday. It's breaking through the Divine Spirit Realm today, and 2 levels in a row. What a monster! Thank you, Second Elder. Thank you, Fourth Elder. Chu Lu collected his might and bowed respectfully to Zhao Shang and Qin Yi. Zhao Shang skimmed his mouth and said without any goodwill, there's no need to thank this seat. Just don't come to this seat's medicinal field in the future. Right. The spirit stones, remember to return them to me. The corners of Chu Lu's mouth twitched. Then he grinned and shrugged. Yes, Second Elder can ask my master for it. Zhao Shang's face was gloomy as he turned around and entered the cabin. Looking at Zhao Shang's back, Chu Lu was still grateful. Ha ha ha, kid, don't mind it. The Second Elder is just being tongue-tied. How could he possibly care about this amount of spirit stones? Qin Yi opened his mouth to snicker. Chu Lok nodded, silently memorizing the kindness of the two today in his heart. Nowadays, Chu Lu suddenly found himself, as if he didn't hate Zhao Shang so much. Just as the two were talking, the void warship shuddered and sailed away into space. Battleship 1 out. Chu Lu then saw a vast and grandiose complex, a palace with red walls and golden tiles, towering over the mountains. Flying figures came and went between the palaces, and underneath this massive cluster of mountains, several endless spiritual fields were reflected in Chu Lu's eyes. In the spirit field, various grades of spirit medicines were emitting a faint glow. A rich medicinal power filled the fields. Here was one of the top forces of the 3,000 worlds, the Dan sect. The warship descended into the square of a palace. At this moment, in the square, a group of disciples wearing colorful Xian robes have been waiting for a long time. Chu Lok noted, in addition to the familiar Qingdan ancient sage, and an old white-haired man he'd never seen before. But what was more interesting to Chu Lok was, this group of Dan sect disciples was led by a young teenager. The teenager seemed to notice Chu Lu's gaze and instantly looked up. The eyes of the two men collided. A flash of hostility and resignation appeared on the face of the teenager's eyes. Chu Lu froze, thinking that this guy is not some big disease. Where did he offend this guy? The other man looked at himself with a defiant look on his face. It's the disciples of the Forbidden Sect coming. The Forbidden Sect actually sent out a dozen core disciples. Quickly look. That teenager should be yesterday's newly promoted pro-disciple of the Heavens Remarks ranking. Chu Lu? Hiss. I heard that his master is the Forbidden Sect's Yin Crow Ancient Sage. No wonder. I heard that the Yin Crow Ancient Sage has already broken through to a great emperor. The great emperor's personal disciple. TSK. The Dan sect's group of disciples. Their gazes fell on Chu Lu and whispered. The eyes of the crowd looking at Chu Lu were filled with envy. Chu Lok smiled helplessly. A day ago he was unknown. Now it's getting known. The teenager at the head of the Dan sect heard the whispers of the senior brothers around him. With a frown, he looked at Chu Lu with even more displeasure. Chu Lok glanced at the teenager who was upset with him. Then he brought a group of core disciples and followed the two elders to the square. Ha! How is it that you two are friends of the way? The Yin Crow Emperor didn't come? The Qingdan ancient sage brought a group of disciples forward, and when he didn't see the Yin Crow Emperor, he slightly froze, puzzled. Qin Yi arched his hand and explained. Fellow Daoist Qingdan, the third elder he had a temporary matter and couldn't come, so let this seat and the second elder take over. Old man Qingdan drifted off and nodded slightly. That old man Crow has come out of the woodwork. I didn't expect him to step into the great emperor realm as well. I heard that he's going to lead the team, and this emperor still wants to spar with him. Looks like we'll just have to find another chance next time. At this moment, another white-haired old man in a colorful Xian robe behind the group of Dan sect disciples walked up. The crowd of Dan sect disciples made way and treated him with respect. Chu Lu froze. He could not sense any aura from this old man. The divine thoughts probed as if the other party did not exist at all. But from what this old man just called himself, Chu Lu learned that this old man, like his master, was a supreme emperor. Greetings to the pill-plagued great emperor. The two elders, Zhao Shang and Qin Yi, bowed their hands and saluted when they saw the pill meditation great emperor. So he's the pill meditation great emperor, Chu Lu exclaimed in his heart, curiously sizing up the pill heavens emperor. Great emperor Pill Hollow. 10,000 years ago, he was famous in the 3,000 great worlds. It was only the medicine underworld great emperor, who had been promoted from ancient saint to great emperor. Then he lived in deep seclusion, hardly asking questions, but his deeds still circulate in the 3,000 worlds. The eyes of the two Zhao Shang elders flickered up. The fact that the Dan sect had sent out the pill meditation great emperor showed how important those two lost Dan formulas were to the Dan sect. The pill hollow emperor revealed a benevolent smile as his gaze fell on Chu Lu's body. A distinctive halo of light flowed from his eyes. Little fellow, are you Yin Crow's personal disciple? The medicine underworld emperor suddenly asked. Chu Lu immediately came back to his senses and immediately nodded his head and arched his hand. Yes, Junior Chu Lu. The pill darkness emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart astonished, because at this moment, he wanted to see through everything about Chu Lok. However, he realized that he was actually unable to see through Chu Lok. All of Chu Lu's heavenly chances were covered by a supreme force. Even if he were to forcefully deduce it, he would definitely be countered by this great power. The medicine underworld emperor did not know that this supreme greatness came from none other than Chu Lu's system. The system took the initiative to cover up all of Chu Lu's heavenly chances. Little friend Chu, you have amazing talent. It's quite something. No wonder that old man Yin Crow took you as his disciple. On this trip to the secret realm, I'll trouble you to take care of my Dan sect's disciples for a while. After you enter the secret realm, everything will be under the command of this little friend Chu. The Pill Hollow Emperor returned to his senses and smiled amiably before instructing the group of Dan sect disciples present. Yes, old ancestor. The Dan sect's group of core disciples all nodded their heads in agreement. Only the teenager at the head of the group had a defiant look on his face. The corners of Chu Lu's mouth twitched slightly as he arched his hand. Elder Great Emperor, the late generation can only say, do their best. That's enough with you. The Medicine Underworld Emperor smiled faintly as he stepped forward and patted Chu Lu's shoulder. This scene caused a dozen or so core disciples of the Forbidden Sect to admire Chu Lu more and more. Even the Medicine Underworld Emperor was so optimistic about Senior Chu. Old ancestor, disciple has a request. Please allow it. Just then, the teenager at the head of the group stepped forward, bowing his head and arching his hand. The Medicine Underworld Emperor froze, noticing the look on the teenager's face. Glancing at Chu Lu, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said, "What is it? Old ancestor, disciple would like to spar with this Forbidden Sect's heavenly pride who just made the list. I had originally planned to challenge Han Wujiu and replace his ranking, but I didn't expect to let this fellow Taoist from the Forbidden Sect precede me. Therefore, disciple would like to have a match with him, and in the meantime, see if this heavenly pride, who just made the list, has the true ability to lead us. Dan Duzi, what are you fooling around with? There's no way you're a match for Chu Lok." The Qingdan ancient sage looked huffy as he stepped forward to scold. He had watched the entire battle between Chu Lu and Han Wujiu yesterday. Han Wujiu had even utilized his saint body and was still strongly defeated by Chu Lu. Elder, disciples aren't fooling around. I've heard that Chu Lu is only at the beginningless realm cultivation level, and disciple is just trying to confirm whether or not he has the ability to lead us. Dan Duanzi glanced at Chu Lu and arched his hand. Dan Duanzi's words caused the group of disciples from the Forbidden Sect to reveal playful smiles. The Chu Lu senior brother of theirs today was not the Chu Lu senior brother of yesterday. This Dan Duanzi, I'm afraid that he still doesn't know that their senior brother Chu Lu, just a short while ago, broke through to the divine phenomenon realm, right? Thinking of this, the group of core disciples looked forward to it. Can't wait for Dan Duzi to challenge Chu Lok. And Chu Lu learned that this teenager, named Dan Duanzi, instantly understood why the other party looked at him always unconvinced. Dan Duanzi was the Dan sect's only heavenly pride on the list. Ranked 151, his cultivation was at the same level as Han Wujiu, the fifth realm of the divine spirit. This guy, he's obviously not obeying and listening to him. The group of Dan sect disciples behind Dan Duanzi couldn't help but get excited. They also wanted to see just how strong this newly promoted Chu Lu of the heavenly ranking was. Is it really as awesome as rumored? Ha, little friend Chu. It seems that Dan Duzi is not convinced by you? What do you think of the intention? The medicine underworld emperor smiled faintly and looked toward Chu Lu. Apparently, the Pill Heaven's great emperor had come to be interested as well, acquiescing to Dan Duanzi's challenge. Seeing this, Zhao Shang, Qin Yi, and the Qingdan ancient sage, all chose to shut up. A difficult look appeared on Chu Lu's face as he arched his hand. Senior great emperor, when the late generation strikes, it's either death or injury. I'm afraid in case of a late slip. At those words, Dan Duanzi's brows furrowed as a wave of anger rose in his heart. Thinking that Chu Lu was afraid of not being able to defeat him, he deliberately said that so that he would know what to do. And what angers him even more, according to the meaning of Chu Lu's words, he was not his opponent? Humph, there's no need to worry. Fellow Daoist Chu, if I accidentally die at your hands, I'm just not as skilled as I should be. Don't worry, our Dan sect won't make things difficult for you, Dan Duanzi said with a cold face. At that moment, the Pill Meditation Great Emperor also spoke. Little friend Chu need not worry. If there is danger, this emperor will step in to stop it. Just don't worry and strike boldly. Seeing that the medicine underworld great emperor had said so, Chu Lu couldn't refuse any longer. It seemed he would have to beat him into submission himself. Chu Lu walked to the empty field, his face full of helplessness. Stretching out a finger, he hooked it at Dan Duanzi and said, "Brother Dan, make your move." This provocative action caused Dan Duanzi's blood pressure to instantly spike and his face to become gloomy. A spirit sword floated in his palm. "Brother Chu, please enlighten me." Boom! Dan Duanzi's body trembled slightly. A powerful spiritual force suppressed out from his body. It rolled up a violent wind astral, blowing the crowd almost unsteady. What strong spiritual power! Dan Duanzi, no wonder he can be ranked one place behind Han Wujiao. His strength is almost on par with Han Wujiao. Well, indeed, but it shouldn't be a match for senior brother Chu. That goes without saying. The dozen or so disciples of the Forbidden Sect began to talk as they sensed the might coming from Dan Duzi's body. Senior Dan, go for it. The group of disciples from the Dan sect, on the other hand, were cheering for Dan Duanzi. Even the two of them, Zhao Shang and Qin Yi, couldn't help but have their eyes light up as they secretly nodded their heads. This son's talent is very good. Look at the sword. Buzz. Dan Duanzi let out a cold cry and took a step out. The figure instantly disappeared in place. In an instant, the blurred figure appeared in front of Chu Lu's body. A spirit sword wrapped in spirit power stabbed toward Chu Lu's chest. Chu Lu was surprised by Dan Duzi's speed. Those who could make it to the Heaven's Pride ranking really didn't have a single saving grace. Chu Lok's speed wasn't slow either. A sidestep dodged the sword from Dan Duzi. Boom! A sword aura shot out from the spirit sword, shattering the ground of the square not far away. Dan Duanzi continuously swung his sword and chopped at Chu Lu. However, every one of his swords was dodged by Chu Lok. Why isn't senior brother Chu fighting back? The dozen or so Forbidden Sect disciples were all puzzled. When Chu Lu and Han Wujiao fought, it wasn't like this today. Chu Lu heard the puzzled voices of his senior brothers. Mentally, he couldn't help but mutter. The moment he made a move, it was a forbidden move. Dan Duanzi in front of you. Can you block it? Oh? What if I'm not careful and accidentally kill him? It's not like his own master was there. Buzz. Another powerful sword was easily dodged by Chu Lu. Dan Duanzi huffed and coldly said, "Chu Lu, all you do is hide?" At those words, Chu Lu grinned and shook his head slightly. "Brother Dan, take out your full strength. I'm really afraid of beating you to death if you don't bring out your full strength." Hiss. So arrogant. Senior Dan, satisfy him. Senior Dan, show your true strength and make him regret it. The dozen or so core disciples of the Dan sect who were watching the battle from the side were also enraged by Chu Lu's words. "I can't believe you're so arrogant. Really think he can crush Senior Dan like that?" Dan Duanzi was also green with anger at this moment. "Yes, Chu Lu, in that case, I'll fulfill you." Boom! Dan Duanzi leapt up and stepped into the void in midair. A power filled with vitality rushed up from him. Under this power, 5 thick vines suddenly drilled out of the ground and stabbed at Chu Lu. Chu Lu was slightly startled, and his figure dodged in succession. These tree vines were in hot pursuit as if they were conscious. "It's a wood spirit body. I've heard that Dan Dusty from the Dan sect carries a wood spirit body." The rumors were right. A core disciple of the Forbidden Sect said with a grave expression. "Hiss. Dan's senior brother has cast a spiritual body. This Chu Lu will surely lose if he doesn't make a move yet. Hey, make him mad. You guys, look at elder brother Dan. Is he going to use that move?" Right at this moment, the Dan sect disciples who were familiar with Dan Dusty suddenly changed their faces, staring intently at the figure of Dan Duzi in midair. Only Dan Duanzi's hands formed a seal. A tedious knot of seals floated in his palm. The spirit sword hovering in front of his body emitted a green glow. One by one, green bizarre runes jumped and twisted around the sword. Shoo! Buzz! Dan Duanzi pointed up to the sky, and the spirit sword shot up into the sky, disappearing into the cloud curtain. Immediately afterward, a powerful force enveloped the four directions and swept up the wild winds. The crowd noticed the trees on the Dan clan's mountain, swaying wildly. At some point, bright green leaves filled the sky. Each leaf, emitting a green glow, contained the momentum of a sword pouring. Boom! The sky is full of green leaves that rise with the wind and merge into the clouds. Dan Duanzi's eyes glittered with green light as he looked down with downcast eyes. An appalling momentum was brewing from the depths of the sky. I didn't expect this little guy to actually practice this move to such an extent. Even the medicine underworld emperor couldn't help but raise his head and look up, nodding his head in praise. Boom! Chu Lu backhanded a palm, shattering the vines that were chasing him. Seemingly sensing this, he jerked his head up and the corners of his mouth lifted. Chu Lok, this move, can you qualify to make a move? Moro sword tilt. Dan Duanzi raised his voice to the sky and then waved his finger at Chu Lu below. Boom! The crowd present then saw a huge sword that covered the sky and swung through the curtain of clouds. It was as if it came from the universe, vast and majestic. Suppressing it, above the giant sword silhouette, green leaves lined the Moro, vast sword intent, cleansing the heavens and earth, pouring down into the 9 heavens. It was as if this sword could subdue demons and destroy the world. No one can stop it. The disciples of the two sects at the scene were collectively horrified, their faces changing greatly. Good timing, come and fight. Boom! Chu Lu laughed out loud and directly leapt up. At this moment, his battle intent was also completely ignited by this sword from Dan Duanzi. In the next moment, the crowd only saw a powerful, thick spiritual energy that rose up from Chu Lu's body. Chu Lu made a seal with both hands, and his eyes blossomed with a ghostly golden light. Buzz! In an instant, the heavens and earth changed drastically, and the entire dome of the sky was instantly shrouded in darkness. This kid, forbidden Jedi. The Pill Hollow Emperor was also stunned, as if he could see what was going on, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. As for Zhao Shang and Qin Yi, as well as a group of core disciples of the Forbidden Sect, they all froze. The crowd also realized that Chu Lu was performing a forbidden mastery, but the vision produced by this move of the Forbidden Jedi had not been seen by them yesterday. That is to say, their senior brother Chu is performing a very new taboo move? Just how many of the clan's forbidden masterpieces has this kid learned? Elder Qin Yi couldn't help but be appalled. Zhao Shang also took a deep breath and shook his head slightly. One must know that even he had only learned 3 of the clan's forbidden mastery techniques. These 3 forbidden masterpieces had now become his bottom card for victory. One could imagine how difficult it was to learn the forbidden mastery. This kid had cast 5 forbidden jutsu yesterday plus now. Boom! Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, only a vast vision of the heavens and the worlds rose behind Chu Lu. Among the visions, the stars and rivers are evolving, the sun and moon are alternating, spring goes and autumn comes, the tide rises and falls, and the world is changing. A power filled with an ancient aura converged from the vision. In an instant, in the vision, an illusory golden sword shadow was suppressed. The moment this sword shadow appeared, even the heavens and earth were eclipsed. The ancient sky-cutting sword. Seeing this scene, Zhao Shang and Qin Yi directly couldn't help but cry out in shock. They didn't expect that Chu Lu had actually even learned this move. 10,000 years and ages ago, they had only seen a certain old ancestor of the Forbidden Sect cast it once. That sword of the old ancestor back then. It made the top forces of the entire 3,000 worlds lose their voices. Nowadays, the power of this sword executed by Chu Lu was far inferior to that of their old ancestor back then, but it still shook the 2 elders. Forbidden Jedi, ancient sky-slashing sword, go, go! Chu Lu and Dan Duanzi simultaneously flexed their fingers. The 2 giant sword shadows crashed together brazenly. Boom! In the next moment, Dan Duanzi's face instantly turned white. What? How is this possible? Under Dan Duanzi's incredulous gaze, only the giant sword silhouette of him containing the Moro. The moment it collided with Chu Lu's golden giant sword shadow, it collided. It directly shattered and turned into countless fragments that dissipated and disappeared. Put! Dan Duanzi suffered a backlash and a mouthful of blood spurted out. However, after that golden giant sword shadow crushed Dan Duanzi's giant sword shadow, still riding a powerful force, it came straight towards him to suppress him head-on, and it's extremely fast. Dan Duanzi's pupils suddenly shrunk, and a color of despair appeared on his dull face. Shit! Chu Lu's face also changed drastically at this time. He didn't expect this sword from Dan Duanzi. So overwhelming. Once the forbidden move was cast, he simply couldn't take it back, because once it's out, the big move is out of his hands. Senior Dan. The group of disciples from the Dan sect all lost their voices and screamed. There were a few female disciples who even covered their eyes. Just when everyone thought that Danduanzi would surely die, a magnificent figure suddenly appeared in front of Danduzi. Seeing this figure, Chulu instantly let out a sigh of relief. Elder Ancestor, Dan Zongzi exclaimed. The person in front of him was none other than the Pill Heaven's great emperor. The Medicine Underworld Emperor stretched out a wrinkled finger. To this golden sword shadow that suppressed in front of his body, he gently pointed. Buzz! An invisible fluctuation washed out from his fingertips. The next moment, the huge golden sword shadow turned into a bit of starlight dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone was reassured. With that, Danduzi and Chulu returned to the ground. Cheers immediately erupted from the dozen or so disciples of the forbidden sect. Little friend Chu is truly extraordinary. With you leading my clan's disciples, this emperor is relieved. The Medicine Underworld Great Emperor let out a light smile as he looked at Chulu and nodded his head. Ha! Chulu smiled politely, but muttered in his heart. You are relieved. That move he had just made had depleted more than 100 years of his lifespan. This 100 years of life should not have been lost. I blame the old man for being nosy. As soon as the Pill Darkness Emperor's words fell, he waved his large hand. A bottle of pills flew out and was thrown to Chulu. That move you just made, it depleted a lot of your lifespan, didn't it? Forbidden Jedi. There's a price to pay for even casting it. Chulu caught the medicine bottle and opened it. A round, glowing elixir, emitting an eerie light, presented itself to the eyes. Many thanks to Senior Great Emperor. Chulu revealed 8 large white teeth and gave a thank you. The elixir was taken on the spot. The 100 years of longevity he had just lost gradually recovered. Seeing his lost longevity being made up, Chulu suddenly felt again. This medicine meditation, old man. People are also strange good. Little fellow, now you know how powerful little friend Chu is? You still think that little friend Chu is not qualified to lead you? The Pill Underworld Emperor turned to look at Danduanzi, who was fuming, and spoke in a serious tone. Danduanzi came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and clasped his fists. Disciple knows he's wrong. Brother Chu, I was offended earlier. For the trip to the secret realm, my senior brothers and I will be under your command for the entire trip. But next time when my strength improves, I will challenge you again. Let's hope that next time, I can block one of Brother Chu's moves. Danduanzi walked to Chulu and arched his hand, sincerely apologizing. Seeing this, the two of them, the great emperor of Medicine Underworld and the ancient sage of Qingdan, were both relieved. Although Dandanzi was defeated, he did not lose his martial arts heart. Dare to face failure. This son's future is bound to be extraordinary. Brother Dan is polite. The next time Brother Dan comes to ask for a lesson, I will definitely stay my hand, and won't be like today, when I almost let Brother Dan fall. Chulu smiled faintly and similarly arched his hand at Danduanzi. Ha ha ha, it's because I'm not as skilled as I should be. It's not Brother Chu's fault. Dan Dusty smiled back. Watching this scene, the disciples of both clans revealed smiles. It's getting late. Let us depart. The Medicine Underworld Emperor nodded slightly, glanced at the sky, and opened his mouth. Yes, the disciples of the two sects boarded the void warship. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Sheng tore through space and drove the warship into the spatial rift, heading towards the Northern Plains realm. Due to the land of the Northern Plains, it was in the realm at the edge of the 3,000 Great Worlds. Chulu's group traveled on a warship for a full month before arriving at the Northern Plains realm. Northern Plains realm, desolate sky state, rocky mountain stream. The mountain stream of the falling sky was one of the several Jedi in the 3,000 Great Worlds. The depths among the mountains of the falling heavens were full of crises, and normally even saints wouldn't dare to easily go deeper on their own. In the ancient times, it was rumored that the mountain stream of falling sky was originally an ancient battlefield. There was a massive imperial war. Legend has it that a great emperor fell here. Today's falling sky mountain stream is from after that imperial battle, formed through the vicissitudes of time. At this moment, above the emptiness of the falling sky mountain stream, the heaven and earth visions that lasted more than a month gradually dimmed and faded, and in a mountain range on the outskirts of the falling sky mountain stream, a spatial crack presented itself, emanating powerful aura fluctuations. This crack was wrapped in a milky white film of light. Behind the spatial rift was a mysterious world seen through the light membrane. This spatial crack was the entrance to the Great Emperor's secret realm. At this moment, outside the entrance to the secret realm, strong people from various forces in the 3,000 worlds, as well as sect disciples, had already gathered. According to the strong scouts at the scene, the entrance to the secret realm would soon be stabilized. Buzz. Just as a group of strong people were guarding the outside of the secret realm, waiting for the entrance to stabilize, above the dome of the sky, an invisible spatial fluctuation came from the sky. A spatial rift opened. In the middle of the spatial rift, a huge warship sailed out. Seeing this, the powerful people on the scene had long since seen it. For more than a month, there were sect forces arriving every day, but after seeing this warship, the powerful people on the scene finally changed their faces. It's the Forbidden Sect's warship. The Forbidden Sect's powerhouses have arrived. Ha! There are still disciples from the Dan sect, actually following the Forbidden Sect. What's so strange about that? The Dan sect is already friends with the Forbidden Sect, but it's strange. How come the Forbidden Sect only sent 2 great elders, Zhao Shang and Qin Yi? Those pro-demons of the Forbidden Sect didn't come either. The scene caused a commotion after a group of strong people recognized the warship. The gazes of countless people converged on this warship. On the warship, Zhao Shang, Qin Yi, and the Qingdan ancient sage descended outside the entrance to the secret realm with their respective sect disciples. As for the medicine underworld emperor, he has long been hidden in the shadows. Is this the entrance to the great emperor's secret realm? It doesn't seem to be very stable. Chu Lu surveyed the entrance in front of him and opened his mouth. Elder Qin Yi nodded slightly and said, "This secret realm is actually the internal world of the fallen great emperor. By advancing to sage, a martial artist can open up a world within his body. As one's cultivation level rises, the world within one's body will gradually improve and expand. It's just that this great emperor's secret realm in front of us has been set up with a prohibition that can only bear the entry of powerhouses below the Nirvana realm. Once a strong person of the Nirvana realm and above forcefully enters, the prohibition will be triggered, wiping out those who force their way in. Eventually the secret realm will revert back to spatial turbulence, the next time it shows up. I don't know how long it'll be until the monkey's night." Hearing Elder Qin Yi's explanation, Chu Lu and the crowd of disciples came to a sudden realization. No wonder this film of light at the entrance gave them a feeling of numbness in their scalps. Buzz. At that moment, multiple spatial booms once again came from the distant void. Chu Lu froze, sensing a familiar aura. Looking up into the void in a certain direction, he frowned and sneered. The spatial fluctuations coming from above the void. Once again, the countless powerful people present were drawn to look up, only to see several spatial cracks split open in the void. Several huge void warships suppressed out. Seeing the flag raised on the warship, the crowd once again exclaimed, "It's the strongest of the other top forces coming. Red Flame Valley, Tianji Pavilion, Lingqing Sect, Puhua Sacred Land, Yunmiao Sacred Land, Extreme Emperor Dao System, and Immortal Dao System. Ha! Strange. Why don't we see anyone from the 4 great emperor clans, as well as the 4 great desolate ancient families? What's so strange about that? The 4 great emperor clans and the 4 great desolate ancient families don't give a damn about the great emperor's secret realm. This secret realm is just the inner world of a great emperor after his fall. This great emperor has long since ceased to exist. There is no inheritance, and it's not a great emperor's mausoleum, so they naturally don't care to come." Chu Lu looked toward the several warships arriving in the sky above, and his eyes flickered up. The top forces of the 3,000 worlds, other than them, the Forbidden Sect, the Dan Sect, and the Red Flame Valley. There were also the Tianji Pavilion, Lingqing Sect, Puhua Holy Land, Yunmiao Holy Land, Extreme Emperor Dao System, Immortal Dao System, Shangwan Emperor Clan, Ouyang Emperor Clan, Situ Emperor Clan, Morong Emperor Clan, Desolate Ancient Yi Clan, Desolate Ancient Jiang Clan, Desolate Ancient Wang Clan, Desolate Ancient Ji Clan, as well as the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan. For a total of 19 top powers, the 4 great emperor clans and the 4 great desolate ancient families, as well as the 2 clans of the Dragon and Phoenix, have always been mysterious and do not often enter the world. Chu Lok swept his gaze over the warships of these top forces. It was discovered that every top power had sent out at least 2 ancient saints, multiple great saints, and a group of young disciples. Right at that moment, Chu Lu suddenly detected a killing intent. Subconsciously, he looked towards the Red Flame Valley's warship. Above the warship, Chu Lu saw 2 familiar faces, Yanjun Ancient Sage and Han Wujia. At this moment, the Yanjun Ancient Sage and Han Wujia were gazing at him, their eyes filled with icy killing intent. It's this little beast from the Forbidden Sect. The Yanjun Ancient Sage's face was cloudy and his eyes were glazed over. Boom! An invisible force instantly rushed toward Chu Lu. Crap! That old bastard! Chu Lu instantly stood up in sweat and cursed angrily in his heart. He didn't expect this old man, Yanjun Ancient Sage, to not speak of martial virtues and actually dare to secretly strike at him. Boom! Yanjun old devil, do you want to find death? Dare to strike at my Forbidden Sect disciples? This saint hasn't made a move for many years. How about you and I make a couple moves today? Just as this power of the Yanjun Ancient Sage was secretly attacking, a familiar voice came from Chu Lu's ears. Immediately after that, a figure blocked in front of him. This figure was Zhao Shang. Zhao Shang let out a cold snort and directly dissolved this force from the Yanjun Ancient Sage. Zhao Shang's face was icy cold, and his cloudy eyes stared straight at the Yanjun ancient sage group. At the same time, Qinyi also stood out and pointed at the Yanjun ancient sage and cursed. Elder Yanjun, an ancient saint, actually secretly striking out at a junior. Don't you like to strike out? Come, this saint and you have a fight. At this moment, the commotion here instantly attracted the eyes of the entire audience. Countless powerhouses were shocked. The Red Flame Valley and the Forbidden Sect were not dealing with each other in the first place, and the crowd knew it. Normally between the Red Flame Valley and the Forbidden Sect, there were only clashes between the younger generation. However, the crowd did not expect that the Yanjun ancient sage would strike out at the disciples of the Forbidden Sect today. A few other powerhouses from the top forces were also extraordinarily surprised. His eyes fell on Chu Lu, who was protected by Zhao Shang and Qinyi. Who is this kid? Why did it provoke the Yanjun Valley Saint to go out of his way? TSK. Red Flame Valley is so shameless. An ancient saint actually secretly strikes at senior brother Chu. That's right. That day it was this old man who brought that piece of trash Han Wuzhou up to challenge my forbidden sect, and his own skills were not as good as the others, and he lost to senior brother Chu, and he still holds a grudge. Oh, Red Flame Valley from top to bottom, always so shameless. The dozen or so core disciples behind Chu Lu had fought for Chu Lu and mocked privately. Even though these disciples' taunts were whispered, they were still heard by many powerful people. So that teenager is the Forbidden Sect's newest heavenly pride who replaced Han Wuzhou a month ago. No wonder. I remember that teenager is called Chu Lu, but why did the Yanjun ancient sage make a move in a struggle between juniors? Who knows? There must be something in it that we are not privy to. But then again, Yanjun ancient sage just now, that was indeed somewhat shameless. The voices of some of the powerhouses present were heard by the Yanjun ancient sage. The Yanjun ancient sage's face was gloomy. When he met the gazes of Zhao Shang and Qinyi, he blushed and laughed. Old sage Zhao, old sage Qinyi, this sage is just looking at this kid Chu Lu, who seems to have grown in strength again, and trying him out. Didn't mean to hurt him. The moment Yanjun ancient sage's words came out, some of the top powerhouses on the scene all skimmed their mouths. Even Chu Lu, in his heart, called out that this old undead was shameless. However, Chu Lu's heart was happy at the moment. Right at the moment when the two elders, Zhao Shang and Qinyi, stepped forward, an alert came from his system then. Elder Zhao Shang's value plus 5,000. Elder Qinyi's cap protection value plus 5,000. Ha! Yeah, after hearing the Yanjun ancient sage's words, the two of them, Zhao Shang and Qinyi, let out a cold laugh. Boom! In the next moment, the two ancient sage elders, directly slapped their palms at the Yanjun ancient sage from across the air. Buzz! In an instant, the heavens and earth lost color, and a rolling, massive holy might enveloped the entire scene. Under the terrifying pressure of the two ancient saints, all the powerhouses under the ancient saints present knelt on the spot. The ancient saints of the other top powers changed their faces slightly. Immediately, he released his holy might, counteracting the pressure from the two great elders. This was what made the strongest members of their own clan breathe a sigh of relief. You guys, boom! For the sudden strike of the Zhao Shang and Qinyi duo, the Yanjun ancient sage was caught off guard, and his face changed drastically, unsightly, but he also quickly reacted and blasted out with a palm. A red-robed old man by his side also struck out at the first opportunity. This old man was another elder of the Red Flame Valley, the ancient sage of Stygian Flame. Four powerful forces collided, erupting with astonishing strength. The Red Flame Valley's void worship shattered on the spot. Several saints and great saints of the Red Flame Valley waved their large hands and rolled up the disciples of the Red Flame Valley to land safely. After the strike, the Yanjun ancient sage and the Underflame ancient sage both took half a step back. Monstrous anger filled the eyes of the two men. Ha! How? I see that you, old ghost, have grown a bit in strength, and the two of us just want to try you out. There's no need to get angry. Elder Zhao Shang sneered and said. Elder Zhao Shang's value plus 5,000. Elder Qinyi's cap protection value plus 5,000. After the two elders struck out, Chu Lu's system was transmitting a prompt. Chu Lu simply went numb with laughter. He couldn't wait for the Yanjun ancient sage to target him once more. At the same time, he looked at the two elders. His heart warmed. Do you forbidden sect, do you want to go to war with our Red Flame Valley? The Yanjun ancient sage's face was as ugly as if he had eaten shit as he shook with rage. Humph, since your words are like this, then the two of us will first behead you two old ghosts today to help with the fun. It's also a good way to give your Red Flame Valley an excuse to go to war. Qinyi sneered and tied up his sleeves, a spirit sword appearing in his hand. In Zhao Shang's hand, on the other hand, a small bronze tripod emerged. The spirit weapons in the two men's hands emitted monstrous Tao rhythms, icy cold killing intent, shrouded 10,000 miles of domain. The temperature of heaven and earth, A sharp drop. Everyone's faces were horrified in disbelief. Battle of the Ancient Saints. It's on. The scene, heaven and earth, was filled with a murderous aura. Looking at the two ancient saints, Zhao Shang and Qin Yi, their bodies were flooded with monstrous might. The powerhouses present were both appalled and incredibly envious of the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. It was said that the Forbidden Clan was more protective. However, the crowd did not expect the Forbidden Sect to protect their calves to such an extent. The elders of the sect fought to defend their disciples, even going so far as to start a clan war. You guys, let's fight. I'm afraid of you. Boom. The faces of the Yanjun Ancient Sage and the Underflame Ancient Sage became extremely unnatural. None of them expected it. These two old guys from the Forbidden Sect were actually so strong. Much less did I expect that it would come to this. The two clenched their silver teeth and also erupted with monstrous might. In front of so many powerful people, if they retreat, the powerhouses of the 3,000 great worlds all thought that they, the Red Flame Valley, were afraid of the Forbidden Sect. Just when everyone thought that the battle of the ancient saints was about to break out, an old man in a blue Xian robe with kind brows stood out and laughed. Fellow Taoists of the Forbidden Sect, since this little friend is not injured, the two Taoists from the Red Flame Valley have also taken a blow from you. So let's leave things at that. There are many powerful people here, and once the ancient sage battle breaks out, it's bound to hurt the innocent. When the time comes to involve a larger scale great war, it will be a disaster for the 3,000 great worlds as well. Furthermore, the entrance to the great emperor's secret realm is about to stabilize. Chulu looked up and realized that the old man who spoke was from the Spirit Clearance sect. It was an ancient sage elder of the Spirit Clearance sect. That's right, a few fellow Taoists. Fellow Taoist Lan Qing is right. Let's put aside the grudges between your two forces for now, and after the great emperor's secret realm, you can do whatever you want. An ancient saint powerhouse from the extreme emperor Dao system also stood out and persuaded. Ha, old man Lan Chang, your Spirit Clearance sect and Red Flame Valley were originally wearing the same pants. If it wasn't for the saint's timely intervention earlier, my Forbidden Sect's heavenly pride, Chu Lu, would have been victimized by this old undead, the Yanjun ancient saint. And you have the nerve to say it? Elder Zhao Shang glanced at the blue clear ancient sage of the Spirit Clearance sect, his gaze cold and his eyes rising, but he immediately turned his words around again and dispersed the might on his body and said, but fellow Daoist Lingkong of the extreme Emperor Dao system has a good point. After the great Emperor's secret realm, if your Red Flame Valley wants to fight, we of the Forbidden Sect will accompany you to the end. Upon hearing this, the Yanjun ancient sage and the Underflame ancient sage also snorted coldly, dispersing a monstrous might. Seeing this scene, all the powerful people present were relieved. With that, the Yanjun ancient sage and the Underflame ancient sage, with a group of Red Flame Valley's disciples, leaned towards the Spirit Clearance sect. Chulu glanced at the Red Flame Valley group. Just in time, his gaze met that of the Yanjun ancient sage who looked over, as well as Han Wujiao. Chulu grinned and directly raised his middle finger at them on the spot, a little naked provocation, then turned away and paid no more attention. This scene was also seen by many powerful people. Many people are interested in Chu lockup. Little bastard. The Yanjun ancient sage's face was as gloomy as water, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Senior Han, is this the kid who defeated you? It doesn't look like much. Beside Han Wujiao stood two teenagers wearing red-colored Shin robes. One man's eyes were crimson, and fiery lava seemed to flow in his eyes. The other person, who had red hair, had a burning aura coming out of his body from time to time. These two teenagers were named Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu. The two of them were also prides on the Heavens Pride list. The rankings on the Heavens Remarkable ranking were the 120th, and the 148th. Facing the tone of the two, Han Wujiao's face was gloomy as he arched his hand. Two senior brothers. That's him. His name is Chu Lok. Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly, looking at Chu Lu's back with disdain. Du Sheng, Tian Yu, do not take the enemy lightly. This little brute has mastered several forbidden mastery techniques of the Forbidden Sect, so watch out. But the old ancestor has ordered that it must be snuffed out no matter what. The best chance for you to enter the secret realm. The Stygian ancient sage reminded the two of them. Yes, don't worry elder, we will definitely let this kid die without knowing it. Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu arched their hands. Elder brothers, I hope that this little brute will be left to me to settle in the end. The shame he brought me, I will pay it back 100-fold. Han Wujiao's face was grim as he said. The two nodded and looked at Chu Lu once again, full of teasing colors. At this moment, Chu Lu also detected a coldness and looked back once again, just in time to notice Dusan and Zhao Tianyu's gazes. Brother Chu, we'll have to be more careful when we enter the secret realm. Those two are Red Flame Valley's Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu, ranked 120 and 148 on the Heavens Pride ranking respectively. Dan Duanzi, who was beside Chu-Lu, reminded in a low voice. Chu-Lu faintly smiled and waved his hand. Brother Dan, don't worry. If they dare to come looking for trouble, I have ways to clean them up. In Chu-Lu's heart, he had already begun to calculate. If he was in the secret realm, he would have slaughtered all of the disciples of the Red Flame Valley. Would the Yanjun Ancient Sage and the Stygian Ancient Sage go on a rampage? The answer is yes. When the time comes out, these two old things, they definitely won't stop. Wouldn't he get another calf protection value then? Thinking of this, Chu-Lu made up his mind. If you meet someone from the Red Flame Valley, you'll just kill them. Kid, after entering the secret realm, if you encounter a chance and have that strength, you should fight for it and grab it. Don't be afraid even if you slaughter the other side's heavenly pride. We'll have us two old guys around when we come out. If both of us old guys can't protect you, you'll just have to pray for that deadbeat great imperial master in your family to show up. Just as Chu-Lok was out of his mind, Zhao Sheng turned to Chu-Lu and seriously instructed. Chu-Lu froze and a smile appeared on his face as he arched his hand and bowed towards Zhao Sheng. Disciple thanks Second Elder. Second Elder, I have offended you much in the past. Please forgive me. Next time, the latecomer will not glean the elixir in your medicinal field. Zhao Sheng snorted lightly and turned directly away. Chu-Lok rolled his eyes. Yoo-hoo, this little old man has a temper? He himself has sincerely apologized. However, Chu-Lu also understood in his heart that it was just as Elder Qini had said. Elder Zhao Sheng has a knife's mouth but a tofu heart. Buzz. The entrance to the secret realm has stabilized. Move. At that moment, a strong fluctuation came from the entrance of the space rift. That film of light gradually became transparent, but it still contained a great emperor's might. The countless powerhouses on the scene rushed into the light membrane at the first opportunity. Some Nirvana realm and above powerhouses also tried to force their way in. However, he was unexpectedly strangled on the spot by the terrifying power of the light film. Let's go in too. Chu-Lok gave a reminder. With that, and Danduanzi took the senior brothers of their respective sects and flew into that huge world behind the light membrane. The Red Flame Valley's three great heavenly prides saw Chu-Lu's group enter the secret realm. With a cold smile on his face, he also led dozens of Red Flame Valley disciples to follow closely. Chu-Lok's group had just stepped into the light membrane. Suddenly, Chu-Lu realized that the scenery around him shifted rapidly. Chu-Lu froze and subconsciously looked at the group of brothers and sisters beside him. It was discovered that there were only 6 of the dozen core disciples who had originally followed him. Dan Dusty and the dozen or so core disciples of the Dan sect also disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Chu-Lu and these 6 core disciples were in the middle of an unfamiliar mountain range. What's going on here? Where are the other brothers? It should be that we were scattered when we entered the entrance to the secret realm. These 6 core disciples looked back and also realized that the other senior brothers were missing. However, as core disciples of a top power, the 6 did not panic and analyzed calmly. The 6 core disciples all looked toward Chu-Lu. A man at the head of the group spoke. Senior brother Chu, what should we do now? We hear you. Chu-Lok nodded, and was just about to have a few disciples, using the sect token, contact the other disciples who were lost. Suddenly, a strong medicinal scent greeted his nose. Chu-Lok froze and looked around. It was discovered that under the mountain range not far away, there was actually a medicinal field. Senior brother, it's a medicinal field. Hiss, so many elixirs. It looks like the quality of these spirit medicines isn't low. The 6 core disciples, who had also seen the medicinal field not far away, couldn't help but exclaim, move, come with me to scavenge. With a wave of his hand, Chu-Lu immediately brought 6 core disciples and flew towards this medicinal field not far away. Upon arriving at the medicine field, Chu-Lu realized that the lowest grade of the spirit medicines in the medicinal field was spirit grade. This is spiritual soil. Chu-Lu sensed the aura in the spiritual field. It was very dense. With a frown, he knelt down and grabbed a handful of soil from the spirit field. Straight away, he exclaimed. Spiritual earth was not new to him. On Elder Zhao Sheng's main peak, there was an extremely small piece of spiritual soil. Just that one extremely small piece of spirit soil was treated as a treasure by Zhao Sheng. And here, there is actually such a large piece of spiritual land. Ha ha ha, senior brother Chu, we're rich. Such a large piece of spirit soil. If we bring it back to the clan, we won't have to worry about running out of spirit medicine in the future. A few disciples were instantly excited as well. Then what's the fuss? Hurry up and dig. Dig 3 feet into the ground and don't leave me a tiny bit of dinky spiritual soil, ha. Chu-Lu came back to his senses, full of excitement, and hurriedly urged the several disciples. Yes, the 6 disciples immediately tied up their sleeves, intending to empty the entire medicinal field. Ha ha ha, I didn't realize there was actually a medicinal field here. Ha, I can't believe someone got there first. Just as the 6 core disciples began to empty the medicinal field, not even intending to spare the ground. Suddenly, several figures flew from a distance and descended into the sky above the medicinal field. Chulu looked up and realized that there were 10 people descending into the sky above. Among them were men and women, dressed in uniform. It was thought that these people were all disciples from the same power. Chulu's eyes lifted slightly, and his gaze fell on a young man at the head of the group. It was because this man's cultivation level was actually at the Taicho first realm. As for the other 9, 4 of them were at the Divine Spirit 1 or 2 realm. The remaining 5 were all at the beginningless realm. Humph, we are disciples of the Forbidden Sect. We discovered this place first. Get the hell out of here. Boom. The 6 Forbidden Sect disciples who were searching the medicinal fields, looking at the 10 people in the void, his face immediately turned cold. The 6 released their powerful auras at the same time. The cultivation levels of these 6 core disciples were all at the Divine Spirit realm. Most of the core disciples of the Forbidden Sect had cultivation levels at the Divine Spirit realm, but they couldn't make it into the Heaven's Pride ranking, because some of them are hundreds of years old. The aura of the 6 Divine Spirit realms also subdued the group that arrived. Forbidden Sect. When the 10 people saw the clan robes on Chulu's group, their faces clouded over. The other 9 people all looked at the young man at the head of the group. This young man, named Lu Feng. It was the 118th ranked Heaven's Remarkable Ranking Heaven's Remarkable Ranking Heaven's Remarkable Ranking Heaven's Remarkable Ranking. The Heaven's Gate sect from the 3000 worlds. Although the Heaven's Gate sect was far inferior to the Forbidden Sect, but it is also considered a major power in one side of the realm. It was rumored that within the sect, there was even a great emperor ancestor sitting in the town. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was the young sect leader of the Heaven's Gate sect. A few of you, get out of here. My Forbidden Sect's things are not easy to rob. Even if you robbed our spirit medicine, would you be able to bring it back? Outside the entrance to the secret realm, my clan's 2 ancient sage elders can guard it. If you don't want to bring trouble to your sect, get the hell out. Chulu grinned, kindly advising a few people. Young Patriarch, the few people from the Heaven's Gate sect all looked at Lu Feng, who was at the head of the group. Chulok was no stranger to them. Earlier, outside of the secret realm, the Forbidden Sect had almost gone to war with the Red Flame Valley just because of Chulu. The scene of the Forbidden Sect protecting their calves was a scene that they remembered fondly. Young Patriarch, that's spirit soil. Hiss, this medicinal field, it's actually a spiritual soil. Just when Lu Feng was planning to give up, a disciple of the Heaven's Gate sect beside him suddenly exclaimed in shock as he noticed the spirit soil emitting a rich spiritual chi in the medicinal field. Chulu frowned, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his hands, hidden in his sleeve robes, began to rapidly form seals. Lu Feng froze, fixed his eyes and realized that it was actually real spirit soil. Spiritual soil is very rare and can be considered priceless. He didn't realize there was such a big piece here. At this moment, a touch of greed flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. Gentlemen, why don't you go? Chulu grinned, hiding his hands in his sleeve robes as he addressed the crowd. As he spoke, Chulu also gave the 6 disciples a look in passing. The 6 core disciples immediately understood and ceased to search the medicinal fields for spirit medicines and spirit soil. Lu Feng's thoughts flashed by and he quickly made a choice. Go, spiritual soil for all who see it. Unless you Forbidden Sect gives up half of your spirit land, we're leaving right now. Lu Feng sneered and looked at Chulu. Oh, and if we refuse? Chulu's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a harmless smile. Then you will only die. Lu Feng's face turned cold as a huge force suppressed out from within him. The 9 Heaven's Gate sect disciples beside him also immediately released their aura, enveloping the entire field. Taicho realm. The 6 core disciples of the Forbidden Sect also stopped their hands, weapons drawn and ready to meet the enemy. You dare to rob our Forbidden Sect? Have you not lived long enough? Chulu smiled faintly, and a murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. I know you. Your name is Chulok, right? As long as we kill all of you here, the Forbidden Sect, even if they are more protective, won't know that it was us who did it. You guys go deal with those core disciples. I'll kill this kid and come back to help you guys. Lu Feng's words turned, and in an instant, he took a step and charged at Chulu. Yes, young sovereign. Boom. The other 9 Heaven's Gate sect disciples immediately killed the 6 people in the pill field. Seek death. The 6 core disciples, one after another, leapt up to meet the Heaven's Gate sect disciples. And in the meantime, Lu Feng's face was full of grimace as he killed in front of Chulu. Chulu's face showed fear. Seeing this, Lu Feng laughed out loud. Kid, today this young lord will remove you from the Heaven's Pride ranking. Lu Feng thought that Chulu was scared silly by his might. So let your guard down. Just as he raised his palm and blasted at Chulu's head. Originally terrified Chulu, suddenly his face changed and grinned. Forbidden Jedi. God-slaying heavenly poison. Boom. Chulu's eyes bloomed with a ghostly green aura. The palm hidden in the sleeve robe was stretched out brazenly. Above its palm, a breathless pale green light was draped around it, entwined with a bizarre rune. The moment Chu Lok extended his palm, the weeds at his feet withered instantly, and Chu Lu's palm clashed with Lu Feng's palm. Boom! Chu Lu received this palm of Lu Feng's hard, and was shaken back a dozen steps by the powerful force before calming his body. A tingling sensation came from his arm, and his chi and blood surged. Hiss! What a power! Chu Lok took a deep breath and shook his palms. Ah! What have you done to me? Ah! Lu Feng's heartbreaking screams came out. Chu Lu looked up and saw Lu Feng rolling on the ground holding his arms. A weird green pattern spread up the arm. Chu Lu came to Lu Feng's body and looked down with downcast eyes, revealing 8 large white teeth. A human face. This move of the forbidden jutsu, God-slaying heavenly poison, was unleashed without a sound, much less produce any fluctuations in breath, as well as visions. And this move has no solution and is extremely vicious. Within 10 breaths, the person who was struck would be reduced to a puddle of blood. With his current cultivation, the person who was struck would surely die even if he was a peak Taichu realm powerhouse. It's simply a must-have move for old six to sneak up on you. There were hundreds of other vicious forbidden moves like this and 1,000 forbidden mastery techniques. Chu Lu was quite skeptical that the people who created these vicious Jedi were definitely a group of old sixes. Ah, help me, Chu Lu. I know it's wrong. Quickly help me detoxify. Lu Feng couldn't mobilize any spiritual energy all over his body right now. The pain coming from his arm went deep into his soul. One hand grabbed Chu Lok's shoe and begged for mercy in agony. How could there be any appearance of being a teenage pride? Chu Lu spread out both hands and laughed helplessly. Sorry, I can't solve it either. Just lie down and die. Chu Lu's words caused Lu Feng to almost despair. His eyes filled with venomous hatred. A fierce color appeared on his face. The other hand grabbed the poisoned arm. Give it a hard yank. Lu Feng stiffly ripped his arm off. However, the moment he ripped his arm off, blood spurted from the wound. Not red, but green. In the next moment, Lu Feng's entire body was covered in bizarre green lines. Immediately afterward, the flesh and blood began to melt, and with remorse, Lu Feng's consciousness gradually blurred and his vitality faded. Young Sovereign, the 9 Heaven's Gate sect disciples who were fighting noticed Lu Feng, who had been transformed into a puddle of blood. None were appalled. The 9 people's momentary loss of concentration also allowed the 6 core disciples to seize the opportunity. How dare you get distracted? Go to hell! Boom! Ah! 9 disciples of the Heaven's Gate sect were killed by 6 core disciples of the Forbidden sect. Senior Brother Chu. Awesome! After killing a few people, the 6 core disciples came in front of Chu Lu. The crowd could not help but take in a deep breath of cool air when they saw Lu Feng, who had turned into a puddle of blood. The eyes that looked at Chu Lu were filled with admiration. Their senior brother Chu had actually exterminated a heavenly pride of the Taichou realm with the cultivation of the Divine Spirit second realm. I'm afraid no one will believe this if it gets out. Key fuck don't 6. Let's hurry up or someone else will be here later. That's right. Senior brother Tang. Quickly find me 2 spirit medicines that contain vitality. Chu Lu said to one of the disciples at the head of the group. Just casting the god-slaying heavenly poison had actually depleted his lifespan by 300 years. Okay. This disciple entered the medicinal field and quickly found 3 spirit medicines rich in rich vitality for Chu Lu. Chu Lu picked up the elixir and directly nibbled on it. A few others continued to scavenge for spirit medicines and furiously dig for spirit soil. The movements are extremely skillful. One look and you can tell that the disciples of the Forbidden sect haven't done this kind of thing a lot. Just as Chu Lu commanded a few disciples, digging up spirit soil. However, he didn't know that outside the secret realm, the heavens' remarkable ranking had once again surfaced. Buzz. The illusory heavens pride ranking appeared in the dome of the sky. The major powerhouses that were guarding the outside world were all startled and raised their heads in a hurry. It was only in the heavens pride ranking, on the 118th position of the ranking, the words Lu Feng of the Heavenly Gate sect disappeared in a glowing manner. In its place, the words, Forbidden sect Chu drop. Hiss. This, how is this possible? Tianmen sect's Lu Feng. Isn't he at the Taichou realm cultivation? Heavens. Could it be that the Forbidden sect's Chu Lu is actually a Taichou realm powerhouse? TSK, TSK, TSK. In 1 month, this Chu Lu let 2 heavenly prides go down the list. Not really, 200 Tianjiao list. Now the list still left 180 some people. If you want to re-enter the list, you'll only have a chance when the Heaven's Remarkable Ranking Conference is held again. Countless powerful forces, all greatly surprised. 1,000 emotions. How is this little beast possible? The Yanjun ancient sage saw Chu Lu's name, appearing at the 118 position. The whole thing is bad. Of the 3 great heavenly prides they had entered the secret realm. The strongest one, Du Shang, was in the same realm as Lu Feng, ranked 120. At this moment, An ominous premonition flooded the heart of the Yanjun ancient sage. No need to worry too much. Maybe that Lu Feng met other heavenly pride and was just picked up by that little beast. The Hades flame ancient sage comforted. The Yanjun ancient sage nodded slightly, thinking that this should be the case. As for Zhao Shang and Qin Yi, the two of them, when they saw Chu Lu's name appearing in the 118th position, they were also dumbfounded. The second old man was curious. How did this kid defeat Lu Feng, who was in the Taichou realm? Did that kid perform another forbidden jutsu? Peek. Just then, a voice of grief caught everyone's attention. The crowd saw a man wearing a white xian robe with a face full of grief, hands cupped around a shattered name tag, eyes crimson. This person was none other than the Heaven's Gate's ex-patriarch, Lu Daoyuan, and Lu Feng's own father. Seeing this scene, Zhao Shang and Qin Yi looked at each other and instantly understood everything. It turns out that this kid is not the one who defeated Lu Feng. Instead, they slaughtered him. Forbidden sect. Give me an explanation. Lu Daoyuan's face was filled with anger as he looked towards the duo of Zhao Shang and Qin Yi. Its angry voice resounded through heaven and earth. Rolling holy might, it rose up to the sky. Ha! What are you barking at? Explain? What do I, the forbidden sect, need to explain to you? Less skillful than others. And you still have the nerve to come out and make a fool of yourself. Then again, this son of yours is really a waste of space. The Taichu realm is still being decimated by our Chu Lu. When the little ones are gone, you old ones are going to jump out? Hoof. Patriarch Lu, you have this time to bark here. You might as well go back and have another one now. Zhao Shang glanced at Lu Daoyuan, his face full of mockery. Many of the top powerhouses present couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths and secretly shake their heads. Zhao Shang's words, simply not a little hard to hear. You, Lu Daoyuan was furious, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. His face was suffocating red. You what you? If you want to fight, we two old guys will play with you. 1 against 2. You won against us two old guys. You earned it. If you lose, you'll leave your life here. Qin Yi tied up his sleeves and pulled out his spirit sword once again. Humph. Forbidden sect. I hope you'll still be so domineering when my Heavenly Gate sect's old ancestor comes to my door. Lu Daoyuan's sleeve robe flung, with grief and anger, left this place. Humph. Who doesn't have a couple of old nobodies like that? Zhao Shang muttered and continued to close his eyes, waiting for Chu Lu's group to come out. Elder Zhao Shang's value plus 5,000. Elder Qin Yi's calf protection value plus 5,000. Ha! What happened? Chu Lu, who had just finished searching the medicinal fields with a few disciples, suddenly received a prompt from the system. Chu Lok was dumbfounded. P.S. It's another blowout day, so click on the hypes, click on the followers, and continue tomorrow. Rizbei. The inexplicable value of protecting the calf surprised Chu Lu. The two elders, what are they doing out there? However, obtaining the calf protection value, Chu Lu was still quite happy. One step closer to redeeming the everlasting body. Chu Lu looked back and glanced at the medicinal field, quite satisfied. The previous medicinal field had long disappeared, leaving only a large pit. They also literally took the entire medicinal field and dug it up. The 6 core disciples behind them were overflowing with satisfied smiles. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura fluctuated, coming from behind a distant mountain. Senior brother Chu, someone is engaging in battle. A disciple beside Chu Lu was surprised. Chu Lu wiped her chin, her eyes flickering continuously. The great emperor's secret realm is full of opportunities. They just came in and encountered rare spiritual soil. There were strong people fighting in front of them, definitely fighting for the chance. A thought flashed by, and Chu Lu grinned, intending to go and join in the fun. Come on, let's go over there in the dark and take a look. Chu Lu brought the 6 core disciples and ran after the large mountain in the distance. When Chu Lok's group went over this big mountain, just see a valley. A dozen or so strong men were engaged in a fierce battle. Chu Lu recognized these dozen people at once from the clan robes they were wearing, as disciples of the 2 top forces, Spirit Sea Sect and Cloud Misty Holy Land. One in particular had a graceful figure, a white dress, and was extremely beautiful. The young girl who was like a fairy in the dust made Chu Lu couldn't help but let his eyes light up. The pair of snow-capped mountains on its chest is particularly eye-catching. Without guessing, Chu Lu was sure that this extraordinary breath and stunningly beautiful-looking young girl was a heavenly pride from the Cloud Misty Holy Land, because there are no men in the Cloud Misty Sanctuary. But for this young girl, Chu Lu did not recognize her. As for the person who fought with this young girl from the Cloud Misty Holy Land, on the other hand, it was a handsome-looking teenager wearing a blue basilisk coat. Powerful spiritual energy fluctuations suppressed out from this teenager's body. At this moment, the teenager stepped into the void, holding an azure-colored spirit spear. His body was covered in runes, just like a teenage god king, gives a sense of invincibility, from the power that surged out from the two. Chu could see through the realm of the two with a single glance. The duo from the Spirit Clearance sect and the Cloud Misty Holy Land both had cultivations at the Divine Spirit 6th realm. However, at the moment, this young girl from the Cloud Misty Holy Land, but gradually revealed the disadvantage. The defeat is also sooner or later. The other female disciples of the Cloud Mist sect were also caught in a bitter battle. Chu hurriedly glanced at the battlefield between the two sides. The eyes were instantly drawn to a gray flower deep in the valley. This gray flower with a little gray glow. The special medicinal power fluctuation allowed Chu to sense it even from such a distance. And this gray flower, Chu recognized. It's actually a heaven-grade soul nurturing flower. Chu was surprised. He remembered that Elder Zhao Shang had a plant in his medicine field. Only that soul nurturing flower of Elder Zhao Shang was still just a seedling, not at all comparable to this one in the valley. It seems that the pride of the two top forces are all competing for this soul nourishing flower. Soul nourishing flowers are a good thing. Those who take it can both enhance their soul power and restore damaged souls. How could he miss such a good thing? Senior brother Chu. That's very Yun Chen of the Cloud Mist Holy Land. 125th ranked Heaven's Pride on the Heaven's Pride ranking. That other guy is Luo Yu from the Spirit Clearance sect, ranked 123 on the Heaven's Remarkable ranking. Senior brother Chu. We have to help Fairy Yun. The 6 core disciples who were hiding in the shadows with Chu hurriedly reminded Chu after seeing the people fighting on both sides. What? She's Yun Chen? At those words, Chu was greatly surprised, and his gaze fell on the retreating Yun Chen. Throughout the entire Forbidden Sect, who doesn't know that their senior brother Bai Yun and Yun Chen of the Cloud Misty Sacred Land are in love with each other? Bai Yun, the pro-disciple, was known as a good old boy within the sect. The disciples of the entire sect held the senior brother Bai Yun in extraordinarily high esteem. Chu once patronized Elder Zhao Shang's medicinal field and was caught on the spot by Zhao Shang. Luckily, White Cloud was there at the time. When Bai Yun stepped in, Elder Zhao Shang only stunk on him. Then he threw him out and did not embarrass him. Since Yun Chen is Bai Yun's Taoist partner, then he couldn't stand by and watch. What are you waiting for? Take a plunge and help. Chu returned to his senses and said to the 6 core disciples around him. Oh Spirit Clearance sect scumbags. How dare you? Don't be afraid. Fairies of the Cloud Mist Holy Land, I, Li Kuei of the Forbidden Sect, have come. Forbidden Sect. Wang Shang is here. The 6 core disciples were stunned and immediately pulled out their weapons and charged out directly to kill the battlefield. On the other hand, Chu made a seal with both hands, and a strong spatial fluctuation surfaced around him. Both eyes were fixed on the soul-nurturing flower deep in the valley. Forbidden Jedi. Spatial Great Shift. Buzz. Chu's figure instantly disappeared in place, and in the meantime, on the battlefield, the two sides that were fighting were all startled and looked over to the side of the mountain. 6 core disciples, riding a powerful might, killed the battlefield. Forbidden Sect. Damn it, how did the disciples of the Forbidden Sect appear here? Damn. Several Spirit Sea Sect disciples, their faces turned ugly, and they all cursed. The several female disciples of the Cloud Misty Holy Land who were caught in a bitter battle, saw that the people who came were disciples of the Forbidden Sect. All of them showed joyful colors. Senior sisters, it's the Tao friends of the Forbidden Sect. Don't be afraid, everyone. Together we'll repel these guys from the Spirit Sea Sect. A female disciple saw 5 core disciples of the Forbidden Sect, killing their way into the battlefield, and immediately encouraged her senior sisters behind her. Boom! A few female disciples from the Cloud Misty Holy Land and 5 core disciples from the Forbidden Sect joined forces to counterattack a few people from the Spirit Clearance Sect. The Forbidden Sect. I'm not afraid of you. Boom! Several disciples of the Spirit Clearance Sect were furious. Looking at them, they were about to take down these female disciples of the Cloud Mist Holy Land. I didn't expect the Forbidden Sect to suddenly come and intervene. Several Spirit Clearance Sect disciples rushed to meet them, but at the moment, in their place, the Spirit Sea Sect has fallen into a disadvantage. In the meantime, above the void, after Luo Yu shocked Yun Chen back with a poem, immediately noticing as well, the Forbidden Sect disciples that suddenly appeared, his face was instantly furious. Yun Chen suppressed the churning blood. A pair of very large peaks rose and fell, and her face went a little pale. The beautiful eyes saw that the senior sisters, with the help of a few Forbidden Sect disciples, were not in danger, and not without a sigh of relief. Luo Yu, you son of a bitch. You dare to bully our senior white brother's Cloud Fairy? Eat my Wang Shang sword. Just then, another disciple of the Forbidden Sect, Wang Shang, supported Yun Chen. A sword sneak attack was directed at Luo Yu. Luo Yu's eyes condensed as the battle spear in his hand erupted with terrifying gun intent. A mere divine spirit 4th realm dares to come up and sneak attack? Boom! Luo Yu snorted coldly and backhanded a shot across the room. The powerful force swept Wang Shang's spirit sword off on the spot. An invisible and powerful force slammed into Wang Shang's chest. Wang Shang let out a muffled grunt as his figure shook back to Yun Qianqian's side. This fellow Daoist, are you alright? Yun Qianqian's jade hand reached out to stabilize Wang Shang's form. Ahem. It's fine. It's fine. Fairy Yun, don't worry. Our senior brother Chu is also here. Wang Shang waved his hand and coughed dryly to comfort Yun Qianqian. In the next moment, Wang Shang turned around and was completely dumbfounded. Ha! Where is senior brother Chu? Wang Shang was filled with doubt when he saw that his own senior brother Chu did not follow him. At those words, Luo Yu and Yun Qianqian both froze. Chu Lok and the others know each other nowadays. After all, outside of the secret realm, just because of this Chu Lu, the ancient sage battle almost broke out. Suddenly, Luo Yu seemed to notice something and turned around violently. The eyes looked in the direction of the soul-nurturing flower. I don't know when. Chu Lu, who had disappeared earlier, unknowingly appeared here at the soul-nurturing flower. All the people present actually did not have the slightest notice. Chu Lu's hand rose and fell, and the soul-nurturing flower, with its roots and mud, was put into his nascent soul ring. The movement is horribly skillful. Seek death. Boom! Luo Yu let out a furious cry. The runes on his body emitted a faint glow. Waving the long spear in his hand, he blasted at Chu Lu with a shot through the air. Only an illusory golden gun shadow was seen, storing up a powerful force and tearing through the air. An ear-piercing buzzing sound erupted and sped towards Chu Lu in an instant. Senior brother Chu, beware. Fellow Daoist, beware. Core disciple Wang Shang and the Yun Qianqian duo hurriedly reminded Chu Lu. Chu Lu, who had his back to the crowd, had also long sensed the powerful force coming from behind him. A violent leap. Boom! A golden gun shadow blasted down, and a huge mushroom cloud instantly rose. The berserk power scattered in all directions, like ripples in the water. The surrounding trees instantly snapped. The disciples of the three major forces that were fighting also stopped their hands at this moment. Turning to the imperial spirit, he blocked the onslaught of the aftermath of this power. After a few moments, the smoke cleared. The crowd in the room rose up dumbfounded, only to see the mountains in the depths of the valley directly disappeared. What a terrible attack! Several disciples of the Forbidden Sect, and several female disciples of the Cloud Misty Holy Land, all took in a deep breath of cold air, looking at Luo Yu's figure with scorn. What kind of monsters are these heavenly prides on the list? The power of that attack just now had long since departed from the range that the Divine Spirit Realm should have. Ha! So what if it's a disciple of the Forbidden Sect? With our senior brother Luo Yu here, you guys are dead. The few core disciples of the Spirit Clearance Sect all laughed coldly, their confidence increasing. At this moment, Luo Yu, who was in the void, landed in front of several Spirit Clearance Sect disciples. His face was as gloomy as water as he stared behind several Forbidden Sect and Cloud Mist Holy Land disciples. Luo Yu's icy cold eyes made the hearts of the core disciples of the two major powers flutter. It's you! Hand over the soul-nurturing flower, or all of you will die today. Luo Yu's eyes bloomed with ghostly golden light, and the golden runes on his body appeared once again. A cold killing intent, diffused. Ha! I say this, brother. I didn't just pick a small flower. Why put people to death? A teasing voice came from behind the disciples of the two major powers. The crowd froze and immediately turned around, and a few disciples of the Forbidden Sect immediately became excited. It was discovered that Chu Lu, at some point, had appeared behind them. Senior brother Chu. A couple of people have forgotten that there is still Chu senior brother in the well. I'm afraid of this. Their family's senior brother Chu was able to take out even a Taichou realm powerhouse. A few female disciples of the Cloud Mist Sect naturally knew Chu Lu. Several pairs of beautiful eyes curiously surveyed Chu Lu. Chu Lu walked to the front of the crowd, revealing 8 large white teeth with a human and harmless face. At that moment, the disciple named Wang Shang also landed with Yun Qianqian. Elder sister, are you alright? Seeing the pale Yun Qianqian, a few female disciples got worried. Yun Qianqian waved her hand and glanced at Luo Yu before turning to Chu Lu, who was beside her, and arching her hand. Many thanks to Mr. Chu for bringing all your fellow Taoists to save us. Duke Chu, you are not his opponent, and I'm also injured. Why don't we give them the soul-nurturing flower? Otherwise, if you are even tired of all of you, Qianshan will not be able to feel good in her heart. Yun Qianshan's words had just fallen. Immediately from the opposite side came the smug mocking sounds of several Spirit Sea Sect disciples. Ha 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 ha, count on you guys to know what you're doing. That's right, if you don't want to die, hurry up and hand over the soul-nurturing flower. He. So what if it's the Forbidden Sect? So what if it's the Cloud Mist Holy Land? We have senior brother Luo Yu here. You guys are destined to not be able to bring away the soul-raising flower today. Facing the mockery of a group of Spirit Clearance Sect disciples, The few disciples of the forbidden sect were instantly taught. You spirit clearance sect scumbags, be complacent my ass. We also have senior brother Chu, Fairy Yun. There's no need to be afraid of them. Luo Yu is nothing in front of our senior brother Chu. Senior brother Chu, slaughter them. That's right, senior brother Chu. Let them know how powerful our forbidden sect is. Senior brother Chu, make your move. We can't stand it anymore. These scumbags are too arrogant. A few disciples of the forbidden sect, not minding the situation, pleaded with Chu Lu to make a move. On the side, Yun Xian and a few Cloud Misty Holy Land disciples were greatly puzzled. It was unknown why these disciples of the forbidden sect were so confident in Chu Lu. Under their perception, it was discovered that Chu Lu was only at the Divine Spirit second realm cultivation level. Chu Lu blankly glanced at his own several senior brothers. Fight fight fight. All you know is fight all day. He strikes out without costing his life. Ever since he defeated Han Wujia with the sect, there had been no shortage of fights along the way, all without a break. Those who knew thought he was the forbidden sect's heavenly pride. Those who don't know think he's the livestock of the forbidden sect. Chu Lu looked at the leader, Luo Yu, and shrugged his shoulders, smiling harmlessly as a human being. It's just a little flower. Not so much. You guys go away. I don't want to fight you right now, because I'm afraid to step in and beat you to death and it won't be good. Chu Lu's words caused several forbidden sect disciples to cry out domineeringly in their hearts. Worthy of their scourge. Bah! Senior Chu! Ha! What a Chu Lu! No wonder he made the people of the Red Flame Valley hold a grudge. It seems like you don't intend to hand over the soul-nurturing flower. Boom! Luo Yu was infuriated by Chu Lu's words. With a deep sigh, a powerful aura at the peak of the Divine Spirit realm rushed up from his body. A single golden rune filled with amazing spiritual power. Luo Yu's eyes blossomed with a golden aura as his body floated suspended in the air. In the next moment, Luo Yu's body bloomed with golden light. The spiritual energy of a 1,000-mile radius converged crazily with him at the center. Immediately after, Luo Yu pinched his hands together and the runes flashed. Around his body, golden light flowed and visions were born. In the middle of the vision, 10,000 spears stood in a row, with sharp edges, suppressing the world. A golden spear silhouette of hundreds of feet was filled with berserk power, suppressed from the void space behind him. His senior brother Luo really wants to slaughter them all. To actually perform this trick, retreat. Several disciples of the spiritual clearance sect, looking at the suppression out of this huge golden gun shadow, look horrified. Immediately withdraw from the valley. Sacred technique. Everyone go. I'll hold him off. Yun Xianxian's beautiful eyes frowned as she held a spirit sword in front of Chu Lu, looking straight into the void. Ha! Can you walk? 10,000 paths divine lance. Die. Boom! Luo Yu waved the long spear in his hand, riding a terrifying golden spear shadow. One step forward, killing straight to the crowd. Under the influence of this terrifying force, the earth under the feet of the crowd began to tremble. You guys get out of here. Yun Xianxian's silver teeth clenched, just when she wanted to strike, ready to desperately take Luo Yu's blow. Behind him, Chu Lu skimmed his lips and directly stepped out first. Miss Yun, lend me your sword. Chu Lu snatched the spirit sword from Yun Xianxian's hand and turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the attacking Luo Yu. Since you want to die, I'll have to fulfill you. Buzz. Chu Lu's eyes stared, and a blood-colored light began to flow in his eyes, instantly biting his finger. A drop of blood was smeared on top of the spirit sword. Immediately afterward, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, only the spirit sword in Chu Lu's hand became incomparably red. In the next moment, a berserk, bloodthirsty, and bizarre sword intent, it rushed up from Chu Lu's body into the sky. In an instant, the originally clear dome of the sky nearby turned into a blood-colored heaven and earth. What kind of move is this? What a terrifying sword intent! Yun Xianxian's eyes widened and her stunning face revealed a look of shock. At this moment, an endless blood-colored vision surfaced behind Chu Lu. Amidst the color of blood, 10,000 souls roared and white bones were found. A huge blood-colored figure, holding a bloody sword, stepped out of the vision on white bones. Majestic baleful chi, and astonishing power, like a waterfall that hung down to the 9 heavens, soared down and was added to Chu Lu's body. At this moment, Chu Lu and the huge figure behind him seemed to melt into one. It was like a killing god that had slaughtered billions of living beings. Luo Yu's complexion was horrified and his eyelids fluttered madly. How is this possible? He simply found it hard to believe that a mere divine spirit's second realm. I can't believe I can unleash such a terrifying power. But at that moment, Chu Lu's figure had already arrived in front of him. Luo Yu let out a furious cry, mobilizing all the power in his body and shouting up to the sky. Go to hell! Boom! The huge golden spear silhouette bloomed with dazzling light. Chu Lu, who had killed in front of the golden spear shadow, instantly raised the blood sword in his hand. Forbidden Jedi! Bloodshed sword slaughter. Boom! Chulok slashed out with a sword. In an instant, heaven and earth lost their colors, and a blood on connecting heaven and earth. Sprinting out. Boom! The golden gun shadow that contained a powerful force was directly caught by this terrifying blood-colored sword awnings. Split in two. Buzz. Turned into points of dazzling golden starlight. Dissipated between heaven and earth. And this terrifying sword on, its speed did not decrease. Like that stunning sun from the 9 heavens. Under Luo Yu's horrified gaze, it gradually enlarged. In the end, this blood-colored sword on flashed past Luo Yu's body, cutting a large mountain in the distance in half. At this moment, heaven and earth are silent. Everyone gazed at the duo in the void. Several forbidden sect disciples looked at Chu Lu's figure that was gradually dispersing its bloodlight. There was a twinkle in his eyes, full of admiration and shock. Their senior brother Chu was simply a Heaven's Pride ranking killer, slaughtered another Heavenly Pride on the list. And it was another forbidden stance that they hadn't seen before. I really don't know Chu's senior brother. Exactly how many of their clan's taboo mastery. No wonder brother Chu used to get high all the time. Always frequented the second elder's medicinal field. Now the crowd finally realizes the truth. Awesome. Yun Xianxian also had her beautiful eyes flickering continuously and could not help but let out a soft cry. Just now. That sort of Chu Lu's. If it was her, she would definitely not be able to catch it. At this moment, Yun Xian also finally understood why the disciples of the forbidden sect were full of confidence in Chu Lu. Buzz. Above the emptiness, Luo Yu's divine might was resplendent and dissipated. The lance in his hand fell. There was an extra vertical bloodstain between his forehead. The vitality in the body was rapidly disappearing. The moment he closed his eyes, Luo Yu looked at the gradually blurring Chu Lu, heart filled with endless remorse. Immediately afterward, this Heaven's Remarks ranking 123rd on the Heaven's Remarks list. Fallen. Seeing the other party fall back to sleep, Chu Lu finally felt relieved. Just now this move of forbidden mastery, another 300 years of his lifespan was lost. It takes so much life every time you take a shot. It seemed that in the future, if he came across any ordinary jutsu that he could see, he would have to master a move or two before he could do so. Before redeeming the everlasting body, casting a forbidden jutsu, there weren't enough lives to go around. Senior brother Luo. Died. Quickly go. First go to the other several senior brothers. The few spirit clearance sect disciples who had dodged in advance stood at a distance, their collective faces pale. It's hard to believe the scene in front of me. They didn't expect that senior brother Luo Yu was actually no match for this Chu Lu. Several people who reacted violently changed their faces and immediately fled the place. Chu Lu also noticed a few spirit clearance sect disciples who had vanished, but he didn't make a move. Since he had already slaughtered a ranking heavenly pride of the spirit clearance sect, that meant he had offended the spirit clearance sect. The spirit clearance sect would definitely not stop. Letting these people go would also be good to let the spirit clearance sect know that the people were killed by him. At that time, some of the old guys from the spirit clearance sect would definitely find trouble with him. Hey, he'll be able to reap the calf protection value again then. Thinking of this, Chulok smiled prettily, collected his breath, and returned to the side of the crowd. Those few spirit clearance sect scumbags, they escaped really fast. I really doubt that they have practiced. Ha ha ha, for sure. Several forbidden sect disciples also reacted, and all of them couldn't help but burst out laughing. Senior brother Chu, Nuwa. A few core disciples. Seeing Chulok's return, several people immediately rummaged through the nascent sacred ring. Immediately afterward, everyone pulled out 1 or 2 spirit medicines that could restore vitality and handed them to Chu Lu. Senior brother Chu, these are the spirit medicines we scavenged earlier. Eat them quickly. We understand. It's. A few disciples winked at Chu Lu. Chu Lu froze. This eyes. Seems not right. But a warm current flowed through Chu Lu's heart and he grinned. How embarrassing. These elixirs also have to be submitted to the clan. Chu Lu words or so. Hand but took a few disciples' hands of spirit medicine. Directly nibbled up. Replenished a part of the lost longevity. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched slightly. I don't see you embarrassed either. Watching the harmony between the disciples of the forbidden sect, Yun Xianxian couldn't help but smile as well. Suddenly, Yun Xianxian's face changed and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Sister! A few disciples of the Cloud Misty Holy Land were shocked. Miss Yun, are you alright? Quickly bring the healing elixir. Chu Lu was also startled and rushed to care. If nothing goes wrong, Yun Xianxian will probably be their senior sister in the future. A few disciples of the forbidden sect immediately took out a bunch of healing pills and handed them to Yun Xianxian. Yun Xianxian waved her hand and smiled sweetly. Don't worry, Mr. Chu. I'm fine. It's just the same old thing. Chu Lu's divine thoughts moved and landed on Yun Xianxian. Realizing that Yun Xianxian seemed to have a damaged soul, Yun Xianxian seemed to notice and continued to laugh. It seems that Mr. Chu has found out. Not long ago I was in a hurry and thought about forcing a breakthrough in the gong method, but I didn't expect the breakthrough to fail and hurt my divine soul. I came in today and stumbled upon the soul nurturing flower, but I didn't expect someone from the spirit clearance sect to show up here as well. Mr. Chu, could my daughter take something equivalent in exchange for the soul nurturing flower? Speaking of which, Yun Xianxian has some hesitation as well as embarrassment. Chu Lu and the few disciples of the forbidden sect instantly understood everything. It turned out that Yun Xianxian was already injured. No wonder he's no match for Luo Yu. Chu Lok returned to his senses and grinned. Since Miss Yun, Chu Lok hadn't finished speaking, Yun Xianxian then just flipped her hand. A jade bottle surfaced in her palm and said seriously, Mr. Chu, this is the realm-breaking pill, an earth-grade high-grade pill. Although the value of the realm-breaking dan is not low enough to be lower than the soul-nurturing flower, but when we go back, my little woman will definitely compensate with other elixirs or pills. I wonder if Mr. Chu Lu looked at the realm-breaking pill in Yun Xianxian's hand, swallowing hard the words he had just wanted to say, wanting to gift the soul-nurturing flower to her. The conversation turned. Miss Yun is too polite. Although the realm-breaking pill is not enough to outweigh this soul-nurturing flower, but you're our senior white brothers intended. Alright, I'm willing to exchange with Miss Yun. Saying that, Chu Lu immediately took the realm-breaking pill in Yun Xianxian's hand. Fear of backtracking. Then he took out the soul-nurturing flower and handed it to Yun Xianxian. Seeing the other party mentioned by Yun Xianxian's face blushed and she hurriedly said gratefully, Thank you, Mr. Chu. With that, Yun Xianxian took the soul-nurturing flower on the spot, refining the medicinal power on the spot to repair the damaged divine soul. Crowd for his protection. Seeing this, Chu Lu looked at the boundary-breaking pill in his hand and also intended to take this opportunity to raise his strength. So he took the realm-breaking dan on the spot and ran his gong method. In the meantime, beyond the entrance to the secret realm, the heavens' remarkable ranking emerged once again. The crowd was filled with horror as they discovered Luo Yu, who was ranked 123 on the heavens pride list. Name disappears into thin air. As for the spirit clearance sect side, the blue clearance ancient sage's face changed drastically, and he only flipped his hand. A shattered life brand that left him grief-stricken. Apprentice, who is it? Just who killed this saint's disciple? Boom! A furious voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Rolling holy might, mixed with killing intent, makes everyone chilled. Many powerful people, all subconsciously looked at Zhao Shang and Qini duo on the side of the forbidden sect. Noticed the crowd's gaze. The two old men couldn't help but look at each other as well. This disciple of old man Lan Chang, it wouldn't be the Chu Lu kid who slaughtered him again, would it? At this moment, the gaze of the blue-clear ancient sage was also cast towards the two of them. Coldness fills his eyes. What are you looking at? What's in your old man's eyes? What do you mean? Shouldn't you think that your disciple, my forbidden sect disciple did this? Do you have proof? Elder Zhao Shang met the blue-clear ancient sage's gaze and said without any politeness at all. The blue-clear ancient sage's brows furrowed, his face similarly filled with anger. But he was indeed unsure if Luo Yu had died at the hands of the forbidden sect's disciples or not. After all, there was no one on the Heaven's Pride list to replace Luo Yu's position. When the other disciples from my clan who entered the secret realm come out, we'll find out exactly who killed this saint's disciple once we ask. If this is truly the work of your forbidden sect, even if a battle of the ancient saints breaks out, this saint will seek justice for my disciples. The blue-clear ancient sage coldly snorted. Ha! Elder Zhao Shang and Elder Qini sneered and no longer paid any attention to ancient sage Lan Chang. However, at this moment, the two great elders' eyes both flashed with a color of worry. Second elder, if it's really that brat Chu Lu who slaughtered this old thing's disciple, I'm afraid it's a bit troublesome. In addition to these two fellows from the Spirit Clearance sect, the Red Flame Valley's Yanjun Old Devil, and the Stygian Old Devil are also eyeing the Chu Lu kid. When the time comes, there's only the two of us, so I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with them. Elder Qini did not move and secretly transmitted his voice. Well, to be on the safe side, we'll have to shake people in the dark, just in case. If that kid really caused the trouble, let his deadbeat master wipe his ass. Elder Zhao Shang nodded in response. In the palm of his hand hidden in his sleeve robe, an extra jade token appeared. Zhao Shang decisively crushed it in his heart. In the meantime, the deepest part of the great emperor's secret realm, blazing heat enveloped the heavens and earth. Dozens of miles around, the land was devoid of life, all covered by a sea of red-colored fire. At this moment, outside of this sea of crimson fire, the strongest members of the various sects that had entered the secret realm were all gathered here. The gazes of all the people are looking into the deepest part of the sea of fire. In the deepest part of the sea of fire, a Dan tripod is suspended. rolling crimson flames, then poured out from this Dan tripod, and above the Dan ding, there was also a faint imperial might. Obviously, this Dan ding is an imperial weapon. It's an imperial weapon. Ha ha ha, the imperial artifact is mine. Ah, but the many powerhouses outside the Sea of Fire sensed the faint imperial might on the Dan tripod. Many loose cultivators with Taichu realm cultivation levels greedily rushed into the Sea of Fire, wanting to compete for this imperial artifact. However, just as these people stepped into the Sea of Fire, they were engulfed by the terrifying red flames, bodies and bones. This scene immediately sobered up the countless powerhouses present. Senior brother, that is the burning flame cauldron from our Dan sect's ancient books. It's old ancestor Gudan's original imperial weapon. Old ancestor Gudan has truly fallen. Among the crowd, a disciple of the Dan sect took a good look at the red cauldron in the Sea of Fire. His face changed slightly, and he lowered his voice to whisper to Dan Duanzi beside him. Dan Duanzi nodded slightly, his brows furrowed. He and Chu Lok came in after being dispersed. He was guided by some kind of guidance and rushed here with a few core disciples from the Forbidden Sect, as well as disciples from his Dan sect. It was just that not long after he arrived, there were strong people arriving one after another. Thinking of this, Dan Duzi looked around, his eyes locking onto the bodies of several teenagers. These several teenagers were none other than the heavenly prides from the major top forces. Among them, there were the Red Flame Valley's 3 great heavenly prides with dozens of disciples. Nowadays, the pride of many top forces had gathered here. It's a bit tricky for him alone to take back their clan's burning flame tripod. This senior brother, is it possible to contact Brother Chu? Let him come here and help us. My Dan sect will be grateful. Dan Duanzi turned to a Forbidden Sect disciple beside him and pleaded. Yes, I'll try to contact Senior Brother Chu and the others. This disciple nodded and pulled out a clan token to try to contact Chu Lu's group. Seeing this, Dan Duzi's heart then gained a trace of certainty. Dan Duanzi gazed at the burning flame tripod in the Sea of Fire, his eyes narrowing slightly. According to the ancient records of his clan, within the burning flame cauldron, a realm is hidden within. Dan Duanzi guessed that if old ancestor Gudan had truly left an Emperor Dan formula to be passed down, it will definitely be hidden in the inner world of the burning flame tripod. Thus, no matter what, he had to bring back the burning flame tripod. Buzz. Just as Dan Duzi was in his reverie, suddenly, the Sea of Fire in the distance shook violently. Immediately afterward, the countless powerhouses present saw the burning flame tripod tremble, emitting a faint crimson glow. In the next moment, an imperial might filled the air. The crowd of powerhouses and celestial pride present directly knelt on the spot. Everyone was horrified. However, amongst the kneeling crowd, 2 figures stood out, not ever kneeling. One of them was Dan Duanzi. As for the other one, on the other hand, it was a man with a face full of pride who looked to be 27 or 18 years old. On this man's body, a faint imperial might likewise surged. This imperial might gives a sense of the desolate ancient. Dan Duanzi, on the other hand, did not have any special aura on him. However, he was not affected by this imperial might in the slightest. Dan Dusty himself doesn't know what's going on. As for the man, he also looked at Dan Duanzi, a disdainful look on his face. Dan Duzi similarly noticed the man's gaze and looked over as well. The man was found to be standing beside a few heavenly prides of the Spirit Clearance sect. Could it be that this person is not the heir of some great emperor of the Spirit Clearance sect? Buzz. Just as Dan Duanzi was surprised, imperial might gathered in the Sea of Fire, manifesting a magnificent figure. This figure, with a big hand, the red flames in the Sea of Fire quickly converged and leapt into his palm. Around its body, the illusion of ancient visions. This magnificent figure was a white-haired old man. Dan Duanzi's pupils contracted and he subconsciously lost his voice. You, our old ancestor Gudan? Ha ha ha, after so many years, this emperor's inner world has finally appeared. And finally, the people of my Dan sect. The old man smiled faintly, with kind brows, and his gaze landed on Dan Duanzi's body. Not bad, he was the owner of this great emperor's secret realm. Emperor Gudan. Only, now this ancient Dan emperor, just a wisp of residual soul left in the secret world. Disciple of the Dan sect, Dan Duanzi, pay respects to the old ancestor. Dan Duanzi finally understood why he was unaffected by this imperial might, mostly because of old man Gudan. Alas, I can't imagine that the younger generation of my Dan sect has fallen so low. Someone from the Wine family. No wonder. The ancient Dan emperor swept through the week, his gaze landing on the other top forces' heavenly prides. A helpless sigh. Immediately afterward, he noticed the man whose body was also emanating imperial might and blocking his pressure. This imperial might on the man's body didn't come from him per se. Rather, it is just what others have left in their possession. The man smiled, not caring in the slightest that the ancient Dan emperor had revealed his identity. Instead, A look of pride remained on his face. Everyone present was, at once, startled. They didn't expect that this man was actually a member of the desolate ancient king's family. Just how could someone from the desolate ancient king family be with someone from the spirit clearance sect? Ha! Little ones, this cauldron and inheritance of this emperor is specially prepared for the pride of my Dan sect. Ergo, go find other opportunities. This emperor's inner world contains a multitude of precious spirit medicines for you and others to obtain. The great Emperor Gudan retracted from the man's body, and his voice, filled with majesty, echoed in the ears of every strong person. Immediately afterward, this wisp of the remnant soul of the ancient Dan Emperor made a grab at Dan Duanzi. The figures of Dan Duanzi and the ancient Dan Emperor disappeared from the sight of the crowd. The Emperor's might between heaven and earth also disappeared, and in the sea of fire, once again rose monstrous red flames. Great! Senior Dan Duanzi has obtained the inheritance of the ancient Dan ancestor. Ha ha ha. Yeah, after senior brother Dan Duzi comes out of seclusion, his strength will definitely skyrocket. The dozen or so Dan sect disciples who had gotten up were instantly excited. Some of the surrounding casual cultivator powerhouses, on the other hand, could not help but secretly shake their heads, full of envy. Some strong people secretly left to look for other opportunities. Some continue to stay put with a cold glint in their eyes. So it's an inside job. Han Wujiao on this side of the Red Flame Valley, staring at the burning flame tripod in the sea of fire, was very upset. Ha! Senior Han, take it easy. That old man is just a wisp of residual soul, about to completely dissipate in the world. When that old fellow completely disappears, it's not certain who this imperial artifact belongs to. But before that, we have to collect a little debt. Dusan at his side sneered. His eyes looked toward the several forbidden sect disciples who were with the Dan sect disciples, and a touch of ruthlessness flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Just as the three great celestial pride of the Red Flame Valley were planning to first teach a lesson to the few forbidden sect disciples present. Suddenly, from the distant sky, several panicked figures flew in. The crowd realized that these people flying in were wearing the clan robes of the spirit clearance sect. Of the dozen or so people on the spiritual clearance sect side, the two teenagers at the head of the group protected the side of that one clan man. These two teenagers were also the teenage pride of the spirit clearance sect, named Zhu Yu and Lu Changkong. Both of them were at the Taichou First Realm cultivation level. They were ranked 116 and 119 on the Heavens Remarkable ranking, respectively. What took you guys so long to get here now? Where's Master Luo? Seeing that several disciples looked flustered and realizing that they hadn't seen Luo Yu's figure, Zhu Yu frowned slightly and inquired. Before this, Luo Yu had summoned him through the clan token. Learning that Luo Yu had found a soul-nurturing flower, happened to meet Yun Qian from Yun Miao Holy Land. Seeing these disciples return, Zhu Yu thought Luo Yu had one. Senior brother Zhu. Luo Yu he fell. One of the disciples who had returned, spoke with a panicked expression. The words were heard clearly by everyone present. No one was shocked for a second. What kind of person is so bold as to even dare to behead the spirit clearance sect's heavenly pride? What? Who did this? Zhu Yu and Lu Changkong, the two teenage heavenly prides, instantly changed their faces drastically. Someone had actually slaughtered their senior brother Luo. One must know that their senior brother Luo was one of the top heavenly prides of their sect. Luo Qingshue's own brother. And even more damning, this man from the Wang clan beside them was named Wang Lin. He was Luo Qingshue's future husband. Wang Lin not long ago, just brought the Wang family strong door to propose marriage. It was also because Luo Yu was Luo Qingshue's own brother. Wang Lin, that's why he followed them to the secret realm. At this moment, Wang Lin's face was also gloomy. It's Chu Lu of the Forbidden Sect. Another disciple immediately responded. How is this possible? When I was outside the secret realm before, I saw that Chu Lu of the Forbidden Sect, who only had a cultivation level of divine phenomenon second realm. How could he be a match for senior brother Luo? Zhu Yu said with a gloomy face. Senior brother Zhu. It's true. We saw it with our own eyes. The jutsu that guy performed is too terrifying. A few disciples recalled the scene where Chu Lu decapitated Luo Yu, and all of them rose up in fear. Zhu Yu and Lu Changkong exchanged glances and both looked at Wang Lin, who was at the head of the group. And in the meantime, right after a few Spirit Sea sect disciples exposed that Chu Lu had beheaded Luo Yu, the few Forbidden Sect disciples present immediately slowly moved their feet and withdrew backward. A few of you from the Forbidden Sect, where do you want to go? Right at this moment, the Red Flame Valley's three great heavenly prides led their people to block the several people from the Forbidden Sect. The other powerhouses present at the scene watched the show. Brother Zhu, Brother Lu, these guys wanna go. Just right. Our Red Flame Valley also has a grudge against that kid. Take these people down. And that Chu Lu kid will naturally bring someone over. The leader of the group, Du Shang, let out a cold cry and said to Zhuyu's several people. He did not forget that the clan elders had asked him to take out Chu Lu's mission in the secret realm. Yes, senior brother Zhu. The forbidden sect is too detestable. That's right. Avenge senior brother Luo. The forbidden sect has always been overbearing. We were bullied by them in the secret realm before. Now it's just right. New grudges and old scores will be settled together. The group of disciples behind Zhuyu and Lu Changkong also chimed in at this time. Take them. Lure that Chu Lok kid here. Wang Lin raised his head at this time and his gaze landed on a few forbidden sect disciples. His face was cold to the bone, and his eyes flashed with a cold aura. Zhuyu and Lu Changkong nodded slightly and waved their large hands. Take them down. The dozen or so disciples behind them immediately raised their weapons and rushed towards the several core disciples, and Dusan gave a command. The dozen or so Red Flame Valley disciples behind them also rushed up. Well, we of the forbidden sect remember. Everyone together. Senior brother Chu will be here soon. Fight this bunch of scum. A forbidden sect disciple cursed angrily and led several people to immediately counterattack. Fear not, fellow Taoists of the forbidden sect. We've come to help you. It had to be said that the disciples of the Dan sect were also righteous enough. Reach out at the first opportunity. The scene was thrown into chaos as the battle broke out. Zhuyu and Lu Changkong frowned. The duo moved to get off the field themselves, just as a great battle erupted in the deepest part of the secret realm. Chu Lu, who was in the middle of a breakthrough in the valley, had also reached a critical moment at this moment. A powerful aura rose to the sky from Chu Lok's body. Senior brother Chu was going to make a breakthrough. Several forbidden sect disciples, sensing the fluctuations emanating from Chu Lu's body, all became agitated. The closed eyes of Chu Luo snapped open and instantly got up. Break! Boom! In the next moment, several female disciples of the Cloud Misty Holy Land looked at Chu Lu as if they were looking at a monster. Only Chu Lu's cultivation level, from the Divine Spirit's second realm, it became the third realm, fourth realm. An Earth-grade realm breaking pill had actually allowed it to break through 2 realms in a row. It's almost demonic. A few disciples of the Forbidden Sect have long been strange. After breaking through to the 4th realm of Divine Spirit, Chu Lu's aura gradually weakened. Chu Lu felt the surging power in his body and was very satisfied. Mr. Chu is truly a genius. With the power of the realm breaking pill, it's actually possible to break 2 realms in a row. Admirable. At that moment, Yun Qian, who was not far away from repairing her divine soul, also opened her beautiful eyes and got up to smile at Chu Lu. Chu Lu grinned, seeing that Yun Qian had recovered her divine soul, when she just wanted to say something. Suddenly, the face of a forbidden sect disciple behind Chu Lu changed slightly, and he only flipped his hand. A clan token surfaced in his palm. The clan token emitted a faint glow. This disciple flexed his fingers and a stream of light shot into the token. In the next moment, the token blossomed and a line of small, illusory characters emerged. Senior brother Chu, come quickly to the depths of the secret realm. An emperor's weapon has been discovered. Come quickly for support. Looking at this small line, Chu Lu froze. I didn't realize that there were actually imperial artifacts within this great emperor's secret territory. Senior brother Chu, with the emperor artifacts appearing in the world, the powerhouses of other forces must have arrived long ago as well. Let's hurry up and get going to support the rest of the division. Several disciples spoke up. We're with you, Mr. Chu. If you guys want to compete for the imperial artifact, I can help you. Consider it a thank you for Mr. Chu's favor today. Yun Qian smiled sweetly. Chu Lu nodded slightly, arched, and said, then thank you. Miss Yun, come to our forbidden sect more often when you have time, and find senior brother by Yun to have fun haha. Yun Qian's cheeks blushed slightly as she nodded. Immediately afterward, Chu Lu's crowd rushed to the depths of the great emperor's secret realm at fire speed. P.S. Today first temporarily 2 more. Small fish tonight to go to bed early. Early tomorrow morning and to take grandpa to check. Tomorrow to see if you can 3 more it. Everyone read the book Early Rest. Do not forget to point to urge more ha. Good night everyone. The 2 of them, Chu Lu and Yun Qian, arrived at the depths of the secret realm at fire speed with a group of senior brothers and sisters. Just stepped within the depths of the secret realm. A sea of crimson fire came into everyone's eyes. The many powerful people who were guarding outside the sea of fire also seemed to have a sense and looked in the direction where Chu Lu's group was attacking. There's another one coming. That's Cloud Fairy of the Cloud Misty Holy Land. Everyone, look. There are disciples from the Forbidden Sect. That teenager is Chu Lok. Chu Lok is here. Strange. How come Fairy Yun is with Chu Lu? The crowd of powerful people present exclaimed in shock when they saw the visitor. As soon as the word Chu Lu came out, the atmosphere of the whole room changed subtly. The many powerful people present all revealed a look of watching the show. Humph, is it finally here? Han Wujiao's face clouded over as he looked at the several figures attacking in the distance. In the eyes, flickering with icy cold aura, and at his feet, he was stepping on a snotty forbidden sect disciple. Around him, there were even a few other forbidden sect disciples lying around, as well as disciples from the Dan sect. Every single disciple of the two sects was at this moment bruised and heavily injured, but it's not life-threatening, obviously. Even the Red Flame Valley and the Spirit Clearing sect didn't dare to behead these individual disciples of the Forbidden sect and the Dan sect on the spot. After all, outside the secret realm, there were still two ancient saint elders from the Forbidden sect guarding it. In front of so many people, do not dare to behead the disciples of the two clans. And on the side of the Spirit Clearance sect, Wang Lin, Zhu Yu, and the three of them, Lu Chongkong, also followed the gazes of the crowd. Wang Lin's face was as cold as frost, and a cold aura flashed in his eyes. Chu Lu, who had just arrived at this place, as well as the several disciples around him, were suddenly stunned. Chu Lok's group stopped in their tracks. Immediately, he noticed the several senior brothers lying on the ground, as well as a dozen or so seriously injured Dan sect disciples. Chu Lu frowned slightly, his face somewhat gloomy. Chu's senior brother, leave us alone. Go. These mongrels from the Red Flame Valley and the Spirit Clearing sect are too abominable. Senior brother Chu. A few forbidden sect disciples who were lying on the ground with bruises and swollen noses immediately alerted loudly upon seeing Chu Lu's group. Senior, damn, these bastards, they hit so hard, damn, well, Red Flame Valley right, Spirit Clearance sect right, we of the Forbidden sect will remember this revenge. The few Forbidden sect disciples beside Chu Lu were all enraged when they saw their fellow disciples being ravaged and seriously injured by the people from the Red Flame Valley and the Spirit Clearing sect. Chu Lu swept through the week, his gaze landing on Han Wujiao, Du Shang, Zhao Tianyu, Zhu Yu, and the several people from Lu Chongkong, his face flat, but deep in the bottom of its eyes, a flash of killing intent. Be careful, Mr. Chu. The three people at the head of the Red Flame Valley are the Heavenly Prides on the Heavenly Pride ranking, Du Shang, Zhao Tianyu, and Han Wujiao. As for those two from the Spirit Clearance sect, they're also Heavenly Prides on the list, Zhu Yu and Lu Chongkong. Both of them are at the Taichou realm cultivation level. On the side, Yun Xian's willow brows slightly knitted as she reminded Chu Lu. Chu Lok nodded slightly. In his eyes, it no longer mattered what these people were called, because they're all going to die here. Today, Chu Lok, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave today. Han Wujiao kicked away the Forbidden sect disciple who was being stepped on by his foot and laughed coldly. Han Wujiao, you're fucking looking for death. The few Forbidden sect disciples around Chu Lu were enraged by Han Wujiao's move. A few people tied up their sleeves, ready to strike when they did. However, he was stopped by Chu Lu and secretly transmitted his voice to several senior brothers. Don't be impulsive first. Just leave it to me. You guys, find a chance to save a few senior brothers, and the disciples of the Dan sect, and run away. I'm afraid I'll hurt you all by mistake later. Upon hearing this, several Forbidden sect disciples slightly froze, then nodded, suppressing the anger in their hearts. Chu Lu glanced at Han Wujiao and revealed a harmless smile. A defeated man who was beaten by me last time to the point where you don't even recognize your mother, and still dares to jump out and bark? I should have beaten you to death last time. The only reason you can stand up and bark now seems to be that your Red Flame Valley's old thing stepped in and saved your life. This time, there's no Yanjun, that old undead, to protect you. At those words, Han Wujiao was instantly enraged, his face gloomy to the extreme. He couldn't wait to rush up right now and cut Chu Lu into 1,000 pieces. The last time he was defeated at the hands of Chu Lok, it was his lifelong sense of shame. At the same time the heart couldn't help but be shaken. This little brute. It was only the beginningless realm last time. It had only been a month, and he had broken through to the Divine Spirit 4th realm. No wonder their executives are trying to snuff it out. Ha! You Forbidden sect. All of you are sharp-eyed and arrogant. You're just a mere Divine Spirit 4th realm, and you dare to speak out of turn? Insulting my master. Today you're afraid you'll have to pay the price. Du Shang, who was in front of Han Wujiao, took a step forward and stood out with a cold gaze. Immediately afterward, the powerful aura of the Taichou First Realm enveloped the entire field. Dassault took a big swing. The dozen or so Red Flame Valley disciples behind them surrounded Chu Lu's group. For Du Shang, Chu Lu merely glanced at him. A harmless smile remained on his face. No one noticed that Chu Lu's two palms hidden in his sleeve robes were flowing with two colors, one black and one purple, and without any spiritual power fluctuation. Chu Lu, you're the one who killed our senior brother Luo? Right at this moment, Zhu Yu and Lu Chongkong stood out and stared at Chu Lu questioningly, and a dozen or so disciples of the Spirit Clearance sect, along with the people from the Red Flame Valley, blocked their path of retreat. Seeing this scene, the other powerhouses present all gloated. These disciples of the forbidden sect, I'm afraid they won't be able to leave today. Although the spirit clearance sect and Red Flame Valley's people didn't dare to take the lives of Chulu's group in front of so many people, but a severe beating is certainly not missing. Maybe they'll even lose their cultivation. Chulu looked at Juyu and Lu Changkong, shrugged his shoulders, and laughed. You mean the kid with the gun? Yes, I slaughtered him. At that time, I kindly reminded him that he had to seek death. It's not my fault, haha. Chulok said this. The crowd of spirit clearance sect disciples present all rose up in anger. Juyu's face was gloomy as he coldly said, it's good that you admit it. Chulu, obediently bind your hands. The matter of you killing my spirit clearance sect's protege will be decided by our sect's senior management. All you need to do is obediently follow us back to the spirit clearance sect. Chulu shook his head and smirked. What if I say no? Don't you dare kill me. My master is a great emperor. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, you're afraid that you'll only be able to cower in your clan for the rest of your life. Juyu froze, his face instantly grimacing. He wouldn't dare. I would. You're the one who killed Luoyu? You cut yourself. It's also a way to give face to the forbidden Sexine Crow Emperor. Or let me do it. And you're dead. At that moment, Wang Lin, who hadn't said anything, stood out, grimacing, and said to Chulu. Chulu froze, curiously sizing up Wang Lin, and grinned. Who are you? Are you out of your mind? Netting some ing words. Cut yourself? Why don't you go cut yourself? Give my master a face. You can cut yourself now. I've seen stupid people before, but I've never seen you so stupid that you can't even say something without thinking. Pigs aren't as stupid as you. Ha ha ha. Seen your brother chew scolds well. Ha 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 ha. This person looks like a human-looking person, but he doesn't talk with a brain. Who does he think he is? A great emperor? The few forbidden sect disciples beside Chulu couldn't help but laugh out loud at this time. Their brother Chu, who speaks so well. The surrounding crowd of onlooker powerhouses all stared blankly. They didn't expect that this forbidden sect disciple who was only at the divine spirit fourth realm. He was so mouthy that he even dared to curse the people of the desolate ancient king's family. What a death wish. Shut up, Chulu. You're simply looking for death. This is Wang Lin of the desolate ancient king family. The desolate ancient king family, grandson of the evil suppressor emperor. Insulting young Wang is insulting the great emperor of evil suppression. Even your masterine crow can't protect you. Juyu cursed angrily. When these words came out, everyone present looked at Wang Lin in shock. The crowd didn't expect that Wang Lin was actually the personal grandson of the evil suppressor emperor. Ha! So what? Not to mention his grandson, even if that old man, the evil suppressor emperor, is there, I will still scold him. Chulok shrugged his shoulders. You seek death. Slaughter him. I'll take care of the Wang family if anything goes wrong. Wang Lin was shaken with rage and waved his hand. Boom! Juyu and Lu Changkong's bodies trembled. Just as the two were just about to make their move, Chulu also intended to make a move. When the atmosphere of the scene was extremely tense, suddenly, a violent vibration came from the depths of the calm sea of fire. The crowd was shocked and looked up, only to see the red flames in the sea of fire, once again tumbling, converging towards the burning flame cauldron. In an instant, the monstrous sea of fire was included in the tripod and disappeared. In the next moment, a white figure flew out of the burning flame cauldron. Senior Dan. The severely injured group of Dan's sect disciples all exclaimed in excitement when they saw this familiar figure. Boom! Immediately after that, Danduzi's aura soared. This guy is breaking through the realm. He's gotten the legacy of the ancient Dan Emperor. The faces of the group of powerful people present all changed slightly when they sensed the aura coming from Danduzi's body. Some people showed their greed at the moment. Among them were Du Shang, Zhao Tianyu, and a few people from Han Wujiao. Ha! Breakthrough cultivation? Good chance. Du Shang smiled coldly as a spirit sword surfaced in his hand. At this time, Chulu also noticed Du Shang's movements. Looking around the room, he realized that everyone's attention was now on Danduzi's body. Chulu's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Immediately, he gave a look to a few forbidden sect disciples around him. When the several senior brothers received Chulu's eyes, they were all slightly stunned. In the next moment, several people instantly understood in seconds. Nodded. Buzz. Forbidden Jedi. Spatial displacement. Chulu's eyes condensed. His figure trembled, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Han Wujiao, who was paying attention to Danduzi, suddenly noticed an additional familiar figure in front of him. Hurriedly, he withdrew his gaze from Dan Duanzi's body. The next moment, a harmless smile presented itself to his eyes. Han Wujiao's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his face changed drastically. Hey! This time, the great emperor can't even save you. Forbidden Jedi. Doom Poison Finger. Boom! Chulu grinned. and one of his hands hidden in his sleeve robe quickly reached out. The two branches were brought together and pointed at the nearby Han Wujiao. Quit pointing a little. Between his fingers, a black light instantly burst out. Senior Han, beware. At this moment, the duo of Du Shang and Zhao Tianyu also reacted instantly. By the time the duo noticed Chu Lu had already struck out at Han Wujiao. The two were horrified in their hearts, not knowing when Chu Lu had appeared in front of Han Wujiao. It's amazing that they didn't notice a thing. What a weird stance. Even more so, they didn't expect that Chu Lu would actually choose this time to make a sneak attack. Nima, really old six. With that, the two of them were filled with rage and rode a powerful force to surround and kill Chu Lu. At this moment, Han Wujiao didn't have time to react at all. That black light instantly shot into his body. What have you done to me? Han Wujiao immediately felt a sharp pain all over his body, like a million mole crickets devouring bones. He clearly sensed that his life force, as well as his spiritual energy, was rapidly disappearing, and his flesh and blood, which began to emit a bizarre black gas, gradually began to rot. Han Wujiao's heartbreaking voice also pulled back the attention of everyone present. Hair, what happened? Hiss, what tactics did this Chu Lu perform? So vicious. A crowd of strong people see the blood and flesh rotting, fallen and struggling Han Wujiao, all deep suck a mouthful of cold air, wildly gulping saliva, looking at the backwards Chu Lu, full of scorn. Senior Han, Chu Lu, you seek death. Boom. The duo of Du Shang and Zhao Tianyu, who were attacking and killing, were furious. The two of them charged towards Chu Lu with extreme speed. Chu Lu leapt up, his other hand hidden in his sleeve robe extended. The crowd only saw a deep purple light draped around this palm of Chu Lu's hand. Make a nuisance noise. Chu Lu grinned, and towards the attacking Du Shang and Zhao Tianyu, he feigned to swing his palm to attack. Forbidden Jedi, heart-thirsty purple poison palm. The two of them, Du Shang and Zhao Tianyu, who were attacking and killing, changed their faces greatly. Immediately, he paused and dodged to the sides. Boom. What the hell is this? My heart hurts. Kill me. I can't stand it. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, only to see that this palm of Chu Lu's did not blast towards the duo of Du Shang and Zhao Tianyu. With this palm, he instead blasted into the bodies of the dozen or so Red Flame Valley disciples who were blocking their path of retreat, as well as the Spirit Clearance sect disciples. A purple illusory palm print exploded amongst the disciples of the two clans. Points of purple light disappeared into the bodies of the disciples of the two clans. The disciples of the two sects directly fell to the ground, letting out agonizing screams. This scene was unexpected to everyone. It was just a matter of Chu Lu taking advantage of someone's defenses and making a sneak attack. I can't believe I made a sound bite. So thoughtful. Under the gaze of the crowd, dozens of disciples from the two sects, their skin turned purple and gradually lost their lives as they wailed. As for Red Flame Valley's heavenly pride, Han Wujiao, he had become a mess of rotten meat at this moment. From sneaking up on Han Wujiao, to sounding out the two major forces disciples, the whole process took only a few breaths. Good chance. A few Forbidden Sect disciples immediately stepped forward and rescued their fellow disciples who had been beaten to a pulp, as well as a dozen or so Dan Sect disciples, and led the crowd to quickly evacuate the battlefield. And at this moment, the four of them, Du Shang and Zhao Tianyu from the Red Flame Valley, and Zhu Yu and Lu Changkong from the Spirit Clearance sect, pressed on, no longer paying attention to these individual Forbidden Sect disciples. At this moment, the four of them had bloodthirsty gazes as they stared at Chu Lu, who had stepped into the void, filled with endless fury. Chu Lu, you seek death. Boom. The four great celestial pride, Zhu Yu, Lu Changkong, Du Shang, and Zhao Tianyu, collectively released their powerful auras. The four great celestial pride, holding weapons, had monstrous visions emerging from their bodies. With one step, he simultaneously killed Chu Lu in the void. Zhu Yu, Lu Changkong, and Du Shang were all at the Taichou First Realm. As for the remaining Zhao Tianyu, he also had a peak Divine Spirit Realm cultivation. The many powerhouses present collectively lost their colors in horror. They didn't expect that things would actually come to such a pass. So soon Spirit Clearance Sect and Red Flame Valley, in the hands of Chu Lu, suffered heavy casualties. At this time, the people present, whether it is scattered cultivators strong, or other top forces of the heavenly pride, do not dare the slightest underestimate the Chu fall. Otherwise, against Chu Lu, that Han Wujiao, who had already turned into a mess of flesh, would be the end. Above the void, when Chu Lu saw the four people who joined forces to kill up, he immediately said with a silent voice in his heart, "System, how much calf protection value is needed to break through the Taichou realm?" Chu Lu intended to use the system to immediately break through the Taichou realm. Otherwise, with his current cultivation level, It would be difficult to face 4 heavens pride at the same time. It would be hard to top it. You need to consume 10,000 calf protection value. Seeing that it needed to consume 10,000 calf protection values, Chu Lu had a heartache. After all, it's not easy to get the value of protecting your calf. He still had to gather enough 2 million to exchange for the everlasting body. But at this moment, there was no more time for him to think. Redemption. Chu Lok silently chanted and only flipped his hand. There was an extra spirit sword in his hand. Looking at the 4 great heavenly prides that were about to rush in front of him, Chu Lu laughed out loud and said with great bravado, "Since you guys wanna fight, then fight. Tai Cho realm, break it for me." Boom. Chu Lok gave a cry. A shocking aura rose up from him, a powerful force that rolled down. The 4 great celestial prides stopped in their tracks and also looked at Chu Lu's figure with horrified faces. In the perception of the crowd, Chu Lu, who originally only had a cultivation level of the divine spirit 4th realm, broke through 2 small realms in succession in the blink of an eye. The cultivation level came to the Tai Cho 1st realm. The crowd was dumbfounded and full of shock. This Chu Lu is simply a demon, breaking through when he says so, and it was still a single breath, breaking through 2 minor realms in a row. Awesome. Cloud Qian, who has been watching the battle, looking at the breakthrough to the beginning of the realm of Chu Lu, once again appeared shocked. One must know that Chu Lu had only broken through from the divine spirit 2nd realm to the divine spirit 4th realm. It was unusual for people to have their realms not stabilized at this time. Chu Lok then broke through again. Slaughter him. Chu Lu, suffer death. Chu Yu let out a furious cry and rode a powerful force to attack Chu Lu. The other 3 great prides of heaven also reacted from the shock, attacked and killed. Seeing this scene, Yun Qian's figure moved 1 step forward. "Mr. Chu, I've come to assist you." "Buzz, brother Chu, don't be afraid. I'll help you." At that moment, another voice came. The crowd followed the sound and realized that Dan Duzi had also completed his breakthrough at this moment. An aura no less than Juyu and the others suppressed out from Dan Duanzi's body. Tai Cho 1st realm. Dan Duanzi actually broke through 2 minor realms in a row as well, breaking through the Tai Cho realm. His ranking on the Heavens Pride ranking is going to be rewritten once again. The crowd watching the battle exclaimed. After Dan Duanzi broke through his cultivation, he held a spirit sword in his hand and a red-colored danfire in the other. Instantly, he rushed towards the 4 great heavenly prides. "Seek death. Chong Kong, you go deal with Dan Duzi. Tian Yu, you block Yun Qian. Leave Chu Lok to me." Zhu Yu and Du Shang, both of them, immediately commanded. The duo of LV Chongkong from the Spirit Clearance sect, and Zhao Tianyu from the Red Flame Valley, immediately blocked Dan Duanzi and Yun Qian, who had come to support them. A great battle between the 4 great heavenly prides erupted in the Sky Dome. On the other hand, Zhu Yu and Du Shang, the 2 of them, their divine light was dazzling and their feet stepped on nothingness as they killed Chu Lu's followers. Boom! The 2 were like a teenage god king. One held a flaming longsword. One held a spirit gun. 2 attacks that contained powerful might blasted towards Chu Lu. Chu Lu was slightly startled, and at the first opportunity, he swung his sword to parry. Boom! Chu Lu blocked the duo's attacks with a single sword. Turning around, he swept his backhand with a powerful sword. Zhu Yu and Du Shang's eyes were glazed over, not daring to be careless in the slightest. After the 2 of them had seen the kind of bizarre means that Chu Lu had used earlier, they were both quite scornful of it. Anyone who dared to look down on Chu Lu at this time would be a fool. Boom! The 2 of them struck out at the same time, blocking the sword from Chu Lu. "Ha! Come on! Go on!" Chu Lu grinned and gave a provocative cry to the duo. In his hand, at some point, there was an extra bottle of elixir. This bottle was an elixir to restore longevity. Chu Lu couldn't care less and directly poured this bottle of elixir into his mouth, chewed a few times and swallowed. Secretly, he quickly operated the gong method, refining the medicinal power, and adjusting his longevity to perfection. "Humph, brother Du, let's fight quickly and take this brat." Zhu Yu snorted coldly as his body began to release rolling spiritual might. "Yes, Chu Lu, suffer death. Tread." Boom! Both of them took a step out at the same time, transforming into 2 streams of light and killing Chu Lu once again. Chu Lu was not ambiguous either and met him with his sword. Under the gazes of the crowd, only 3 streams of light flew above the sky dome and collided. A powerful force washed out in all directions. Hiss! This Chu Lu has just broken through the Tai Cho realm. His realm has not yet been stabilized, and he is able to rival Zhu Yu and Du Shang. So powerful. That's not true. The Forbidden Sect has given birth to another demon. As long as this Chu Lok doesn't fall, his future will be unlimited. Some of the powerful people at the scene, looking at the streams of light that were rapidly colliding in the void, all felt a great deal of emotion. In today's battle, if Chu Lu was undefeated, even if he managed to vanish, Chu Lu's name would also definitely resonate throughout the entire 3000 Great Worlds once again. Listening to the comments of the people around him, Wang Lin's face was as gloomy as water. Raising his head to look at the Chulok figure that was engaged in battle, the corner of his mouth suddenly raised a cold smile. Boom! In the next moment, Wang Lin's body trembled slightly. A golden power rose from him to the sky. Around its body, a single golden, bizarre rune began to pulsate. This scene caused the surrounding powerhouses to be startled. Tai Cho's second realm. Wang Lin's talent isn't weak either, but it's a pity that he can't enter the Heaven's Remarch ranking at his age, or else he would definitely be on the list. Yeah, the Heavenly Pride on the list must all be under 25 years old in the age bracket. What does Wang Lin want? Could it be that he wants to join the war as well? Wang Lin ignored the gazes of these people. A sinister color flashed in his eyes, and then he took a step out. Buzz! Wang Lin's figure instantly disappeared in place. Boom! Only a loud noise was heard from the void. The crowd looked up again, but they saw the three Chulok people quickly separating. Hey! You are too worthy of being the pride of heaven on the list. The ordinary Taicho realm is really not a match for you. Chu Lu grinned, a signature smile on his face, appearing harmless. At this moment, Zhu Yu and Du Shang were both clenching their teeth as killing intent surged forth. The two of them, being the top heavenly pride on the list, were actually slow to take down Chu Lu in a 2-on-1 fight. If they didn't take down Chu Lu, if this battle was spread out, they would definitely become the laughingstock of the other celestial pride. Humph! Chu Lu, don't get cocky. This move, behead you. Buzz! Zhu Yu cursed angrily and his body trembled violently. In the next moment, Zhu Yu swung the lance in his hand. A supreme gun intent enveloped the heavens and earth. The golden gun intent condensed into substance. A round of divine rings formed behind it. Zhu Yu's eyes blossomed as he leapt up, his hands quickly forming seals. Buzz! Behind Zhu Yu, invisible spatial ripples swept out. In the next moment, under the gaze of the crowd, invisible spatial ripples were seen. Hundreds of giant spear shadows draped with golden patterns suppressed out. The golden patterns on top of each golden spear's shadow flowed as if they were living things. Amazing power that made the scalps of the crowd of powerful people present numb. Hiss! What a terrifying power. This is really the power that a martial artist of the primordial first realm can exert? I'm afraid that even the peak of the primordial realm wouldn't be able to block this move, right? The people watching the battle were horrified and lost their voices. Boom! Yet it's not over. After Zhu Yu executed his amazing attack, Dusan was not shy about taking out his bottom card. Only Du Shang's body burned with red flames. Blazing flames burned the heavens. Du Shang's entire body was as dazzling and fiery as a sun that had landed on Earth. Immediately afterward, a huge shadow phantom holding a flaming longsword rose from behind him, feet on 10,000 fires, suppressing the world. The great moves of the two great heavenly prides eclipsed heaven and earth. Chu Lu froze, his face remaining calm. Endless battle intent flashed in his eyes. Chu Lu put away his spirit sword and quickly formed seals with both hands. However, just then, suddenly a massive shadow enveloped the world of the secret realm. Everyone froze, subconsciously looking behind Chu Lu. At this moment, a golden phantom hundreds of feet tall landed behind Chu Lu. This Dharma image, with its Vajra eyes, carries a bright flame on its back. With the three cobalt Dharma sword in his right hand and the rosary in his left hand, he stepped into heaven and earth. Vajra rage, the immovable king, Dharma brow. He only saw that around Wang Lin. The Sanskrit text flowed, and he raised his hands and lowered his eyes, smiling coldly. Senior Brother Chu, be careful. Mr. Chu, Brother Chu, beware. At this moment, the disciples of the forbidden sect who stood watching the battle from afar, as well as Dan Duanzi and Yun Shanshan who were engaged in battle, all of their faces changed greatly, and they lost their voices in a shocking reminder. Chu Lu turned around violently, his pupils slightly condensing. Ha! Immovable king, die! Boom! Wang Lin raised his hand and pressed. Immovable Ming Wang Dharma phase, suppressing down on Chu Lu. A massive mushroom cloud rises abruptly. P.S. 3 chapters dedicated today, so click on the free hypes and free swag, and I'll see you tomorrow. Wrath Bay, no good. Retreat. The moment the mushroom cloud rose, the many powerful people who were present in the room were so shocked that they withdrew at the first opportunity. Upon arriving at safety, he saw that the nearby mountains had all been obliterated into flat ground by an astonishing force. Yet that's not all. The crowd looked up and saw the duo of Zhu Yu and Du Shang, immediately mending towards the place where the mushroom cloud had risen. The two unleashed their long-stored terrifying jutsu at the center of the mushroom cloud. Ling Yun's soul-suppressing gun, blazing sky sword slash. Boom! Only hundreds of illusory golden spears could be seen, speeding away. Along with it, there was also a sword blade burning with rolling flames. The two terrifying masterpieces should fall to the ground. Boom! the amazing big explosion, once again, arose. The rolling berserk force was like ripples washing through the water. It raged in all directions. The people who had evacuated to a safe place saw the aftermath of the explosion that came at great speed. They also had to join forces to activate the spiritual barrier and fend it off. Senior Brother Chu, the group of forbidden sect disciples who had long since evacuated the safe place. Looking at the large explosion rising in the distance, everyone was furious. Their eyes glazed over. He couldn't wait to rush up and cut down the sneak-attacking Wang Lin, as well as Zhu Yu and Du Shang. After a long time, the explosion subsided. Countless powerful people looked at the smoke and dust that filled the distance, and all of them shook their heads and sighed. Alas, that Chu Lok pity. Indeed, under such a terrifying attack, I'm afraid that even a peak powerhouse of the Taichou realm would have difficulty surviving. But that Chu Lok, it's still honorable despite his death. That's right, even Du Shang and Zhu Yu two people join hands. It is difficult to take down Chu Lu. If not this Wang Lin sneak attack, the victory or defeat is not certain. Although Zhu Yu and Du Shang won, they always win. Alas, that Wang Lin of the Wang family made a sneak attack, although it is not a good idea, but now the end has been determined. After today, I'm afraid that the 3000 great worlds will be about to have a sensation. You guys fart. Our senior brother Chu will not die. That's right. How could senior brother Chu lose to this group of scum? Yes, I don't believe it either. Senior brother Chu is the scourge of our sect. How can a scourge die? Hearing the comments of the people around him, a dozen or so disciples of the forbidden sect, each with red eyes. This entire journey, their senior brother Chu had brought them too many shocks. They would never believe that senior brother Chu would die. The Dan sect disciples on the side, and the disciples of the Cloud Misty Sacred Land, all looked gloomy, one after another. They opened their mouths to comfort the dozen or so disciples of the forbidden sect. They now can't sense Chu Lok's breath, mostly fallen. Ha, the kid is finally dead. Du Sheng looked at the smoke below and revealed a cold smile, under such a powerful attack from the three of them. Not to mention Chu Lu, who had just broken through the Taichou First Realm. Even a peak Taichou Realm powerhouse wouldn't be able to survive. Humph, this is what happens when you disrespect my Wang family. Wang Lin collected his breath and waved his big hand. Its sound was laced with spiritual energy and resounded through the heavens and earth, echoing in everyone's ears. Boom! At that moment, a deafening voice came from the battlefield where both Dandawanzi and Yun Qianshan were. The crowd followed the sound. It was discovered that at this moment, the battlefield of these two great heavenly prides had also ended their fight. LV Changkong, the pride of the Spirit Clearance sect, was unable to defeat Dandawanzi and was seriously injured. The Red Flame Valley's heavenly pride, Zhao Tianyu, was similarly defeated by Yun Qianshan and was defeated to the ground. Brother Chu, Dan Duanzi looked at the smoke and dust that began to gradually dissipate. Furious. Ha, Dan Duanzi, if you're sensible, hand over that tripod. Considering that you are the Dan sect's pride, hand over the Dan cauldron and let you go. Otherwise, I'll just have to rob it. Du Shang was surprised to see Dan Duanzi defeating Lu Chongkong. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Dan Duzi with an unkind gaze. Zhu Yu, Wang Lin and the two of them also similarly looked at Dan Duanzi. Humph, kid, you can't keep that imperial artifact. If you don't want to die, then obediently hand it over to this young man. The corners of Wang Lin's mouth rose slightly at this time and he took a step. Boom! A huge desolate aura surged out from his body once again. One by one, golden runes haunted its body, as if it was a teenage god king from the ancient times. Seeing this scene, Du Sheng's face instantly turned ugly. Against Wang Lin, he didn't have much certainty that he could defeat the other party. After all, just now when Wang Lin sneak attacked Chu Lu, the power displayed then made him feel scornful. Humph, this is from my Dan sect. Unless I die, you will not. Fire flickered in Dan Duanzi's eyes and his body trembled. The powerful aura of the Taichou First Realm surged out once again. Dan Duanzi at this moment has been ready to fight for his life. Ha, since you want to die, then this young man will fulfill you. Boom! Wang Lin had a disdainful look on his face and laughed coldly as he took a step. Just when Wang Lin wanted to make a move, suddenly, the crowd watching the battle from afar, a martial artist noticed the smoke on the ground completely dissipate. The ground was left with a huge deep crater. It was only that there was no Chu Lok's corpse in the divine pit. Not even the broken clothes of Chu Lok are seen. This martial artist immediately exclaimed in shock. Look everyone, there's no body of Chu Lok. This martial artist's voice caused the entire audience to drop their sights into the deep pit not far away. Only the deep pit was empty of anything. Could it be that Chu Lok is not dead? Otherwise, it was reasonable to say that even if Chu Lok was blown to pieces, there should also be some rags, or body parts left on the ground around it. But in the deep pit, there was nothing but blasted dirt. Zhu Yu, Du Shang, and Wang Lin couldn't help but stare. All three of them looked down and their brows furrowed. Is that kid really not dead? That's not possible, is it? Buzz. As the entire crowd in the room, their attention was focused on the deep pit. Suddenly, the entire land of the secret realm trembled slightly. Next moment, one could only see the entire void of the secret realm turn a bloody color. The blood-red aura was like the tides of heaven and earth, covering the sky. This is the fury. Hiss. What's going on? So suddenly we'll produce how terrifying the power of fury? Some of the martial artists on the scene seemed to have discerned the blood-colored power that enveloped the void and couldn't help but lose their voices in shock. At the same time, deep in the bottom of the heart, rose an extremely ominous foreboding. This is, and the dozen or so forbidden sect disciples who were originally saddened to the core. Looking at this blood color above his head, it seemed to recall something and immediately became excited. The sadness on his face swept away. Above the void, Zhu Yu, Du Sheng, and Wang Lin, faced with this sudden change in the heavens and earth, could not help but be on guard. In the bottom of the three people's hearts, an extremely ominous premonition also arose at this moment, especially Zhu Yu and Du Sheng. The two men couldn't control their eyelids for some reason. An extreme sense of crisis enveloped the two men. Forbidden Jedi. Bloodshed swallows the sky. Suddenly, a voice that was familiar to everyone rang out from between heaven and earth. Zhu Yu, Du Sheng, and Wang Lin's faces suddenly changed drastically. It's Chu Lok. That kid is still alive. Du Sheng's expression was grave and his heart was horrified. With that, Du Sheng's divine thoughts surged out, enveloping the entire scene. However, he did not sense any trace of Chu Lok's aura. It was a moment of alarm. Click, boom, buzz. Suddenly, a crisp shattering sound rang out. Senior brother Du, be careful up there. Senior brother Zhu, beware. The injured Zhao Tianyu and Lu Changkong duo realized that in the void above their heads where they were, a huge hole in space had suddenly cracked open. The duo's faces changed drastically on the spot, and they lost their voices to remind the two of them. Zhu Yu and Du Sheng were startled and subconsciously looked up. The pupils of the two men suddenly shrunk, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. No good. P.S. There are two more in the evening, haha. Point to urge more. Point to free small gifts. Don't raise the book law. Small fish every day in the effort to update. Ha ha ha. See you in the evening. Above the void, a blood-colored wormhole with a diameter of several miles long domain. It loomed over the heads of the crowd, a powerful suction force that engulfed everything around it. In the blood-colored wormhole, monstrous blood fury, condensed into a sea of blood. In the sea of blood, billions of wronged souls, wailing and roaring. This horrifying scene was nothing short of terrifying and scalp-numbing. Zhu Yu and Du Sheng, mobilizing all their strength, frantically resisted this terrifying suction force. Nay, the suction force was too terrifying, and it was difficult for the two of them to resist it. The body couldn't stop flying towards the blood-colored wormhole. Damn it, brother Du, join forces to break up this wormhole. Alarmed, Zhu Yu hurriedly reminded Du Sheng. Yes, boom, break. The duo of Zhu Yu and Du Sheng, once again, had amazing power emerging from their bodies. Both of them struck out at the same time, unleashing two attacks that were even more powerful than before. However, after the two men's attacks blasted into the blood-colored wormhole, the blood-colored wormhole swallowed the duo's attack. Can't even make a single wave. How is this possible? Damn it! What kind of jutsu is this? Zhu Yu and Du Sheng, their faces instantly turned ugly, seeing that he would definitely be swallowed by this mysterious blood hole if he went down like this again. At this moment, these two heavenly prides from the Spirit Clearance sect and the Red Flame Valley were in front of countless people. Finally a look of fear appeared. Young Wang, help me. Zhu Yu hurriedly looked at Wang Lin in the distance. At this moment, Wang Lin also looked up and gazed at the huge blood-colored wormhole above the two of them, his face uncertain. The power released from the blood-colored wormhole had long since far exceeded the Taichu realm. By no means was he able to resist. Therefore, for Zhu Yu's plea for help, Wang Lin turned a deaf ear and was unmoved. Seeing Wang Lin's cold-eyed look, Zhu Yu completely despaired, heart full of hatred for Wang Lin. Everyone, look, that's Chu Lok. Chu Lu actually didn't die. Heavens, how did he dodge the terrifying attacks of Wang Lin's trio? Just then, the crowd in the distance. Suddenly the sea of blood in the middle of the blood-colored wormhole was found to lay out a river of blood. Chu Lu was covered in a monstrous fierce aura as he stepped out from the depths of the sea of blood. A harmless and familiar face was reflected in everyone's eyes. Chu Lok, how is this possible? Zhu Yu and Du Sheng's faces instantly turned white, their eyes flashing with disbelief. Wang Lin was also startled, his gaze deadpan as he stared at Chu Lu. How is it possible for this little beast to execute such a terrifying stance, creating spatial wormholes, Isn't it a means that can only be done by saints and above? This little beast has a big secret. Wang Lin cursed and a strand of color flashed in his gaze as he stared at Chu Lu. His face shifted, and an eerie arc rose between the corners of his mouth. Wang Lin thought to himself, when he went out, he would make sure to have the strongest person in the family make a move to capture Chu Lu back. He must find out the secret on Chu Chulok. Ha ha ha, I told you that it's impossible for senior brother Chu to lose to these scumbags. Senior brother Chu is really powerful. I didn't expect him to have learned even such a terrifying mastery as the bloodshed swallowing heaven. At this moment, the dozen or so disciples of the forbidden sect were all agitated when they saw Chu Lu, who had walked out from within the wormhole. Their senior brother Chu, the scourge lives for 1,000 years, and it is indeed impossible to crunch away so easily. At the same time, the dozen or so disciples of the forbidden sect were also convinced by Chu Lu's talent. The forbidden stance of the blood fiend swallowing the heavens had been told to them, the core disciples, by the sect elders. The entire clan, including the old ancestor, has never learned this move. Brother Chu, is this your strength? Dan Duanzi also stared blankly at Chu Lu in the blood-colored wormhole. For a moment, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It looks like it was cut in the first place. Chu Lok was still merciful. At that time, if Chu Lok had performed this move, he doesn't even have the courage to confront. Ha, you two, you look like you had a pretty good time beating me earlier. Now it's my turn. Chu Lu grinned and coldly said to the duo of Zhu Yu and Du Sheng. Earlier, if he hadn't, in time, executed the forbidden mastery of evasion. I'm afraid that I'm still really being attacked by Wang Lin, this old sixth, and I've succeeded in my sneak attack. Thinking of this, Chu Lu's afterglow glanced at Wang Lin, who was standing in the void in the distance. In his heart, he listed Wang Lin as a certain death. He had long since written down Wang Lin in his little book. When he finished with these two guys, he would settle the score with this old six. Chu Lok's life motto is, a grudge is taken on the spot, never overnight. With a flash of thought, Chu Lu slowly raised his palm under the gazes of countless people. The moment he raised his palm, boom boom boom, the monstrous sea of blood in the wormhole behind him rolled madly. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yu and Du Sheng, who were desperately trying to resist the terrifying suction force, gulped furiously, their faces showing fear. The two of them are really scared. Chu Lu, my master's father is a creation ancient saint. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. That's right, Chu Lok, my master is the Stygian ancient sage. My master is right outside. If you kill me, my master won't let you go. Zhu Yu and Du Sheng, the two of them, raised their masters at this time, attempting to make Chu Lok have something to fear. Hearing the words of the two, a dozen or so disciples of the forbidden sect directly went numb with laughter. These two are still threatening their Chu's senior brother even at the end of their lives? Didn't they know that their senior Chu's senior was their forbidden sect's newly promoted great emperor? Ancient saints were completely inadequate in front of great emperors. Bah! My master is still a great emperor. Die! Boom! Chu Lu was also amused by the words of the two. With that, he raised his hand to the two, grabbing them through the air. The blood-colored wormhole behind him instantly erupted with an even more terrifying suction force. The two men's bodies were instantly pulled into the blood-colored wormhole behind Chu Lu by this terrifying suction force. Ah! Put! Two mournful screams resounded through the heavens and earth, echoing in everyone's ears. Under the eyes of the crowd, Zhu Yu and Du Sheng too, their bodies were torn into blood mist. Two great heavenly pride. This fall, immediately after, Chu fall behind the blood-colored wormhole, also quietly lax. Heaven and earth blood color also gradually faded. Wang Lin's face was as gloomy as water, staring at Chu Lu, his eyes flickering, not knowing what he was thinking, just when everyone thought that the great battle had come to an end. Suddenly, Chu Lu grinned, and an additional seal knot appeared in his hand. Forbidden Jedi, time and space dislocation. Chu Lu suddenly struck out again, his palm covered in bizarre seals and knots, and he grabbed at Wang Lin in the distance. Through the air, Wang Lin was suddenly startled and snapped back to his senses. However, at this moment, he was enveloped by a mysterious power. The next moment, he realized that the scenery around him was moving at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, under his horrified gaze, Chu Lu's harmless smiling face was close at hand. The whole thing, in the blink of an eye. Boom, pust. Wang Lin had just reacted and was about to open his mouth to say something. Chu Lu directly stored up his strength and threw a punch at Wang Lin's stomach. Wang Lin sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The body was like a cannonball, smashing heavily into the ground. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent. What a weird move. On a hill in the distance, three extremely young teenagers, looking at the back of Chu Lu, all of them sucked in a deep breath of cold air. These three teenagers were also prides on the Heaven's Pride list. A young man at the head, a white coat, like an exiled fairy. This young man was the heavenly pride from the heavenly pavilion, the spirit calculator, Taicho first realm cultivation. The two beside him, on the other hand, were celestials from the extreme Emperor Dao system and the immortal Dao system. The three of them had been watching the battle for a long time since the Great War. Brother Spirit, this Chulak is something else. This person not only has monstrous battle strength, but he is also decisive in killing. This man can only be befriended, not offended. This heavenly pride of the extreme Emperor Dao system couldn't help but open his mouth. The celestial pride of the Spirit Clearance sect and the Red Flame Valley. Chulu slaughtered without batting an eyelash. Such a ruthless person should not be messed with. Now maybe this Wan Lin, too, is about to follow in the footsteps of Zhu Yu and Du Shang. The three of them had previously thought of taking the opportunity to compete for the Imperial artifact on Danduzi's body, but now that I think about it, I'd rather not. The spirit calculator looked at Chulu's back. Suddenly his eyes flashed up, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The mind seems to be calculating something, and looking back at the battlefield. Wang Lin was seriously injured by Chulu's punch. Before Wang Lin could react from the intense pain, Chulu had already descended to Wang Lin's body. Boom! Ah! Chulu, who had come to Wang Lin's side, aimed another heavy kick at Wang Lin's dantian. Wang Lin let out a pig-killing scream on the spot. The heart-rending screams were heard by everyone at the scene. None of them exclaimed in their hearts, "What a ruthless tactic! Ah! You wasted my cultivation." Wang Lin endured the intense pain. His head broke out in a cold sweat. Sensing the spiritual energy that had disappeared from his body, his face was ashen. Chulu grinned and stepped one foot on Wang Lin's chest, smiling. How does it feel to be sneaked up on? Your grandma's leg. If it wasn't for the fact that I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve, I would have really planted myself in your hands today. In my life, I, Chulu, hate old six the most. Chulak, you, kill me if you can. Ha 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 ha. If you don't kill me, trust me, you'll end up miserable. Wang Lin's face showed a hideous expression as he laughed madly at Chulu. The eyes were filled with endless resentment and viciousness. You who, still really think I don't dare to kill you? How dare you threaten me? Then I'll fulfill you, little master. Chulak shrugged with both hands. Then he took Wang Lin by surprise and kicked him off at his feet. Boom! Put! Wang Lin was kicked a dozen meters away by Chulu and fell to the ground with another mouthful of blood spraying out. At this moment, Wang Lin was weak to the extreme. Ha ha ha, come on! Come and kill me! Wang Lin still laughed madly and roared at Chulu. The many powerful people watching the battle couldn't help but secretly shake their heads. All thought that Wang Lin's cultivation had been wasted and he had lost his mind. Chulak flashed his signature smile. A spirit sword appeared in his palm. I've all heard that you, the desolate ancient family, have always been mysterious and powerful, and that no one in the entire 3,000 worlds dares to mess with you. Then, little master, I'll set a precedent in front of so many people today. I'll kill you today to cheer up the gang. As soon as Chulu's words fell, he raised his hand and slashed his sword at Wang Lin through the air. Boom! A speeding sword blade instantly flew out and struck Wang Lin directly. In this scene, watching the other powerhouses, they gulped furiously. For Chulu's ruthlessness and killing decisiveness, feel heart-stopping, and mentally admonish yourself. Don't mess with this Chulaolu in the future. Buzz! Just as the sword-on was about to cut into Wang Lin, suddenly, that familiar Great Emperor pressure surfaced on Wang Lin's body once again. This sword aura of Chulu's was instantly crushed by this pressure. Ha ha ha, Chulu, you're dead. Seeing this imperial might surfacing on his body once again, Wang Lin revealed a vicious light and laughed up into the sky. He had just been provoking Chulak to decapitate him. It was to activate the means of preservation left in his body by his grandfather, the Great Emperor of Evil Suppression. Buzz! An imperial might envelop the heavens and earth. In the next moment, a ray of light shot up from Wang Lin's body. Immediately afterward, an illusory and magnificent figure overrode between heaven and earth. This figure, with its flamboyant light flowing in visions, was like a supreme god. The crowd looked up, and only then did they see that the illusory figure was a white-haired old man. Jin Evil Emperor. The crowd present all lost their voices and exclaimed in shock when they saw this illusory, magnificent figure. Chulu was also startled and stared wide-eyed. Mentally, he cursed. Crap. Play big. He didn't expect that this old thing would actually leave a means of preserving his life in Wang Lin's body. It really is a real grandson. The next time you meet someone like this great emperor's heir or something like that, be on the lookout, owl. Grandpa. Kill him. He wasted my cultivation. Wang Lin spoke viciously at the back of the evil suppressor emperor. At those words, the silhouette of the great emperor of evil suppression turned around violently. Seeing the dying Wang Lin, his cloudy eyes were filled with endless rage. Grandson, The silhouette of the great emperor of evil suppression was filled with murderous intent as it violently turned around and stared at Chu Lu with an icy gaze. At this moment, the entire secret realm was filled with the terrifying killing intent of the evil suppressor emperor. Even Chu Lu couldn't help but shiver at the moment. That, old grandpa, you listen to my explanation. There may be a bit of a misunderstanding between me and Wang Xiao. Chu Lu grinned, dropping the spirit sword in his hand as his figure slowly backed up. At this moment, Chu Lu was also flustered. How is it that Wang Lin, this son of a bitch, has this matter of a great emperor's life-preserving means on him? Nobody told him? If he had known ahead of time, he would have just scrapped Wang Lin. When he gets out, he'll let his master destroy the kid. Miscalculation. The crowd of powerful people watching the battle also couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths twitching madly. This Chu Lao Lu, the speed of changing face is faster than turning over books. Ha, misunderstanding? Then this emperor will also misunderstand a little bit, and whip you into shape and light up the heavenly lanterns. Boom! The silhouette of the great emperor of evil suppression let out a cold laugh and blatantly struck out, grabbing at Chu Lu. Chu Lu was instantly imprisoned by an irresistible force. Crap, old man. You don't speak of martial virtues. Eyeing the approaching illusory giant palm, Chu Lu broke into a loud curse. Senior brother Chu. The crowd of forbidden sect disciples in the distance also changed their faces drastically, but there was nothing the crowd could do at the moment. However, just as the illusory great hand of the evil suppressor emperor's shadow was about to fall onto Chu Lu's body, boom! Under everyone's shocked gaze, a godless might also rose from Chu Lu's body. In the next moment, an astonishing power of a great emperor burst out from Chu Lu's body. Boom! This illusory gigantic palm sent out by the shadow of the great emperor of evil suppression was shattered on the spot by this terrifying force. Immediately afterward, an extremely domineering voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Dare to hurt my good disciple, you old undead. Today this emperor will slaughter your grandson and break the roots of your lineage. Boom! P.S. See you tomorrow. Bye. The crowd saw that the bloodlight on Chu Lu's body rose up to the sky. Immediately afterward, a magnificent illusory figure similarly appeared above Chu Lu's head. Rolling imperial might filled the heavens and earth. The majestic and vast aura suffocated everyone present. Master! Master! Chu Lu looked up and saw a familiar face. Instantly overjoyed, he didn't realize that his own master had also left a means of preserving his life within him. When was that? How does he not know? From the great master's calf protecting value plus 10,000. At this time, another prompt came from Chu Lu's system. The corners of Chu Lu's mouth rose, and his nervousness finally relaxed. And the crowd there really didn't expect it. On Chu Lalio's body, there was actually a life-preserving means left behind by a great emperor as well. Is this the Een Crow Emperor? Hiss. The forbidden sect deserves to be at the top of the top forces. The Een Crow Great Emperor has only been promoted to Great Emperor not long ago, while the Jin Evil Great Emperor has been promoted to Great Emperor for a long time. Across the distance, the martial artists of the major forces that were suppressed by the emperor's might couldn't help but discuss. Some of them do not look favorably on the Een Crow Emperor. Hey, good disciple, don't be afraid. Old thing, this shadow of yours is nothing more than an attack transformed. What this emperor left in my good disciple is a small portion of this emperor's power. If you dare to injure my good disciple, this emperor will have your lineage severed today. The Een Crow Emperor's silhouette looked at the Jin Evil Emperor's silhouette in front of him, his face filled with mockery and disdain. Humph, Een Crow, how dare you? You're nothing more than a mere newly promoted great emperor in the district. If anything happens to this emperor's grandson, this emperor's true body will immediately descend. The great emperor of evil suppression's face was gloomy as he let out a cry of shock and anger. In response to the threat from the Jin Qi emperor, the Een Crow Emperor merely laughed and didn't take it seriously at all. Aha! Damn old thing, didn't expect that, did you, little master? I also have a great emperor's life-preserving means on me. Weren't you arrogant just now? Come kill me. Chu Lu grinned, and provoked madly at the evil suppression great emperor's shadow. With his great imperial master's presence, Chu Lu now felt like he was frighteningly strong. Little bastard. Emperor Jin Xiaoyan's face was grim to the extreme. Terrifying killing intent surged. He was a great emperor, but he was actually insulted by a mole cricket. Boom. Old devil. Just now you struck out at this emperor's good disciple. Now you take a move from this emperor as well. Just then, the Een Crow Emperor's shadow above Chu Lu's head took advantage of the moment when the Jin Xia Emperor was lost in thought to make a blatant strike, only to see the Een Crow Emperor raise his hand and violently blast at the sneaky shadow of the evil suppressor emperor. The terrifying power of a great emperor caused the entire secret realm to tremble violently. It seemed that the secret realm couldn't withstand this power from the Een Crow Emperor. The surrounding heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, began to collapse and shatter. the silhouette of the great emperor of evil suppression suddenly became greatly alarmed. Damned old Ing Crow! The silhouette of the great emperor of evil suppression cursed angrily and hurriedly swung his palm to meet the attack. Boom! Two terrifying great emperor power once again swept through the entire secret realm. The originally illusory figure of the great emperor of evil suppression had become even more transparent and illusory by one point at this moment. Ha ha ha, old evil suppressor. This shadow of yours is dying. The Ing Crow Emperor laughed out loud as he launched a series of attacks against the evil suppression emperor's silhouette. The silhouette of the evil suppressor emperor had wanted to use its last strength to force Wang Lin away. Nay, the Ing Crow Emperor did not give him a chance at all. The great emperor of evil suppression was furious, but he could only meet the attack. Otherwise, once this shadow of his was broken up, his grandson, Wang Lin, is afraid his life is in danger. Boom boom boom. The power that erupted from the battle between the two great emperors' shadows swept through the mysterious realms heaven and earth. At this moment, the entire secret realm began to collapse. Not good. The secret realm is going to collapse. Run away. After the two great emperors' shadows fought, the great emperor pressure on the scene disappeared. The crowd of martial artists present, sensing that the secret realm was beginning to collapse, showed horror and turned around to flee towards the exit of the secret realm. It was only that Chu Lu and the group of forbidden sect disciples didn't notice. The remaining spirit clearance sect's heavenly pride, LV Chong Kong, and the Red Flame Valley's remaining heavenly pride, Zhao Tianyu. The two also took advantage of the chaos to leave this place and fled to the exit of the secret realm. Brother Chu, hurry up! This place is going to collapse. At that moment, Dan Nuanzi looked around and hurriedly reminded Chu Lu, who was not far away. Chu Lu turned around and responded in a hurry. Brother Dan, Miss Yun, please, the two of you, take my forbidden sect's disciples to leave first. I'm going to kill that son of a bitch. His grandma, dare to shade me. Don't worry, I have a way to escape. The duo of Dan Danzi and Yun Qinli nodded. Since Chu Lu said that there was a way to escape, he would definitely be able to escape. Plus, with the Ing Crow Emperor's shadow here, they naturally didn't have to worry. And a dozen forbidden sect disciples, but also very decisive, followed the two great pride of heaven, quickly withdraw from the secret realm. After the crowd left, Chu Lu came to the frail Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin's face was filled with fear. Chu Fall, don't kill me. I can give you anything you want. My grandfather is a great emperor. Emperor quality techniques, martial arts or divine medicines. Just say it. If only you would spare my life. Hearing Wang Lin say this, Chu Lu laughed on the spot and teased. Are you out of your mind? If I slaughter you, won't I still get these, little master? As the personal grandson of old Evil Jin, you should have quite a lot of goodies on you. At those words, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with despair. As soon as the words fell, Chu Lu's hand rose and fell without the slightest hesitation. A palm slapped at Wang Lin's ceiling. Wang Lin let out a scream and fell asleep on the spot. Chu Lu knew deep down that people like Wang Lin wouldn't change even if they died. Once he spared Wang Lin's life, when Wang Lin returned to the Wang clan, he would definitely send strong people to find him in trouble. Anyway, we've already made a grudge, so we might as well kill him now. Save yourself the trouble later. Immediately afterward, Chu Lu peeled off Wang Lin's nascent sacred ring and beautifully put it away. Grandson, above the void, the silhouette of the Jin evil emperor who was fighting with the Ing Crow emperor. Seemingly sensing this, he turned around violently and saw that Wang Lin was already lying flat on the ground, lifeless. The great emperor of evil suppression was furious on the spot. Little beast, this emperor will kill you. The great emperor of evil suppression backhanded at Chu Lu and slapped his palm through the air. Old thing, how dare you strike at this emperor's good disciple? Perish! Boom! Just at the moment when the evil suppressor emperor's shadow was about to strike out at Chu Lu, the Ing Crow emperor's silhouette instantly became furious. With the power of a monstrous great emperor stored in his hand, he slapped the shadow of the evil suppressor great emperor. Buzz! Pust! The silhouette of the great emperor of evil suppression was suddenly blown apart. Aha! Ing Crow, you old beast, and you little beast, you guys wait for this emperor. This emperor will definitely avenge my grandson's death. In the instant that the shadow of the evil suppressor emperor was slapped apart by the Ing Crow emperor, the voice of the great emperor of evil suppression, filled with endless anger and resentment, echoed in the secret realm. Seeing that the void shadow of the evil suppressor emperor had been dispersed by his master, Chu Lok also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Humph, good disciple, don't be afraid. There is master. This old thing, it can't hurt you. Good disciple, get out of here. This place will collapse soon. The master's honored one will be here soon. The Ing Crow emperor's shadow gave a comforting cry to Chu Lu. With that came a big wave of the hand. A powerful force wrapped Chu Lok up, turned into a stream of light. bursting toward the secret realm exit that was about to collapse and close. In the meantime, outside the secret realm, the atmosphere was also tense at this moment. The blue-clear ancient sage of the spirit clearance sect, and another high-ranking elder, the ancient sage of creation, led a group of great saints as well as saints as they stepped into the void. Rolling holy might enveloped the heavens and earth, filled with horrifying killing intent. Beyond that, the Red Flame Valley's Yanjun ancient sage, the Hades Flame ancient sage duo, also brought a few great sages and sage realm powerhouses with them as they stepped into the void. The strongest of the two forces were filled with endless rage at this moment. The two great elders, Zhao Shang and Qin Yi, were surrounded. Holy war, a touchdown. The other top powerhouses on the scene couldn't help but tense up at this moment. Not long ago, the Heavens Pride ranking surfaced several times. On the Heavens Pride list, the Heavens Pride Juyu, who was ranked 116, replaced by the 118th ranked Shulak. Seeing this, the two ancient saints of the spirit clearance sect immediately understood that Juyu's fall was the work of Chu Lu. Maybe the previous Luo Yu, they guessed, was also killed by Chu Lu. On top of that, Red Flame Valley's Heavenly Pride, Du Shang, had also disappeared from the Heavenly Pride ranking. Du Shang was a disciple of the ancient sage of Underworld Flame. After Du Shang's name disappeared from the Heavens Pride ranking, he then realized that Du Shang's fate card was broken and fell in the secret realm. As for the Yanjun ancient sage and the Underflame ancient sage, the first object of suspicion was the forbidden sex Chu Lu. That's what made the scene. Zhao Shang, Qin Yi, if you forbidden sect doesn't give my two clans an explanation today, we will ask you for some lessons. The ancient sage of creation's face was ice cold and shocked. Humph, your disciples are just less skillful than others. Is it that only your disciples are allowed to strike and my forbidden sect's disciples are not allowed to strike back? Deserve to die. You old things. You can't afford to play, can you? When the youngest is gone, the oldest is going to jump out? Since that's the case, then I, the forbidden sect, will accompany you to have a good time. Come on, there's no point in talking, let's fight first. Zhao Shang was holding a small tripod, rolling holy might that suppressed out from him. The terrifying strength of the peak of the ancient saints also made the four ancient saints of the two top forces. Their faces changed slightly. Ha ha ha, both of you, this saint will help you. The Qingdan ancient sage laughed loudly and appeared beside the Zhao Shang duo. Old man Qingdan, there's no business for your Dan sect here. Get the hell out of here. Or don't blame us for being impolite. The Hades Yen ancient sage's face was as gloomy as water as he angrily shouted. Ha! Fellow Daoist Stygian. The two of the forbidden sect are dear friends of this saint. It's impossible for this saint to stand by and watch. The Qingdan ancient sage replied with a bland smile. Humph. Fellow Daoist Stygian. There's no need to talk nonsense with this old fellow. Do it! Boom! The blue-clear ancient sage's killing intent was awe-inspiring, and his astonishing power rose up to the sky. The other powerhouses on the scene hurriedly evacuated the place at the sight of the situation. The crowd didn't expect it in any way. The battle of the ancient saints that hadn't broken out for thousands of years in the 3,000 great worlds. Today, however, it erupted because of a disciple of the forbidden sect. However, just as both sides were about to strike, the entrance to the great emperor's secret realm suddenly shook violently. It seems to be collapsing shut at any moment. This scene caused the faces of all the powerhouses present to suddenly change drastically. Even the four ancient saints of the spirit clearing sect and the Red Flame Valley froze. Next moment, at the entrance to the secret realm, disciples of major forces emerged, as well as scattered strong cultivators. Seeing that the disciples who had gone in had all come out, all the major top powerhouses couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Tianyu, Long Kong, the four ancient saints from the Red Flame Valley and the Spirit Clearing sect were also instantly stunned when they saw Zhao Tianyu, who had fled out after them, as well as the two celestial pride of Lu Changkong. The two great celestial pride each returned to the side of the clan's strongest person, and Qingdan ancient sage, as well as Zhao Shang and Qin Yi, also saw Dan Duanzi, bringing out disciples from their two clans. However, Zhao Shang and Qin Yi were nowhere to be seen by Chu Lu. The two of them immediately frowned. At this moment, ancient sage Lan Qing inquired about the returning LV Changkong. Changkong, where are the other disciples? The gazes of everyone present looked toward the spirit clearance sect side. Lu Changkong organized his thoughts for a moment, looked at these dozen disciples of the forbidden sect, and opened his mouth. Fourth elder, senior brother Zhuyu, senior brother Luo Yu, and the other disciples all died at the hands of the forbidden sect's Chu Lu. Not only that, even Wang Xiao is also afraid that he will be in great danger. What? When the blue-clear ancient sage and the ancient sage of creation heard that Wang Lin was likely to fall at the hands of Chu Lu as well, their faces instantly changed drastically. But the next moment, the corners of both mouths couldn't help but rise. Elder Hades Yen, Senior brother Du, senior brother Han, and the disciples who went in. All of them also fell at the hands of Chu Lu. Not only that, Dan Dusty from the Dan sect has obtained the legacy of the ancient Dan emperor, as well as an imperial artifact. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu on the Red Flame Valley side also said in shock and anger. The moment these words came out, the other powerhouses on the scene were all shocked. The fallen heavenly pride of the Spirit Clearance sect and the Red Flame Valley had actually been truly slaughtered by Chu Lu. This kid from the Forbidden sect, is he so unbelievable? No wonder Zhao Shang and Qin Yi cared so much about Chu Lu. However, many of the powerful people present learned that Dan Zongzi had an imperial artifact on his person. One after another, they all turned their gazes to Dan Duzi. Qingdan ancient sage's eyes narrowed slightly, subconsciously protecting Dan Duanzi behind him. Boom! The four of them, the Blue Clear ancient sage, the Creation ancient sage, the Yen Jun ancient sage, as well as the Underflame ancient sage. With one step, holy might rolled out. The eyes of the four great ancient saints filled with killing intent landed on the two great elders, Zhao Shang and Qin Yi. Old man Zhao, what else do you have to say? Ironclad evidence is here. Even if you two old ghosts were here today, you wouldn't be able to protect this little brute Chu Lu. The Blue Clear ancient sage angrily shouted. Zhao Shang and Qin Yi looked at each other, and their brows both furrowed. They also didn't expect that this kid, Chu Lu, would actually be so heaven-defying, slaughtering so many heavenly pride. How come they hadn't realized Chu Lok's anticlimax before? Buzz. Just then, the entrance to the secret realm completely collapsed. And the moment the secret realm collapsed, a stream of light flew out from the entrance of the secret realm in time. The light dispersed, revealing a figure. At the sight of this figure, all the powerful people on the scene were stunned. Chu Lok. Boom. Little beast, you're finally out. Seeing Chu Lu come out, the four ancient saints from the two major forces instantly locked onto Chu Lu. For terrifying forces attacked and killed towards Chu Lu. Chu Lu snapped and cursed directly in his heart. Nima, these old things don't talk about martial virtues and make sneak attacks. Boom. However, at that moment, two magnificent figures once again blocked in front of Chu Lu's body. The power pressed by the four saints was blocked by the duo. You four old things, if you want to move Chu Lok, you'll have to step over our two old guys first. Elder Zhao Shang's value plus 5,000. Elder Qin Yi's calf protection value plus 5,000. Humph. In that case, fellow Daoist Yanjun, fellow Daoist Stygian, we'll join forces and clean up these two old guys first. Take down this little beast Chu Lu again. The Blue Clear ancient sage was shocked and furious. Yes, the Yen Jun ancient sage duo nodded, their killing intent flourishing. I'm not afraid of you four old geezers. Zhao Shang cursed angrily, and all the heavenly visions surfaced on his body. Chu Lu looked at the backs of the two elders, and a warm current flowed through his heart. At the same time the heart couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Why hadn't his unreliable great imperial master come yet? Buzz. Guys, stop it. Just when everyone thought that the ancient sage battle was about to break out, an old voice rang out from between heaven and earth. In the next moment, heaven and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds shifted. A godless might instantly envelop the heavens and earth. Sensing this familiar emperor's might, Chu Lu then remembered. They also have a great emperor old six, hiding in the dark well. The Dan sect's medicine underworld emperor. The two elders, Zhao Shang and Qin Yi, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at this time. Imperial might. Hiss. There are great emperors hiding in the shadows. I wonder which great emperor of the forbidden sect it is. This sudden pressure of a great emperor also caused many of the powerhouses present to be startled. The crowd thought that it was the forbidden sect, which had secretly sent out great emperor powerhouses to follow. The four ancient saints from the two major powers were also shocked by this imperial might. The faces of the four people were instantly ugly. Buzz. An invisible fluctuation arose. The next moment, the crowd saw in front of the duo of Qin Yi and Zhao Shang, a Pilhei emperor with white hair, a kind face, and a great emperor's pressure permeating his body appeared. Medicine underworld emperor. Many of the powerful people present also recognized the Pill heavens at first glance. The crowd didn't expect that this great emperor was actually the Dan sect's Pilhei great emperor. Medicine underworld emperor. Has not been in the world for a long time. I didn't think they'd see it today. Medicine underworld emperor. This is a feud between the forbidden sect and my spirit clearance sect, so please don't intervene. Great emperor. The Blue Clear ancient sage took a step forward and stood out, bowing his hand to the Pill heavens. With that, he said without being condescending. The Blue Clear ancient sage's move caused the people at the scene to be greatly surprised. It also included Chu Lok. The Blue Clear ancient sage actually dared to speak to the Pill heavens emperor like this. Is this old man, too, kicked in the head by a donkey? All under the great emperor are ants, not to be taken lightly. Chu Lu was curious as to what, exactly, had given the blue clear ancient sage the bottom line, daring to speak to the Pill Hollow Emperor like this. The Pill Hollow Emperor shook his head slightly and smiled blandly. I, a disciple of the Dan sect, am indebted to little friend Chu of the Forbidden Sect for taking care of me on this trip to the secret realm. There's no way this emperor will let you harm little friend Chu. The Pill Plague Great Emperor said this. The disciples of the many forces present all cast envious gazes at Chu Lu. The blue clear ancient saint's eyes flickered as he took a step back and said no more. However, in the next moment, the Pill Plague Great Emperor raised his head slightly. Looking at the void above the heads of both the blue clear ancient sage and the ancient sage of creation, he faintly said, "Fellow Daoist Baikong, why don't you show yourself?" At those words, the faces of the people present once again changed drastically, and they all followed the Pill Hollow Great Emperor's gaze. Boom! Another unfamiliar Great Emperor's pressure enveloped the heavens and earth. There's actually a Great Emperor old 6. Chulu also couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise in his heart. He hadn't expected that there were actually great emperors hiding in the shadows other than the Pill Heavens. It's true that there are old 6s every day, but today is special. Ha! Fellow Daoist medicine meditation. Haven't seen you for many years, only to see a hunchbacked old man quietly appear in front of the blue clear ancient sage duo. After seeing the face of this old man, Zhao Shang and Qin Yi were no longer calm. Hiss, that's one of the old ancestors of the Spirit Clearance sect, the 100 Sky Emperor. I didn't realize that the 100 Sky Emperor had actually entered the world as well. What's going on today? Even the Great Emperor has shown up. Some of the martial artists present were shocked as they recognized the identity of this old man on the spot. And at this moment, Chulu finally understood who had given the blue clear ancient sage the bottom line earlier. So it's this old guy. The blue clear ancient sage laughed coldly. They, the 100 heir ancestors, are the reason why they are here. It was because of Wang Lin. Learning that Wang Lin was going to follow them to the secret land, the higher-ups of the Spirit Clearance sect had specially invited the 100 Sky Emperor to follow, just in case something happens to Wang Lin. However, what the Blue Clear Ancient Sage group didn't expect was that Wang Lin still fell in the secret realm, died at the hands of Chu Lok. Forbidden sect brat, you're making it impossible for this emperor to see through it. Since you killed my clan's heavenly pride, then you will come with this emperor. This emperor won't make things difficult for you. Just stay in my Spirit Clearance sect's prison for 200 to 300 years. The 100 empty emperors let out a strange laugh as their gazes landed on Chulu's body, and a strand of surprise flashed in their eyes. The faces of the two great elders, Zhao Shang and Qin Yi, were instantly gloomy. Fellow Daoist Baikong, this emperor has said it before. You can't take little friend Chu away today. As for the future, this emperor doesn't care. The medicine underworld emperor released monstrous pressure all over his body, canceling out the 100 Sky Emperor's imperial might. Ha! Pill, hey, you alone can't stop this emperor. The person this emperor wants to take away. Just you can't do it yet. The 100 Sky Emperor spared a glance at the Pill Heavens Emperor, then revealed a mouthful of large yellow teeth and laughed. Boom! The old undead of the Spirit Clearance sect. You're taking my good disciple, and imprison him for hundreds of years? Just at that moment, an enraged voice came from the distant sky. This old voice was accompanied by endless killing intent, as well as rolling imperial might. In the next moment, a bloody light sped in and descended into the void above the heads of the crowd. That's the Forbidden Sect's Een Crow Ancient Sage. No, now it's the Een Crow Emperor. Hiss, Een Crow Emperor has also come. My goodness, this Chu Lok has 3 great emperors showing up today because of him alone. TSK, TSK, TSK. The powerful people present all looked up at the Een Crow Emperor who had descended to this place and couldn't help but lose their voices in horror. As for the Blue Clear Ancient Sage and the Ancient Sage of Creation, as well as the 100 empty emperors, when they saw the descending Een Crow, their faces also changed slightly at this moment, especially the Blue Clear Ancient Sage and the Ancient Sage of Creation. Their faces were as ugly as if they had eaten shit. Master, you're finally here. Chu Lu's heart was then solidified, and he couldn't help but shout out, ha ha ha, good disciple, are you alright? The Een Crow Emperor's gaze fell on Chu Lu. Only after realizing that Chu Lu was not injured did he let out a sigh of relief. Old devil Een Crow, if you come any later, you'll have no choice but to go to the Spirit Clearance sect to look for your disciple. Also, since you're here, you'll be the one to wipe your ass for the trouble your disciple caused. Elder Zhao Shang also secretly breathed a sigh of relief and blankly glanced at the Een Crow Emperor with great displeasure. Hey! The Een Crow Emperor laughed, turned his head to look at the 100 Sky Emperor, and coldly said, Old man Pill Meditation, look after my Forbidden Sect's people. If the others dare to make a move, you will suppress them first. Don't worry. This emperor won't make things difficult for you. After this emperor frees up his hands, he'll come back to clean up this group of old things that bully the juniors. The Een Crow Emperor's eyes stared as he glanced at the group of blue clear ancient saints behind the 100 Sky Emperor. Being blasted by the Een Crow Emperor like this, the ancient saints of the two major powers had their eyelids fluttering. A sense of foreboding surges. Fellow Taoist Een Crow, don't worry. With this emperor here, they won't be able to hurt little friend Chu. The pill hollow emperor froze, then spoke. Ha, that's good. Old 100 Sky Demon. Dare to bully this emperor's good disciple. Battle in the extraterrestrial void. If you don't dare, today this emperor will exterminate all of you present from the spirit clearance sect. Boom. The Crow Emperor took one step and appeared in the void. In the next moment, the crowd only saw the entire sky dome of the 3,000 great worlds instantly gloomy. Immediately after, a look endless monstrous blood fury shrouded the world. The Een Crow Emperor's eyes blossomed with bloodlight, and his feet stepped on an ocean of fury. Around its body, the laws were disorganized and the great Tao roared. A great emperor's phantom rose up by itself, billions and billions of feet, his feet stepping on the endless blood-devouring oceans, like a lord of all realms. Terrifying killing intent condensed into substance, locking onto the 100 Sky Emperor. This scene directly caused the crowd present to not return to their senses for a long time. The crowd sucked in a deep breath of cool air and looked at the great Emperor's phantom above the dome of the sky in horror, their scalps unable to stop tingling. The crowd didn't expect it in any way. The Een Crow Emperor had actually directly started the great Emperor battle in order to take revenge on his disciple. Thinking of this, the group of strong people present looked at the equally shocked Chu Lu, filled with envy. They also wanted a master teacher who was so protective. Alright. In the meantime, the many hidden powerhouses of the 3,000 great worlds were also startled by this terrifying commotion. Who started the Imperial War? It's the forbidden sect Een Crow Emperor. Hiss. This old thing, just promoted to a great emperor and launching an emperor war? Who will fight him? I don't know. But this forbidden sect's elder actually practiced such a shocking power of fury chi. Just how many living beings has he slaughtered? The 100 Sky Emperor's face instantly turned ugly. Snapping his head up, endless anger filled his eyes. He didn't expect a newly promoted great emperor in the district to dare to launch an imperial battle against him. What a Een Crow Emperor! A mere newly promoted great emperor dares to initiate an emperor battle against this emperor. Since you want to fight, then this emperor will fulfill you today. Today, this emperor will want your emperor's blood to stain the heavens. The 100 Sky Emperor let out a furious cry, waved his sleeve robe, and took a step out. Boom! An even more terrifying great emperor Dharma phase stood between heaven and earth. As soon as this great emperor's phantom appeared, the space and time around the heavens and earth were all intertwined and disorganized. When the 100 empty emperors raised their hands and threw their feet, the heaven and earth avenues trembled. The elements that filled the heavens and earth, as well as the 10,000 laws, intertwined together and coalesced into a round of divine rings that overrode the great emperor's Dharma phase. Ha ha ha, old Baikong. Is that all you have as a mouth? Come and fight. Boom boom boom. The Een Crow Emperor's magnificent figure, above the void, looked down with downcast eyes and let out a cold smile. Behind his body, an endless blood fury, as powerful as an ocean, suppressed the endless domain. With that, the two supreme emperors disappeared between heaven and earth under the gazes of the countless living beings of the 3,000 great worlds. Boom! In the next moment, the depths of the extraterritorial void beyond the 3,000 great worlds, there came a shocking sound. Immediately afterward, two majestic forces rolled in like tidal floods from heaven and earth, sweeping through the heavens of the heavens. Under these two destructive forces filled with imperial might, the void spaces of the 3,000 great worlds were all destroyed. The entire 3,000 worlds was instantly shrouded in darkness. Space debris that looks like a star shimmers with a faint glow. This scene is so apocalyptic. Good. Terrible. Is this the dreadfulness of a great emperor? Under the great emperor, all are ants. Countless powerful people showed fear on their faces. Dumbfounded, he stared at the firmament that kept automatically repairing the broken space. Although many powerful people, they couldn't see the two great emperors engaging in battle. But the power that erupted from the battle between the two men has already made people feel despair. It can be imagined that the exchange of hands between the two great emperors is so intense. The value of protecting the calf from the great master plus 10,000. At this time, a prompt came from Chu Lu's system. However, Chu Lu was gazing at the sky dome at the moment, worrying in his heart. Kid, just relax. I've been fighting and getting along with this old geezer, your master, for so many years. Although I don't dare to say that I know your deadbeat master 100%, there is one thing I'm sure of. Your master is just as bad as you. Boy, even more afraid of death. Without enough certainty, this old thing won't make a rash move. Elder Zhao Sheng stood by Chu Lu's side, similarly raising his head to look up at the sky as he slowly spoke. Chu Lu froze and looked at Elder Zhao Sheng, the corners of his mouth twitching madly. Is this second elder complimenting him? Thank you. No need to brag next time. Well, Chu Lu nodded slightly. the worry in his heart which slowed down. In the meantime, Forbidden Sect. Deep in the Forbidden Land, two pale figures appeared on a huge rock. These two old men, one with white hair and kind brows, raised his hands and feet, revealing a refined and easygoing temperament. The other old man, on the other hand, was dressed in rags and tatters. His hands and feet, as well as his face, were covered with dirt and grime, and he was hanging on for dear life, as if he were a worldly beggar, the kind that is so close to a dog-fighting stick and broken bowl that you can beg on the street. The temperament of the two old men is simply different from that of the clouds and mud. At this moment, both old men looked up at the extra-dimensional void battlefield. Ha! Dares to bully my Forbidden Sex people. The third elder has only been promoted to Great Emperor. Facing Bai Kong, an old immortal of the second realm, is a bit of a disadvantage. He. When the third elder starts to show a disadvantage, this seed is going to make a move and give that old undead a shot in the dark. The old man in scruffy clothes smiled sinisterly, and a dry wooden stick literally appeared out of thin air in his hand. The scruffy old man leapt to his feet, looking like he was ready to get to work. You're not striking out lightly. In case you wake up those old guys sleeping inside, you'll go in and rebury them yourself. And to make a sneak attack, such a disgraceful thing, it's not good enough for you to do. The old man with an elegant temperament looked at the scruffy old man beside him with contempt. When the scruffy old man just wanted to retort, he suddenly noticed something and rolled his eyes straight away. Old thing, you think you're qualified to talk about me? Can you undo the forbidden move you've been building up? Shame on you, and you have the nerve to talk about me. The temperament of the elegant old man, embarrassed to hide. Floating special runes poem, dry cough, accidentally found by this old guy. Ahem. Ha, this third elder of ours. He's not simple nah. The victory has been decided. There's no need for us two old miscreants to interfere. The old man with an elegant temperament looked at the extraterrestrial battlefield. His eyes lit up, and he laughed happily. The scruffy old man at his side, who had also put away the dry wooden stick in his hand, sked. TSK. This third elder of ours is indeed not simple. To actually use the Great Emperor One Realm to heavily injure this old geezer. Bai Kong, awesome. Ha, not only is third elder not simple, that precious disciple of his is not a simple commodity either. The old man with an elegant temperament laughed. The scruffy old man froze and spoke. The third elder's disciple, that's the one you're talking about. The brat who mistakenly came in last time? The old man with an elegant temperament nodded his head. Not bad, it's that kid. That kid has learned all of the next 1,000 forbidden mastery techniques. That kid came in, found the remaining 2,000 forbidden Jedi and tried to steal them, but I stopped him in time and kicked him out. The remaining 2,000 forbidden Jedi, with that kid's lifespan, I'm afraid that if he looks at it a few more times, he'll have to die in place. Hiss, that kid, actually learn all the forbidden Jedi of the next 1,000? This kid, demonic. The scruffy old man took a deep breath of cold air and subconsciously turned his head to look. Not far behind the two, a massive stone monument was erected. The stone tablet was engraved with 3,000 forbidden mastery. It turned out that the forbidden Jedi of the forbidden sect was not 1,000 doors. Instead, it's 3,000 gates. Oh, demonic indeed. It's a pity that this kid doesn't have an everlasting body. If not, my forbidden sect will, in the future, definitely give birth to an extraordinary existence. The old man with an elegant temperament couldn't help but shake his head in pity as he looked up in the direction of the desolate heavenly state. Its gaze crossed the shackles of space and time and saw Chulu, who was gazing up at the sky dome with Zhao Shang. Buzz, the battle of the great emperors. It's over. Who won? Peace was gradually restored to the heavens and earth, and the gazes of countless people gazed at the dome of the sky. Chulu similarly stared at the sky. The next moment, a figure returning from the extra-dimensional void made Chulu's face change instantly. This figure that came from the extra-dimensional void, it was none other than the 100th Sky Emperor. The 100th Sky Emperor has won. At this moment, the crowd of powerful people present also saw clearly that the person returning was the 100th Sky Emperor, and all of them changed their faces slightly and exclaimed in shock. Ha ha ha, the blue clear ancient sage and the ancient sage of creation both instantly laughed out loud to the sky. No, that old ghost, Bai Kong, is injured. At that moment, the two elders, Zhao Shang and Qin Yi, had their eyes glazed over and discovered the clues. The blue clear ancient sage and the ancient sage of creation seemed to have discovered something as well, and their smiles suddenly froze. The crowd only saw the 100th Sky Emperor who was speeding back. The left arm disappeared. At the place of its wound, a terrifying blood-bane force was eroding the overflowing Emperor's blood. The 100th Sky Emperor's face was gloomy and unsightly, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Old ancestor, the blue clear ancient sage and the creation ancient sage duo, exclaimed in shock. A weak imperial might pressed in, and the 100th Sky Emperor flew into the air above the heads of the crowd. With a wave of his hand, a powerful force wrapped the blue clear ancient sage and the ancient sage of creation, as well as a dozen or so great saints and saints of the spirit clearance sect. Go! The 100 empty emperors rolled up the crowd and tore through the spatial rift, under the eyes of the crowd, flew into the space cracks to escape and go. We, too, must go. Just when the crowd hadn't returned to their senses, the Red Flame Valley's Yanjun ancient sage seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed drastically. Alarmed, he reminded the Medflame ancient sage, who was still in a state of disorientation, as well as the great sage powerhouses behind him. Hades Yin ancient sage also snapped back to his senses, and Yanjun ancient sage too, with the strong people behind them, flew away. All are gone. Hiss. Everyone see, the 100th Sky Emperor was chopped off an arm. Did. Buzz. The many powerful people present also seemed to have thought of something at this time. When they raised their heads, a figure covered in monstrous killing intent, as well as terrifying bloodbath power, returned from the extra-dimensional void and descended over the heads of the crowd. Master. Seeing this imperial might-filled figure, Chu Lu was overjoyed, especially seeing his own master intact. He knew that his own master had one. His grandma. This old guy is running really fast. It must have been practiced specifically. The Een Crow Emperor in the void broke into a loud curse, his chest heaving. With that, he dispersed his monstrous might and returned to the side of Chu Lu's group. At this moment, the other powerhouses present looked at the Een Crow Emperor's back, their hearts shaking. The crowd didn't expect it. This newly promoted Een Crow Emperor had actually defeated the Spirit Clearance Sect's 100th Sky Emperor. It's really incredible. Master. Awesome. Chu Lu took a step forward, and only after realizing that his own master was not injured did he feel relieved and gave a thumbs up to the Een Crow Emperor. Ha ha ha, that's true. Good disciple. You don't know. That old man has a little something, but not much. He's no match for Master. If it wasn't for that old man running fast, Master would have high and low slaughtered a great emperor today to help you out. The Een Crow Emperor crossed his arms with a smug look on his face. It seemed to be very flattered by Chu Lu's praise. Moreover, at this time, the Een Crow Great Emperor did not have the slightest bit of that appearance of being a great emperor powerhouse, towering over the others, majestic and indifferent. Instead, it gives the impression of a little old man next door. Chu Lu blankly glanced at her own master. Self-teacher is not modest at all. Old man, you can die without bragging. Also slaughtered that old thing Baikong. If it was as simple as decapitating a great emperor, you wouldn't have let that old ghost escape. Elder Zhao Sheng skimmed his mouth and said without any goodwill, you old thing. You can die if you don't talk. No one will take you for a dummy if you don't talk. The Een Crow Emperor saw Zhao Sheng disliking him as usual and pulled his voice to dislike him. Poof. Elder Zhao Sheng snorted lightly and stopped speaking. This look aside Chu Lu and Qin Yi elders. Cover your face and shake your head. The daily mutual dislike of the two elders also made a dozen or so disciples of the forbidden sect relax and couldn't help but snicker. Fellow Daoist Een Crow, your battle prowess is unrivaled. This emperor admires it. If you have time, come and sit in my Dan sect. We can discuss and exchange ideas. At this moment, the Pill Plague Emperor stepped forward and arched his hand at the Een Crow Emperor, smiling. Ahahaha, you're welcome, fellow Daoist medicine meditation. When there is time, this emperor will definitely go to your Dan sect to walk around. The Een Crow Emperor laughed. This caused the Qingdan ancient sage behind the Pill Heavens Emperor to change his face slightly. This old man, come to his Dan sect then? Alright, since the matter of the secret realm is over, we can go back. The Red Flame Valley and the Spirit Clearance sect, they definitely won't stop. We will go back now and report this matter to the Patriarch. Or we can prepare for the next movements of the two major forces in advance. Elder Qini opened his mouth at this time and reminded. The Een Crow Emperor nodded slightly. He knew deep down that with the pissy nature of these two great sects, they definitely wouldn't let up. Moreover, his own good disciple had slaughtered the two clans' top heavenly prides. Chu Lu, who was on the side, suddenly remembered at this time. He didn't just slaughter only the heavenly pride of these two forces, he also slaughtered Wang Lin. The Wang family will certainly not stop either. But seeing that there are many people present here, Chu Lu held back the words he wanted to say. Anyway, his master knows. Come on, I'm going back, Een Crow Emperor said, and Pill Hay Emperor, with the disciples of the two sects, took the same void warship and broke through the air. Seeing the Forbidden Sect and Dan Sect's powerhouses leave, the other top powerhouses also left with their respective disciples, and wait for the many forces to leave. A young man dressed in white stood on a void warship that was slowly ascending into the air, looking in the direction where the crowd of the Forbidden Sect had left, his eyes flickering up. This white-clothed young man was none other than the Tianji Pavilion's heavenly pride, Spirit Calculator. Senior, I've decided. I want to choose Chu Lu of the Forbidden Sect as my battle protector. If Chu Lu serves as my battle protector, I will have a greater hope of becoming one of the TNGZ. The corners of Spirit Calculator's mouth rose slightly as he said. Beside Spirit Calculator, there stood a white-haired old man. This white-haired old man was the 9 elders of the Tianji pavilion that was famous in the 3000 worlds. The ancient sage of Xuanji. The ancient sage of Xuanji frowned slightly as he gazed in the direction of the Forbidden Sect and smiled helplessly. Apprentice, are you sure about the foreign aid? Choosing this kid? This kid is as lawless as his master. I'm afraid that when the time comes, this kid will cause some kind of trouble for you. Spirit Calculator smiled and replied. Senior, Chu Lu's battle prowess is extraordinary. You didn't see the scene where he struck out to kill Zhu and Du Sheng. If I obtain Chu Lu's assistance, my chances of becoming one of the heavenly Chi Z will be even greater. Nowadays, in front of the heavens' remarkable ranking, 100 of the demons do not come out, and it is simply impossible for others to be Chu Lu's opponent. Hearing this, the Xuanji ancient sage pondered for a while, and seeing that his own disciple's mind was made up, he reminded, since you insist on choosing Chu Lu, then Master will find a time to accompany you on a trip to the Forbidden Sect. However, it will have to wait until the Forbidden Sect resolves their next troubles. The Red Flame Valley and the Spirit Clearance Sect will definitely not stop. 3000 Great Worlds next. There's a lot of fun to be had. The Great World is approaching. Good disciple, you must seize the time to improve your strength. The old ancestor who guards the region by the Sea of Darkness sent a message back not long ago that the ancient divine trail that connects my 3000 worlds to the other side of the Sea of Darkness will be open in 5 years. Ancient miracles, 100,000 years a cycle, another 100,000 years time is coming. Therefore, the pavilion ancestors have decided that 2 years from now, they will unite all the top forces of the 3000 worlds and open the Heaven's Pride ranking battle. The desolate ancient divine miracle in 5 years' time will depend on you list prides. At those words, Spirit Calculator's face changed drastically as he exclaimed. No wonder. This time, when the great emperor's secret realm opened, those top demons from other top forces, none of them came. So, they are all preparing for the Heaven's remarkable ranking battle 2 years from now. The ancient sage of Xuanji nodded and waved his big hand as the void worship broke through the air. Just as the major powers returned, the Heaven's Gate domain of the 3000 Great Worlds. The Heaven's Gate domain was a medium-sized realm. The strongest major sect it was in was the Heaven's Gate sect. Within the Heaven's Gate domain, there were countless large and small sects, but they were all led by the Heaven's Gate sect. At this moment, deep inside a floating island within the Heaven's Gate sect, the Heaven's Gate sect patriarch, Lu Daoyuan, who had rushed back from the desolate heaven state, kneeling outside a mossy, closed stone door. Lu Daoyuan's face was filled with grief and anger. His eyes flashed with endless hatred as he opened his mouth to the stone door in front of him. Old ancestor, Peak's son fell into the hands of a little brute named Chulak. That little brute is the disciple of the Forbidden Sect Crow Old Man. I wanted to ask the Forbidden Sect for a statement, but those old geezers from the Forbidden Sect are too deceitful. Old ancestor, Fonger is also your disciple. Buzz. Just as Lu Daoyuan's words fell, the moss-covered stone door trembled violently. Immediately after that, it was the entire floating island that also began to tremble. Boom! In the next moment, a monstrous imperial might shattered the thick stone door. For a time, the entire Heaven's Gate realm was shifting and cloudy. A godless might filled the heavens and earth. Immediately afterward, from the darkness of the cave, a bald old man with a face full of anger and a terrifying imperial might permeating his body slowly walked out. Elder ancestor. Seeing this old man, Lu Daoyuan hurriedly got up and bowed respectfully to the old man. This old man was the old ancestor of the Heavenly Gate sect, the Heavenly Gate Emperor. Did Fomer really die at the hands of the Forbidden Sect's disciples? At this moment, the Sky Sect ancestor's face was filled with anger as he coldly murmured, 1,000 times over. Old ancestor, Fomer's ranking on the Heaven's Pride ranking has been replaced by that little brute from the Forbidden Sect. Lu Daoyuan opened his mouth. Boom! The Heaven's Gate Emperor's body trembled as icy killing intent filled the air. Even Lu Daoyuan could not help but shiver. What a Forbidden Sect! Still really think you guys were the head of the top forces in the world 100,000 years ago? If it wasn't for the battle at the Sea of Darkness back then, the Forbidden Sect would have merited to be at the top of the 3000 worlds. The top forces? Humph. Joke. Destroying this emperor's personal disciple and breaking his legacy. This enmity will not be shared. Don't worry, Daoyuan. This emperor will make a trip to the Forbidden Sect to seek justice for Feng's son. The Heaven's Gate Emperor gazed in the direction where the Forbidden Sect was located and murmured in a cold voice. Lu Feng was his most honored personal disciple. Lu Feng's fall meant that he would have to search for an exceptionally gifted successor all over again. Otherwise his entire mastery will be cut off. Now, his cultivation was slow to advance further, and his lifespan was about to run out. The Heaven's Gate Emperor thought that it would be a good time to take advantage of this opportunity to ask the forbidden sect for something. See if you can break through the cultivation. Though great emperors are powerful, they cannot live forever. As soon as the words fell, the Heaven's Gate Emperor took one step and his figure disappeared in place. In the meantime, within a vast world somewhere, this world is not among the 3,000 great worlds. This world was a world that had been opened up by a great emperor powerhouse. This place was the base camp of the desolate ancient king family. At this moment, in the depths of the Wang family's ancestral land, inside a dimly lit huge cave, within the cave, there are other places, a small floating island, suspended in it. On top of each small floating island, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. On one of the small floating islands, an old man snapped his eyes open. His face instantly flared with rage and he rose violently. Boom! Goddamned forbidden sect. Goddamned old crow. Goddamned little beast. Majestic rolling imperial might rose up from this figure. In an instant, within this world of the Wang clan, the wind and clouds changed and thunder rolled. This old and enraged voice resounded throughout the entire Wang family world. Hiss! This is the voice of the old ancestor? The great emperor of evil suppression. What happened? The many Wang clan powerhouses within the Wang clan's world were all startled by this sudden roll of imperial might. Countless people from the Wang clan looked into the depths of the ancestral land, and in the middle of a huge palace, a middle-aged man wearing a Xian robe with thick eyebrows and big eyes, violently rose from his seat, his gaze similarly looking towards the depths of the ancestral land with a frown. This middle-aged man was the head of the Wang family, Wang Ao Tian. Wang Ao Tian stepped out. His figure quietly disappeared in place. Meanwhile, inside the cave of the ancestral land, this figure, whose body was permeated with astonishing imperial might, had a murderous aura, and his eyes flickered with grief and killing intent. This person was none other than the Jinqi Emperor himself. What's wrong? What happened? Inside the cave, the other figures on the floating island that were cultivating with their legs crossed and eyes closed were also awakened by the evil suppressor emperor. An old man on a floating island beside him looked at the evil suppressor emperor and inquired. Great Emperor Jinxi's eyes bloomed with a cold aura. His face was gloomy to the extreme as he coldly said, "This emperor's good grandson was killed by a little scumbag from the forbidden sect." At those words, the faces of the group of old ancestors present all changed drastically, and then they also became gloomy. The crowd knew deep down that only he and his grandson, Wang Lin, were left in the lineage of the great emperor of evil suppression. Now Wang Lin had also fallen. This also means that the lineage of the great emperor of Zhenyi, the future is likely to be completely severed. Humph, forbidden sect? Daring to kill someone from my Wang family, do you really think that they, the forbidden sect, are the top of the forces of the heavens? An old man said in a cold voice. Ha, our Wang family rarely enters the world, and those who don't know, really think that our Wang family is afraid of the forbidden sect. Just as well, our Wang family, it's time for us to enter the 3,000 worlds and take a walk. For this first battle, let's pick the forbidden sect. Jin Xie, this emperor will go with you, so that the world will know that the people of our Wang family are not so easy to kill. By the way, let's also look at those old guys of the forbidden sect. After so many years, there are still a few people left. The old man on the floating island beside the great emperor of evil suppression slowly got up and said with a cold smile. The Jinxian emperor nodded, and then the two of them took a step out and their figures disappeared in place. The great emperor of evil suppression and that old ancestor. When their figures just appeared outside the cave, Wang Ao Tian also appeared here right after him. Old evil suppressor. Ming Wang Laozu. Wang Ao Tian could not help but feel surprised when he saw the two great old ancestors appear. Old ancestor. What happened? Wang Ao Tian felt the killing intent overflowing from the Genevil emperor and couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. Family master. This emperor's grandson is out there and has fallen. The great emperor of evil suppression said with a ghostly gaze. What? Wang Ao Tian froze, and his face then became gloomy as well. He had sent a strong family member not long ago to go with him to the spirit clearance sect to propose marriage at Wang Lin's request. I didn't expect Wang Lin to die. Old ancestor. Who did this? Wang Ao Tian inquired. The forbidden sect. The great emperor of evil suppression said in a cold voice. Wang Ao Tian froze and nodded slightly. Seeing the two old ancestors appear, Wang Ao Tian seemed to have guessed something and said in a deep voice. Two elder ancestors. Do you need this family head to gather the strongest members of the family and declare war on the forbidden sect now? It's also time to let the world know how powerful our desolate ancient king family is. No, family master, there is no need to go to such trouble. The two of us old guys will be fine. The great emperor of evil suppression waved his hand, then took a step out. The figure disappeared into place and left the Wang clan's ancient realm. manhwaedit also followed closely. The Forbidden Sect. Humph. Wang Aotian watched the two great old ancestors leave and looked in the direction of the Forbidden Sect. His eyes flashed with a cold aura. Just as the Heaven's Gate Sect and the Wang clan made their moves, the Spirit Clearance Sect's 100 Sky Emperor group also returned to the sect. The higher-ups of the Spirit Clearance Sect, after learning everything, were also shaken with rage. On that day, 2 more great emperors of the Spirit Clearance Sect showed up and left the sect. Immediately after that, there was the Valley of the Red Flame. 2 red-haired old men secretly left the valley without alerting anyone. Above the void where the Dan sect was located, suddenly, a spatial crack opened quietly. Immediately afterward, a huge warship wrapped a terrifying force. Sprinting out from within the spatial rift, he slowly landed on a square within the Dan sect. On this warship was none other than the returning Chulu's group. Ha ha ha, fellow Daoist In Crow, the 2 elders, little friend Chu, thank you so much for this. Soon, my sect will send someone to deliver 1 emperor's pill, as well as 16 holy pills, to your sect. The Medicine Underworld Great Emperor arched his hand in gratitude at Chulok's group. Hey, fellow Daoist Medicine Meditation, this is what you said you wanted to be thankful for, ha. This emperor just happens to have a small favor to ask of you. The In Crow Emperor grinned. The Medicine Underworld Emperor froze, then laughed. There's no harm in speaking up, fellow Daoist, as long as it's within our power. This emperor will definitely help. The In Crow Emperor nodded slightly, and with just a flip of his hand, a nascent ring appeared in his hand. The In Crow Emperor threw this nascent sacred ring to the Pill Heaven's Emperor. Pill Dark Emperor's divine thoughts surged into the nascent sacred ring, and his face changed slightly, because under his perception, the nascent sacred pill was filled with dozens of sacred pills, as well as a few divine pills. The holy pills and divine pills in the nascent sacred ring were all spiritual medicines that could restore one's longevity, and it's extremely valuable, usually only found in Jedi. He. These medicinal herbs in the nascent sacrum are what this emperor has found specifically for my good disciple. In the Jedi, this emperor knows that your Dan sect has a holy elixir called the Sacred Longevity Pill. This Dan has mild medicinal power and can be stacked to increase longevity. Other people refining this Dan this emperor is not assured, so I have to trouble you. The In Crow Emperor rubbed his hands together and said. At those words, the people present were stunned, especially Chulu, looking at his own master's somewhat hunched back. He was filled with emotion. It turned out that the reason why his master teacher didn't follow him to the great emperor's secret realm, it was because of his master's father, who went to the Jedi to look for elixirs that could replenish his longevity. The Medicine Underworld Emperor put away his nascent ring and arched his hand at the In Crow Emperor. Don't worry, fellow Daoist, this emperor will personally refine this Dan. Afterward, someone will be sent, along with the other pills, to the Forbidden Sect. Ha ha ha, thanks a lot then. The In Crow Emperor arched his hand and then waved his hand. The warship floated once more, leaving the Dan sect and heading in the direction of the Forbidden Sect. Many thanks, Master, for doing all this for my disciple. Chulu secretly transmitted a voice to the In Crow Emperor and said gratefully. The In Crow Emperor froze and revealed a lewd smile as he transmitted his voice in response. Ha, good disciple, when did you become so carnal? Taken? Quickly let my master take a look. Chulu directly rolled his eyes. His master really can't be serious. Ha ha ha. Master is just joking with you. For so many years, Master has been so focused on seclusion that he has never instructed you in anything on the path of cultivation. Good disciple, your talent, even the Master is ashamed of himself. The Master can't get too involved in your path of martial arts. All the Master can do is to protect your growth. If my good disciple has to thank my Master, then he will become the zero-sequence disciple of the sect and become our Forbidden Sect's young sect leader. In the future, when the Patriarch retires, you will be the Patriarch of our Forbidden Sect. At that time, the Master will follow you to enjoy the blessings. The In Crow Emperor smiled faintly and secretly transmitted his voice. Chulok nodded. His mind made up its mind. One must take the position of Sequence Zero disciple. Become the young Patriarch of the Forbidden Sect. In the talk between Master and disciple, worship arrives at the Forbidden Sect. Inside the main hall, Lin Feng and a few elders received the returning Chulu group. Seeing Chulu and the group of disciples returning safely, Lin Feng was satisfied. However, when Lin Feng and the group of elders present sensed Chulu's current cultivation level, none were taken aback. This kid, just one trip to the great emperor's secret realm, and his cultivation breaks through to the Taicho first realm? That's too counterintuitive, isn't it? At this moment, the other few elders looked at Chulu as if they were looking at a rare treasure, wondering if I should snatch Chulok over. But in the next moment, several elders were scared back by the eyes cast by the In Crow Emperor. Chulu, on this trip to the secret realm, It seems like you've gained quite a lot. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said to Chu Lu's satisfaction. Chu Lu revealed a mouthful of large white teeth and stood out to arch his hand. Patriarch, disciples do have great gains from this trip to the secret realm. As the words fell, Chu Lu beckoned, and the 6 senior brothers behind him stepped forward and opened their spatial nascent rings. In the next moment, spiritual soil filled with aura was piled up in front of everyone. In addition to the spiritual soil, there is a bunch of spiritual medicine. This is spiritual earth. Good boy, you found spiritual soil in the secret realm and didn't tell me about it. In vain, I have protected you so many times outside the secret boundaries. Seeing the piles of spirit soil in front of him, second elder Zhao Shang, who was close to drooling on the spot, jumped out and said to Chu Lu without any good intentions. Zhao Shang squatted on the ground and cupped his hands around the spirit soil. While sniffing, he showed excitement and intoxication. Even Lin Feng and a few other elders couldn't help but be deeply shaken when they looked at the mountains of spirit soil. Spiritual soil was extremely rare, and they didn't expect Chu to fall in the secret realm. I can't believe I obtained so much spiritual soil. Ha ha ha, old man Zhao. Look at you. A pair of broken earth is just a pair of broken earth. This emperor's good disciple is now surrendered to the clan. And in the end, it's still not managed by you. In our forbidden sect, other than you, the old man who doesn't do his job all day, either planting flowers or grass, which elder is like you? The Yin Crow Emperor looked at the excited Zhao Shang with contempt and deliberately said sarcastically, "Bah, old devil Yin Crow, if you have the ability, don't come to my medicinal field in the future." Zhao Shang instantly jumped up and pointed at the Yin Crow Emperor and cursed angrily. Looking at the way the two were about to dislike each other again, Lin Feng hurriedly stopped. Alright, I'll leave these spirit soils to the second elder. Chu Lu, this time you've made a contribution to the sect. Tell me, what do you need the sect to reward you for? Chu Lu grinned and rushed to arch his hand. This is what a disciple should do. There is no need for any reward. But disciple in the secret territory, broke some trouble, may be involved in the clan. I hope the clan will not blame disciple. At those words, everyone present was slightly stunned. Lin Feng suddenly smiled and looked at Chu Lu. It's just that you killed the pride of the spirit clearance sect in the secret territory. How big a deal is that? Spirit clearance sects people, they're just not as skilled as others. So slaughter them, even if they come to your door. You don't have to worry. There's this patriarch and all the elders, as well as your great imperial master. The previous great battle between the Yin Crow Emperor and the 100 Sky Emperor, Lin Feng was naturally startled. It wasn't hard for him to guess from this that it was likely that within the secret territory, this little guy had done nothing but cause trouble again. Plus the previous appearance of the Heavens Remarks list, he easily guessed that Chu Lu should have slaughtered the spirit clearance sect's heavenly pride. Chu Lu nodded slightly and then said, Patriarch, in addition to the spirit clearance sect, I also accidentally killed Red Flame Valley's Du Sheng and Han Wujia. Lin Feng and a few elders gave a start and looked at each other. This troublemaker. It's okay, no harm done. Red Flame Valley is just that. So what if the two major forces come together? Lin Feng hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter in the slightest and waved his hand. Besides that, when I was obtaining the spiritual soil, I encountered the Heaven's Gate sect's heavenly pride, Lu Feng, who brought people to snatch it, and when I was careless, I slaughtered him as well. Chu Lu nodded. Lin Feng, several elders. It's fine. It's not a big problem. The district Tianmen sect is just. Lin Feng waved his hand and took a deep breath. Good disciple. You're missing one more. You also slaughtered a little cub from the desolate ancient king's family. At this moment, the Yin Crow Emperor on the side seemed to have remembered something and hurriedly added. Oh yes. I'd forgotten if Master Teacher didn't mention it. Patriarch, when I was in the secret realm, I had no choice but to slaughter someone who claimed to be from the desolate ancient king's family. Chu Lu hurriedly added to Lin Feng. Hearing the words desolate ancient king's family, Lin Feng almost didn't stand still for a second. Boom! Chu Lu, little brute, come out quickly to receive your death. Just then, a voice filled with killing intent came from above the sky dome outside the forbidden sect. Immediately afterward, a vast imperial might enveloped the entire void of the forbidden sect. Lin Feng and the people present instantly changed their faces drastically. Lin Feng exclaimed to Fourth Elder Qin Yi, Fourth Elder, quickly go and invite the old ancestor. Fourth Elder Qin Yi immediately turned around, took one step, and disappeared in place. When Chu Lu sensed this familiar imperial might enveloping the forbidden sect, he couldn't help but break into a curse in his heart. The old evil suppressing ghost of the Wang family actually came to the door so quickly. Go! Lin Feng frowned and led the crowd outside the Great Hall. Chu Lu also hurriedly followed. At this moment, outside the Grand Hall, countless sect powerhouses and disciples were all looking up and gazing into the void. Only thunder flashed above the void and imperial might rolled. The majestic aura covered the area of 10,000,000 miles. The forces of the entire 3,000 worlds were all startled by this terrifying aura. Hiss! Which great emperor has entered the world again? Alas! The great world is approaching. And great emperors are also frequently entering the world. The 3,000 great worlds are going to begin to be in chaos again. That direction seems to be the forbidden sect. I heard that within the great emperor's secret realm, the disciples of the forbidden sect had beheaded the celestial pride of the Red Flame Valley and the spirit clearance sect. It can't be that the great emperors of these two forces are personally coming to the door to ask for a statement? Definitely. Let's go. We'll wait and see. Countless powerhouses had secretly rushed to the forbidden sect. Even some of the reclusive old monsters within the sects were startled and cast out their divine thoughts. At this moment, above the void of the forbidden sect, countless powerful divine thoughts arrived. Click. Just as Chulu followed Patriarch Lin Feng's group and appeared outside the Grand Hall. Looking up, above the void, a violent invisible fluctuation arose. Immediately afterward, a huge spatial crack shattered endlessly, spreading over a domain of 10,000 miles. From the spatial crack, 2 tens of thousands of feet of Great Emperor Dharma phantoms stepped out of the air with their feet on the hanging river, looking down with downcast eyes in imperial might. In this instant, the area around this piece of heaven and earth where the forbidden sect was located, the laws of the great Tao, the elemental auras, everything, became disordered. It's the Qing family's Jinshan Emperor, and the Ming Wang Emperor. Heavens, how did the great emperor of the desolate ancient king's family enter the world? It even approached the forbidden sect. He heard from the grapevine that Chu Lu was in the secret realm. It seems that he slaughtered a person from the Wang family, and that person from the Wang family. It seems that he's also the grandson of the evil suppressor emperor. Hiss. This Chu Lu, really a troublemaker? Really the clan misfortune. That's right. It's thanks to the forbidden sect. If it were any other sect, it would have been exterminated many times over. However, the words of the many powerhouses of the 3,000 great worlds had yet to fall. Suddenly, following the appearance of the Jin evil emperor and the Ming king emperor, there were several more terrifying imperial mites that came from the distant skies. In the next moment, 5 terrifying figures riding on great emperor Dharma phases and stepping into the void came, descending over the forbidden sect. In the blink of an eye, the entire heaven and earth shook violently under the terrifying power. It was as if even the heavens and earth could not withstand the power that was being suppressed out of these great emperors' bodies. That's the Heavenly Gate sect's Heavenly Gate Emperor. There's also the Heavenly Flame Emperor and the Fire-Bathing Emperor of the Red Flame Valley, the Wine Saint Emperor of the Spirit Clearance sect, and the Dustless Emperor. Oh my god, is this Chu Lu violating the laws of the heavens? It drew the 3 top forces, 1 first-class force, and a total of 7 great emperors to come to the door together. I'll be damned if that Chu Lu can still escape today. It's simply unprecedented and will surely be famous in the 3,000 worlds. How is this possible? Unless the forbidden sect doesn't hesitate to fight. Even the Een Crow Emperor can't protect Chu Lu. Just as countless powerful people were deeply shocked. Inside the forbidden sect, facing the 7 great emperor powerhouses that descended over the sect, Lin Feng and the group of elders couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths twitch madly as well. But a careful observer will realize, Lin Feng and a group of elders did not have the slightest fear in their eyes. At this moment, Lin Feng and several elders, coincidentally, looked at Chu Lu in unison. Chu Lu was embarrassed and helpless. Looks like, he's really playing big this time. Can the clan withstand it? Hey, good disciple, don't worry. This is all a small scene. You just need to know that our forbidden sect is very strong. Drops. At that moment, in Chu Lu's ears, came the voice of his master. Chu Lu froze and looked at his own master, realizing that his own master seemed to have seen his uneasiness. So Chu Lok wondered, Master, how powerful is our clan? These are 7 great emperors. Why don't disciples wait and go with them, so as not to involve the clan? Hey, don't worry, my good disciple. Today, not to mention the 7 great emperors coming in person, even if 10, 20 great emperors come in person, they won't be able to take you away. All you need to know is that we, the forbidden sect, are frighteningly strong enough to be enemies with the entire 3,000 worlds. The Een Crow Emperor grinned and secretly transmitted his voice. Chu Lu stared wide-eyed, his heart shaking greatly. If that's true, then he'll feel free to strike out in the future. You seniors have traveled a long way. I wonder what is your business? Patriarch Lin Feng took 1 step and stood out, looking up at the 7 terrifying great emperor phantoms that descended, and said without being humble, Humph, boom. P.S. For offerings today, everyone click on the hypes, click on the freebies. See you tomorrow. Good night. The great emperor of evil suppression's complexion was icy cold as he grunted angrily. rolling Imperial Might instantly pressed rapidly towards Lin Feng's group. Lin Feng and the elders present only felt their shoulders sink. Hey! Just as this Imperial Might of the evil Suppressor Emperor was about to suppress the crowd, the Yin Crow Emperor took a step forward and stood in front of the crowd, letting out a strange laugh. In the next moment, a similarly vast pressure rose from the Yin Crow Emperor. It blocked the mighty pressure of the evil Suppressor Emperor. Seeing this scene, the six of them, the Ming Wang Emperor, the Heavenly Gate Emperor, the Heavenly Flame Emperor, the Fire Bathing Emperor, the Wine Saint Emperor, and the Dustless Emperor. At the same time a step was taken. Humph! Boom! 6 strands of majesty containing killing intent simultaneously assaulted the Yin Crow Emperor. However, in the next moment, the crowd of great emperors present were collectively appalled. The pressure of the 7 great emperors didn't cause the Yin Crow Emperor to make a fool of himself on the spot. The 7 pressures were blocked by the Yin Crow Emperor as much as possible. The faces of all 7 great emperors were gloomy, their gazes staring eerily at the Yin Crow Great Emperor. This old thing, is it really a great emperor that has just been promoted? Awesome! Chu Lu couldn't help but exclaim in his heart as well. He really didn't expect his own master teacher to be so bullish. With the power of one person, he blocked the pressure of 7 great emperors. Even Lin Feng and the group of elders present couldn't help but look at the Yin Crow Emperor's back. The Yin Crow Emperor looked up at the 7 great emperors above the void and smiled coldly. My patriarch is asking you, are you old things, daft? The voice of the Yin Crow Emperor resounded through the heavens and earth, not giving the 7 great emperors the slightest bit of face. Humph, old thing. Hand over that little beast Chu Lu. The great emperor of evil suppression was the first to open his mouth and murmured, not bad, hand over Chu Lok. Chu Lu beheaded my spirit clearance sect's heavenly pride. If you don't hand over Chu Lu today, your forbidden sect will have to give my spirit clearance sect an explanation as well. The Wine Saint Emperor, who was the leader of the spirit clearance sect, said with murderous intent as his gaze landed on Chu Lu's body, and my Red Flame Valley. Chu Lu killed my Red Flame Valley's heavenly pride. If this matter is not resolved today, my Red Flame Valley is not finished with your forbidden sect. The Heavenly Flame Emperor of the Red Flame Valley also snapped. There's also my Heaven's Gate sect. This emperor's disciple died at the hands of Chu Lu. The forbidden sect should also give this emperor an explanation for this matter. The Heaven's Gate Emperor smiled coldly and agreed. Once the words of the several great emperors came out, all of the forbidden sect disciples present could not help but look at Chu Lu and secretly and silently gave a thumbs up. Senior Chu Lok, so strong. Chu Lu felt the gazes cast by the crowd of disciples. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he raised his head to look at the 7 great emperors in the void. Memorizing the 7 great emperors, the 4 directions of power, in a small book. When I become a great emperor in the future, I will go door to door to collect my debts. Hit the little ones and these old things jump out at you. There wasn't the slightest bit of the demeanor of a great emperor powerhouse. Ha, old ghost of Heaven's Gate, this emperor advises you to get lost. Just your broken clan, the size of a sesame point. Your punk disciple, who tried to rob my good disciple's chance in the secret realm, was not as skilled as the others, and was killed by my good disciple in return. I, the forbidden sect, haven't even gone looking for trouble from your Heaven's Gate sect yet you old thing came to my door looking for death first. Get lost if you're sensible, or else if this matter is between us, this emperor will bring people to destroy your Heavenly Gate sect. The Yin Crow Emperor cursed at the Heaven's Gate Emperor who was alone. This scolding from the Yin Crow Emperor caused Chu Lu's heart to be soothed to the extreme. The value of protecting the calf from the Great Master plus 10,000. Chu Lu's eyes lit up and his heart was happy. You, the Heavenly Gate Emperor was scolded by Yin Crow, and his public speech was blocked, and his face was instantly gloomy and unsightly. The Yin Crow Emperor no longer paid attention to the Heaven's Gate Emperor, and swept his gaze towards the Jin Evil Emperor, as well as the other 2 top power emperors, and laughed coldly. And a few of you old things that don't die for 1,000 years and don't melt for 10,000 years. If this emperor doesn't hand over my good disciple, what will you do? Ha ha ha, how? Then this emperor will go to war with your forbidden sect today. The great emperor of evil suppression laughed in anger. An icy killing intent filled the air, enveloping the heavens and the earth. The same goes for my spirit clearance sect. The same goes for my Red Flame Valley. If we don't hand over this little beast Chu Lu, let's fight today. The 2 great emperors of the 2 top powers spoke in unison. The voices of several great emperors resounded through the heavens and earth, heard by countless powerful people who were paying attention to this place. Many powerful people were horrified. They didn't expect that the 3 top forces today would be because of a forbidden sect disciple, and chose to go to war with the forbidden sect, and it was still a declaration of war from the Supreme Emperor. At this moment, the countless powerhouses of the 3,000 worlds were both worried and curious about how the forbidden sect should respond next. Once so many great emperors opened the great emperor battle, for the many living beings of the 3,000 worlds, It is undoubtedly a devastating disaster. Ha! Then come and fight. I, the Forbidden Sect, am not afraid of you. The Een Crow Emperor sneered, not the least bit afraid of the crowd's threats. His disciples, he protects. Boom! A vast power of a great emperor was suppressed from the Een Crow Great Emperor. A blood-colored Great Emperor Dharma image rose above itself. The value of protecting the calf from the Great Master plus 10,000. Mastermind. Behind him, Chu Lu, looking at his own master's father to defend himself, intending to fight for his life, full of emotion, looked at the 7 great emperors above his head. His eyes flashed with killing intent. He swore that the day he became a great emperor would be the day these 7 old guys fell. At the same time, Lin Feng, who was on the side, as well as the elders also stood out, grimacing. Chu Lu is a disciple of my forbidden sect. There is nothing wrong with him. It's your disciples who are not as skilled as others. Since you all want to fight, then I, the forbidden sect, will accompany you to the end today. Lin Feng raised his head, his expression firm, without the slightest bit of fear. Not bad. Let's fight then. Ha 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 ha. So what if the 3 top forces? Since you guys want to go to war, then let's go to war. When have I, the forbidden sect, ever been afraid of you? Humph. I, the forbidden sect, have never been threatened by anyone. Several elders also took a step out, facing the 7 great emperors directly above the void, and spoke. War, war, war. Countless forbidden sect disciples, also moved by the patriarch and elders, raised their arms and vowed to fight the 3 top power sects. Patriarch Lin Feng's calf protection value plus 5,000. Second elder's calf protection value plus 5,000. 5 elders value plus 5,000. Chu Lok's system. Continuous prompts came, and the countless powerhouses of the 3,000 great worlds were shocked beyond words. The crowd didn't expect the forbidden sect to be so rigid. For the sake of a mere pro-disciple, he did not hesitate to go to war with the 3 top forces. At this moment, some strong people finally understand why the forbidden sect can be inherited for so long. What a forbidden sect! Since that's the case, then this emperor will open the great battle today. Today, you will pay a painful price. Boom! The great emperor of evil suppression let out a violent cry of rage, and the great emperor's Dharma phase behind him manifested thousands of visions. Ha! How dare you! Who gave you the courage to come up to my forbidden sect to show off? Right at this moment, an old voice that contained supreme majesty and was filled with endless killing intent came out from the depths of the forbidden sect's forbidden land. In the next moment, the entire dome of the sky was shrouded in darkness, like a black night. Chu Lu froze and subconsciously turned around. Those old ancestors of their forbidden sect's forbidden land will finally enter the world. Buzz. 2 streams of vast power rose up from the depths of the forbidden sect. Next moment, the golden road, the 10,000 laws and visions, and the alternation of change. In the middle of the vision, there were thousands of gods and devils, looking down at heaven and earth, with their feet on the hanging river. 2 incomparably magnificent figures from the appalling visions. Step out of the void. Chu Lok looked down with his eyes. It was only that these 2 figures were two old men with different temperaments. A man with white clothes and white hair, elegant and easy. One is scruffy and cynical. It's him. Chu Lu's gaze fell on the elegant and easygoing old man, and he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, it's this old man. Previously, when he cultivated the last vanishing taboo Jedi, didn't get the direction right and teleported deeper into the Forbidden Land by mistake. In the middle of the Forbidden Land, he saw a stone tablet. On top of the stone tablet, 3,000 forbidden mastery disciplines were recorded. Chu Lok had only just learned from that time. It turned out that their forbidden sect's forbidden Jedi was not 1,000 doors. Instead, it's a whole 3,000 doors. At that time, he still wanted to take the opportunity to take advantage of the remaining 2,000 forbidden Jedi. When he topped it off, instead, an old man appeared, lifted him up and threw him out of the Forbidden Land. The old man who had thrown him out of the Forbidden Land was this old ancestor with an elegant temperament. This is Old Ghost of Shaoduan, Old Man Dao Yuan. When Emperor Jinxia and the other 6 great emperors present saw these 2 old men, who had appeared in the sky above the taboo sect in the twinkling of an eye, their faces instantly changed slightly. But in the next moment, the faces of the 7 great emperors returned to normal. The divine thoughts of the 7 great emperors surged madly into the depths of the Forbidden Land of the Forbidden Sect. But in the depths of the Forbidden Land of the Forbidden Sect, there was a powerful force that blocked their probing. Hiss. That's the Forbidden Sect's Emperor Shaoduan and Emperor Dao Yuan. 100,000 years ago, in the Battle of the Sea of Darkness, the 2 great emperors killed the 4 directions, and set up a great battle for my 3,000 worlds, so that those guys on the other side of the Sea of Darkness don't dare to make any moves so far. Yes, I didn't realize that after 100,000 years, these two great emperors were still around. 100,000 years have passed, and these two great emperors actually don't have any death aura on their bodies. It seems that the strength of the two great emperors is even more terrifying than it was 100,000 years ago. These two are the most recent generation of the Forbidden Sect's old ancestors. I don't know if the old ancestors of the previous generations are still around. If the old ancestors in front of the duo are still around, I'm afraid that the 7 great emperors' purpose today will be defeated. Who knows? The countless powerhouses who were paying attention to this place also caused a sensation after seeing the two old ancestors of the Forbidden Sect appear. Some reclusive old ghosts. Seeing these two, their minds cannot help but recall the monstrous war of 100,000 years ago. The gazes that looked at these two old men were filled with respect. Elder Ancestor Lin Feng was overjoyed and led the group of elders present, as well as the disciples, to salute the two old ancestors. Chu Lu followed suit and saluted. Patriarch doesn't need to be polite. Hey little guy, we meet again. A white-clothed Xiaoduan old ancestor smiled at Lin Feng's group. Then his gaze fell on Chu Lu's body. Kid, these 7 contraptions, you recruited them, didn't you? You troublemaker. Holding a wooden stick in his hand, the beggar-dressed Daoyuan elder ancestor's gaze also fell on Chu Lu. After looking up and down, a flash of color flashed in his eyes, and he opened his mouth without a smile. The two old ancestors did not pay the slightest bit of attention to the 7 great emperors on the opposite side with gloomy faces. At those words, Chu Lu scratched his head, shrugged his shoulders, and said with an awkward smile, Old ancestor, this can't be blamed on the kid. If the disciples don't fight back, the disciples will be slaughtered by their disciples. It's just that disciple didn't expect that the heavenly pride of these top forces are so wasteful, not able to withstand the fight. Elder ancestor, you two must do right by the disciple. As soon as Chu Lu's words fell, the two old ancestors instantly laughed up into the sky. Ha ha ha, you kid. Not bad, not bad. This is the demeanor of my Forbidden Sect's disciples. Kid, don't worry, no matter who comes today, they won't be able to hurt you. Not just you, my Forbidden Sect's disciples. Anyone. Whoever dies at the hands of his peers is less skillful. If you beat up the younger ones and the older ones on the other side jump out and try to bully you, we, the old and undead, will come out and teach them to behave. The voices of the two old ancestors resounded between heaven and earth. The crowd of disciples from the Forbidden Sect were all moved to tears as they shouted the name of their old ancestor. As disciples of the Forbidden Sect, the people feel very lucky. Hey, Jin Xie, Ming Wang, Tian Hua, and Wine Saint, the 4 of you have come out of the woodwork. Both have broken through to the 4th realm of the Great Empress. But even if you 4 4th realm Great Emperors, you won't be able to hurt my Forbidden Sect's disciples for a single minute. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. This emperor doesn't want to kill anyone today. Old Daoyuan ancestor glanced at the 7 great emperors at that moment, his gaze landing on the 4 at the head, and he grinned. As for the remaining 3, the Heaven's Gate Emperor, the Fire-Bathing Emperor, and the Dustless Emperor, although the 3 were also genuine great emperors, but it seemed to be in the eyes of the 2 elders. These 3 people didn't even enter their eyes in general, because the cultivation level of these 3 people is at the level of Great Emperor 1 or 2 realm. Humph, old devil Daoyuan, after so many years, your mouth still stinks as much as ever. The 2 of you are only at the 4th realm of Great Emperor strength after so many years have passed, facing my 4 4th realm Great Emperors. Where did you get the confidence? The Great Emperor of Evil Suppression sneered and said with killing intent. The moment Emperor Jin Xie's words came out, countless powerhouses knew the cultivation level of these 2 old ancestors of the Forbidden Sect. The 4 realms of the Great Emperor, even Chu Lu, at this moment, could not help but have the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. He thought that these 2 old ancestors of theirs were even more awesome than these 7 old things. It turned out to be in the same realm as the Evil Suppressor Emperor, the Heavenly Flame Emperor, the Wine Sage Emperor, and the Ming King Emperor. The other party, the 4th realm Great Emperor, was clearly outnumbered on their side. And there were also the 3 great emperors, Heaven's Gate, Bathing Fire, as well as Dustless, present. How dare these 2 ancestors be so arrogant? Chu Lu originally thought that he was already arrogant enough on his own. Dare to say that these 2 old ancestors of their Forbidden Sect are more arrogant than him. Patriarch, we just have these 2 old ancestors? If there are other old ancestors, you'd better come out. These 2 old ancestors of ours are so crazy. Disciples are afraid that they will be killed by the other party. Chu felt a little uneasy. Secretly transmitting sound Patriarch Lin Feng. The corners of Patriarch Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, and with a dry cough, he secretly transmitted his voice. Boy, no harm done. These 2 old ancestors of our family, back then, they were known as invincible in the same realm. Speaking of which, Lin Feng was also a little less confident. He thought to himself, What the hell is Elder Chini up to? How come only these two, the weakest ancestors, were invited out? As the head of a clan, he had a clear understanding of the clan's heritage. Could it be that those old things in the Forbidden Land, sleeping, really slept away? He'll have to check it out for himself sometime. Oh, Dao Yuan, what are you doing with these old geezers? Wasting your words. It's not like you don't know what kind of pissants these old things are. Just a few underlings from back then. Just beat them up again and they'll know they're wrong. Extraterrestrial Void Battle. The elegant and easygoing old ancestor Shao Dust let out a cold smile, carrying a long spear in his hand. With one step, the emptiness beneath his feet turned. In the blink of an eye, riding at tens of thousands of feet, Great Emperor Dharma phase, he appeared in the extraterrestrial void. Also, hey, losers, come and fight. Old Daoyuan ancestor let out a laugh as well and disappeared into thin air. Appeared in the extra-dimensional void above the forbidden sect. Old Shao Duan, old Daoyuan, let's fight. Today we will behead you two old geezers. Several fellow Taoists, we will join hands to chop it up. The great emperor of evil suppression let out a furious cry. Good. Boom. With that, he also took a step out, riding a great emperor's phantom that covered the sky. He killed the extraterrestrial void. The other 6 great emperors also followed the figure of the Jinxian great emperor and drove their great emperor phantoms away. Boom. In an instant, the entire sky dome of the 3,000 great worlds was enveloped by a terrifying power. The endless vault of void space was directly shattered under several terrifying forces, revealing a dim void space. Spatial fragments that looked like mud and sand covered the void. The entire 3,000 great world seemed to be plunged into the end of the world. It made countless living beings numb. Luckily for these great emperors, they chose the extraterrestrial void as the battlefield. If the battlefield is chosen in the 3,000 great worlds, it will certainly cause the destruction of living beings. From the old man, Emperor Xiaoduan, the value of protecting the calf plus 10,000. From the old man Daoyuan the Great plus 10,000. Chu Lok's system, once again, came with a prompt. At this moment, Chu Lu checked his attribute panel. Finding his calf protection value, he had accumulated 145,000. Another and another step closer to redeeming the everlasting body. Good disciple, stay well by the side of the patriarch. Master, go and help old ancestor. Just as Chu Lok was out of his mind, the Een Crow Emperor, who had raised his head to the side to focus on the battlefield, realized that the 2 oldest ancestors of his family were being surrounded by 7 people. So instructed Chu Lok. With that, he took a step. Riding a blood-colored great emperor phantom, he flew toward the extraterrestrial void and joined the battlefield. Boom! At this moment, in the extraterrestrial void battlefield, the 4 of them, the Heavenly Flame Emperor, the Fire-Bathing Emperor, the Dustless Emperor, and the Heaven's Gate Emperor, surrounded Old Man Shao Dust, and the 3 great emperors of the 4th realm, the great emperor of Jin Evil, the great emperor of Ming Wang, and the great emperor of the Wine Sage, surrounded the Daoyuan ancestor. Boom boom boom. On the 2 major battlefields, several great emperor phantoms that covered the sky, their feet stepping on the universe, and all kinds of Dao laws, suppressing the endless domain. The power that erupted from a terrifying attack shattered the endless emptiness of the extra-dimensional void. The stars in the area of 10,000 miles directly into pieces. A great battle between great emperor powerhouses was frighteningly strong. The power of the 2 major battlefields continued to rage and collide, penetrating deep into the chaos in the depths of the extra-dimensional void. The power of a great emperor, stirring up chaos, is outrageous. Old ancestor Shao Dust had a battle spear in his hand, as if he was a conquering ancient demon god. The battle is unmatched. Facing the 4 great emperors joining forces, he did not lose the slightest bit of ground. At this moment, old ancestor Shao Dust no longer had the previous elegant and easygoing manner on him. The only thing that was left was a murderous and austere aura. The more he fought, the madder he became, showing his invincibility. Facing the terrifying battle power of Old Man Shao Dust, the 4 great emperors, their faces were grave and terrifying. As the battle continues, the Heaven's Gate Emperor, whose original lifespan was not much longer, began to develop a sense of withdrawal. On the other hand, the Daoyuan ancestor, who was fighting 3 4th realm great emperors alone, was slightly disadvantaged. However, Old Man Daoyuan remained firm. The wooden stick in his hand glowed with black flames, endless black flames, burning the domain of billions. Exquisite stick skills, illuminating thousands of visions. Under one stick, gods and demons tremble in fear. The domain where it was located collapsed. Countless strong people within the 3,000 great worlds, their eyes pierced through the shackles. The 2 major battlefields in the depths of the extraterritorial void. As far as the eye, amazing. These 2 old guys, their elegance has not diminished. Within the Dan sect, several old men lost their voices and exclaimed. Among these old men, there was the Pill Heaven's great emperor. Obviously, the other few people, too, were great emperor ancestors of the Dan sect. Alas, Dao Yuan, that old fellow, although his battle power is amazing, but one person alone against 3/4 realm great emperors. Very strenuous. I think it won't take long. Will fall. I don't know if the other old guys of the forbidden sect are sitting down. If not, why are they delayed? Dao Yuan is about to hold out. A Dan sect ancestor at the head of the group sighed as he looked at Dao Yuan ancestor's crazy battle figure. Several other old ancestors all nodded their heads in succession, just as everyone was marveling at the amazing battle power of the two great old ancestors. The figure of the Een Crow Emperor suddenly appeared in the extraterrestrial void battlefield. Old ancestor, this emperor has come to assist you. The Een Crow Emperor had wanted to assist old man Dao Yuan and alleviate his pressure. Old Dao Yuan ancestor shook away the three people who had surrounded him with a stick and glanced at the Een Crow Emperor. This emperor can still hold up. You go help Xiao Duan. The Een Crow Emperor froze and glanced at the battlefield of old man Xiao Dust. Suddenly, the Een Crow Emperor realized that the Heaven's Gate Emperor seemed to want to take advantage of the move to withdraw from the battlefield. So grinning, he took a step out. Old man Tianmen, don't you want my forbidden sect to give you an explanation? This emperor will give it to you now. Die. Boom. Damned old Een Crow. Go to hell. Boom. The Heaven's Gate Emperor, who had his way blocked, was shaken with rage, immediately returned the favor, and the Een Crow Emperor duo, opening the third battlefield. Vajro Rage. Immovable King. Boom. Right at this moment, the Ming King Emperor took advantage of the moment when the Dao Yuan ancestor was distracted, instantly performed the Wang family's mastery. Hundreds of thousands of feet of immovable King Dharma phases suppressed. The Dao Yuan Emperor was violently startled, and the fire stick in his hand that was entangled in black flames, a stick blasted out. Boom. The Ming King Dharma phase, which was huge and filled with destructive power, was shattered by a single stick. Spectral heavenly prisoner. Buzz. In the instant that the immovable King Dharma phase shattered, the Wine Sage Emperor appeared before the Dao Yuan Emperor. With that, a large hand clasped. A huge illusory tower that covered the sky and contained a shocking power enveloped the Dao Yuan ancestor. Dao Yuan Emperor's face suddenly changed drastically. Ha ha ha, old devil Dao Yuan, today is the day you die. Vorpal deicide poem. At an unknown time, the great Emperor of Evil Suppression appeared behind this illusory giant tower that imprisoned the old Dao Yuan ancestor, riding a supreme phantom. A terrifying strike was unleashed against the Dao Yuan ancestor who had been temporarily imprisoned. Old ancestor. At this moment, Lin Feng and a group of forbidden sect elders finally changed their faces drastically. Fucking old thing. No martial arts. What kind of great emperor is a sneak attack? Chulu couldn't help but break out in curses at this time as well. However, just when everyone thought that old Dao Yuan ancestor was about to be sneakily attacked and won by the evil suppressor emperor, the depths of the forbidden sect's most forbidden land, somewhere in the middle of nowhere, a graveyard bag made of purple bricks, shimmering with purple light. These purple bricks contained a special power that seemed to be unusual. Boom! This graveyard bag, made of purple bricks, burst open instantly. A bronze coffin was presented in it. Click. Boom! The bronze coffin slowly opened. An unparalleled power shot up from the coffin into the sky, straight into the extra-dimensional void beyond. Boom! The power that made everyone's scalp tingle was ridiculously fast. In an instant, he appeared behind the evil suppressor emperor, attacking and killing at it. The great emperor of evil suppression seemed to have sensed this and turned around to look with a sudden shock. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and he hastily dodged away. Boom! This terrifying force shattered the illusory giant tower that imprisoned the Dao origin ancestor. Old man Dao Yuan hurriedly took a step back and looked into the depths of the clan's forbidden land, grinning. Who? At this moment, the three of them, the great emperor of evil suppression, the great emperor of Wine Sage, and the great emperor of Bright King, all stopped their hands and gazed towards the forbidden sect of the 3,000 worlds. At the same time, the three of them, the heavenly flame emperor, the fire-bathing emperor, and the dustless emperor, who had surrounded old ancestor Xiao Dust, stopped their hands and looked at the 3,000 great worlds behind old ancestor Xiao Dust. The Een Crow Emperor and the Heaven's Gate Emperor, who were in the middle of fighting, were surprised by the terrifying power just now, and also stopped their hands, their gazes converging on the forbidden sect. At this moment, not only were all the great emperor powerhouses in the extra-dimensional void, but even the many powerhouses throughout the 3,000 great worlds had their sights returned to the taboo sect. Patriarch, are the other old ancestors out? Chu Lu looked in the direction of the forbidden land and subconsciously spoke. Lin Feng nodded slightly, his heart letting out a big sigh of relief. These old nobodies, they've finally given up the ghost. Next moment, an old and murderous voice rang out. The heavens change and 10,000 generations pass away, but only my forbidden and immortal clan. P.S. There should be more in the evening, so click on the hypes and freebies. Everyone, see you tonight. After this old voice fell, in the blink of an eye, an old man dressed in white with white threads hidden between his black hair, holding a spirit sword in his hand, he silently appeared in the sky above the forbidden sect. This white-clothed old man, in addition to releasing a suffocating aura on his body, there's also a strong aura of death. Seeing the face of this white-clothed old man, the great emperor of evil suppression was stunned, as well as the 3,000 great worlds of the strong. All pupils contracted, full of shock, especially the 7 people of the great emperor of Genevil. Their eyes flashed with a strong scorn. Patriarch, who is this old ancestor of ours? Ah, he shouldn't have a problem with that, should he? Looking at this white-clothed figure body, constantly releasing out of the rich dead gas, Chu Lu felt some concern. It feels like this old ancestor of theirs, as if his life is not long to go. Patriarch Lin Feng, at this moment, also raised his head to gaze at this old man, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled, his heart full of doubts. He is one of the old ancestors of my forbidden sect. Burial Jade, it's just weird planting him. How he became like this shouldn't be. Lin Feng secretly said back to Chu Lu. Burial Jade? It was the first time Chu Lu had heard of this old ancestor's name after coming to this world for so many years. I think this funeral jade old ancestor, the age of the existence of a very long time. Otherwise, there would not be such a strong aura of death on him. Burial Jade, it's the Burial Jade. Sword River Burial Jade. Hiss, didn't get to the Burial Jade Emperor have entered the world. Burial Jade Emperor. Even when this emperor was still in the ancient saint realm, he was already a great emperor that shook the 3,000 great worlds. How did the Burial Jade Emperor have so much death chi on him? Alas, although the great emperor has a long lifespan, if he has not been able to make a breakthrough, he will eventually have to sit down in the world. Oh, this emperor see this Burial Jade, at most only 100 years. After 100 years, the Burial Jade this old man, will be seated. Even Burial Jade has stepped into the 5 failures of celestial beings. Ha, those old things within the forbidden sect that have been around longer than him. I think they have long since sat down and died. This time when the 7 emperors came to the door, it finally allowed us to take a peek at the leopard in the middle of the tube, and feel out the strength of the forbidden sect nowadays. Not bad, the forbidden sect is now fallen. Ha 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 ha. Burial Jade is the 2 old ghosts of Shao Dust and Dao Yuan, the old ancestors of the last generation. Burial Jade stepped into the 5 declines of the celestial man. Even if some of the old guys who are more ancient than him are still around, now surely only dare to enclose themselves, and will sit down and fall away once those old things come into the world to make a move. The old guys of the taboo sect, their lifespans are all shorter than ours. Back in the day, these old guys frequently conquered and frequently performed taboo level mastery, resulting in a substantial loss of lifespan. Once the forbidden sect has completely fallen, this emperor will see how they can still hold onto those 1,000 forbidden masterpieces. Many hidden old monsters, one after another, came out and secretly watched the battlefield. Learning about the Burial Jade Emperor's situation at this moment, many hidden old monsters revealed their greed. The forbidden sect's forbidden mastery was coveted by countless people. It is precisely because the taboo sect sits on 1,000 taboo masterpieces that the taboo sect has been passed down through the ages. The many hidden old monsters, however, knew that now was not the time. Even if the forbidden sect still had a few old antiquities that were about to sit down. But once the forbidden sect was pushed to the brink, those old monsters spared no effort to sit down and strike. That would also be a disaster for the power they are in. Above the void, old man Burial Jade's eyes lifted slightly. Next moment, the void above was torn apart by the power of the great emperor. Under an even more terrifying force, it was instantly repaired as before. With just a single glance, it swept away the raging power above the dome of the sky, and repair the broken void. This scene, so that countless hidden old monsters in the dark, sweat hairs stand up, scornful, so strong. Chu Lu couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise as well. This Burial Jade old ancestor of theirs, I wonder what level of cultivation he has already reached. The desolate ancient king's family, the spirit clearance sect, the Red Flame Valley, and an unorthodox sect. How dare you? Who gave you the nerve to come to my forbidden sect to pick a fight? Old ancestor Burial Jade's white clothes fluttered without any wind, and his eyes glazed over. The extraterrestrial void battlefield, as far as the eye could see, vast and full of chilling sound, like a flood bell from the age of the ages, shocked the Genevil Emperor a crowd. A slight stinging pain in the eardrum, though separated by a great distance. But the 7 great emperors, including the Jinshe Emperor, felt that the burial jade old man was close at hand. For a moment, cold sweat broke out on the backs of the seven, and their Tao hearts were barely stabilized. You know, the burial jade emperor, even in their time, is a legendary existence, even if today's burial jade elder ancestor is filled with a deadly aura. However, the buried jade emperor's condition at this moment also allowed the seven great emperors to figure out the forbidden sect's current situation. The forbidden sect, not far from the time of its fall, 100 years at most, 100 years later, the forbidden sect would no longer be a match for them. The top forces, 6th Realm Emperor, withdraw. The great emperor of Jinshi reacted and gave a reminder to the great emperor of Mingwang beside him. The two men turned straight away. The heavenly flame emperor and the wine saint emperor, too, reacted and reminded their own bathing flame emperor and dustless emperor at the first opportunity. Several great emperors also immediately turned around, tearing through space and fleeing away. The three top powers' great emperors escaping also caused the Heaven's Gate great emperor to react violently. However, just a moment before he reacted, the Een Crow emperor was one step ahead of him. Straight out sneak attack. Old undead. Die for this emperor. Boom. Pust. The Een Crow emperor stored up his strength and slapped the Heaven's Gate emperor away with a heavy blow. Despicable. You actually sneak attacked. The Heaven's Gate emperor cursed angrily and spat out the great emperor's essence blood. However, before he could get any relief, the two of them, Old Ancestor Xiaoduan and Old Ancestor Daoyuan, had already killed. The three great emperors surrounded the Heaven's Gate emperor, blocking off all of his paths of retreat. At this moment, the Heavenly Gate emperor is remorseful. Damn it, this emperor will fight you all. Boom. The Heaven's Gate emperor roared angrily as he met the three siege in succession. Yet just then, the burying jade old ancestor in the sky above the forbidden sect looked at the several great emperors fleeing towards the deeper reaches of the Huanwu and smiled coldly. Come and go as you please. What do you really think my forbidden sect is? As soon as the words fell, old ancestor burial jade raised his sword, pointed at the extra-dimensional void, and murmured, Forbidden Jedi, one sword star river crossing. Boom. With that, the long sword in his hand was pointed at the extra-dimensional void. A sword chopped away. One could only see a light that covered the sky and released from the spirit sword in the burial jade old ancestor's hand. Immediately afterward, this sword became incomparably huge in the blink of an eye. It enveloped the entire 3,000 great worlds and flew out into the extraterrestrial void. Countless powerful people looked up, their eyes wide as copper bells, their minds and bodies trembling violently, and a look of fear on their faces. Only an indescribably large river of swords was presented to the eyes of the crowd. In the river of swords, terrifying sword intent turned into substance, rushing and roaring, and within the sword river condensed from the sword chi, there were flashes of light like stars, illuminating the entire vault of the 3,000 worlds. Boom! This sword river sped away, and wherever it passed, the void shattered and spacetime was disorganized. Holy shit! Old ancestor, are you trying to kill us? Two old ancestors, run away! The Een Crow Emperor, who had pushed the Heaven's Gate ancestor to the brink of extinction, couldn't help but be startled when he noticed this. The river of swords that had been suppressed from within the 3,000 great worlds. Immediately, he reminded the two of them, Old Ancestor Xiaoduan and Old Ancestor Daoyuan, and turned around to run. As he fled, he didn't forget to backhand a palm, slapping the distracted Heaven's Gate ancestor into the river of swords. Damn! Ah! With incomparable grief and anger, the Heaven's Gate old ancestor let out a mournful scream in the river of swords that assaulted him. Boom! Soon, this river of swords tore through space all the way, crossing the shackles of space and chasing after the several great emperors who fled into the depths of the void. Boom! Next moment, a deafening sound came from the depths of the extra-dimensional void. Dazzling sword light, from the chaos in the depths of the extraterrestrial void irradiated, illuminating the 3,000 great worlds of the universe. The amazing power also caused the 3,000 worlds to shake violently. After a long time, the heavens and earth returned to peace. The corners of Old Man Buried Jade's mouth rose slightly. Boom boom boom. Not long after, in the 3,000 great worlds, blood clouds shrouded the world and visions arose. The blood-colored rain poured down. Hiss. Great Emperor falls. Heaven and earth grieve together. A great emperor has fallen. It's old ancestor Tianmen. Just now old ancestor Tianmen was sneak attacked by the Een Crow Emperor and fell into the burial Jade Emperor's sword river. It's still true. We can no longer sense the aura of the heavenly sect ancestor. A great age is coming. A great emperor has fallen. Alas, the great world is also a chaotic world. Before this great world has completely descended, there are great emperors who have fallen. I'm afraid that this great world will be even more chaotic than before. Countless powerful people looked at the falling rain of blood and sighed continuously. In the midst of chaos, even great emperors have to bleed the dome of the sky. not to mention other martial artists. Old Ancestor Burial Jade put away his spirit sword, and the deathly aura on his body became 1 point denser. It seemed like the next moment, it was going to sit in place. This scene was also seen by many hidden old monsters with ulterior motives. Patriarch, this old ancestor of ours, he's obviously dead. Why did he still perform a forbidden mastery just now, even at the expense of his longevity? Chulu inquired with a very puzzled voice. Lin Feng also shook his head, his heart full of doubts. Immediately afterward, the divine thoughts of the many powerhouses were withdrawn from the skies above the forbidden sect. Old Man Berry Jade descended in front of the crowd. At this time, Old Ancestor Xiao Duan, Old Ancestor Dao Yuan, and the Yin Crow Emperor also returned to the sect. Elder Ancestor Lin Feng and the group of elders saluted the Burial Jade Ancestor. Old Ancestor Burial Jade waved his hand, a smirk on his face, and said, Patriarch doesn't need to be polite. Old Ancestor, you've entered the 5 failures of the Celestials? Why don't you go within the sect treasury and pick up some divine medicines? Lin Feng worried, mentioning the death aura on the buried Jade Old Ancestor's body. Even the two of them, Old Ancestor Xiaoduan and Old Ancestor Dao Yuan, looked at the buried Jade Old Ancestor with a face full of odd colors. The buried Jade Old Ancestor waved his hand. Then his gaze fell on Chu Lu and he said with a mysterious smile, Good talent, little guy. In the future, when you're out there, competing for opportunities, just let go. Don't let today's events become your concern. The great world is coming. It's time to fight. It's time to grab. If any old guy jumps out to bully you, just don't worry. We old guys, we're not dead yet. Chu Lu froze, then cupped his fists and said, Disciple understands. Thank you, Old Ancestor and the clan for taking care of me. From now on, when disciples are outside, they will definitely not disgrace the sect. The buried Jade Old Ancestor nodded slightly, looking at the Chu Lu in front of him. The more he looked at him, the more satisfied he became. As for Lin Feng and the group of elders present, they were stunned at the moment. This Burial Jade Old Ancestor of theirs actually has such a high regard for this Chulak kid. The Yin Crow Emperor on the side had his face cracking with laughter. His good disciple, to be able to get the clan ancestor's fancy, is even happier than his promotion to Great Emperor? Kid, practice hard. I'm afraid the future of the Forbidden Sect depends on your generation. Old Man Berry Jade let out a laugh. Then he turned around and took a step out, returning to the clan's forbidden land. Old Ancestor Xiaoduan and Old Ancestor Dao Yuan, who also looked at Chu Lu twice more, closely followed Old Ancestor Burial Jade. Everyone disperse. Lin Feng's nervousness, finally relaxed, said to the crowd, turned around and disappeared. Several other elders also left individually. Chu Lu looked into the depths of the Forbidden Land, thinking back to the Burial Jade Old Man's sword. Still shocked not. Chu Lu returned to his senses and also intended to return to Nian Xia Peak and relax. After all, he was exhausted from the trip to the Great Emperor's secret realm. By the way, while taking the opportunity, replenish his depleted longevity. The longevity lost by repeatedly performing forbidden mastery within the secret territory has yet to be made up. Immediately afterward, under the adoring gazes of the many disciples, Chu Lu and the Yin Crow Emperor returned to their peaks. In the meantime, within the forbidden land of the Forbidden Sect, Old Ancestor Burial Jade, who had just returned to the Forbidden Land, had a faint glow emanating from his body. The next moment, under the gazes of Old Ancestor Xiaoduan and Old Ancestor Dao Yuan, only to see the Burial Jade Old Ancestor body of death swept away, and the skin of the Burial Jade Old Man became elastic. The white silk on his head, too, gradually returned to black. In the blink of an eye, the originally pale Burial Jade Old Ancestor was transformed. It turned into a handsome young man, a white dress, just like an exiled fairy in the dust. If outsiders were to see this scene, their jaws would definitely drop. It turned out that the kind of state that the buried Jade Old Ancestor was in before was something he was pretending. The old man who buried the jade and fooled everyone. Regarding the Burial Jade Old Ancestor at this moment, Old Ancestor Xiao Dust and Old Ancestor Dao Yuan did not seem surprised. Why are you pretending to be that way, Old Ancestor? Old Man Dao Yuan was puzzled. Old Ancestor Burial Jade grinned and raised his head to gaze into the void and said, Another great world is coming. With the arrival of the great world, there will be many demons. If this emperor and my forbidden sect act too strong, those forces that think they are too powerful will not dare to make a move. Then it is inevitable that our generation of heavenly pride will lose some of its tribulations. Only if I, the forbidden sect, show a fallen stance, these self-righteous forces, although they won't dare to deal with us old guys openly, they will definitely try to find ways to stifle our forbidden sect's younger generation. Our forbidden sect's young generation, naturally, has a whetstone. Hello? Oh, I see. It was only then that the two of them, Old Ancestor Xiao Dust, came to a sudden realization. So you're still asleep, old ancestor? Old ancestor Skydust inquired. The buried jade old ancestor shook his head slightly and spoke to the two of them. The great world is coming. So this ancestor will not continue to slumber. That kid called Chulak. Extraordinary. If he doesn't die young, I'm afraid that my forbidden sect is going to give birth to another extraordinary existence. Upon hearing this, the two of them, old ancestor Xiaoduan and old ancestor Daoyuan, also nodded slightly. Therefore, this ancestor does not intend to slumber and protect the young ones of my forbidden sect. In addition to that brat named Chulu, there are still a few talented little guys in the sect. You too, you need to start secretly protecting the little ones, too. The buried jade old ancestor opened his mouth. The two of them, old ancestor Xiaoduan and old ancestor Daoyuan, nodded and bowed their hands. With that, he retreated. Buried jade old man slowly turned around and grinned. Before him, 100 burial mounds, made of purple stone bricks, came into view. In each grave bag, there is a bronze coffin. P.S. I'll see you tomorrow. Desolate ancient king's family. Within the ancient boundaries of the Wang family, deep in the ancestral lands, two figures with weak and extremely wretched breaths returned to the cave. As soon as these two figures appeared, the figures on the several small floating islands within the cave all rose. The returning duo were none other than the Jin Evil Emperor and the Ming Wang Emperor who had previously fled. However, at this moment, the evil suppressor emperor had a hideous wound on his chest. The terrifying sword chi continuously eroded into the body, and aside from the Ming King Emperor, one arm disappeared. Seeing the miserable state of the duo, the crowd of Wang clan ancestors present, all fell silent. They had naturally watched the battle in secret during that previous battle of the great emperors. The appearance of the burial jade emperor did greatly surprise them. The Wang family ancestors. I didn't expect that old ghost, burial jade, to actually not be seated yet, although he was unrivaled in battle back then. But back then, he frequently performed forbidden jutsu and his longevity was depleted. So I didn't expect that he could still survive until now. Poof. At most 100 years. After 100 years, that old thing must be seated. Well, informed the family head, our desolate ancient king family, it's time to enter the world. By the way, let the family's heavenly pride go out of the ancient realm to practice. Since the old undead generation of the forbidden sect is about to fail, the young generation of the forbidden sect must never be allowed to grow up. Not bad. Then let's let our younger generation kill the future of the forbidden sect. Everyone, it's better to help Jin Xie and Ming Wang first. Get rid of the sword chi in their bodies first. A group of Wang family elders have shot for Jin Evil Emperor and Ming Wang Emperor, began to drive away the body of the horror of the sword chi. A scene like this one similarly occurred in the Spirit Clearance sect and the Red Flame Valley. Although that sort of old man buried jade did not kill the four Heavenly Flame Emperor, the Fire Bathing Emperor, the Wine Saint Emperor, and the Dustless Emperor. But the injuries of the four great emperors from these two top powers were even more severe than those of the Jin Evil Great Emperor and the Ming King Great Emperor. Spiritual Clearance sect and Red Flame Valley need to pay a great price to recover the injuries of their respective old ancestors. In the meantime, after experiencing this battle of great emperors in the Forbidden Sect, the three top forces, the Wang family, the Spirit Clearing Sect, and the Red Flame Valley, collectively lost their voices and did not respond to the public. But outside, a furor has long been raised. The names of the Burial Jade Emperor, the Shao Dust Emperor, and the Dao Yuan Old Man once again resounded through the 3,000 great worlds. Along with them, there was also the Een Crow Emperor, as well as the Chulak who triggered this battle of the great emperors. Nowadays, Chulu's name was known to no one within the 3,000 worlds. Fame is even greater than some of the top demons on the Heaven's Remarks list. Heaven's Gate Realm. Inside the Heaven's Gate sect, Patriarch Lu Daoyuan, looking forlorn, sat on the main seat with two lifeless eyes. Below, there were 5 elders of the Heaven's Gate sect. 2 of the elders were at the ancient sage cultivation level. The remaining 3 were in the great sage realm. The entire Heaven's Gate sect, plus Lu Daoyuan, only had a total of 3 ancient saints. At the moment, the atmosphere of the scene was gloomy. The fall of the Heaven's Gate Emperor was not expected by all of them. The Heavenly Sect ancestor was the only ancestor of their Heavenly Sect. It is also the only great emperor sitting in the clan. Now without the Heavenly Gate Emperor, their Heavenly Gate sect had directly fallen from a first-rate power to a second-rate power. Patriarch. What now? An ancient saint realm elder at the head of the group looked at the despondent Lu Daoyuan and inquired. Lu Daoyuan pressed his temples and was distracted. What else? Pass the order down. From today onwards, my Heaven's Gate sect is hidden from the world. Open the clan protection town. All disciples and elders may not leave the clan without authorization. Yes, sovereign. Just as the 5 elders present wanted to leave the great hall, suddenly, The sky above the Heaven's Gate sect was enveloped and blocked by a terrifying force, isolated from the outside world. Lu Daoyuan and the 5 elders, their faces instantly changed drastically. It's an enemy attack. Quickly follow this patriarch to meet the enemy. Lu Daoyuan's face was unsightly as he brought the 5 elders and arrived outside the grand hall. At this moment, under this terrifying holy might, the disciples within the Heaven's Gate sect had long been in chaos. Lu Daoyuan looked up and gazed into the void, his face ugly. Which Taoist friend has come to my Heaven's Gate sect? Buzz. As soon as the words fell, a spatial crack split open above the void of the Heaven's Gate sect. Immediately afterward, 3 magnificent figures riding on ancient Saint Dharma phantoms stepped out of the spatial rift, and behind these 3 magnificent figures, there were also 10 great saints, as well as 10 Saint Realm powerhouses. Seeing this scene, Lu Daoyuan and several Tianmen sect elders, their mood fell to the bottom. Forbidden sect. Lu Daoyuan's face was ugly. That's right. From the spatial cracks, these powerhouses that stepped out of the void were precisely the high-level powerhouses from the Forbidden Sect. The 3 ancient saints at the head of the group were 2 old men, and a woman of great charm. These 3 people were none other than the high-level elders of the famous Forbidden Sect. 6th Elder Chang Yi, 7th Elder Xiao Zhu, and 8th Elder Monsoon. You guys? Lu Daoyuan looked alarmed. The 8 elders of the Forbidden Sect were famous in the 3,000 worlds. Other than the current Crow Emperor, the other 7 elders were all at the peak of the ancient Saint Realm. Lu Daoyuan never dreamed of it. The Forbidden Sect would actually send out 3 peaks of the ancient sacred realm, and they came so quickly. Humph! A mere first-class force dares to come to trouble our Forbidden Sect. Die! Boom! The green-clothed elder in the lead's beautiful eyes were slightly downcast, a stunningly beautiful face that was filled with coldness. Immediately, Qing Yi, Xiao Zhu, and the 3 elders of Monsoon, with a group of great saints and saints behind them, launched an attack. The following day, the Heaven's Gate sect was destroyed by a mysterious force, causing a sensation. As for who this mysterious force is, all the strongest know well. Forbidden sect. Nianxia Peak. After Chu Lu came back, he hid in his room and closed his mind. At this moment, Chu Lu's body was pulsating with a single golden Sanskrit text. A special rhythm permeated out. With that, Chu Lu snapped his eyes open. Buzz. The golden Sanskrit on his body instantly disappeared. Chu Lok grinned and clenched his fist. Lowering his head, he picked up a jade tablet next to the bed. On this jade tablet, the word Wang was engraved. Within this jade tablet, it contained the Wang family's divine level mastery. The immovable king of light, the martial skill, immovable bright king, was something Chu Lu had found when he was cleaning out Wang Lin's nascent sacred ring. When Chu Lu saw Wang Lin perform this move, although it's not as good as the Forbidden Sect's Jedi School, the power is quite good. In the future, if he encounters the Wang family's heavenly pride again, he will use this trick to deal with them. Is senior brother Chu here? At that moment, a disciple's voice came from outside the house. Chu Lu froze. Normally there were very few disciples who would come to his Nianxia Peak. Chu Lu got up and opened the door to the outside of the house. A core disciple was waiting for him. Seeing Chu Lu, this core disciple's face was filled with admiration, and then he hurriedly said, "Senior brother Chu, the patriarch invites you to come to the main hall." "The patriarch is looking for me? Anything?" Chu Lu inquired with some curiosity. This core disciple shook his head, but came over to Chu Lu's side and whispered, "Senior brother Chu, early this morning, the Xuanji ancient sage of the Tianji pavilion brought his disciple, Spirit Calculator, to pay a visit. Now this is master and disciple, still in the hall. Lu, senior brother Chu, you wouldn't have beaten up Spirit Calculator as well, would you? This master and disciple are now coming to your door to trouble you? Senior brother Chu, the relationship between Tianji pavilion and our forbidden sect is still okay. Why don't you go out and hide, and I'll go tell the patriarch that you're not here?" Chu Lu took a serious look at this disciple. This master's brother, he can handle it. However, Chu Lu recalled the trip to the secret realm. "I don't think I've ever punched a disciple of the Tianji pavilion myself. No, I'll just go and see. Maybe it's not like the other guy is coming after me." Chu Lu returned to his senses, just as he was planning to head to the main hall. Noticing that this disciple seemed like he still had something to say, he was about to stop talking. "Is there anything else for senior brother Tang?" Chu Lu raised an eyebrow and inquired. This senior brother Chu Lu still had some impression. This disciple's name was Tang He, and he had been to the great emperor's secret realm with him. At that time, when digging for spiritual soil, this senior brother Tang's tactic of plucking feathers from geese and not leaving an inch of earth behind was something he remembered fondly. Tang He scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Senior brother Chu, it's like this. A few senior brothers and we intend to go to the demonic beast mountain range in the southern heavenly prefecture for some experience. I don't know if Senior Brother Chu is free. We would like to invite Senior Brother Chu to go with us, because with Senior Chu here, we feel safe and secure. Of course, if Senior Brother Chu is not available then forget it. Chu Lu thought about it for a moment, and it seemed like he didn't really have much to do lately, so he agreed to Tang He. Okay, when do we leave? When Tang He saw Chu Lu agree, he immediately became excited and said, there's no rush. Let's wait until Senior Chu has gone to meet the patriarch first. If Senior Brother Chu has something to do at that time, he can go back after he's done with it. We can wait. Chu Lu nodded, then bid farewell to Tang He and arrived at the main hall. As soon as he stepped into the main hall, Chu Lu then realized that his own master and the other 7 great elders were all present. On a seat to the side of the great hall sat an unfamiliar old man. Beside the old man, there was also a white-clothed young man. At the moment, the gazes of an old man and a young man fell on him. This old man and young man were the Xuanji ancient sage and spirit calculator of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. Sovereign, Chu Lu's gaze retracted and he saluted Lin Feng on the main seat. Chu Lu, I called you here today because little friend spirit calculator from the Heavenly Chance Pavilion wants to ask you to be his external aid and help him become one of the Heavenly Chance sons. What do you think? Lin Feng smiled faintly and looked at Chu Lu and blinked. Not only was Patriarch Lin Feng, even the Yin Crow Emperor, as well as the several elders present around him, blinked at Chu Lu. It seemed to be frantically imploring Chu Lok not to reject it. Chu Lu froze and subconsciously looked at Spirit Calculator. The Tianji Pavilion's Tianji Z was equivalent to their Forbidden Sex Sequence disciples. As long as one becomes a Tianji Z, one is a future elder or pavilion master of the sect. It was just that Chu Lu was puzzled as to why the Spirit Calculator would seek him out as an external aid, and one has never dealt with the Spirit Calculator. Spirit Calculator seemed to have seen Chu Lu's doubts, so taking a step forward, he stood out and arched his hand at Chu Lu. Brother Chu, I am Spirit Calculator. Within the Great Emperor Mysterious Realm, I have seen Brother Chu displaying great power in battling without an opponent, and I am deeply impressed. And so it was thought that there would be time to befriend Brother Chu. It just so happens that my Tianji Pavilion is about to open the Tianji Z selection, and I am not strong enough, but I want to compete, so I need an external aid to help me. And so the first thing that came to my mind was Brother Chu, and so I came to the door today, wanting to make friends with Brother Chu as well. By the way, I would like to ask Brother Chu to become my battle protector. Hearing Spirit Calculator's explanation, Chu Lu finally understood. This guy wants to make himself his bodyguard and fighter. So looking dumbfounded at the Spirit Calculator, he said, no. Spirit Calculator also froze, not understanding what Chu Lu meant, and said dumbfoundedly, no more. Chu Lu blankly glanced at Spirit Calculator. 1. One does not know the Spirit Calculator. 2. He has no friendship with the Spirit Calculator. 3. And it hasn't done any good. This kind of thing who love to go who go. Anyway, Chu Lu was not able to do a little. Lin Feng and the group of elders present were all old foxes. With a single glance, he saw through Chu Lu's thoughts. None shook their heads up. This kid, simply like this deadbeat master teacher of his, can't eat half a point of loss. Chu Lu didn't care about Spirit Calculator's puzzled gaze. He directly turned his head towards Lin Feng, just when he wanted to open his mouth to refuse. In Chu Lu's ears, he then heard his own master's secret voice transmission. Good disciple, promise this brat. If you help this brat become one of the Heavenly Chance sons, you'll have a chance to enter the Heavenly Spirit Pool of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. The Heavenly Spirit Pool is a good thing. Good disciple. This morning Xuanji this old guy brought news that 2 years from now, in conjunction with the top forces of the 3,000 worlds, a Heavenly Pride ranking battle will be held to re-rank the Heavenly Pride list, and 5 years from now the desolate ancient divine remains will open. Our patriarch intends to delay the sequence disciple selection until after the Heaven's Pride ranking battle. Entering the Heavenly Spirit Pool is a great opportunity for you to improve your strength. If you have a bargain, don't take advantage of it. Son of a bitch, quickly agree to this kid. There's a master to protect your path. Don't be afraid. At those words, Chu Lu froze. He didn't expect the clan's serial disciple selection to be postponed, but since even his master teacher said that the Heavenly Spirit Pool was a good thing, that must be extraordinary. Thus, Chu Lu's arching hand immediately turned to the Spirit Calculator. With a 180-degree change in attitude and 8 large white teeth showing on his face, he enthusiastically said, "Ah ha ha ha, so it's Brother Spirit. Pleased to meet you. I've long heard of Brother Spirit's great name. At today's sight, Brother Spirit is truly different. Brother Spirit, you and I are like old friends at first sight. Your affairs are my Chu Lu's affairs. I promise in this matter. Don't worry, I'll do my best to help you become one of the Tianji Z. Whoever dares to stop you will die." Chu Lu was enthusiastic, as if the Spirit Calculator in front of him was his long-lost brother. Spirit Calculator was also stunned for a moment by this sudden enthusiasm as well. So with a happy smile, he arched his hand and said, "Thank you, Brother Chu. From today onward, Brother Chu will be my Spirit Calculator's good brother. If Brother Chu has something to do in the future, brother, I will definitely do my best to help." The crowd present, looking at the attitude reversal Chu Lu, the corners of the mouth crazy twitching. In particular, the Xuanji ancient sage's face twitched slightly. This kid, an Yin Crow, this old ghost, is worthy of being a master and disciple. Ha ha ha, well said. I wonder, Brother Spirit, when are we going to leave? Chu Lok inquired. If Brother Chu has nothing else to do, we can depart now. There are still 2 days left until the selection of Tianji. The Spirit Calculator spoke. Chu Lu nodded. Just as he was planning to head to the Heavenly Chance Pavilion with the Spirit Calculator and the Xuanji Ancient Sage, the Yin Crow Emperor pulled out a blood-colored jade token, as well as 2 bottles of pills, and threw them to Chu Lu, saying, "Good disciple, Master is now a great emperor. If I were to follow you to the Celestial Chi Pavilion, it would inevitably be inconvenient. Take this token. If you encounter any old man bullying you, my master's doppelganger will appear. As for these 2 bottles of pills, they are the sacred longevity pills that Pill Heaven's great emperor refined for you." Chu Lu's eyes lit up and he put away the jade tablet and the pills. Anyway, the calf protection value he acquired from his master's main body and his doppelganger were both the same. Now he can't wait for the Tianji Pavilion. There are not long-eyed old things to bully him. Lu, disciple, remembers. Chu Lu arched his hand at the Yin Crow Emperor. The Spirit Calculator beside him was filled with envy when he heard the 3-word sacred longevity pill. Brother Chu's great imperial master is so kind to him. 1 shot is a holy elixir. He wants a mentor like that too. Nay, his own master is still 100,000 miles away from breaking through to the great emperor. With that, Chu Lu followed the Xuanji ancient sage as well as the Spirit Calculator and left the forbidden sect. 1 day later, the ancient sage of Xuanji brought Chu Lu and arrived at the place where the forces of the Tianji Pavilion were located. Just came out of a space rift. Dozens of huge floating islands were reflected in Chu Lu's eyes. Above the floating island, clouds and mist, mountains spread, magnificent palace pavilions, built on the mountain, like a fairyland. Here, it was one of the top forces of the 3,000 worlds, the location of the Tianji Pavilion. Beneath these floating islands, a huge city that looked endless, like a huge beast, lay prostrate on top of the pale earth. This city was called Tianji City, a city under the direct jurisdiction of the Tianji Pavilion. The relatives and families of the disciples of the Tianji Pavilion live in this Tianji City. On top of that, some of the affiliated forces of the Tianji Pavilion were also stationed here. Nowadays, Tianji City had also become one of the famous cities in the 3,000 Great Worlds. An endless stream of martial artists from all over the 3,000 world. Apprentice, you take junior friend Chu to stay in Tianji City first. Remember to return to the sect on time tomorrow for the selection. Master will return to the pavilion first, the Xuanji ancient sage commanded. Yes, disciple, keep that in mind. With that, the Xuanji ancient sage took a step out and flew towards one of the floating islands. Brother Chu, let's go to the city to rest first. By the way, I'll take Brother Chu for a stroll through my Tianji City. Spirit Calculator laughed. Chu Lok nodded back. He had also heard about Tianji City, but had never been here. Today is the perfect day to take the opportunity to stroll around this famous city. Thus, Chu Lu followed the Spirit Calculator and entered the city. Just after entering the city, Chu Lu was attracted by the prosperity of the city. In the middle of the city, there was an endless stream of martial artists from all over the world, and on both sides of the streets, there were vendors everywhere. What spirit medicine, elixir, gong fu, martial arts, rare contraptions and so on. Dazzling. Just as Chu Lu and Spirit Calculator were loitering, suddenly, a commotion started in the city. The countless people in the city looked up and realized that a magical beast was flying above the sky. Hiss, is a Tianlin horse. Heavens, it's actually a Tianlin horse. Who is that woman on the horse? To actually use a precious magical beast like the Tianlin horse as a mount. Legend has it that Tianlin Ma has a trace of dragon bloodline. It looks like this woman. Her background is not simple. Chu Lu was also surprised when he saw this heavenly Lin horse that was about to descend into the city. This thing looks, indeed, quite awesome. Find some time and see if his master can get him one. I've heard that there is a dragon bloodline in Tianlin Ma's body. So also like the dragons, they have the ability to travel through the void. Not good. Get out of the way. At that moment, an exclamation of surprise came from the crowd. The crowd realized that the Tianlin horse was not losing speed and was going down quickly. The onlookers scattered in all directions. However, the next moment, a 5 or 6-year-old girl was staring blankly at the Tianlin horse that was about to fall. Kid, Get out of the way. The surrounding martial artists had wanted to go forward to pull this little girl away. But it's too late. The golden hooves of the horse had landed on top of the little girl's head. Countless martial artists subconsciously closed their eyes. Couldn't bear to see this next scene. Forbidden Jedi technique. Spacing great move hand. P.S. Ladies and gentlemen, today is really too late. Tomorrow 4 chapters of the explosion of Morha. Small fish tomorrow to get up early. Some of the officers and gentlemen and then asked if there is a female lead. Small fish wanna say. Small fish are not. Chu Lu is also worthy of? I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get a good deal on this, but I'm sure you're going to be able to. Watch the Grandmasters remember to 5-star praise haha. Buzz. Just as the golden horse's hooves were about to land on top of the little girl's head, suddenly, behind the little girl, a massive black hole emerged. Within the black hole, an illusory palm poked out. It contained an amazing power that instantly covered the little girl. Tread. Boom. Roar. The hooves of the Tianlin horse stepped on the back of the illusory palm. Amazing fluctuations were cleansed between the horseshoe palm and the back of the illusory hand. In the next moment, the hooves of Tianlin's horse were bounced off by the powerful force coming from the back of his hand. Tianlin horse hissed and fell back in fright. The woman on the back of Tianlin's horse's face chilled. A pair of jade hands gripped the reins tightly. A sideways pull. That's how the Tianlin horse didn't roll over on its side. 2 raised hooves fell to one side, and the illusory palm that wrapped around the little girl gripped the little girl and pulled back. The little girl was pulled into the black hole behind her, by the illusory palm. You're looking for death. Daring to frighten my lady's Tianlin horse. Cut off one of your own arms and this lady will spare you from death. The woman turned to Chu Lu, who was not far ahead, and her beautiful eyes chilled as she scolded in a stern voice. The woman's cold and haughty voice was heard. The crowd of martial artists around them who had closed their eyes opened their eyes. Following his gaze, he saw that Chu Lu was holding the little girl. Chu Lu pressed on, ignoring the woman and comforting the somewhat tearful little girl in his arms. The other martial artists around them were shocked. They didn't know how Chu Lu saved this little girl. Obviously the situation was so critical just now. The average person simply can't do it. Even the spirit calculator on the side couldn't help but cast an admiring gaze at Chu Lu. Brother Chu. Good tactics. Spirit calculator marveled. This hand of Chu Lu's just now made him even more certain that he would choose Chu Lu as his battle protector. It was the best choice he could have made. Boy. At that moment, a woman ran out of a store not far away. Mother. The little girl saw the woman and swung her arms as if she wanted the woman's comfort. Seeing the child's reaction, Chu Lu was certain that this woman was the little girl's relative, so the child was given to the woman. By the way, watch the kids next time. Many thanks, benefactor. Woman picks up little girl, wipes tears from eyes, rushes away. This lady asked you a question. Are you deaf? Boom. Just then, the woman on the back of Tianlin's horse saw that Chu Lu didn't take care of her. Immediately, his face sank. A thick and powerful force suppressed out from her. At this moment, the surrounding martial artists were all shocked. The crowd didn't expect it. This woman was so young and actually had the cultivation of the 5th realm of the Taichu. She hissed. She seems to be Yi Qingxue, Fairy Yi, who is ranked 79th on the heavens remarkable ranking. What? She's Yi Qingxue? The heavenly pride of the desolate ancient Yi family. Didn't they say that the desolate ancient family rarely enters the world? Fairy Yi must have also been invited by the Tianji Pavilion's heavenly pride as a battle protector. After all, tomorrow Tianji Pavilion is going to hold the selection of Tianji Z, and as a war protector, as long as the person that Fairy Yi is guarding becomes one of the Tianji Z, I've heard that the Tianji Z, along with the war protector, will be able to enter Tianji Pavilion's heavenly spirit pool. Hiss. No wonder the Yi family came out. Ha, isn't that the Tianji Pavilion's heavenly pride? Spirit calculator? Goo. That's true, but who's that teenager beside him? It's not clear. It should be the war protector that spirit calculator invited. It seems that it's not simple either. Hearing the murmurs of the people around him, Chu Lu then looked at Yi Qingxue on the horse twice more. He also didn't expect that this crazy batch of bitches was actually a draconic Yi family heavenly pride. Chu Lok suddenly realized at that moment, these desolate ancient family people, all a urine. The spirit calculator on the side, at this moment, also had a gloomy face. He also did not expect that someone in the pavilion could actually invite Yi Qingxue as a war protector. It seems that this time's selection of Tianji Z is more difficult than he imagined. Chu Lu grinned, a harmless smile on his face as he stepped forward. The martial artists around the scene all thought that Chu Lu also recognized Yi Qingxue, who was from the desolate ancient Yi family, and wanted to concede to curry favor. But not the next moment, Chu Lu's face instantly changed, pointing at Yi Qingxue and cursing. You crazy batch bitch. Your whole family is deaf. A good-looking skin, but a heart as vicious as a snake's. That little kid just now almost got killed by you, and let me break my own arm? Did you get your head caught in a door? Sure enough, nah. You people of the desolate ancient family, you're so reclusive that your brains are broken. Are you growing skin and forgetting to grow a brain? How can you say something so brainless? I'm embarrassed for you, little man. Chulok's meal of frantic output caused everyone present to freeze in their tracks. As for the spirit calculator behind Chulu, looking at Chulu's back, he was filled with admiration. Brother Chu is really eloquent. Hiss. Who the hell is this kid? Even not only does he dare to scold even Fairy Yi, he even dares to scold the entire Yi family with him. I'm not sure, but for some reason, I feel like he curses so much. Hush, you don't want to die. Be careful to be heard by Fairy Yi, you'll be finished. Oh yeah. At this moment, Yi Qingxue, who had been scolded dumbfounded by Chulu, also reacted violently. His face was grim and murderous intent surged. Since she was a child, no one had ever dared to insult her like that. Yi Qingshue's beautiful eyes flashed a color of viciousness as she savagely said to Chulu, how dare you scold this lady? And you dare to curse my Yi family? This young lady will first let you taste what it's like to beg for your life and not be able to die today. The clan forces behind you, as well as your loved ones. This young lady will also have to. Forbidden Jedi. Shifting shape. Forbidden Jedi. Bloodthirsty underworld poison. Yi Qingxue hadn't finished her words. Suddenly, Chulu's heart murmured and his figure instantly flashed. It's ridiculously fast. In the blink of an eye, the figure appeared on Yi Qingshue's horse. Although Yi Qingxue was at the 5th realm of the Taicho cultivation, however, she couldn't detect Chulu's terrifying speed for a moment. By the time she responded, a slap quickly enlarged under her horrified gaze. Next moment, snap, boom, all the crowd heard was a crisp sound. Immediately afterward, everyone present saw Yi Qingxue fly out from her horse. A few snow-white teeth, with blood, splashed out. At this moment, the world is silent. Everyone is wide-eyed, full of horror looking at, standing on the back of the Tianlin horse Chulu. Even the spirit calculator had his mouth wide open, mind-blown and admired beyond words. Chulu revealed a harmless smile of the human animal, looking at Yi Qingxue who was slapped by him and smiled. Death-defying people just talk too much. Not only do I dare to scold you, little master, how dare I slap you? Chulok's words fell. No one noticed that the palm that Chulu had just called out on Yi Qingshue's face flashed an extremely faint red light. Noiselessly, then under the gaze of the crowd, without panicking, he took out a bottle of elixir. This bottle of elixir was the sacred longevity pill that his master had entrusted the Pill Hollow Emperor to refine for him. Just after opening the bottle cork, a terrifying forbidding restriction imprisoned the mouth of the bottle. Chulu lowered his head and saw that the bottle containing the elixir was stuffed with a round, thumb-sized sacred longevity elixir. Looks like there must be a couple dozen in a bottle. Special fluctuations surged out. Hiss. So many holy life pills. Chulok gave a surprised cry. Pour one out in front of countless people. In the next moment, the powerful force of the prohibition, as well as the fluctuations emanating from the same pill, instantly brought everyone present back to their senses. They all looked at Chulu in shock. Who exactly is this kid? What a big guts. Even Fairy Yi dares to hit. Ruthless, hot, and with a sneak attack. TSK. This kid just performed exactly what kind of stance? Speed is actually so horrible as this. Hiss. Everyone look. What that kid is holding in his hand is a holy elixir. Momi. This kid even dared to beat the people of the Yi family, and casually took out a holy elixir. Who the hell is he? Chulu heard the comments of the people around him and grinned at the people around him. Yeah, a holy elixir. Want to come and get it? Chulu's words caused the people present to collectively lose their voices in blank stares, though some of those present had already shown their greed. But reason told them, this teenager who can go together with spirit calculator and slap Yi Qingxue is definitely not simple goods. Must be a big deal. Besides, this is the territory of Tianji Pavilion. Chulu laughed and threw the sacred pill into his mouth. In the next moment, Chulu's pupils suddenly shrunk. The 1200 years of longevity that he had depleted by continuously performing 3 forbidden mastery techniques was restored to a full circle in an instant. Chulok was shocked. With these holy longevity pills, before he exchanged his longevity body. Finally, you can make a big move with impunity. It's true, when the great emperor produces something, it's a fine product. Chulu carefully put away the elixir. At this moment, Yi Qingxue, who had been slapped by him, was also wobbling and getting up from the ground at this moment. The crowd present looked at the sound. All the corners of their mouths twitched madly, and they took a deep breath of cold air. This kid, he hits hard. Don't you know how to take care of yourself? Only Yi Qingxue's originally delicate cheeks were half swollen at the moment. a palm print stood out, passing hot, sharp pain, and Yi Qingshue's row of incisors disappeared and her mouth was full of blood. This scene, looking at the crowd present, feel a little funny. Want to laugh but hold back. I want you dead. Yi Qingxue looked at Chu Lu with a face full of venomous resentment, her words leaking out, screaming out in anger. Ha! Chu Lu noticed Yi Qingshue's malicious gaze, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Just as Chu Lu was about to raise his hand and pinch his finger to invoke the forbidden mastery that he had just secretly struck into Yi Qingshue's body. Buzz! Swear, don't move! A cold and furious voice full of killing intent. It vibrated in the ears of the crowd. Chu Lu couldn't help but feel a stinging pain in his eardrums. In the next moment, a spatial crack split open above Yi Qingshue's head. Immediately afterward, a woman wearing a white dress and topped with a pair of gigantic snowy mountains descended from the spatial rift. With the great snow-capped mountains, even Chu Lu couldn't help but stare twice more. It's so big, it feels like these two things will just throw him off. As for the surrounding martial artists, they have long since revealed the color of pig. However, a terrifying holy might filled out from this woman, enveloping the heavens and earth. The martial artists present all withdrew their gazes and sweated coldly. That's the Yi family's forgotten ancient sage, Yi Luoi. Hiss. So the forgetfulness ancient sage is Yi Qingshue's protector? If this kid doesn't have a protector behind him, today is going to be the end. He. Watch. Now that the forgotten ancient sage has appeared, we will soon know the background identity of this kid. Just as the crowd of martial artists rose in anticipation, Yi Luoi had already landed beside Yi Qingxue and clan. Yi Qingxue froze. She did not expect her clan aunt to show up at this time. There's a rule among their Yi family. The sons and daughters of the families who have been practicing, the protector of the road shall not intervene until the moment when their lives are at stake. Yi Luoi's face chilled, and his icy killing intent locked Chu Lu down. What a vicious little beast. Yi Luoi let out a deep sigh and slapped her jade hand on Yi Qingshue's back. Ant clan? Yi Qingsue was a bit puzzled. Share, don't move. This little brute has just secretly placed a very vicious trick in your body. Yi Luoi coldly said. What? Yi Qingsue lost her color. Then she looked at Chu Lu full of venomous hatred and killing intent. Chu Lu sensed Yi Luoi's killing intent and was not the least bit afraid. Instead, the corners of his mouth raised in a smile. That's the flavor. Familiar recipe. Familiar flavor. He seems to smell the value of calf protection. But what surprised Chu Lok was, he did not expect the trick of bloodthirsty plutonium poison, so hidden, or by Yi Luoi this old hag found out. Thus, with a flash of thought, Chu Lu instantly secretly detonated the bloodthirsty underworld poison that had been struck into Yi Qingshue's body. Boom! Yi Luoi was just about to completely clear Yi Qingshue's body, when that silent and bizarre force, the remaining bizarre power suddenly erupted, turning into a bizarre pattern. It merged into Yi Qingshue's qi. Yi Qingxue instantly turned pale as she let out a miserable scream. There was a surge of, a sharp pain from deep within his body, from the depths of his soul. Fortunately, Yi Luoi had cleared the unexploded, a large portion of the bizarre power of the forbidden Jedi in the moment just now. If not, this Yi Qingsue died on the spot. It's a forbidden jutsu. Little beast, you're from the forbidden sect. Yi Luoi's complexion was slightly condensed. Sensing the strange forbidden power that erupted within Yi Qingshue's body, she fiercely looked at Chu Lu and said with murderous intent, What? This kid is a disciple of the forbidden sect? Oh my god. He can't be the forbidden sect's personal disciple Chu Lu. Can he? It must be him. Only this fellow Chu Lu has the guts to even dare to strike the people of the desolate ancient family. Not bad. He should be Chu Lu undoubtedly. I heard that Chu Lu even dared to slaughter the Wang family's evil suppressor emperor's own grandson. TSK. The battle of the great emperors not long ago was triggered by this kid alone. The gazes of the crowd of martial artists present, looking at Chu Lu, were like looking at a monster. Chu Lu shrugged his shoulders, revealing a harmless smile, and said to Yi Luoi, Fairy sister, I can't understand what you're saying. Don't think that just because you're an ancient sage of the Yi clan, you can slander me at will. As a disciple of the forbidden sect, I, Chu Lu, am an upright and honorable person, so how could I possibly use that kind of insidious, vicious, underhanded and despicable means? Old woman. Bah! Fairy sister, don't accuse me falsely said no one noticing. Chu Lu hid in the sleeve robe in the heart of the hand, more than a blood-colored jade plate. P.S. There are 2 more chapters in the evening Everyone's urges and free small gifts are the motivation of small fish. See you in the evening. Humph. Yi Luoi snorted coldly, and the palm that slapped on Yi Qingshue's body snapped. Buzz. A terrifying power was ferried into Yi Qingshue's body. In the next moment, Yi Qingsue gasped for air, her pale face gradually regaining its blood color. Yi Luoyi's palm was drawn. Buzz. A strange blood-colored force was drawn out of Yi Qingshua's body by Yi Luoyi. Yi Qingxue let out a huge sigh of relief. Yi Luoyi's jade hand gently stroked across Yi Qingshua's face. Yi Qingshua's swollen half of her cheeks that had been beaten by Chu Lu instantly subsided and returned to its original state. But Yi Qingshua's incisors, which were knocked out by Chu Lu, did not grow back. And clan. Waste him. No need to kill him. I'm going to torture him. Yi Qingshua's eyes were filled with resentment and viciousness as she pointed at Chu Lu and snapped. Yi Luoyi nodded slightly. A pair of beautiful eyes flashed with killing intent as she coldly said, "At such a young age, your heart is so vicious. This saint will teach you a lesson for the forbidden sect today. This saint will not take your life, lest the world say that this saint is bullying the small with the big. But this saint abolished your cultivation as punishment." Hearing Yi Luoyi's words, Chu Lu's heart called out shamelessly, "You're a big man, isn't that bullying the little guy? This old woman, she's so thick-skinned. Also, who's the real miscreant here?" Boom! Yi Luoyi's eyes condensed, and a supreme holy might instantly pressed toward Chu Lu. Brother Chu. The spirit calculator behind Chu Lu's face changed drastically. He wondered why his own master hadn't come out yet. Yi Luoyi descended. It is impossible for the elders in the pavilion not to know. Just as the surrounding group of martial artists all thought that Chu Lu was certain to die this time, Chu Lu immediately raised the blood-colored jade tablet in his hand and shouted in terror, "Master, help! Someone is bullying the apprentice!" Boom! Only the blood-colored jade tablet in Chu Lu's hand bloomed with dazzling bloodlight. Immediately afterward, a godless might instantly envelop the entire Tianji city. The countless powerhouses in Tianji city couldn't resist this terrifying Great Emperor pressure and instantly knelt down collectively. Great Emperor pressure. Hiss. Which Supreme Great Emperor has descended? Elsewhere in Tianji city, countless martial artists were filled with horror. Their gazes gazing in horror at the direction Chu fell in. At the moment, in the middle of the scene, Yi Luoyi's holy might that contained dark energy was instantly crushed by this terrifying Great Emperor's pressure. Bitch! How dare you bully this Emperor's good disciple? Above Chu Lu's head, a blood-colored illusory figure emerged. The Yin Crow Emperor's doppelganger appeared. The Yin Crow Emperor's eyes glazed over as he cursed at Yi Luoyi. Great Emperor! The two of them, Yi Luoyi and Yi Qingshuo, instantly changed their faces drastically. Yi Qingshuo, in particular, was even more appalled at this moment. She didn't expect this forbidden sect disciple in front of her. There was actually a Great Emperor powerhouse protecting the path. Boom! And clan! Just as Yi Luoyi was lost in thought for a moment, the Yin Crow Emperor's doppelganger violently slapped at Yi Luoyi through the air. With the power of this palm, the Yin Crow Emperor controlled the force. It directly slapped Yi Luoyi out on the spot. Seeing this scene, Chu Lu directly went numb with laughter. The value of protecting the calf from the Great Master plus 10,000. At this moment, heaven and earth are silent. The countless martial artists present all looked toward the Great Emperor's doppelganger above Chu Lu's head and gulped furiously. It was as rumored. The Yin Crow Emperor was extremely protective of his disciples. Finally saw it with my own eyes today. Even the desolate ancient Yi family's forgetfulness ancient sage was slapped away. It was worthy of being Chu Lu's master teacher. What kind of teacher is there? What kind of disciple is there? The spirit calculator behind Chu Lu was finally relieved in his heart. At the same time on Chu Lu, the heart really real envy. A big bitch and a little bitch. This emperor's good disciple. Is it not for you to bully? The Yin Crow Emperor coldly glanced at Yi Qingshuo and cursed in a broken voice. Being glanced at like this by the Yin Crow Emperor, Yi Qingshuo instantly felt like she was in an ice cellar. It was hard to breathe and she couldn't help but take a step back. In the meantime, the Yin Crow Emperor's great emperors might also spread to the Heavenly Chi Pavilion at an astonishing speed. And in the void space outside of Tianji City, a white-haired old man, his face turned ugly. And beside this old man, there was a man who looked to be in his 20s. This man, named Royal Calculator, was also a heavenly pride of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. If it weren't for the age of the Royal Calculator, past 25. Otherwise, on the Heavens Remarks list, there will be a place for him. And this old man beside the Imperial Calculator was his master, the 8th Elder of the Tianji Pavilion, the Spirit Evolution Ancient Sage. Yi Qingshuo, on the other hand, was the battle protector invited by the Imperial Calculator, the Spirit Evolution Ancient Sage and the Royal Calculator. After Yi Qingshuo arrived at Tianji City, the two then noticed. The ancient sage pressure generated when Yi Luoyi descended earlier was secretly blocked by the Spirit Evolution Ancient Sage. If an ancient saint had descended on Tianji City, the higher-ups of the Pavilion sect would have noticed it long ago. But at this moment, the Emperor's might of the Yin Crow Emperor is not something that he, an ancient saint, can withstand. Master, what now? The Imperial Calculator frowned slightly and spoke. The pavilion master and those old guys in the pavilion must have noticed it too. Go! The spirit evolution ancient sage murmured, waved his hand, and brought the royal calculator out of the void space. In the Tianji pavilion, a middle-aged man with an elegant temperament was deliberating with several old men in a large hall. This elegant man was the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion, ancient sage of heavenly jade, and the few old men present were the high-level elders of the Tianji Pavilion. Among them was spirit calculator's master, the Xuanji ancient sage. Suddenly, all the people who were deliberating on the matter rose up violently, and unexpected colors appeared on their faces. Pavilion master, this imperial might is the forbidden Sexine Crow Emperor. The Xuanji ancient sage sensed this familiar imperial might and hurriedly spoke to the heavenly jade pavilion master. He remembered when Chu Lu came with him to Tianji Pavilion. The Yin Crow Emperor gave Chu Lu a jade token. Now the Yin Crow Emperor's mighty pressure appeared in Tianji City. Most likely something happened to Chu Lok. Go, follow this pavilion master to meet the Yin Crow Emperor. The heavenly jade pavilion master nodded slightly and rose from the main seat, disappearing with a single step. Several elders present followed. Look back into the city of Tianji. Yi Luoi was slapped by the Yin Crow Emperor after he flew away. Under the gazes of countless martial artists, Yi Luoi also rose from the ground in a sorry state. The two great snowy mountains are also stained with dirt. At this moment, everyone was collectively stunned. This was because the Yi Luoi at this moment was the same as the Yi Qingxue from earlier. Half of her delicate cheeks were red and swollen. A conspicuous palm print was branded on half of Yi Luoi's face. The fiery pain made Yi Luoi feel immensely humiliated. Seeing this scene, the martial artists present, all mouth corners twitch. This master and disciple, don't they know what compassion is? No wonder this master and disciple are still single. You, Yin Crow Emperor, could it be that your forbidden sect wants to go to war with my Yi family? Yi Luoi was shocked and furious as he spoke in a deep voice to the Yin Crow Emperor. Ha! Big bitch, what are you? Dare to talk to this emperor like that? Boom! The Yin Crow Emperor sneered. His eyes glazed over. Yi Luoi, who had just climbed up from the ground, was instantly suppressed by the great emperor's mighty pressure. Kneel on the spot. Go to war? So what if we go to war? My forbidden sect just had a fight with the Wang clan a few days ago. What's the matter? You Yi family great emperors, you also want to be generous and die one or two to give our family's burial jade elder ancestor a helping hand? Don't think that just because you're from the Yi family, this emperor wouldn't dare to kill you. That slap from this emperor just now was considered to give your Yi family face. Otherwise you now, where would you still have the life to talk to this emperor here? The Yin Crow Emperor looked at the suppressed and kneeling Yi Luoi and let out a strange laugh. Yi Luoi sensed the killing intent from the Yin Crow Emperor and instantly broke into a cold sweat. Great Emperor, please don't be angry. Just then, two figures appeared in front of Yi Luoi and Yi Qingxue. The two who had appeared were none other than the Spirit Evolution Ancient Sage and the Royal Calculator who had previously hidden in the void of Tianji City. Seeing the Spirit Evolution Ancient Sage appear, the scene once again caused a commotion. The Spirit Evolution Ancient Saint stepped forward and bowed to the Yin Crow Emperor. Ha, old man, after hiding for so long, you're willing to come out? If this emperor's good disciple had been wasted by this bitch earlier, even if the heavenly hall of opportunity had stepped in, you old thing would not have been able to escape this emperor's sanction. The Yin Crow Emperor's silhouette glanced at the Spirit Evolution Ancient Sage, his gaze ghostly. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the group of powerhouses present all flashed with a hint of a different color. Chu Lu also heard the meaning of his own master's words. No wonder the higher-ups of the Tianji Pavilion were late in coming before. Feeling like this old guy is behind the scenes, Chu Lu noticed the royal calculator beside the Spirit Evolution Ancient Sage and secretly transmitted a voice to the Spirit Calculator beside him. Brother Spirit, that guy is also going to participate in your Tianji Z selection tomorrow? At this moment, Spirit Calculator also finally understood why his own master was late. Looking at the Spirit Evolution Ancient Sage Master and Disciple duo, he nodded his head slightly and transmitted his voice to reply. Brother Chu, this person's name is Royal Calculator, a disciple of this 8th elder. I think Yi Qingxue is the foreign aide invited by the Royal Calculator. Although the Royal Calculator failed to make it onto the Heavens Pride ranking due to his age, his strength should not be underestimated. Chu Lu revealed a harmless smile and nodded. Mentally put the Royal Calculator. Wrote it down in a small notebook. Since the other guy is one of the contenders, it's a good thing. The Great Emperor is joking. I have seen the Great Emperor's detachment descend. Naturally I deeply know that little friend Chu will be fine. Therefore do not dare to meddle in the affairs of the Great Emperor. However, Great Emperor, the Forgetfulness Ancient Sage, is a member of the Yi family. If she falls in our Tianji Pavilion, it would not be good for us to explain to the Yi family. A strand of color flashed under the eyes of the Spirit Evolution Ancient Sage as he respectfully said to the Yin Crow Emperor. At this moment, behind the spirit evolution ancient sage, Yi Qingxue, and Yi Luoi's two daughters did not dare to make a sound. Even if the two of them had endless resentment and anger in their hearts, they could only hold it in for the time being. Both of them were afraid that the Yin Crow Emperor would slaughter them. Ha! The Yin Crow Emperor sneered, unimpressed by the spirit evolution ancient sage's words. Ha ha ha, great Emperor Yin Crow, the detachment has descended. We've been remiss in welcoming you. And pardon me. Just then, a faint laugh rang out. Immediately afterward, several figures appeared out of thin air above the void and descended in front of the crowd. It's the Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master. There are also a few high-level elders from the Tianji Pavilion. I can't believe they actually came out in person. Hearing the whispers of those around him, Chu Lu landed his gaze on, at the head, the Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master. Is he the master of the Heavenly Jade Pavilion? Chu Lu had only heard about it before, and had never seen this Heavenly Hall Master. Ha! Master Tianji. If it weren't for the fact that this emperor's bilocation didn't come, this emperor's good disciple would have been victimized by these two bitches today. Also, this 8th elder of yours, did he receive benefits from this old bitch Yi Luoi? Before this emperor's bilocation came, this old man watched the show for half a day and didn't come out to stop it. This emperor has just taught this old bitch a lesson. Hey yo, you guys say coincidence. This 8th elder of yours jumped out in time. Old man, did this old bitch give you that kind of bedside manner? The Yin Crow Emperor's face changed faster than turning over a book. A body of majesty was all gone. With a lewd and gossipy face, he asked the spirit evolution ancient sage. When Yin Crow Emperor said this, the whole room was collectively silent. The crowd didn't expect it. A supreme emperor would actually say something like this. But the crowd thought back to earlier. This spirit evolution ancient sage, it couldn't really be having an affair with Yi Luoi, could it? The fire of gossip flickered in the eyes of countless people. Have looked at the face as if eating dog shit spirit performance ancient sage, and Yi Luoi duo. Chu Lu, who was behind the Yin Crow Emperor, almost couldn't hold back his laughter as well. Silently, he gave his own master a thumbs up. That's a really bad move by master. Although it wasn't good to teach the spirit evolution ancient sage a lesson in front of so many executives of the Heavenly Hall, but it's nice to disgust him. The great emperor, Imo jokes, this saint and the forgotten ancient sage are innocent. This is nothing more than a misunderstanding. The spirit evolution ancient sage suppressed the endless anger in her heart and clenched her silver teeth. And Yi Luoi was even more infuriated that she almost died in place, eyes staring at the Yin Crow Emperor, as well as the Chu Lu duo. The hatred in his heart reached the extreme point. The descending Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master, as well as the several elders present, all secretly shook their heads. 8th elder, what do you think you're doing messing with this old bastard? And the Xuanji ancient sage was, at this moment, thinking through the saddest things in his life, desperately pressing the corners of his mouth. He and the spirit evolution ancient sage were already at odds. Now seeing him being humiliated here at the Yin Crow Emperor, happier than his own disciple, who became one of the Tianji Z. Previously, the Xuanji ancient sage still felt that the spirit calculator's choice of Chu Lu would bring them trouble. However, the Xuanji ancient sage was now very much in agreement with his good disciple's choice. The Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master cried and laughed, glancing at the imperial calculator and Yi Qingxue. With another glance at the spirit evolution ancient sage, he immediately guessed the matter. However, the spirit evolution ancient sage, after all, was an elder of his Tianji Pavilion. Don't want to embarrass each other too much either. So he arched his hand at the Yin Crow Emperor. Great Emperor Yin Crow, today is indeed a negligence on the part of my Tianji Pavilion, but the two of the Yi family, since they were invited by my Tianji Pavilion, they are, like little friend Chu and the Great Emperor, my Tianji Pavilion's honored guests. Moreover, my Tianji Pavilion's selection of Tianji Z will be coming, so I still ask the Great Emperor to be magnanimous. The Yin Crow Emperor gave an old immodest smile and said, it's still you, Tian Yu, who speaks well. Not bad for being chosen by those old guys of yours. Alright, I'll give you Tianji Pavilion a face. After saying that, the Yin Crow Emperor waved his big hand and dispersed the imperial might that was suppressing Yi Luoi. Many thanks, Great Emperor. 8th elder, why don't you take the two from the Yi family down and settle down in Tenji City? The Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master's eyes glanced at him and faintly said, yes, Pavilion Master. The spirit evolution ancient sage took a deep breath and immediately arched his hand. Then he took Yi Luoi, who was full of resentment, and Yi Qingxue and the two of them to leave. It was only when Yi Qingxue just wanted to take away the Tianlin horse. The Yin Crow Emperor glanced at Yi Qingxue and said with a lewd smile, little doll, you bullied my good disciple and just left? This heavenly Lin horse, this emperor has his eye on it. If you want to return the heavenly Lin horse, Let the old man of your Yi family come to this emperor to ask for it. You, Yi Qingxue and Yi Luoyi too, suddenly furious, but dared to be angry. Who exactly is bullying who? The Im Crow Emperor didn't care about the faces of the two of them and smiled. Good apprentice. Take the horse. Alright, master. Chu Lu reveals 8 big white teeth. The corners of his mouth raise a smile that is harder to suppress than all. Farting around, he ran to Yi Qingxue and grinned. Fairy Leaf, please loosen your hand. From the reins of my horse. P.S. Today's 4 explosive more la. See you tomorrow. Everyone ... to urge more. ... free gifted. Jia. You. Yi Qingxue looked at Chu Lu with a bitchy look on her face. Hate to skin him. Share. Yi Luoyi murmured and shook her head slightly at Yi Qingxue. Humph. Yi Qingxue snorted coldly and loosened her hand on the reins. With great reluctance, he turned away. The Tianlin horse had been tamed by her for a long time. Once a Tianlin horse is tamed, it will be loyal to its master for the rest of its life. She just didn't believe that Chu Lok could tame it. When the time comes, the Tianlin horse itself will naturally run back. With that, Yi Qingxue followed Yi Luoyi and left the scene. Ha, Tian Yu. My good disciple just came to your Tianji pavilion and was bullied. This emperor is very uneasy now. Since that's the case, then this emperor's own father will personally come to Tianji pavilion tomorrow to protect my good disciple. You're okay with that, right? The Im Crow Emperor's silhouette, with its gaze withdrawn, looked at the heavenly jade pavilion master and laughed. Tian Yu froze and arched his hand at the Im Crow Emperor. Ha ha ha, we await the great emperor's arrival. The Im Crow Emperor nodded his head slightly and looked towards Chu Lu, who was stroking the heavenly Lin horse, lovingly, and laughed. Good disciple, if anyone dares to bully you again, summon your master at any time ha. Also, I'll leave master's horse in your care. The Im Crow Emperor winked at Chu Lu. Chu Lu grinned and nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay, don't worry master. The Im Crow Emperor's silhouette smiled and gradually disappeared under the gazes of countless people. The great emperor's pressure that filled Tianji city faded with it. The surrounding martial artists were instantly relieved and rose trembling from the ground. Mostly, my legs are numb after kneeling for a long time. Heavenly Jade and the several elders of the Heavenly Chi Pavilion glanced deeply at Chu Lu. A flash of surprise flashed deep within his eyes. Then, with a group of elders, they turned around and disappeared. Apprentice son, be good and get along with little friend Chu. Little friend Chu, for tomorrow's Tianji Z selection, my disciple is counting on you. Xuanji Z, who had not yet followed the departing group, instructed Spirit Calculator. With that, an additional heavenly grade spiritual pill appeared in his hand and threw it to Chu Lu. Smiling, Chu Lu received the elixir. Realizing that the elixir was of heavenly grade, he immediately put it away and arched his hand at the Xuanji ancient sage. Don't worry, your elder brother spirit will definitely become one of the heavenly Chi Z. In fact, there was still one sentence left unsaid behind Chu. If it didn't work out, forget he said it. The ancient sage of Xuanji nodded, turned around, took a step and disappeared. Brother Chu, I'm counting on you tomorrow. The spirit calculator turned to Chu Lu, arched his hand, and laughed. After this incident today, the spirit calculator had even more confidence in Chu Lok's strength. Even Yi Qingxue, who was in the 5th realm of the Taichu, was slapped by Chu Lu. May I ask who else is brother Chu's opponent if the top demons on those lists don't come out? Ha ha ha, well said. Chu Lu waved his hand, looking at this Tianlin horse in front of him. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Ha! Suddenly, Chu Lu lurched, sensing several strands of killing intent. Jerking around, he looked down with his eyes. Just outside the tea house in the distance behind the crowd, 2 handsome teenagers were staring at him with cold eyes. From the clothes on the 2 men, Chu Lu recognized them at a glance. On these 2 teenagers, they were wearing the clan robes of the Red Flame Valley and the Spirit Clearance sect. The spirit calculator on the side also noticed Chu Lu's expression. Following Chu Lu's gaze, he suddenly froze, his brows slightly furrowed, and his expression was grave. Brother Chu, the one from the Red Flame Valley is Xiao Xinga, who is ranked 78 on the Heaven's Remarkable ranking list, and the other one is Zhao Kongming from the Spirit Clearance sect, who is ranked 86 on the list. I can't believe someone invited these 2 people here as well. This time, I'm afraid that my pavilion's Tianji Z selection is the most intense one since all the generations. Chu Lu's eyes narrowed slightly and met the gaze of the distant duo, revealing a harmless signature smile. Chu Lu felt that the people from the Red Flame Valley and the Spirit Clearing sect were like flies in a dung pit. They are everywhere. If these guys dare to mess with themselves tomorrow, he didn't mind letting these 2 major forces lose 2 more heavenly prides. Anyway, the selfsame master will descend tomorrow, the honored one himself. He doesn't bring fear. Humph. Noticing the gaze of the Chu Lu duo, Xiao Shenga and Zhao Kongming, both of them, snorted coldly and turned to leave. Brother Xiao, I didn't expect that here. I would actually encounter this little brute. Chu Lu, the higher echelons of my sect have ordered that we, the personal disciples, should we encounter this little brute of the forbidden sect outside, we should kill him with all our might. But this little brute, Chu Lu, that speed earlier was indeed terrifying. Even Yiqingshu's Tai Chu 5th realm cultivation can't react. Zhao Kongming recalled Chu Lu's previous terrifying speed and couldn't help but be afraid. Xiao Shenga, who was on the side, nodded slightly and murmured, I also didn't expect that this little brute, who is only in the Tai Chu 1st realm, would actually have such a terrifying speed. I, Red Flame Valley, have likewise given an order to us, the progenitors, to meet Chu Lok and kill him with all our might. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongming froze, the corners of his mouth lifted up, and he mused, Brother Xiao, tomorrow, the two of us, why don't we join forces? I've heard that the first level of tomorrow's Tianji Pavilion selection is to enter the underworld mysterious realm created by the Tianji Pavilion Great Emperor. Within the secret territory, we have a chance to cut it down. Xiao Shenga nodded and said with a cold smile, yes, but to be even safer, we can still find some allies. Who? Zhao Kongming got curious. Ha, the enemy of our enemy is naturally our ally. Desolate ancient Yi family, Yi Qingxue. In addition to that, I heard that in the Tianji Pavilion, someone has also invited the Wang family's heavenly pride, Wang Xiaojie, as a war protector. Xiao Shenga smiled sinisterly and said coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongming's eyes lit up and he similarly revealed a sinister smile. Looking at the departing backs of the two, Chu Lu skimmed his mouth. Brother Spirit, let's also find a restaurant to stay in first. Chu Lu pulled up the reins of Tian Lin's horse and said to Spirit Calculator, yes, this way please, Brother Chu, let's go to the Heavenly Fragrance House. Tian Xian Lu is the best restaurant in Tianji City. Spirit Calculator invited. Chu Lu nodded slightly, just when he wanted to pull the Tian Lin horse away. Suddenly, the Heavenly Forest horse, mortared in place, hissed on the spot. It seems to disobey Chu Lu, shaking its head from side to side, trying to break away from Chu Lu to leave. Hiya, you sinful animal. You didn't dare to resist just now when my master was here. Now you're giving me resistance? Follow me or not? Chu Lu tied up his sleeves and grinned at Tian Lin Ma. Roar! Tian Lin Ma roared at Chu Lu. The voice was laced with a hint of a keening rhyme. It was worthy of being a Tian Lin horse with a trace of dragon bloodline. Snap! However, in the next moment, Tian Lin Ma immediately invoked one of Chu Lu's big BB. The Tian Lin horse was almost knocked over on the spot. Immediately after that, at some point, a spirit sword appeared in Chu Lu's hand, racked on Skyrim's neck. He came close to Skyrim's ear and grinned and whispered, don't blame the horse, you're a dish on earth. Steamed, fried, marinated and stewed, take your pick. He. Little master, I know that a spirit beast like you, with your cultivation level of the divine spirit realm, must have opened its spirit. At those words, the Tian Lin horse instantly quieted down. Panic and fear filled the large horse's pupils. Immediately afterward, under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, only to see the Tian Lin horse poof, kneeling on all fours, stretching his mouth and biting the corner of Chu Lu's coat, he tugged, signaling Chu Lu to ride up. P.S. There are 2 chapters at night. Ha! No way. This chapter is also this morning when touching the fish code. Monday to Friday. Every day 2 or 3 more. Ha! Small fish only Saturday and Sunday to have time to code. See you at night. See in the small fish so hard on the sake of small rush more. Free small gifts to juggle up it. Also, how come people don't like to comment? Are they just bad with words? If that's the case, the little fish also know a little bit of boxing. Oh, waving fist. Seeing this scene, it took a long time for the many powerful people on the scene to react. It's not that once a Skyrim horse is tamed, a lifetime of recognizing only one master? Hey, count your blessings. Chu Lu smiled and put away the spirit sword, but on the saddle of a Skyrim horse. Let's go, brother spirit. Chu Lu held the reins and laughed at Spirit Calculator, who hadn't reacted yet. Oh, good. Brother Chu, follow me. Spirit Calculator reacted and led the way in front, while Chu Lu followed slowly on his Tian Lin horse. The crowd watched the 2 men in the distance. It always felt a little weird and awkward. How does it feel? Tianji Pavilion's Spirit Calculator, like Chu Lu's horseman. In an inn loft not far away, a young girl in a golden dress, sitting in front of the window, looked at Chu Lu on the back of Tian Lin's horse, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. This young girl, with her red lips and teeth, her beautiful eyes shining, and her exquisite cheeks, was as if it had been carefully carved by the heavens. 3,000 silks draped around the waist. Beautiful. This Chu Lu. It's really as bold as the rumors say. but seeing Yi Qingxue being cleaned up by him is still quite happy. The young girl smiled faintly. A white man beside him, looking at the young girl's blossoming smile, felt that heaven and earth were eclipsed. A flash of adoration flashed in the depths of his eyes. This white-clothed man was the Heavenly Chi Pavilion's top-ranked Heavenly Pride, the 111-ranked Ling Suzi. As for the young girl in front of him, she was the war protector he had hired, the pride of the desolate ancient Zhang clan, Zhang Luoli. When he first extended the invitation to Khan Lori, how did not expect Zhang Luoli to agree and become his war protector? Then, Miss Jiang, what should we do tomorrow if we encounter this Chu Lu? I can't even reach the speed that Chu Lok had earlier. A very strong opponent. Ling Shuzi reacted with a frown and some concern. The corners of Zhang Luoli's mouth lifted as she faintly said, "Don't worry, fellow Daoist spirit. If we meet this Chu Lu, just leave it to me to deal with it. Then I'll trouble Miss Jiang." Ling Shuzi will smile. His heart is always at ease. In the meantime, Chu Lu slapped Yi Qingxue, and the Yin Crow Emperor's detachment descended to strongly protect his calf, slapping the forgotten ancient sage. It was soon spread by word of mouth, spreading throughout the entire Tianji city. As for Chu Lu, he was also led by the spirit calculator. Coming to the center of the busiest section of Tianji city, a tall restaurant building came into Chu Lu's eyes. "This is the best restaurant in Tianji city?" Tianxian Lu. Chu Lu rode the Tianlin horse, and spirit calculator had just arrived in front of the heavenly fragrance house. When the surrounding pedestrians saw Chu Lu and Tianlin Ma, they immediately crowded around. The crowd was whispering, "Hiss, it's Chu Lu. I didn't expect him to actually come to the heavenly fragrance house. He is a disciple of a great emperor. Even the Yi family dares to offend. With such status and strength, is there a problem with people staying at the heavenly fragrance house?" "Hiya, didn't say he had a problem, but I'm afraid you didn't know that, did you?" Fairy Yi, who was slapped by him, is also staying at the heavenly fragrance house. Hiss, so it is. This isn't over yet. I heard that the 100 calculators invited a heavenly pride from the desolate ancient king family, Wang Xiaojie. Someone saw Wang Xiaojie in the Tianxiang Lu. Chu Lu had slaughtered the grandson of the evil suppressor emperor before, thus triggering an imperial war between the Wang clan and the forbidden sect. What do you think will happen when all the people that Chu Lu offended come together in the same restaurant? Hiss, if there is a conflict, Tianxiang Lu's boss Lu is estimated to cry to death in the outhouse. These people, all of them are not oil-saving lamps, and their backgrounds are even more not something that these mortals like us can mess with. The murmurs of the people around them were heard by Chu Lu and Spirit Calculator. "That Chu brother, why don't we change to another? Within Tianji City, there is more than just one restaurant." Tianxian Lu. Spirit Calculator looked toward Chu Lu on the horse and tentatively inquired. Chu Lu grinned and said lightly, "Brother Spirit, this restaurant is just what I want. What's the matter? I've come a long way to help Brother Spirit, and Brother Spirit can't spare my heavenly fragrance mansion to enjoy myself? No, no, no. Brother Chu is mistaken. I was afraid that Brother Chu would be embarrassed. After all, Yi Qingxue is also staying at the heavenly fragrance house," the Spirit Calculator explained. Chu Lu shrugged and waved his hand. "At ease, Brother Spirit, as long as we're not embarrassed. The ones who are embarrassed are the others. Go!" Chu fell off his horse and picked up the Tianlin horse when he was about to enter Tianxian Lu. Inside the heavenly fragrance building, a middle-aged man with a big belly suddenly ran out. Seeing Chu Lu and the Tianlin horse behind him, his face instantly collapsed. This bogeyman, how come he came to his Tianxiang Lu? This fat man with a big belly was the owner of Tianxiang Lu. Lu Shoucai. "Boss Lu, give Brother Chu a fine guest room. Prepare more wine and food for Brother Chu." Spirit Calculator only flipped his hand, and bags of heavy spirit stones appeared in his hand. Seeing the heavy bag of spirit stones, Lu Shoucai gulped, but it seemed to think of something, rubbed his hands together, and with an embarrassed look on his face, said, "Duke Spirit, you've come at a bad time. Rooms are all gone. Why don't you take this Mr. Chu with you, Mr. Ling, and go to another house to take a look? Brother Chu, look at this." Spirit Calculator looked at Chu Lu and asked what Chu Lu meant. Chu Lu heard the boss say that there were no more guest rooms, just as he was planning to look elsewhere with Spirit Calculator. A martial artist passed by the Chu Lu duo and directly entered the heavenly fragrance building. "Xiao Air, give the master a good guest room, with some good wine and food." "Okay, sir. One guest room and a table of wine and food." The yells of the youngest waiter came from inside the restaurant. Chu Lu and Spirit Calculator's gazes swished. All of them unanimously fell on Lu Shoucai. Lu Shoucai, he'll fire the junior just now later. Chu Lu grinned, instantly understanding this Lu Shoucai's intentions. "Ahem, Duke Spirit, Duke Chu, listen to my explanation." Lu Shoucai hadn't finished. Chulu snatched the bag of spirit stones in the spirit calculator's hand, stuffed in Lu Shotsai's arms, and shoved the reins to Lu Shotsai as well. With one arm around Lu Shotsai, he approached his ear and faintly said, "Watch the little master's horse. If you run and lose it, I'll break your legs. Also, my horse doesn't eat grass, only elixir. You watch." After saying that, Chulu strutted into the heavenly fragrance mansion. The spirit calculator glanced at Lu Shotsai, who was frozen in place, shook his head helplessly, and followed Chulu. Lu Shotsai looked at the spirit stones in his arms and revealed a smile that was worse than tears. And I don't know if he's crying or laughing. It should be pain and pleasure. Chulu entered the heavenly fragrance house. Sure enough, from one of the guest rooms, a familiar aura was sensed. It was thought that this guest room was Yi Qingshue's guest room. On the door of the guest room, however, a powerful prohibition was placed. A holy might permeated the prohibition. In addition to that, Chulu also sensed a powerful force of prohibition on the doors of several other guest rooms. It seems that tomorrow's Tianji Pavilion's Tianji Sun selection is also not as simple as Chulu thought. Chulu's arrival also shocked some of the diners present. However, Chulu did not pay any attention to these people. Lu Shotsai courteously arranged a table of delicacies for the duo of Chulu and Spirit Calculator, waiting on the sidelines in person, afraid of displeasing the living king of hell. After Chulu and Spirit Calculator had drunk 3 rounds of wine, the Spirit Calculator bid farewell to Chulu and returned to the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. After the Spirit Calculator left, Chulu had planned to go back to the guest room to rest, but the thought that Yi Qingxue was also at the Heavenly Fragrance House, so he asked Lu Shotsai to take him to the backyard where the Tianlin horses were fed. Forbidden Jedi, detaining beasts and imprisoning spirits. Chulu cast a forbidden jutsu on Tianlin Ma. Among the 1,000 forbidden jutsu, this move of detaining a beast and imprisoning its spirit was specifically designed to deal with spirit beasts, whether it is a powerful spirit beast that has taken the form of a human, or the even more powerful dragon and phoenix races. When they are hit by this move, they will be controlled by the person who casts it for the rest of their lives. Even a great emperor would have difficulty lifting it. Chulu also didn't know which old six had created this move. Anyway, it's just the right time for him to use it. Hey, you won't be able to go back to the Yi family in the future, and you'll die if you leave little master me. Follow me in peace, little master. Chulu smiled and patted the Tianlin horse's head. Then he got high on a holy life pill and turned around to go back to his room. The Tianlin horse sensed his soul, and Chulu produced some kind of connection, lowered his head, looked at the low-level mortal spiritual medicine in the manger, and shook his head. Its soulful eyes became listless. Chulu returned to his room and closed the door, just to be on the safe side. Chulu also made use of the jade card to summon the Een Crow Emperor's doppelganger, and he had the Een Crow Emperor's doppelganger place a restriction inside his room, with a ban laid down by his master personally. Chulu was also not afraid of that old woman Yilui, who secretly engaged in sneak attacks at night. When the Een Crow Emperor's doppelganger disappeared, Chulu entered the cultivation state. In the meantime, inside another room of the Heavenly Fragrance House, Yi Qingxue also learned about Chulu. Within the Heavenly Fragrance Tower, Ant Clan, why don't you secretly get rid of that Chulu? It's just so hateful, Yi Qingxue viciously said. When she thought of today's humiliation, Yi Qingxue hated to whip Chulu into shape. Yi Luoi, who was sitting on the sidelines, had a face that was gloomy to the extreme, and her beautiful eyes that were filled with coldness flashed with endless killing intent. Schwerer, that little beast is too cautious. He recruited that old thing, Een Crow, and personally placed a ban on the room for him, and there's nothing I can do about it, Yi Luoi said in a cold voice. Just a short while ago, her divine thoughts probing into Chulu's room were blocked by a terrifying and freshly remembered force of prohibition. If she hadn't withdrawn her divine thoughts in time, I'm afraid that the force of that prohibition would then pass through her divine mind and strangle her. So, Ant Clan, are we just going to let it go? Yi Qingxue froze and said with great reluctance. Yi Luoi let out a cold snort, her eyes narrowing slightly as she said, how is this possible? This little brute, and that old thing Een Crow, actually humiliated us so much. This saint will definitely not let this go. By the way, didn't that Imperial calculator tell you that the first level tomorrow will be in a secret realm created by those old guys from the Heavenly Hall? I've heard that the Wang family's Heavenly Pride, Wang Xiaojie, was also invited by the Tianji Pavilion's Heavenly Pride as a battle protector. So you might as well team up with Wang Xiaojie tomorrow in the secret realm to deal with that little beast. I think Wang Xiaojie will be happy to join forces with you. As for that old man Een Crow, you don't have to worry. I'll make a trip back to my family right now and invite a great emperor ancestor to come. At that time, even if you decapitate that little beast, that old man Een Crow won't be able to hurt you. Yi Qingxue nodded, a flash of venom in her eyes. A quiet night passed quietly. Early the next morning, the Chulu inside the guest room was suffused with a bright golden light. Chulu slowly opened his eyes, and the light on his body suddenly dissipated. Chulu stretched and got up to open the door to his room. The restrictions in the room dispersed. Chulu stepped out of the room and sensed that the prohibitions of several guest rooms from yesterday had also disappeared. The guest room is also vacant. It also included the guest room where Yiqing Shue was. I think these people, they all rushed to Tianji Pavilion. So Chulu hurriedly came to the backyard and grinned when he saw the Tianlin horse that was chewing on the spirit medicine. Chulu leapt up and mounted the Tianlin horse. Just as Chulok was preparing to depart, suddenly, a silhouette but appeared in front of him. This person was no other than Yiqing Shue. What have you done to my Skyrim horse? Ha! Yiqing Shue indignantly looked at Chulu and angrily rebuked. Not long ago, Yiqing Shue had just wanted to set off to rush to Tianji Pavilion. Instead, he saw a junior, holding a bunch of spirit medicines, come to the backyard. So she followed, and sure enough, she saw her Skyrim horse. Yiqing Shue would have liked to take the Tianlin horse away, but found that the Tianlin horse, dead and not willing to go with her. Even the Tianlin horse almost hurt her. Ha! Fairy Yi, what's your heavenly Lin horse? Would it dare to oblige you if you called out to it? Chulu grinned and smiled at Yiqing Shue. Humph, little brute, this heavenly Lin horse is my cousin Yi Ming's original mount. Cousin Yi Ming later gave it to me? If you don't have the sense to return it to me, when my cousin Yi Ming comes out, you'll be waiting to die. Yiqing Shue said angrily. At those words, Chulu slightly froze. Yi Ming of the Yi family, he had naturally heard of it. Yi Ming was the strongest demon of the Yi family, ranking in the top 10 on the Heaven's Pride ranking. He is known as the Young God King. He didn't expect it. This stupid horse on his own crotch was actually originally the mount of Young God King Yi Ming. Ha! Fairy Yi, it seems that yesterday's slap hasn't made you understand manners. You're so good looking. It looks like you're going to die looking good today. Chulu grinned, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Slowly, he raised his palm. Yiqing Shue froze, and a flash of scorn flashed across her beautiful eyes. Yiqing Shue also had the intention of decapitating Chulu here, but on second thought, his clan aunt was away. In case this little beast, again, attracted the Een Crow Emperor, there would be no one around her to protect her. Humph, you wait. Yiqing Shue let out a cold snort, turned her head and leapt up, heading towards Tianji Pavilion. Chulu just now also did intend to slaughter Yiqing Shue, but after he used the Jade Tablet yesterday to summon his master to set up the Forbidden System, and the Jade Tablet shattered, the power left inside the Jade Tablet by his master had already been exhausted. Chulu thought of Yiqing Shue's side, and Yi Luoi, that old woman, followed, then held back, did not strike. Actually, Chulok didn't know. Yi Luoi last night left Tianji City. Let's go. Stupid horse. Chulu pulled the reins, and the Tianlin horse stepped into the air and flew toward the huge floating island above Tianji City. Watching Chulu, the living king of hell, leave, Lu Shouzai of Tianxiang Lu, directly paralyzed in his chair, long sigh of relief. He was on tenterhooks all night last night, afraid that Chulu, the living king of hell, will fight with Yiqing Shue again. This is great. The plague is finally gone. Soon after, Chulu rode the Tianlin horse and arrived at the floating island of Tianji Pavilion. At this moment, the scene in front of him made Chulu froze for a moment. P.S. See you tomorrow. Good night everyone. One could only see that the surrounding floating islands were filled with countless Tianji Pavilion disciples, and in the center of the most massive floating island square in the middle, dozens of small floating islands were suspended. On top of each small floating island was a stone chair. On top of the stone chairs, all of them were seated with a great figure that emanated holy might. Tian Yu, the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion, and the 9 elders of Tianji Pavilion were seated among them. On top of that, there were also some ancient saint powerhouses from other top powers, and above the square, close to 2,000 strong people, gathered here. Among these people, half of them were young disciples of the Tianji Pavilion. The other half were young powerhouses from other forces. It was thought that these people, just like him, were invited by the Tianji Pavilion's heavenly pride to come as outside help. Hiss, that's a Tianlin horse. It's Chulok coming. Hee hee yak yak. He's Chulok. I heard that he fought with Yiqing Shue of the Yi clan yesterday in Tianji City. The Tianlin horse on his crotch was snatched from Yiqing Shue's hands. Ha ha ha, I was there yesterday. This guy Chulu, not only did he snatch Yiqing Shue's Tianlin horse, but he also slapped Yiqing Shue. But not only that, after Yiqing Shue was beaten, the Forgetfulness Ancient Sage showed up, wanting to teach Chulu a lesson, but unexpectedly this old six, on the spot, invited his great emperor master. The Forgetfulness Ancient Sage was also slapped in the face. That's right, Yiqing Shue is also yes. Nothing to provoke this guy to do? I heard that this guy, even the grandson of the king's family's evil suppressor emperor, dared to slaughter. I didn't think that this guy, Chu Lu, was also used as a foreign aid. Encounter this guy on the field. Let's hide far away. Yeah. I hear this guy kills and eats without salt. Nearly 2,000 people in the square looked up, attracted by the Tianlin horse. However, when they saw Chu Lu on the horseback, they all talked about it. Some glanced in one direction. In this direction, Yi Qingxue grimaced, her jade hands clenched into fists, her nails sinking into her flesh. It was evident how much Yi Qingxue hated Chu Lu. At this moment, Chu Lu, who was above the void, had become the center of attention of the entire audience. Even the dozens of figures on the small floating island cast gazes at it. Riding on the back of the Tianlin horse Chu Lu, the corners of his mouth slightly twitching, the comments of the people in the square were heard by him. That's just great. When has he ever eaten anyone? And no salt. Can you eat it? Right at this moment, Chu Lu noticed a few icy killing intent. Looking along with this killing intent, only 3 figures on 3 of the dozens of floating islands were seen casting cold and faint killing intent at him. 2 of the old men, Chu Lu also recognized, both old acquaintances. These 2 old men were none other than the Yanjun ancient saints from the Red Flame Valley, as well as the Blue Clear ancient sage from the Spirit Clearance sect. As for the remaining ancient saint powerhouse, Chu Lu could guess without thinking. This old guy, he should be from the Wang family. Chu Lok's guess was good. This remaining ancient saint who had thrown killing intent at him was none other than the ancient saint from the Wang clan. The outside world honors the ancient sage of extreme heaven. Is he Chu Lu? Ha! The extreme heaven ancient sage stared at Chu Lu with a ghostly gaze and smiled coldly. The head of their Wang family has ordered it. Since those old guys from the forbidden sect, they were not easy to deal with for the time being. Then strangle the young generation of the forbidden sect. The Wang clan's heavenly pride. Whenever they encountered the forbidden sect's heavenly pride, they would make sure to eliminate them. Chu Lu glanced at the 3 great forces of ancient saints who were casting murderous glances at him. Then grinning, he rode his Tianlin horse and landed in the square. Stupid horse, find yourself a place to graze. Wait for me, little master. Ha! Chu dropped his horse and patted the head of the Skylin horse. Tianlin horse shook his head. Really his own step virtual run to another floating island. Eating grass to go. Brother Chu. Right at that moment, the spirit calculator, who was originally in the square, came to Chu Lu's body. Chu Lu smiled and exchanged pleasantries with spirit calculator. At this time, Chu Lu suddenly noticed Yi Qingxue, and beside Yi Qingxue, there was also a handsome teenager standing. The teenager looked at him similarly with a smirk. Only the eyes of this teenager flashed a faint cold aura. Chu Lok frowned. No, what's wrong with this guy? I don't think I've offended him. Brother Spirit, who is that person? Chu Lok inquired. Spirit calculator froze and followed Chu Lu's gaze, similarly noticing Yi Qingxue, as well as the teenager by his side. Brother Chu, that person is the foreign aid invited by my pavilion's heavenly pride. 100 calculators. Wang Xiaojie of the desolate ancient king family. Spirit calculator whispered a reminder. Chu Lok nodded and grinned. So it's the Wang family. That's not surprising. With that, Chu Lu raised his middle finger with both hands at Yi Qingxue and Wang Xiaojie who were looking over, and then turned around and paid no more attention. Wang Xiaojie's face chilled, a cold aura flickering in his eyes as he faintly said, Miss Yi, is he Chu Lu? Yi Qingxue also had a cold face as she nodded. Not bad. It's this little brute. This little beast's methods are a bit bizarre, not to be underestimated. Mr. Wang, in the first level of the secret realm, you and I will join forces to get rid of him. Otherwise it's hard to get rid of my heart. Wang Xiaojie snorted coldly and smiled disdainfully. Ha, Miss Yi, he's just a mere Taichou first realm. There's no need to be so troublesome. If we meet him in the secret realm, this young man alone is sufficient. Yi Qingxue glanced at Wang Xiaojie and said nothing more. At first she thought so too, but since taking that slap from Chu Lu, she doesn't think so. Buzz. Ha ha ha, it seems that this emperor is not late. Right at this moment, an imperial might enveloped the heavens and earth. A laughing voice came from the sky above. Immediately afterward, a magnificent blood-colored figure quietly appeared in the void. Hiss. It's the Een Crow Emperor. The Een Crow Emperor has indeed descended in his true form. After seeing the person who came, everyone in the square cast their gazes at Chu Lu. The corners of Chu Lu's mouth rose slightly. As for the Yanjun ancient sage, the blue clear ancient sage, and the extreme sky on the floating island, their faces instantly turned gloomy. They didn't expect that this old thing, Een Crow, would actually descend personally. This is going to be a problem. Ha ha ha, great Emperor Een Crow, please take your seat. Tian Yu got up and invited the Een Crow Emperor. The Een Crow Emperor gathered his imperial might and took a step out. Turning around, He appeared on the seat of a floating island, crossing his legs. Then noticing the Yanjun ancient sage and the Lanqing ancient sage, he smiled lewdly and said, "Yoo-hoo, we even met an old acquaintance. Last time you two old geezers, you ran away really fast. I wonder if this time can still be like last time. He. At those words, Yanjun ancient sage and Blueqing ancient sage too, instantly back cold sweat, face ugly. This old man, is he thinking of them? Heavenly Jade and a group of elders from the Tianji pavilion, all secretly shook their heads. Tian Yu got up and opened his mouth to everyone in the square and murmured, "Since everyone has arrived, then this pavilion master declares that the selection of the Tianji sons of my Tianji pavilion will officially begin. For this selection, among the disciples of this pavilion, only 7 Tianji Z will be selected, the final disciples who succeeded in being selected as Tianji Z, and their invited battle protectors, will all be allowed to enter the heavenly spirit pool. In addition, this pavilion master hereby declares that during the process of participating in the selection, disciples in my pavilion must not mutilate their fellow disciples and cause them to fall, or else they will lose their qualifications for the selection. If there is a grudge to be resolved between the protector of the battle, due to each other, I have no right to intervene in the Tianji pavilion, but if there is a protector who chooses to withdraw from participation in a timely manner, the strongest members of my pavilion will surely make a timely move to ensure their safety. Other than that, no one is allowed to interfere with my Tianji pavilion's Tianji Sun's selection." The words caused a commotion in the square, and Tian Yu's last words is also telling him around the floating island. From other top forces of the ancient saint powerhouses, Tian Yu's words just fell. The 9 elders of the Tianji pavilion rose and formed seals with their hands. The 9 elders pointed at the sky above the square and flexed their fingers. Buzz! In the next moment, a spatial entrance quietly opened above the void. Behind the entrance to the space, a vast world presented to all. Tian Yu's eyes flickered as he looked at the 1,000 Tianji pavilion disciples in the square and opened his mouth to command. In the secret realm, there are 100 different deduction stones, and each deduction stone, in turn, is divided into several fragments that are scattered throughout the secret realm. You only need to find one of the fragments, and you will be guided to find the rest of the deduction stone fragments to form a complete deduction stone. You can advance to the next level as long as you take one of the deduction stones and completely deduce the heavenly chance left in it. Once 100 pieces of thrusts have been pushed through, those 100 advance to the next level and the rest fail. Go on. The Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master's words drew an outcry from the entire audience. Even Chu Lu felt that the Heavenly Chi Pavilion's Heavenly Chi Sun selection was perverted. Most of the 1,000 disciples present for the selection were core disciples, as well as a very few pro-disciples. More than 900 people have to be eliminated at the first hurdle. Move! Buzz! Just for a moment Chu Lok was out of his mind. Some of the surrounding core disciples of the Tianji Pavilion immediately brought their own hired battle protectors and flew into the secret realm. Seeing this, the rest of them followed closely at the first opportunity. Brother Chu, let's go in as well, lest we lose the lead. Spirit Calculator spoke hastily. Chu Lu nodded, and the two of them took a step out towards the entrance of the secret realm above their heads. Before long, the floating island square was empty. Only the countless inner cabinet disciples and outer cabinet disciples who looked up to watch the secret realm on the surrounding floating islands remain. The Heavenly Jade and a group of elders, as well as the Yin Crow Emperor's group, also raised their heads at this moment, watching the performance of the crowd in the secret realm. Buzz! At the foot of a mountain range, a void of spatial fluctuations arose. The figures of the two of them, Chu Lu and Spirit Calculator, quietly surfaced. Chu Lu raised his head, looked at the void above his head, then scanned the surroundings and faintly said, "It's actually the same as the Great Emperor's secret realm, where your higher-ups dispersed those of us to different places in the secret realm world." The Spirit Calculator nodded and followed with a sweeping glance, a look of disappointment appearing on his face. "Brother Chu, it seems like we're unlucky. We just came in and actually didn't come across the deduction stone fragment." Chu Lu smiled and comforted. "It's fine. Don't worry, Brother Spirit. You'll absolutely succeed in advancing. By the way, Brother Spirit, where is your Heavenly Calculator from the Heavenly Pavilion? I was in the square earlier. I didn't see the Heavenly Calculator. He's not coming to the Tianji Z selection?" The Heavenly Calculator in Chu Lu's mouth was a top demon of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, ranked 13th on the Heavens Remarks list. Spirit Calculator smiled and explained as he and Chu Lu walked. "Brother Chu, you don't know, but Senior Brother Celestial Calculator, along with another Heavenly Pride in our pavilion, Senior Brother Divine Calculator, have long been listed as one of the Heavenly Chance Sons. They're still in seclusion, so naturally they don't need to participate in this selection. Our Tianji Pavilion's Tianji Z, there are a total of 9 people. Removing the 2 slots, We'll select 7 people now. At those words, Chu-Lu came to a realization. No wonder he didn't see a top celestial pride like the heavenly calculator participating in the selection. Dare people plan, long ago for its internalization. Boom! Just as Chu-Lu and Spirit Calculator were walking and chatting, suddenly, a powerful aura fluctuation came from the front. Someone's fighting, Spirit Calculator said excitedly. Hey, a shard of deduction stone. That's not coming. Come on, let's sneak over and take a look. Grinning, Chu-Lu brought along the Spirit Calculator and secretly and quietly headed in the direction where the fluctuations of the fight were coming from. Soon, the two came behind a large tree. The two saw a clearing ahead. The 2 core disciples of the Tianji Pavilion, as well as the external assistants that each had brought with them, were in the midst of a fierce battle, and in the hands of one of the Tianji Go disciples, it was holding a fragment of the deduction stone, which was emitting a faint glow. These 2 core disciples of the Tianji Pavilion, and the outside help each brought, are all of the Divine Spirit Realm cultivation. It's the deduction stone fragment. I didn't expect that it was actually Senior Brother Fengyu, who was the first to obtain the fragment. Brother Chu, since we've discovered the fragment, let's go out and grab it as well. Spirit Calculator let out a surprised cry, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke. The Spirit Calculator was just about to make a move when Chu-Lu stopped him. Hey, Brother Spirit, what's your hurry? Let them fight. Your other senior brother, and the battle protector he brought with him, are no match for this Fengyu senior brother of yours. When they're done fighting, let's go out and clean up this Fengyu senior brother of yours. Wouldn't that be more trouble-free? Otherwise, if we go out now, we'll still have to waste a little effort when they join forces later. Spirit Calculator froze and nodded. Boom! On the battlefield, Fengyu, a core disciple of the Tianji Pavilion, smiled coldly as he knocked back the opposite core disciple with a palm. Seniorly, you're no match for me. Why waste your time with me? If senior brother is still persistent, senior brother, I will be impolite to you. Upon hearing this, another core disciple's eyes flickered repeatedly, a look of unwillingness appearing on his face. But there's nothing to be done about it. Fengyu has a point. Why waste time when you are not its opponent? Thus, this disciple, filled with resentment, took his battle protector and turned to leave. Seeing the other party leave, Fengyu looked at the shards of the deduction stone in his hand and revealed a joyful expression. Ha ha ha, Mr. Feng, let's hurry up and use this fragment to find the rest of the fragments. This battle protector Fengyu had brought was a genius from a first-class power, although it's not in the Heaven's Pride ranking. However, he still broke through to the Divine Spirit's 6th realm at the age of 30-something. Yes, just as Fengyu wanted to use the guidance of the deduction stone. When setting out to find the rest of the debris, a teasing voice suddenly sounded. Please wait, let's make a robbery. Fengyu froze and turned around with the war protector beside him. In the next moment, the 2 men's faces changed violently. Chu-Lu, the oldest 6, led the Spirit Calculator slowly out from behind the big tree. Chu Fall, Spirit Calculator senior brother. Fengyu's face changed drastically, and his heart cried out for bad luck. How did he meet Chu-Lok? And this heavenly pride of a first-class power beside Fengyu became incomparably nervous. Chu-Lu's deeds had recently spread like crazy in the 3,000 Great Worlds. In the 3,000 worlds, Chu-Lu had another nickname, called the Heaven's Pride List Killer. The number of Heaven's Pride on the list who had died in his hands was almost a handful. Boom! Chu-Lok grinned. A terrifying power suppressed out from his body. In the next moment, Brahma patterns emerged on Chu-Lu's body, and golden light flashed. Behind his body, there were even more visions. Immediately after that, under the terrified gazes of Fengyu and the battle protector, a golden phantom of hundreds of feet rose. Vajra Fury, the immovable king of light. The terrifying power it emanated also made even the Spirit Calculator appalled. Isn't this the mastery of the Wang family, the immovable king of brightness? He had seen Wang Lin perform it once before in the Great Emperor's secret realm. Guys, make friends. Deduction stone fragment, leave it to me to keep it for you, if you don't want to. I also know a little bit about boxing. Chu-Lu stretched out his hand and bent his palm at Fengyu, saying with a harmless face, in the face of Chu-Lu, who had executed such a terrifying mastery the moment he came up. Fengyu and the battle protectors around him, their faces instantly turned white. This power was simply not something they could fight against. Thus, Fengyu, also extremely unwillingly, threw the fragment in his hand, to Chu-Lu. Take that war protector, turn around and leave. In the meantime, the crowd watching the secret realm from the outside also saw this immovable king of light rising up behind Chu-Lu. This seems to be the Wang family's mastery. The immovable king, right? Indeed. How did Chu-Lu come to be the immovable king of the Wang clan? And by the looks of it, this guy appears to be quite skillful. The crowd of knowledgeable Tianji Pavilion disciples were shocked. The gazes of some of the disciples coincidentally looked towards the extreme heavenly ancient sage sitting on the stone chair. Not to mention the crowd of Tianji Pavilion disciples, even the heavenly Jade Pavilion master, as well as a few elders from the heavenly Qi Pavilion, were surprised, and thereafter glances glanced at the extreme heavenly ancient sage, whose face was gloomy to the extreme. You should know that the Wang family's best skill, the immovable king of light, is never spread out. Once an outsider learns it, he will be hunted down by the strongest members of the Wang family. Chu Fall, this kid, will be the king family all taboos, through the violation of a whole. Hi-ya-ya-ya, my good disciple is just gifted. Old devil extreme sky. This move of my good disciples, immovable king of brightness, looks good, doesn't it? Does it have that flavor that you, the Wangs, cast? I'm afraid that even the younger generation of your Wang family doesn't make this move as well as my good disciple, right? The Yin Crow Emperor crossed his legs and deliberately laughed at the extreme sky ancient sage. The extreme heaven ancient sage's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit, and he was shocked and angry in his heart. He guessed immediately. Chu Lu should be from Wang Lin, the immovable Ming Wang. Thus, the extreme heavenly ancient sage secretly, through the summoning jade plate, the matter will be transmitted back to the family. Humph. The extreme sky ancient sage snorted coldly, ignoring the Yin Crow Emperor in the slightest. The eyes looked at the Chu Lu in the secret realm. An array of coldness flashed in the bottom of his eyes, extremely well hidden. Seeing the ancient sage of the extreme heavens being disgusted, Yin Crow Emperor even laughed out loud. Not the slightest scruple. There are other top forces strong in the presence of. In the meantime, in the secret realm, Chu Lu dispersed the immovable bright king behind him. Handing the fragment of the deduction stone in his hand, he handed it to the spirit calculator. Spirit calculator received the deduction as fragment and looked at Chu Lu with a face full of admiration. I can't imagine that, brother Chu. Even the Wang clan's immovable brightness king has learned it. Truly admirable. Chu Lu grinned and waved his hand. Hey what's so admirable about that? It's only the Wang clan's group of contraptions that treat this martial art as a treasure. What divine skill, immovable king of light. The power is 100,000 miles inferior to my forbidden sex Jedi. Isn't it just a matter of having a brain for the Wang family's Jedi? Still need to learn? At those words, the corners of spirit calculator's mouth twitched madly, feeling insulted to the core as he let out a bitter smile. If only I could have half of brother Chu's enlightenment. Chu Lu laughed and patted spirit calculator's shoulder in encouragement. Don't get ahead of yourself. It's gold that always shines. Don't you think so, Iron? Spirit calculator nodded. Suddenly feel Chu Fall, this sentence seems to be a little wrong. Who did Iron say? Chu Lu looked at the deduction stone fragment in spirit calculator's hand and suddenly opened his mouth to ask, Brother Spirit, you disciples of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, are you looking for external assistance just to help you grab these deduction stone fragments? Spirit calculator nodded and replied, not bad. On top of that, once the complete deduction stone is pieced together, we have to deduce the heavenly chances left behind by the higher-ups in it in order to advance to the next level. But in the process of deduction, it's inevitable that other disciples will snatch it. That's why we're looking for external assistance. Apart from helping to find the deduction stone fragments, what's more crucial is to protect us from deducing at ease, preventing other disciples from interrupting the deduction and taking the opportunity to seize the deduction stone. Chulak nodded as realization dawned on him. Suddenly a flash of light came to his mind, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Brother Spirit, I've thought of a great idea. Follow me. Before the spirit calculator could react, he was pulled by Chulak. Chu Lu brought the spirit calculator and wandered around the secret realm. As they wandered, the two encountered disciples who were grabbing the fragments again. Thus, Chu Lu, the oldest six, brought the spirit calculator again and took advantage of the other disciples fighting. Either that or secretly steal the deduction stone fragments away. Either that or, like the first time, wait for both sides to lose, jump out and mug in place. Or, the two of them are behind the disciple who has just obtained the shard, knocking the mulligans and putting them down along with the other side's war protector. Less than half a day. Chulu then helped the spirit calculator and collected 6 deduction stone fragments, 1 shard of each type of deduction stone. Each, Chulak saw that it was almost time, so he took the spirit calculator and found a remote valley. Brother Chu, we only need 1 fragment of the deduction stone. Why do we need so many fragments of the deduction stone? Only 1 shard is needed so we can follow the shard's lead and find the others. Spirit calculator did not know why Chulu had brought him here, and asked suspiciously. Chulu looked at the 6 shards of deduction stones in his hand and grinned. Placing it on a rock in front of him, he explained, Brother Spirit, since these fragments have the function of guiding, then why do the two of us have to run hard to find them? As long as someone gets A fragment of the same kind of deduction stone as us. They will naturally come to us. And these 6 fragments of different deduction stones are our bait. We just need to wait patiently for the fish to take the bait. At those words, Spirit Calculator's eyes lit up. Yeah, why didn't he think of that? Brother Chu is so smart. Hearing Chu Lu's plan, Spirit Calculator admired Chu Lu more and more. At this moment, Spirit Calculator had some expectations. Just which 6 unlucky bastards are about to collect all 6 of their shards of the deduction stone. So the 2 men hid in secret, preparing for a guarded. After about 2 or 3 hours, suddenly, from beyond the distant sky, 2 powerful auras approached at great speed. Brother Chu, coming. The Spirit Calculator, who was hiding in the shadows, keeping a close eye on the 6 fragments at all times, suddenly sensing in the distance, these 2 scents that were rapidly approaching, hurriedly shaking the snoozing Chu Lock awake. After Chu Lu sensed these 2 scents, he grinned and immediately signaled Spirit Calculator to conceal his scent. Soon, the 2 streams of light landed in the depths of the valley. When the stream of light dispersed, 2 young figures were revealed. It's him! Ha! It's still a real rivalry. Seeing one of the figures, Chu Lu revealed a harmless smile. 4 of the 2 who descended here. One of them was the Wang clan's heavenly pride that Chu Lu had seen in the square. Xiaojie Wang, the teenager beside Wang Xiaojie. On the other hand, was the Tianji Pavilion's heavenly pride, 100 calculators. At this moment, in the 100 calculators' hands, a nearly complete deduction stone was floating, and the last fragment of the deduction stone was close at hand. Ha! Strange. How come there are 6 fragments of the deduction stone here? It feels like someone put it here on purpose. Spirit Calculator's brows furrowed, and his heart could not help but be on guard. Ha! What's so strange about that? If you advance in enlightenment earlier, this young man will also be able to follow you into the heavenly spirit pool to enhance your strength earlier. On the side, Wang Xiaojie smiled disdainfully. Thinks Bacchanal is too careful. Ha! Brother Spirit, let me deal with this Wang clan person. That 100 calculators will be given to you. After all, he's your fellow disciple, and your pavilion master is still watching from outside, so it's not good for me to injure him. Chu Lu secretly transmitted his voice to Spirit Calculator. The Spirit Calculator smiled faintly. The spirit sword in his hand had long been sheathed. Chu Lu's hands quickly formed seals. At that moment, Wang Xiaojie stepped forward and grabbed the 6 fragments in front of him in his palm, picking out one of them and throwing it to 100 calculators. He said with a cold smile, "What's so dangerous about it? Hurry up and start pushing." The 100 calculators caught the last shard. Yet just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Forbidden Jedi, great heavenly heart-picking palm." Boom! The 100 calculators fiercely changed his face and lost his voice as he yelled out a reminder. "Brother Wang, be careful." Wang Xiaojie turned around violently. A familiar figure appeared in the eyes. Immediately after that, a blood-colored illusory palm, infinitely dilated in the pupil. Boom! P.S. No dude, it's 190,000 people. That puts a lot of pressure on me to update. Have an early night, see you tomorrow. I'll be back on Saturday and Sunday for more updates. The blood-colored illusory large palm print struck Wang Xiaojie. A terrifying mushroom cloud hundreds of feet high instantly rose. The powerful berserk force also leveled the entire canyon to the ground. As for the 100 calculators, they were also rushed out by this violent force, with the help of the powerful impact created by the explosion, quickly moved away from the explosion. However, before the 100 calculators could stand still, a spirit sword suddenly attacked from the front. The 100 calculators were suddenly startled, and a spirit sword instantly appeared in his hand as well. Perform blocking. Bang! The powerful force caused the 100 calculators to tremble. Spirit Calculator. 100 calculators' pupils suddenly shrunk when he saw a familiar face suddenly appear in front of him. Boom! Put. However, the 100 calculators were still lost in surprise. A sudden sharp pain came from his abdomen, and he couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. The body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. In his hand, the complete deduction stone that he had just formed also flew out. It was just in time for Spirit Calculator to catch it steadily. Spirit Calculator. The 100 calculators rose from the ground, releasing an astonishing aura from his body. Looking at the Spirit Calculator in front of him, the 100 calculators were filled with rage. Senior Brother 100. This deduction stone. Senior Brother will take it with a smile. The Spirit Calculator put away the deduction stone and took a step back, disappearing into the rising smoke and dust. Boom! Just then, the Spirit Calculator, who had just disappeared into the smoke, suddenly sensing the center of the explosion below, an extremely wonky aura came from it, dispersing the smoke. Spirit Calculator was startled and retreated repeatedly, withdrawing to the side of Chu Lu, who had succeeded in his sneak attack. At this moment, in Chu Lu's hands, He was holding 5 types of deduction stone fragments. However, seeing the wonky aura coming out of the large pit in front of him, he felt very surprised. According to reason, just that palm should be enough to take Wang Xiaojie's little life as right. Why, Brother Wang? When the 100 calculators saw Chu Lu, their faces also looked a little ugly, and a flash of scorn flashed in their eyes. But seeing Wang Xiaojie, who was covered in broken robes and covered in blood, as he stepped out of the large pit in front of him, the 100 calculators were finally relieved. Damned little beast, this young man will kill you. Wang Xiaojie's eyes were crimson as he looked at Chu Lu's heart and ignited a monstrous rage. At that moment, Chu Lu and Spirit Calculator noticed. Within Wang Xiaojie's broken clothing, he was actually wearing a soft armor. This soft armor, emitting a faint glow, looked like it was not of a low grade. It's at least at the heavenly grade level. It was thought that the power of his slap just now had been absorbed for the most part by this soft armor. If not, now Wang Xiaojie has long gone to see his wife. But even so, the attentive Chu Lok realized, this soft armor of Wang Xiaojie has also been cracked. Brother Wang, don't be impulsive. 100 calculators rushed forward and tried to persuade Wang Xiaojie. Get out, little beast. Today this young man will kill you. Wang Xiaojie shook off 100 calculators. With just a flip of his hand, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Wang Xiaojie poured out an elixir that exuded amazing medicinal power and took it. Next moment, the injuries on Wang Xiaojie's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Wang Xiaojie's hands quickly made seals, and golden Brahmins appeared on his body. The terrifying power of the 5th realm of the beginning of the heavens madly suppressed out. Immediately afterward, a golden phantom that was familiar to the Chu Lok duo, rising from behind Wang Xiaojie, the golden light dazzled and his feet stepped on heaven and earth. Vajra Rage, the immovable king. Little beast, give this young man death. Fudo Ming Wang. Wang Xiaojie let out a violent cry of rage and leapt up, driving the immovable king of light toward the Chu Lu duo to kill them. At this moment, Wang Xiaojie was already overwhelmed by anger. Brother Chu, let's go. The spirit calculator on the side hurriedly reminded Chu Lu. Brother Spirit, find a place to hide and deduce the heavenly chants first, and when I send him down to meet his great nurse, I'll come back for you. Chu Lok commanded. With the same step, he leaped up and killed Wang Xiaojie, who was attacking with his immovable king Dharma phase. Without saying a word, Spirit Calculator directly turned around and left, because he believed in Chu Lok's strength. Chu Lu grinned, his hands formed seals, and golden Brahma patterns surged out from his body. In the next moment, an immovable King Dharma image similarly rose behind him. What? How do you know my Wang family's mastery? Wang Xiaojie was shocked when he saw the immovable bright king behind Chu Lu. Ha! Boom! Chu Lu sneered, immediately rode the Fudo Ming Wang Dharma phase behind himself, and Wang Xiaojie's Dharma phase ruthlessly collided together. Another shocking bang, a terrifying mushroom cloud, rising in place. Looking at the figures of the two of them who were enveloped in dust and smoke, the 100 calculators frowned slightly, then let out a helpless sigh. Think Wang Xiaojie, very irrational. He had also heard of Chu Lu's deeds. Chu Lu was a ruthless person who even dared to slap Yi Qingxue. In case Wang Xiaojie loses the battle, Chu Lu will definitely not show any mercy. Thinking of this, 100 calculators turned around and left, no longer caring about Wang Xiaojie. Instead of tangling with Chu Lu, he would rather take the opportunity to search for the other fragments now. After all, there's more than just that one deduction stone, and he didn't want to feud with Chu Lok. Ha ha ha, little beast, this young man has the Vajra ancient body in his possession. Soon after, the dust and smoke cleared, revealing Wang Xiaojie's figure. At this moment, Wang Xiaojie's muscles on his body were flowing with golden streams of light, exuding a desolate and ancient aura. The heaven and earth visions of the age of the ages manifested around them, and Chu Lok's figure, but disappeared. Wang Xiaojie thought that Chu Lu was undefeatable to him and was swallowed up by the big explosion just now. Ha, dude, you're rejoicing a little too soon. Forbidden Jedi, Extinction Jedi Lotus, Forbidden Jedi, body-devouring heavenly poison. Boom! Hearing the familiar voice, Wang Xiaojie's face changed violently, subconsciously looking up, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Only the vault of heaven above his head was visible. Chu Lu's figure appeared at an unknown time. A dark purple illusory lotus flower that covered the sky was filled with destructive power, rapidly suppressing down towards him. Wherever this dark purple lotus flower passed, space shook and the cloud curtain dissipated. Wang Xiaojie's face was filled with horror, as well as disbelief. He really couldn't figure out that this little brute only had a Taicho first realm cultivation. Why was it possible to launch such a terrifying attack? Is it the Forbidden Jedi of the Forbidden Sect? Is it really that scary? At the same time, the Tianji Pavilion disciples of the entire secret realm as well as the battle protectors of the major powers, all looked at the massive dark purple lotus flower with horrified faces. I surrender. Seeing the extinguishing absolute lotus that suppressed the top of his head, Wang Xiaojie finally revealed a look of fear. Rushing to the heavens and earth, he shouted up. Chu Lu froze, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he let out a light spit. Blast! Boom! The dark purple lotus flower instantly exploded. Wang Xiaojie was filled with despair as he looked in front of him, blooming with light. Boom! Ah! A deafening voice resounded throughout the land of the secret realm. Immediately afterward, a mushroom cloud of hundreds of feet rose, hundreds of miles around the land. The veins of the mountains and rivers, flowers, plants and trees, in an instant will be wiped out. Outside, Heavenly Jade and the 9 elders, all of them rose up in horror. They can't imagine how this Chu Lu, with only a Taichou first realm cultivation, actually managed to execute such a terrifying move. Xiaojie. Damn it, Xiaojie clearly surrendered. Why does Chu Lok still want to do it? He obviously did it on purpose. Tianyu Pavilion Master, you also didn't step in to stop it in time. If something happens to Xiaojie, your Tianji Pavilion will also have to give my Wang family an explanation. The Extreme Heaven Ancient Sage instantly rose from his seat and roared with an ugly face. Hey, what do you mean? Willfully? Watch your mouth, you old thing, huh? What do you mean by willfully? At that time my good disciple was in the sky, and that brat of yours from the Wang family was in the ground, and with such a distance between them, the ghosts could only hear it. The Yin Crow Emperor crossed his legs and said with a smile on his face, "You." The ancient sage of Extreme Heaven's face was suffocatingly red, and his heart was filled with rage. However, they did not dare to retort in front of the Yin Crow Emperor. Yet just then, a great emperor's might came from the secret realm. Buzz. Sensing this great emperor's might, the Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master's face showed joy. Their Tianji Pavilion's great emperor ancestor struck out. Seeing this, Heavenly Jade and the group of elders, at this time, were also relieved. At this moment, within the secret world, an imperial might suddenly envelop the heavens and earth. Chu Lu froze, and in the next moment he saw the rising fireball, which instantly dispersed. Immediately after that, a white-haired old man, with his hands holding the bloodied and horribly injured Wang Xiaojie. At this moment, Wang Xiaojie's face was pale and he was in a coma. The golden light that flowed through the muscles of his body gradually dispersed. Instead, it began to flow with silky black lines. Seeing this scene, Chu Lu's heart was finally relieved. This dude, he's never going to be tough again. And this old man holding Wang Xiaojie was obviously a great emperor as well. The old man flicked his large hand. Most of the injuries on Wang Xiaojie's body began to gradually heal. Ha! The forbidden sex body devouring heavenly poison. This kid, he's ruthless in his methods. The old man sensed the terrifying poison in Wang Xiaojie's body and couldn't help but look at Chu Lu. Noticing the old man's gaze, Chu Lu revealed a harmless smile. Bean scratched his head, a little embarrassed, like a child who has made a mistake in general. But the old man was also surprised Chu Lok. At a young age, he had actually acquired these two great forbidden sect mastery techniques of the forbidden sect. The old man who came back to his senses reached out and gave a light nod to Wang Xiaojie's chest. Then he shook his head helplessly, looked at Chu Lu once again, and opened his mouth. Little guy, this little guy has just surrendered. Why do you still want to lay your hands on him? Chu Lu's face showed a blank look of surprise. Ha? Did he surrender? Maybe it was too windy up there just now. I didn't hear it. The old man looked at Chu Lu and revealed a smile full of deep meaning. It seems to say, guess what I believe. With that, the old man also ignored Chu Lu and turned around and disappeared while holding the unconscious Wang Xiaojie. In the next moment, the old man held Wang Xiaojie and appeared in front of the Extreme Sky Ancient Sage. Xiaojie. The Extreme Heaven Ancient Sage hurriedly received Wang Xiaojie, and his face instantly changed drastically when his divine thoughts probed, because he realized that Wang Xiaojie's Vajra ancient body was ruined. Elder ancestor. At this moment, Tianyu and a few elders from the Tianji Pavilion also walked over. The old man nodded and spoke to the ancient sage of the extreme heavens. This emperor made a timely move and saved this little guy's life. It's just that he surrendered a bit late. And even though this emperor made a timely move, he was still affected by the power of the explosion. But this emperor has already preserved his life, and he is safe for the time being. But, this little guy, he's been hit by the forbidden sex body devouring heavenly poison. Even this emperor can only suppress it. You'll only have to bring it back and let those old guys from your Wang family take action. What? Body devouring heavenly poison? This little brute. What a vicious tactic. The extreme heavenly ancient sage's killing intent surged out as he looked toward Chu Lu in the secret realm and gritted his teeth. In the ancient times, there was a great emperor from their Wang family who was crippled by the body devouring heavenly poison. In the end that great emperor, because he could not bear the blow of being abolished, cut himself off. What did you say, old thing? Right at this moment, a cold killing intent caused the extreme Sky Ancient Sage to shiver. He was so overly angry that he forgot that the Een Crow Emperor was still here. Then the extreme Sky Ancient Sage said to the old man, "Thank you, great Emperor Chance, for stepping in." After saying that, the extreme Heavenly Ancient Sage tore open the spatial crack and left with the unconscious Wang Xiaojie. The great Emperor of Opportunity turned around, arched his hand at the great Emperor of Een Crow, turned and disappeared in one step. At this moment, the Tianji Pavilion disciples on the surrounding floating islands were stunned, worthy of being a Heaven's Pride list killer. If it wasn't for their old man's hand, Chulak is afraid that he has taken out another Heavenly Pride on the list. Poof. The younger one is not as skilled as the older one, and the older one still dares to scold this emperor's good disciple? Sooner or later, this emperor will kill this old man. The Een Crow Emperor skimmed his lips, not having any scruples at all. The Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master and the crowd of powerhouses present were all in tears. The value of protecting the calf from the Great Master plus 10,000. Hearing the prompts coming from the system within his body, Chu Lu froze. With that, he laughed, just as Chu Lu was planning to contact the spirit calculator. Buzz. Suddenly, from several directions around them came several auras that were both familiar and powerful. The next moment, from all directions, several streams of light sped by, revealing their true forms. Ha! Chulak. Seeing this person, the corners of Chu Lu's mouth twitched madly, and he only flipped his hand. 5 different fragments of the deduction stone surfaced in his palm. The several people around them were none other than Yi family's Heavenly Pride Yiqing Xue, Red Flame Valley's Heavenly Pride Xiao Shenga, and Spirit Clearance Sect's Heavenly Pride Zhao Kongming. On top of that, there was an extremely beautiful woman. Chu Lu looked at this woman, also very uncomplicated. The Tianji Pavilion's Heavenly Pride that followed these people. All of them had a stone floating in their hands, just one fragment away from being able to make up the complete deduction stone, the only missing piece in each of their hands. It was exactly 4 of the 5 remaining pieces in Chu Lu's hand. What a coincidence! Ha! You guys want shards? Then I'll give it to you. Chu Lu was not the least bit flustered and smiled at the few people. Then turning, quickly in one direction, he flung the shard in his hand with vigor. A few fragments were like meteors as they sped toward the depths of the secret realm. After them, Chu Lu saw that woman, leading a Heavenly Pride of the 3rd realm of the Taichu, chasing after the debris. Chulak breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. And that woman was none other than Jiang Luoli of the Jiang clan. You guys go too. We'll be right there. Just then, Yiqing Xue, Xiao Shenga, and Zhao Kongming murmured to their respective Tianji Pavilion Celestial Pride. The 3 Celestial Pride of the Royal Calculator immediately understood the meaning of Yiqing Xue's trio. So these 3 Tianji Pavilions Heavenly Pride also quickly chased after the debris and went. Next moment, Yiqing Xue, Xiao Shenga, as well as Zhao Kongming, the 3 of them, with unkind gazes, surrounded Chu Lu. Humph, little beast, today this young lady will take revenge. Yiqing Xue, her face grim, sneered at Chu Lu. Endless killing intent flashed in his eyes. Ha! What? How many of you want to outnumber the others? Chu Lu smiled and glanced at the duo of Xiao Shenga and Zhao Kongming. In his hand hidden in his sleeve robe, there was an extra sacred longevity pill. Little brute, you will die today. Xiao Shenga had an extra spirit gun in her hand, her gaze leisurely staring at Chu Lu. While helping the Tianji Pavilion's Heavenly Pride, he searched for the debris of the deduction stone. Yiqing Xue then approached the 2 of them. It said that they were going to join forces to deal with Chulak. Seeing Yiqing Xue take the initiative to seek out the 2 of them to join forces, Xiao Shenga and Zhao Kongming agreed without even thinking about it. The commotion caused by Chu Lu's move of the world-destroying lotus just now had startled them. Seeking over, he indeed found Chulak. Boom! Yiqing Xue's body trembled slightly as the powerful aura of the 5th realm of the beginning of the earth suppressed out. Xiao Shenga and Zhao Kongming, too, revealed their powerful strength. The 3 of them surrounded Chulak. The big battle is imminent. In the meantime, the Een Crow Emperor in the outside world had a look of violent anger on his face at the moment. Looking towards the Red Flame Valley's Yan Jun Ancient Sage, and the Spirit Clearing Sect's Lan Qing Ancient Sage, their gazes were ghostly. Well, good for you. This emperor is giving face to Tianji Pavilion. You 2 had better not leave Tianji Pavilion for the rest of your lives. Otherwise, hey, facing the Een Crow Emperor's in-your-face threat, Yan Jun Ancient Sage and Lan Qing Ancient Sage, their faces were unsightly. However, they didn't dare to refute it on the spot. And even more so, they didn't dare to leave Tianji Pavilion right now. I'm afraid this old thing isn't just talking. The secret world. Chu Lu grinned and immediately swallowed the holy longevity pill in his hand. The value of protecting the calf from the Great Master plus 10,000. Chu Lok's system, again, came with a prompt. But Chu Lu at the moment, there is no mood happy. No, I said brother. Not really? We have no grudges. Do we have to put me to death? Chu Lu had an extra spirit sword in his hand and said with a smile, die. Boom. Yi Qingxue was holding a spirit sword and did not want to talk nonsense with Chu Lu at all. Carrying his spirit sword, he killed Chu Lu, and the two of them, Xiao Shengge and Zhao Kongming, were the first to follow the trend. Surrounding and killing towards Chu Lok. Chu Lu was startled and directly leapt up, in time to dodge the joint strike of the three. Chu Lu, who had stepped into the void, had a cold face at this moment. Well, you guys are going to play like that, aren't you? Then I'll play with you, little master. Chu Lu coldly smiled and instantly raised his sword. Buzz. Suddenly, a supreme sword intent filled the sky dome of the secret realm. Only the dome of the secret sky was cloudy, gloomy and dim. In the next moment, a vast expanse of the world emerged behind Chu Lu. In the middle of the universe, the stars flashed and the sword she swirled. This is the buried Jade Emperor's best technique. One sword star river crossing. Hiss. This little guy. He even learned the burial Jade Emperor's mastery. Crow Emperor, your disciple is remarkable. The Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master, and a few elders of the Heavenly Chi Pavilion, looked at Chu Lu in the secret realm, and also revealed shocked colors as they marveled. The Crow Emperor smiled. Hearing others praise his good disciple instantly put him in a better mood. While Yan Jun Ancient Sage and Lan Qing Ancient Sage, at this time, they were worried for the Xiao Shengge duo. They didn't expect it either. Chu Lu, this little brute, had actually obtained the true transmission of that old thing, Burial Jade, and the countless Tianji Pavilion disciples around them. At this moment, he was also looking with excitement at the battle of the heavenly pride in the secret realm. Miss Yi, brother Zhao, the three of us go together and kill him. Xiao Shengge sensed that extremely terrifying supreme sword intent in Chu Lu's body, and his face was hard to see. Speaking to the two great heavenly prides beside him, he said, yes. Boom. The three men's bodies trembled, and behind each of them, visions were born. A sword pours into the sky. Dragon flame evil suppressor gun. Sword falls to the 9 heavens. Boom. Little beast, die. The three of them let out a furious cry and took a step out. The spirit sword in Yi Qingxue's hand emitted a buzzing sound. Storing up a powerful might, he chopped at Chu Lu with a sword. Behind Xiao Shengge, a huge flaming lance silhouette was wrapped around a fire dragon silhouette. As for Zhao Kongming, behind him was a white illusory sword shadow, filled with a solemn killing aura. Facing the trio's undercard moves, Chu Lu's face was calm and he raised his sword. Against the terrifying power of the three, a sword was swung out. Forbidden Jedi. One sword star river crossing. Boom. A starlight sword river of hundreds of feet. From Chu Lok's hand the spirit sword suppressed out. The river of swords poured down like a river of stars in the universe. Fascinating and dazzling, and dangerous. Boom. Under the gaze of countless people, the sword river clashed with the combined attacks of the three great heavenly prides. Click. Boom. The attacks of the three great celestial prides were met by the river of swords filled with terrifying power. Direct annihilation and crushing. Yi Qingluo, Xiao Shengge, and Zhao Kongming's three people. Their pupils suddenly shrunk and their faces changed drastically. How is this possible? This little beast, how can he be so strong? Not good. Quick defense. Zhao Kongming looked at the river of swords that instantly reached his head and lost his voice in shock. The moment the three of them were swallowed by the sword river, each of them executed a means to save their lives. Boom. The land of hundreds of miles around shook violently. Dazzling sword light, from above the earth, rose up into the sky. The countless Tianji Pavilion disciples watching the battle looked at the sword light rising within the secret area. Already stunned, they never thought about it. This Chu Lu of the forbidden sect was so strong that he was actually so perverted. It simply refreshes everyone's perception. One must know that the three of them, Yi Qingxue, were the pride of the list. Moreover, their cultivation levels were all higher than Chu Lok's. The three who knew it were the pride of the list. If you don't know, you'll think it's a waste. Actually join hands cannot beat Chu Lu. After a long time had passed, the sword light disappeared, under the gaze of countless people, only to see the earth under the feet of Chu Lu. A rift valley that spreads for hundreds of miles appeared. Ha! His grandmother. This doesn't even die? Chu Lu frowned at that moment, sensing the depths of the rift valley. There were three very wonky breaths that cursed on the spot. Buzz. At this moment, three extremely wretched figures flew out from the depths of the rift valley beneath their feet. At this moment, Yi Qingxue, Xiao Shengge, and Zhao Kongming were covered in blood and weak to the extreme. As soon as the three came up, they just sat down on the floor. No more fighting. At this moment, the three people's faces were extremely ugly. and their hearts couldn't help but panic. Just now, in order to resist that sword from Chulak, the three of them bottomed out, which just picked up a life. Ha! Still dare to surround me? I'll send the three of you down to meet your Teiyukai. Chulak grinned. Feeling Chu Lu's killing intent, Yi Qingshue's three faces changed drastically, so the three hurriedly shouted, "We surrender!" Just as Yi Qingshue's trio shouted out the word surrender, Chu Lu's face stared. Forbidden Jedi. Flash time instant. Buzz. Pust. Stop. Among the three, that word descending from Yi Qingshue's voice had just fallen. Chu Lu then instantly appeared in front of her. Chu Lu's hand rose and his sword fell. Yi Qingshue's face was filled with horror and indignation, being sealed by Chulak with a sword. Straight to the ground in response and fall back to sleep. The corner of Chu Lu's mouth raised a subtle arc. This is a crazy lot to keep. And at this moment when Yi Qingxue fell, the heavens remarks ranking in the outside world surfaced once again, alarming countless forces. Yi Qingxue's name disappeared. Buzz. Two figures appeared at Chu Lu's side. Oops. This. It's not like it's any of my business, haha. It's her own fault for being a step behind these two buddies. Look guys, these two dudes surrendered and I didn't even cut them. Chu Lu looked at the two figures that appeared in front of him and hurriedly dropped the spirit sword in his hand, full of innocent looks. The two figures that had appeared were the high-level elders of the Tianji Pavilion. One of them was the 8th elder of Tianji Pavilion, Elder Lingyan. As for the other one, Chu Lu did not recognize. Chu Lu, why don't you not stop? Looking at Yi Qingxue who had become a cold corpse, Elder Spirit Evolution's face was ugly. Yi Qingxue was the one he brought his own disciple, Royal Calculator, to the Yi family to invite. Now Yi Qingxue died in Tianji Pavilion. He has some responsibility too. Elder Spirit, a heavenly misunderstanding. Look at these two buddies. Aren't they alive and well? This crazy batch bitch. Ah no. This fairy Yi, I cut her before I shouted surrender. Ah. This elder, please still be clear. Chu Lu glanced at Xiao Shenga and Zhao Kongming, who were sitting paralyzed and frozen behind the two elders, and commiserated with the other elder. Xiao Shenga and Zhao Kongming, meeting Chu Lu's gaze, gulped furiously. The two of them felt a hint of killing intent and pity from Chu Lu's gaze. The two moved back in horror. From this moment on, both of them developed a fear of Chu Lu. The two swore mentally. In the future, they would never mess with Chulak again. Getting rid of this Chulak thing is for anyone who wants to go. They can't do a bit of this anyway. I think you did it on purpose. Elder Spirit Evolution was furious. He knew deep down that Chu Lu was the one who intended to behead Yi Qingxue. If the two of them don't appear, it is estimated that these two heavenly prides of the Red Flame Valley and the Spirit Clearance sect will also have to die in the hands of Chu Lu. This little beast, actually also owned First Degree Dawn. Chu Lu glanced at Elder Spirit Performance with a face full of innocence. The mind, however, was active. Good. Old man, you haven't settled yesterday's score yet, and now you're targeting me? Oh, Chu Lu was already calculating in his heart how he should take revenge on this Heavenly Hall elder in front of him. Suddenly, Chu Lu thought of his disciple, the Imperial Calculator. The corner of his mouth twitched. Somewhere in the secret realm, the Imperial Calculator who had just snatched a fragment of the deduction stone, inexplicably cold shivers, feeling a cold whoosh behind my back. At this time, another elder, also divided headache, because the Een Crow Emperor was still watching. He couldn't afford to be forceful with Chu Lu. So, another elder reminded an elder of Spirit Evolution. 8th elder, it's better to ask the Pavilion Master to decide on this matter. Elder Spirit Evolution noticed this elder's wink. Suddenly there was a pang in his heart. He had just forgotten that the boy's master was still out there. Then the gloomy face, which changed instantly to a face without a ripple, nodded. The two men turned around and waved their big hands, taking away Xiao Shenga and Zhao Kongming, who were sitting paralyzed on the ground. After a few people left, Chu Lu acted like nothing was wrong. Finding a rock to sit on, he took out a holy life pill and got high, waiting for the results. It would be a big loss if he were to disqualify. However, with the Een Crow Emperor outside, Chu Lu didn't worry much. Just as Chu Lu was waiting for the results, outside the secret realm, a huge sensation had long been created. Countless disciples of Tianji deeply memorized Chu Lu. If you are out in the future and encounter this living hell, you must take a detour. Even a great beauty like Yi Qingxue had actually gotten her hands on her. Say kill. No wonder this guy is still single. At this moment, above the floating island, the Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master and several Tianji Pavilion elders, bitterly, they can also see that Chu Lu, that kid, indeed, is intentional. But, the Een Crow Emperor is there. If they announced that they were stripping Chulak of his qualifications, this old man, the Een Crow Emperor, would not turn their Tianji Pavilion upside down? Master of the court. At this time, Elder Lingyan and another elder brought the two of them, Xiao Shenga, out of the secret realm. Xiao Shenga and Zhao Kongming, respectively, walked towards where Yan Zhenggu and Blue Clear Ancient Sage were. The two great ancient saints, seeing that the two were still able to come back alive, did not say anything more. It wasn't like it was their heavenly pride that died anyway. Old Ghosteen Crow and that little beast Chulu. Just wait for the Yi family's retaliation. The Een Crow Emperor didn't know what the two were thinking. The Een Crow Emperor was full of smiles at this time as he laughed at Tian Yu. Tian Yu, ah, my good apprentice is right. That little girl surrendered a little slower than those two things. A little slower. This emperor has also seen it with his own eyes. Trust me. The eyes of this emperor are the ruler. The Een Crow Emperor's words caused the corners of the mouths of several Tianji Pavilion elders to twitch madly. Believe you, damn it. You old man. You're bad in more ways than one. In the entire 3,000 worlds. Who doesn't know that you Een Crow are shameless? Also eyes or feet. Simply old eyes. The Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master smiled helplessly, waved his hand, and opened his mouth to murmur at the secret realm's Chulu. That's just it. Chulok. This will not happen again. If it happens again, this Pavilion Master will personally strip you of your War Protector qualification. The value of protecting the calf from the Great Master plus 10,000. A prompt just came from Chulok's system. The voice of the Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master then rang in his ears. Chulu revealed 8 large white teeth, human and animal harmless, hurriedly got up to the sky above the secret realm, arching his hand repeatedly. Many thanks, Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master. Remember, kid, I promise, there won't be a next time. With that, Chulu turned around and flew toward the distance. Ahahaha, Tian Yu. You are worthy of being the one personally chosen by those old guys. Tianji Pavilion is going to prosper greatly with you in this generation. The Een Crow Emperor laughed openly, unabashedly slapping the rainbow farts of the Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master. The Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master smiled helplessly, his head aching. Great Emperor, it's better to think about how you're going to explain to the Yi family. Hey, the Yi family? What explanation does this emperor have to give them? It's not like this emperor killed the people. It's this little girl who talked hot air herself. She couldn't even say the word surrender clearly, causing my good disciple to lose her hand, and was almost misunderstood by you guys. None of our business. The Een Crow Emperor crossed his legs and spoke with a smile. Tian Yu, a group of Tianji Pavilion elders, a group of Tianji Pavilion disciples? After the crowd realized that Een Crow Emperor was a scoundrel, all people once again turned their attention to the secret realm. At this moment, in the secret realm, the competition was fierce. There were already disciples from the Heavenly Hall of Opportunity who had collected complete deduction stones. It's time to start extrapolating the heavenly opportunities in it. After Chulu left the battlefield, he contacted the Spirit Calculator. Soon after, Chulu rejoined the Spirit Calculator. Brother Spirit, why haven't you started deducing the heavenly chance yet? Are you incapable? Chulu curiously said. Spirit Calculator shook his head and said with admiration, I was looking at Brother Chu and had the intention of slaughtering my opponent, so I didn't push the heavenly chance. If not, once I succeed in my deduction, you and I will be teleported out. And won't that spoil Brother Chu's good deed? Spirit Calculator had an I know what you are look on his face. Ahem. Brother Spirit, I didn't. Don't you talk nonsense. No, Brother Chu. You do. No. Well, if you don't have it, you don't have it. Brother Spirit, please something? Brother Chu, please. You're the last one to push the sky out. Why? I want that Imperial Calculator brother of yours to go out crying. Go on. I've had a bad look at him for a long time. You kid, go. Somewhere in the depths of the secret realm, a white figure, looking at the complete deduction stone in his hand, raised a smile between the corners of his mouth. This white figure was Elder Lingyan's personal disciple, Imperial Calculator. Ha, Chulu. I didn't expect it, but the fragments you threw out just happened to allow me to replenish the deduction stone. The Imperial Calculator smiled smugly. The 5 pieces of debris that Chulok had thrown out earlier, one of the shards was the very last one he needed. Now, he only needed to deduce the heavenly chance in the deduction stone, and deduce it successfully, then he could advance to the next level. But the Imperial Calculator was in no hurry to start deducing. To be on the safe side, he decided it was better to wait for Yi Qingxue to return. Let Yi Qingxue protect him. It's just that the Royal Calculator doesn't know. Yi Qingxue, whom he invited, has long been cool. Who? The Royal Calculator's face suddenly changed slightly, gloomily, and he turned to the woods in front of him and gave a cold shout. Whoosh! 6 figures, flying out of the woods, surrounded the Imperial Calculator. The 6 people who came out from the woods were all core celestial pride of the Tianji Pavilion. The cultivation levels of these 6 core disciples were all at the divine spirit realm. Ha! Senior Imperial Brother, hand over your deduction stone, or don't blame us for being rude. A man at the head of the group took a step forward with an additional spirit sword in his hand. All 6 of them, their war protectors, surrendered early to disqualify themselves. Therefore, they, the disciples who had lost their battle protectors, united together. Otherwise advancing to the next level is a long shot for them. Seeing these 6 core disciples, the Imperial Calculator smiled. Senior Brother Fu, with you guys? How dare you come and rob me of my deduction stone? Although I didn't make it to the Heaven's Pride list. Speaking here, the Imperial Calculator paused, his body trembling slightly. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from the Imperial Calculator's body. The cultivation level of the Imperial Calculator was the 2nd realm of the Taicho. If it weren't for age, there will be a place for him on the Heaven's Remarks list. Humph. So what? All together. Boom. The Tianji Pavilion disciple in the lead took the lead in killing the Imperial Calculator. The 5 people behind him, no longer hesitating, followed closely. Boom. The Great War broke out. Shortly afterward, the fluctuations created by the battle subsided. The Royal Calculator put away his spirit sword and looked at the 6 people who were lying on the ground in front of him, their faces showing pain, and his face was full of disdain. Humph. Self-importance. The Imperial Calculator snorted coldly and was about to leave to find Yi Qingxue. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Senior Imperial Brother, you've gone a little too far. Hearing this familiar voice, the Imperial Calculator's figure lurched, turned around violently. In the next moment, the Royal Calculator's face changed drastically and was filled with a look of horror. This was because the 2 figures that appeared behind him were Spirit Calculator and Chu Lu. Spirit Calculator. Chu Lu. You, how, do you? The Imperial Calculator stammered a bit. How did Chu Lok show up here? What about Yi Qingxue and the others? Hey, are you surprised? I didn't die at the hands of that crazy batch of pussy. Chu Lok probed with both hands and grinned. The Imperial Calculator swallowed his saliva and was about to turn around and flee the place. However, he did not expect the Spirit Calculator to see the intentions of the Imperial Calculator. Hurriedly, he blocked the Royal Calculator's retreat. Hand over the deduction stone in your hand. If you don't want to hand it over. I know a little bit of boxing and kung fu too, although I don't dare to kill you. It's not impossible to make you make a fool of yourself. Imagine if I stripped you naked and hung you from a tree. He he he. Chu Lu revealed a harmless smile. His laughter sent a chill down the spine of the Imperial Calculator. The thought that outside the secret realm, there were still many senior brothers surrounding them. Just thinking about it makes the Royal Calculator shiver. You, count on it. When the Imperial Calculator saw the way Chu Lu wanted to make a move, he immediately only flipped his hand, throwing the deduction stone to Chu Lu with all reluctance. Now I can go, the Imperial Calculator said with an ugly face. Chu Lu caught the deduction stone and gave way. Please take your time, Mr. Royal. The Imperial Calculator took one step and turned into a stream of light flying off into the distance. Chu Lu handed this deduction stone to the Spirit Calculator. Spirit Calculator, on the other hand, handed this deduction stone to the 6 core disciples who got up from the ground. Senior Spirit Brother. This, the disciple at the head, surnamed Fu, looked at the deduction stone in his hand and was filled with doubts. Don't worry, Senior Brother Fu, I already have the deduction stone. I'm just not used to seeing what Senior Imperial Brother usually does. We are all fellow disciples, so this deduction stone is yours. As for the rest, it's up to you. The Spirit Calculator spoke. Upon hearing this, the 6 core disciples were grateful to Spirit Calculator. Many thanks to Senior Spirit Brother. The 6 men arched their hands in gratitude. Brother Spirit, hurry up. Let's catch up with that senior brother of yours. He's about to run far away. Chu Lok urged. Yes. Chu Lu and the Spirit Calculator duo transformed into a stream of light, chased after the direction the Royal Calculator left. The 6 core disciples looked at the distant backs of the Chu Lok duo, feeling pity for the Royal Calculator. The departing Imperial Calculator, shortly after, inquired about the news that Yi Qingxue had been beheaded by Chu Lu. The whole thing is bad, but nowadays, he couldn't care less. It was because in the secret realm, there were already people who had completed their deduction one after another and left the secret realm. Shortly afterward, the Imperial Calculator collected several more fragments to form a single deduction stone. Just as the Imperial Calculator wanted to find a place to hide and secretly deduce the heavenly chances, Chu Lu, who had been secretly following him, and Spirit Calculator, the 2 old sixes, then he took the opportunity to jump out again and take away his deduction stone. It was like this several times in a row, nearly driving the Imperial Calculator mad. Pavilion Master, Spirit Calculator's move is simply lawless. He should be disqualified. Elder Spirit Evolution. Looking at his disciple, who had been robbed of the deduction stone 3 times by the 2 old sixes, Chu Lu and Spirit Calculator finally couldn't help but step forward. The Een Crow Emperor was here, and he didn't dare to target Chu Lu. It can only be directed at the Spirit Calculator. The corners of the Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master's mouth twitched upwards. Before he could speak, the Xuanji Ancient Sage opened his mouth and sneered. 8th Elder, my disciple and little friend Chu, 1 didn't hurt the heavens. 2 did not maim my fellow members of the Tianji Pavilion. Thirdly, your disciple hasn't been injured in the slightest. So why are you taking away my disciple's qualifications? The Xuanji Ancient Sage's heart was bursting with relief. He's waited a long time for this moment. Xuanji Ancient Sage's words also made several other elders nodding their heads in succession. 8th Elder, it's true that Spirit Calculator didn't injure your disciple in the slightest, so it's not considered a violation of the rules. The Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master also spoke faintly at this time. The Spirit Evolution Ancient Sage's face instantly turned ugly, his face suffocating red. For a moment there was no way to refute, but he knows, must be Chu Fall that little beast, in the so revenge him. Soon after, among the pro-disciples, apart from the Royal Calculator and the Spirit Calculator, several other personal disciples, all of whom successfully deduced the heavenly chances, were sent out of the secret realm and back to the square, and dozens of core disciples also broke through the barrier successfully, out of the secret realm. As one after another, the core disciples returned. 100 slots, and now there's only one left. This one is the Spirit Calculator. As long as the Spirit Calculator deduction successfully walks out, the first level will be declared over. At this moment, the 99 disciples who had successfully broken through the barrier in the square, as well as the countless disciples in the surroundings, looking at the Royal Calculator in the middle of the secret realm, roaring impotently into the void, they all couldn't help but secretly shake their heads. At the same time the people knew deep in their hearts, no matter what, don't mess with the forbidden sex Chulu, otherwise, Yi Qing Xue, as well as this Imperial Calculator senior brother of theirs, is their downfall. Chulu this living Yen Wang, thieves bear grudges. The secret world, Chulu and Spirit Calculator, learned that 99 disciples had already advanced, so Spirit Calculator also found a hidden place and began to deduce the heavenly chance, and Chulok defends it, with Chulu personally escorting the way. Spirit Calculator naturally smoothly and successfully deduced the heavenly chances within the deduction stone. Buzz. After the successful deduction of the Spirit Calculator, he and Chulu then were teleported out of the secret realm. The first level is over. The 100 disciples who have successfully deduced their advancement will enter the next level of selection. In the middle of the secret realm, a voice that was old and contained majesty resounded. The pale voice was heard. The disciples who were still in the secret realm were all secretly hurt. In the next moment, the battle protectors in the secret realm, and the disciples of the Tianji Pavilion, were also sent out. Of the several personal disciples, only the Royal Calculator failed to break through the first hurdle. The Spirit Evolution Ancient Sage, who was one of the 9 great elders, had a blue face. With a wave of his sleeve robe, he turned and left, naturally having no face to continue to stay here. Damnable Chu Lu, you wait for me. The Royal Calculator looked at Chu Lu in the square, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Ha! Chu Lu, who was chatting with the Spirit Calculator, suddenly sensed the killing intent of the Imperial Calculator. Turning his head to look, he realized that the Imperial Calculator had also left the square. Looking at the Royal Calculator's departing back, Chu Lu's eyes narrowed slightly. This kid, he actually dares to have killing intent towards him? It is not allowed to stay. It seems that in the future, if there is a chance to meet the Royal Calculator when you are out, gonna have to do him in order to do it. The Royal Calculator does not know that he is also missed by Chu Lu at this moment. Boom boom boom. Just as Chu Lok was out of his mind, the entire large floating island square shook violently. At the edge of the square, 7 stone monuments were erected. On top of these 7 stones, 7 jewels are set. At this moment, the Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master on top of the floating island stood out and spoke to the 100 disciples of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion in the square. My Heavenly Chance Pavilion. What I specialize in is deducing the Heavenly Chance. The stone tablet is embedded with 7 Heavenly Chance stones, containing 7 Heavenly Chances left behind by the higher-ups of my sect. All you need to do is to successfully deduce all of them and light up the 7 Heavenly Chance stones, and you will become one of the Heavenly Chance children. You may also allow the War Protector to assist you in seizing the stone tablet. Of course, there is still no mutilation of fellow disciples. Violators will be immediately disqualified. Now, ergo, you may begin. The Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master's words had just fallen. The crowd of Tianji Pavilion disciples at the scene ran towards the 7 stone monuments. Boom! the battle for the stone tablet broke out. Chu Lu led the spirit calculator and quickly occupied a stone monument. Chu Lu stood under the stone monument, looking at the group of core disciples who didn't dare to come forward, and faintly said, "Brother Spirit, you just concentrate on enlightenment and leave the rest to me." The spirit calculator underneath the stone monument nodded his head and turned his back to Chu Lu. "Sit down on the spot and begin to enroll." And the disciples who had wanted to come up to fight for this stone tablet, as well as the battle protectors, seeing the Chu Lu in front of him, he could only give up decisively, turn and run to the other monoliths and join the fray. Joking. And Chu Lu, this living Yan Wang fight, how to die do not know. The group of core disciples did not feel that they were better than Yi Qingxue and Wang Xiaojie. 7 stone monuments. It is Chu Lu here is the most quiet. There is no one to fight for. His spirit senior brother has such a unique vision. That's not true. If I had known, I would have gone to find Chu Lu as my battle protector as well. Just you? You're afraid you can't even get close to the Forbidden Sex Mountain Gate? Moreover, a heavenly pride like Chu Lu looks at you? Your ass. Can you talk? If you can't talk, please close your anus. You big shot. Want to come and fight? Come on. I'm afraid of you. Seeing the spirit calculator who began to deduce at ease, the disciples who were eliminated from the first level were all envious. Spirit calculator became one of the heavenly mechanics. Steady. The Xuanji ancient sage on top of the floating island was also red-faced at this moment. The few elders around him congratulated him in advance. On the square, the spirit calculator had already managed to light up a heavenly chant stone. The others are still in the middle of the melee. Ha! This is bored with idleness. Chu Lu watched the other 6 stone monuments being fought over. Chu Lu realized that the Zhangluoli he had seen earlier in the secret realm. On his wrist was a string of beads that were extremely familiar to him. Chu Lu instantly widened his eyes and scrutinized them. At this moment, Zhangluoli, with the cultivation of the 5th realm of the beginning of the Taichu, strong for the Tianji Pavilion's heavenly pride, Lingshuzi occupies a stone monument. When Lingshuzi sat down and began to deduce the heavenly chant stone, Zhangluoli breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly seemed to notice and turned her head to look. Zhangluoli's gaze coincided with Chu Lu's. At this moment, Zhangluoli realized that Chu Lu was looking at her wrist. Subconsciously, he glanced at his wrist. On her wrist, she wore a string of golden glazed beads. Zhangluoli seemed to have thought of something. An absolutely beautiful face, violently changed slightly, will wear the hand of the glazed beads, hidden in the sleeve, turned his head to no longer look at Chu Lu. Chu Lu noticed Zhangluoli's reaction and took a deep breath. Can't go wrong. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. This stunningly beautiful looking young girl, the string of glazed bead strings in her hand. Chu Lu had seen it before. The most powerful demon in his forbidden sect, Yan Xiaofeng, who ranked 2nd on the Heavens Remarks list, was seen there by senior brother Yan. Yan Xiaofeng was the disciple of their forbidden sect's grand elder. It was also the person who was favored by the entire clan to become the zero sequence disciple. Back then, Chu Lu inadvertently had seen this Yan senior brother of his once. At that time, this senior brother of his, Yan, was staring at a string of glazed beads. The glazed bead string in his Yan senior brother's hand is exactly the same as the one this young girl is wearing on her hand. It's premature. Senior Yan actually secretly fell in love. Hey, senior brother Yan, I've discovered your big secret. Chu Lu grinned, the fire of gossip flickering in his eyes. Soon, the 7 stone monuments, all of them, were occupied. Of the 7 stone tablets, 6 were captured by Tianji Pavilion's prodisciples. The remaining one was captured by a core disciple who had just stepped into the Taichu realm not long ago. 6 days later, when the first rays of the sun shone, the spirit calculator rose violently. The last Tianji stone on the stone tablet in front of him was successfully lit by him. Chu Lok grinned. Heavenly Spirit Pond. Little Master is here. Senior Spirit Brother has succeeded. He's become one of the Tianji Z. Awesome. The surrounding group of Tianji Pavilion disciples all cast envious gazes at Spirit Calculator. Brother Chu. Many thanks. Spirit Calculator's expression was calm as he turned around and bowed to Chu Lu. He knew deep down that without Chu Lok, there was a big chance that he, Spirit Calculator, wouldn't be able to become Tianji Z. Chu Lu waved his hand and was just about to say something when he did. Boom. Suddenly, there were a few more monoliths, all lit up, just as the selection of Tianji sons from the Tianji Pavilion was about to come to an end. Deep within the Wang family's ancestral land, a middle-aged man, kneeling within the cave, was grieving over a dozen floating islands, and in front of this man was lying Wang Xiaojie, who had fallen into a coma. This middle-aged man was Wang Xiaojie's father, Wang Zhandao. The outside world honors the ancient sage of the way of war. Old ancestor, could it be that Xiaojie, his Vajra ancient body, really has no way to recover? Wang Zhando said in grief. The dozen or so old ancestors on the floating island all let out a sigh of regret. In the eyes of each old ancestor, anger flashed. Last time it was Wang Lin, the grandson of the evil suppressor emperor. This time, it was again their Wang family's top-ranked pride, Wang Xiaojie. This little beast from the forbidden sect was indeed detestable. Alas! Battle Road. Fortunately that old guy from Kijin made a timely move. Now Xiaojie's life is free from worry. As for the Vajra ancient body-devouring heavenly poison, you know, this move is very vicious. Although that little brute doesn't have a high cultivation level, the body-devouring heavenly poison, which is not a martial art in the first place, is more like a curse. For so many years, we have also been searching for its breaking. Back then, when there was an old guy from the forbidden sect who learned such a vicious move, we, the Wang family, the Yi family as well as the Ji family, the three great desolate ancient families, secretly joined forces with the people over there before we managed to suppress him. After so many years, I can't imagine that this little brute from the forbidden sect has actually learned such a vicious move. It's going to have to be snuffed out sooner rather than later. If not, when this little beast grows up, it will be another heavenly poison emperor. An old ancestor shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice. This old ancestor's words caused the other Wang clan old ancestors around him to nod their heads in succession. As for Wang Zhando below, his heart was as if he was dead. Looking at the Wang Xiaojie lying in front of him, it is even more heartbreaking. In their lineage, it was not easy to produce a Vajra ancient body. I didn't expect it to be ruined by Chulak. The warpath implores the elder ancestor to enter the world to seek justice for my Xiaojie. I want that little brute dead. It's not just that little brute, it's also that old thing in Crow. Old ancestor, if our Wang family doesn't respond, our desolate ancient Wang family will definitely be laughed at by the 3,000 great worlds. The world will think that our Wang clan is afraid of the forbidden sect. Wang Zhando kowtowed to the figure on the floating island. Alas! That's just it. Old man, I haven't gone out for a walk in almost 100,000 years. Solely go for a walk today. By the way, I'm going to check out those old guys in the Tianji pavilion. Or maybe go and meet that old undead. From Burial Jade, an old man with a head full of white hair got up from a floating island, patted the dust on his body, and stretched his waist. Seeing this old man rise, the rest of the old ancestors nodded. The Wang Zhando below, on the other hand, kowtowed and knelt in thanks to this old ancestor. The old man took a step and his figure disappeared in place, without stirring the slightest breath fluctuation. In the meantime, within a certain great world opened up by a great emperor, a middle-aged man, with a beautiful woman in tow, arrived in front of an ancient palace gate. This only middle-aged man was tall and handsome. Its look was serious and unruffled. A faint holy might, if anything, emanated from his body. This handsome middle-aged man was the desolate ancient Yi family's family head, Yi Tianxia. As for this beautiful woman beside him, it is Yi Tian enemy's own sister, Yi Luosheng. At this moment, Yi Luosheng's eyes were red and grief was written all over her face. Heaven's enemy, plead for a glimpse of father. Luosheng, I beg to see my father. The voices of the two men carried into the door in front of them. This huge ancient palace in front of them was the cultivation and seclusion place of their Yi family's old ancestor. Heaven's enemy, Luosheng, what is it that you two have come for? Soon, a man's voice came from within the ancient palace. It sounded like the owner of the voice was in his 30s or 40s. Father, your granddaughter Shuer she was killed. Yi Luosheng sobbed aloud. Yi Luoyi's words fell, and it was quiet for a moment. Buzz. The ancient doors of the palace in front of him slowly opened. The moment the gate opened, a terrifying might of a great emperor suppressed out, and behind the gate is a small world. Immediately afterward, a man whose appearance had a slight resemblance to Yi Tian enemy quietly appeared outside the gate. The man took a single step and in the next moment, he arrived in front of Yi Tian enemy's duo. This person was Yi Tian enemy and Yi Luosheng's father, Yi Jian Maniac. The outside world honors him as the sword-mad emperor. Father, the two of them, Yi Tianyi and Yi Luosheng, hurriedly saluted him. What's going on? Who killed Cher? Yi Jianzhan frowned with both eyebrows. A touch of coldness surfaced on his face. Father, a few days ago, Luo Yi accompanied Shuer to the Tianji pavilion, wanting to participate in the Tianji Z selection as a battle protector and enter the heavenly spirit pool. But unexpectedly, just after Shuer arrived at Tianji City, she encountered the forbidden sect's personal disciple Chu Lu, and Shuer was bullied and humiliated by that little brute. Luo Yi stepped forward and tried to teach the little brute a lesson for Shuer, but unexpectedly, that little brute moved out his master, that old thing in Crow. Luo Yi was also bullied by that old thing, and he even snatched away the Tian Lin horse that Tian Ming gave to Shuer. Luo Yi just came back and wanted to ask an old ancestor to go and seek justice. Luo Yi she just returned to the family with her front foot. Shui's destiny card was shattered. Speaking of this, Yi Qingshang was grief-stricken and cried. After hearing Yi Luoshan's words, Yi Jiannian's face was grim. Father, that master and disciple from the forbidden sect are simply too deceitful, and that Tianji pavilion, if you don't give us an explanation, our Yi family definitely won't give up. Yi Tian enemy said in a cold voice. Yi Jianji nodded slightly and mused. It seems that our Yi family hasn't been in the world for too long, and the world thinks that our Yi family is easy to bully. Don't worry, Shang Father will definitely seek justice for Shui. Snowy won't die in vain. The words just fell. Yi Qinghao stepped out and disappeared. Just as the Wang and Yi families made their moves inside the Tianji pavilion, the selection of Tianji has also ended. The 7 great Tianji were also successfully selected. The 7 Tianji, 6 of them including the spirit calculator, became the Tianji pavilion's Tianji. The remaining one, Tianji, was a core disciple. At this moment, within a large hall of the Heavenly Hall, Chu Lu, Spirit Calculator, Spirit Void, Jiang Luoli, and several other heavenly prides stood in the center of the hall. The Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master looked at the 7 Tianji in the Great Hall, nodded his head in satisfaction, and opened his mouth. From today onwards, you are my Tianji Pavilion's Tianji sons, and the pavilion will focus on cultivating them in the future. As a reward, you may enter the Heavenly Spirit Pool in my pavilion. As for the battle protectors you invited as a reward, they can likewise enter the Heavenly Spirit Pool. Speaking of this, the Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master waved his hand. Buzz, a spatial entrance, floating above the heads of the crowd. Behind the spatial entrance was a small world that had been opened up. Go on, how much can be gained is up to you and others. The Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master waved his big hand. A powerful force enveloped the people in the Great Hall, turning into a stream of light flying into that small world at the entrance of the space. Watching his own good disciple finally enter the Heavenly Spirit Pool, Emperor Yin Crow couldn't help but feel happy. Hiss. Strange, how come this emperor has an ominous premonition? The Yin Crow Emperor gave a slight lurch, eyelids fluttered twice, and an inexplicable ominousness grew in his heart. In the meantime, after Chu Lok's group entered this small world, a huge imperial might suddenly envelop the entire small world. Immediately afterward, 2 figures quietly appeared in front of the crowd. One of the old men Chu Lu had seen. It was the same great emperor who had stepped in to save Wang Xiaojie in the secret realm, the great emperor of opportunity. As for the other old man, he was also a great emperor ancestor of the Heavenly Qi Pavilion, elder ancestor, Senpai. All the people present, whether they were Tianji Pavilion's heavenly pride or battle protectors, all bowed their hands to the 2 of them. The 2 great emperors nodded slightly. The eyes of the great emperor of opportunity landed on Chu Lu's body, revealed a smile, and kindly said, "Little guy from the forbidden sect, we meet again." Chu Lu smiled, a little embarrassed. "Hey, I didn't expect senior to remember kid." The other old man on the side, his gaze fell on Chu Lu's body, and a flash of surprise flashed across the bottom of his eyes. Then he spoke to the crowd. "Come with this emperor, you and others." As soon as the words left their mouths, the 2 great emperors turned around and led the crowd towards the depths of the small world. "Brother Spirit, what are the names of these 2 old men? It looks like the people are still strangely nice, unlike those old things from the Wang clan in Red Flame Valley, who are simply bad." Chu Lok inquired in a small voice. "Shu, Brother Chu, you have to address them as great emperors. That one is our Heavenly Chance Pavilion's Chance ancestor. The other one is our extremely hegemonic old ancestor." Spirit Calculator whispered. "What? Chicken pickle old man?" Chu Lu instantly exclaimed out in shock and almost couldn't help but laugh. "Chicken fillet great? How can anyone have such a hobby? It's quite chic." Chu Lu let out a cry of surprise, causing everyone to collectively freeze and be stunned. This Chu Lu, guts is also too fat, right? How dare you insult the extreme hegemony emperor? Fortunately, Spirit Calculator reacted faster and hurriedly covered Chu Lu's mouth. That's what kept Chu Lok from laughing out loud. Chu Lu also reacted, realizing that he had said the wrong thing, suddenly sweating. It was because the extremely hegemonic old ancestor, who was walking in front of them, stopped in his tracks. Gloomy old face, the veins on his forehead rose. On the side of the Chance Great Emperor also mouth corner crazy twitch. This little guy, doesn't he know that this old guy, extreme hegemony, hates it when people misinterpret his Taoist name? That extreme hegemony senior late generation is not talking about you Don't get me wrong, I was just scolding Spirit Calculator. Yes, my junior was just scolding the Spirit Calculator bastard. This fellow actually told the late generation only now about the 2 seniors' mighty names. Indeed, I owe you a scolding. Chu Lu broke free of Spirit Calculator's hand and hurriedly apologized. Ah yes, yes, yes. Old ancestor, don't blame me. Brother Chu was indeed scolding me just now. Definitely not talking about your dog. Crowd. Spirit calculator was also considered righteous, sacrificing himself at this time to defend Chu Lu. The surrounding crowd, the corners of their mouths twitching madly, gave the two a look. See if we believe your face. Ha ha ha, Chu is so funny. Old man. After so many years of hardiness, it was broken by little friend Chu? The great emperor of opportunity let out a laugh and rounded up the situation for Chu Lu. Patting the extreme hegemony emperor's shoulder, he opened his mouth to snicker. Phew, screw you old ghost, how could this emperor be broken by a little guy? Boy, you've got a great sense of humor. This emperor loves you to death. The extreme hegemony emperor turned around and grinned at Chu Lu, as if to say, this emperor remembers you kid. Chu Lok smiled awkwardly, goosebumps rose on his body. After this little interlude, the crowd continued inside. Soon, two large and small pools were presented to the crowd. The two pools, large as a small lake. The small one looks like it would only hold a dozen people in the pool. The two pools are the heavenly spirit pools of the Tianji Pavilion. What was contained inside was the heavenly spirit liquid. The rich aura made the crowd that had just stepped into the place. I feel refreshed just taking a breath. Hiss, is this the heavenly spirit pond? Legend has it that the heavenly spirit pond is filled with the heavenly spirit liquid produced by the heavens and the earth. And in addition to being absorbed by the strongest, it can also cleanse the muscles and marrow. A few Tianji pavilions Tianji Z, exclaimed out in shock, filled with excitement. This place is my Tianji pavilion's heavenly spirit pool. After you enter the heavenly spirit pool, how much heavenly spirit liquid you can absorb will depend on your own fortune. Also, no matter who it is, no one may destroy my Tianji pavilion's heavenly spirit pool, and if the war protector violates it, he will be beheaded on the spot. A disciple of our pavilion who violates it is stripped of his Tianji Z identity and expelled from Tianji pavilion. The extreme hegemony ancestor gave a warning to the crowd. We bear that in mind. The crowd arched their hands. The great emperor of opportunity stepped forward and slowly spoke to the Chulot group. 7 Tianji Z. Enter the large heavenly spirit pool, and the other 4 little friends, enter the small side of the heavenly spirit pool. You may go in. After 2 hours, no matter how much you and others have absorbed, you will be sent out of here by this emperor. Hearing the words of the great emperor of opportunity, Chu Lu froze and subconsciously looked towards that heavenly spirit pool that could only accommodate a dozen people. And look at the large pool that looks like a small lake. That's a naked distinction. As soon as the words of the great emperor of opportunity fell, the crowd separated and walked towards the 2 heavenly spirit pools. Kid, you're going the wrong way. The extreme hegemony old ancestor's face instantly darkened as he looked at Chu Lu, who was walking past in front of his eyes, following the spirit calculator. The eyes were ghostly. Ha ha ha, sorry. Chu Lu awkwardly scratched his head and glanced at the large pool, full of reluctance. After turning around and skimming his lips, he followed Jiang Luoli into the small heavenly spirit pool. Fortunately, other than himself, the only 3 people who came in to protect the battle were Jiang Luoli, a heavenly pride from the immortal Dao system, and a heavenly pride from the extreme emperor Dao system. After entering the celestial spirit pool, the celestial spirit liquid wetted Jiang Luoli's clothes. The concave and convex delicate figure made the 2 heavenly pride of the immortal Dao system and the extreme emperor Dao system blush for a while as they looked at it, hurriedly suppressing the evil fire in their hearts, closing their eyes and running their gong methods, and beginning to absorb the heavenly spiritual liquid. As for Chu Lu, he didn't even notice this beautiful scene. When Chu Lu came in, he directly closed his eyes and directly operated the forbidden mixing technique. Boom! Immediately after that, both the extreme hegemony ancestor and the heavenly chi ancestor were attracted by Chu Lu's deadly movement to draw their gazes. The 2 great emperor ancestors, their faces showed surprise. P.S. 2 more chapters tonight, haha. See you tonight. Only a faint golden glow emanated from Chu Lu's body. Golden points of light, quickly converging around it, spun up at a rapid speed. The heavenly spirit liquid in the heavenly spirit pool madly surged towards Chu Lu's body, like a shocking swallow, with Chu Lu as the center. The heavenly spiritual liquid formed a vortex. The heavenly spirit liquid in the heavenly spirit pool declined at a rate visible to the naked eye. This guy, Jiang Luoli's stunningly beautiful face also revealed a look of shock. She didn't expect Chu Lu's speed of absorbing spirit liquid to be so terrifying. This guy, is he a monster? Not good. This guy Chu Lu, he's about to suck the spirit liquid dry all by himself. The immortal Dao system's heavenly pride exclaimed in shock. Hastily, he continued to close his eyes and run his gong method, grabbing the spirit liquid in the heavenly spirit pool with Chu Lu. Jiang Luoli and the other heavenly pride of the extreme emperor Dao system also immediately ran their gong methods to plunder. Any slower and they might just have some soup. This kid, He actually practiced the taboo sex taboo mixing technique to the 4th layer, but even so, this kid should have broken through after absorbing so much heavenly spirit liquid? The extreme hegemony emperor was shocked. The great emperor of opportunity's gaze flickered repeatedly as he looked at Chulu, who was crazily absorbing the heavenly spiritual liquid like a whale swallowing it. Turning his head again, he looked at the 7 great Tianjzi over at the large pool. The great emperor of opportunity couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at Chulu and opened his mouth. The thickness of this sun's foundation is the first time this emperor has seen it. Even when this emperor was at his age, he was far inferior to him. It's a pity that such a demon is not a disciple of my Tianji pavilion. The extreme hegemony emperor also nodded, agreeing with the words of the chance emperor. Although he felt that Chulu, this brat, apart from his mouth being a bit underpowered, the talent it has shown has shocked him. Just between the two men's conversations, heavenly spirit pool inside the heavenly spirit liquid is about to be drained to the bottom by Chulu. The great emperor of chance and the great emperor of extreme hegemony looked at each other and let out a bitter smile. The stipulated 2 hours is a long way off. It couldn't be that we could kick the Chulak bunch out at this time, could it? Thus, the great emperor of opportunity spaced out to the heavenly spirit liquid inside the large heavenly spirit pool. Only a hand grasped through the air. Buzz. The heavenly spiritual liquid in the pool rose up to the sky, forming a water dragon. It rushed into the small-sized heavenly spirit pool where the Chulu several people were. The spiritual liquid of the small heavenly spirit pool was instantly replenished to full, but it was soon absorbed by Chulak again down. What kind of monster is this brat? My Tianji pavilion has simply lost a lot of money by hiring this brat. The extreme hegemony emperor couldn't help but curse angrily as he looked at the spirit pool that was about to dry up. When this was over, he would definitely discuss it with the other old guys in the pavilion. This brat must be blacklisted. Blacklisted. The heavenly spirit pool to which never open. What else can we do? We can only admit it. Otherwise it will be rumored to the outside world and they will think that I, Tianji Pavilion, cannot afford to play. Fortunately, the celestial spirit liquid in the main pool is renewable. The great emperor of opportunity couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh as well. Then the big hand grasped again and transferred the heavenly spirit pool and the large heavenly spirit pool over to fill the small pool, but again quickly absorbed by the Chulak whale swallowed to the bottom. As for Jiang Luoyui's other 3 heavenly prides, they could only absorb a small portion, nothing else, mainly because he couldn't snatch Chulak. Chulak's forbidden mixing technique is too overbearing. Seeing this scene, the great emperor of chance and the great emperor of extreme hegemony also came to be interested. They wanted to see just where Chulak's limits were. Thus, after the great emperor of opportunity had transferred the heavenly spiritual liquid 4 times in a row, Chulu's speed of absorbing and refining the heavenly spirit liquid gradually slowed down. Is this kid finally reaching his limit? The extreme hegemony emperor breathed a sigh of relief. His heart still shocked. The great emperor of opportunity nodded, curiously focusing on Chulu. This little guy exactly can break through to what level? At this moment, Chulu, feeling the heavenly spiritual liquid that he was continuously compressing and refining, like a long river running through the tendons and veins in his body, the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted up. In his heart, he was deeply impressed by the power of his clan's gong methods. This forbidden mixing technique of his forbidden sect would be able to utilize its true power once it broke through to the 4th layer. This technique could take the spiritual power of heaven and earth and hammer it tens of thousands of times, then compress and stack it to create a thick spiritual power foundation. This was also why Chulu, after being able to continuously perform the forbidden jutsu, the real reason why the body is not drained of spiritual energy. Ever since he, Chulu, had begun cultivating the forbidden mixed elemental technique, he had discovered the magical aspects of this technique. And so, in the decade or so since I was a kid, Chulu did not rush to break through his cultivation level like the other disciples. Rather, starting at a young age, he had been hammering, compressing, and stacking spiritual energy, build an unbelievably thick foundation. And, Chulak also found out, the technique, forbidden mixed technique, was simply a companion to the forbidden Jedi technique. Even after performing a forbidden jutsu and squandering all the spiritual energy in his body, as long as he runs his gong method, he can quickly extract the spiritual power of heaven and earth and quickly refine it to supplement. Forbidden mixing technique. This technique is simply as heaven-defying as the forbidden Jedi technique. Only this gong method, to break through the 4th realm, only began to reveal its counterintuitive buzz. Chulu looked inward and saw that his spirit sea was filled with incomparably thick power. Then Chulu snapped his eyes open and leapt up to the sky. Break! Boom! After the great emperor of opportunity and the great emperor of extreme hegemony, as well as the people present who had been startled, all of them turned their gazes toward Chulu. In the next moment, the crowd sensed that Chulu's aura was rapidly climbing. The 2nd realm of the Taichu. The third realm. Fourth realm. Boom. Chu Lu had broken through 3 consecutive minor realms in a single breath from his cultivation at the first realm of the Tai Chu Chu. He had broken through to the 4th realm of Tai Cho. His brother Chu. So powerful. Spirit Calculator couldn't help but marvel at this moment. Good boy. At this moment, even the extremely hegemonic Great Emperor couldn't help but marvel. In one breath, he broke through 3 minor realms in a row. This son's talent was even more demonic than their Tianji Pavilion's Tianji Z. Chu Lu couldn't help but grin as he sensed the power traveling between his tendons and veins. This trip to Tianji Pavilion was not a bad one. Kid, put away your breath and get your ass down here if you've broken through. You're affecting the others. The extreme hegemony emperor cursed without a good breath. Chu Lok skimmed his lips. This old man, he really holds a grudge. Thus, Chu Lu landed beside the 2 great emperors, and like a good boy, he honestly, even more dare not speak, fearing that later he will offend the extreme hegemonic great emperor again. Following Chu Lu, the Spirit Calculator and several other Tianji Z also had a breakthrough. Jiang Luoli, on the other hand, had broken through 2 minor realms. The cultivation level had broken through to the Nirvana 1 realm. Chu Lu couldn't help but be surprised as well. This little lover of Brother Yan's is not bad in terms of talent. Subsequently, everyone made a breakthrough and left the heavenly spirit pool. The great emperor of extreme hegemony was sent like a plague, the first to kick Chu Lok out of this small world. As the crowd came out of the heavenly spirit pool, celestial pride from other forces also left the Tianji Pavilion one after another. Ha ha ha, good apprentice, you've had a good harvest. The Yin Crow Emperor was overjoyed when he saw Chu Lu's realm at this moment. However, before he could finish his sentence, the Yin Crow Emperor's face changed violently. In front of the heavenly Jade Pavilion Master, as well as several elders, he directly grabbed Chu Lu, tearing through the spatial cracks on the spot. Good disciple, hurry up. Tian Yu. Let's go ahead and thank you next time. The words just fell. Yin Crow Great Emperor will pull the frozen Chu fall. Disappear into the space rift disappeared. The spatial cracks also healed at an astonishing speed. And the moment the spatial rift healed, deep within the spatial rift, Chu Lok's voice came from the depths. Brother Spirit, take care of my horse. I'll be back. Spirit Calculator was a bit puzzled. Why did the Yin Crow Emperor leave in such a hurry? It wasn't just the Spirit Calculator who was puzzled. Even the heavenly Jade Pavilion Master, and the crowd of high-level elders present, were filled with puzzlement. Buzz. Right at this moment, the extreme hegemony emperor and the chance emperor appeared. Elder ancestor. The crowd saluted. At this moment, the extremely hegemonic emperor and the great emperor of chance looked into the void with grave expressions. Both men's eyes narrowed slightly. An invisible divine thought rushed out. A few moments later, the 2 of them then withdrew their gazes. Old ancestor. What happened? The heavenly Jade Pavilion Master frowned slightly and opened his mouth to inquire. Just now the 2 big old ancestors, that serious look. Absolutely something happened. It's okay now. Just now the great emperors of the Yi family and the Wang family came by. But now it's gone again. I think it's gone after the Yin Crow Emperor and the others. With a word of explanation, the great emperor of opportunity and the great emperor of extreme hegemony turned around and disappeared. At this moment, the heavenly Jade Pavilion Master and the crowd present finally understand just Yin Crow Great Emperor. Why will leave so fast? Dare I say that the great emperors of the Wang and Yi families had come to the door. Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master, we'll take our leave as well. Seeing that the Yin Crow Emperor is not there, Yan Jun Ancient Sage and Lan Cheng Ancient Sage rushed to bid farewell to Tian Yu and hurriedly left the Tianji Pavilion. In the meantime, amidst the void of spatial turbulence, spatial storms raged. An old man stood in the middle of void space. The storms raging around it couldn't hurt it a bit. This old man, it is the Wang family's old ancestor who entered the world. Ha! What an escape! The old man smiled faintly and suddenly raised his head, looking in the other direction and faintly said, "Since you're here, why don't you show yourself?" Buzz. The old man's words had just fallen. A figure covered in domineering sword chi appeared out of nowhere. Yi Jianwan. Meet Senior Zhou Yue. Yi Jianji turned to the old man and arched his hand. Oh, you are the kid from the Yi family back then? I can't imagine that all have grown to such a point. I'm afraid that after some more years, it will catch up with the old man me. The 9 Sephiroth Emperor grinned and snickered. Elder is joking. Yi Jianji shook his head slightly. His gaze fixed as he traversed the spatial shackles. He saw the Yin Crow Emperor who was carrying Chu Lu to escape. The Yin Crow Emperor, who was in Yi Jianji's gaze, also seemed to notice that Yi Jianji was looking at him. So the Yin Crow Emperor ran and turned his head to show him a grimace. Grimacing, lewd and unsightly. Fellow Daoist is also looking for this master and disciple of the forbidden sect? The 9 Sephiroth's Emperor smiled faintly. Like an extremely kind old man, Yi Jianji nodded and murmured. Just now, This emperor learned from the great emperor of opportunity that this emperor's granddaughter died at the hands of Chu Lu. Ha, since that's the case, then fellow Daoist will come with me. It just so happens that this emperor also has something to look for the master and disciple. The 9 Sephiroth emperor let out a light laugh and said. Yi Jianji nodded slightly, and then the two of them took a step out. The silhouettes of the two men instantly disappeared in place. At the same time, the Yin Crow emperor, who was pulling Chu Lu to run frantically for his life, turned back his face. Master, what are you looking at? And what are we running for? Could it be that the great emperor powerhouses of the Wang and Yi families are here? Chu Lu suddenly remembered that he had slaughtered Yi Qingxue and scrapped Wang Xiaojie. Given the pissiness of these two families, there's no way they'll be indifferent. Hey, it's still you. Good apprentice. Who's smart? Indeed. The Wang clan has a 6th realm old ghost and the Yi clan has a 4th realm great emperor. Your master I can carry it alone. Fortunately, I brought you to run away in advance. Otherwise our master and disciple would definitely be finished. As long as we return to our clan's sphere of influence, we'll be safe. The Yin Crow emperor sneered. Hearing the other party send out 6th realm and 4th realm great emperors, Chu Lu couldn't help but look at his own master seriously and ask, Master, can we escape? With his other hand, the Yin Crow emperor patted his chest and swore gamely, Don't worry, my good disciple. What your master I'm best at is shading and escaping. Especially escape, for the master is specialized in practicing drops. That's good. Seeing his own master so confident, Chu Lu was also relieved. Yet the next second, the Yin Crow emperor turned his head, and suddenly his face changed instantly. He saw the two of them, the Sword Madness Emperor and the 9 Spectres Emperor, approaching the two of them at an extremely terrifying speed. It was thought that it wouldn't take long for the duo to catch up with them. Good disciple, you go first. The Yin Crow emperor snapped back to his senses, single-handedly dropping Chu and pushing his palm towards the space in front of him. Boom! Ah, master, you're flashing my waist. Chu Lu transformed into a stream of light, bursting toward the space in front of him at an even faster speed. The Yin Crow emperor immediately turned around, a breathless fluctuating power stored in his hand. Hey! Forbidden Jedi! Bloodshed underworld poison! Between a mountain range thousands of miles away from the forbidden sect, the void suddenly shattered. A stream of light sped down and crashed into the grove between the mountains. Hiss! That hurts! In the grove, Chu Lu held the tree trunk with one hand and covered his waist with the other, grimacing in pain. Just now his own master's slap felt like it almost dried up his kidneys. After Chu Lu slowed down, he scanned the weak and directly leaped up, stepping into the void. After scanning the surrounding mountainous land, Chu Lu finally let out a big sigh of relief. He had finally returned to the clan's sphere of influence. Thousands of miles further east is his forbidden sect. Boom! Right at that moment, Chu Lu saw the void space in the distance suddenly shatter. A blood-colored stream of light shot out from the broken void of space, straight down fast. Master! Sensing the aura emanating from the blood-colored stream of light, Chu Lu's face changed greatly and immediately rushed over. Boom! Scarlet-colored light. Before landing between a mountain range, the powerful force smashed a deep hole in the ground. Blah blah blah. Hiss. His grandmother drop. This old undead thing. Something. It hurts Bendimi. In the middle of the deep pit, a ragged, gray-haired old man crawled out. If you look at it a few times, you can recognize it. This extremely wretched old man was Chu Lu's master, the Yin Crow Emperor. Master, are you alright? At this time, Chu Lu also arrived here, and looking at the gray-headed Yin Crow Emperor with a trace of blood remaining between the corners of his mouth, he could not help but worry. Good disciple? Why are you here? Let's go. We have to hurry and escape. As long as we escape back to our sphere of influence, we'll be fine. When the Yin Crow Emperor saw Chu Lu, he was also greatly surprised. Immediately pulling Chu Lu, he wanted to tear open the spatial rift again. Master, we're already within the clan's sphere of influence. Thousands of miles further east is our clan. Chu Lu hurriedly spoke. The Yin Crow Emperor froze and carefully scanned his surroundings. No wonder he had just felt that there was something familiar around the neighborhood. So it's home. Ha ha ha, that's okay. The Yin Crow Emperor breathed a huge sigh of relief and directly released his Emperor's might, covering tens of thousands of miles of area. Buzz. Just then, the void space shattered once again. Two figures descend quietly. Among them was Yi Jianji, full of rage and killing intent, looking down at the Yin Crow Emperor. At this moment, if someone were here, they would certainly be appalled. Yi Jianwan's entire left hand disappeared. At its shoulder, monstrous power surged, stopping the blood from the wound. The shoulder wound had a neat cut, thought to have been caused by some kind of sharp instrument, and the long sword in Yi Jianji's hand dripped with golden blood containing the power of a great emperor. Hey! Looking at Sword Frenzy Emperor's severed arm, Yin Crow Emperor smiled coldly. Yi Jianji's arm. It was him who did it. Earlier, after he sent Chulak away. Then he immediately took them by surprise and unleashed his forbidden mastery, decisively sneaking up on Yi Jianji, who only had the cultivation of the fourth realm of the Great Empress, and sneakily succeeded in hitting it in the arm. Only what the Yin Crow Emperor didn't expect was, Yi Jianji was sensing the bizarre poison coming from his arm. Then he immediately swung his sword and cut off his own arm himself. Old thing. This day this emperor will kill you. Yi Jianji was furious, and his icy killing intent, condensed into substance. Even the temperature of the surrounding heaven and earth plummeted dramatically. Yi Jianji also didn't expect that he was a fourth realm great emperor, to actually be sneak attacked by a first realm great emperor? Thinking of this, Yi Jianji raised his sword furiously. A violent, wild, bloodthirsty and terrifying sword intent. It rushed up from Yi Jianwang's body. The next moment, the wind and clouds changed, and there were thousands of visions, countless powerhouses throughout the 3,000 worlds sensed this terrifying sword intent. That figure is the Yi family's Yi Jianwang. Hiss. How did the Sword Madness Emperor enter the world? Look, the Sword Madness Emperor is injured. Where did his other arm go? Hiss. Sword Madness Great Emperor is actually fighting someone? Countless powerhouses, looking at the heaven and earth visions in the distance, couldn't help but lose their voices in horror. Just as the Yin Crow Emperor and Chulu, their faces were unsightly. Suddenly, a strong spatial fluctuation came from behind them. The Sword Frenzy Emperor and the Nine Spectres Emperor, both had their eyes glazed over. Buzz. Void space collapsed, and a dense deathly aura filled the air. In the midst of the deathly aura, a shocking great emperor's might filled the air. 3 old figures stepped out from the space cracks. Seeing these 3 figures, the Sword Mad Emperor put down the sword in his hand. His body full of divine might as well as visions, gloriously disappeared, and his complexion was grave and alert. Even the Nine Spectres Emperor on the side, seeing these 3 comers, his face became incomparably serious. Chulu and the Yin Crow Emperor turned around violently and were instantly overjoyed. Elder Ancestor. That's right, the 3 people who appeared behind Chulu and the Yin Crow Emperor. It was none other than the Forbidden Sex Grand Emperor Burial Jade, Grand Emperor Shao Dust, and Grand Emperor Dao Yuan, the leader of the group. Burial Jade was still dressed in white, and his body was filled with a deadly aura. The old face looked incomparably white, as if it was going to sit down in place the next moment. Ancestor help! Chulu hurriedly hid behind the 3 old ancestors. The Yin Crow Emperor also walked up, rubbed his chest, and arched towards the 3 great old ancestors. Ahem! Third Elder, are you alright? The Buried Jade Emperor coughed dryly and looked at the Yin Crow Emperor in front of him with concern. Hiss! Old ancestor, don't worry. I can't die yet. But old ancestor, you have to be careful of that old guy from the Wang family. This old man, his cultivation is very terrifying. With a reminder, the Yin Crow Emperor hid behind the trio. Just like Chulu. Kid, the old ghost of the Wang family is targeting you. This ancestor understands. But why did the Yi family's great emperor also come to trouble you? Could it be that you also slaughtered the Yi family's heavenly pride? The Daoyuan Emperor's gaze landed on the Sword Frenzy Emperor as he spoke in confusion. Yeah, old ancestors, you are unaware. That crazy girl from the Yi family is simply abominable. In the secret realm of the Heavenly Chi Pavilion, that crazy girl actually joined forces with the Red Flame Valley and Spirit Clearance Sect's Heavenly Pride, and besieged the disciples. But all 3 of them are no match for the disciple. But that crazy girl from the Yi family surrendered a little bit late. The son of the family missed and beheaded her. Ancestors, save the disciples, Chulak said in a million aggravating ways. Ha, so it's between the juniors again. Kid, don't worry, with this ancestor here, they can't hurt you yet. Burial Jade said in a cold voice. The value of protecting the calf from the Buried Jade Ancestor plus 10,000. The value of protecting the calf from Old Man Showed 1 plus 10,000. The value of protecting the calf from Old Man Daoyuan plus 10,000. At this time, the system in Chulu's body came 3 tips. Chulu was overjoyed and hurriedly checked the calf protection value. The calf protection value he has accumulated is now more than 200,000. It's a long way to go to get to the 2 million goal. Between juniors, whoever dies is less skilled. You old things jumping out and chasing down my forbidden sex elders and disciples is a bit much. Old ancestor Burial Jade's face was calm. The deathly aura on his body grew denser. His gaze glanced at Yi Jianjiang in a ghostly manner before landing his gaze on the Nine Sepulchre Emperor's body. It seems that the funeral Jade Emperor did not put Yi Jianjiang in the eyes of the general. Yi Jianji's face was gloomy. Buzz. Yi Jianji raised his hand to the broken arm wound and flexed his fingers. Under the gaze of the crowd, where Yi Jianwang's shoulder was, blood and flesh coalesced and soon coalesced into a new arm. Ha, Burial Jade, you and I haven't seen each other for over 100,000 years, and you're still as arrogant as before, but the only difference is that you're older than this emperor, and not long to live. This time this emperor has come for that brat behind you. That brat behind you, killing my Wang family's pride and destroying my Wang family's pride's holy body. If you give it to this emperor will leave. If not, this emperor will have to go through the motions with you. I wonder how much longevity you have left after your battle with this emperor. Speaking of this, the 9 Sephiroth emperor smiled up sinisterly. Damn it, the old man is despicable. Old ancestor, why don't we hand over this kid? It's a troublemaker to keep it anyway. Old Daoyuan ancestor let out a broken cry. Then he glanced at Chu Lu and said to the buried Jade Emperor, "What? Don't wow old ancestor. By the way, old ancestor, I have the sacred longevity pill here. Perhaps you can use it. Ancestor, please get high." When Chu Lu heard the words of the Daoyuan old man, his entire body was bad. Rushing out, he pleaded to the burial Jade Emperor, and he took out all the holy longevity pills in his hand and handed them to the burial Jade Emperor. Old ancestor, it can't be. This is my good disciple. The Yin Crow Emperor's face also changed slightly at this moment, and he hurriedly spoke out. The buried Jade Emperor blankly glanced at the Daoyuan Emperor and smiled at Chu Lu. Little fellow, your kindness is appreciated by this ancestor, but the holy longevity pill is useless to me, so you'd better keep it for yourself. Also, Daoyuan is just teasing you. No need to worry. With the old ancestors here, today even if this old thing Zhou Yue is here, he can't hurt you. Cough cough cough. Burial Jade coughed violently a few times, and an extra sword appeared in his hand. Gazing up at the 9 spectral emperors, at those words, Chu Lu was touched badly. Then subconsciously, he looked at the Daoyuan old ancestor and realized that the other party was snickering. Chu Lu was speechless to the extreme. This Dao origin ancestor was really unreliable. What a time to be making fun of him. Alas, since that's the case, Burial Jade, let's fight in the extraterrestrial void. The 9 Sephiroth Emperor sighed, a touch of venom flashing under his eyes. Immediately behind him, a great Emperor's phantom that covered the sky rose up. The 9 Sephiroth Emperor took a step out, his figure instantly appearing in the extra-dimensional void. Burial Jade, come and fight. The voice of the 9 Septic Emperors resounded through the 3,000 great worlds. Countless powerful people were all horrified. The battle of the great emperors opened again? That's the King family's 9 Spectres Emperor. Heavens, it's actually the 9 Spectres Emperor. What the 9 Spectres Emperor just said seems to be the Forbidden Sect's Burial Jade Emperor. Hiss, the Forbidden Sect and the Wang family. They're doing it again. It must be because of that Chulok kid again? Hey, that old man. You guessed correctly. I heard that this Chu Lu almost slaughtered Wang Xiaojie, the Wang family's top-ranked heavenly pride, in the Heavenly Chi Pavilion's Heavenly Chi Z selection. Not only that, the Yi family's top heavenly pride, Fairy Yi Qingxue, has already been poisoned by Chu Lu's hand. In the future, there will be no more Fairy Qingxue in the world. Hiss, the many powerhouses of the 3,000 great worlds looked beyond the extra-dimensional void. That great emperor's phantom with its feet on the earth and the endless sea of clouds surrounding its vision behind it was discussed. Xiao Duan, take this little fellow and the third elder back to the clan first. Old thing, after not seeing you for so many years, let's see if your strength has grown compared to 100,000 years ago. Boom! The buried Jade Emperor smiled faintly, carrying a spirit sword in his hand as he took a step out. In the blink of an eye, the figure of the buried Jade Emperor appeared beside Yi Jianji. Yi Jianji's pupils suddenly shrunk. The moment the burial Jade appeared beside him, Yi Jianji then sensed a sword pressure from the burial Jade Emperor that made him gasp for breath. As if a mountain of ancient gods, it pressed him almost suffocated. And the wild, bloodthirsty sword intent in him instantly disintegrated. The buried Jade Emperor's eyes merely glanced at him. Boom! Put! Under the gazes of countless powerful people casting divine thoughts, Yi Jianji suddenly turned instantly white and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The sword intent on his body when swept away, and the hand holding the spirit sword involuntarily trembled. Yi Jianji's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with horror. Above the sword path, the gap between him and Burial Jade was too great, 180,000 miles apart. Spare your life for this emperor today. Next time you come to my forbidden sect, this emperor will never forgive you lightly. Burial Jade, who appeared beside Yi Jianwang, only left behind one sentence. The figure then flickered, instantly appearing in the extraterrestrial void of the universe. How could the gap be so wide? Then what is the point of this emperor's painstaking specialization in this Tao for so many years? Is this the Burial Jade? The top demonic great emperor of 100,000 years ago? But Yi Jianji was somewhat unable to accept it. Facing that sword intent of Burial Jade, He didn't even have the courage to cast his sword intent. At this moment, Yi Jiannian's Tao heart. A crack appeared. The Taoist heart is unstable and suffers backlash. 2 elder ancestors. Good chance. Quickly take advantage of that guy's illness and kill him. Make a sneak attack to finish him off. Chu Lu saw that Yi Jianwang suddenly spurted blood again. Immediately turning to old ancestor Dao Yuan and old ancestor Showed One. He whispered a reminder. You boy. Yen bad. I like it though. Ha ha ha. Old Dao Yuan ancestor laughed and scolded Chu Lu. Then looking at Yi Jianji who was lost in the void. A flash of hesitation flashed under his eyes and he faintly said, Kid, if we really slaughter this guy Yi Jianjun, we'll be completely immortal with the Yi family. At that time, it will trigger an even larger scale imperial war, or even an all-out war between the 2 major powers. Right now, we, the Forbidden Sect, are not the time to tear our faces off with these desolate ancient families. At those words, Chu Lu smacked his lips, feeling that it was a pity to have such a good opportunity. This guy had just come after him and his master. Let's go. Back to the clan first. Old ancestor Shao Dust glanced at the disoriented Yi Jianji and then waved his hand. A force wrapped around Chu Lu and it flew in the direction of the Forbidden Sect. The 2 great emperors, Yin Crow and Dao Yuan, followed suit and returned to the sect. Yi Jianji was lost in thought at the moment and looked up at the extra-dimensional void, that although the body is filled with dead air, but still floating in dashing great figure. Body releases endless greatness. With that, Yi Jianji tore open the space crack and turned to leave. Boom. In the meantime, there was a loud bang that startled the entire 3,000 worlds. Deep within the extraterrestrial universes of the 3,000 great worlds, the battle of the great emperors opened, and the battle intensified. The 9 Yue emperor was holding a battle sword, which was releasing a gray light. A terrifying blade intent, and burial jade's supreme sword intent, enveloped the endless universe. Blade intent and sword intent pinched and exploded the stars in the area of hundreds of millions of miles in a radius. The place covered by the 2 supreme intentions seemed to have formed a field of swords. The figures of the 2 of them, the 9 Yu emperor and the buried jade emperor, frantically battled in the realm of swords and daggers. Boom boom boom. A strand of power containing the blade and sword aura, like ripples in the water, cleansed the universe in all directions. The 2 emperors stirred the chaos and were strong as hell. The terrifying commotion created by the exchange of blows between 2 sixth realm great emperors. Naturally, it also attracted the attention of many reclusive old monsters from the top powers. All the hidden old monsters, all thought that the burial jade emperor and the 9 ghost emperor fighting will certainly accelerate the burial jade emperor body vitality flow. Even the 9 Sephiroth emperor, himself, thought the same thing. He planned to wear burial jade out today. The battle, however, was out of everyone's expectations. This great battle lasted for a day and a night. Every time the 9 sepulchral emperors and countless reclusive old ghosts thought that burial jade was about to fail and run out of lifespan. However, it was not expected that the burial jade emperor would remain firm. Always gives the impression that it's not even close. In the end, burial jade executed a terrifying killing move and touched hard with the 9 specters emperor. After this move, the 9 ghosts of the great emperor was chopped by him and his sword disappeared and fled back to the king's family. The 9 septic emperors had fled. The deathly aura on the buried jade emperor's body was even more dense, as if he was going to sit down in place in the next moment. At this moment, burial jade sensed that the divine thoughts cast by many old things were filled with killing intent. Ha! What? Do you also want to try the sword in this emperor's hand? Whether it is sharp or not, this emperor may be old, but his sword blade still exists. Even if this emperor dies, he'll have to pull a few back. If you don't believe me, you can come and try as much as you like. Cough cough cough. The burial jade sensed these, and the divine thoughts wandering in the extra-dimensional void contained killing intent. So to the many forces of the 3,000 worlds, his chest rose and fell, and he spoke somewhat weakly. Upon hearing this, some old ghosts of the hidden world, hesitating again and again, finally withdrew their divine thoughts. There was no other reason. These old guys were also afraid of the burial jade, much less want to be the outlier and cheapen it. Sensing the withdrawal of these divine thoughts, burial jade was somewhat inexplicably disappointed. With that, he took a step out and returned to the Forbidden Sect. At this moment, Chu Lu of the Forbidden Sect had long since returned to Nianxia Peak. Seeing the funeral jade that drove a body covered in dead air to return, Chu Lu finally rested at ease. Kid, come to the Forbidden Land. Right at this moment, beside Chu Lu's ears, came the pale voice of the funeral jade. Chu Lu froze, greatly puzzled. What does the buried jade ancestor want with him? Should he be punished for going around causing trouble? Chu Lu was a bit flustered in his heart though, but he still chose to make a trip to the Forbidden Land to see the burial jade elder ancestor. Just as Chu Luo was planning to leave the mountain peak he was in to head to the Forbidden Land, suddenly, A familiar voice came over. Senior brother Chu. Chu-lok looked for the sound. A stream of light was seen, flying rapidly from a distance and landing in front of him. Seeing the person coming in front of him, Chu-lu suddenly froze and seemed to remember something. This person in front of him was none other than Tang He, who had invited Chu-luo to go to the southern heavenly prefecture together, to practice in the Demon Beast mountain range. Chu-lu remembered that he, at first, had promised someone else. I just heard from the other senior brothers that you've returned. Senior brother Chu, and I didn't expect it to be true. Senior brother Chu, several other senior brothers have already been waiting. When do you think you'll set off for the southern heavenly state? Tang He scratched his head and looked at Chu-lu with an expectant expression. The corner of Chu-lu's mouth twitched slightly, and he coughed dryly, a little embarrassed. That's senior brother Tang Ah. Just now the old ancestor asked me to make a trip to the Forbidden Land. At those words, a flash of disappointment flashed under Tang He's eyes, but he still smiled and said, "It's fine. If you're really not available, senior brother Chu, then forget it. We masters and brothers can just go by ourselves." Though the disappointment at the bottom of Tang He's eyes was extremely well hidden, but it still couldn't escape the attentive Chu-lok. Chu-lu couldn't bear it, so he grinned, revealing 8 large white teeth. Senior brother Tang, if I promised you guys, I'll definitely go. You and the other senior brothers wait for me. I'll make a trip to see the old ancestor first. After saying that, Chu-lu didn't give Tang He any chance and directly turned around and flew in the direction of the Forbidden Land. Tang He looked at Chu-lu's distant back and smiled happily, rushing to go and tell this good news to a few other senior brothers. Soon, Chu-lu arrived outside the Forbidden Sect's Forbidden Land. However, when Chu-lu had just taken a step and stepped 1 foot into the Forbidden Land, coincidentally, the second elder Zhao Shang, and the fourth elder Qin Yi, both of them, also happened to pass by in company. The two saw, with 1 foot in the Forbidden Land, Chu-lu, Chu-lok, Zhao Shang, Qin Yi. The 3 of them looked at me and I looked at you, and the scene fell into silence. That second elder would you believe me if I told you that it was old ancestor who told me to come to him? Zhao Shang's eyes widened as he looked at Chu-lu, just as he wanted to start cursing. Suddenly, an old voice came from the depths of the Forbidden Land. Since the kid is here, why don't you come in? Hearing this voice that contained a faint hint of imperial might, the 2 elders, Zhao Shang and Qin Yi, hurriedly arched their hands and bowed to the depths of the Forbidden Land. Then the 2 of them treated Chu-lu as heir, talking and laughing as they left. The corners of Chu-lu's mouth twitched slightly before he looked into the depths of the Forbidden Land, took a deep breath, and lifted his foot to enter the Forbidden Land. Shortly after entering the Forbidden Land, soon, the stone monument that recorded 3,000 forbidden mastery disciplines entered Chu-lu's line of sight, and in front of this stone tablet, there was the duo of Old Man Daoyuan and Old Man Xiaoduan guarding it. Chu-lu descended in front of the 2 old ancestors and bowed his hands. 2 old ancestors. A moment of arch curtsy. Chu-lu's gaze constantly peeked at the stone monument behind the 2 old ancestors. Kid, if your eyes dare to look around again, this ancestor will now beat both of your eyes into black eyes. Old Daoyuan ancestor smiled as he looked at Chu-lu. Chu-lu hurriedly withdrew his gaze, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he blankly glanced at the Daoyuan ancestor. Old ancestor, the 2 of you are stranded here. You can't be doing this just to prevent me from stealing the lessons, can you? Ha ha, kid, congratulations, you guessed right. Old Daoyuan ancestor laughed out loud, more and more feeling that the Chu-lu in front of him was very much to his taste. At those words, Chu-lok was furious, a little bit of anger, mentally cursing up a storm. The clan is hiding so many great skills, aren't they afraid of losing them? Alright, Daoyuan, you old devil, just don't bully this little guy. Go little one, old man Burial Jade is waiting for you. The elegant and easygoing old ancestor Shao Dust on the side couldn't stand to watch, laughing and cursing. He then turned to Chu-lu and pointed to a mountain peak not far from the side and said. Chu-lok nodded. He bowed his hand to Old Man Xiaoduan and then made a face at Old Man Daoyuan. Hurriedly, he flew in a puff of smoke towards, not far away, that mountain peak. This kid, he's kind of interesting, Old Daoyuan cursed with a laugh. Looking at Chu-lu's distant back, he felt very amused. At least, Chu-lu was much more interesting than those other demonic disciples of the sect. This kid is amazingly talented and decisive, but also quirky and dark. It was simply too much for his taste. There were times when old Daoyuan ancestor wanted to personally snatch Chu-lu over and take him as his disciple. Soon, Chu-lu arrived at the mountain peak in front of him. On top of the mountain peak, there was an ancient tree in the sky. This ancient tree is full of branches and leaves, full of green leaves that rustle with a breeze, and underneath the ancient tree, there was a tiled room as well as a courtyard. Beyond the tiled room, there was a stone table. On top of the table, there was a tea set. And at this moment, Old ancestor Hidden Jade, who was dressed in white and exuded a faint deathly aura, was sitting on a stone chair making tea. Chulu landed on the stone table, and before facing the burial jade elder ancestor, he arched his hand and bowed. His mouth revealed 8 large white teeth, and he laughed with a harmless look. Old ancestor, the disciple is here. The buried jade old ancestor glanced at Chulu in front of him and said with a faint smile, "Little one, since you're here, feel free to sit down." Kid wouldn't dare. I wonder, old ancestor, what exactly is the reason for inviting Kid here? Chulok inquired archly. The buried jade old ancestor looked at Chulu with deep meaning and smiled faintly. Can you die if you don't act like a kid? You pretend even in front of this ancestor? Hurry up and come sit down. After saying that, old man burial jade placed a cup of tea in his hand, in front of the table. Ha ha ha, discovered by you, old ancestor. Then disciple will not be polite. Chulu scratched his head and sat down in front of the stone table, cupping the cup of tea handed over by the burial jade old ancestor with both hands. Look and smell it carefully. With a status like old man burial jade's, as well as his cultivation level, he handed over this cup of tea, and it was certainly no ordinary tea by any means. It was just that for a moment, Chulu did not see any difference in this cup of tea. Could it be that my cultivation is too low? Not enough to see the beauty in this cup of tea? Chulok muttered in his heart. The buried jade ancestor finished his cup of tea and watched as Chulu held his cup of tea in his hands all the while. He laughed at the moment and said faintly, "Boy, that's a plain cup of tea." At those words, the corner of Chulu's mouth twitched slightly. Is this a regular cup of tea? Didn't they say that these great ancestors, what they ate and used, were not mortal? Are you kidding me? After Chulu learned that the cup of tea in his hand was just a cup of ordinary tea, without thinking about it, I just took a mouthful and smothered it, blinked twice, didn't taste it. Old ancestor, the tea has also been drunk. I wonder if there's something you've asked your disciple to come for. If there's nothing else, disciple will go back first. Senior brothers are still waiting for me to go to the demonic beast mountain range to practice together. Chulok inquired bravely. What a pushy little guy. Also, you come with me. Buried jade old man laughed and cursed, slowly got up, turned toward that tile room there. Chulok was curious. He also noticed the tiled room when he arrived, so he also got up to follow old man burial jade. The two came to the door of the tiled room. Old ancestor burial jade gently pushed open the door of the room and walked in. Chulu, who followed the side, was attracted by the scene in front of him as soon as he came in. Just above the living room of the tiled house, a table of offerings was set up. On top of the offering table, there were densely packed spirit cards. Chulu secretly counted. No more, no less. These spirit tags were exactly 200. And in front of these spirit cards, a large jade bottle was placed. Above the jade bottle, a strong prohibition had been placed. Old man burial jade walked forward and straightened his clothes. To the 200 spirit cards in front of him, he bowed his hand. Chulu, who was beside him, also followed the burial jade elder ancestor and bowed to these spirit cards. Chulu guessed that these 200 spirit level tiles should be his forbidden sex old ancestors who had fallen away throughout the generations. Chulu noticed that on the spirit tablet of one of the spirit seats, the words Heavenly Poison Emperor were written. Mentally, he couldn't help but mutter, how does the name Heavenly Poison Emperor not sound like a good person? So with courage, he asked the burial jade emperor beside him, Old ancestor, are all the people on these spirit seats our forbidden sex old ancestors who have fallen away over the generations? The buried jade emperor nodded. Not bad. Our forbidden sect has fallen 200 old ancestors since the beginning of time. Us old guys, we're getting close. Maybe it won't be long before there's a place for us on these spirit seats. 2. The future of the forbidden sect depends on your generation. In the eyes of the buried jade emperor, a touch of loneliness and reluctance surfaced, which was captured by Chulu who was at the side. Don't worry, old ancestor. I will make sure that our forbidden sect will continue to stand amongst these 3,000 great worlds. It even still sits securely, at the head of the top forces of the 3,000 great worlds. Chulok mused seriously. He had long since made the forbidden sect his home. No matter what, he would not stand by and watch the clan fall. The buried jade old ancestor laughed out loud in relief. It's good that you think so, little one. The words you just said, if the heavenly spirits of all the old ancestors were to hear them, they would surely be very pleased as well. Chulu scratched his head. The old ancestor praised him like this. He would be embarrassed. By the way, old ancestor, this heavenly poison great ancestor, was he surrounded by people causing him to fall? The buried jade emperor froze and looked at Chulu with some curiosity. How do you know? Back then, the heavenly poison ancestor was indeed surrounded by a dozen great emperors, leading to a serious injury and fall. Speaking here, the eyes of the burial jade old ancestor narrowed slightly, and a flash of terrifying killing intent flashed across the bottom of his eyes. Chulok froze. He didn't expect that this old ancestor had really been rounded up and beaten to death. Chulu scratched his head and replied, "Disciples guess. This old ancestor of ours. The name is not like a good person. In life is certainly the kind of, by those so-called celebrities decent." Everyone shouted at the existence, so the kid guesses that this old ancestor of ours is likely to die from being rounded up. After listening to Chulu's explanation, the corners of the burying Jade Emperor's mouth twitched crazily, and his face became gloomy. The buried Jade Emperor didn't reply again, but instead walked straight forward. Picking up the large jade bottle on the table, he flicked his finger against it. The prohibition on the jade bottle was gone. Then the burial jade old ancestor handed the jade bottle to Chulu. Chulu received the jade bottle and curiously said, "Old ancestor, what's in here?" With that, Chulu opened the jade bottle. Suddenly, a green terrifying vitality shot up from the jade bottle. Hiss! What a terrifying power of vitality! Chulu couldn't help but cry out in shock on the spot. Soon, this vitality that had rushed out of the jade bottle gradually dispersed. Chulu looked at the jade bottle and realized that there were 10 emerald green pills emitting a green glow within the jade bottle, containing a rich vitality aura. This is the longevity pill, which is refined from the essence blood of a martial artist with the longevity body, as well as dozens of precious spirit medicines. Although this Dan is called the longevity Dan, it cannot do anything to make one live forever, but those who take this Dan will be revived as long as they still have a breath. Your kid has learned 1,000 forbidden jutsu. You only need to take one longevity pill. The power of vitality contained in the longevity pill can be used for you to not have to worry about losing your lifespan due to performing forbidden jutsu for 1 month in a row. Hearing those words, Chulu's eyes instantly bloomed with light. Looking at the 10 longevity pills in the jade bottle, his face was filled with a fiery expression. He didn't realize that the old ancestors still had this kind of goodies. Suddenly Chulu thought of something. Looking at the deathly aura on the burial jade old ancestor, he slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Old ancestor, why don't you eat such a heaven-defying elixir?" The buried jade old ancestor waved his hand and spoke with his back to Chulu. This ancestor ate it long ago, and now this Dan is no longer effective against this ancestor. The longevity pill was passed down from ancient times. Now there are only these 10 left. All of them are yours. Take your pills and hurry up and get the hell out of here for this ancestor. Chulu froze, not knowing why the burial jade old ancestor suddenly became angry. The corner of Chulu's mouth twitched slightly. These old ancestors, they really do have eccentric temperaments and are unpredictable. It is, disciples farewell. Chulu hurriedly put away the jade bottle in his hand and bowed his hand towards the burial jade old ancestor. Then he turned around and left this mountain peak in a puff of smoke, flying towards the forbidden land beyond. He was afraid that the burial jade old ancestor would back out and take back these 10 longevity pills of his. After Chulok left, the burial jade old ancestor radiated a faint light all over his body. Remove the disguise and change back to your sassy young self. But at this moment, old ancestor burial jade was no longer as calm as he was before, and hurriedly bowed his hand to the heavenly poison emperor's spirit seat. Don't be offended, old ancestor. Children's words blow away in the wind. Chulu, he didn't mean to scold you. One day, old ancestor, you are over there. If you meet Chulu, please don't blame. The burial jade emperor's words had just fallen. The spirit tablet with the heavenly poison emperor written on it suddenly vibrated twice before going quiet again. Seeing this scene, buried jade old ancestor heart finally a big sigh of relief. Somewhere in the world of darkness, heaven and earth were filled with ominous, eerie, and bloodthirsty scents. Above a mountain peak, an incomparably magnificent figure looked up and gazed at the sky. Time was frozen around it, and the great Tao roared. The laws of heaven and earth are in chaos. An incomparably terrifying aura spread out from this figure, enveloping the entire dark world. Ha, Chulu, this ancestor remembers you, kid. The 3,000 worlds are still really nostalgic. This magnificent figure could not see his face, but from its voice, one could hear as if the person was not very old. Boom! A thunderclap rang out in the sky above the dark world. Bucket-thick thunderbolts slashed through the darkness-shrouded heavens. The dazzling thunder light illuminated the darkness behind this magnificent figure. With the help of the thunderbolt, a glimpse of the amazing. In the darkness behind this magnificent figure, millions of ambushed corpses, thousands of miles of blood. Above each body, a suffocating aura lingers. With that, this magnificent figure took one step and disappeared. The next moment, the entire dark world violently trembled, and then annihilated into nothingness. Gone forever. Deep within the Wang family's ancestral land, a spatial rift quietly opened. A figure filled with rolling imperial might stomped out of the crack. This figure was none other than the returning Nine Spectres' great emperor. A wound was left at the shoulder of the Nine Sephiroth emperor. In the wound, golden light appeared, and the terrifying sword chi continuously invaded it. The 9 Sephiroth Emperor only had his hand by the wound, and a faint glow emanated from the palm of his hand. In the next moment, the wound disappeared and a powerful cloud of sword chi appeared in his hand. The corners of the 9 Hells Emperor's mouth rose slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a light grip, the massive sword chi in his hand was instantly crushed. And inside the cave, the dozen or so Wang clan ancestors whose faces could not be seen had different expressions. They had been paying attention to the battle between the 9 Sepulchre Emperor and the Buried Jade Emperor earlier. A group of old ancestors thought that after the battle between the Burial Jade Emperor and the 9 Spectres Emperor, the Burial Jade Emperor's lifespan will run out. Unexpectedly, however, the Burial Jade Emperor was more resilient than they had imagined. Pushing it to such an extent still didn't wear it out, but after this battle, the death aura on that old thing Burial Jade is getting heavier and heavier. Pushing it to such an extent, the other old men of the Forbidden Sect have not yet come out. It seems that the situation of the Forbidden Sect is even more serious than we imagined. An old ancestor whose body was wrapped in a powerful aura said in a deep voice. The crowd nodded slightly, their eyes filled with icy killing intent. Ha! Affected by the death aura, that old thing Burial Jade is even less powerful than last time. If this emperor wasn't afraid that he would fish out of water, he would still want to continue to wear out that old thing. But it's almost time. That old man Burial Jade can't withstand a few big battles. The Taboo Sect. It's no longer the Taboo Sect from over 100,000 years ago. The 9 Sephiroth Emperor coldly smiled. His face grew colder and colder as he looked in the direction of the Forbidden Sect. For the Forbidden Sect's 1,000 forbidden masterpieces, the top forces of the entire 3,000 great worlds could all be coveting them. With that, the 9 Spectres' great emperor turned around and took a step out, returning to the small floating island he was on, sitting down and closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. Inside its body, there was still a trace of sword chi remaining. In the meantime, deep within the Yi family's ancestral land, the returning sword frenzy emperor looked forlorn. The Tao of the sword, which he had painstakingly studied, was actually so unbearable in front of the Buried Jade Emperor. If his sword intent was said to be a long, rushing river, that Burial Jade Emperor's sword intent was a vast and endless ocean. In front of the Burial Jade Emperor, he didn't even have the courage to hold his sword. What's the point? What's the point? Ha ha ha. What is the point of this emperor's painstakingly drilling its 100,000 plants? Yi Jianji sat on top of the futon, his body's aura extremely unstable, as if he was going to go off the deep end in the next moment. Yi Jianji was deeply struck. Moreover, his Tao heart was about to collapse in the next moment in general. Sword frenzy, you have disappointed us too much. A mere Burial Jade, more than 100,000 years ago, there were no less than a dozen great emperors who lost to that old thing Burial Jade. But none of those great emperors are like you. You are so fragile as a fourth realm emperor. We all have high hopes for you. But at this moment, you are too much of a disappointment to us. Behind the Sword Madness Great Emperor, several great Emperor Dharma statues that covered the sky appeared. A Dharma phase at the head of the group looked down with downcast eyes, looking at the Sword Frenzy Emperor on the futon and angrily rebuking him. Nice. Sword Frenzy. That old thing, Burial Jade, already has half a foot in the coffin. It's no surprise that he could have such a terrifying sword intent. And you're still young. You're my Yi family's sword Tao genius. If you were to have your Tao heart shattered just like that, then you wouldn't be worthy of being a sword Tao genius of my Yi family. Sword madness. There is another mountain to climb. You should go up to replace and even surpass that old fellow in this path, instead of fleeing back like a bereaved dog, sinking into self-sabotage and destroying your own Tao. Not bad. Sword frenzy. You're still young. You still have a lot of time left. Several great emperor silhouettes opened their mouths. It's loud and full of supreme majesty. It was like a flood bell from the ages, ringing in the ears of the Sword Madness Emperor. The Sword Madness Emperor's eyes lit up. Yeah, he's still young. There's still plenty of time to catch up to, replace, and even surpass. A thought flashed by, and the aura on the Sword Madness Great Emperor gradually stabilized. Its Tao heart, which was about to collapse, was also gradually stabilized. The Sword Frenzy Emperor slowly rose, arching his hand in deep obeisance to the several great emperor silhouettes behind him. Many thanks to all the elder ancestors. Sword Frenzy bears this in mind. As the words fell, the Sword Madness Great Emperor turned around and stepped into the void, walking towards a huge mountain peak in the distance. A sword intent that was even more terrifying, berserk, and bloodthirsty than before. It rushed up from the body of the Sword Madness Emperor. Within the entire ancestral world, it was all enveloped by this powerful sword intent. Several great Emperor Void Shadows were all startled. The eyes looked towards the Sword Frenzy Emperor who was already sitting on the top of a high mountain, closing his eyes and concentrating, without fail revealing a look of relief. A group of Yi family ancestors did not expect the Sword Crazy Great Emperor this time actually blessed by the disaster. and have some enlightenment. Forbidden sect. This matter is not over. Killing a member of my Yi family and nearly destroying my Yi family's great emperor Dao. This enmity is not to be shared. A great emperor Dharma statue at the head. His terrifying gaze, as cold as from the 9 sepulchres, gazed in the direction of the forbidden sect, his killing intent austere. Deep within the forbidden sect's ancestral land, the burial Jade Emperor, who had just stepped out of the tiled room, seemed to have a sense. The eyes looked in 2 different directions, and an eerie curve rose between the corners of his mouth. The 2 directions he was looking in were the directions where the Wang and Yi families were located. Just now, he sensed 2 streams of killing intent from these 2 directions. The buried Jade Emperor withdrew his gaze. With one step, his figure disappeared into thin air. In an instant, the burial Jade Emperor appeared beside the Shaodust Emperor and the Daoyuan Emperor, elder ancestor. The 2 great emperor ancestors were stunned and hurriedly bowed to the burial Jade Emperor. With his hands behind his back, the burial Jade Emperor looked at the stone monument behind the 2 of them, the 3,000 forbidden mastery disciplines recorded, and faintly smiled. Dao Yuan, the 3rd elder is in seclusion to heal his wounds. That brat is quite good at causing trouble. You will be in charge of secretly protecting him during this period of time. The Daoyuan Emperor smacked his lips and opened his mouth to laugh. Old ancestor, that brat Chu Lu is so capable of causing trouble. Let's simply lock him up in the Forbidden Land and let us personally teach him. Save him from getting into trouble out there all day. The key is that this little bastard, he also specializes in picking those top forces to mess with. That kid will be personally taught by us, and coupled with his terrifying enlightenment, his future accomplishments won't be too bad. At least he'll be a Zun Emperor. The buried Jade Emperor laughed and shook his head. Between life and death, there is great terror. Only under such circumstances can the celestial pride grow rapidly. If that brat is locked up and carefully taught by us, what's the difference between that and those in the greenhouse? The delicate flowers? It's just a fancy look. Besides, compared to causing trouble, this kid is simply far worse than those old ancestors of our forbidden sect. When those old ancestors of ours were young, which one of them was a peaceful master? The corner of Daoyuan Emperor's mouth twitched slightly. He thought about it for a moment, and it seemed to be true. The trouble Chu Lu had caused recently was nothing compared to when those old guys of theirs were young. Chu Lu is as well behaved as a little sheep. It was like the burial Jade old man in front of him. When he was young, he made no less than 10 monstrous mistakes. The clan was induced and forced to wage several clan battles. Every clan battle was accompanied by a rain of blood and the fall of great emperors. Yes, old ancestor. Daoyuan Emperor answered the promise and turned around and disappeared. After Chu Lu left the ancestral ground, he planned to follow the agreement to look for Tang He's several senior brothers and accompany them to the demonic beast mountain range in the southern heavenly prefecture for their training. Chu Lu had wanted his own master to follow along and go forward as well. After all, the Wang and Yi families had their eyes on him. However, what made Chu Lu helpless was that his own master had gone into seclusion to heal his wounds. However, the Yin Crow Emperor had likewise given him a token before his seclusion. Once he was in danger, the Yin Crow Emperor's doppelganger would manifest and relieve him. But Truno was still uneasy. Before going to find Tang He, Chu Lu made a trip to Patriarch Lin Feng. Hopefully, they could get 1 or 2 of the 8 elders to secretly protect them. After Lin Feng learned that Chu Lu was going to the southern heavenly state, he didn't have the good sense to scold angrily. You brat, after causing so much trouble for the clan outside, you still dare to go out? No, from now on, you will stay in your Nianxia peak for this patriarch. Lin Feng was also motivated by concern for Chu Lu's safety. Now that the Yin Crow Emperor was in seclusion to heal his wounds, he wouldn't object if he was accompanied by the Yin Crow Emperor. Besides, the southern heavenly state was far from his forbidden sect. Once something happened out of Chulak, even if a great emperor rushed there, it would take a certain amount of time. At those words, Chu Lu's face fell. Could it be that this time, he was going to break his appointment with senior brother Tang Yi? Yet just then, a familiar voice came from Lin Fengzhong's ears. Hey, Patriarch, just let this kid go. This ancestor will just protect him in the dark. This figure was none other than the Daoyuan Emperor. Patriarch Lin Feng froze, then nodded slightly and spoke helplessly to Chu Luo below. That's just it. You can go if you want. However, the other elders are either occupied with important matters or are in seclusion. So this seat will allow an outer sect elder to accompany you before you go. The southern heavenly state is located in a remote area. As long as you boys keep a low profile and don't cause trouble everywhere, an outer sect elder accompanying you guys to go will be sufficient. Thank you, Patriarch. Then disciple will take his leave first. Chu Lu was afraid that Lin Feng would back out and hurry to pay his respects. Although only one outer sect elder was invited to accompany them forward, Chu Lu was besides a little lost. But Lin Feng was also right. The southern heavenly state was relatively remote, and the strongest of the top forces would normally rarely go forward to a place like the Southern Heavenly State. It was enough to have a Sage Realm powerhouse following. Looking at the departing Chu Lu, Lin Feng rubbed his temples and let out a bitter smile. I hope that this kid won't cause any more trouble for the clan. After Chu Lu left the Great Hall, he contacted Tang He. Outside the clan, Tang He and the 5 core disciples had been waiting for a long time. It's Senior Brother Chu. Senior Brother Chu is here. Several disciples saw inside the sect a figure flying over, and all of them revealed a look of excitement. And the person who flew in was none other than Chu Lu. Senior Brother Chu. Chu Lok came to a few people. Tang He and the 5 core disciples behind him arched their hands toward Chu Lu. Chu Lu grinned, looking at the 5 core disciples behind Tang He with a very deep impression. Together with the 6 people including Tang He, they were the same 6 core disciples who had followed him in the Great Emperor's mysterious realm, scavenging for spiritual medicines and digging for spiritual soil. Ha ha ha, you don't have to be polite. Senior brothers, I remember you. Your name is Wang Shang. Your name is Lu Dali. Your name is Li Xian. And you too Qi Hao. Song Jie. At that time, the ones who dug the spirit soil the hardest were you two. The 5 core disciples behind them didn't expect that Chu Lu still remembered them. All of them were not happy, and their admiration for Chu Lok was even more from the bottom of their hearts. Ha ha, I heard that in the Demon Beast Mountain Range, there are spirit medicines everywhere and countless opportunities. With Senior Brother Chu here, our trip to the Demon Beast Mountain Range this time will definitely be full of rewards. That's true, and we don't look at what kind of person our Senior Brother Chu is. Senior Brother Chu, for our trip to the Demonic Beast Mountain Range this time, we are fully at your command. If you tell us to go east, we will definitely not go west. Several core disciples spoke up. Senior Brother Chu, it's getting late, so let's set off. Tang He interrupted the crowd, a small wooden boat in his hand at some point. Chu Lu waved his hand at Tang He. Hold your horses. There's someone else. Tang He and the 5 core disciples were stunned. Buzz. Chu Lok's words had just fallen. Suddenly behind Chu Lu, a strong aura fluctuation surfaced. Immediately afterward, a kindly old man in a Xian robe with white hair appeared in the crowd's gaze. Seeing this old man, Tang He and the 5 core disciples hurriedly saluted him. Disciple meets Elder Qingwei. This Qingwei elder was the outer sect elder that Lin Feng had sent to follow Chu Lu's group and head to the Devil Beast Mountain Range. Its cultivation level was that of the 6th realm of saints. Elder Qingwei, with a smile on his face and kind brows, swept his gaze over the 6 disciples. Then it landed on Chu Lok's body, and the aura that leaked out from Chu Lu's body was also perceived by Sage Qingwei. Its heart could not help but marvel. Worthy of being the personal disciple of the Yin Crow Emperor, he remembered that Chu Lu, when he first emerged in the sect, was only at the beginningless realm cultivation level. How long has it been since then? The cultivation level had actually broken through to the 4th realm of the Taichou. What a demonic son this is! Sage Qingwei returned to his senses and nodded slightly, instructing Chu Lu and several core disciples. The patriarch sent this elder here to protect the path for you few little ones, but this elder has a word of caution. Since we are going for an experience, this elder will not take it lightly, unless or wait until it's a matter of life and death. Upon hearing this, Tang He and several core disciples nodded their heads repeatedly like chickens pecking at rice, and subconsciously looked towards Chu Lok. A few people knew deep down that it was because Senior Brother Chu had followed them. It was only then that the patriarch would send a saintly powerhouse to protect their path. After all, their Senior Brother Chu was now also a heavenly pride of renown. To put it bluntly, the few of them were dipping into Chu Lu's light. Ha ha, since everyone is here, let's get going. Chu Lu laughed out loud and looked toward Tang He. Tang He threw the wooden boat in his hand, into the void. Immediately, his hands quickly formed a seal and flexed his fingers at it. The originally palm-sized boat was instantly gigantic. The crowd leapt up into the boat. Immediately afterward, Tang He and Wang Shang, who were in charge of catalyzing the warship, sped off in the direction of the Southern Heavenly State. The Southern Heavenly State was very far away from the Forbidden Sect, and at their current speed, arriving in the Southern Heavenly State would take half a month at any rate. Thus, after boarding the warship, the few remaining disciples sat cross-legged on the ground and entered a state of cultivation. Along with them, there was also Elder Qingwei. Chu Lu was the only one who was idle and bored, standing on the bow of the boat and drinking the cold wind. At that moment, Chu Lu noticed that on Elder Qingwei's body, red points of light flared up. However, at this moment, there was not half a bit of spiritual power fluctuation as well as breath fluctuation on Elder Qingwei. These red light spots on Elder Qingwei's body were not unfamiliar to Chu Lu. It was the very point of light that arose from practicing some kind of forbidden mastery. Elder Qingwei was practicing a forbidden mastery? Chu Lu scrutinized it carefully. Finally, he could see which forbidden mastery Elder Qingwei was cultivating. The corners of Chu Lu's mouth twitched madly. He didn't expect that this gentle and kind-looking elder Qing Wei actually cultivated such an outlawed forbidden jutsu. Imagine a benevolent exterior hiding the most vicious of masterstrokes. Simply another old 6. P.S. Small fish people now hospital ha. Tomorrow there should be 4 chapters. The next will enter a big plot. Small fish try to write a wonderful point ha. Our Chu Lu will harvest a large wave of calf value. There will also be a new old ancestor debut ha. Everyone rest assured that the pride of the sky before the qualifying battle, Chu Lu will be successful in redeeming the longevity of the body drop. See you tomorrow, Elder Qing Wei. You're cultivating the forbidden mastery among our taboos, the breathless blood spell, right? Chu Lu said with a faint smile. The blood-colored points of light on Elder Qing Wei, who was in the middle of cultivation, gloriously dissipated. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Several core disciples who had entered the cultivation state also opened their eyes and looked at Chu Lu in surprise. Not bad, Chu Lu. You have also mastered this move? Any insights? Elder Qing Wei did not have the slightest bit of the kind of high and mighty demeanor that he had as an outer sect elder. Instead, he looked at Chu Lu with a kind face and inquired. He had also heard that Chu Lu had mastered several of the clan's forbidden mastery techniques. The Forbidden Jedi, which was above the Emperor grade, was extremely difficult to cultivate. Without sufficient talent, even saints like them would have difficulty getting started and successfully mastering a mastery. Thus, it was also enough to see the demonic nature of Chu Lu's talent. Elder Qing Wei also became interested at this time. Hey! Chu Lu grinned and opened his mouth to Elder Qing Wei. Elder Qing Wei, is it true that when you performed this stance, the effect was not ideal? Apart from consuming a great deal of blood qi as well as longevity, the enemy had enough time to react and dodge this card of yours. One more thing. Have you been practicing this move for a long time, but have always only touched the threshold of this move, unable to master it thoroughly? At those words, Elder Qing Wei slightly froze and looked at Chu Lu incredulously. How do you know? 2 years ago, this saint fought with an old ghost of the Sage Realm from the Red Flame Valley. This saint wanted to cut him down and performed this stance, but unexpectedly that old fellow, he managed to dodge this move of this saint, and finally let it vanish and escape. When he said this, Elder Qing Wei froze, looking at Chu Lu. His eyes blossomed with light and his expression was excited. Do you see the inadequacy of this saint, in the attainment of this move? And please show me the way. Speaking here, Elder Qing Wei bowed to Chu Lu in front of the several core disciples. This scene directly dumbfounded several core disciples. A saint, actually asking Brother Chu for advice? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Hey, Elder Qing Wei is overstating things. The late generation would not dare to instruct the senior. Just the late generation in this move above. Also quite some insights. Actually, Elder Qing Wei, you were wrong from the start. Wrong? What's wrong? Elder Qing Wei froze. At the moment, he was like a good student. Chu Lu smiled and continued. Elder Qing Wei, this breathless blood spell of our clan is a Yin mastery. The main focus is a surprise and attack. Earlier I watched you burn your blood and longevity before sealing the knot. Burning your blood and longevity first will undoubtedly produce a fluctuation in your breath, which is why your opponent, anticipating ahead of time, dodged this underhanded move of yours. To perform the breathless blood incantation, one should first focus on burning a trace of blood qi, and the fluctuations produced by burning a trace of blood qi are almost negligible. Use this as a guide to quickly make a seal. Then at the cost of burning your lifespan, invoke a blood spell to seal it in, and then finally surprise them. Just like that, as soon as Chu Lu's words fell, his hands quickly formed seals. Not a single fluctuation of breath was produced during the process of forming the seal. One breath at a time. Elder Qing Wei then saw an extremely familiar illusory seal knot floating on the tip of Chu Lu's finger. Chu Lu's personal demonstration caused Elder Qing Wei to be deeply shaken. In his mind, he was constantly repeating every action that Chu Lok had just made. After a long time had passed, Elder Qing Wei took a deep breath and seemed to have an epiphany. With that, he also quickly made seals with both hands. Buzz. In the next moment, a blood-colored seal knot similarly surfaced on the tip of Elder Qing Wei's finger. It was generally the same as the one in Chu Lok's hand. However, compared to the seal knot in Chu Lu's hands, the seal knot in Elder Qing Wei's hands still had a hint of rawness. It was obvious that the slight elder was not as skilled as Chu Lu in casting the breathless blood incantation. However, compared to before, Elder Qing Wei's proficiency in this move had already crossed the threshold of just starting out. It has been very rewarding for him. Elder Qing Wei calmed his heart and bowed to Chu Lu once again. Thank you very much. I've been taught. At the same time the heart could not help but feel, Chu Lu's talent was simply more terrifying than the top 10 demons on the list. Luckily for Chu Lok, he was a personal disciple in their taboo. If Chu Lok was a disciple of another top power, Then what the hell? Tang He and the other 6 core disciples had long since admired Chu Lu at this moment. They didn't expect it in any way. Senior Chu was actually able to instruct the saints. Just don't be outrageous. However, when a few people thought about it, if they could receive guidance from senior brother Chu, wouldn't their strength skyrocket then? Thinking of this, the 6 core disciples of Tang He were all excited. Chu Lu waved his hand, revealing a harmless smile. Elder Chang Wei, you're discounting the brat. But what I didn't expect was that Elder Ching Wei. You look kind. I didn't expect that in private. I would actually cultivate this kind of mastery. Elder Chang Wei, you're also an old 6. At those words, the corners of Elder Ching Wei's mouth twitched slightly. Why is this kid so ungrateful? The heart had just complimented him and turned around and called him an old 6. Elder Ching Wei coughed dryly, his gaze a bit averted. As an outer elder of the sect, this saint naturally has to know about the sect's best techniques. How could this saint be that kind of sinister person? You brat, don't slander this elder. Elder Ching Wei uttered these words. The few people present, Tang He, couldn't help but privately and secretly blank Elder Ching Wei. We'll believe the hell out of you. You're a bad old man in a bad way. A few core disciples also finally saw the nature of this Ching Wei elder of theirs. A proper old 6. If it's not Lao Lu, who would practice this kind of trick? Oh, so that's how it is. In fact, disciple is also quite knowledgeable about our clan's other, even more insidious jutsu, the living spirit hypnotic mantra. I wanted to discuss this with the elder, but it turns out that the disciple misunderstood the elder. So let's forget about it, Chu Lu said with a fake sigh. At those words, Elder Ching Wei's eyes stared slightly. A flash of excitement followed, but it was quickly masked by him, because at that moment, Tang He, Wang Shang, and the other 6 core disciples also looked at Chu Lu with burning eyes. A look like we want to learn too. Elder Chang Wei's face changed and he slammed his old face. Looking toward Tang He and the other 6 core disciples, he admonished in a serious tone. My clan's forbidden mastery is extraordinary. Just cultivating it will consume longevity. With your current cultivation and longevity, you can't grasp it at all. So don't go and cultivate it properly yet. Yes, Elder. Facing Elder Ching Wei, who was wearing an old face, Tang He and the other 6 core disciples arched their hands before obediently continuing their cultivation. After dismissing a few people from Tang He, Elder Chang Wei's face changed once again, and he came over to Chu Lu's side and whispered, that Chu La. A few days ago, I was at Elderly Tian's place and got a few bottles of top-quality spirit wine. Would you like to try it? Elder Ching Wei blinked at Chu Luo. Chu Lu's face immediately revealed a, I get you smile. This old man is, indeed, an old 6. If you want to learn, just say so. Chu Lu didn't refuse either, and nodded like a chicken pecking at a rice. Yes, yes, yes. Then disciple will respectfully follow your order. Go, go, go. Let's go inside the cabin and drink. That Chu Lu living spirit hypnotic spell, is it difficult? Don't worry, Elder. It's not difficult. Other people can learn at a glance, but Elder, you can definitely learn. Really? Then I'm relieved. Half a month rushed by. Southern Heavenly Prefecture, located in the middle of nowhere. The mountain ranges in this place stretched out with peaks and peaks, and the second largest Magic Beast mountain range was located in the Southern Heavenly State boundary. The Devil Beast mountain range in the Southern Heaven continent was also one of the Jedi in the 3,000 Great Worlds. It was rumored that in the depths of the Demonic Beast mountain range, there was an incomparably terrifying existence. Even the strongest of the many top forces did not dare to easily set foot in the depths of the Demonic Beast mountain range, although the Devil Beast mountain range was exceptionally dangerous. However, being one of the Jedi, countless heaven and earth spirit medicines grew in the mountain range, thus it also attracted martial artists from all over the 3,000 Great Worlds. And in the Southern Heavenly State, there was a huge city situated called Southern Heavenly City. It was also the only city in the Southern Heavenly State. It was because South Heavenly City was close to the Magic Beast mountain range. That's why in the Southern Heavenly City, there was an endless stream of martial artists from all over the 3,000 Great Worlds. Senior Brother Chu, this is South Heavenly City. Let's enter the city through the South Gate, rest for the night, and tomorrow morning, set off from the North Gate and head to the Demonic Beast mountain range. Outside the southern gate of Nantian City, Tang He, who was beside Chu Lu, pointed at the gates of South Heavenly City not far away and opened his mouth. The leader of the group, Chu Lok, nodded, a harmless smile always on his face. After half a month of rushing, they had finally arrived in the Southern Heavenly State. Elder Chang Wei, on the other hand, was hidden in the shadows at this time. I didn't expect the Southern Heavenly City to be quite lively. Chu Lu looked at the endless stream of martial artists, coming in and out, and felt a little surprised. Senior Brother Chu, this city is close to the Demon Beast mountain range. and every day there are countless strong people that run towards the Demon Beast mountain range. As a result, this city has become a rest stop for these martial artists. I've heard that this southern heavenly city is jointly run by 5 third-rate forces in the southern heavenly prefecture. Tang, he explained. Chulok nodded. Come on, let's go into the city to rest for the night as well and leave tomorrow. Chulu led a few people towards the city gates. However, this time, Chulu suddenly realized that before the city gates, a large number of martial artists were blocked up. So much for looking around for something. Senior brother Chu, something seems to have happened up ahead. To the side, Wang Sheng's divine thought surged away. A strong fluctuation of breath was found to emanate from the crowd of onlookers from time to time. Chulok grinned. He loves to watch the action. Come on, let's go check it out. We're going into town anyway. Chulok brought the crowd together, only to see that among the crowd of onlookers, there were 5 groups of young people wearing different costumes that looked like young disciples from 5 forces, and dozens of disciples from 3 of those forces blocked the city gates. The dozen or so disciples from the remaining 2 forces were blocked outside the city gates. Chulu, who was standing behind the crowd, saw that the disciples of the 2 forces that were blocked outside the city gates were all injured to varying degrees. Chulu moved his divine thoughts and secretly swept away. Among the disciples of the 3 major forces that were found blocking the door, the 3 young disciples in the lead, 2 men and 1 woman, all had cultivation levels at the divine spirit first realm, and the 2 forces that were blocked from the door, the 2 disciples at the head, a man and a woman. The man's cultivation was about the same as those 3, also at the divine spirit first realm. The young girl beside the man, on the other hand, was at the 6th realm of beginningless cultivation. The cultivation level of these 5 people were quite talented compared to the disciples behind them. What happened to this big brother? Chulu spared a glance and inquired to a bespectacled man beside him. The man froze, glanced at Chulu, and opened his mouth. Little brother, you're an outsider too, aren't you? Chulok nodded. The man continued. No wonder you didn't know. Chulu secretly blanked the man. Isn't that bullshit? If I knew, why would I ask you? The man pointed at the 3 forces and men blocking the city gates and whispered. The disciples of those 3 forces blocking the city gates are from the Poison Sky sect, the Rakshasa sect, and the Mystic sect. See those 3 young disciples in the lead? Those 3, they are the heavenly prides from each of the 3 major forces, Su Jingyang, Fang Guangqiong, and Xu Mei. And the 2 parties that were blocked outside the city gates came from the disciples of the Endless sect and the Hua Immortal Mansion. Those 2 disciples at the head are Bai Shuran, the heaven's pride of the Endless sect, and Yi Linger, the heaven's pride of the Hua Immortal Mansion. Originally, South Heavenly City was under the joint control of these 5 forces, but just yesterday, strong men from the Poison Sky sect, the Rakshasa sect, and the Mysticism sect injured strong men from the Endless sect and the Hua Immortal Mansion and drove them out of South Heavenly City. Nowadays, the Southern Heavenly City is in the hands of these 3 major forces. Today, Bai Shuran and Yi Linger, with their disciples, tried to enter the city, but they were unexpectedly blocked outside the city gates by the 3 great heavenly prides. After this man said that, Chulu instantly understood everything. Dare I say it's a fight between clan powers. Su Jingyang, don't go too far. The higher-ups between us have long been agreed upon, and today we have only come over to take our disciples away. Yi Linger of the Hua Immortal Mansion was furious. Yi Linger, if you want to take away your people, you can. Either beat us or walk in on yourselves. Either one of you will be let in with 10,000 spirit stones, or if you accompany this young man for one night, this young man can let you in now. How about it? Su Jingyang of the Poison Sky sect smiled coldly, looking at Yi Linger's exquisite figure. A flash of fire flashed under her eyes. Yi Linger was furious and gripped the spirit sword in her hand. I can't wait to take a sword and castrate this son of a bitch. The surrounding onlookers also secretly shook their heads inside. It was obvious that these 3 powers had deliberately brought people to target the Endless sect and the Hua Xianfu. Ha! Su Jingyang is right. Yi Linger, Bai Shuran, if you guys want to come in, you either have to beat us or 10,000 spirit stones each. Xu Mei, who was beside Su Jingyang, exuded seductive power all over her body as she smiled charmingly at Yi Linger. Invisible charm power radiates out. This slutty fox is also a good enough bringer. Su Jingyang licked his lips and glanced at Xu Mei with his afterglow. His heart couldn't help but stir. Bai Shuran, Yi Linger, don't bother. You can't possibly be a match for the 3 of us. If you're sensible, pay 10,000 spirit stones each. If not, after today, if anything happens to the disciples of your 2 sects, we won't be responsible. At this time, the Rakshasa sect's heavenly pride, Fang Guangdao, stood out and looked at the 2 of them and said with a cold smile, damn it, take that. Boom. Exasperated, Bai Shuran raised the spirit sword in his hand and charged up again. Looking at Bai Shuran who was charging up, Su Jingyang, Zhu Mei, as well as Fang Guangdao, all laughed coldly. Boom! The three also struck at the same time. Duke Bai, beware! Yi Linger on the side was alarmed and hurriedly reminded. Yet the next moment, only a loud bang was heard, and a powerful aura that rippled out in all directions. The crowd of onlookers were also shaken back by the force. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw Bai Shiran spray out a mouthful of blood. The figure flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, smashing heavily on the ground. Senior! A few disciples from the Endless Sect rushed forward to help the severely injured Bai Shiran up. The leader, Su Jingyang, looked at Bai Shiran, who had fallen to the ground and was seriously injured, and his face was filled with disdain. Then he looked at the surrounding crowd and spoke in a cold voice. From today onwards, South Heavenly City is under the control of our three major forces. Any martial artist who enters the city must pay an entry fee of 10 spirit stones. Su Jingyang's words caused the surrounding martial artists to collectively clamor. What? 10 spirit stones? How dare the three great powers? Right, why don't they go rob it? Although the three major forces are huge in our southern heavenly prefecture, they are only third-rate forces. Hey, I'm afraid you guys don't know, do you? I heard that the Poison Sky sect, the Rakshasa sect, and the Mystic sect have embraced the Tongtian sect's thighs, and this Tongtian sect, in turn, is a subsidiary force of the top power, Red Flame Valley. Hiss, so that's how it is. No wonder they have the guts to ask for the revenue city fee. Yes, our southern heavenly state is going to change the sky. Well, now it seems that the Endless Sect and the Hua Immortal Mansion are being suppressed by the three major forces. Hearing the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, Chulu's eyes flashed and she skimmed her mouth. How come everywhere he meets these top forces, since these three forces had also become Red Flame Valley's lapdogs now? Well, he can't just sit back and do nothing. Come on, let's go into the city. Chulu grinned and opened his mouth to the several Tang He people around him. Tang He, Wang Shang, and the other 6 core disciples were all slightly stunned. Smiles instantly appeared on the faces of the 6. Their senior brother Chu. He's going to mess things up again. The 6 guessed that Chu Lu was going to mess up, and instead of being afraid, they became incredibly excited. Make way for all of them. Make way for all of them. The 6 core disciples, Tang He and Wang Shang, immediately yelled out in front, clearing the way for Chu Lu. The crowd of onlookers were all surprised, and then they made way. Chu Lu and the 6 disciples walked straight towards the city gates, and at this moment, Su Jingyang looked at Bai Shiran, who had fallen to the ground and was seriously injured, and a flash of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Slowly, he stepped forward, intending to waste Bai Shiran. Several disciples of the Endless Sect, seeing this, protected the front. As for Hua Xinfu's Yi Linger, she was also nervous at this moment. How can you all stop this young man? Su Jingyang sneered, just when he wanted to strike. Behind Bai Shiran, a teasing voice came. Dude, are you dead yet? Get up and take a couple steps if you're not dead. You're in my way. Bai Shiran, who had an ugly face, suddenly froze and turned around with a few disciples. Seeing Chu Lu leading 6 disciples, he walked over. Su Jingyang, Zhu Mei, and the 3 of them, Fang Guangdao, also had their gazes on Chu Lu's group. Under the assistance of the 2 disciples, Bai Shiran slowly got up and bowed to Chu Lu. Sorry. Chu Lu nodded, then led Tang He's 6 disciples towards the city gates. The crowd of onlookers, on the other hand, were all curious about the Chu Lok few. Which power are these people disciples of? How dare you enter the city at this hour? And under the gaze of the crowd, the 6 of them, Chu Lu, walked directly past Su Jingyang. Ignoring him, Su Jingyang froze, his eyes condensed, his face grim as he spoke. Kid, didn't you just hear what I said? Everyone entering the city pays 10 spirit stones. There are 7 of you, totaling 70 spirit stones, and at the same time, the other disciples of the 3 major forces also blocked the way of Chu Lu's group. Chu Lu paused and grinned, slowly turning around. The 6 Tang He people behind Chu Lu were desperately trying to stifle their laughter. This Su Jingyang, he's really living to the end, to actually dare to ask their senior brother Chu, the king of living hell, for an entry fee into the city. It's like hitting a lamp in a cesspool, looking for death. The crowd present all thought that Chu Lu would obediently pay the spirit stones when they did so, only to see Chu Lu with a harmless appearance. He walked to Su Jingyang's front and grinned. What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Su Jingyang's eyes chilled as he coldly said. This young man said. Snap. Su Jingyang's words hadn't even left his mouth. Suddenly, a loud slap made the whole room fall silent in an instant. Everyone on the sidelines were dumbfounded as they looked at Chu Lu. This kid, how dare he? One must know that Su Jingyang was the young sect leader of the Poison Sky sect, and this slap from Chu Lu also caused Zhu Mei, Fang Guangqiong, Yi Linger, and Bai Shoran, the four of them, to look directly dumbfounded. How they didn't expect it. This kid actually gave Su Jingyang a direct slap. At this moment, Su Jingyang was also confused by this sudden slap. On the right side of his face, a prominent palm print stood out. Half of his face gradually began to swell. There was still a trace of blood running between the corners of its mouth. Su Jingyang came back to his senses. Icy killing intent permeated out. His face instantly gloomy. You kid looking for. Snap. Boom. Su Jingyang had just opened his mouth in a cold voice, but he was directly opened by Chu Lu Mei. Another sudden slap, slapping hard on the right side of Su Jingyang's face. However, this palm of Chu Lu's was not an ordinary palm anymore. This palm of Chu Lu's directly slapped Su Jingyang out. It smashed heavily on top of the wall, gouging it. There were still a few bloodied teeth on the floor. The two of them, Yilinger and Bai Shoran, were dumbstruck and stunned. Not to mention these two, even Zhu Mei and Fang Guangdou had not slowed down at this moment. The surrounding onlookers even dropped their jaws in shock. These teenagers, just where are they? Now they're in deep trouble. This is the territory of the three major forces. And now that kid beat up Su Jingyang definitely won't let him go. Young sovereign, take these boys. The dozen or so disciples of the Poison Sky sect also reacted at this time and immediately rushed to kill Chu Lu. As for Zhu Mei and Fang Guangdou, the two of them also snapped back to their senses at this moment. Boom! On both of them, a powerful aura instantly erupted. Taking one step, he attacked towards Chu Lu, attempting to take Chu Lu. This gentleman, beware! Yilinger hurriedly gave a reminder. Boom! Just then, the six people, Tang He, Wang Shang, Li Xian, Lu Dali, Qi Hao, and Song Jia, instantly released their breath. In an instant, 6 divine spirit high-grade auras enveloped the entire field. The 6 of them moved with the momentum, their figures turning into stumps. Boom! Ah! Only a loud bang was heard, and there were mournful screams from the scene. At this moment, the onlookers present, looking at the bloody scene in front of them, were all scared white. Just outside the city gates, the ground was full of broken limbs and arms. The disciples of the three major powers were forcefully killed by the four of them. Li Xian, Lu Dali, Qi Hao, and Song Jia, and the duo of Zhu Mei and Fang Guangdou who killed Chu Lu. Instead, they were stopped by the duo of Tang He and Wang Shang, and take them both down fast. The suppressed duo, Zhu Mei and Fang Guangdou, had pale faces. Looking at the 6 core disciples of the forbidden sect, their mouths gulped wildly. These 6 people were older, seemingly younger than them, yet they had a cultivation at the high level of the divine spirit realm. It was thought to be either a personal disciple from a first-class power or a disciple from a top power. They've kicked the bucket this time. So strong. The duo of Yilinger and Bai Shoran on the side couldn't help but take a deep breath as well. Shocked, he looked at the Chu Lok group. At this moment, even those who were more foolish, knew deep down that Chu Lu several people. The forces behind them were definitely not simple. With everyone looking on, Chu Lok walked towards the city wall. One hand will be embedded in the walls of the city. Su Jingyang carried it out like a chicken. At this time, Su Jingyang was dying. Looking at Chu Lu's harmless smile, his eyes were filled with fear. I am the young sect master of the Poison Sky sect, and my father is the sect master of the Poison Sky sect. Don't kill me. Su Jingyang wasn't stupid either. Sensing the terrifying aura coming from Tang He's several people, he finally realized that this group of people was not simple. Rushingly, he opened his mouth to Chu Lu. Chu Lu grinned and patted the other side of Su Jingyang's face. Dude, what are you talking about, stupid? Do you know who I am? Dare to demand an entry fee from the little lord. Su Jingyang swallowed his saliva and spoke tentatively. Who are you? At this moment, the entire room fell silent, and everyone pricked up their ears. All of them wanted to know just what kind of god Chu Lok was. Chu Lu replied with a faint smile. The forbidden sect's own disciple, Chu Lu. Chu Lu's voice was not loud, but just enough to be heard by everyone present. He's the forbidden sect's own disciple. Chu Lu, the disciple of the Een Crow Emperor. Oh my god. So he's Chu Lok. As rumored, it really kills without blinking an eye. Su Jingyang is screwed. He messed with no one but this living hell. That's not true. Chu Lu even dares to kill the heavenly pride on the list of the top forces. Not to mention him being a young sect leader of a third-rate force. If Chu Lu wanted to slaughter him, even his father couldn't protect him. The countless martial artists in the surroundings were shocked. The crowd didn't expect the harmless-looking teenager in front of them. It was actually the recently famous living Hell King of the 3,000 worlds, the Heaven's Pride list killer, Chu Lu. The suppressed Zhu Mei and Fang Guangqiang too. The face is even more white. Cannot stop the fear up. Trembling, the two of them did not expect that they would actually meet the Chu Lu of the forbidden sect here. The original, Original he is Chu Lu. No wonder. Elinger and Bai Xiaoran, after learning of Chu Lu's identity, were also shocked. The two men looked at each other, and a bright light flashed in their eyes. On the contrary, Su Jingyang, after learning Chu Luo's identity, was almost scared to death on the spot. Chu Duke, don't kill me. I'm the one with the eyes. I'll give you anything you want. Su Jingyang begged for mercy at Chu Lu. Chu Lu grinned, his gaze leisurely. No buddy, are you stupid for being hit by me? If I kill you, what you have is still not mine. Little master? Dare to ask my little master for the entry fee. He, the last heavenly pride on the list who dared to rob from little master me. The grass on his grave is now 3 feet high. By the way, little master, I heard people say that you have done quite a few other unethical things in this city. Ha! The moment Chu Lu's words came out, a few voices suddenly erupted from among the crowd of onlookers. Mr. Chu, kill him. My daughter was defiled by this beast. That's right, kill him. The poison sky sex people are too hateful. Su Jingyang's men, they robbed my nascent sacred ring last time and injured me. Several voices were heard erupting from the crowd. Su Jingyang's face was unsightly as a look of horror appeared on his face. Chu Lok's eyes were haunted and he grinned. Dude, see, it's not that I don't want to let you off the hook. You're the one who's so made a fool of yourself that it's gotten to the point where it's outrageous. I'll take the place of heaven today, little master. With that, Chu Lu raised his palm and slapped it at Su Jingyang's head. No. Su Jingyang's pupils suddenly shrunk before his voice fell. Its head was then exploded by a slap from Chu Lu. Yes, good kill. Several cheers filled with pleasure erupted from the crowd. Senior brother Chu, what about these two? At that moment, Tang He looked at Chu Lu and opened his mouth to inquire. Chu Lu turned around and found the suppressed duo of Zhu Mei and Fang Guangqiang, a faint flash of murderous intent under his eyes. Chu Lu moved and came before the two people who were being suppressed. The surrounding onlookers were curious at this point. I wonder how Chu Lu will treat Zhu Mei and Fang Guangdong. Chu drop. Ah no, Mr. Chu, please, spare my life. I don't want to die. Yet. Fang Guangdao, who was suppressed by Wang Shang, looked at the Chu Lu in front of him and trembled. Chu Lu grinned, looked Fang Guangdao up and down, and opened his mouth. With your virtues, you're also called a heavenly pride? You know my nickname out there? Living Hades. You dare to make a move on me. Now you know to beg for mercy? Yes. It is me who should be damned. It is me who has eyes and does not recognize Mt. Chu. Please Chu Gongzi. Boom. Pust. Before Fang Guangqiang could finish his words, he was slapped on his head with a backhanded slap by Chu Lu. Fang Guangqiang on the spot by the powerful force, shocked 7 orifices bleeding, fell to the ground and fell asleep. The surrounding onlooker martial artists all swallowed their saliva for Chu Lu's ruthlessness. This guy, as rumor has it, is simply a living king of hell walking on earth. Did everyone hear that? The guy himself said he deserved to die. I just fulfilled his request. Honestly, I've never seen such a stupid request in my life. Chu Lu shrugged his shoulders, both hands exploring a helpless look. Onlookers, all mouth corners twitch up. Yes, several of us heard it. It was this guy who asked for it himself. It has nothing to do with our senior brother Chu. Not really. Really, the world is big. There are no strange things. This year there are actually people begging for death. Alas, Chu's senior brother, you are still too merciful. Should let this guy feel the pain of death, which can satisfy people well. Wang Shang's several people, at this time, also opened their mouths to agree, hearing the words of a few forbidden sect disciples. The crowd around them who were watching the show, that was when they realized that they were wrong. The original living Yin Wang, not only Chu Lue, the disciples of the forbidden sect, they are all living hell. Ah! Chu Lok turned around and lowered his head, looking at Zhu Mei, who was trampled under 1 foot by Tang He. He spoke with a smile. Fairy, it's your turn. Do you have any requests? Zhu Mei's face turned pale, and endless fear filled her eyes. The body couldn't stop shaking. Chu Lu had this harmless smile in her eyes. It was as if the devil was whispering to her. Don't kill me, okay? Me. Zhu Mei trembled and stuttered a bit as she spoke, her eyes misting up. Invisible charm emanated from the churlish look. It made all the surrounding martial artists' hearts ache. There are even some martial artists who want to rush up and save it from the hands of Chu Lu, the living king of hell, and hold it in their arms to comfort it. But once he remembered Chu Lok's previous murderous decisiveness, the martial artist who had this thought weighed his strength and broke into a cold sweat on the spot. Panic finally overcomes desire. In the face of Chu Mei's charming skills, Chu Lu only wanted to laugh. A mere divine spirit first realm dared to perform a charm in front of him? The key in front of the eyes of Zhu Mei looks not as good as Yi Qingxue, that crazy batch of good-looking. How dare she be so confident? Fairy, change your line. Those two pleas for mercy have already been said by those two earlier, and I'm getting calluses in my ears. Chulu pulled out his ears and dug out a pile of earwax on the spot to bounce off. Smiling, Zhu Mei was startled. She did not expect her charm to not work on Chulu. Instant sweat. Mr. Chu, if you can spare my slave. Tonight my slave is at your disposal. Zhu Mei's face changed and became delicate as she spoke in a glutinous manner to Chulu. At this scene, the blood boiled as they watched some of the surrounding martial artists. The dick is indisputably angsty. The heart is even more envious of Chulu. Well, that's great. I never hit a woman in my little master. Chulok revealed a colorful and lewd smile and waved his hand. Tang He froze and exchanged glances with Wang Shang and the others. Senior Chu, you don't really have eyes for this woman, do you? But the crowd looked back and thought. Chu's senior brother has been staying in the clan. So far there is no Dao partner. Never been meet. This is normal. Manly. With a flash of thought, Tang He moved his foot away from Zhu Mei's back. Zhu Mei was overjoyed, thinking that if she could get Chulu's favor, then her future position in the sect would be unmatched. Thinking of this, Zhu Mei immediately got up and rubbed her breasts. Zhu Mei said, Mr. Chu, this senior brother of yours, it hurts me to death. Tonight, Mr. Chu, you have to give me a good pain. The corner of Tang He's mouth on the side twitched madly as he subconsciously glanced at Chulu. Chu's senior brother should not blame him. Ouch. Senior brother Tang, you're really something too. Your hands are not light or heavy. Fairy, come over here and show me where you're hurt. Chulu rebuked Tang He, his eyes staring at Zhu Mei's breasts, revealing a piggish look. The corners of Zhu Mei's mouth rose slightly. What forbidden sect's personal disciple? In the end, they still fell under her garnet skirt. At this moment, the two of them, Elinger and Bai Xiaoran, had ugly faces. How could they not expect? This Chulu actually is also a colorful man. If Zhu Mei were to use Chulu to deal with their clan, that would be a big trouble. Zhu Mei stepped forward. Just as she wanted to jump into Chulu's arms, Chulu instantly changed her face. Her eyes were cold, and her face was filled with dislike. Pust. The next moment, everyone froze collectively, only to see that in Chulu's hand, a dagger had appeared at some point. The dagger plunged straight into Zhu Mei's heart. You. Zhu Mei's face turned white, looking at Chulu in front of her, her beautiful eyes full of incomprehension and venomous resentment. Ha! I said I wouldn't beat you, but I didn't say I wouldn't kill you. The grass on the grave of anyone who dares to make a move on little master me is 3 feet high. How dare you charm me at the end of your life? But it's okay, watch out in your next life. Ow. Chulu faintly smiled and gently pushed Zhu Mei. Zhu Mei immediately fell back to sleep and has been sleeping for a long time ever since. The surrounding martial artists, at this point, no longer know what to say. Chulok was truly as rumored, killing without a second thought. I just don't know if it's true that he eats people without salt. Hiding in the void of space, Elder Chang Wei, who had been paying attention to Chulu, had his face twitch slightly. Chulu is really a troublemaker. No wonder the patriarch wants to send him here. However, the people of these three great powers did deserve to be killed. Who told them to become the lapdogs of the Red Flame Valley now? Looks like it's going to be a quiet night. The slight elder smiled helplessly and continued to secretly protect Chulu's group. Hey, it's alright now. The 3 gangs of bandits who stopped the road to rob have been taken care of by us. So don't worry, now no one dares to collect city fees from us. So everyone doesn't have to thank us. Chulu looked at the surrounding martial artists and smiled. Then with Tang He 6 people, under the eyes of the crowd, strutting into the city, the surrounding martial artists, at that moment, also reacted. Looking at the corpses of the 3 great celestial pride on the ground, they all laughed coldly. These 3 great forces of heavenly pride deserve to die today. The crowd, however, thanked Chulu for what he did today. Thus, the martial artists who were present to watch the show also headed towards the city. Let's go. First go save the imprisoned disciples of our 2 clans. Looking at the distant back of Chulu's group, Bai Xiaoran reacted and immediately reminded. Yes, Linger nodded, and Bai Xiaoran took their respective men and horses, and entered the city with fire. Soon, Su Jingyang, Zhu Mei and Fang Guangdao, 3 forces of heavenly pride, fell in the hands of Chulu. News spread throughout the entire South Heavenly City. There were even some people who didn't believe in it and rushed to the South City Gate specifically. Upon seeing the corpses of the 3 great powers' heavenly prides, lying coldly on the ground, everyone in the entire South Heavenly City believed it. However, soon after, people from the 3 major forces appeared and took away the bodies of the 3 people. I didn't expect that this living Yama would actually come to our southern Heavenly City. That's right, half a month ago, because of Chulu, also triggered a great emperor battle between the Wang family and the Forbidden Sect. Hiss. But this Chulu, what's he doing here in South Heavenly City? Hardly why. Aren't all the martial artists who come here rushing towards the demonic beast mountain range? I think Chu Lu and those few forbidden sect disciples are also planning to practice in the demonic beast mountain range. It should be. Hey, guys, the fun isn't over yet. That Su Jingyang is the Poison Sky sect leader, Su Huan's son. Just now I saw a few disciples of the Poison Sky sect, collected Su Jingyang's body, and hurriedly left the southern Sky City. I saw it too. Not only that, but there are also several stewards from the Mysticism sect and the Rakshasa sect stationed in South Heavenly City, who also left in a hurry with some of their respective men and horses. So what? People, Chu Lu not only is the Forbidden Sect's personal disciple, but also the Yin Crow Emperor's disciple. I don't believe that the three major forces have the guts to dare to retaliate. Fair enough. Just as the entire southern Heavenly City was talking about Chu Lu, no one noticed. Bai Shiran of the Endless Sect, and Yi Linger of the Hua Immortal Mansion, each secretly left with dozens of injured disciples. In the meantime, thousands of miles away from the southern Heavenly City, a huge clan was situated here. This huge sect, then the Poison Sky sect. However, at this moment, within a large hall of the Poison Sky sect, there were several figures sitting. A faint holy might emanated from the seated figure. The entire grand hall was shrouded under the holy might, making it seem particularly oppressive. Fellow Daoist Qing Shui, then we'll make it a deal to overthrow the Endless Sect and the Hua Immortal Mansion 3 days later. A white-haired old man on the main seat looked toward an old man on the sitting side and rose to arch his hand. This old man on the main seat was the originator of the Poison Sky sect, Poison Sky Sage, and by the side of the Poison Sky Sage, there was also a middle-aged man standing. This person was the sect leader of the Poison Sky sect, Su Huan, and this old man, who was called Qing Shui by the Poison Sky Sage, was an elder of the extreme heavenly state realm, the Tong Tian sect. Since the Endless Sect and the Hua Immortal Mansion don't know what to do, then let's destroy them. 3 days later, this saint will help you. Sage Qing Shui nodded and smiled disdainfully. Good. I, the Mystic Sect, will help with all my might. I, the Rakshasa Sect, will also raise my clan. The figures in the other two positions also slowly got up and arched their hands at Sage Qing Shui. These two people who spoke, a beautiful woman and a hunchbacked old man. These two are the old ancestor of the Mysticism sect, the Mysticism saint, and the old ancestor of the Rakshasa sect, the Rakshasa saint. Sage Qing Shui nodded slightly. Just as the Sage of Ecstasy and the Sage of Rakshasa wanted to lead the people away, suddenly, an elder of the Poison Sky sect hurriedly ran in holding a headless corpse. Patriarch, something has happened to the young patriarch. As soon as this elder entered, he carefully put down the headless body he was holding. This corpse that was put down was none other than Su Jingyang, who had his head blown off by Chu Lu's slap. Su Huan, who was on top, saw the familiar clothes on this corpse and his pupils suddenly shrunk, rushed down and hugged Su Jingyang's body, his eyes red and full of grief. The Mystic Sage and the Rakshasa Sage, who were just about to leave, could not help but be shocked. The son of Su Huan was actually slaughtered. Boom! Who did this? The face of the Poison Sky Sage on the main seat was instantly gloomy. Terrifying holy might permeated out from his body as he coldly murmured. This elder was almost breathless from the pressure of this holy might of his own ancestor, arching his hands and clasping his fists as he said in a cold sweat, "Enlightened old ancestor, is Chu Lu of the Forbidden Sect. It was Chu Lu who killed the young patriarch. Not just the young patriarch, even the heavenly pride of the Mystic Love Sect, Zhu Mei, and the Rakshasa Sect's Fang Guangqiong, all died under that Chu Lu's hands." What? The moment these words came out of this elder's mouth, the faces of all those present changed slightly. At this moment, Sage Mystic and Sage Rakshasa, their faces were also instantly gloomy and unsightly. Zhu Mei and Fang Guangqiong are the most talented disciples in their two forces. Now it was decimated by Chu Lok. As for the grief-stricken Su Huan, he learned that Su Jingyang had been beheaded by Chu Lu of the Forbidden Sect, and the face is ugly. If it was someone from another power, he had all the means to avenge his son, but the Forbidden Sect such as the top power giants, even ordinary disciples, is not something he can retaliate at will, not to mention Chu Lu. This, the Forbidden Sect's own disciple. Once the Forbidden Sect was offended, let alone him, even the entire Poison Sky sect will be buried with it. At this moment, whether it was the bereaved Su Huan, or the three great forces of saintly ancestors present, they all fell into silence. They have lived for so long that they are naturally smart people, knowing who to mess with and who not to mess with. Since it was done by Chu Lok, then their three major forces, this time can only break teeth to swallow in the stomach. People's master, but it's the Yin Crow Emperor. The eyes of the Qing Shui sage on the side flickered slightly, wondering why Chu Lu had appeared in the southern heavenly state. So ask this elder, "Tell me what's going on." Sage Qing Shui's voice broke the silence of the scene. The crowd looked at this elder. Here's the thing. This elder didn't dare to be ambiguous, so he told what he had inquired about. Tell the people in the room one by one. After hearing this elder's description, Su Huan was even more grieved and cursed angrily. The second son is truly ruthless. Yang Er obviously begged him for mercy. Why doesn't he let my younger go? Su Huan's face reveals the color of indignation, but also deeply powerless. Alas, relying on his status as a disciple of a great emperor, as well as a personal disciple of the forbidden sect, Chu Lu dared to kill even the heavenly prides of such top forces as the desolate ancient Wang clan, the desolate ancient Yi clan, the Red Flame Valley, as well as the Spirit Clearance sect without hesitation, not to mention the disciples of your three major powers. But it's not impossible if Patriarch Su wants to take revenge. Sage Qing Shui sighed. The words suddenly turned and spoke. Su Huan froze and looked at Sage Qing Shui, inquiring with eyes full of anger. What way? Sovereign. The Poison Sky Sage on the main seat's face changed slightly as he hurriedly rebuked. Su Huan fell silent, his fists in his sleeve robes clenched, full of unwillingness. There's no need for fellow Taoist Poison Sky to worry. Perhaps this is also a heavenly chance for you and others. Maybe with this opportunity, my Tontian sect and the three great sects like yours will be able to soar into the sky. It's possible that the three of you can go further in your cultivation. Sage Qing Shui said with a faint smile. The Poison Sky Sage, the Enchanted Sage, and the Rakshasa Sage, all looked at the Qing Shui Sage, their respective eyes flickering, not knowing what they were thinking. Although the three great saints were all very afraid of the taboo sect, fear of their own clan being destroyed, but if their cultivation could go further, it would be a different story. As the saying goes, if you don't do it for yourself, you can't do it for yourself. There are times when sacrificing something is worth it. Fellow Taoist may as well say. Sage Poison Sky was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Su Huan rekindled the flame of vengeance and looked at Sage Qing Shui expectantly. Sage Qing Shui smiled faintly and spoke without panic. This Chu Lu of the Forbidden Sect is arrogant and domineering, and from what this saint has learned, the Red Flame Valley has long wanted to get rid of him, but it's been in the way of the right opportunity. If we inform the Red Flame Valley of the news that Chu Lu is in the southern heavenly state, at that time, you only need to cooperate with the Red Flame Valley's powerhouses. You can both take revenge and gain the Red Flame Valley's appreciation. The benefits naturally don't need this saint to say more, right? Having said that, Sage Qing Shui did not continue, and all the people present, all eyes lit up. In this matter, this saint will now pass it back to the sect, so that the patriarch can contact the Red Flame Valley. When the Qing Shui sage saw the three great old ancestors, they all nodded, so he took out a token and delivered the message back. In the meantime, Extreme Heavenly State Realm, Tongtian Sect, inside a large hall, a tall middle-aged man looked at the summoning jade tablet in his hand, and a flash of surprise flashed across the bottom of his eyes. This man was the Tongtian Sect's patriarch, Qin Xian. I can't imagine that the Forbidden Sect's own disciple, Chu Lu, has actually appeared in the southern heavenly state. Qin Xian sneered and only flipped his hand. A red-colored token surfaced in his palm. Qin Xian flexed his fingers and a stream of light shot into the token. In the next moment, the token emitted a reddish-colored light, accompanied by a blazing heat and a faint holy might. Immediately afterward, an old man with an illusory figure appeared in front of Qin Xian. Patriarch Qin, what is the matter of importance for you to contact this elder? This illusory old man's eyes flashed and his tone was filled with indifference. Elder Yen, just now my sect's elder Qing Shui in the southern heavenly state sent back news that the disciples of the three major third-rate forces in the southern heavenly state were beheaded by Chu Lu of the Forbidden Sect. It is suspected that Chu Lu of the Forbidden Sect will be traveling to the magical Beast Mountain range to practice. Qin Xian hurriedly replied. Upon hearing this Red Flame Valley's elder, who was suddenly stunned, looked seriously at Qin Xian and mused. Is the news true? 1,000 times over. The old man nodded slightly and said in a cold voice. I can't imagine that this little beast actually ran to the southern heavenly state. You wait for news from this sage. This sage will go report to the Valley Master. Yes. Inside the Valley of the Red Flame, an old man of the Saint Realm hurriedly ran into a large hall. Inside the main hall, a group of senior elders of the Red Flame Valley were discussing something with a man on the main seat. This middle-aged man on the main seat had a serious expression, and there was no half-assed fluctuation of breath on his body. However, its lack of anger still gave people a sense of oppression from the higher-ups. This person was the Red Flame Valley's Valley Master, Red Wujie, and among the group of high-level elders present below, the familiar Yanjun Ancient Sage, as well as the Stygian Ancient Sage, are clearly listed. Elder Yen, what is your business? When Red Wujie saw this outer sect elder who came in, his eyes condensed and he spoke faintly. Elder Yen hurriedly arched his hand and replied, "Enlightened Valley Master, one of our affiliated forces called Tongtian Sect has just sent word that the 3 third-rate forces that Tongtian Sect has just taken under its wing in the Southern Heavenly Prefecture have discovered that little brute, Chu Lu, in the Southern Heavenly Prefecture's Southern Heavenly City, and the talented disciples of those 3 forces were beheaded by that little beast." Red Wujiao froze, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Humph, I didn't expect that little brute to actually run to the Southern Heavenly State. It seems that this little beast is wanting to enter the demonic beast mountain range to break in. Valley Master, this is a good opportunity to get rid of this little brute. I heard that on that day, the 9 specters Emperor of the Wang family, as well as the Sword Frenzy Emperor of the Yi family, chased after Yin Crow and this little beast, and that old fellow Yin Crow was wounded, and should still be in seclusion now to heal his wounds. After all, it's not so good for a great emperor to recover from a wound. That is to say, that little brute Chu Lu. There are no great emperors to protect him now." The Yanjun ancient sage's eyes narrowed slightly as he said with killing intent. The crowd of senior elders present all secretly nodded. Red Wujie also nodded, a flash of terrifying killing intent flashing under his eyes as he spoke to this outer sect elder. "You have this Tong Tian sect. Notify those 3 forces in the Southern Heavenly Prefecture, and have them, the 3 major clans, get rid of that little brute immediately. Let them have no need to worry about the forbidden sect. I, Red Flame Valley, will keep them safe. Also, tell them that whoever gets rid of that little brute, my Red Flame Valley will pour resources into him or her and promote him or her to become a second-rate, or even first-rate power. If you don't obey the 3 major forces, destroy them." These words of Red Wujie made the crowd of high-level elders present instantly understand in seconds. Valley Master, this is to use these several plans to test the little beast around whether there is a strong protector. Gomez. Yes. This Yen elder immediately turned around and left the Great Hall. "Elder Yenjun, I'm troubling you to make a trip. You go to the Wang and Yi families and inform both of this little brute's movements. In case this little brute really dies, these 2 great desolate ancient family can also share the forbidden sex anger for our Red Flame Valley. And when these 2 families learn that that little brute is in the Southern Heavenly State, they're bound to send a large number of strong men to that little beast, will surely die." At those words, the Yanjun ancient sage's eyes lit up as a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Yes, Valley Master." The Yanjun ancient sage immediately left the Red Flame Valley and rushed to the place where the 2 great desolate ancient families were located. Night has come. Late night, inside a certain inn in the Southern Heavenly City, Chu Lu sat by the window of the guest room, drinking a little wine, nibbling on a chicken leg, enjoying the bright moon hanging in the sky dome. So cozy. However, the entire Southern Heavenly City fell into a moment of silence. Buzz. Suddenly, a powerful divine thought came from afar. Immediately afterward, an invisible force surged toward South Heavenly City. Shroud this in where Chu Lu is. Sensing that this sudden power was filled with a holy might, Chu Lu's eyelids fluttered slightly, and immediately his heart grew alert. Within this power, there was also an incomparably astonishing killing intent. This killing intent was directed specifically at him. "Who?" Chu Lu yelled at the sky dome. Chu Lu's words had just fallen. Only a violent spatial fluctuation came from the cloudless night sky. Immediately afterward, a spatial crack quietly opened. Boom! The moment the spatial rift opened, 3 terrifying rolling holy mites enveloped the entire Southern Heavenly City. Immediately afterward, 3 magnificent figures, with their feet on the river of aura, rode the 3 saintly Dharma phases, as if they were gods approaching the dust, stepping out of the void and descending into the void. "Saints!" Chu Lu let out a cry of surprise, his face changing slightly as he saw the faces of the 3 saints that descended into the void above his head. What a terrifying holy might! A saint has descended. Hiss! What happened? Those 3 seemed to be the Poison Sky Sage, the Enchanted Sage, and the Rakshasa Sage. Heavens! The saint ancestors of the 3 great powers have come in person. They must have come to settle the score with Chu Lu. Under the 3 terrifying holy might, the people in the city who were originally resting were awakened. The crowd ran out and saw the figure above the void. All of them exclaimed out, "Ha!" Chu Lu learned the origins of these 3 saints from the cacophony of voices coming from them. He did not expect that the saintly ancestors of the 3 great powers would actually come to the door in person. For Chu Lu, who had experienced big scenes, facing the 3 great saints was not a panic. "Where is the forbidden sect, Chu Lu? Get out of here for the saint. Otherwise this saint will have to do it himself." The Poison Sky Sage bowed his head, with his eyes locked on this and where Chu Lu was. He slowly opened his mouth. Its voice was laced with a huge power that resounded through the heavens and earth, shocked the martial artists in the city. All of them have a stinging pain in the eardrums. Seeing the Poison Sky Sage, naming his name, Countless powerhouses were puzzled. Dare to retaliate against Chulak? Could it be that the old ancestors of the three great powers were not afraid of retaliation from the forbidden sect? Crowds of people at the moment sleepy, have to watch a good show up. Senior brother Chu. At this time, Tang He, Wang Shang, and Lu Dali, a few people, also arrived inside Chu Lu's room. Shame on these three old guys. A fight between our juniors and these old guys have to jump out. Damn old things. That's right. Senior brother Chu, don't go out. I'm sure Elder Ching Wei won't just sit back and do nothing. The 6 core disciples of Tang He, looking at the 3 figures in the void outside the window, all cursed angrily. Hit the little one to come to the old one. Can't afford to play is not it? He's a grandpa. Chu Lu couldn't help but skim his lips as well. In his hand, at some point, there was an extra blood-colored jade token. He'd have to be ready at all times to summon his master's disembodied shadow. Just don't know Ching Wei Elder. Top can't stand these 3 old guys. This jade token given to him by his master could only be used twice. Chu Lu felt that dealing with 3 saints, it was too wasteful to use the jade cards. It looks like it's still necessary for the saint to personally catch you out. The poison sky sage smiled coldly and locked onto the inn at his feet. Chu Lu, who was in deep thought, was pulled back to reality by the voice of the poison sky sage. You guys stay here for now. Don't go out yet. In case it looks bad, run for it. Chu Lu instructed the 6 disciples. The 6 Tang He people nodded their heads repeatedly like chickens pecking at rice. Chu Lu jumped out of the window and leapt up into the void. It's Chulak. Chulak is out. The martial artists in the southern heavenly city all rose in anticipation when they saw Chu Lu appear. I just don't know whether the Een Crow Emperor is hiding in the dark to protect his path. 3 seniors, the late generation just slept too much. Sorry. Dare I ask the 3 seniors, is there something they want to find the late generation? Chu Lu stepped into the void and yawned, arching his hand at the 3 of them and inquiring. Looks like he just woke up from a nap. Looking at the Chu Lu in front of them, the poison sky sage, the enchanted sage, and the Rakshasa sage, their eyes all narrowed slightly. The 3 of them were all shocked up in their hearts. They didn't expect that the Chu Lu in front of them, at such a young age, would have a cultivation level of the Taichou 4th realm, worthy of being a personal disciple of the forbidden sect. The talent is truly terrifying. Chu Lu, my poison sky sect's young patriarch, you killed him with your own hands? The poison sky sage's face was gloomy as he stared at Chu Lu's gaze and said quietly, so that kid today, is the young patriarch of your clan? Elder, unjustly accused. It's your family's young patriarch. He hit my palm with his face himself. It wasn't me who tried to kill him. It was him. Chu Lu's face was full of aggravation. Seeing the gloomy poisonous sky saint, Chu Lu stiffly swallowed the last 2 words of looking for death. And Chu fell these words, also directly let the city of the countless strong. The corners of the mouth cannot stop crazy twitching up. They just quietly watched Chulak. A serious nonsense. Chu Lu, you think you can do whatever you want just because you're the forbidden sect's personal disciple? Today, this sage will teach you a lesson on behalf of the clans you've bullied. Boom. The poison sky sage's eyes swept around as if he was on guard for something. With a grim face, he murmured, and his large hand grabbed at Chu Lu through the air. A powerful force instantly enveloped towards Chu Lu. Senior brother Chu. The 6 core disciples in the inn were all shocked when they saw that the poison sky sage had really struck out at Chu Lu. Even Chu Lu was cursing in his heart at this moment. This old thing must die today. Buzz. Poison sky, enchantment, and you Rakshasa. You 3 old guys, do you really think you're not afraid of death? Dare to make a move against the disciple of the Een Crow Emperor. Just as Chu Lu was planning to summon his master's split silhouette to descend above Chulak's head, 2 forces that also contained rolling holy might disintegrated this force of the poison sky sage. Chu Lu froze and silently withdrew the jade token in his hand. The poison sky sage, the enchanted sage, and the Rakshasa sage couldn't help but tense up at this moment. Gazing up at the sky above Chulak's head, the 3 secretly mobilized their spiritual energy, as if they wanted to be ready to escape at any time. Buzz. Under the gaze of countless people, a spatial rift opened up above Chu Lu's head. Immediately afterward, 2 white-haired old men, descending down. Chu Lu's eyes narrowed slightly as he carefully surveyed these 2 saints who had suddenly descended. He doesn't recognize. It's Sage Wuya of the Wuya sect, and Sage Huaxian of the Huaxian mansion. I didn't expect that it was actually these 2 saints who made a move. Strange. Why would these 2 make a move to save Chu Lu? Could it be that Chu Lu and these 2 major forces have some kind of relationship? That's what you don't understand, right? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The murmurs of some martial artists in the city were heard by Chu Lu. It turned out that these 2 old men were the old ancestors of the Endless Sect and the Hua Immortal Mansion. Who did this saint think it was? So it's you two old guys. Seeing the descending duo, the Poison Sky Sage, the Enchanted Sage, and the Rakshasa Sage, all breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, the three thought that it was the strongest person of the forbidden sect who showed up. Now it seems that this Chulu side. It seems that there is no hidden in the dark forbidden sect powerhouses. A thought flashed. The three great saints looked at each other and all nodded. Chulu noticed the trio's eye color. Immediately eyes slightly narrowed. He always felt that these three old guys looking for the door. The purpose is somewhat not simple. These three old guys, they are all old foxes who have lived for who knows how long. And again, he was a party of power old man. How is it possible to not think that striking out at him will face the wrath of the forbidden sect? There's something fishy going on here. Little friend Chu, is he injured? Just as Chu Lok was contemplating, an old voice came. Chu Lu turned his head and realized that he didn't know when. The Endless Sage and Huasien Sage above his head had already come to his side. Many thanks to the two seniors for coming to the rescue. Chu Lu is grateful. Chu Lu arched his hand at the two of them. You're welcome, little friend. These three old guys, they've also targeted us during this period of time. Today, the two of us will definitely not let these three old guys get what they want. Furthermore, as long as we save little friend Chu, after today, these three old guys will surely face the wrath of the forbidden sect, or your master, the Een Crow Emperor. This is undoubtedly helping ourselves as well. Little friend need not be so polite. The Endless Sage waved his hand and spoke frankly to Chu Lu. The Endless Sage's candor also made Chu Lu feel good about him. At least people have the guts to come clean and say it without beating around the bush. Wu ya, Hua Sen. This saint advises you to mind your own business, so that perhaps your two great sects can still exist for a few more days, or else your two great sects will be wiped out tonight. Sage Poison Sky pointed at Sage Endless and Sage Huasien, his face gloomy. Nowadays, they, the three great clans, had opened their bows without turning back. One could only take down or decapitate Chulak. Ha ha ha, old man Poison Sky, I'm not afraid to tell you, with the two of us here today, you won't be able to hurt little friend Chu. Sage Huasien laughed out loud, not the least bit afraid of Sage Poison Sky's threat. Hey, then I'll trouble you two seniors. Protecting me today is fine. These three great sects will be destroyed. If the two of you can kill the three old geezers, from now on, the Southern Heavenly Prefecture will be honored by your two great sects. I promise you on behalf of my master. Chu Lu grinned, gazing at the three great saints across the room, and faintly opened his mouth. Thank you, little friend Chu. Sage Wuya and Sage Huasen both had a flash of joy in their eyes. It seems they made the best choice to strike. Today, the two of them, they were still having a headache when the three major powers joined forces to target them. The returning disciples, by Xiaoran and Yi Linger, informed them of Chu Lu's presence in southern Heavenly City, and decapitated Su Jingyang's group. Thus, the two great old ancestors hit it off and decided to defect to the forbidden sect through Chu Lu. But what the two great old ancestors didn't expect was this. They had just arrived at the southern Heavenly City when they saw the three great old ancestors raising their voices. Therefore, the two of them also happened to take this opportunity to help out. Two fellow Taoists, the two old geezers, Wuya and Huasien, are in your hands. This saint is going to kill that brat. Boom! The Poison Sky Sage secretly transmitted a voice to the Mystic Sage and the Rakshasa Sage beside him. Immediately afterward, a shocking might erupted from his body. Yes, boom! Old man Wuya, old man Huasien, die! The Mystic Sage and the Rakshasa Sage instantly wrote a terrifying power and rushed towards the Endless Two. Sage Wuya and Sage Huasien, suddenly startled, immediately took a step forward. Meet the two saints. The Poison Sky Sage also took this opportunity to kill Chu Lu with a flash of his body. The two of them, Wuya and Huasien, forced their way out and each struck a blow to blast at the Poison Sky Sage. Boom! Little friend Chu, run away! The Endless Sage roared and turned to counterattack the difficult Mystic Sage. However, just then, the two major attacks were blocked by the Poison Sky Sage. Rising in smoke, the figure of the Poison Sky Sage instantly flew out and grabbed at Chu Lu through the air. Kid, die! Buzz! Chu Lu's pupils contracted and he only felt a little suffocated. It was as if he was carrying a mountain of ancient gods on his back. It seemed that in the next second, he would be crushed by this power that was about to descend. Elder Chang Wei, help! Murder! I'm dying, why don't you do something? Hiding in the shadows waiting for New Year's Eve, Chu Lu suddenly remembered at that moment. Qingwei Elders, that old six, until now has not shown up, so he shouted on the spot. The Poison Sky Sage was suddenly startled when he heard this. There were elders of the Forbidden Sect hiding in the shadows? Forbidden Jedi! Breathless blood curse! Just in the moment when the Poison Sky Sage lost his concentration, suddenly, a voice filled with teasing sounded from his side. The Poison Sky Sage's eyelids jumped, and an unprecedented sense of crisis rose in his heart. The poison sky sage turned his head violently, a finger poking through the void of space. Above the fingertips, a blood-colored seal knot was draped. Shoo! On this finger, a bloody light instantly erupted and attacked the poison sky sage. The poison sky sage also reacted swiftly as a terrifying attack struck out, attempting to block the move. But unexpectedly, under the gaze of the crowd, this blood light strangely penetrated the attack struck by the poison sky sage. Boom! This bloody light struck the poison sky sage's chest. Immediately afterward, a spatial crack split open at the finger. A kindly old man was revealed, smiling as he looked at the poison sky sage. This person was none other than Elder Qingwei, who had been hiding in the shadows for a long time. Sage 6th Realm. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Elder Qingwei, Sage Poison Sky immediately cried out in shock, his face hard to see. The cultivation level of their three major power elders was only 4 or 5 realms. The Mystic Sage and Rakshasa Sage, who were exchanging blows, were also violently startled. I didn't expect that Chu Lu's side was really protected by a powerful person from the Forbidden Sect. What's going on? At that moment, dense blood-colored lines filled the poison sky sage's face. The spiritual energy in the body is fading at a terrifying speed. The flesh and blood on his body began to rot away. What have you done to this saint? The poison sky sage was horrified. He sensed at the moment that his vitality, too, began to flow at a very alarming rate. The original pale cheeks quickly became dried out, and the white hair on his head gradually fell off. Immediately after that, the 7 orifices of the poison sky sage began to ooze out fishy red blood. It's very scary looking. At this moment, heaven and earth are silent. Everyone was shocked by this terrifying scene from the poison sky sage. Such bizarre tactics are unheard of. And Elder Qingwei still looked kind. Excitement flashed in his eyes as he looked at the fearful poison sky sage. The breathless blood curse. He had finally refined it. The Forbidden Sect never care about struggles between juniors, but the younger one is not as skilled as the older one. And if the older one dares to jump out, don't blame our Forbidden Sect for not being reasonable with him. A mere 3 third-rate forces dare to bully my Forbidden Sect's disciples? If you don't die, who will die? Elder Qingwei's body was covered with a monstrous holy might. Under this oppressive holy might of his, the moon and starry sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds. The strongest people in the entire South Heavenly City had difficulty breathing under this holy might of Elder Qingwei. Elder Qingwei's value plus 3,000. Here a prompt from the system. Chu Lu looked at Elder Qingwei's magnificent figure and rolled his eyes. This old dang, who clearly had the strength of a peak saint, had secretly meddled for so long and was only now making his appearance. And even older sixes. This old dang obviously has the strength to crush the 3 great saints, but still want to engage in a sneak attack. Damn. You as a saint, you actually sneak attacked in secret? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? If you have the ability to compete with this saint squarely, how? The poison sky sage realized that he, unable to suppress this bizarre force within his body, roared in horror at Elder Qingwei, attempting to use agitation to get Elder Qingwei to lift this bizarre force in his body so that he could fight him squarely. Once Elder Qingwei had taken the bait and lifted this bizarre force in his body, he then immediately disappeared, and has remained anonymous ever since. The martial artists in the southern Heavenly City were also looking at Elder Qingwei with great scorn at the moment. The crowd didn't expect it either. This kindly-looking Forbidden Sect elder. I can't believe they would engage in a sneak attack and use such vicious tactics. Poof. This sect's jutsu. Even the wielder can't break it, so you'll just lie down and wait for death. Boom. Fellow Taoists, follow this saint in suppressing these 2 old things. Elder Qingwei turned to Sage Poison Sky and let out a cold smile. His eyes glanced at the Sage of Ecstasy and the Rakshasa Sage. Immediately afterward, a golden saint phantom rose behind him and took a step out, riding with monstrous holy might. He killed the Mystic Sage and the Rakshasa Sage. Ha, good. The 2 of us, we will help you. Fellow Taoist, die. Boom. Sage Wuya and Sage Huasen let out a laugh to the sky. The 2 of them similarly rode with monstrous holy might, surrounding the Mystic Sage and the Rakshasa Sage. At this moment, the 2 great saints' faces were unsightly, and their hearts were filled with endless remorse. But it's too late to say anything now. The duo wouldn't even have a chance to escape now. The only thing to do is to fight for your life. Boom. Above the void, a battle of saints erupted. The 5 saintly Dharma phases enveloped heaven and earth like gods. Rolling power, the potential is like an ocean, suppressing the world. Boom boom boom. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the battle of the saints in the depths of the void. Ah, darn it, kid, even if this saint dies, I'll still pull you on my back. At this moment, The countless powerhouses who were watching the battle were attracted by a miserable cry from the Poison Sky Sage. The crowd followed the sound. Seeing the Poison Sky Sage at this moment, all over his body, there was rotten flesh everywhere, and his appearance was very terrifying. Moreover, a dense aura of death permeated out from the Poison Sky Sage's body. The Poison Sky Sage also knew deep down that he didn't have long to live. Looking toward Chu Lu, who was still in place, his eyes were filled with hatred. Thus, the Poison Sky Sage utilized his remaining strength to step into the air and kill Chu Lu. Looking at the Poison Sky Sage who was running his spiritual power, he killed. Chu Lu did not panic in the slightest, but instead raised a cold smile between the corners of his mouth. Being hit by the breathless blood curse, running spiritual energy dies faster. Buzz, the Poison Sky Sage, who had just killed in front of Chu Lu, suddenly had his pupils condensed. The blood chi within its body rioted and expanded under a strange force. The Poison Sky Sage's entire body rapidly expanded. Seeing this, Chu Lu took a step back and hid far away. Chu Lok's front foot had just left the spot. Boom! The swollen body of the Poison Sky Sage exploded instantly, leaving no bones left, even its soul, also in the blood curse under the ashes to smoke. The crowds in the city, all of them, rose up in horror and gulped saliva furiously. A saint, just like this fell in front of their eyes, just a moment after the Poison Sky Sage fell. Unbeknownst to Chu Lu, on top of a peak 1,000 miles away from the southern heavenly city, an old figure stood here. Ha! It turns out that there is only one 6th realm saint following this kid. This would be great. The figure smiled coldly. The moonlight overhead imprinted on the figure's face, revealing a pale face. This person was the elder of the Tongtian sect, Sage Qing Shui. He didn't care about the fall of the Poison Sky Sage. Immediately pulling out a jade token, he whispered a few words to it and put it away. Sage Qing Shui raised his head slightly, his gaze looking towards the great battle of saints in the depths of the Huanwu, and he laughed coldly. Immediately afterward, its eyes glazed over. Eyes pierced through the shackles of space and saw Chu Lu. Killing intent surfaced. Ha! Chu Lu, just wait. Qing Shui Sage smiled sinisterly, turned around and disappeared. Boom! Ah! A loud noise came from the battlefield deep in the void. Immediately after that, two miserable screams resounded through heaven and earth. The thousands of visions in the depths of the void, as well as the huge sage phallic silhouette, also disappeared. Inside the South Heavenly City, everyone is holding their breath. Is the knot over? Who won? The martial artists in the city stared into the depths of the void with unblinking eyes. The corners of Chu Lu's mouth lifted slightly, and he didn't even need to think about it. It must have been Elder Qingwei, that old denizen. Who won? Fruity. 3 streams of light returned from the depths of the universe. These 3 people were none other than Elder Qingwei, Sage Wu Ye, and Sage Hua Xian. And Elder Qingwei's body was surging with sage blood chi. People with sharp eyes will find that Elder Qingwei's hands, stained with holy blood. Obviously the blood in its hands does not belong to him. The Endless Sage and Hua Xian Sage beside him looked at Elder Qingwei with awe in their eyes. Although the 2 of them assisted Elder Qingwei, but only the 2 of them knew just how terrifying Elder Qingwei's battle power was. In the Battle of the Saints just now, the 2 of them are just the equivalent of handymen. Beware of the escape of the Sage of Ecstasy and the Sage of Rakshasa. Elder Chang Wei fought 1 against 2, beating the Mystic Sage and the Rakshasa Sage, powerless. In the end, he was killed by Elder Qingwei, who forcefully chopped him down. Ha! Here, this elder warns you once, a match between peers, no matter what, I, the Forbidden Sect, will not interfere. It's just a matter of being less skillful if you die. But if you hit the young one and the old one jumps out, these 2 are what will happen to you. Elder Qingwei waved his big hand. 2 heads with remnants of a saint's aura fell. The crowd saw the 2 heads clearly, and they were none other than the Sage of Ecstasy and the Sage of Rakshasa. In the southern heavenly city, martial artists from all over the world all took in a deep breath of cold air. They all bowed their hands to Elder Qingwei. We bear that in mind. The crowd swore in their hearts. If they were in the demonic beast mountain range, they would have encountered Chu Lu, the living hell. Be sure to take a detour away from 2 fellow Taoists. Not only did you and the others come to the rescue of my clan's own Chu Lu, but you also assisted this seed in killing the 2 saints. In reason, my forbidden sect owes you 2 a favor. I heard that the forces of the 2 of you are being oppressed by the other 3 major forces. And these are the 3 major forces that joined the Tongtian sect not too long ago and became Red Flame Valley's lapdogs. Don't worry, 2 fellow Taoists. The Red Flame Valley and my forbidden sect are not dealing with each other in the first place. This saint will later summon the Patriarch, and the forces of the 2 of you will be sheltered by my forbidden sect. This is a way to repay the favor of the 2 fellow Taoists. Elder Qingwei turned to Sage Wu Ye and Sage Hua Sen and said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, The two great saints were ecstatic and hurriedly arched their hands at Elder Changwei. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Elder Changwei waved his hand, his face full of kindness and goodness, and all the people in the city were envious. The endless sect in the Hua Immortal Mansion could be said to be truly flying high. It actually hugged the big leg of the Forbidden Sect. From now on, the position of the endless sect and the Hua Immortal Mansion, in the southern heavenly state, will be unmatched by any other power. Elder Changwei, may I ask what should be done with the three forces of the Poison Sky Sect, the Valley of Ecstasy, and the Rakshasa Sect? At that moment, Sage Endless hesitated and arched his hand inquiringly, although he was now eager to rush to the three major forces and destroy them. But in any case, it is necessary to consult the Elder Changwei in front of us. If there was no nod from Elder Changwei, the two of them are not good enough to move these three big clans. Humph. These three old men of power dare to bully my clan's personal disciple, Chu Lu. If Elderine Crow learns that these three clans, I'm afraid that even earthworms have to be dug out and split in half vertically, and the dogs passing by inside have to be slapped twice. In that case, then this elder will make the decision instead of Elderine Crow. This saint is inconvenienced, so I'll trouble you two fellow Taoists to go and exterminate it. The underpinnings of the three great clans, the Forbidden Sect, don't want them and can't look at them, so I'll leave them to you two clans. A murderous intent flashed in the depths of Elder Changwei's kind gaze as he sneered at the two saints. "Thank you, Elder." Sage Wuya and Sage Huasien bowed to Elder Changwei. The two turned around, took one step and disappeared. Elder Changwei's calf protection value plus 3,000. At that moment, the system within Chu Lu's body once again transmitted a prompt. Chu Lu secretly turned to Elder Changwei and gave a thumbs up. It is time to say no. Although Elder Changwei is an old six, but there was nothing wrong with this performance in general. With that, Elder Changwei and Chu Lu returned to the inn. Tomorrow it's time to enter the demonic beast mountain range for training. Elder Changwei turned to the six Tanghe people, his expression serious. "Yes, Elder." The six Tanghe people bowed their hands and returned to their own rooms. After the six people left, Elder Changwei's face changed and he turned to Chu Lu with a smile. "Hey, Chu Lok, I just behaved okay, didn't I? Is there any relief? If you don't feel relieved, how about I take you to the three great clans right now so that you can personally take revenge?" Chu Lu froze and looked at Elder Changwei, who rubbed his hands together and raised his eyebrows. "Elder, your performance just now is beyond words." The disciple is very relieved. Chu Lu grinned, revealing 8 large white teeth. "Hey, relief is good. Relief is good. That Chu Lu is that enrollment spirit aphrodisiac spell you taught me? I still have some places I don't understand." You see, Elder Changwei was like a studious disciple at the moment, both eyes glowingly staring at Chu Lu. Chu Lu's mouth corners twitched madly. Being stared at by Elder Changwei's gaze was uncomfortable. He knew it. This old dang must be trying to get him to point out the forbidden Jedi. Well, then the two of us will explore more. But Elder, when you go back, don't go around saying that I taught you, haha. Don't worry, Changwei, am not strict about anything, just my mouth is especially strict. I promise, even if those old guys in the sect hold a knife to my neck, I won't say anything. Don't worry about it. The last time Elderly Tion stole Elder Bone Cold Spirit Wine, I inadvertently discovered it, and he told me not to tell anyone, and I haven't told anyone until now. Within the sect, who doesn't know that I, Changwei, have a strict mouth? Chu Lok, that's good. Elder, you cast it once for me to see, but don't unleash it, haha. We're the only two in the room. I'm scared. He. Don't worry. This elder is also afraid. Just as Chu Lu and Elder Changwei were discussing the Jedi school in their room, Poison Sky Sect. At this moment, the Poison Sky Sect was in a sea of fire. Amidst the sea of fire, the miserable screams of the sect disciples were constantly heard. Above the void, a dozen huge warships were suspended in the air. The Endless Sage led a group of powerful people from the Endless Sect and stepped into the air. Dropping his eyes, he looked down at the ruins of the palace at his feet. On the ruins of the palace, the Poison Sky Sect's patriarch Su Huan's eyes were filled with horror and venomous hatred. Su Huan, the Rakshasa Sect and the Mystic Sect have been destroyed by us. Now you're the only one left in the Poison Sky Sect, so cut yourself. It's also considered that you and I have known each other for many years. This patriarch doesn't want you to die an ugly death. Besides Sage Endless, a middle-aged man, addressing the severely injured Su Huan, murmured. This man was the Endless Sect's patriarch, Zhang Yuan. At those words, Su Huan roared at Zhang Yuan in the void. Though our old ancestor fell, but I, the Poison Sky Sect, am now a subsidiary force of the Tong Tian Sect. If you dare to touch our Poison Sky Sect, you'll be waiting for the Tong Tian Sect's liquidation. Humph, Junior, you can't count on the Tongtian sect. The people from the Tongtian sect haven't come until now. Do you still expect them to shelter your Poison Sky sect? We were ordered by the Forbidden Sect's elders to come here to exterminate your Poison Sky sect. The Endless Saint laughed coldly, his face full of indifference. At those words, Su Huan's face instantly turned ugly. Heart to that Qing Shui elder. Hate to the extreme. That's just it. If it weren't for the Forbidden Sect, today, my Endless Sect would have been similarly like your Poison Sky sect, and would have been mercilessly annihilated by you. There's nothing more to say. If you want to blame, you can only blame yourselves for messing with the wrong people, messing with the wrong forces. Perish, the Endless Saint murmured. With that, he waved his large hand, and a terrifying force instantly pressed down. Boom! Ah, Tongtian sect. Only one resentful scream could be heard. The entire Poison Sky sect is shrouded in the power of the saints. The entire clan, wiped out in an instant. Early the next morning, Chulok was wearing 2 dark circles under his eyes. With Tang He's 6 people, they left the southern heavenly city and headed towards the magical Beast Mountain range. Senior brother Chu, you didn't rest well last night? What did Elder Qingwei and you do last night? Noticing Chu Lu's continuous yawning, Tang He at his side couldn't help but curiously inquire. The 5 people behind them were all stunned when they learned that Elder Qingwei had not left Chu Lu's room for the night last night. A disgusting thought flashed through the minds of several people. Several people winced in public. I don't know what it is, but I just want to throw up. Chulok noticed a few people, nauseatedly covering their mouths in dry heaves. Straight away his head exploded in black lines, and he cursed angrily without any good reason. What are all the thoughts? I don't have that dragon young thing. Last night, Elder Qingwei caught me discussing the forbidden mastery with him all night. What? Senior brother Chu, we wanted to. Several people learned that last night. Chu Lu instructed Elder Qingwei overnight, rushing forward to surround Chu Lu. His face was full of hunger and thirst. A few people were remorseful in their hearts. If I had known, last night Qingwei elder that old dang, drive them also never leave. Chu Lu looked at the hungry gazes of several people, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Why is he uncomfortable listening to this? Did you learn to scrap the living spirit hypnotic incantation that was given to you last time when you were on the rush? Chu Lu had no choice. After all, he was a fellow teacher and brother, and opened his mouth with a dry cough. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, Tang He's several people immediately stopped, their hands quickly forming seals. In the palms of several people, a cumbersome and raw seal knot emerges. A subtle fluctuation. From the seal knot, Chu Lu looked at the seal knots in the hands of the several senior brothers, and his entire body froze. Because the seal knot in the hands of a few people is the living spirit aphrodisiac spell? Although several people's seal knots were only shapes, they had not even reached the beginner's level. But you have to know that Chu Lok had instructed the 6 people for half a month alone, though there is a reason for his guidance in it. But in half a month, he had practiced a forbidden mastery to the point where he was about to begin. This kind of talent is enough to kill a large number of people of the same age. Elder brother, please also point out, the 6 people's gazes burned, coincidentally looking toward Chu Lu. Chu Lu returned to his senses, coughed dryly, and waved his hand. Well, I saw it. Why don't you guys put it away for now? At those words, the 6 Tang He people dispersed the raw seal knots in their hands. Raising both ears, he prepared to listen carefully to Chu Lok's instructions. Chu Lu's face was odd as he inquired, by the way, have a few senior brothers practiced any of our clan's other forbidden jutsu before? Or any other unusual jutsu? Upon hearing this, Tang He was the first to let out a bitter smile and spoke. Senior brother Chu, I won't hide it from you. In the past, the clan elders also taught me a forbidden mastery, the Supreme Sword Song. But this Supreme Sword Song is just too difficult. But this living spirit hypnotic spell gives me the feeling that it's particularly good to learn. I thought that as long as I learn this move, if I meet those disciples of the Red Flame Valley in the future, I will make them Speaking of this, Tang He smiled lewdly. The mind is full of imagining unpleasant images. Senior brother Tang actually shares the same opinion as me. I also think that this move of our clan is particularly good to learn. Yes, our clan's other mastery. It's too difficult. Only this move. When senior brother Chu taught it to me, I felt that this move has a destiny with me. Me too. It feels as if this move was literally made for me. Even though it's not even an initiation right now, I can finally perform it. Looks like we're all in the same boat. So am I. Hearing a few people's replies, the corners of Chu Lu's mouth twitched madly. So these guys, too, are a bunch of old sixes. He and Elder Qingwei are the same kind of goods, fascinated only by the mastery of the shadowy man. Thus, Chulu rushed toward the demonic beast mountain range while instructing the 6 people on the living spirit aphrodisiac incantation they had just learned. Soon after, an endless mountain range came into the eyes of several people. The endless mountain range in front of them was the demonic beast mountain range of the southern heavenly prefecture. From the depths of the mountains, every now and then, the sound of a beast chanting, "Senior Brother Chu, we're here." However, Senior Brother Chu, Elder Ching Wei reminded us before that we must not enter the depths of the demonic beast mountain range. In the depths of the demonic beast mountain range, aside from powerful demonic beasts, there are also all sorts of dangerous places that even Elder Ching Wei doesn't dare to set foot in at will, and it is rumored that in the deepest part of the demonic beast mountain range, there is an incomparably terrifying existence, and even great emperors going in are likely to fall in it, and I don't know if it's true or not. Tang He looked at the endless mountain range in front of him and reminded, "Got it, I've heard that the devil beast mountain range has many heaven and earth spirit medicines. Hey, the old rules, the elixir full of vitality goes to me, and the rest goes to you." Chulu looked at the mountain range in front of him and smiled. "Yes," the 6 Tang He men answered with a promise. With that, Chulu led the 6 people and stepped into the outer layer of the demonic beast mountain range. After Chulu's few people stepped into the outer layer, they encountered a few low-level magical beasts along the way, but they were all simply killed by the 6 Tang He men. However, along the way in, Chulu's group encountered a large number of heaven and earth spirit medicines of the 1st and 2nd level of the mortal grade, due to the very low grade of these elixirs. As a result, other martial artists who enter the magic beast mountain range don't look at it and are too lazy to pick it up. However, these low-rank elixirs were very unfortunate. What they encountered this time was Chulok's gang of humongous bandits, Chulu and the 6 core disciples, scavenging all the way. As long as it was a spiritual medicine, regardless of the grade, they all searched and took it away. The main focus is not to go short. Even a few people in Tangha, even the ground is lifted to take a look. In less than half a day's time, Chulu's few people had scavenged thousands of mortal spirit medicines. As a few people continued to go deeper, the cultivation level of the magical beasts encountered on the road was also gradually getting stronger. But Chulu several people can still easily deal with. Soon after, Chulu several people stepped into the middle layer of the magic beast mountain range. After entering the middle level, Chulu's group began to become cautious. Roar! The few people who had just stepped into the middle level suddenly heard an angry beast's roar coming from among a mountain range not far away. And there was also a fighting wave coming from it. "Senior Brother Chu, someone over there is fighting a magical beast." Wang Sheng pointed at the mountain range not far away and became excited. "Senior Brother Chu, where there are magical beasts stationed, there must be precious heaven and earth spirit medicines. Chance na." Tang He was also excited. Several people all looked at the Chulok who was at the head of the group. "What are you looking at me for? Go over there in secret and see." Chulok grinned. With 6 people to hide their breath, quietly and quickly toward, not far away from the mountain range rushed to, hurrying up. The Chulok several people then secretly arrived not far from this mountain range, secretly hiding in the bushes. Roar! Only a short distance away, a behemoth like a small mountain let out a deafening roar. The huge magical beast in front of him looked like a wild boar with 2 thick tusks in its mouth. Its back, covered in hardened scale armor, emitted a light blue glow. At this moment, the demonic beast's eyes stared angrily in anger. In front of it, the corners of the mouth of a handsome young man wearing a golden suit were slightly raised, holding a golden lance in his hand. He was calm and confident. From the aura emanating from this teenager, Chulu could clearly detect this person's cultivation level. It was actually the 6th realm of the Taichu, and that magical beast, it was also at the 6th realm of the Taicho strength. "It's him, Senior Brother Chu. He's the heavenly pride of the desolate ancient Jiang clan, Jiang Yun, who is ranked 74th on the Heaven's Pride ranking." Tang He seemed to recognize the man and explained to Chulu in a low voice. Chulok froze. He didn't expect to actually meet someone from the Jiang family here. "Senior Chu, look. That's actually an Earth grade 5th grade spirit medicine, the spirit source fruit. However, this spirit source fruit has not matured yet. Once it does, it can advance to the Earth grade 6th grade level. I think this beast wants to wait for it to mature and then swallow it to advance." Wang Sheng suddenly realized that behind that magical beast, there was an elixir growing. On top of the elixir, a blue fruit was born. Around the fruit, a bit of blue light pervades. "Senior Brother Chu, to grab or not to grab?" The crowd looked at Chulu and inquired in a low voice. Chulu looked ahead, at Jiang Yun, who was fighting with the magical beasts, and became a little torn up. He suddenly remembered Jiang Luwali. "In case you have a grudge against the Kong family, wouldn't that harm his senior Yen? After all, their senior brother Yen, and Jiang Luwali probably have a leg up." "Senior brother, What is the relationship between our forbidden sect and the desolate ancient Jiang family? Chulu wiped his chin and asked Tang He in a low voice. Tang He froze, a little puzzled, but also hurriedly replied. Our forbidden sect and the four great desolate ancient families all have not a small amount of bad blood, but I've heard that these faults were all made by the old ancestors of the previous clans, but now there are new feuds with the Wang and Yi families. Speaking of this, Tang He looked at Chulu twice in embarrassment. Chulu rolled her eyes at Tang He. Thanks for the heads up, ow. Tang He smiled sarcastically and continued with a dry cough. The Jiang family's words, and our forbidden sex relationship nowadays is average. Mutual well water does not offend river water. Senior brother Chu. Fuck him. The Ginger family is the Ginger family. You're all over the place anyway. You don't care if there's one more louse. That's right. Senior brother Chu. If you don't fight for the opportunity, how can you fight for the great Tao? Yeah, anyway, let's just be quiet. Big deal. And take this guy out so no one knows it's us. A few people looked at the contemplative Chulu and opened their mouths. Chulu turned her head and blankly glanced at a few people. Look at this bunch of old sixes. What are they talking about? What? He's all over the place. He's not afraid of lice? Nima. Boom. Just then, the battle between Zhang Yun and the demonic beast entered a white-hot stage. It seems to be on the verge of splitting the difference. Roar. Only a deafening roar could be seen from this Taicho sixth realm magical beast. And the Zhang Yun in front of him was surging with astonishing might. Behind it, a vision of golden light emerged. The golden light went straight up into the sky. In an instant, the void of dozens of miles around was shrouded in dark clouds. Great desolate vault suppressing finger. Bastard. Die. Zhang Yun's eyes glazed over. A finger in the air. Just see the black clouds in the void. A golden illusory giant finger of hundreds of feet came down. Above the golden imaginary finger, a sacred golden texture is draped. Roar. As a magical beast, one was born with a keen sense of perception. It sensed the terrifying power contained in this huge finger that was suppressing down. Fear filled his eyes. Roar. This Taicho sixth realm magical beast immediately raised its head and converged blue light in its mouth. With that, spit. Boom. A blue pillar of light, containing a powerful force, exploded towards the golden illusory giant finger. Ha! Chun. Zhang Yun laughed coldly as his hands quickly formed seals. Boom. The originally illusory giant finger became substantial in an instant. The two collided, only to see that the pillar of light shot out by the magical beast could not block this giant finger at all. In the next moment, the giant finger struck the demonic beast at an extremely fast speed. Boom. Roar. Only a mournful beastly roar could be heard. This huge magical beast was crushed and exploded into blood mist by the giant finger on the spot. Awesome. The 6 sons of Tang River, who were hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but marvel at this moment. These list demons are really scary. Che. Fancy. Chulok skimmed his lips. Zhang Yun's power of this move is far worse than their clan's forbidden mastery. Zhang Yun collected his might and landed back on the ground. Looking at the spirit source fruit that emitted a faint aura, he walked forward and revealed a satisfied smile. Seeing this scene, Chulu hurriedly pulled out a longevity pill and took it. The moment the longevity pill was taken, Chulu instantly sensed that within his body, a majestic force of vitality surged. This power of vitality filled every cell of his, and this force of vitality coalesced in the spirit sea. It fused with the spiritual energy and coexisted with each other without bursting it. Even more amazingly, his previous loss of longevity was also replenished to perfection. Sacred Life Pill is weak compared to Longevity Pill. Chulu came back to his senses and reached out to Wang Sheng at his side. Go get me a stick. I'll smack him. We'll rob him. Upon hearing this, the 6 Tang He people were delighted. Wang Sheng immediately bumbled from the woods behind him. Finding a tree stick as thick as his arm, he handed it to Chulu. Chulu waited and felt that it should be able to knock out Zhang Yun. Ouch! Such a small stick to hit a child with? That Zhang Yun is a Taicho 6th realm powerhouse. How can such a small stick knock him out? Senior brother Chu. Wait. Tang He, who was on the side, couldn't look on, and immediately drilled into the grove behind him as well. Soon, Chulu several people saw Tang He holding a bucket-thick raw wood in his hands. Senior brother Chu. Use this. Guaranteed one stick will be enough to put this guy to sleep for days. Saying that, Tang He handed the water bucket thick raw wood in his hand, handing it to Chulu in front of. You boy, you're the living hell, aren't you? The corners of Chulu's mouth twitched slightly, speechless to the extreme. Although Chulok said this on his lips, but with both hands, he threw away the wooden stick that Wang Sheng had found, turning both hands to receive. Tang He hand thick raw wood. Hey, wait for my signal. Chulok grinned. Out of nowhere, he took out a black cloth and covered his face. Several people in Tang He were stunned. I didn't expect that, senior brother Chu. Even the fabric for masking was prepared. The key is still black. After Chulak had masked his face, he quickly made a seal with only his hands. Forbidden Jedi. Breathless instantaneous shift. Chulak's words had just fallen. Its figure gradually disappeared in place. Did not flood the slightest breath fluctuations? At this moment, Jiang Yun carefully dug out the entire spirit source fruit tree. It's a shame it's not ripe yet. It would be nice to bring it back to the family and cultivate it for a while. Jiang Yun smiled happily, just when he wanted to take this spiritual origin fruit tree in his hand and put it into his nascent sack. Bang! Only a loud bang was heard from behind him. Splash wood chips around you. Jiang Yun's pupils plummeted as a sharp pain came from the back of his head. Both eyes are dim and things are getting progressively more confusing. Jiang Yun turned around. In a moment of fainting, a masked figure was seen holding a broken piece of raw wood in both hands. Before Jiang Yun said anything, his eyes turned white and he directly fell to the ground and fell asleep. Hey, dude, sorry about that ha. Get some sleep and get up refreshed. Chulu grinned and threw away the broken raw wood in his hand. Senior brother Chu. Seeing Chulu's sneak attack success, hiding in the dark Tang He's 6 people rushed to run over. Chu's senior brother. This guy shouldn't be dead, right? Aren't we being a little heavy-handed? At this moment, Tang He looked at the back of Jiang Yun's head bulging with a large bag and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Chulu rolled her eyes directly at Tang He. I don't know who it is. Afraid of knocking people unconscious. Specially picked a bucket-thick raw wood for him. Good lord. This old 6 is now worried about people instead. What's going on? Being stared at by Chulak's blank eyes, Tang He suddenly remembered something and awkwardly scratched his head with a naive smile. Nah, this guy's skin is thick. He can't die. With that, Tang He squatted down with a few others, and several pairs of large hands groped Jiang Yun's body for a while. Nerf ring. Bring it to you, senior brother Chu. This guy's nascent sacrifice. Wang Sheng was the first to notice the nascent ring on Jiang Yun's hand, and immediately peeled it off stiffly and handed it to Chulu. Chulu picked up the spirit source fruit on the ground and directly put it into his nascent soul ring, intending to bring it back to the second elder to plant. It was also a way to make up for the fact that he had always gripped the second elder's elixir over the years. Chulu took the nascent ring in Wang Sheng's hand, and his divine thoughts surged in. Just as he surged into the nascent soul ring, he saw some precious spirit medicines, millions of spirit stones, and a few of the Jiang clan's techniques as well as their masterpieces. Among them, there were 3 saint-grade martial arts. However, for these 3 saint-grade martial skills, Chulu could not look at them. He is now full of forbidden moves, and there is no shortage of martial arts skills. This is... Suddenly, Chulu noticed a small sheet of animal skin suspended in the corner. So take it out. On the beast's skin, the route to a certain secret realm on the demonic beast mountain range was marked. Unfortunately, this is only a remnant map. The route to the secret land is incomplete. Chulak finally understood. Jiang Yun, this dude. Why did he appear in the demonic beast mountain range anymore? Dare this buddy want to use this only secret realm remnants of the map? Chance Chulu put this remnant diagram into his nascent sacred ring, and he also took away the spiritual medicines that Jiang Yun had collected, the rest of the spirit stones, techniques, and martial arts skills and whatnot. Let's leave them to a few senior brothers. Chulu turned around and was just about to let Tang He's few people divide the contents of the nascent sacred ring. Chulu suddenly froze. The scene before him made the corners of his mouth twitch wildly. Only See lying on the ground fainted past Jiang Yun. Only left a white pants. On Tang He has long since changed into Jiang Yun's clothes, even more over the top. Wang Sheng, Lu Dali 5 people, is picking and pulling the only remaining pants of Jiang Yun. Bastard. This group of old 6 is really a wild goose. Even a pair of pants do not want to leave people. You guys, overdo it Chulu was speechless to the extreme and hurriedly opened his mouth. At those words, Wang Sheng several people immediately stopped, embarrassed to get up, with Tang He full of embarrassment. Chu's senior brother. Sorry, get used to it. Cough. Chu's senior brother, don't misunderstand we don't have any fetish. Is to see this guy on the body of the clothing, is made with ice silkworm silk. That's right, senior brother Chu. Ice silkworm silk is a good thing. Warm in winter and cool in summer. That's right, we have not used ice silkworm silk luxury This is not a did not hold back. He. Several people rushed to explain. Chulu learned that the clothing on Jiang Yun's body was made of ice silkworm silk, also could not help but look twice at Jiang Yun's white pants. Too bad it was worn by this brother. Ahem. Don't go too far guys. Save a pair of pants for someone else. After all, there are a lot of mosquitoes here. Besides, people have worn them. Chulu gave a dry cough and turned to a few people without any good humor. These old 6s. They're too much. Chu's senior brother. We can wash it and wear it again One of them, Lu Dali, came ghostly. The corners of Chu Lu's mouth twitched as he directly threw the nascent ring to a few people and said, "Everybody share. Let's get out of here, or this dude will wake up and will be a little hard to deal with." A few people immediately became excited when they obtained Jiang Yun's nascent sacrifice. As for Jiang Yun's ice silkworm silk pants, they were also left behind by several people. With that, Chu Lu's group quickly left this place, toward the depths of the middle layer of the Devil Beast mountain range. Before leaving, Chu Lu and Tang He, a few people, teamed up to lay down a boundary. Prevent fainting Jiang Yun, become a meal in the belly of the Devil Beast. Hey, senior brother Chu, what are you looking at? Somewhere in the middle depths of a dense forest, Chu Lu held the remnants of the map he had obtained from Jiang Yun's hands in his hand as he looked around. Look around the neighborhood and where it resembles the mountains marked on the map. A few people, Tang He, came up on the side, their faces full of curiosity. Jiang Yun got it there. It should be a roadmap to some secret realm. It's a shame there are only remnants. Chu Lu handed the remnants of the diagram in his hand to a few people. When the 6 Tangha people heard that there was a secret realm, they all had 2 eyes glowing. 2 words filled the minds of several people. Opportunity. However, when several people saw this remnant map, which only recorded a small portion of the route and mountain ranges, they all had a headache. The Devil Beast mountain range spreads endlessly, with peaks and ranges, and each mountain range looks pretty much the same between them. Trying to find a place similar to the one on the map in the huge Devil Beast mountain range is very difficult. Senior brother Chu, why don't we go back again? That brat Jiang Yun, he definitely hasn't woken up yet. Let's go back and search him again. Maybe there are still remnants of the map on him? Tang He was a bit undeterred, saying. The other 5 also nodded their heads repeatedly like chickens pecking at rice, agreeing with Tang He's words. Chu Lu glanced at Tang He's body, the clothes made of ice silkworm silk, and said without a good mood, "Senior brother, people have been stripped naked by you. If there were still remnants of the map, you would have gotten your hands on it long ago." Hey, and rightly so ha. Tang He scratched his head in embarrassment. Ha, just as Chu Lok was about to say something else. Suddenly, several people's faces changed slightly, and their gazes all looked toward the woods in front of them. Under the divine perception of several people, there are a few people coming their way up ahead. Senior brother Chu, someone is coming. Wang Shang, who was on the side, reminded. Chu Lu immediately made a silencing gesture and whispered, "Hide your breath, let's hide and see." A few people nodded and immediately followed Chu Lok in stealth. About a dozen minutes passed. A group of young people, both male and female, with weak breaths, it appeared that the group was wounded. Soon, this group of people was reflected in the eyes of Chu Lu's group. Senior brother Zhao, what do we do now? One of them, an average-looking woman, looked at the man at the head of the group and inquired. This man at the head of the group was handsome, with nameless anger and indignation hanging on his face at the moment, but it's a million miles away. This man, named Zhao Kongyu, with a few people behind them, is a first-class power sword feather sect disciples? What else? Is that man someone we can afford to mess with? I should have known I shouldn't have brought you idiots. Killing for treasure didn't work and caused me to lose the secret map. Damn! Zhao Kongyu cursed angrily. On fire, can only take it out on this group of disciples? At the word, a few disciples of the sword and feather sect, all dare not meet their eyes. The eyes dodge even. A few people know it well. The fact that this senior brother Zhao of theirs had so much anger wasn't entirely due to the loss of the secret realm map. Rather, it was this senior brother Zhao of theirs, who learned of that person's identity, trying to suck up to the other side. I don't expect to suck up to the other side. Instead, the other side ravaged and humiliated them. Senior brother Zhao, don't be angry. Even if that person gets the map of the secret realm, it's just a remnant map. Even we couldn't find that secret realm after searching for 3 months in the secret realm. I don't believe it. That man can find. At this time, a beautiful female disciple beside Zhao Kongyu, holding up a pair of peaks, came forward and took Zhao Kongyu's arm to comfort him. A pair of mountain peaks deliberately rubbing on Zhao Kongyu's arm. Sensing the softness coming from his arm, Zhao Kongyu's fire only subsided. Damn it! Senior sisterly is right. Humph. I don't believe that person can find the secret realm with just a remnant map. Oh, that abominable fellow. Better die in the secret realm. Zhao Kongyu snorted coldly and cursed. Senior brother Zhao, it's been almost 3 months since we came out. Why don't we return to the sect now? People are hurt by that abomination and it hurts. The beautiful woman beside him shook Zhao Kongyu's arm and spoke daintily. Zhao Kongyu glanced at the snow-white peaks. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he nodded. Let's go. Back to the clan. The few sword and feather sect disciples behind them also breathed a sigh of relief. A few people please stay. Just then, a young voice suddenly came out from the grove beside a few people. The few people who were just about to leave, Zhao Kongyu, were suddenly startled. Their faces changed slightly, and they immediately became vigilant. Someone was hiding around them and they actually didn't notice? Who? Come out. Zhao Kongyu's face instantly turned gloomy, and an extra spirit sword appeared in his hand. The several sword and feather sect disciples behind them also secretly mobilized their spiritual power. The eyes of the crowd, dead set on the nearby grove. Soon, 7 figures walked out of the grove. A harmless smile reflected in the eyes of Zhao Kongyu's group. The person who showed up, of course, is Chu Lu and Tang He, a few old six. When they heard Zhao Kongyu talk about the secret realm map, a few people couldn't sit still. I didn't realize they were so lucky. The group of people we met had news of the secret remnants of the map. Who are you? Zhao Kongyu's divine thoughts surged out. It was discovered that the leader, Chu Lu, was in the 4th realm of the Taichou. The 6 Tang He people behind him, who were at the high level of the divine spirit realm, relaxed at once. Zhao Kongyu was at the 5th realm of the great beginning cultivation. The several senior brothers and sisters behind him are also all Taichou realm powerhouses. Although they were injured, if the other party wanted to plot against them, it's more than enough to cope with. Dude, take it easy. We're not bad people. Just one thing I wanted to ask you guys. Chu Lu waved his hand, his face still maintaining a naive and honest smile. What is it? The few people from the sword feather sect froze. Zhao Kongyu had a cold face as he sized up Chu Lu's group. When he noticed that Tang He, who was beside Chu Lu, was actually wearing clothing made of ice silkworm silk, a coldness flashed under his eyes. Chu Lu noticed Zhao Kongyu's gaze and the corner of his mouth raised in a subtle arc. Then with just a flip of his hand, the remnants of the secret realm appeared in his palm. Chu Lu opened it up, displaying it in front of Zhao Konyu's group, and said with a faint smile, I just heard a few of you talking about the remnants of the secret realm. May I ask if the map of the remnants of the secret realm that you lost was like this one? Secret realm remnant map. A few disciples behind Zhao Kongyu, when they saw the remnant diagram in Chu Lu's hand, some of them couldn't help but cry out in shock. Several people looked at the leader, Zhao Kongyu. Zhao Kongyu was also greatly surprised. He didn't expect this kid to come out of nowhere. There was actually another secret realm remnant map in his hand. Seeing this, a flash of greed and severity flashed under Zhao Kongyu's eyes. Since that damnable guy snatched away his remnant map, then no matter what, we can't let that guy find the secret realm. Think about it. Zhao Kongyu intended to snatch the remnant diagram in Chu Lu's hand. In that case, the person who snatched his remnant map away would not be able to find the secret realm. Chu Lu detected Zhao Kongyu's coldness, as well as the reactions of several sword feather sect disciples. Chu Lu was certain that the man in front of him, the lost remnants of that secret realm map, it's the other copy of this remnant map he's holding. Noticing that Zhao Kongyu's face was not good, Chu Lu put one hand behind his back and made a gesture. Tang He's few people noticed Chu Lu's gesture and instantly understood it in seconds. Several people had hidden their hands in their sleeve robes, secretly began to make a raw seal knot. Ha! Nice, kid, the remnant map of the secret realm that I lost is just like this one in your hand. I didn't realize you had one in your hand. Kid, bring it. Zhao Kongyu sneered, reaching out to Chu Lu, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Zhao Kongyu gave a look, and the few sword feather sect disciples behind him also instantly understood in seconds. With weapons in hand, they all walked towards Chu Lu's group with unfavorable gazes. Chu Lu immediately revealed a look of horror, and the few people behind him, Tang He, retreated back and forth. What do you want? I told you, we're strong. Don't come over here, you guys. Seeing the fearful look on Chu Lu's face, Zhao Kongyu and a few disciples of the sword feather sect all revealed cold smiles. Take these boys. Zhao Kongyu sneered and waved his big hand. Yes, senior, kid, die. Boom. A few disciples of the sword feather sect immediately rushed towards the Chu Lu. Several people, seeing the few sword feather sect disciples who were killing the approaching ones, Chu Lu, who originally had a face full of panic, instantly changed his face, a teasing look on his face. Senior Chu, crouch down. Forbidden Jedi, living spirit oxygenation spell. Boom. Hearing Tang He's several reminders, Chu Lu hurriedly crouched down. Immediately after, the 6 people of Tang He were swift, unleashed 6 attacks that emit a pink glow, suddenly attacking the several sword feather sect disciples who attacked in front of him. Several sword feather sect disciples were shocked. Hurriedly, he paused and tried to dodge, but it was already too late. But 6 rays of light hit several people. Only a dull sound was heard. Several people from the sword feather sect directly froze in place, because they were attacked and shit didn't happen, surrounded by just a pervasive, faintly pink scent, and on the contrary, Tang He 6 people, directly shriveled, the face whitens up, it's like being physically emptied. Ha ha ha, that's it? With an attack like this, one dares to enter the magical beast mountain range to make a break for it. The few sword feather sect disciples who reacted immediately burst out laughing, a face full of mockery. Chulu stood up and looked at the complacent few, smiling faintly. Yet the next moment, a few disciples of the sword feather sect suddenly gave a start. A dryness comes from the depths of the soul. Several people instantly sweated profusely, and the spiritual energy in their bodies could not stop leaking out. Several people's blood boiled and a strong desire rose. Immediately afterward, the lust began. Ah, you, what have you done to me? It's so hard. It's hot. Two of the female disciples were breathing heavily and were filled with panic, trying desperately to resist the dry heat coming from inside, but to no avail. Zhao Kongyu was immediately startled. Forbidden Jedi. Breathless instantaneous shift. Forbidden Jedi. Shura soul destruction poem. Buzz. Boom. Pust. Yet just then, Chulu's figure arrived in front of Zhao Kongyu's body in the blink of an eye. Immediately after that, he raised his other, seal-covered palm. A palm slapped Zhao Kongyu's chest. Zhao Kongyu was slapped dozens of feet away on the spot, a mouth full of blood. It was also laced with broken internal organs, hanging on for dear life. He looked in horror at Chulu, who had come to his side. Who the hell are you? You are. Zhao Kongyu was incomparably afraid. He was wondering at the moment. This kid in front of me. In the end, what is the god? Hey, here, read after me. Forbidden sect. Chu, fall. Chulu pulled out a clan token from his bosom. On the clan token, the words Forbidden Sect Chulak were engraved. Learning of Chulu's identity, Zhao Kongyu directly despaired. This king of living hell came to the Demon Beast Mountain Range, and met by himself. Ha, little master's things, not so easy to rob drop. Buddy, having been hit by the Shura soul destruction poem, you won't be able to live. In your next life, pay attention. Chulu grinned. Then under Zhao Kongyu's dying gaze, a hand was clasped on his skull, forcing a soul search on the spot. In less than a moment, Zhao Kongyu broke off and fell to the ground. Chulu got up, his eyes filled with surprise. It's actually a heavenly pride of the desolate ancient Ji family that robbed this kid's remnant map. Chulu from Zhao Kongyu's memories. Seeing that the one who had snatched the remnants of Zhao Kongyu's diagram was someone from the Ji clan, and that Ji family's heavenly pride is in the depths of the middle layer. He also seems to be looking for the secret world. Senior brother Chu. At this time, several people from Tanghe came over with pale faces. Are you this hollowed out? Chulu couldn't help but laugh out loud as she looked at the several people's shriveled appearance. Senior brother Chu. I didn't expect our clan's forbidden mastery to be so life-consuming. No wonder senior brother Chu, in the past, always went to glean the second elder's spirit medicine. Looks like we're going to have to go back and weed in the dark too. It just so happens that the disciple in charge of taking care of the second elder's medicinal fields is good buddies with me. Tanghe let out a bitter laugh. From now on, this move can only be used as a base card. They wouldn't dare to be like Chulak and use. Recklessly, Chulu only flipped his hand, and 6 more sacred longevity pills appeared in his hand, throwing them to a few people, saying, don't go gripping the second elder's elixir. Hurry up and recover and come with me. We're going to do something big. A few people's eyes glowed as they received the holy longevity pill and immediately got high. A few moments later, the longevity that several people had lost earlier gradually recovered under the effect of the holy longevity pill. Luckily, they were not yet skilled in this forbidden jutsu, otherwise the consumption of longevity will be more. And at this moment in contrast, the few sword feather sect disciples, spicy eyes, a few people who have the sky as a blanket and the earth as a bed, cuddle up and fight in a group, and every single one of them has a pained expression. TSK, TSK, TSK. Senior brother Chu, why are they still in so much pain after they've all vented? The 6 Tanghe people said in disbelief. Ha! This forbidden mastery of ours has no solution at all. Once any living being is struck by this trick, to put it bluntly, until the essence is exhausted, it's not a drop that can be undone by letting off steam. Chulu took one look at the spicy image and hurriedly turned his head, looking into the depths of the middle level. Tanghe 6 people heard, but also no shivered. It's worthy of a jutsu that can only be activated with your life. It's awesome. Hey, I know where the rest of the remnants of the map are. Follow me. Chu fall big hand wave. Figure to the distant mountain range between rushed. Tanghe several people also rushed to follow, and the few sword feather sect disciples at the scene let out hisses of pain and pleasure. The commotion was so great that it attracted the wraiths. Roar! Ah! Under a beastly roar, harrowing screams emanate from the scene. Several disciples of the sword and feather sect, reduced to magical beast rations. Well, hiss. In the meantime, Zhang Yun, who had been knocked unconscious by Chulu, that's when the days opened up. The coolness coming from his body and the pain coming from the back of his head. It made him grimace and take a deep cold breath. A confused head instantly clears. Hiss. Zhang Yun got up from the ground, touching the large swollen bump on the back of his head. He once again sucked in a deep breath of cold air at the pain. Ha! Damn it! Who the hell is it? Bastard! Bastard! Zhang Yun noticed that he only had one pair of white pants left, touching the nano ring on his hand again. It was also stripped away. Couldn't help but crack up on the spot. He only remembers the moment he fainted and passed out. He saw the man who stole the attack, dressed in a white basil coat and masked. Fucking animal! If I catch you, I'll whip you into shape. Zhang Yun was so angry that he stormed out, cursing angrily on the spot. Roar! At that moment, a beastly roar came from the distance. The beast's roar was laced with mournful screams. Zhang Yun's eyes glazed over. Wearing a pair of ice silk pants, he immediately rushed to the direction from which the beast's chants came. Soon, Zhang Yun arrived at this place, hiding in the shadows. Zhang Yun saw several peak divine spirit realm magical beasts gnawing on several corpses. And these few corpses that these magical beasts gnawed on, it was those few, the sword feather sect disciples who had been hit by the living spirit aphrodisiac curse. Zhang Yun had wanted to go up and snatch a corpse from the mouths of these magical beasts and pickpocket the corpse's clothes to change into, but seeing the clothes of these corpses, they had been gnawed and torn by the magical beasts, and when it was covered in blood and flesh, it was full of disgust. Damn you! Don't let me catch you! Zhang Yun tried to recall the clothing of the person who had sneaked up on him. Looking into the depths of the mesosphere, his face chilled to the bone. He guessed that the person who had sneaked up on him must not have left the Magic Beast mountain range yet. The other party has gotten that remnant map of the secret realm from him, and will certainly rely on that remnant map to find the secret place. With a flash of thought, Zhang Yun left silently, rushing toward the depths of the middle layer. Looking back at the Chulok bunch, Chulok's group had been deep into the depths of the middle layer since Chulu came to the vicinity of a mountain range based on Zhao Kongyu's memories. But after he brought people here, with a few people from Tanghe, they looked around the neighborhood. There was no sign of the G-clan's heavenly pride that had snatched the remnant map from Zhao Kongyu's hand. A few people instead encountered several magical beasts with powerful cultivation. Among them, there was no lack of Ascension Realm and Ultimate Creation Realm magical beasts. The Chulu several people didn't want to fight hard with these magical beasts and could only flee in a sorry state. However, it wasn't as if Chulu's few people had no gains after entering the middle depths. A few people also scavenged quite a few spirit medicines on their way to find the G family's heavenly pride. On the way, they even encountered a few waves of other strong people who had entered the mountain range. The waves of powerhouses that had encountered Chulok had wanted to kill and seize the treasure. But after seeing that it was Chulu's several people, they directly went around and walked away, afraid to mess with this living hell. These waves of people, too, had only come in from South Heavenly City today. Naturally, he recognized Chulok's group. Although nowadays it was in the Magic Beast mountain range, but these waves of strong people can be deeply aware that in the dark, there are Qingwei elders to protect the Chulu group. Senior brother Chu, where exactly do you think the G-clan brat has run off to? All of our other martial artists have encountered a few waves, but we just can't meet that G family boy. That G-clan brat, he wouldn't have found the secret realm, would he? Tanghe looked around and couldn't help but open his mouth. That can't be right. After all, the demonic beast mountain range is so huge. It is estimated that that kid, now, should also be looking for the secret place. Keep looking again, just as an experience anyway, Chulok said as he walked and looked around as well. The Devil Beast mountain range is a place where devil beasts live, and if you don't pay attention, you'll be in danger. After all, the wraiths are beasts, older than they are 6. Yo, senior brother Chu, look at the mountains over there between the mountains. There's actually a waterfall. A few people walked out of the dense forest and saw a mountain range between them not far away. There is a rapid waterfall flying below, suspected to be like the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens. In the sunlight, the water mist refracts a colorful rainbow of light. Between the mountains on either side, flowers bloom and bees and butterflies dance. It's like heaven on earth. Chulu also did not expect that there is actually such a beautiful place in the Magic Beast mountain range. Hey, a place like this where there is a water source and the spiritual power of heaven and earth is thick. There must be quite a few spirit medicines, but surely there are also powerful magical beasts inhabiting this place. Let's go over there secretly and take a look. Since we can't find that G-clan brat, let's not look for him. Scavenging more heaven and earth spirit medicines will make our trip worthwhile. Chulu grinned and addressed the crowd. Yes, Tanghe several people for Chulu's arrangement. Very agreeable. Now, they have long been reaping the rewards. Of course, it would be great to find that secret place. Thus, Chulu's few people quickly flew towards the mountain range ahead. Soon, several people arrived in the air above this mountain range between mountains. Hee hee Jack, Chu's senior brother. The mountains here are clear and beautiful. Such a beautiful place. There are actually no magical beasts inhabiting it. Having just arrived, Tang He's few people couldn't help but be amazed by the scenery. Tang He hadn't finished his words. Chu Lu suddenly covered Tang He's mouth with one hand. Immediately, he made a silencing gesture to the men. With that, Chu Lu pointed toward the very bottom of the waterfall in front of him. A few people looked in the direction of Chu Lu's finger. Seen in the pool below the waterfall, a handsome-looking teenager, topless and sitting cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed, was suspended in mid-air. The cascading waterfall lapped at the teenager's tender white muscles, around its body, emitting a little golden light, and in the pool of water beneath the teenager, there is also a formation floating vaguely, isolated from the outside world. Obviously, the teenager, who was practicing. Because of the array, Chu Lu's several people's breath did not alarm the teenager. Tang He's few people nodded slightly, concealing their own auras, followed by Chu Lu landing near the waterfall behind a rock. Chu Lu released his eyes and saw the handsome teenager's face. Immediately, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a lewd smile. This teenager, it is Zhao Kongyu memory, robbing him of the remnants of the map of the Ji family heavenly pride. Ji Tian Dome, ranked 73rd on the heavens remarks list, peak of the Taichou 6th realm. It was one rank higher than the Jiangyun that Chu Lu had encountered. It's this kid, the Ji clan's heavenly pride, who snatched the remnant map from Zhao Kongyu's hand. Chu Lok grinned and spoke in a small voice. So it's this brat Ji Tianxiong of the Ji clan. Senior brother Chu. Fuck him. Behind Chu Lu came the voices of Tang He's several people. Chu Lu turned his head when he was just about to say something, only to find Tang He, the oldest, 6. Long ago. I don't know when and from where I got another stick the thickness of a water bucket. Hand it to him. Several people winked at Chu Lu and laughed excitedly. Chu Lu blankly glanced at Tang He's several people and said without a good mood, "What the fuck? Can't you see the formation set up around that kid? A sneak attack won't work. We can only wait until he finishes his cultivation and removes the formation. Then we can sneak attack this brat. If we go in hard, we're bound to startle this kid. In case the engagement attracts other powerful magical beasts, it will be a bit troublesome." Upon hearing this, Tang He's few people then remembered that Ji Tianxiong had set up a formation in the water pool to cultivate. So Tang He threw away the wooden stick in his hand. Senior brother Chu, that kid Xian Robe is there. Steal it and see. What if this kid, Ji Tianxiong, puts the remnant map in his coat pocket? At this time, Wang Shang, who was on the side, noticed. On a rock by the watery tam rested a golden arcane robe, so he rushed to remind Chu Lok. Chu Lu froze, realizing this Xian Robe of Ji Tianxiong's. It is a defensive spirit weapon made of special materials. Chu Lu blankly glanced at Wang Shang. He immediately guessed Wang Shang's mind. Hey, we're going to fuck this kid anyway, take it or leave it. Senior brother Chu, at least it's a defensive spirit weapon. Senior brother, I've never had a decent defensive spirit weapon. Being read through Chu Lu's mind. Wang Shang laughed out in embarrassment. Chu Lu glanced at Ji Tiandong's Xian clothes. It was discovered that Ji Tianxiong's Xian clothes were placed just outside the formation. So Chu Lu made a seal with both hands. Forbidden Jedi. Fetch from space. Buzz. Chu Lu's palm, which was covered in breathless seal knots, lightly grabbed at Ji Tianxiong's Xian clothes. Under the gazes of Tang He's several people, the golden-colored Xian clothes placed on the rock quietly disappeared into thin air. Watching Chu Lu master so many forbidden mastery techniques, several people in Tangha are both envious and admiring. And after Chu Lok once again performed the forbidden Jedi technique, sensing that his longevity had not been depleted, what was consumed was the power of vitality that one's spirit sea was filled with. Then he couldn't help but TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder the burial jade old ancestor said that eating a longevity elixir could provide him with a month to perform forbidden mastery without costing his life. After eating the longevity dan, the power of vitality stored in his spiritual sea replaced the loss of longevity. Thinking of this, Chu Lu suddenly realized a problem. Since the longevity pill is so miraculous, there are 10 left from ancient times. Then the old ancestor of their forbidden sect in the past must have also taken the longevity pill. It was reasonable to say that there were such heaven-defying elixirs as the longevity pill. Even if their old ancestor had frequently conquered, he wouldn't have to worry about losing his lifespan. Would he? Even from ancient times, the burial jade old ancestor had not stepped into the 5 declines of the celestial beings and was nearing the end of his lifespan. That's weird. Could it be that the buried jade ancestor was injured in the past? Just as Chu Lok was contemplating, Wang Shang had long since taken the Xian robe in Chu Lu's hand, checked inside and out. Senior brother Chu, there's no remnant map. It should have been hidden by Ji Tianxiong in his nascent sacred ring. Wang Shang opened his mouth. Chu Lok reacted and nodded, gazing at Ji Tianxiong, who was cultivating. His eyes narrowed slightly and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. In its hands, it began to make seals with both hands. He planned not to wait for Ji Tianxiong to finish his cultivation. He was now going to unleash an amazing stance to forcefully break through the grand formation to sneak attack Ji Tianxiong. Senior brother Chu, stop it. Someone's coming. Just as Chu Lu made a seal with both hands. Behind them, Tang He, Lu Dali, and Song Jia discovered that in the void in the distance, there was an extremely familiar aura that was coming in their direction. Chu Lu froze and followed the gazes of several people. Sensing this scent that was gradually approaching, Chu Lu also feels particularly familiar. I remember this familiar aura. It's that kid Jiang Yun. Lu Dali suddenly reminded the crowd at this time. Chu Lok also thought about it. This familiar aura was indeed that kid Jiang Yun. That kid actually found his way here too. Suddenly, Chu Lu had a bright idea. A great idea flashed through his mind and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Without saying a word, Chu Lu hurriedly turned around and stripped the clothes off Tang He's body. Chu's senior brother. What are you doing? Tang He, who had been stripped naked with only a pair of pants left, looked at Chu Lu with a face full of horror. At the same time a flash of fear flashed under his eyes. Hey, nothing for nothing, just want these two boys, Jiang Yun and Ji Tianxiong, to fight. Chu Lok gave a bitchy, weird laugh. Then he folded Jiang Yun's ice silk shin clothes. With that, he cast a forbidden jutsu. Placing Jiang Yun's shin robe, he placed it on the rock next to the pool. Seeing Chu Lok's action, Tang He several people understood Chu Lok's plan in passing. A few people all look like they're watching a good show. You guys hurry up and hide, Chu Lok commanded. Tang He's several people hurriedly hid far away and collected their own auras. Chu Lu pulled out a spirit sword and just wanted to swing it at the figure flying in the distance. Chu Lu suddenly remembered something. Hurriedly, he took off his white shin clothes and put them away. Then he instantly built up his strength and swung his sword. Boom! A sword swung out for a moment. Chu Lu immediately executed his forbidden jutsu, his figure strangely disappearing from the spot, and the power that erupted from Chu Lok's sword swing. It also startled Ji Tianxiong, who was cultivating in the waterfall. Ji Tianxiong's eyes snapped open. A sword-on was seen, chopping towards the sky not far away at great speed. Ho! Ji Tianxiong hurriedly got up and his divine thoughts surged out madly. However, no one was found in the neighborhood around him. Ji Tianxiong's brows furrowed as he looked up at the speeding swordsman. In the meantime, a figure that was about to approach the mountain range where the waterfall was located. Suddenly noticing the sword mane speeding in the distance, he immediately stopped in his stance. A sidestep dodged the sword. Who? The figure was enraged. At first glance, the figure was none other than Jiang Yun. Only, at this moment, Jiang Yun was no longer running around in a pair of white pants. At this point in his life, I don't know what unlucky person I got a change of clothes from. Jiang Yun had originally held his anger because he couldn't find the person who had sneaked up on him, and now it's actually inexplicably being attacked again. With that, Jiang Yun had an additional spirit spear in his hand that was only of mortal grade, killing towards the mountain range where the waterfall was located. Within moments, Jiang Yun appeared above the waterfall, and Ji Tianxiong in the waterfall also discovered that the visitors was actually Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun? Ji Tianxiong? Both of them froze and exclaimed in unison, and hiding in a distant mountain range, hiding their breath, Chu Lu several old sixes. It was looking like a good show. Ji Tianxiong, why are you here? Jiang Yun's eyes in midair stared at Ji Tianxiong in the pool of water, his face slightly somber. Ji Tianxiong's eyes lifted slightly as he looked at Jiang Yun in midair and opened his mouth as well. I was about to ask you the same thing. What are you doing here? Saying that, Ji Tianxiong unhurriedly withdrew the formation at his feet. Stepping on the void, he walked to the edge of the pool. With only one hand, he picked up the Xian robe from the rock. Ha! Ji Tianxiong picked up the Xian robe and realized that it wasn't his own clothes. Instantly, he froze. At this moment, Ji Tianxiong didn't realize it. Jiang Yun, who was in midair, was gloomy to the extreme. So it's you animal. Ji Tianxiong, suffer death. Jiang Yun let out a violent cry of rage and lifted his spear, instantly erupting with a powerful might. Immediately afterward, it attacked Ji Tianxiong in the pool of water. A golden lance silhouette, filled with astonishing power, sped towards Ji Tianxiong in the pool of water. Ji Tianxiong was shocked. With a leap, he dodged the strike from Jiang Yun. Boom! Only a shocking bang was heard. The water in the deep pool splashed more than 10 meters high. Ji Tianxiong, who had stepped into the void, stared angrily at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, are you crazy? Humph! Ji Tianxiong, you sneak attacked and knocked me unconscious. And you also robbed me of all the nascent sacrifice rings and clothes I was carrying. Don't you return it yet? Hearing Jiang Yun's words, Ji Tianxiong was filled with doubts. What did you say? When did I sneak up on you? Ji Tianxiong frowned and immediately retorted. Ha, Ji Tianxiong. You're still playing dumb in front of me? What you are holding in your hand is my ice silk Xian clothes. Ji Tianxiong froze and subconsciously looked at the Xian robe in his hand. This Xian robe belongs to Jiang Yun? And where did his clothes go? Ji Tianxiong's mind flickered and suddenly thought of something. Rushing to speak to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, someone is deliberately framing me. I didn't even sneak up on you. With that, Ji Tianxiong threw this Xian robe in his hand to Jiang Yun. At this moment, Jiang Yun's face was filled with rage as he directly raised the long spear in his hand. Boom! A powerful force instantly erupted from the lance, tearing the Xian robe that Ji Tianxiong had thrown over into pieces on the spot. Ji Tianxiong, give me back my nascent sword. Jiang Yun stretched out his palm and stormed at Ji Tianxiong. Ji Tianxiong's face also went cold. Looking at the furious Jiang Yun, he said in a cold voice, Jiang Yun, I've said it all. I was framed. I didn't sneak up on you, much less snatch your nascent sacred ring. As the words fell, Ji Tiandong only waved his hand. From the nascent sack, he took out a set of clothes to change into. Hearing Ji Tianxiong's words, Jiang Yun directly laughed in anger. Well, it's come to this. You're still pretending with me, aren't you? Since you refuse to return my nascent sacred ring, then I'll have no choice but to snatch it back myself. Die! Boom! Jiang Yun let out a furious cry and took a step out. 10,000 visions instantly surfaced behind him. Immediately afterward, a golden illusory phantom rose from behind him. A terrifying gun intent filled heaven and earth. Jail bright gun. Jiang Yun rode the terrifying power and rushed towards Ji Tianxiong with murderous intent. Damn it! I'm not afraid of you. Jiang Yun, come and fight. Boom! Ji Tianxiong was also stoked by Jiang Yun at the moment. With a violent cry, a long sword, held in his palm, behind his body, a Dharma image likewise rose, flowing with a halo of light. Boom! The two great heavenly prides collided together, erupting with astonishing power. Humph! Ji Tianxiong, still saying it wasn't you? The sword that just sneaked up on me must have been you too. Damn it! Die! Jiang Yun cursed angrily. A shot shook back Ji Tiandong and erupted into an intensive attack. And at this moment, Ji Tianxiong was too lazy to explain to Jiang Yun. The two great celestial pride transformed into two streams of light and quickly collided between the mountain ranges. Powerful forces rolled and moved, washing out in all directions. Senior brother Chu, hit on it. It's on. The two of them fought, hiding in the distance. A few of Tang He's old sixes, who were watching the battle, were so excited. At the same time, he also admired Chu Lu. Unexpectedly, their senior brother Chu, with only a small trick, had caused these two great prides to live and die against each other. Awesome! Hey! Chu Lu smiled, then whispered to a few people. The few of you don't just watch the show. Later on, if Jiang Yun is unable to defeat Ji Tianxiong, we'll immediately show up to assist Jiang Yun. If Ji Tianxiong is unable to defeat Jiang Yun, after Ji Tianxiong escapes, a few of us will secretly follow him. Several people from Tang He nodded their heads in succession, paying full attention to the great battle between the two great heavenly prides. Boom boom boom! The battle between the two great heavenly prides became more and more intense. Every move between the two contained a shocking killing intent. Both want to put the other to death. However, not only did the two have similar rankings on the Heavens Remarks ranking, and it's not even close in strength. For a while, it was difficult for both of them to distinguish a winner from a loser. Ji Tianxiong, I will defeat you this time. Jiang Yun snorted coldly after he shot Ji Tianxiong away with his spear once again. With that, he leapt up. Immediately afterward, a powerful aura, filled with an astonishing gun intent, rose up from Jiang Yun. Moreover, Jiang Yun's body was emitting a unique rhythm at the same time. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth was like a tidal wave frantically converging towards Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun made a seal with both hands. The spirit gun in his hand hovered in front of him. It's the spirit elemental sacred body. Jiang Yun is carrying the spirit elemental sacred body. He's used his sacred body. Several people from Tang He, who were hiding in the shadows and watching the battle, exclaimed in small voices. Chu Lu learned through several people in Tang He. Jiang Yun, who was ranked 74th, carried the spirit elemental sacred body. On the other hand, Ji Tianxiong, who was ranked 73rd, was carrying the nine heavens sacred body. Now that Jiang Yun had unleashed the spirit elemental sacred body, it seemed that he intended to go on and on with Ji Tianxiong. Buzz! Jiang Yun, who was above the void, made quick seals with both hands. A faint light bloomed in his eyes. Its pupils condensed and it pointed up to the sky. The spirit spear in front of him instantly shot up into the sky and disappeared into the clouds. In the next moment, he only saw that the dome of the sky above his head had, at some point, turned into rolling black clouds. the shadow of a giant golden gun suppressed from the black clouds. Destructive wild gun. Die. Jiang Yun's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he directly used his bottom card, instantly catalyzing this gigantic golden spear silhouette towards Ji Tianxiang's suppression. Oomph. Ji Tianxiang snorted coldly, and killing intent flashed in his eyes as well. Around its body, a unique halo of light also began to flow. In the next moment, thousands of visions surfaced behind his body, and the spirit sword in his hand erupted with an ear-piercing buzzing sound. A destructive power filled out from the spirit sword in his hand. Ha! In that case, I'll let you try my new move. Sacred technique. One sword breaks the passage. Go! Ji Tianxiang loosened the spirit sword in his hand. Both hands made a quick seal. The loosened spirit sword was as if it had been born with a spiritual quality, and it quickly rotated around it, with Ji Tianxiang tilting the sky and pointing. The spirit sword that emitted destructive power instantly sped towards the golden gun shadow that was suppressing it. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard. The tiny spirit sword and the huge golden spear shadow clashed together. The power that erupted from both of them shook the surrounding mountains where the two were, shaking the ground, rolling rocks, pouring down. It's horrible. Seeing this scene, Tang He, a few people, couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Are these list prides still human? The power that erupted from its attack had long surpassed all that was left of a Taichou realm powerhouse. It was not too much to say that the two of them were Nirvana realm powerhouses. Hey, now you know you're scared? You guys had a lot of guts when you were pickpocketing other people's Jiang Yun. Looking at the shocked looks on the faces of Tang He's several people, Chu Lu then couldn't help but tease. Hearing Chu Lu's reminder, Tang He's several people instantly broke out into cold sweat on their backs. Anyway, there's their Chu's senior brother. Dare next time. All ready to strike. Jiang Yun is going to lose. Just as Tang He's several people were out of their minds, Chu Lok's voice came again. A few people froze slightly, their gazes once again looking towards the distant sky. Only the shadow of Jiang Yun's massive golden gun appeared with dense cracks. It was as if it was going to shatter the next moment, and Jiang Yun was still desperately channeling his power. Tang He's few people nodded and pulled out their weapons, ready to save the day. Chu Lu, who had just wanted to strike, suddenly remembered something and turned to Tang He. By the way, give me Jiang Yun's nascent sacred ring. I have a great use for it. Tang He froze, but didn't pursue, immediately flipping only his hand. A nano ring floated in his palm. Only inside this nascent ring, it was empty, and all the treasures had been divided among them. Chu Lu put that remnant map back into Jiang Yun's nascent sacred ring. Boom! At that moment, a shocking roar came from the battlefield. Chu Lu several people saw that the golden spear shadow of Jiang Yun shattered instantly. Chu Lu's hands quickly made a seal, took a step out, and his figure disappeared in place. Tang He several people also have a leap up. At this very moment, Jiang Yun in the void was shocked, his face pale. A mouthful of blood couldn't help but spray out. Die! Ji Tianxiang maneuvered his spirit sword and came at Jiang Yun head-on, just as Jiang Yun was about to use his life-preserving means to summon the strongest members of his family. Suddenly, a voice full of justice came from above his head. Stop! Forbidden Jedi! Underworld Bone Transformation Palm! Both Jiang Yun and Ji Tianxiang subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the sky above them. However, a figure silently appeared in front of Ji Tianxiang's body. Ji Tianxiang's face suddenly changed. A harmless smile presented itself. Chu Lu made a sidestep and dodged the spirit sword in Ji Tianxiang's hand. With that, he slapped his palm, slapping at Ji Tianxiang's chest. Boom! Pust! A strange and powerful force was driven into Ji Tianxiang's body. Ji Tianxiang sprayed out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The figure was like a cannonball as it crashed into the pool of water below, splashing waves of water. And in the meantime, several people from Tang He also arrived at the battlefield and surrounded the waterhole. Jiang Yun froze and looked at the Chu Lu several people, greatly surprised. So he rushed to Chu Lu's back and arched his hand in thanks. Many thanks for your help, brother. At that moment, Chu Lu slowly turned around. Looking at the arching Jiang Yun grinned and waved his hand. Dude, you're welcome. My name is Chu Lu. I just passed by this place. When the road is rough, it's time to make a move. Ha ha. Chu Lu crossed her arms and laughed out loud. At those words, Jiang Yun was instantly shocked and looked at Chu Lu in front of him with some disbelief. He didn't expect that the teenager in front of him who looked a year or two younger than him. It was actually the Forbidden Sect's personal disciple, Chu Lu, who had recently become famous in the 3000 worlds. Originally, it turns out that you are the Forbidden Sect's Chu Lu. Brother Chu, thanks for coming to the rescue. In the desolate ancient Jiang clan, Jiang Yun, Chu Lu pretended to be stunned and looked at Jiang Yundao in surprise. So you're Jiang Yun of the Jiang clan, the 74th ranked Heaven's Pride on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Pleased to meet you. Ha ha ha. Chu Lu also arched his hand at Jiang Yun. looking at Chu Lu's face full of kindness and approachability. Jiang Yun felt that Chu Lu, too, wasn't as ferocious as rumored, especially just now. The other party had made a move to save his life. Outside rumors of what living hell what with all the killing and eating people without salt and all that. It must be all rumors. Just as Jiang Yun was out of his mind, Chu Lu, besides the corners of his mouth rising slightly, he said curiously to Jiang Yun, "Brother Jiang, who exactly is this person, to actually dare to lay a deadly hand on you? The pride of the desolate ancient Jiang clan. Is this man not afraid of your Jiang family?" Jiang Yun returned to his senses, his gaze similarly looking at the gradually calming pool of water. Thinking of Ji Tiandong instantly enraged him, and he coldly grunted, "Brother Chu, you don't know. This person is the pride of the desolate ancient era Ji clan, Ji Tianxiong. Today, I was in the demonic beast mountain range and found a source spirit fruit. Unluckily, that origin spirit fruit was guarded by a magical beast, and after I defeated that beast, I was about to pick the origin spirit fruit, but I was unexpectedly attacked from behind by Ji Tianxiong, who knocked me out. Clothes, as well as the nascent sacrifice ring, were all taken by it. I sought him out just now and found him holding my clothes in his hand, but he was dead set against it. I had wanted to retrieve my nascent sacred ring, so I crossed paths with Ji Tianxiong. I just didn't expect that this abominable fellow's cultivation had actually refined again. If it wasn't for Brother Chu's timely intervention just now, I'm afraid I would have died today at the hands of Ji Tianxiong. Brother Chu, thanks a lot." Hearing Jiang Yun's words, Tang Yi's few faces were a bit unnatural, but looking at Chu Lu, a few people's hearts directly worshipped. A flash of panic surfaced on Chu Lu's face as he hurriedly said, "What? This person is actually the Ji clan's heavenly pride, Ji Tianxiong? It's over. Just now I saw this person. His methods were ruthless, and when I came to John's rescue, I missed and used my full strength. This Ji Tianpo took a slap from my full strength. I'm afraid it's going to be very unfortunate. Oh no, mustn't we offend another desolate ancient family this time?" Looking at Chu Lu's face full of panic, Jiang Yun hurriedly opened his mouth to comfort him. "Brother Chu, don't be afraid. Even if Brother Chu misses and beheads Ji Tianxiong, it's just that he deserves to die. If the Ji family wants to take revenge, it's also none of Brother Chu's business. Just let them come to me." Jiang Yun. At those words, Chu Lu's heart burst with joy as he hurriedly patted his chest at Jiang Yun. "Ouch! How does that work? One person does what one person does. I killed the man. How can I let Brother Jiang block for me? I'm all over the place anyway, so I don't care about one more tick." Watching Chu Lok being so responsible, Jiang Yun was more certain in his heart. Chu Lu was not as ferocious as rumored, so he hurriedly waved his hand. "Brother Chu, there's no need to say that this matter has nothing to do with you. If it wasn't for you coming to my rescue, I'm afraid that I would have fallen into the hands of this Ji Tianxiong fellow today." Just as Chu Lu was about to open his mouth to say something, a few people below in the pool of water, a figure flew out and fell heavily to the ground. "Senior Brother Chu." Tang Yi's several people immediately alerted Chu Lu and surrounded the figure. The figure that flew out from the pool of water was none other than Ji Tianxiong, who had fallen into serious injury. At this moment, Ji Tianxiong's life breath was weak to the extreme. Inside his body, there was a strange force eroding his flesh and bones. "Damn! You! Who the hell are you guys? How dare you hurt me? I am the pride of the Ji clan, Ji Tianxiong." At that moment, Chu Luo and Jiang Yun also landed in front of Ji Tianxiong. Ji Tianxiong looked at the harmless Chu Lu, his eyes filled with endless anger and venomous resentment. Chu Lu and Tang Yi, who were a few people, just smiled and didn't say anything. All looked at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun snorted coldly. "Ji Tianxiong, you're just to blame. It looks like you don't have long to live either." Ji Tianxiong's face was pale and hard to see. The intense pain coming from his body made him sweat coldly. With that, the palm hidden in the sleeve robe only flipped with one hand. A jade tablet quietly surfaced in his palm. Just as he was about to crush the jade tablet, Chu Lu, who sensed a hint of the fluctuation of the nascent sacrifice, was violently startled. At some point in his hand, there was an additional spirit sword. It instantly slashed at Ji Tianxiong's arm. "Pust! Ah!" Ji Tianxiong lost his voice and screamed, "Brother Chu, what are you?" Jiang Yun was also shocked and greatly puzzled. Chu Lu did not say anything and hurriedly walked to Ji Tianxiong's side. "Take its broken arm in your hand." The moment its palm was revealed, Jiang Yun's face instantly grimaced. Chu Luo threw away the jade token with the broken palm. Straight away, after removing the nascent ring from his finger, he returned the severed hand back to Ji Tianxiong. He. Actually want to play tricks in front of my little master? Little master, I've traveled more bridges than you have roads. Still want to shake people? You wish. Chu Lu tossed the nascent ring in his hand and smiled teasingly at Ji Tianxiong. who was lying on the ground. Who the hell are you? At this moment, Ji Tianxiong finally revealed a look of fear. He felt that the vitality in his body was about to be lost. Forbidden sect. Chu Lu. Chu Lok said with a faint smile. Chu, fall. Ji Tianxiong stared at Chu Lu with a face full of indignation and hatred. Suddenly, killing intent surged on Ji Tianxiong's face. With his remaining hand, he suddenly gathered a force and instantly made a sneak attack. Go to hell. Senior Brother Chu. Beware. Brother Chu. Boom. Tang Yi's few faces suddenly changed. However, before Ji Tianxiong could successfully sneak attack Chu Lu, he was penetrated through the head by a long spear. Nailed to the ground on the spot, Ji Tianxiong looked at the grim-faced Zhang Yun, his face full of unwillingness and venomous resentment. With that, he slowly closed his eyes. A generation of heavenly pride has fallen. Humph. Still dare to sneak attack. Not enough to die. Zhang Yun drew out his lance and shook off the blood as he stared at Ji Tianxiong's corpse and snorted coldly. The surrounding Tang He several people all secretly swallowed their saliva. A few people looked at each other and nodded secretly. In any case, also absolutely cannot let Zhang Yun know, is they robbed Zhang Yun. This guy, too, is a killjoy. Chu Lu took advantage of the fact that Zhang Yun's back was turned. Chu Lu immediately crushed Ji Tianxiong's nascent sacred ring. Buzz. Countless spirit stones, martial arts techniques, spirit medicines, and all kinds of treasures scattered all over the place. Take advantage of its inattention. Chu Lu secretly threw Zhang Yun's nascent sacred ring on the ground as well, kicked it to his feet. P.S. This big plot we Chu Lu will directly redeem the everlasting body. This big plot will be very exciting. Please look forward to it, ask for free small gifts. Ha! What is it? Chu Lu's eyes lit up as he saw that on the pile of spirit stones on the ground, there were actually 2 remnant pictures. With a wave of his big hand, these 2 beast-skin remnants of diagrams flew into Chu Lu's hands. Seeing these 2 beast-skin remnants in Chu Lu's hands, Zhang Yun, who was on the side, could not help but feel surprised. He didn't expect that Ji Tianxiong actually had 2 beast-skin remnants as well. And Chu Lu looked at these 2 beast-skin remnant drawings, his eyes flickering continuously. He guessed the 2 remnants of the map. One is from Zhao Kongyu. The other one was Ji Tianxiong's own. What a surprise! Together with Zhang Yun's one, the secret map was complete. Brother Chu, this is a remnant map of a secret realm. It's rumored that tens of thousands of years ago, a scattered ancient sage powerhouse called the Spirit Pill Immortal Sage once lived in seclusion in the demonic Beast Mountain range. Later on, the Spirit Pill Immortal Saint failed to break through to the Great Emperor and sat down in the demonic Beast Mountain range. It is rumored that the seclusion of the Spirit Medicine Immortal Saint cultivates many spirit medicines of heaven and earth. Before the Spirit Medicine Immortal Saint sat down, he was unwilling to have the spirit medicines of heaven and earth that he had cultivated fall into the hands of greedy and wicked people. So the Spirit Medicine Immortal Sage took his hermitage, hid it, and drew a map, divided it into 3 parts, and wished that those who were destined to have it would have it. I was originally fortunate enough to obtain a remnant map, and I entered the demonic Beast Mountain range because I wanted to take my chances with the help of the remnant map. I didn't realize that in Ji Tianxiong's hands, there were actually 2 remnant diagrams. No wonder he tried to sneak up on me. Zhang Yun explained. Hearing Zhang Yun's explanation, Chu Lu and Tang He were excited. They had also heard of the Spirit Pill Immortal Saint, a loose cultivator. Legend has it that the Immortal Saint of spiritual medicine was known for his kind-heartedness and expertise in cultivating various kinds of spiritual medicines in the 3,000 great worlds. I didn't realize they had this map in their hands. It's actually the hermitage of the Spirit Medicine Immortal Sage. So it is. Chu Lu pretended to be surprised. Seeing that Zhang Yun hadn't noticed the nascent sacrifice at his feet, Chu Lu hurriedly pointed at Zhang Yun's feet and reminded him, "Ha, Brother Jiang, is this your nascent sacrifice?" Zhang Yun froze, lowered his head, and instantly rejoiced when he saw the nascent sacred ring by his feet. Zhang Yun hurriedly lowered his head to pick up the nascent sacrifice ring and said indignantly, "Humph, sure enough, it was this Ji Tianxiong fellow who did it. Brother Chu, this is indeed my nascent sacred ring." At those words, Chu Lu hurriedly reminded Zhang Yun, "Brother Jiang, quickly see if your remnant map is still there. Let's put it together so we can explore the secret realm of the Spirit Medicine Immortal Saint together." Yes. Zhang Yun nodded as his divine thoughts surged into the nascent soul. Zhang Yun's face was a moment of surprise, a moment of huffing and puffing, cloudy and uncertain. It was because he realized that all he had left of his heritage was a remnant map. What? Chu Lu looked at Zhang Yun's face as it clouded over and pretended to be puzzled. Zhang Yun took out the remnant map and shook his head in anger. "Nothing, the remnants of the map are still there. It's this bastard Ji Tianxiong who actually raided all my nascent sacred rings." With that, Zhang Yun looked at the spirit stone treasures on the ground to see if there was anything of his own. It was just that what made Zhang Yun feel strange. the ground is nothing but spirit stones. He didn't find any of his own collection of techniques, spirit weapons, and spirit medicines. Real strange plants. Could it be that this Ji Tianxiong fellow took all his treasures and gave them away? Hearing Jiang Yun's words, the surrounding Tang He several people have scratched their ears and looked around. Their eyes always dare not look at Jiang Yun, as if they were afraid he'd find out. Chu Lu was very calm and rushed to take the remnants of the diagram in Jiang Yun's hand, piece together the 3 remnants into a complete map. Buzz. The 3 remnants of the map have just been pieced together. The entire remnant of the map emits a faint glow. The next moment, in the eyes of Chu Lu and Jiang Yun, route on the map, changing. Chu Lu froze and couldn't help but spit out the spirit pill Immortal Saint. This old six. Dare I say that the route on the remnants of the map is just a fake, used to confuse the world. The real secret route is revealed only when the 3 remnants of the map are pieced together and complete. It's also absolute. Found it, Brother Jiang. Our current position is about here. By following the route on the map, we can arrive at the spirit pill Immortal Saint's secret land. Since this diagram also has a part in Brother Jiang, then Brother Jiang, let's go explore together. If we get the treasure, we'll split it equally between us. How? Chu Lu pointed at the route on the map and said excitedly. Yes, Brother Chu, you're so bold. You're a friend that I, Jiang Yun, will make. Jiang Yun arched his hand at Chu Lu, full of sincerity. If it were any other heavenly pride, they would definitely keep the complete secret realm map all to themselves. After all, in this world, in the face of chance, even blood brothers will turn against each other. Chu Lu could not care less and invited him along with great generosity. It also made Jiang Yun admire him. At this moment, Jiang Yun felt in his heart, those rumors that people in the outside world have about Chu Lu are getting more and more outrageous. If he didn't see it even next time, he would definitely teach a lesson to those who spread rumors. Chu Lok nodded, and suddenly his face changed. Turning toward Tang He's few people, he cursed in anger without a good mood. You guys, save some for Brother Jiang. Don't you know it when you see it? Jiang Yun froze and turned around to see Tang He and the others, taking advantage of their conversation. Several people have long since begun to the things on the ground, into their own nano ring. Air, Senior Brother Chu. I'm sorry haha, get used to it. That, Brother Jiang. Which one do you fancy? Take your pick. Tang He and a few others smiled embarrassedly and turned to Jiang Yun. The corners of Jiang Yun's mouth twitched slightly. All that was left on the ground was found to be some spirit stones, as well as some healing pills. Then he waved his hand and laughed. No need. I'll just take some healing elixir. You can split the rest. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yun picked a few bottles of healing elixirs and took them back into his own nascent sphere. Brother Jiang, I've made you laugh. This group of my mentors are usually poor and scared. This time, I brought them to the demonic beast mountain range. Firstly, to practice, and secondly, I want to find some opportunities for them. Chu Lu arched his hand at Jiang Yun and said rather helplessly. Hearing Chu Lu's words, Jiang Yun admired Chu Lu even more in his heart, more recognized Chu Lu as a friend. I didn't expect Brother Chu to be sentimental and righteous. Jiang Yun is really impressed. Like those clan brothers and sisters of my ginger family who are of the same generation as me. Alas, don't mention it. Jiang Yun's face was filled with disgust as he thought of his clan brothers and sisters. Chu Lu took a look and thought that Jiang Yun had a story. By the way, Brother Jiang, what is your family's fairy Jiang Luoli's relationship with you? Chu Lu suddenly inquired. Jiang Yun froze. How could Chu Lu suddenly mention his cousin Jiang Luoli? Looking at Chu Lu's face that was filled with curiosity, Jiang Yun's expression instantly wonderful. Could it be that Brother Chu is interested in his cousin Jiang Luoli? Thinking of this, Jiang Yun suddenly remembered his cousin, sometimes ground to a string of beads dazed. It couldn't be that Chu Lu and his cousin, the two had known each other for a long time, right? And it looks like the two are still, right, definitely. It turns out that his cousin's string of beads was a gift from Brother Chu. The person his cousin likes is Chu Lok's words. Then he was very much in favor of the two of them being together. Brother Chu, Luoli is my cousin. Don't worry, Brother Chu, I will definitely give my full support. However, your forbidden sect and the older generation of our Jiang family have some minor faults. Those old ancestors in our family, I'm afraid they won't agree. Brother Chu, you still need to work hard. But don't worry, Brother Chu, just for the fact that you saved my life, I will also help you. Jiang Yun winked at Chu Lu, revealing a playful smile. Chu Lok froze slightly. He didn't expect Jiang Yun to actually Jiang Luoli's cousin. Looks like he made the right bet. But Jiang Yun's later words made Chu Lu feel that something was not quite right. This guy, did he misunderstand something? But with Jiang Yun's help, in the future, it shouldn't be so difficult for him. Senior Brother Yen, to be with Jiang Luoli? Ahem, right. It's getting late. Brother Jiang, let's go find the secret land now. Chu Lu came back to his senses and hurriedly suggested. Yes, Jiang Yun nodded. Immediately afterward, Chu Lu several people, with Jiang Yun, according to the route on the map, flew to another direction of the Middle Land. Senior Brother Chu, why do you want this kid to join us? With your strength, you can completely take down Jiang Yun. This kid is following us. In case we find a great opportunity within the secret territory, won't we also have to share a piece of the beauty with this kid? Tang He, who was by Chu Lu's side, looked at Jiang Yun, who was following him, and couldn't help but secretly transmit his voice to Chu Lu. Tang He is full of incomprehension. Chu Lu glanced at Tang He and transmitted his voice in response. What do you know? You'll see later. Befriending Jiang Yun will greatly help our senior Yen in the future. Tang He froze and became even more puzzled. What's this got to do with Brother Yen? Looking at Tang He's full of doubts. Chu Lu didn't want to explain too much. He had also originally thought before that when Jiang Yun and Ji Tianxiang were both defeated, then he appeared and struck again, defeating the two to snatch the remnants of the map. But Chu Lu suddenly remembered that his senior brother Yen and Zhang Luoli. Then he changed his plans, intending to take this opportunity to befriend Jiang Yun. With the relationship between their forbidden sect and the Zhang family, if senior brother Yen and Zhang Luoli wanted to be together, the resistance wasn't normal. In the future, with Jiang Yun's help, perhaps his Yen senior brother will be able to relax a bit. The Yi family, a huge warship, suspended above the void. Above the warship, a group of young Yi family pride, with a cold expression, emanated a powerful aura. It looked like there were close to 10,000 people. Buzz. At that moment, several magnificent figures appeared in front of this group of Yi family's celestial pride. The Yi clan's celestial pride on the warships all arched their hands at the several great figures. Greetings, House Master. See you, old ancestor. Several figures that appeared in front of a crowd of celestials. It was none other than the head of the Yi family, Yi Tian Enemy, the Yi family's oldest ancestor, the Sword Madness Emperor. Among them, there was also Yi Luoshang, who had an ancient saint realm cultivation, and Yi Luoi. You will immediately follow old ancestor Sword Madness and head to the southern heavenly prefecture, the demonic beast mountain range. Surround Chu Lu and avenge your clan sister Qingxue. Your two clan aunts, as well as old ancestor Sword Frenzy, will protect the path for you. There's no need to worry about Chu Lok's protector. This family master, I want you to make sure to kill Chu Lu. Yi Tian Enemy's gaze was cold as he spoke in a cold voice to the crowd of Yi family's celestial pride. Yes, sir. Kill Chu Lu and avenge your clan sister. The 10,000 Yi clan celestials on the warships raised their arms and shouted with murderous intent. Yi Tian Enemy nodded and said to Yi Luoshang and Yi Luoi by his side. All the old ancestors have orders. Since the forbidden sect has put out the word that they won't intervene in the grudges between the younger generation, then the two of you must not personally deal with Chu Lu. In that case, even if that little beast Chu Lu dies, the forbidden sect can only hold it in. Don't worry, we've got it covered. Yi Luoshang's face is as cold as frost. Icy killing intent is self-evident. Yi Tian Enemy nodded. With that, the Sword Madness Great Emperor took the two daughters and stepped onto the warship. At this time, the Sword Crazy Great Emperor, breath introverted, looks just like an ordinary person. The Sword Frenzy Great Emperor who stepped onto the warship, gently slashed at the void space in front of him through the air. In the void, a huge spatial crack instantly split open. Buzz. The warship carrying tens of thousands of Yi clan's celestial pride emitted a deafening humming sound. Immediately afterward, it broke through the air and flew toward the space crack in the void and disappeared. Deep within the Yi family's ancestral land, a dozen or so huge phantoms whose faces could not be seen looked at the departing warship. Old-timers, get ready. With the pissy nature of those old geezers from the Forbidden Sect, they don't care about that much. The Forbidden Sect definitely won't stop after that little brute's death. Humph. So what? It's also just the right time to take this opportunity to come and see how many of those old guys from the Forbidden Sect are still left. Not bad. If they dare to come up to our Yi family, we will show the 3,000 great worlds that even the Forbidden Sect will have to submit if they mess with our Yi family. Valley of the Red Flame. In the huge main hall, the Yanjun ancient sage returned and arched his hand at Red Wujie on the main seat. Valley Master, the Wang clan's evil suppressor emperor, has already departed. As I was returning, news also came from the Yi clan, which sent out tens of thousands of young celestial pride to the demonic beast mountain range to encircle Chu Lu. In addition, the Sword Madness Great Emperor, as well as two ancient saints are secretly following. Red Wujie nodded and said with a cold smile, since that's the case, then I, Red Flame Valley, cannot be absent. Elder Yen Jun, take a few Nirvana Realm disciples and rush to the southern heavenly state immediately as well. Let our disciples, along with the Yi clan's heavenly pride, surround that little beast. Lord our three major forces. sent out so many heavenly pride joint encirclement. That little beast, also although the death is still honorable. Ha, yes, sir. Yanjun ancient sage sneered, turned around and took a step. His figure disappeared in place. Inside the magic beast mountain range, Chulok's group based their route on the ground. Come to a mountain range at the junction of the middle and the deep. After the Chulu several people set foot in this mountain range. They all became cautious. The magical beasts they encountered on their way were also getting stronger and stronger in their cultivation. Strange. According to the route on the map, this is the place, right? Chulu looked at the endpoint marked on the map in her hand and was filled with doubts, because the finish line is marked, not a mountain range. Instead, it's a canyon. However, what was presented in front of the Chulu several people was a mountain range. Brother Chu, could you give me the map? At that moment, Jiang Yun suddenly opened his mouth and demanded the map. Chulu froze, and without thinking, he handed the map in his hand to Jiang Yun. Tang Yi's 6 men, on the other hand, leaned up without thinking. For one thing, he was curious as to what Jiang Yun wanted the map for. The second is to prevent Jiang Yun from being the oldest 6 and taking the opportunity to snatch the map away. As the saying goes, you can't do harm to people, but you can't do nothing to prevent people from doing harm. A few people only trusted their senior brother Chu. Jiang Yun, who had obtained the map, simply waved his hand. A spirit fire condensed in his hand and incinerated the map on the spot. Ha! What are you doing? Seeing this scene, Tang Yi's few people were so anxious that they directly rolled up their sleeves and tried to stop Jiang Yun. However, it was stopped by Chu Lu, only to see that the beast skin that was scorched by the spirit fire, instead of turning into ashes, instead, it gradually became more and more golden. Buzz. A unique fluctuation, coming from the fire. Buzz. A power filled with faint holy might emanated from the beast skin map. Next moment, the map then detached itself from the spirit fire and shot up into the sky. Chulok's few people hurriedly took a step back and were on alert. Buzz. One could only see the energy fluctuations emanating from the map that was emitting a golden glow getting stronger and stronger. Under the gaze of the Chulok few, the bestiary map began to change. It turned into a golden mass of power. Immediately afterward, a golden figure surfaced in the eyes of the crowd, and a holy might filled out from this illusory figure. This is... Chu Lu froze, and his heart could not help but be on guard. In his hand hidden in his sleeve robe, a blood-colored jade tablet emerged. Once the situation was bad, he would summon his master's Dharma body to descend. Only this illusory figure in front of him was a kindly old man. The old man was smilingly looking at Chu Lu's group. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that after such a long time, someone would finally seek out all the maps left behind by this saint and come to the saint and the place of seclusion. The old man smiled happily before looking around with a nostalgic look in his eyes. Senior, could it be that you are the spirit medicine immortal saint? Jiang Yun responded, bowing to the old man and inquiring. Nice, it is none other than this saint. I don't know a few little friends. Which forces are they from? The spirit pill immortal saint smiled faintly as his gaze fell on Chu Lu and Jiang Yun's group. Hey, senior, I am the forbidden sect's personal disciple, Chu Lu, in the desolate ancient Jiang clan. Jiang Yun, hearing the two Chuloks declare themselves, a look of surprise appeared on the spirit pill immortal saint's face. I didn't realize that a few of you, little friends, were actually heavenly prides from the forbidden sect and the Jiang clan. That's pretty interesting. Speaking of this, the spirit pill immortal saint was somewhat curious in his heart. When did the forbidden sect and the desolate ancient Jiang family make friends? In his time, the forbidden sect and the desolate ancient Jiang clan, it seemed like they had a great deal of beef. Before he sat down and fell, he also heard that the Jiang family was planning to do battle with the forbidden sect. Since a few little friends put together the remnants of the map and find this saint's secluded place, that means that a few little friends have a destiny with this saint. The spirit pill immortal saint returned to his senses and smiled faintly. Then he turned to the mountain range in front of him and flicked it. Buzz, a powerful force, accompanied by a holy might, landed in the mountain range. Under the gaze of the Chulok crowd, a small secret cave was seen floating between the mountains. Through the opening, the crowd saw a massive canyon behind them. The canyon is dotted with starlight, birds and flowers, and rich in spiritual energy. Seeing this scene, Tang He several people could not help but start to get excited. Ha ha, a few little friends, go ahead. This is your chance. But before that, this saint has a small favor that needs to bother a few little friends. The spirit medicine immortal saint smiled kindly, giving a feeling of amiability. Hey, elder, but say no harm. We can't help with the big favors. But if it's a small favor, we'll do our best. Before Chu Lu could say anything, Tang He's few people took the lead. The spirit pill immortal saint smiled and said, don't worry, it's a very small favor. This saint is now a remnant soul that remains in the world. This saint failed to impact the great emperor back then. His lifespan was exhausted, and he sat in seclusion. This saint hopes that a few little friends, after entering into the saint's secluded place, will put this saint's remains into the ground and repair the grave and erect a monument. In this way, well, at least also prove that this saint, in this world has appeared it. At those words, Chulu's eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he waved his hand. So it is. Don't worry, senior. Such trivial matters are just a matter of lifting one's hand. We will definitely bury the remains of our predecessor properly. Fighting for your remains that won't come out fraudulently, ha 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 ha. Little friend Chu is so humorous. Then thank you, a few little friends. In that case, then this saint has no regrets. Go, little friends, go. The spirit pill immortal saint smiled happily and snorted, the holy power in his body gradually weakening. This wisp of residual soul also gradually became illusory and transparent. The Chulu several people, towards the wisp of residual soul of the spirit pill immortal saint that was about to disappear, once again bowed their hands. With that, several people quickly flew into the entrance of the secret realm. Looking at the back of Chulu's group, the wisp of residual soul of the spirit pill immortal sage that was about to disappear, his gaze landed on Jiang Yan's body, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Yuan Ling's sacred body? Worthy of being the Jiang family's heavenly pride. The words fell. The spirit medicine immortal saint of this wisp of residual soul, completely dissipated between heaven and earth. Chulu several people, after arriving at the canyon in the middle of the secret realm, thoroughly shocked by the scene in front of him, one could only see that the mountains leading into the depths of the canyon were filled with all sorts of heaven and earth spirit medicines. Its quality, at the very least, was Xian grade. Senior brother Chu, we're rich. So many elixirs. TSK. The lowest grade is also Xian grade, and there are many spirit grade grades. Tangyi's few people looked at the spiritual herbs on the mountains on both sides, all of their eyes glowing and gulping furiously. Before Chu Lok could say anything, Tangyi's several people then immediately flew to the two sides of the mountain, began to scavenge these heaven and earth spirit medicine. Zhang Yun was also stunned by Tangyi's several people, humongous approach, only to see that a few people weren't just picking elixirs. A few people instead maneuvered skillfully. Even the entire plot of land where the elixir grows, directly packaged into the nano ring. This scene saw the corners of Zhang Yun's mouth twitch madly. These few disciples of the forbidden sect, afraid of who will rob with them as if, Brother Chu, are the disciples of your forbidden sect? All this humongous? Zhang Yun suddenly popped up. Chulu glanced at Tangyi's several people. Mentally, he cursed angrily without a good reason. These guys, with outsiders around, don't know how to be a little more reserved. The forbidden sect's reputation is corrupted by these guys. Ahem. Brother Jiang, don't blame me. These senior brothers of mine are usually poor and afraid. Brother Jiang, aren't you going to get some elixir? Chulu awkwardly smiled and kindly inquired. Zhang Yun waved his hand and laughed. No, Brother Chu. These Xian rank and spirit medicines are plentiful on our Jiang family's mountain. The really good stuff is still in the residence of the spirit medicine immortal saint. Zhang Yun's gaze, looking deeper into the canyon, couldn't help but feel some anticipation and excitement. At those words, Chulu slightly froze. Following Zhang Yun's gaze, he looked into the depths of the canyon. In the depths of the canyon, a small thatched hut came into Chulu's eyes, and around the small hut is a neat and orderly soil. It seems to be a spiritual field. Inside, the vaguely swaying plant exudes amazing medicinal power. As for the Tangyi few, after vaguely overhearing the conversation between Zhang Yun and their Chu senior brother, none of them froze. What? The good stuff is still in there? Several people also gazed into the depths of the canyon. The shadow of the plant in the spiritual field was vaguely visible. The six instantly stopped their hands, clapped their hands, and returned to Chulu's side. The corners of Zhang Yun's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't say anything. It just felt like the same forbidden sect disciple. How is it that the gap between these few people and Brother Chu is so great? Brother Jiang, let's hurry into the innermost part and take a look. Now that the secret realm is open, it's guaranteed that later on, some other martial artists will inadvertently find their way here. Chulu reminded at this time. Okay, go. Zhang Yun and Chulu took a step out. The silhouettes of the two men, toward the depths of the canyon, sped away. Seeing this, Tangyi's few people rushed to follow. Soon, Chulok's crowd arrived at the depths of the canyon. A hut's surroundings, a not-so-large spiritual field was presented to the crowd sight. In the spirit field, hundreds of spirit medicines were planted, emitting a faint glow. The rich medicinal power made the crowd become refreshed even when they inhaled a breath of air. As for Chulu and Tangyi's several people, when they saw these soils for cultivating spirit medicines, Their pupils all stared in excitement. Spirit Earth. I didn't expect that old man, the Spirit Pill Immortal Saint, to have collected so much spiritual soil as well. No wonder he's good at cultivating spirit medicines. That's not true. And the spiritual energy contained in these spiritual soils is several times denser than the ones we got last time. Several people from Tang he said in excitement. At that moment, Chulu and Jiang Yun's divine thoughts surged out and went deep underground. Both were shocked. What a great deal. The Spirit Pill Immortal Saint actually arranged 2 spirit veins underground to nourish the spiritual soil. No wonder these spiritual earths have such rich spiritual energy. Jiang Yun was also excited. Chulu nodded, his gaze looking towards the center of the spirit field. In the center of the spiritual field, there were 6 spiritual herbs. Its radiance and distinctive rhythm is very unique. The medicinal power it emitted was also more terrifying than the other spirit medicines around it. And these 6 spirit medicines, and happens to be in the center of the 2 spirit veins. That's holy medicine. Chulok exclaimed in shock. He didn't expect that there were actually 6 sacred medicines here. Brother Chu, is it possible to give me the holy medicine in the center? That sacred pill. It's of great use to my Yuanling sacred body. I can do without the rest. At this time, Jiang Yun, who was on the side, pointed to the middle one of the 6 sacred medicines, and his expression was alarmed. The tangy few on the side rolled their eyes at Jiang Yun. This kid, he's really good at picking those 6 holy pills. Even a few of them could tell that the one in the center had the best quality, the highest vintage, and the strongest medicinal power. It seems that in another 10,000 years, there is even a chance that it will be transformed into a divine medicine. Well said. Chulu laughed and hurriedly turned to Tang He's several people, secretly giving them a wink. Tang He's few people received Chulu's wink. Immediately, he nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. A few people tied up their sleeves. Brothers, let's do it. Tang He, the first few people, rushed into the spirit field and began to frantically harvest the spirit pills. A few people did not care about the grade, and directly pulled up the elixir with its roots and mud, and put it into the nascent ring. In the spiritual field, apart from those 6 sacred medicines, there were also a dozen or so heaven-grade spirit medicines and dozens of earth-grade spirit medicines. The rest, however, were all spirit medicines of the spirit grade. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yun also hurriedly flew into the spirit field and arrived in front of the 6 sacred pills. Chulok followed closely behind. It's really the metamorphosis creation sacred fruit. Looking at the golden fruit that was born on this sacred pill in front of him, Jiang Yun is so excited he can hardly add to his excitement. He did not expect that the Spirit Pill Immortal Saint could even cultivate such holy pills. Chulu took a look at the metamorphosis creation sacred fruit and couldn't help but be greatly surprised as well. This kid, Jiang Yun, was really lucky. Legend had it that those who possessed the Yuan Spirit Sacred Body would be able to bring the talent of the Yuan Spirit Sacred Body into full play if they took the Yuan Huajian Sacred Fruit, and the speed of its cultivation will also be twice as fast. Brother Chu. Jiang Yun looked towards Chulu. Chulu grinned and said without a care in the world, Brother Jiang will just take this fruit away. Thank you, Brother Chu. Jiang Yun cupped his fists at Chulu, grateful. Then, he carefully took off the Yuanhua Zhaojiao sacred fruit and put it into the nascent ring. As for Chulu, he also took the opportunity to uproot the remaining 5 sacred medicines and put them into his nascent sacred ring. He went back to the second elder to continue his cultivation. The second elder will surely die of joy. Chulok could already visualize it. The second elder, that little old man, hand-dancing excited look up. Ha! Suddenly, Chulu noticed that next to the original 6 sacred medicines, there was actually a spirit medicine root. Chulu bent down and pulled it up. Judging by the fluctuations emanating from the rhizome, this spirit medicine that had been picked off was at least at the level of a holy medicine. Moreover, the faint medicinal power emanating from the root of this sacred medicine made his soul extra refreshing. Apparently, this is a sacred herb that helps with the power of the soul. Thinking of this, Chulu's gaze couldn't help but look toward the thatched hut in front of him. Eyes slightly narrowed. Brother Chu, what's wrong? At that moment, Jiang Yun looked towards Chulu, who was out of his mind, and was somewhat puzzled. Ha ha ha, nothing. Chulu came back to his senses, laughed loudly, and put away this spirit medicine root. Take it back and plant and cultivate it, and in the future, you might even be able to obtain a holy medicine. And just between 2 conversations, Chulu and Jiang Yun looked back, discovered that the spiritual field, which was originally full of spiritual medicines, had turned into a bare patch. All the spiritual medicine, all by Tanghe, a few old 6 harvested into the nano ring, and several people from Tanghe, at the moment, each had a hoe, are burying their heads in the sand and digging for spiritual soil. Several people were dry. Under the spiritual soil, there are still 2 spiritual veins. Lu Also do not know these two spirit veins, exactly how big, can produce how many spirit stones. Anyway, this trip to the Demon Beast Mountain Range, it was the most correct choice for them to invite senior brother Chu to follow them. Seeing Tang He a few old sixes with a lewd and greedy face, Chulu then felt especially embarrassed and said with a dry cough, "Ahem, brother Jiang, why don't you get some spirit soil as well? This is good stuff." Jiang Yun looked at the several people of Tang He who were skillful, like a tough bandit possessed. The corners of his mouth could not help but twitch madly. These few people, are they really the reincarnation of the humongous bandits on the mountain? Good. Jiang Yun nodded, then symbolically dug up a few squares of spiritual soil and put it into his nascent ring. "Brother Jiang, let's go into the hut and take a look. The remains of the spirit medicine immortal saint should be within the hut." Chu Lu looked at the hut in front of him, associating it with the holy medicine that had been picked off in advance. His heart could not help but be a little wary. Yes, Jiang Yun nodded and walked with Chu Lu toward the hut. As for Tang He, several people, they stayed in the spirit field and continued to bury their heads in the sand. The two came to the front of the hut. The divine thoughts surged out and did not find that there was no prohibition on the door of the room. Jiang Yun had wanted to push the door open, but not the next moment. Chu Lok kicked the door right in. Boom! Jiang Yun, the moment the door to the room was kicked in, only to see that inside the hut, it was simple to the extreme, with only a bamboo bed. On top of the bamboo bed, a familiar white-haired old man, dressed in Shin clothes, sat cross-legged, his eyes closed tightly, his face flushed. On its body, there was still a faint trace of holy might remaining, as if asleep. This person, it is the spiritual medicine immortal saint, who has long been seated in death. Jiang Yun and Chu Lu were both taken aback. Both thought that the elixir immortal saint, still alive. Chu Lu carefully stepped forward and reached out in front of the spirit medicine immortal saint's nose. Ha, scared me. Don't worry brother Jiang, the spirit pill immortal sage has been sitting in meditation for a long time. I didn't expect that this old man had been seated for so long, but his flesh was actually still so intact. Saying that, Chu Lu's hand began to grope around the body of the spirit pill immortal saint for a while. Let's see if we can still salvage a little chance. However, Chu Lu's palm had just touched the spirit pill immortal saint's clothing. Spirit medicine immortal saint's clothes, then turned into ashes. Along with it, its flesh and blood. In just a few moments of work, in front of the two, there is only a white bone. Seeing this scene, Chu Lu's heart was finally relieved. He had just been worried that the old guy would suddenly swindle and jump up. Well now, only a skeleton remains, brother Chu. Then we will follow the spirit pill immortal sage's instructions and put him in the ground, repairing his grave and erecting a monument. Jiang Yun opened his mouth at this time and proposed. Chu Lok nodded. Just as the two were making their move, suddenly, the spirit pill immortal saint's skeleton trembled slightly. Buzz. Immediately afterward, a terrifying holy might instantly erupted from the skeleton. Boom! Chu Lu and Jiang Yun, on the spot, were suppressed to their knees by this holy might, and this terrifying holy might enveloped the entire canyon mystic realm. The few Tang He people outside who had just dug up two spirit veins and put them away were also suppressed to the ground by this sudden holy might, unable to move. How? What's going on? It's the hut. This holy might, it's coming from within the hut. Oh no! Senior brother Chu is in danger. Several people, Tang He, gazed at the hut in front of them and couldn't help but worry about Chu Lu, and Chu Lu and Jiang Yun inside the hut. At the moment unbearable, under this holy might, the two felt like the bones in their bodies were about to break. Buzz! An illusory figure rose from the skeleton that emanated holy might. Seeing this illusory figure in front of him, Chu Lu immediately broke into a rage. Old thing, you really aren't dead through. Before you fell, you deliberately drew the map and put it out so that people would seek it out for you to take over and be reborn, right? This illusory figure in front of him was none other than the soul of the spirit pill immortal saint. As for Jiang Yun on the side, as a celestial pride, he naturally understood instantly. His face ugly as he stared at the spirit pill immortal sage and said in a cold voice, "Old man, if you dare to injure us, you will surely draw the wrath of the forbidden sect and my Jiang family, and there will be no place for you to stay in the 3,000 worlds after this." At this moment, the spirit pill immortal saint still had a kind face. However, the bottom of his eyes flickered with sinister cunning, directly ignoring Jiang Yun's threat as his gaze fell on Chu Lu. "Hey, little fellow of the forbidden sect, I didn't expect you to be quite smart, but don't worry, this saint won't take over you, although your talent is equally excessive. It's far inferior to this little fellow from the Jiang clan who has the Yuan spirit saint body. As long as this saint takes over this little fellow, it won't take long for him to return to the top. At that time, with the help of the Yuan spirit sacred body, this saint will be able to step into the realm of the great emperor. Furthermore, those old guys of your forbidden sect are not that easy to fool. Mentioning the forbidden sect's old ancestor, the bottom of the spirit pill immortal saint's eyes flashed a touch of scorn. At those words, Chulu blankly glanced at the spirit pill immortal saint. This old man, actually looking down on him. Nima, hey, that's senior. Since you won't seize me, can you let my little one go? I will definitely not tell the truth about your taking over the body and being reborn. I have a tight mouth. Chulu's face changed and he spoke with a fawning face. Ha, little one. This saint trusts the dead you more than the living you. The spirit pill immortal saint smiled coldly. He had no intention, at all, of sparing everyone who came in here. With that, the spirit of the spirit pill immortal saint floated to Jiang Yun's body, carefully sizing him up. Satisfaction was all over his face. Ha, don't worry, little one. This saint will, in the future, live for you, even to heights that even you can't reach. Ha ha ha. The spirit pill immortal sage laughed hideously, immediately reaching his fingers toward Jiang Yun's forehead. Jiang Yun's pupils plummeted in despair. He also has a life-preserving card, but he was now pressed by the holy might and could not move. There was no way to contact the family powerhouse. Right at that moment, Chulu immediately yelled at the roof. Elder Changwei, if you don't make a move, I'm going to ga. Boom. Stop. Chu Lok's words had just fallen. An old voice resounded throughout the canyon. Immediately afterward, a palm containing a powerful force descended from the sky. The spirit pill immortal saint's face was calm, as if he had already expected it. Raising his head, he swung his hand violently at this huge palm that was suppressing down. Boom! The hut was destroyed on the spot. The pressure that had suppressed Chulu and Jiang Yun also disappeared for a brief moment. Chulu and Jiang Yun hurriedly got up and took a step back, retreating between the spiritual fields. Senior brother Chu, seeing that Chulu was safe and sound, Tangyi's few people then breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the crowd looked up and realized that Elder Qingwei's figure appeared above their heads. However, at this moment, Elder Qingwei's face was grave. Ha! Has the tiny sixth realm saint finally come out? Although this saint only has a remnant of his soul left, before this saint sat down, he took the holy medicine soul-enhancing grass. Even if this saint has only a remnant soul left now, he still has the ancient saint's second realm cultivation level. In the midst of the smoke, the voice of the spirit pill immortal saint was heard. Buzz. Next moment, the illusory figure of the spirit pill immortal saint became incomparably taller, rising above the canyon between heaven and earth. Hearing the spirit pill immortal saint's words, Chulu frowned slightly. No wonder the spirit pill immortal saint was slow to start taking over his body and beeping with him just now. It turned out that the spirit pill immortal saint had long ago discovered the Qingwei elder who was secretly protecting the path. The spirit medicine immortal sage was afraid that when he took over his body, Elder Qingwei only made a move. Solely first draw out the secret Qingwei elders. Sure is an old fox. The truth was indeed as Chulu had guessed. Hiding in the dark, Elder Changwei did want to strike again when the spirit pill immortal saint took over. Humph. So what if it's an ancient saint, trying to take me over? I'm going to make you regret this. Jiang Yun snorted coldly and immediately pulled out a jade token. Seeing this scene, the spirit pill immortal saint's face changed slightly, and he instantly waved his big hand. Buzz. The entrance to the secret realm closed instantly. Jiang Yun crushed the jade token. The face is instantly ugly, because he realized that his message actually cannot be spread out. Ha! Today, except for you little fellow, all the rest of you must die. And of course, you, a saint. The spirit pill immortal saint's gaze was ghostly, looking towards the Qingwei elder in front of him, oozing killing intent, filling heaven and earth. Elder Qingwei swallowed his saliva. If he didn't put up a fight, he's also in a bad way today. Thinking of this, Elder Qingwei flashed a thought and spread his two hands. Collecting his breath, he landed beside Chulu and said, Chulu, hurry up and call your master. This old ghost, I can't deal with. At those words, Chulu looked at Elder Changwei, who was not the least bit flustered, and was somewhat suspicious. He suspected that this old six, if it is ruthless desperation at hand, may not be able to consume the death of spiritual medicine immortal saint this old ghost. Ha! The secret realm has been closed by this saint. Even if you still have strong people out there, you won't be able to summon them. The spirit pill immortal saint teasingly smiled and coldly said. Chulu took a step and stood out, his face similarly overflowing with a touch of teasing as he laughed. Oh, yes. Saying that, Chulu's hand produced an extra blood-colored jade tablet, presenting. Seeing the jade tablet in Chulu's hand, the spirit pill immortal saint's pupils suddenly shrunk. For some reason, this blood-colored token gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Old man, dare to count on me. Don't you just love playing dead? Little master. Today, I will let you truly rest. Click. As the words fell, Chulu decisively crushed the jade token. Buzz. Immediately after that, a blood color rushed out from the shattered jade tablet, enveloping the entire canyon. And a godless might, filling the whole field. His grandmother's leg. Which old thing is it again that's tired of living long enough to bully this emperor's good disciple? A furious voice filled with supreme majesty resounded through heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, a magnificent figure covered in bloodlight appeared in front of Chulu's body. This jade token that the Incro Emperor gave to Chulu was not a summoning jade token. Instead, it was a part of his power that was stored in the jade tablet. When pinched at the critical moment, the power left in the jade tablet would condense the Dharma body. The value of protecting the calf from the Great Master plus 10,000. Seeing the Dharma body of the Incro Emperor, Spirit Pill Immortal Sage's pupils condensed, his body trembled and his face showed fear. Great Emperor Dharma body. How is this? How is this possible? How could you possibly have a great emperor protecting your path? The Spirit Pill Immortal Saint was completely flustered, and the idea of escaping immediately rose in his mind. Buzz. The Spirit Medicine Immortal Saint was very decisive. Directly transformed into a wisp of soul force, fled towards the outside of the secret realm at great speed. Master, don't let that old thing escape. That old thing? Just now he tried to take over his disciple. Chulu hurriedly spoke. What? An old, undead griffin. Boom. The Incro Emperor's Dharma body learned that the Spirit Pill Immortal Saint, who had fled, had actually tried to take over his own good disciple. Instant storming. His good disciple didn't even bother to curse himself. I'm afraid of melting in my hands. I didn't expect that actually this mole would dare to take over his good disciple. With that, the Incro Emperor's Dharma body directly grabbed at the canyon beyond through the air. The residual soul of the Spirit Pill Immortal Saint that was about to escape the canyon's secret realm was suddenly suppressed by a godless might. Immediately after that, a terrifying palm grabbed it and dragged it back. In the blink of an eye, the residual soul of the Spirit Pill Immortal Saint was pinched in the hands of the huge Dharma body of the Incro Emperor. Great! Emperor, spare your life. I didn't know that little friend Chu was your disciple. I much less thought of taking him over. By the Incro Emperor Dharma body, grasped in the hands of the Spirit Medicine Immortal Saint residual soul, rushed to the Incro Emperor, begged for forgiveness. Hey, Elder Incro, this old thing, indeed, has no intention of taking over your good disciple, but this old man, he is planning to get your good disciple killed. Elder Chang Wei let out a strange laugh and deliberately opened his mouth. What? Griffin, this emperor will make sure you never live beyond this life. Buzz. Ah, pust. Incro Emperor's eyes bloomed with bloodlight, directly hard pinched the residual soul of the Spirit Pill Immortal Saint. At this point, the Spirit Medicine Immortal Sage is too dead to die. This scene also caused Jiang Yun to look at his heart for a while. The Incro Emperor was indeed as rumored. Extremely protective of the calf. Extremely cruel means ah. At this moment, Jiang Yun finally understood why these top forces like the Wang clan, the Yi clan, and the Red Flame Valley were targeting Chulu. Dare there be such a protective and cruel great imperial master? Those who think they are the pride of the heavens, messing with Chulu. It is also considered to be pouring 8 lifetimes of blood luck. It's not Brother Chu's fault. It's all the trouble caused by his great emperor master. After crushing the remnants of the Spirit Pill Immortal Saint's soul, the Incro Emperor's Dharma body clapped its hands in disgust as its figure gradually shrunk. Oh good disciple, hurry up and take these few brats back to the sect. Somehow in the last 2 days, Master, I always have a feeling that my heart and mind are not in the right place. It seems like something big is about to happen. The Incro Emperor commanded. Senior, we just entered the demonic beast mountain range only a day ago. Have not yet begun to experience Lu. To go back? Chulu was speechless. Ahahaha. Master is not worried about your safety. The Incro Emperor smiled and laughed. Immediately afterward, the Incro Emperor looked at Elder Chang Wei and barked. Chang Wei, you have to take care of my good disciple, huh? In case my good disciple comes back with a missing arm or leg, this emperor will break your legs. Yes. Elder Incro, don't worry about it. Elder Chang Wei jerked his head and hurriedly nodded his head repeatedly. Originally, he thought, it was a good job. Now it seems that the patriarch has set him up for trouble. The corner of Chulu's mouth twitched slightly. He always felt that his own master's words, a little familiar, seems to have heard somewhere. Immediately afterward, the Incro Emperor's Dharma god dissipated. An old guy. After the Incro Emperor's Dharma body dissipated, Elder Chang Wei skimmed his mouth and gave a small angry curse in an ungraceful voice. Ha! Elder Chang Wei, what did you just say? What old man? Chulu came over to Elder Chang Wei's side and teasingly opened his mouth. Elder Chang Wei snapped with a jolt. How could he forget there was this little scourge in the mix? So he hurriedly changed his face and coughed dryly. Ahem. I mean, nice guy, Elderine Crow is really powerful. Oh, Chulu smiled and did not say anything. His eyes looked at Elder Chingwei slyly. Ahem, since there's nothing else, let's get the hell out of here. This elder will see you out. Elder Chingwei no longer paid attention to Chulu and opened his mouth to several people. Trouble elder. Jiang Yun nodded, arching his hand in gratitude. With that, Elder Chang Wei led Chulu's group to the outside of the canyon. With the fall of the spirit medicine immortal saint, the entrance to the secret realm was closed again. However, with Elder Chang Wei around, it wouldn't be difficult to open the exit of the secret realm. Before leaving, Chulu and Tang He's several people also gleaned the spirit medicines that grew on the mountains on both sides outside the canyon. They can't get in after they get out anyway. No gripping for nothing. Afterward, Elder Ching Wei tore open the exit of the secret realm, and the people left the small secret realm. Right at the same time that Chulu's group left the secret realm, the sky above Nantian City, suddenly there was a violent and invisible fluctuation. Buzz! A spatial crack of hundreds of feet quietly opened. Within the spatial crack, a huge aura instantly vibrated and pressed out. It enveloped the sky above the South Heavenly City. The countless powerhouses in the Southern Heavenly City were all horrified as they raised their heads to look up. What a terrifying aura! Which powerhouse from which side is this coming again? In the eyes of countless people, only a huge warship was seen, slowly sailing out from the spatial rift. That's the Yi family's warship. Quickly look, the one on the prow of the ship. It seems to be the Sword Frenzy Emperor. Hiss, how could the Sword Madness Great Emperor show up here? Along with one of them, there are so many Yi clan celestials. What exactly happened? It can't be that the Yi family is rushing towards Chulu, right? Geez, definitely. Have you seen the woman beside the Mad Emperor? That's Yi Luoshang, Yi Qingshue's mother. Yi Qingxue fell at the hands of Chulu. The Yi family is definitely here to take revenge now. Upon seeing the person on the boat, the countless powerhouses in the city exclaimed in shock. Boom boom boom. Transient. In the sky above South Heavenly City, an area of tens of thousands of miles in circumference was enveloped by a massive imperial might. Rolling black clouds covered the sky, and an icy killing intent surged between heaven and earth. The Sword Frenzy Emperor on the Yi clan's warship had his hands behind his back as he gazed in the direction of the demonic beast mountain range. Immediately afterward, his eyes condensed, and his ocean-like divine thoughts instantly swept away. And in the meantime, somewhere in the void space of the Devil Beast mountain range, a figure sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Seemingly sensing this, he steeply opened his eyes and then got up. This person was the Daoyuan ancestor who had secretly followed and protected Chulu. Old Daoyuan ancestor's eyes were glazed over. His eyes pierced through the shackles and looked in the direction of South Heavenly City. Next moment, old Daoyuan's gaze collided with the Sword Frenzy Emperor on top of the warship. Old Daoyuan ancestor's face gradually became gloomy. The Yi family, indeed, is a thief with a heart of gold. And the Sword Frenzy Emperor on top of the warship also discovered the Daoyuan ancestor hiding in the shadows. He didn't expect the Forbidden Sect to actually secretly send out this old fellow, Daoyuan, to protect Chulok's path. It seems that the Forbidden Sect quite valued Chulu, this little beast, well. A thought flashed. The Sword Madness Emperor waved his big hand. Boom! A supreme sword intent, filled with vastness, blocked off the entire Magic Beast mountain range in the distance. And in the meantime, Chulu's group, who had just stepped out of the secret realm, suddenly felt a terrifying divine thought that swept over them. This divine thought contained godless might, as well as cold killing intent. Chulu couldn't help but raise his sweaty hairs, because this terrifying aura was very familiar to him. It was the Yi family's Sword Frenzy Emperor. Roar! At this moment, the countless magical beasts in the Magical Beast mountain range were also trembling under this terrifying imperial might, becoming extremely uneasy. Some magical beasts with stronger cultivation had fled towards the depths of the Magical Beast mountain range. No good! Chulu, let's hurry! Elder Chingwei's face suddenly changed drastically, and his hair stood on end. However, Chuluo's group, who had just come out of the secret realm, was instantly sensed by the Sword Frenzy Emperor. The Sword Frenzy Emperor on top of the warship, his eyes condensed and his face revealed killing intent. Found it! With that came a big wave of the hand. A terrifying power wrapped around the entire warship. Shoo! Turning into a golden and radiant stream of light, he broke through the air and sped towards the middle layer of the demonic beast mountain range. In the blink of an eye. It was also at the moment when Elder Chingwei's words had just fallen. The Yi family's huge warship then appeared above the heads of the Chulok crowd. Chu's senior brother, what should we do? Several people from Tang He looked at the huge warships overhead, as well as on the warship, the nearly 10,000 Yi clan celestials with killing intent. All of their faces changed drastically and were filled with rage. The Yi family is simply too much. Their senior brother Chu, Didn't he just slaughter Yi Qingxue? And it was still Yi Qingxue herself who sought death. Is the Yi family as far as making such a big deal out of it? Simply not giving their Chu senior brother a way out. Chu Luo couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat at this moment, especially noticing the sword frenzy emperor at the head of the group, as well as Yi Luoyi next to him. He is numb. As for Jiang Yun, who was on the side, he couldn't help but worry about Chu Lu at this time. Little beast, finally found you. Today I will make you pay for my daughter's life. Yi Luoshang's face was grim to the extreme, staring viciously at Chu Lu. In a deep voice, he said, "Little beast, let's see who can still bail you out today." Yi Luoyi, who was on the side, also spoke in a cold voice. Looking at this beaten face of Chu Lu, she then couldn't help but recall the slap that the Yin Crow Emperor had given her. The endless hatred was all counted on Chu Lu's head. The sword frenzy emperor, who was in the lead, looked up at the sky, his eyes flickering with endless battle intent. The majestic sword intent emanating from its body. It caused the living beings in the tens of thousands of miles around to feel a sense of depression. Even breathing became a little difficult. What do you guys mean? A few of you from the Yi family? Could it be that you, the Yi family, want to go to war with our forbidden sect? At this moment, Elder Chang Wei took a step forward and stood out, his face icy cold as he looked up at the crowd of Yi family powerhouses on the warship and spoke coldly. At those words, the Sword Madness Emperor looked down with downcast eyes and spoke faintly. "Humph. So what if we go to war? Still think your forbidden sect is invincible? Besides, we're not going to do it ourselves. This is a matter between juniors. Let's let the juniors settle it between themselves. Besides, you're a mere Saint Sixth Realm Mole Cricket. Can you represent the forbidden sect?" Elder Qingwei's face was ugly. In his hand, hidden between his sleeve robes, an additional jade token appeared. Crush it in secret. Yet the next moment, Cheng Wei Chang's face became even more ugly, because he realized that the message couldn't even be transmitted. Divine thoughts surged out, and it was only then that he realized, the Sword Frenzy Emperor had long since blocked off the entire Devil Beast mountain range. Elder Cheng Wei glanced at the nearly 10,000 foolish Yi clan celestials on the warship. The Yi family is trying to make Chu Lu completely dead here. As for Chu Lu, when he heard the Sword Madness Emperor's words, his heart directly broke out into curses. These beasts of the Yi family, they really don't talk about martial arts. It actually sent out so many celestial pride to surround him. At that moment, Jiang Yun, who was beside Chu Lu, couldn't watch anymore. Taking a direct step forward, he stood out and arched his hand at the Sword Frenzy Great Emperor. "Senior Sword Frenzy, Kid Jiang Yun of the Jiang clan. Brother Chu is my friend. Please also ask the senior." Before Jiang Yun could finish his words, the Sword Madness Emperor interrupted with a cold snort. "Humph, kid from the Jiang family, this matter has nothing to do with you, so hurry up and leave. Otherwise, don't blame my Yi family for being impolite." Jiang Yun froze, his face unsightly. Just as Jiang Yun wanted to continue to fight for it, a hand rested on his shoulder. Jiang Yun turned his head and found Chu Lu looking at him with a smiling face. "Brother Jiang, thanks. You should go. This has nothing to do with you. If I don't die this time, in the future, Brother Jiang will be my Chu Lu's brother." Chu Lu's remark was not a polite one. Jiang Yun was able to come forward at this time and plead for him. To be honest, Chu Lu also felt very surprised and touched. "Brother Chu, you..." Jiang Yun froze and took a deep breath, then said with a firm expression, "Brother Chu, since you treat me as a brother, it's even more impossible for me to leave. If I, Jiang Yun, were to leave at this time, what kind of person would I be? Ha ha ha, that's right. Senior Brother Chu, we'll fight side by side with you against this group of sons of bitches. That's right, don't be afraid. Senior Brother Chu, we won't abandon you for good. Big deal, nothing to be afraid of." Tang He, a few people, also chimed in at this moment. The humongous six, at some point, had already pulled out their weapons. On Chu Lu's face, he still maintained a harmless human smile, and his heart was filled with emotion. Becoming a disciple in the forbidden in this world was his greatest fortune. Chu Lu took a deep breath, and his gaze looked toward the Yi family's group of strong men in the void. Chu Lok swore mentally. One day, he would make the Yi family pay. "Yi family, you guys have some nerve." Just then, an angry and murderous voice came from above the sky. Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Lu, Elder Chang Wei, and the Tang He few, were instantly overjoyed. It was the Dao Yuan ancestor of their forbidden sect. Old Dao Yuan ancestor actually secretly followed them to the demonic beast mountain range as well. Buzz. As the voice fell, a spatial crack split above the void. The Dao Yuan old ancestor, who was filled with rage and killing intent, held a wooden stick entwined with black flames, exuding monstrous imperial might as he stepped out into the void, its eyes coldly staring at the warship on a group of Yi family strong, moved to kill intent. Dao Yuan Emperor, the two of them, Yi Luoshang and Yi Lui, changed their faces drastically and were unsightly. They didn't realize the intelligence was wrong. Forbidden Sect actually also secretly sent this old thing to protect this little beast. The Sword Madness Emperor, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. He had just arrived at the southern heavenly city when he spotted the Dao Yuan ancestor hidden above the void. The reason why he had delayed in ordering to make a move against Chu Lu was to wait until the Dao Yuan ancestor appeared. Old Dao Yuan's eyes lifted slightly, glancing at the demonic beast mountain range that had been blocked off by the Sword Frenzy Great Emperor. He realized that on top of the Sword Frenzy Emperor's boundary, there was another familiar boundary of power. Immediately afterward, old Dao Yuan ancestor looked in another direction and coldly murmured, "Old evil suppressor, since you're here, show yourself." At those words, the faces of the Chu Lu several people instantly became grave. I didn't expect the Wang family's evil suppressor emperor to actually come. Old Dao Yuan's words had just fallen, only to see an invisible spatial fluctuation coming from this direction where his gaze was gazing. Immediately after, a magnificent figure quietly appeared. "Old Devil Dao Yuan, I didn't expect to be discovered by you after all." At this moment, old Dao Yuan ancestor no longer had the cynicism of the past. Instead, he looked grave. This was because he noticed that the Sword Madness Emperor was not what he used to be and seemed to have made a breakthrough. Together with the Great Emperor of Evil Suppression, the situation was somewhat dangerous. The surrounding heaven and earth were blocked by the two of them, making it difficult for even him to transmit the news back. And even if the other ancestors of the sect received the news at this time and started to rush over, it was already too late. Well, the king's family, Yi family, the Forbidden Sect. Remember, old Dao Yuan ancestor angrily rebuked. The Sword Madness Emperor smiled coldly, not caring in the slightest. With that came a big wave of the hand. Yi Luoshang, who was on the side, looked down at Chu Lu and said in a cold voice, "Ye family disciples, listen to the order. Whoever destroys this little brute will be rewarded by the family with a set of Saint Grade techniques and 2 sets of Saint Grade martial skills." "Yes, sir." The tens of thousands of Yi Clan's celestial pride were suddenly excited and looked at Chu Lu with murderous intent. Immediately afterward, tens of thousands of Yi family celestials leapt up. "How dare you!" Boom! Old Dao Yuan ancestor was shocked and furious, exuding monstrous imperial might all over his body. "Dao Yuan, come and fight!" The Sword Madness Emperor took a step out. There was an extra spirit sword in his hand. In an instant, he appeared in front of the Dao Yuan ancestor. With that, he slashed out a sword towards him. Buzz! A terrifying sword instantly sped away. Old Dao Yuan ancestor reacted violently and shot out to block the sword. However, the power of this sword also shook him back a few steps. "Fellow Daoist Sword Frenzy, I've come to assist you." The Jinqi Emperor smiled sinisterly and set up a monstrous might, along with the Sword Frenzy Emperor, to surround the Dao Yuan ancestor. Old Dao Yuan ancestor turned to Chu Lu and hurriedly reminded, "Boy, if you want to live, run to the depths of the demonic beast mountain range." Immediately afterward, old Dao Yuan ancestor resisted the duo's joint efforts with all his might. Mad Sword Field. The sword in the hands of the Mad Sword Emperor swung. The sky dome was enveloped by a golden sword chi. This astonishing sword chi wrapped the 3 people in it. Immediately after that, it quickly closed up and formed a huge golden orb. A boundary is created within, completely isolated from the outside world. Old Dao Yuan ancestor was also completely shocked by this hand of the Sword Madness Emperor. He didn't expect that the Sword Madness Emperor had actually comprehended the domain. "Dao Yuan, come and fight." "Ha ha ha." The Sword Frenzy Emperor shouted up to the sky, his body's terrifying sword aura rushing into the sky. A single breath from one of them can destroy a domain. It could be seen how terrifying its power really was. "I'm not afraid of you. Come and fight." Boom! The Imperial War has officially broken out. The moment the 3 great emperors' powers collided, amazing power fluctuations erupted from the golden ball of light hanging in the air. The void of space suddenly shattered. Broken space debris, like stars, shimmering with faint light, and facing the tens of thousands of Yi family celestial pride who were killing up. Elder Chang Wei wanted to make a move, but he didn't expect the next moment. The 2 girls, Yi Luoshang and Yi Lui, appeared in front of Elder Chang Wei. Boom! Barely, both of them instantly slapped their palms out. Elder Chang Wei, who was only at the Sage 6th realm, was instantly seriously injured by the 2 women. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Elder Chu Lok was furious. However, at this moment, Elder Chang Wei could not care less about his own injuries. With the help of being knocked back, the backhand tore through space. Ergo, go! With a wave of his big hand, Elder Chang Wei knocked Chu Lu's group into the spatial rift. Damnable old man, you seek death. Eyes on Chu Lok, who was about to be taken down by them. Under their noses, They were sent away by Elder Changwei. Yi Luoshang was shocked and furious, carrying his spirit sword towards Elder Changwei, who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries. Loi, leave this old man to me to settle. You go in search of that little beast. The demonic beast mountain range is now blocked. He can't run away. Yi Luoshang coldly said. Yelroy nodded. Then the divine thoughts surged out, sweeping in all directions. Elder Changwei, who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries, looked at Yi Luoshang, who approached with his sword, and his face suddenly changed. Fearful, he hurriedly rose to his knees and begged for mercy. And mercy, I don't want to die. I can take you guys to that little beast Chulu. Looking at Elder Changwei, whose face was suddenly white and whose breath was weak, Yi Luoshang's face was full of killing intent, and he coldly said with a disdainful smile, Humph, old thing, now you know to beg for mercy? Late, if it wasn't for you, that little beast would have died just now. Sensing Yi Luoshang's cold killing intent, Elder Changwei hurriedly kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. Looking at Elder Changwei, who knocked his head all over, Yi Luoshang remained impassive and slowly raised the long sword in her hand. Elder Changwei, who was kowtowing, suddenly had a glint in his eye. A hand hidden in his sleeve robe exploded out. Forbidden Jedi, living spirit oxygenation spell. Boom! For Elder Changwei, who had suddenly made a sneak attack, Yi Luoshang didn't have any semblance of defense, and her face suddenly changed drastically. However, when she just tried to resist, the pink-colored seal knot that Elder Changwei had struck, however, exploded in front of her. Yi Luoshang froze and reacted furiously. A sword slashed out at the Changwei elder in front of him. Boom! Barely. Elder Changwei was cleaved away again by a sword. A hideous sword wound was revealed in his chest. The body slammed heavily over a dozen meters away. Ha ha ha, bitch, you just wait to die. Elder Changwei spat blood from his mouth and laughed madly. Yi Luoshang, who was just about to make up for it, suddenly froze, noticing something wrong inside. Soon, a dry heat rose from deep within his body, and his face gradually flushed. The power in his body was also constantly leaking out. What have you done to me? Yi Luoshang was furious and roared at the fallen Elder Changwei. A strong desire filled her mind. Although Yi Luoshang tried her best to suppress it, the strand of abnormality in her body, but she found the strangeness more and more overwhelming, and the spiritual energy within his own body was being disorganized. Yi Luoi, who was searching for traces of Chu Lok at the side, rushed forward. The divine thoughts probed into Yi Luoshang's body, and his face suddenly changed drastically, immediately instilling a powerful force to suppress that bizarre force within Yi Luoshang's body. At this moment, Yi Luoshang's demeanor rose in a trance, and accompanied by a sharp gasp. This caused a ripple in the hearts of the countless Yi family celestials behind them. Couldn't help but look at Yi Luoshang a few more times, and seriously injured on the ground Changwei elders. Then take this opportunity, rushed to climb up, hands tearing space, hiding away. At this moment, Yi Luoi had no time to care about the fleeing Elder Changwei. Yi Luoi mobilized the power of his entire body, constantly removing that weird power from Yi Luoshang's body. Fortunately, Elder Changwei, for the living spirit aphrodisiac mantra, this move of taboo mastery, is also the first to cast. Some raw. Plus, Yi Luoshang's realm was higher than Elder Changwei. Therefore, under the full force of Yelroy's removal, half an hour later, Yi Luoi finally succeeded in removing that bizarre force within Yi Luoshang's body. Yi Luoshang, who had returned to normal, was panting and dripping with fragrant sweat. The clothes on his body were a bit disheveled. During this process, the group of Yi family's celestial pride behind them could be said to have had a great time. Damn old thing, if I don't whip you and skin you, it'll be hard to ease my heart's hatred. Yi Luoshang got up and took an elixir. Her complexion gradually improved. The terrifying killing intent caused the surrounding temperature to plummet dramatically, and the group of Yi clan's prides who had previously feasted their eyes on them lowered their heads. None of them dared to look at the furious Yi Luoshang. Luo Yi, the next time you meet that old fellow from the forbidden sect, you must chop him up quickly. The taboo sect's taboo jutsu was very bizarre, unleashing it silently and undetectably. If you're not careful, you're bound to suffer a great loss. Yi Luoshang scorned. Yi Luoi nodded slightly. She is also extraordinarily scrupulous. Just now, if she hadn't exerted her full strength and cleared that weird power for Yi Luoshang in time, Yi Luoshang would definitely die of lust. The forbidden sex Jedi is not only mischievous, it's also indefensible. You too, if you meet that little brute, absolutely don't talk nonsense with him, or else you will surely suffer a great loss. Yi Luoshang turned around and glanced at the group of celestial pride behind him, reminding them in a cold voice, "Yes, we'll keep that in mind." The crowd of Yi family's pride nodded their heads in response, and no one dared to look at Yi Luoshang, but the snow-white skin of Yi Luoshang before constantly surfaced in the minds of the crowd. Yi Luoshang's face was gloomy and cold as frost. As an ancient sage powerhouse, she could naturally sense the abnormalities of these prides of her family. In his heart, he couldn't wait to break Elder Chang Wei into pieces. It actually made her make such a fool of herself in front of so many family disciples. Anyone who dares to spread the word about today's incident will be subject to family rules. Yi Luoshang said in a cold voice. We understand. Yi Luoshang took a deep breath, the coldness on her face not diminishing at all, and raised her head to look at the sky. The battle between the three great emperors still continued. However, due to the fact that the entire demonic beast mountain range, along with the void, was blocked off by her father, the Sword Madness Emperor, and the Wang clan's Jin Evil Emperor. Therefore the power that erupted from the Emperor's battle did not spread out, but it's only temporary. If we don't find Chu Lok and kill him as soon as possible, as the imperial battle became more and more intense, sooner or later, the boundary would disintegrate because it couldn't withstand it. At that time, the great emperors of the entire 3,000 worlds would all detect the fluctuations of the outbreak of the Emperor War. In case those old guys from the Forbidden Sect came in hot to support them, then they're in big trouble. Just as Yi Luoshang was planning to use his divine thoughts to continue searching for traces of Chu Lu's group, an old voice came from a distance. Ha! Two fellow Taoists of the Yi clan, I, Red Flame Valley, have come to assist you. As the words fell, Yi Luoshang and a group of Yi family celestials turned their heads, found not far behind them, the Yanjun ancient sage, was appearing with a dozen or so disciples from the Red Flame Valley. The crowd of Yi family's celestial pride realized that these dozen or so celestial pride brought by Yanjun ancient sage were all at the Nirvana realm in terms of cultivation. The Yanjun ancient sage brought a dozen or so Red Flame Valley disciples and arrived in front of Yi Luoshang, arching his hand and smiling. Fellow Daoist Yi, we meet again. Seeing Yanjun ancient sage, Yi Luoshang didn't have a good face and coldly snorted. Yanjun, didn't you say that beside that little brute, there was only a saint protecting the Dao? Why is that old geezer Dao Yuan there too? P.S. Rush to finish a code. Dinner to go. Today is the Mother's Day. Oh. Everyone should give their mothers for the holiday. Oh. Don't forget. See you tomorrow. At those words, the Yanjun ancient sage subconsciously looked up, looking at Emperor War above the void. His face was slightly ugly. Fellow Daoist Yi, don't panic. With your father and the Wang clan's evil suppressor emperor joining forces, that old man, Dao Yuan, won't be able to free his hands. The celestial pride of my Red Flame Valley will join forces with the celestial pride of your Yi clan to surround that little brute. As long as we don't personally take action, even the Forbidden Sect will have nothing to say. Those old guys of theirs, didn't they say that in a fight between peers? It's not as good as the skill to die. We'd like to see what the Forbidden Sect has to say this time. The Yanjun ancient sage said with a sinister smile. Yi Luoshang's face was unabated in coldness as she nodded slightly. The Forbidden Sect let slip the words of the 3,000 great worlds a long time ago. The struggle between peers, the higher echelons of the Forbidden Sect, never interfered. But if it is a big bully, the high-level powerhouses of the Forbidden Sect would then strike without any fear. As such, the many powerhouses of the 3,000 worlds would not easily take action against the Forbidden Sect's disciples. Even if they were to target the disciples of the Forbidden Sect, it would be the young disciples under the sect who would strike. But unfortunately, the unusual forces were no match for the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. However, the top forces of the 3,000 worlds would not follow this rule of the Forbidden Sect. It's okay to fall some insignificant disciples, but if one's own heavenly pride on the list was slaughtered by a disciple of the Forbidden Sect, these top forces, they won't let it go like that. Because of them, they had the strength to fight against the Forbidden Sect. However, these top forces were still somewhat afraid of the Taboo Sect. After all, the Forbidden Sect had existed for a longer period of time than some of the Emperor clans, as well as the desolate ancient family. It's anyone's guess. Just how many old ghosts did the Forbidden Sect still have? Half dead like Burial Jade. Therefore, in order not to push the Forbidden Sect, the Yi clan had sent out a large number of heavenly prides to encircle Chu Lu. As long as they, the ancient saints, didn't personally slaughter Chu Lu, it could only be considered a match between peers. They were going to make the Forbidden Sect, themselves, jump into the hole they had dug. Found it. That little brute, by that old fellow from the Forbidden Sect, was cast into the depths of the demonic beast mountain range. Right at this moment, Yi Luoi suddenly opened his eyes, his divine thoughts retracted, and he spoke in surprise. Deep in the devil beast mountain range? That old fellow from the Forbidden Sect. Is this because he thinks that little brute is not dying fast enough? The depths of the demonic beast mountain range is the territory of the 6 great beast masters. The 6 beast lords are all at the peak of the ancient saint realm and are extremely unkind to humans. And after the depths of the demonic beast mountain range is the abyssal Jedi. The Yanjun ancient sage was puzzled. At those words, Yi Luoshang froze, suddenly remembering the words that old Daoyuan ancestor had said to Chu Lu earlier. If you want to live, go to the depths of the Wraith Mountains. Yan Jun, the 6 beast lords deep within the demonic beast mountain range have an affinity with the forbidden sect? Or maybe the one from the Abyssal Jedi has an affinity with the forbidden sect? Yi Luoshang inquired. The Yanjun ancient sage froze and shook his head after thinking for a moment. From ancient times, I've never heard of the forbidden sect having an affinity with the 6 beast lords of the demonic beast mountain range. As for the one from the Abyssal Jedi, it's even more impossible. It's rumored that the one from the Abyssal Jedi in the ancient era also had a blood feud with the forbidden sect. Yeah, that's a relief. Since that's the case, we only need to protect the path for the disciples of your and my 2 forces. That little beast, just leave it to the disciples of your and my 2 forces. Yi Luoshang smiled coldly, her eyes filled with venom. Ha ha ha, yes, there's no time to lose. Let's immediately go deeper into the depths of the demonic beast mountain range. Red Flame Valley disciples listened to the order. Go deeper into the demonic beast mountain range and encircle and annihilate that little beast Chu Lu. You don't need to worry about the infestation of magical beasts. The Yanjun ancient sage laughed out loud and said, Yes, Elder. With that, Yi Luoshang, Yi Luoi, and Yanjun ancient sage opened the way for the young disciples of the 2 forces, quickly delving deeper into the depths of the demonic beast mountain range along the way. In the meantime, the depths of the devil beast mountain range, Chu Lu, Zhang Yun, and the 6 of them, Tang Yi, fell from a spatial crack in a sorry state. Damn the Wang and Yi families. You'd better pray that little master I don't die in a big way this time. Otherwise little master, next time, when I encounter the heavenly pride of your 2 families, I'll kill everyone I see. Chu Lu cursed angrily and looked around. The next moment his face changed slightly, because under his perception, in the surrounding vicinity, there were countless auras of powerful cultivation. Suffered. Brother Chu, your elder Qing Wei, sent us to the depths of the demonic beast mountain range. It is rumored that the depths of the demonic beast mountain range is the territory of the 6 great beast masters. All the magical beasts in the entire magical beast mountain range are under the command of the 6 great beast masters. Zhang Yun gulped after checking the surrounding mountains and hurriedly reminded Chu Lu. At those words, Chu Lu froze, and in his mind, he could not help but recall the words of old Daoyuan ancestor. Then, when he thought about the fact that Elder Qing Wei had sent them to this place, there must be a reason. Boom! Just as Chu Lok was out of his mind, 3 monstrous strands of holy might came from the middle layer of the Devil Beast mountain range. Immediately, the terrified whispers of the magical beasts came from the surroundings. No good. It's those 2 old hags coming after us. His grandmother, this breath, is the Yanjun ancient sage. Sensing that apart from Yi Luoshang and Yi Luoi's aura, there was also a scent that was very familiar to Chu Lu. The owner of this aura was none other than the Red Flame Valley's Yanjun ancient sage. Chu Lu broke out into a loud curse and immediately turned to Zhang Yun. Brother Jiang, please do me a favor. Zhang Yun froze and hurriedly spoke. There's no harm in speaking up. Brother Chu, Brother Jiang, these guys are targeting me. Please take these few senior brothers of mine and look for Elder Qing Wei. Then find a chance to leave the demonic beast mountain range. With that old 6 of Elder Qing Wei, surely he won't fall easily. If a few senior brothers have the chance to leave the demonic beast mountain range, immediately call for help from the sect. If you don't follow me, none of you will survive. Chu Lok explained. Senior brother Chu, we're not leaving. Not bad. As fellow disciples, we are family. How can we abandon our families? Yes, senior brother Chu, we will fight alongside you. Big deal. We'll fight those bastards. When the Tanghi several people heard Chu Lu ask them to leave, they all shook their heads and refused. Seeing this, a warm current flowed through Chu Lu's heart, and Zhang Yun, who was on the side, seeing such a scene, could not help but envy the fellowship of the forbidden sect. No wonder the forbidden sect has thrived since ancient times. Seems to make some sense. Chu Lu grinned, looking at Tanghi's several people with disdain. Disdain full of words. Bringing a few of you dragons with me. Senior brother, I can't exert myself. Get the hell out of here. Don't worry. Your senior Chu, am a scourge. The scourge lives for 1,000 years and stings for 10,000 years. How can he die so easily? Be good and wait for me outside. Good ha. Looking at Chu Lu's still human and harmless appearance, a few of Tanghi's eyes became a little moist. Several people deeply know that senior brother Chu is just saying this in order to deliberately oust them. However, the humongous 6 ancestors, considering their own strength, would indeed be dragging the feet of Chu Lok. So a few people nodded and spoke up. Senior brother Chu, you must live ha. We're waiting for you. Chu Lu grinned, and his hands quickly formed seals. Forbidden Jedi. Spatial transmission. Chu Lu struck out with a blood-colored seal knot. The void space in front of him was blasted out of a spatial entrance by a blood-colored seal knot. This move was a specialized escape jutsu among the 1,000 forbidden jutsu. Get out of here before it's too late. Brother Jiang. Please. Chu Lu hurriedly urged Tang He and the others, then pleaded with Zhang Yun. He, Chu Lu, had never begged anyone, only this time. Don't worry, Brother Chu, I'll wait for you to come back alive and drink together. At this moment, Zhang Yun admired Chu Lok's heavy-handedness from the bottom of his heart. Chu Lu grinned and nodded. Definitely. With that, Zhang Yun led Tang He and the others, stepping into the spatial entrance in front of him. At this moment when several people stepped into the entrance of the space, the figure instantly turned into a bloody light and was randomly teleported to a certain place in the Demonic Beast Mountain Range. It was because the entire Demonic Beast Mountain Range was blocked by the Sword Madness Emperor. With Chu Lu's current cultivation level, this stance mastery, even if it can teleport over long distances, cannot break through the power blockade of a great emperor. After a few people were sent away, Chu Lu turned to look at the terrifying aura that was constantly coming from the middle layer, and immediately buried his head towards the deeper depths of the Demonic Beast Mountain Range. At this point in time, the only thing to do is to trust your own ancestor. Let's hope that our own Daoyuan elder ancestor, this time, will be a bit more reliable. If he really couldn't, he would have to use the 200,000 or so calf protection values that he had managed to save up. Just as Chu Lu was rushing deeper into the Demonic Beast Mountain Range, not far from Chu Lok, on top of a mountain peak, 6 figures quietly appeared. These 6 figures, all over their bodies, exuded a faint holy might. These 6 people, 4 men and 2 women, all looked like they were only in their 30s or 40s. The male is average looking, stocky and muscular. 2 women with stunningly beautiful looks and sultry temperaments. A person with silver hair and snake pupils, showing a hint of coldness between the charming. The other, with a slender, seductive body. At this moment, all 6 of them raised their heads to look at Emperor Battle, who was blocked off in the sky above the dome. Daoyuan Emperor? Alas, I didn't expect this old guy, actually still alive. Back then, when I was young, I saw that this old fellow was at the Great Emperor for Realm, and now that so much time has passed, this old fellow, why is he still at the Great Emperor for Realm? The woman with silver hair and snake pupils, her red lips slightly opened, somewhat puzzled. A few others couldn't help but shake their heads slightly. This little guy is also a child of the Forbidden Sect. The Yi Clan, the Wine Clan, and the Red Flame Valley are 3 major powers that are all here to slaughter this brat. Giggle. Words people are curious. This little guy, outside in the end is a violation of the laws of heaven, actually attracted the 3 major forces. Such a big fuss. Another extremely beautiful woman, with a pair of purple pupils full of charm, looked at Chu Lu, who was rushing toward their mountain range, and was curious. Vajra, save this kid or not? The silver-haired woman looked to a man at the head of the group and inquired. This man, with a short head of blonde hair and silk golden streams of light flowing between his muscles, gave people an extremely oppressive feeling. He, the head of the 6 beast lords of the Demonic Beast Mountain Range, the Vajra Ancient Ape. The few people beside him were the other beast lords, at the Ancient Saint Realm cultivation level. They, the magical beasts, had long since transformed into human beings. Forget it, this is a feud between their humans. We will not interfere. The one from the Abyssal Jedi is still sleeping. Until he wakes up, we can't afford to offend anyone. However, we can't let the Yi Clan and Red Flame Valley's people be too reckless in our territory. Vajra spoke in a cold voice. The other 5 great beast lords, all nodded slightly. Come on, it's time for us to show up. This seat has a way to not offend the Forbidden Sect nor the Yi Clan or the Red Flame Valley. Vajra smiled faintly, then took a step and his figure disappeared into place. The 5 great beast masters looked at each other, and then also rushed to secretly follow. In the meantime, Chu Lu's figure rapidly flickered and leapt between the dense forests. On the ever-deepening escape, Chu Lok felt a little weird. He had come in for so long, and he had encountered some magical beasts with strong cultivation on the way. But here's the strange thing. None of these beasts ever attacked him on their own initiative. That's weird. Little beast, where are you going to escape? Boom. Just for a moment Chu Lok stopped in his tracks. Yanjun Ancient Sage's voice came from behind him. Immediately afterward, the 3 great ancient saints, Yanjun Ancient Saint, Yiluoshang, and Yiluoi, appeared above Chu Lu's head. Chu Lu's face was instantly ugly, hidden in the sleeve robe between the hands. Rapid sealing. The emergence of 2 different colors of the seal knot. Immediately afterward, countless Yi family disciples flew out from the dense forest and surrounded Chu Lu. Among them, there were also a dozen Nirvana Realm disciples from the Red Flame Valley. Ha! Keep running, little beast. Why don't you run? Aren't you a good runner? The Yanjun ancient sage looked down with downcast eyes and laughed coldly. Looking at this face of the Yanjun ancient sage right now, Chu Lu was very regretful. He regretted using the Dharma body left to him by his master to use on the spirit pill immortal saint. Had I known that he had kept it, I would have let his master's Dharma body now, and call this old thing to death with a slap. Take out those two old hags along with them. Just as Chu Lok was planning to fight for his life. Buzz. Suddenly, 6 terrifying strands of holy might enveloped the heavens and earth. Immediately afterward, 6 magnificent figures appeared out of nowhere above the heads of the crowd. Within the holy might that permeated from the 6, there was also a terrifying beast might. The 3 of them, Yanjun ancient sage and Yi Luoshang, all froze for a moment, looking toward these 6 figures that suddenly appeared. Their brows were all slightly wrinkled. Chu Lu also looked curiously at the 6 figures. There was no need to guess the terrifying beastly might that permeated from the 6. Chu Lu knew that these 6 people were the 6 great beast lords that Zhang Yun had told him about earlier. Recalling the reminder of old man Dao Yuan, Chu Lu couldn't help but guess. Could it be that the 6 beast masters were his chance to live? Or perhaps, the 6 great beast masters, did they have any connection with his forbidden sect? Humans, quickly leave my magic beast mountain range. This is our land. We can't allow you to act recklessly here. Just as Chu Lu's reverie was going on, the Vajra ancient ape, the leader of the 6 great beast lords, murmured to the 3 Yanjun ancient saints. The Yanjun ancient sage was slightly stunned and was just about to open his mouth to say something. Yi Luoshang, who was beside him, frowned and took the lead. 6 beast masters, our Yi family is hunting down our enemies. We advise you to mind your own business. My Yi family's great emperor is here in person right now. At those words, the 6 great beast masters' faces instantly turned gloomy. All could not help but raise their heads and look toward the sphere of light in the depths of the void. The Vajra ancient ape frowned and snorted coldly. So what? If you disturb the one in the abyssal Jedi, not to mention your Yi clan sword frenzy emperor, even your entire Yi clan will have to bear the wrath of that one. And, we, along with all the magical beasts in these depths, are sheltered by the one of the abyssal Jedi. Your 3 ancient saints brought in so many powerful people, and for us not to make a move against you is already giving enough face to the sword frenzy emperor. Humans, don't give a damn. Otherwise, even if the sword frenzy emperor is here, don't blame us for being impolite. Big deal for us. Contact the one in the abyssal Jedi immediately. These words from the Vajra ancient ape caused Yi Luoshang's face to look ugly. In the abyssal Jedi, a great terror existed. Even a bunch of their Yi family's ancestors are extraordinarily scornful of them. If not, the Devil Beast Mountain Range would not have become one of the Jedi in the 3,000 worlds. At this moment, the 6 great beast masters and Yi Luoshang several people, all fell into silence. The tens of thousands of Yi clan celestials that surrounded Chu Lok were also tense at this moment. Without Yi Luoshang's order, dare not act rashly. Seeing this scene, Chu Lu finally let out a sigh of relief. I thought to myself that the old Dao Yuan ancestor, this time, finally reliable for a time. However, just as Chu Lok was breathing a huge sigh of relief, Yi Luoshang glanced at Chu Lu with a cold gaze. She was very sorry at the moment, regretting why he had allowed these heavenly prides to surround Chu Lok. If I had known that I would have personally made a move to kill this little beast, there wouldn't have been anything like this now. Now that the 6 great beast masters were present, she had even less of a chance to personally strike. In the event that the forbidden sex powerhouses came in to investigate, they would definitely reveal that she was the one who had killed Chu Lu. At that time, the forbidden sect would designate that they would seize this excuse to wage war on her Yi family. But no matter what, Chu Lu must die today. Otherwise, it would be difficult to relieve her of her hatred. It seems that now we can only spend time with the 6 great beast lords and wait for the end of the Imperial War. The Vajra ancient ape sensed the determination under Yi Luoshang's eyes and slowly spoke. This way, we do not want to get involved in the struggle between you humans. You 3 ancient saints, exit this place. The juniors you brought with you may continue to hunt down this brat from the forbidden sect, but you have to promise that you can't take the initiative to mess with the demonic beasts in the demonic beast mountain range, or else if the disciples of your 2 forces fall at the hands of the demonic beasts, it will be their fault. We will also order that the magical beasts in the entire magical beast mountain range will not actively attack your disciples. How? With these words from the Vajra ancient ape, Chu Lu directly human numbness. The heart that had just dropped hangs in the air again in an instant. Chu Lu immediately recycled his gaze and glanced at the surrounding Yi family disciples. It was discovered that the attention of these Yi family disciples was all on the 6 beast masters. The corner of Chu Lu's mouth rose slightly. The bottom of his eyes flashed with coldness, and Yi Luoshang and Yanjun ancient sage were overjoyed. The 2 men looked at each other and nodded. Yes, forbidden Jedi, blood demon soul devourer, forbidden Jedi, shifting shape, boom, ah, Yi Luoshang and the Yanjun ancient sage's words had just fallen. a blood-colored shadow suddenly rose from below, containing a terrifying and bizarre power. This blood-colored shadow instantly made a sneak attack. Hundreds of Yi family disciples were directly felled by Chu Lu's sneak attack. The whole thing was just a flash of lightning, ridiculously fast. And, while Chu Lok was staging a sneak attack, whether it was the 6 great beast lords or Yi Luosong's 3 great ancient saints, they actually didn't have the slightest bit of awareness. Little beast, Yi Luosong and Yi Luwei 2 daughters, looking at all of a sudden died so many Yi family heavenly pride, instantly violent anger. And when they looked down, Chu Lu's figure has long since disappeared. The Yanjun ancient sage on the side, the first divine thought surged out. It was discovered that Chu Lok had somehow used some kind of bizarre means, appeared a few miles behind the 6 beast masters, and it was still escaping deeper and deeper. What are you waiting for? Go after it. Make sure to cut that little brute, by 1,000 cuts. Yi Luosong was furious and roared at the group of Yi family's celestial pride who hadn't come back to their senses yet. A group of Yi family's celestial pride immediately moved, turning into a stream of light, chasing towards the deeper reaches of the demonic beast mountain range. 3 of you, we have honored our agreement and have not prevented the disciples of your 2 major forces from continuing to hunt down that brat from the forbidden sect. You and others should also evacuate this place quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for backtracking, the Vajra ancient ape said in a cold voice. Yi Luosong's face was ugly. Now she had a strong urge to do it herself. Ha! Fellow Taoist, ye need not worry. That little brute. It's just a Taichou realm cultivation. Not to mention that these heavenly prides of your Yi family have cultivations as low as the Taichou realm. The dozen or so disciples of my Red Flame Valley, this saint has left them with a killer mace specifically for strangling this little beast. The Yanjun ancient sage suddenly smiled mysteriously and coldly said. Yi Luosong froze and nodded at this. With the killer weapon left behind by the Yanjun ancient sage, she could finally feel a little more at ease. Thus, the 3 of them, Yanjun ancient sage and Yi Luosong, evacuated the depths of the demonic beast mountain range. The 3 men stood guard above the void in the middle level. The trio's divine thoughts surged out, keeping an eye on the movements deep within the demonic beast mountain range. Seeing Yi Luosong's trio withdraw, the 6 Vajra ancient apes then breathed a huge sigh of relief. To be honest, they didn't want to offend either the Yi family or the Red Flame Valley, much less the forbidden sect. This decision of the Vajra ancient ape gave both the 2 major powers face and gave Chu Lu a chance to live. At least they ensured that the 3 Yanjun ancient saints would not make a move against Chu Lu. Otherwise, if the 3 Yanjun ancient saints personally attacked, Chu Lu would definitely die. Ha! This little fellow from the forbidden sect is so cunning and dark. Actually took advantage of our conversation with the 3 Yanjun ancient saints to make a sudden sneak attack and stand out. The silver-haired woman looked back, looking into the depths of the magical beast mountain range with a faint smile, suddenly interested in Chu Lok. Yeah, that kid is not only cunning, but his methods are just as bizarre as those old guys from the forbidden sect. When that kid sneaked in earlier, even we didn't detect any breath fluctuation in the slightest. If this kid doesn't die young, I'm afraid that in the future, the forbidden sect will give birth to another extraordinary existence. Yi family in Red Flame Valley, I'm afraid that they will pay a painful price for their actions today in the future. Also, that's no wonder. Before the last generation of the 6 great beast masters sat down, specially instructed us that it's okay to offend anyone, but never offend the forbidden sect, and don't harm the disciples of the forbidden sect, or even the one in the depths of the Jedi can't protect us. The Vajra ancient ape marveled. The mind cannot help but recall the last generation of the 6 great beast masters dying before the instructions to them. LOL. It's none of our business anyway. With this move of ours, even if the forbidden sect's powerhouses come to our door, we will still be accountable. Let us see what's so special about this brat that the forbidden sect went out of their way to send a Daoyuan emperor to defend his path. The flirtatious woman smiled sweetly, looking at the battle fluctuations erupting from the depths of the magical beast mountain range. Some anticipation suddenly rose. The other 5 great beast lords also aroused interest and all nodded slightly. With that, the 6 great beast lords took a step and disappeared. In the meantime, somewhere among the hidden mountains on the outskirts of the Devil Beast Mountain, Tangyi several people assisted the seriously injured Elder Qingwei. Looking at the depths of the magical beast mountain range, all worried, Jiang Yun and Tangyi, a few people, were randomly sent to the outer layer of the demonic beast mountain range by Chu Lu's execution of the forbidden jutsu. Just after coming out of the spatial cave entrance, the few people happened to come across the severely injured Elder Qingwei. Elder, senior brother Chu will be alright, right? Tang He, who was supporting Elder Qingwei, was filled with worry. He was the one who invited Chu Lu and accompanied them to come to the Demon Beast Mountain range to practice. Had it not been for his invitation, their Chu's senior brother, nowadays still stay well in the sect. If anything happens to Chu Lu, he will blame himself for the rest of his life. Boy, don't worry. Since our Daoyuan elder ancestor allowed Chu Lu to go deep into the demonic beast mountain range, he will definitely be fine. We have to believe in old man Daoyuan. Elder Qing Wei raised his head slightly, looking at the ball of sword chi light hanging high in the depths of the void, and murmured and spoke. To be honest, he didn't have a clue. I hope that boy Chu Lu, blessed with a great life. Several of you. The demonic beast mountain range is now blocked by the Sword Frenzy Emperor's and the Jin Evil Emperor's boundaries, so we can't get out either. Since we can't get out, it's better for a few of you to conceal your breath and hide carefully. I'm afraid that the Yi family's heavenly pride won't be able to deal with Brother Chu, and those three ancient saints will be in trouble if they use you to deal with Brother Chu. Zhang Yun, who was on the side, suddenly thought of something at that moment and turned to Elder Qing Wei and the others. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi's few people all nodded their heads in succession. After all, the Yi family and the Red Flame Valley, in order to deal with their senior brother Chu, had already reached such a shameless point. It was guaranteed that it would be like what Zhang Yun said. The two major forces, we'll use them to deal with Chu Lok. Thanks for reminding me, little friend Jiang. Little friend Jiang, this matter has nothing to do with you. The two major forces will not target you. You'll be implicated even if you follow us, so you'd better leave and don't have to care about us, Elder Qing Wei said to Zhang Yun. Elder Chang Wei felt that Zhang Yun was a very good person at the moment, at least compared to those heavenly prides of the Jiang clan. It was simply not too much better. Although they, the Forbidden Sect and the Jiang clan, also had a not-so-small beef, but it didn't stop him from being grateful to Zhang Yun from the bottom of his heart. Elder Chang Wei is polite. Brother Chu is merciful and righteous, and even more so for saving my life. It's a blessing in one's life for me, Zhang Yun, to be able to befriend a character like Brother Chu. Besides, I promised Brother Chu that I would take you all away safely. If I leave at this point, won't I become a man of my word? Zhang Yun shook his head slightly and spoke from the bottom of his heart to a few people. Hearing this, Tang Yi several people facing the Zhang Yun at this time, all scratching their ears, hearts full of guilt and embarrassment. If they had known that Zhang Yun was so sentimental and righteous, they wouldn't have stripped him naked better. On the other hand, Elder Chang Wei's face twitched slightly and he didn't know what to say. One could only glare at the Tang Yi several people in a bad mood. If this kid learns that it was Chu Lok who knocked the bogeyman behind his back, these boys stripped him naked, and also set him up for a battle with GT on Dome, I'm afraid that now this kid will directly lift the knife, while they are sick, to kill them. However, Elder Chang Wei wouldn't be foolish enough to inform Zhang Yun of the truth. If Chu Lok had dodged this, let Chu Lu that kid in the future to properly compensate and thank Zhang Yun. Then thank you, little friend Zhang. Elder Qing Wei arched his hand. Zhang Yun smiled and immediately took a few people and found a hidden place to quietly hide, waiting for the right time to leave. In the meantime, in the dense forest deep within the Devil Beast Mountain range, battle fluctuations are constantly coming from. Little beast, where to escape? Boom! Countless disciples of the Yi family, furious, were separated by a distant distance, launching an attack on the figure that was fleeing in distress in front of him. On their way to chase down Chu Lok, their group of Yi family's celestial pride had fought Chu Lu no less than a dozen times. Every time they fought, their Yi family's heavenly pride suffered heavy losses. Nothing else. It was mainly because this kid, Chu Lu, was really too sinister. Chu Lok wasn't hiding halfway across the room and suddenly striking out to sneak in. It was to deliberately lead them to the lair, inhabited by powerful magical beasts, luring them to cross paths with the Wraith. More importantly, not only was Chu Lu cunning and insidious, but the martial arts it mastered were also exceptionally powerful and vicious. There was a sneak attack. Chu Lu directly launched the living spirit hypnotic mantra against the Yi family's group of celestial pride in secret. This also directly led to the fact that nearly 100 disciples of the Yi clan were, on the spot, wrestling with each other. The images are spicy and unsettling. In the end, these nearly 100 Yi family pride, some of the shame and anger to cut their own throats and die. Some of them were in the body of the aphrodisiac power of the fire of desire and died. This also caused a group of Yi family's celestial pride to launch an undying and frantic pursuit of Chu Lu. As for Yi Luoshang, who had been paying attention to the depths of the magical beast mountain range, as well as the two of them, Yi Luoi, looking at so many disciples falling at the hands of Chu Lu, their faces were terribly gloomy. Several times the two couldn't help but almost strike. Although Chu Lok had repeatedly succeeded in sneak attacks and was armed with a powerful forbidden jutsu, but the non-stop fighting has also made Chu Lu physically and mentally exhausted and his aura depleted. There were also a few more minor injuries on his body. His grandmother's leg. Why are there so many others? Chu Lu's figure was ghostly, dodging several attacks. Turning to look at the thousands of Yi family disciples who were in hot pursuit, he couldn't help but break out in curses. Buzz. little beast, suffer, boom. Just as Chulak turned his head to look behind him, suddenly, several murderous voices came from the front. Chulu was shocked and turned his head violently. Just see that I don't know when. A dozen or so men in red-colored Shen clothing flew out from the dense forests on both sides. Obviously, these dozen or so men were the disciples of the Red Flame Valley, having suffered losses a dozen times. The two great powers' heavenly pride. After discovering the Chulak trail again, the pride of the two great powers then split into two directions, continuing to chase after Chulak all the way. The other way, went around and hijacked in front of them. I didn't expect that this time, it would actually really allow these dozen disciples of the Red Flame Valley to wait until Chulu, the Red Flame Valley disciple, his hands forming seals. A disciple at the head of the group had a small golden tower floating in his hand. This disciple threw this small golden tower in his hand towards Chulu. Buzz! This small golden tower, instantly giganticized, emitted rolling holy might. A holy weapon? Your ass! Looking at this huge golden tower that was pressing down head-on, Chulu's face changed drastically and he let out a loud curse. Looking at the giant tower that suppressed to the top of his head, Chulu knew deep down that he could no longer hide. And behind them, the thousands of Yi family celestial pride chased after them. Chulu had no way back and was in a desperate situation. Ha ha ha, little brute. Go to hell. Whether it was these dozen or so disciples of the Red Flame Valley, or perhaps it was the Yi family's group of celestial pride, all of them were showing hideous colors at this moment. A powerful attack was unleashed against Chulak, not giving Chulak any chance to fight back. In the midst of the crisis, Chulu's mind suddenly flashed with an aura. Quickly placing the nano ring in his hand, he put it into the system space. With that, Chulu hid his hands between his sleeve robes, both hands skillfully and quickly pinched two different seals. The moment the two seals were formed, in Chulu's spirit sea, the vitality that had been filled by taking the longevity pill was consumed in an instant, and Chulu's face instantly turned white, and his eyes became lifeless. It was like the body had been emptied of blood. Forbidden Jedi. Shifting blood transmutation. Forbidden Jedi. Illusory void great shift. Chulu murmured and raised his head to look at the holy weapon that was suppressing down, and thousands of intensive attacks, with a look of despair on their faces. Then he looked up to the sky and roared in unwillingness. I'll fuck your grandmother's legs. Master, remember to avenge me. Boom. Barely. Under the gazes of the crowd of Yi family's celestial pride, Yanjun ancient sage, Yi Luoshang, Yi Luoi, and the six beast masters hiding in the shadows to watch the battle. Seeing Chulu being suppressed by the holy weapon, thousands of Heaven's Pride's attacks landed on Chulu's body. An explosion occurred on the spot, and Chulu's body, too, exploded in the explosion. Pulverized. Ha ha ha, this little beast, finally dead. A dozen or so Red Flame Valley disciples, retrieving their holy weapons. A group of Yi family pride came forward and looked at the blood and flesh all over the ground, as well as Chulu's tattered clothes. All of them laughed up in the air, full of pleasure. Alas, this kid from the forbidden sect, it's a pity. If you can escape this, you will certainly have a great future. TSK, TSK, TSK. 3,000 great worlds, there will be great things happening again. The six great beast masters who were hiding in the dark and watching the battle, looking at the puddle of flesh and blood on the ground, all raised their heads and sighed, their tones filled with regret. And Yi Luoshang, who had been paying attention to the battlefield, had also greatly let out a mouthful of bad breath in her heart. Schwerer, your revenge. The Yi family has avenged you. That little beast has come down to keep you company. You may rest in peace. Yi Luoshang remembered Yi Qingxue, her eyes slightly red, her heart full of pleasure. Ha, Chulu, this little brute, is finally dead. The Yanjun ancient sage sneered, and his heart was extraordinarily relieved. Chulak didn't have a special physique though. But the Yanjun ancient sage also has to admit that Chulu's talent is demonic. If Chulu doesn't die today, he will definitely be the one who will be unlucky in the future. Since this little beast is dead, let's withdraw. Yi Luoi, who was on the side, spoke up. Yi Luoshang and Yanjun ancient sage both nodded their heads slightly, and both of them took a step out, coincidentally opening their mouths to the depths of the demonic beast mountain range. Withdraw. The two men's voices, filled with powerful force, echoed over the entire Magic Beast Mountain range. Upon hearing the two men's voices, the Yi family disciples in the depths of the magical Beast Mountain range, as well as the disciples of the Red Flame Valley, began to evacuate the depths of the magical Beast Mountain range, heading towards the outer layers, and outside some hidden cave in the outer layer. The two of them, Jiang Yunha and Tang He, who were standing guard, also heard Yi Luoshang and the Yanjun ancient sage's order to retreat. The two men's faces instantly turned ugly. Brother Chu is afraid that it will be very fierce. Brother Tang, I am sorry for your loss. A look of sadness flashed under Jiang Yan's eyes, and he let out a sigh to comfort Tang He. At this moment, Tang He's eyes were red. Looking at the depths of the magical Beast Mountain range, tears unconsciously flowed out. The two major forces retreat, which means that their Chu's senior brother has encountered the enemy. Damn the Yi family. Damn the Red Flame Valley. I, Tang He, am at loggerheads with you. Tang He was grief-stricken and cursed angrily with tears in his eyes. He swore in his heart that if Chu Lok really had a long or short life, in the future, when he, Tang He, was outside and encountered the disciples of the two major powers, he would see one and kill one. Senior brother Tang, what's wrong? At this time, the cave behind the two, Wangsheng 5 people as well as the Qingwei elders, also heard the commotion walked out. Tang He had yet to speak. 3 streams of light emanating a powerful holy authority quickly swept through the sky above the heads of the crowd. Several people noticed Tang He's grief-stricken expression and immediately understood what. Follow the grief at. Elder Qingwei's face, also completely gloomy, coldly said, "No way. Since old ancestors said that Chu Lu escaped into the depths of the demonic Beast Mountain range, there is a chance of survival. Then there must be. Let's not make any wild guesses. Let's wait for everything until the old ancestor returns." Tang He several people nodded. Heart silently Chu Lu prayed up. In the meantime, the depths of the Devil Beast Mountain range. After the Yi family and the Red Flame Valley's heavenly pride left, an invisible fluctuation arose. Immediately after that, the 6 great beast lords appeared. The 6 beast masters couldn't help but shake their heads slightly even as they looked at the bloody flesh on the ground. This kid from the forbidden sect was too dead to die. With that, the 6 great beast lords took a step out and their figures disappeared in place. Only, no one realized that the 6 great beast lords had just left with their front feet. A drop of blood on the ground flowed with a hint of eerie power. Noiselessly, actually even the 6 beast masters have not realized. Immediately afterward, this drop of blood that contained the weird power, weirdly wriggled. The blood and flesh scattered around the ground, also under a strange force, quickly converged into a mass. And, a tiny space crack, quietly opened, gathered into a ball of flesh and blood, rolled into the space crack and disappeared. The deep land of the Devil Beast Mountain range continued to go deeper for another 10,000 miles. This is a place filled with dead air, devoid of life. At the end of this lifeless land, it is an endless abyss. Beneath the abyss, it was bottomless, shrouded in rolling mists. Here, it was the abyssal Jedi in the depths of the demonic Beast Mountain range. Legend has it that there is a terrifying existence in the abyssal Jedi. Even great Emperor powerhouses don't dare to set foot here easily. And right here in the depths of the deserted Jedi, above the abyss, a spatial rift cracked open without warning. Buzz, a naked figure, falling out of a space rift. If the pride of the two major powers were here and saw this naked figure, they would definitely be shocked and horrified. Because of this naked man, it was the Chu Lok they had killed with their own hands. Chu Lu, who was spat out by the spatial crack, turned pale, as if drained of essence and blood, weak to the extreme. Holy shit, bad luck. Chu Lu, who was deflated to the extreme, sensed that his body was falling at an extreme speed. A sliver of an eye opened in a daze. Seeing the endless abyss below, he couldn't help but spit out a sigh. Buzz. Yet just then, Chu Lu saw the abyss under the mist-filled fog. Suddenly surfaced a pair of huge blood-colored eyes. These blood-colored eyes are as big as 2 soccer fields. I'll be damned. Chu Lok laughed bitterly in despair. It's been a bad day. Chu Lu finally couldn't hold on to the weakness and exhaustion coming from his body. Blurred vision and complete fainting. Chu Lok's bare ass fell into the middle of an abyssal Jedi. And this pair of huge blood-colored eyes in the mist also disappeared after Chu Lu fell into the abyssal mist. In the meantime, the ball of sword energy light above the sky dome of the Devil Beast Mountain range was still emanating a shocking fluctuation. Within the ball of light formed by the sword chi was a vast and endless field of sword chi. In the middle of the field, old Daoyuan was riding a great emperor's phantom on his body, and black flames surrounded him. Terrifyingly high temperatures resisted the encroachment of the sword chi in the field. At this moment, old Daoyuan ancestor's chest was heaving and his breathing was a bit rapid as he looked at the two magnificent figures in front of him with a face full of anger. Old Daoyuan's attention fell on the Sword Madness Emperor among them. He didn't expect that the Sword Madness Emperor actually broke through to the 5th realm. Great Emperor 5th realm powerhouse. And also comprehended the domain. It was worthy of being the youngest great emperor of the Yi family to date. However, at this moment, the Sword Frenzy Emperor and the Jin Evil Emperor had equally unsightly faces. Especially the Sword Frenzy Emperor. His face was as gloomy as water. He didn't expect it. With his own great emperor 5 realm cultivation, plus the great emperor of evil suppression, he was actually slow to take down the Daoyuan ancestor. Daoyuan Laozu gave him a spiritual power inexhaustible. Seems to still hide the strength of the feeling as if, Ha, old Dao Yuan. I didn't expect you to have some ability, but after so much time has passed, I'm afraid that the Yi family's heavenly pride would have long since decapitated that little brute Chulu, right? Ha ha ha, the great emperor of evil suppression laughed coldly, purposely disgusting the old Dao Yuan ancestor. At those words, old Dao Yuan ancestor froze, his face instantly turning ugly. He was so focused on dealing with these two that he lost track of time. However, when he thought about it, deep within the demonic beast mountain range, there were 6 great beast masters who could preserve Chulu. The heart is a little more at ease. Old Dao Yuan ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly as he glared angrily at the two of them and said with killing intent, "My forbidden sect has said that you old men." It was only then that the Annihilating Thunder Emperors group snapped back to their senses, because they also realized at that moment that Eldarine Crow hadn't followed them, and the other party seemed to have ignored Eldarine Crow. The 10 great ancestors, riding the monstrous power, killed the 30 great emperor ancestors of the Yi clan. Boom! Each of the 10 forbidden sect ancestors dragged down the other party's 3 great emperor ancestors. Damn it, die for this seat. The golden iron rod in the hands of the berserker warrior emperor was swung out with a single blow. A shadow of an iron rod that covered the sky was like an ancient mountain. Vastly, it suppressed the Annihilation Thunder Emperor. The 2 old ancestors beside him were also the first to ride their great emperor Dharma phases and surrounded the Annihilating Thunder old ancestor. At some point, Old Man Annihilating Thunder's hand also had an additional black iron rod. Billions of thunder, madly converging into the black iron rod in his hand. Ha ha ha, Old Man Berserker, your Yi family, you are doomed to fall at the hands of my forbidden sect today. Forbidden Jedi, destructive annihilation thunder. Boom! The Annihilating Thunder old ancestor let out a laugh up in the sky and similarly swept out a stick. A thunder stick silhouette that covered the sky and was entwined with black annihilation lightning, instantly sweeping the attack towards the trio. In an instant, dazzling light illuminated the void outside the domain, and terrifying energy fluctuations, like the tides of heaven and earth, shattered the void space of the endless domain. As for the other old ancestors, the means they displayed were similarly not inferior to the Annihilating Thunder old ancestor. Only the Poison Blade Elder ancestor was seen, holding a pair of short blades that were draped with a highly poisonous aura. The double blades were swung out, and the endless power of intense poison condensed into thousands of poisonous swords, like a torrential downpour, frantically bursting out towards the 3 old ancestors of the Yi family. The Yi family's 3 Sixth Realm Great Emperor ancestors could only carefully fend off, or dodge in succession. War Formation Ancestor, add the Great Formation. While weakening the 30 Great Emperor ancestors of the Yi clan, he frantically formed seals. Around its body, hundreds of terrifying Emperor array surfaced, releasing the aura of killing. The 3 Yi family's 6th Realm Old Ancestor, forcing the body to be in a sorry state. Qin Emperor Yun Shallow Old Ancestor, holding the ancient Qin Imperial artifact, snapping his fingers, the sound waves turned into reality, illuminating visions. In the sound of the zither, there is a lot of killing and defense. Old Ancestor Rising Sun, holding a sword, was magnificent. The Rising Sun Sword Song. The sword aura was like a rainbow, one sword crushing the 3 emperors, like a peerless sword immortal, unrivaled. Burial Jade Elder Ancestor, a sword that crosses the starry river, shattering the starry sky and destroying the stars. Sword Crazy Great Emperor's Swordchi Field, was casually a sword. Annihilation Invisible. The rolling power that kept coming from the void outside the domain was so strong that it was a mess. The countless living beings of the 3,000 great worlds, jaw-dropped. Their hearts have long set off monstrous waves. Forbidden Sect 10 Ancestors, each battle force formidable. Style still does not reduce the year's awe. He actually used the strength of 10 people to suppress the 30 great emperor ancestors of the Yi clan. Are these guys still human? 30 Yi family great emperor ancestors actually being pressured by 10 of them. After so many years, these old guys are even more terrifying. Yeah, these old guys, are they really at the great emperor realm cultivation? Why does it give the seat the feeling that we great emperors aren't in the same dimension as them? Perhaps it is because of the forbidden Jedi of the forbidden sect. Alas, fortunately these old ghosts of the forbidden sect have stepped into the 5 declines of the celestial man. The lifespan will be close to the point. If they do not die, we have been living under their shadow. Indeed, but these old guys of the forbidden sect, they are also worthy of being the existence that made the Sea of Darkness side all afraid back then. Such battle power, we can't catch up with it. Countless reclusive old monsters, all of them marveled in awe. Some of the old monsters who had thoughts about the forbidden sect, after seeing the 10 great ancestors, the terror of the battle power displayed, also converged some of the heart of the small mind. Right in the extra-dimensional void, a fierce battle of great emperors took place, as well as the 30 great emperor ancestors of the Yi clan. All of them were held back by the 10 great ancestors of the forbidden sect when they couldn't return. The countless forces that were concerned about the Donli realm were all in a cold sweat for the Yi family at this moment. It was because the Yi family's old ancestors, and even some of the top power old monsters as well, had previously focused all their attention on the 10 great old ancestors of the Forbidden Sect, thus ignoring the Yin Crow Emperor. Ha! You two bitchy women, let's see who can still protect you this time. Die for this emperor. The Yin Crow Emperor laughed bloodthirstily and took a step out. Boom! Riding the monstrous emperor's might and blood fury, he rushed towards Yi Lui and Yi Lui's duo. No good. Hold him back. Yi Tian enemy's face suddenly changed drastically. Turning to the Yi clan's group of ancient saints and saints, he roared. Boom! Yi Tian enemy and the Yi clan's group of ancient saints, as well as saints, struck out at the same time. It even used sacred artifacts and imperial artifacts. A terrifying force, containing the power of an imperial weapon as well as the power of a saint weapon, attacked the flying Yin Crow Emperor. Hey! The Yin Crow Emperor smiled coldly and spread his palms out. An ancient tower of blood floated in his hand. Terrifying imperial might filled the air from this blood tower. The Yin Crow Emperor flexed his fingers. Buzz! The blood tower in his hand instantly giganticized. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a blood tower tens of thousands of feet huge. This massive tower of blood broke apart the attacks launched by Yi Tian enemy's group directly. No good. Quickly retreat to the ancient realm and close the realm gate. Seeing that the attacks of his group of people could not have the slightest effect in front of the Yin Crow Emperor, Yi Tian enemy's face was ugly. It was said that all under a great emperor were mole crickets. Not just words. Especially nowadays, the Yin Crow Emperor was not only in full battle power, and it was also holding an emperor's weapon. Those old ancestors of the Yi family weren't there. No one was blocking him. Want to go? Humph. The Yin Crow Emperor snorted coldly and waved his large hand. It directly collapsed the Yi family's ancient realm entrance, breaking their back. Ha ha ha, the draconic Yi family, right, dare to kill this emperor's good disciple. This emperor today will take the people of your Yi family to make the people of the world remember this emperor's mighty name. The Yin Crow Emperor laughed up into the sky. In the laughter of the Yin Crow Emperor, whether it is Yi Tian enemy, or Yi Luoshang two girls, or countless Yi family disciples, all face white, terrified. Damnable Yin Crow, how dare you? If you dare to be so underhanded, we swear to strangle your Forbidden Sect disciples at all costs in the future. At that moment, beyond the extra-dimensional void, the voice of the Berserker warrior emperor, who was furious and anxious, was heard. In response, the Yin Crow Emperor turned a deaf ear and strolled towards Yi Tian enemy's group. Damn it! We'll fight him. Kill! Yi Tian enemy held an imperial weapon and led a group of high-level powerhouses to kill the Yin Crow Emperor. He didn't believe that with so many ancient saints and saints, he still couldn't deal with the Yin Crow Emperor. The Yin Crow Emperor was also completely enraged by this action of Yi Tian enemy. Get out of the way. Boom. Pust. The Yin Crow Emperor directly swung out with a slap. Yi Tian enemy's group was directly shaken by this slap from the Yin Crow Emperor, and all of them spat out blood from their mouths. There are even several saint powerhouses that can't directly withstand this power and are blown up alive. Humph. Yi Tian enemy, do you pretend that we don't exist? Elder Yin Crow, you go ahead and avenge Chulu. Yi Tian enemy and these people will be left to us. Elders, all the disciples of the Forbidden Sect, listen to the order. Anyone who has a grudge against the people of the Yi family can be avenged today. Yi Tian enemy, come and fight, just as the Yin Crow Emperor intended to. When one person took out all the top-level powerhouses of the Yi family, Patriarch Lin Feng, however, led a group of elders and blocked in front of the Yin Crow Emperor. Fear of Yin Crow Emperor, will Yi family senior all killed? Not one left them as if. Lin Feng led a group of fists rubbing their hands and a group of elders who had long endured for a long time, spreading out to kill the strongest members of the Yi family. The 100,000 disciples of the Forbidden Sect also transformed into streams of light, with red eyes, killing the younger generation of disciples of the Yi family in an overwhelming manner. In an instant, the battle of the ancient saints, the battle of the saints, the war of the young generation between the two powers, broke out. Looking at this scene of his own patriarch, leading 300 people to surround the Yi family's senior management, Yin Crow Emperor can't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching wildly. He suddenly realized, this patriarch of his own family, who usually seemed approachable and humble, I can't believe it's so belabored as well. After taking advantage of the fact that he had heavily injured Yi Tian enemy, and a group of Yi family executives with one palm, that's what brings people out. What's going on? At this moment, whether it was the senior members of the two sects or the disciples of the younger generation, they were all mixed up in a battle. As a great emperor, he is not good to strike at will, so as not to accidentally injure his own family. Thus, the Yin Crow Emperor's eyes condensed and his figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, the Een Crow Emperor appeared in front of the two girls, Yi Luoshang and Yi Luoi. Seeing the Een Crow Emperor who suddenly appeared in front of him, Yi Luoshang, two women, fell into extreme fear. The two of them just wanted to escape, but they were directly suppressed on the ground by Emperor Een Crow's imperial might. Unable to move. Bitch, go down and accompany my good disciple. Don't. Boom. Pust. The Een Crow Emperor clasped both of his hands on the two men's skulls. The two were just about to beg for mercy when they were instantly shattered by the Een Crow Emperor. The souls of the two were ripped out and held in the palm of the Een Crow Emperor. No. Don't. Save me. Old ancestor, save me. The souls of Yi Luoshang and Yi Luoi, imprisoned in the palm of the Een Crow Emperor, cried out for help in fear. Luoshang. Yi Tian enemy was furious when he saw that the two women's physical bodies were destroyed and their souls were imprisoned by the Een Crow Emperor. Boom. Pust. Suddenly, Lin Feng wrote an imperial weapon and struck Yi Tian enemy's chest. Yi Tian enemy was heavily injured and was knocked down. Yi family master, fighting this patriarch and still dare to be distracted? Lin Feng smiled faintly and took a step out, continuing to kill Yi Tian enemy who he had knocked down. The Een Crow Emperor, on the other hand, ignored everyone. Just a handful of moves. Buzz. A ball of spirit fire leaped into his palm. The Een Crow Emperor was under the gaze of countless people. Directly taking this spiritual fire, he struck it into the spiritual power cage of his other hand. Ah! In an instant, the miserable screams of Yi Luoshang and Yi Luoi resounded through heaven and earth. The mournful screams made countless people's bones creep and a chill. All of them feel fear and scorn for the ruthlessness of the Een Crow Emperor. Shortly afterward, under the gazes of countless people, Yi Luoshang and Yi Luoi, two women's souls, by the Een Crow Emperor burned alive, completely disappeared in the world. Boom. Ah. In the meantime, the battle between the two top forces of high-level powerhouses has also seen the fall of saints and even ancient saints. Only, these fallen saints and ancient saints were all strong members of the Yi family, because the forbidden sect's higher warriors, apart from the great emperor ancestors, the number of ancient saints and saints completely crushed the Yi family. 2 or 3 forbidden sect saints, or ancient sage elders, besieging a Yi family senior. Plus, the forbidden sect was full of old cunts from the top-level ancestors down to the outer disciples. Fighting with it, the strongest Yi family members do not fall. Who falls? Ah ha 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 ha. Breathless blood curse. The living spirit hypnotic spell. Die for this elder. Above the battlefield of the saints, Elder Chang Wei performed 2 major mastery techniques in succession. Simply killing madness, a frontal hard-on, plus a sneak attack from behind. There were already 4 Yi family saints who had fallen into his hands. Old man Chang Wei, when did you fully master the breathless blood spell, and the living hypnotic spell? You old man, at this age have you had an enlightened epiphany? The 2 sage elders who teamed up with Elder Chang Wei were filled with shock and envy as they looked at Elder Chang Wei, who was showing off his skills in a big way, and a little jealousy. Ah ha 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 ha, that's right. Who is this saint? A mere forbidden Jedi. With a little effort from this saint, isn't this a handful? Elder Chang Wei crossed his arms with a little arrogant face. The 2 outer sect elders who teamed up with them both skimmed their mouths. Old man, you can die without bragging. How much do you weigh? Don't we both know? Last time, you old man, you even knelt down to the 2 of us and begged for guidance. Quickly tell me, how did you completely master the 2 great mastery techniques? Or, who instructed you? Yeah, you old man, tell me the truth. The 2 elders, with their eyes ghostly. Bah, who can instruct this seat? This seat has not told you that Chulu that kid has instructed this seat. Elder Chang Wei retorted anxiously at the duo. 2 elders. The 2 elders' eyes lit up, but then dimmed. They should have thought of Chu Lot long ago. This old guy followed Chu Lu out for a trip, came back and completely mastered 2 forbidden mastery. If it wasn't this old guy that Chu Lu instructed, who else could it be? But alas, Chu Lu has fallen at the hands of the Yi family. The more the 2 elders thought about it, the more angry they became, and they immediately ran towards the other battlefields with their weapons. Yi family's old ghost, go to hell. Boom. Seeing the 2 elders who suddenly went crazy, Elder Chang Wei puzzled, then joined the fray. Boom. Just as the major battlefields were fiercely engaged, suddenly, the entire 3,000 worlds, the winds and clouds changed, the color of blood shrouded, and visions were born. In an instant, it rained blood, and heaven and earth mourned together. There are great emperors who have fallen. Who fell? It's Yi family's great emperor Yi Lu, great emperor Yi Kong, and great emperor Yi Sun. Hiss. These dying old men of the forbidden sect. So fierce. Could it be that just because the lifespan is approaching, a group of people have to be taken away even when they are dying? Heavens, before the golden age has completely arrived, so many great emperors have fallen. Countless powerful people gazed at the extraterritorial void battlefield. All of them were dumbfounded up. and a group of strong E family, also noticed such a vision. All show a touch of sadness. Old ancestor, could it be that the heavens are really going to kill my E family today? Yi Tian enemy, who had been forced into a desperate situation by Lin Feng, sought his own ancestor fall, as well as his family's ancient saint powerhouses, and even the younger generation of disciples. Angrily, he let out a defiant roar. At the same time in the heart, there rises a wave of regret that has never been seen before. I had known that these old guys from the forbidden sect had such terrifying battle power. Shouldn't have beheaded Chu Lok that day. But Yi Tian enemy at this moment also know deeply. Regret has also been useless. There's no such thing as a pill for regret. He, who became the sinner of the Yi family for generations. After this battle, their Yi family will probably fall off the altar of the top forces. And just as the entire 3,000 great worlds, their eyes were focused on the Dongli realm. Inside the Valley of the Red Flame, deep within the Red Flame Valley's ancestral land, Valley Master Red Wujie stood on top of a peak, and beside it, there stood several figures whose faces could not be seen. Among them were the Heavenly Flame Emperor and the Fire Bathing Emperor, who had gone up to the Forbidden Sect with the group of Jin evil emperors to ask for a claim. I can't imagine that these old geezers from the Forbidden Sect are still alive. Old ancestor, if we don't take this opportunity to support the Yi family, join forces to suppress and behead all of these old geezers from the Forbidden Sect, the Forbidden Sect will come for us sooner or later anyway. After all, I, Red Flame Valley, participated in beheading that little beast. Instead of waiting for them to come to our door, we should take the initiative now. Contact the Wang clan again. The Forbidden Sect will die. Red Wujie looked at the rain of blood under the canopy and muttered his words. At those words, an old man beside Red Wujie shook his head slightly. Looking at the distant dome of the sky, scorn flickered in his eyes. This old man, dressed in a red robe, had not revealed half of his breath. However, the Heavenly Flame Emperor and the Fire Bathing Emperor on either side of them were in extraordinarily awe of them. This person was one of the oldest old ancestors of the Red Flame Valley. It was even a bit older than the 10 Forbidden Sect ancestors in the current world. This old ancestor was called the Spirit Flame Emperor. It is rumored that he is a wisp of spiritual fire born from heaven and earth. Later, he met the Red Flame Emperor, the originator of the Red Flame Valley. Under the Red Flame Emperor's cultivation, spiritual wisdom was born and transformed into a human being. In the years that followed, he even followed the Red Flame Emperor in his conquests. One step at a time, he stepped into the realm of the Great Emperor. Together with the Red Flame Emperor, they established the Red Flame Valley. Since the fall of the Red Flame Emperor, the Spirit Flame Emperor has been guarding the Red Flame Valley until now. Valley Master, you must not. I, Red Flame Valley, have dealt with the Forbidden Sect for generations and know the ways of the Forbidden Sect well. These old guys of the Forbidden Sect, every one of them used to be despicable to the extreme. Now that they can invite these old ghosts, it means that there are other old ghosts that have not yet been seated. But Valley Master doesn't have to worry too much. The Forbidden Sect never starts a sect war with several top forces. At the same time, as strong as they are, they can't stand up to the combined efforts of several top powers. The reason why this ancestor didn't suggest this plan to the Valley Master is because he's afraid that when the time comes, those old guys from the Forbidden Sect will be pissed off, and they'll expose themselves to pulling someone else's back as well. These old fellows of the Forbidden Sect, with the 5 failures of the Celestials, will not live long. It's not a good idea to fight with these old things. At that time, if the Forbidden Sect really comes to our door, we will give the Forbidden Sect an explanation. The Spirit Flame Emperor murmured. At the word, Red Wujie froze, and a few old ancestors behind him. The color was a little complicated. The explanation that the Spirit Flame Old Ancestor is talking about is handing over the Yanjun Ancient Sage. Old Ancestor, could it be that the Forbidden Sect is really so strong? We are all at the same Great Emperor realm powerhouse. Why is the battle power of the Forbidden Sect's Great Emperor so terrifying? Red Wujie said with some reluctance. The Spirit Flame Old Ancestor looked at the rain of blood in the sky and muttered an explanation. Valley Master, this ancestor has been in seclusion for endless years, deducing the martial Tao, and so far he has finally spied a hint of something fishy. Upon hearing this, everyone present, all of their bodies shook, and they all looked towards the Spirit Flame Old Ancestor, their expressions agitated. However, the Spirit Flame Old Ancestor's next sentence completely doused the emotions of those present. Valley Master, you have thought wrong. This ancestor is not stepping into that mysterious realm above the great emperors. This ancestor has discovered over these years of seclusion that there is something wrong with the heavenly Tao of our 3,000 worlds. What? The crowd of Red Flame Valley old ancestors present were all shocked for a while. The Spirit Flame Old Ancestor continued to explain. This ancestor has discovered that the heavenly Tao of our 3,000 great worlds seems to have been created by some kind of mysterious existence. The heavenly Tao is like a dead thing. and the entire 3,000 worlds are more like a cage. Therefore, the 3,000 great worlds can only withstand great emperor realm powerhouses, and if you want to make a breakthrough, you either have to break this invisible cage and leave the 3,000 great worlds, or you have to go over to the Sea of Darkness, but this is all just a hint of this ancestor's findings, plus speculation. That's why, Valley Master, a great emperor is the top battle force of the 3,000 great worlds, and the Forbidden Sect has 1,000 forbidden masterpieces. That's why the battle power of those old guys is so terrifying, but at a cost, you see. After listening to the Spirit Fire old man's speculation, the people present, all of them are creepy. If the 3,000 worlds are really a prison, then the mysterious existence that also crafted this cage is a bit too scary, isn't it? Even they, the great emperors, are just captive beings in a cage. But Valley Master, these old ghosts of the Forbidden Sect, they won't be bouncing around for long. The Red Gold who sits at the edge of the Sea of Darkness has sent a message that those guys over at the Sea of Darkness have recently begun to stir up again. The opening of the desolate ancient miracle a few years from now will be another heavenly opportunity to suppress these old geezers from the Forbidden Sect. The other top forces that have a grudge against the Forbidden Sect won't let go of this opportunity easily. This time, I'm afraid that the Forbidden Sect will be doomed and will surely be destroyed. Ha! The Spirit Flame old ancestor's words turned and his face smiled sinisterly. At those words, Red Wujia's eyes lit up. Seemingly thinking of something, the corner of his mouth lifted into a cold smile. Boom! Old men of the Red Flame Valley, come out and have some fun. Just then, a terrifying rolling imperial might enveloped the entire Red Flame Valley. An old voice rang out from between heaven and earth. The Forbidden Sect. Upon hearing this voice, the faces of Red Wujio and a few great emperor ancestors suddenly changed. They didn't expect that the Forbidden Sect really did have other old monsters alive. The Spirit Flame Emperor's face remained unchanged as he faintly said, "Let's go. There's no hiding. It's just a battle at best." Spirit Flame old ancestor took a step to bring out his body and disappeared in place. Red Wujia's group rushed to follow. And at this moment, this huge imperial might that enveloped the Red Flame Valley also startled the 3,000 great worlds. Hiss. Forbidden Sect still has old monsters alive. Who could it be? This aura is so terrifying. That one is the direction of the Red Flame Valley. Could it be that the Forbidden Sect intends to, also, seek justice for Chulu from the Red Flame Valley? So far it looks like it should be. The Forbidden Sect is really good courage, worthy of being an ancient sect, actually daring to go to war against two top forces at the same time. The sky above the Red Flame Valley, three figures that exuded a deadly aura quietly appeared. At this moment, the Red Flame Valley's group of high-level elders, as well as many disciples, all raised their heads and gazed at these three figures that appeared in the sky above the Red Flame. Great Emperor, quickly, activate the clan formation. An ancient sage elder wearing a red-colored Xian robe was in a state of panic. Immediately afterward, the several elders beside him immediately formed seals with their hands. Activate the clan protection formation. Buzz. A large red formation burning with fiery flames immediately surfaced, wrapping the entire Red Flame Valley. And among the many elders, Yanjun ancient sage is panicking at the moment. Swallowing saliva furiously, his eyes stared tightly at the three figures above the void. Under the gaze of countless people, one could only see that these three figures, three old men, were covered in a deadly aura. But the terrifying imperial might made heaven and earth tremble. A blood-colored flame rose from the body of one of the old men, terrifying high temperature, so that tens of thousands of miles in a radius of the area are in a blazing hot. If this person hadn't surged with icy killing intent, the Red Flame Valley's crowd of disciples all mistakenly thought that this person was their Red Flame Valley's old ancestor. Buzz. At this time, the three people in the sky above the Red Flame Valley dispersed a divine might, revealing the true face. The moment he saw the trio's true faces, the many old monsters of the 3,000 great worlds all cried out in shock. Hiss. Is the Forbidden Sect's Yenshin Emperor Yang Tian. There's also the Xian Heavenly Emperor Xiao Beixian, as well as the Underworld Emperor Nameless. These three old guys, sure enough, haven't sat down yet. The Red Flame Valley is a bit tricky. These three old guys from the Forbidden Sect, they're all crazy. They can do anything. Old ancestor. These three old ancestors of the Forbidden Sect, are they very strong? More than strong. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, these three old guys were still young, and at that time, they had the strength of a sixth realm great emperor, and the Shangguan imperial clan sent out 12 great emperor ancestors to surround these three people with all their might. In the end, the Shangguan emperor clan's 12 great emperor ancestors, 6 dead and 6 injured, still allowed 3 to escape back to the Forbidden Sect, and after that, these three people launched a crazy revenge on the Shangguan imperial clan, slaughtering the Shangguan imperial clan's 3 cities tribesmen, and even more so the 12 great emperor's heirs. secretly decapitating a clean. In the end, the Shangguan imperial clan was enraged and went to war with the Forbidden clan to raise their clan. Back then, that battle, emperor blood stained the sky, the living souls were coated with charcoal, and ultimately the Shangguan emperor clan was defeated. And since then the clan boundary has been closed. Until now it has not yet entered the world. Hiss. Some of the old ancestors recounted the legendary past of these three figures of the Forbidden sect for their descendants, though only through the transcription of the old ancestor, but still make countless forces of the descendants feel incomparable shock. And at this moment, when the Yanjun ancient sage saw that it was these three big ruthless people, his face instantly turned white, the urge to disappear immediately, go into hiding and never enter the world. But reason told him, if he leaves the Red Flame Valley at this moment, he will surely die. Ha! Break! The eyes of the Inferno God Elder Ancestor in the lead were lowered. Looking at the large formation rising within the Red Flame Valley, he smiled disdainfully. Lift only one hand, extend your fingers, and give it a little nudge. Boom! A blood-colored flame quickly condensed into a fire needle at his fingertips. This fire needle shot out explosively, destroying the Red Flame Valley's protective array to shatter. Turned into a little bit of firelight dissipated between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, the Red Flame Valley's powerhouses, all of them were shocked. Buzz. Just then, a dozen or so figures with equally imposing figures appeared in the sky above the Red Flame Valley. Seeing the dozen or so magnificent figures, the Red Flame Valley's group of powerhouses breathed a sigh of relief. Their oldest ancestor has finally shown up. Especially when he saw the Spirit Flame ancestor at the head, the entire Red Flame Valley directly boiled. And the countless powerhouses of the 3,000 Great Worlds were shocked to see that the Spirit Fire Emperor of the Red Flame Valley was still alive. The Spirit Flame Emperor and Red Wujie, who had appeared, had a grave expression on their faces at this moment. They didn't expect it either. These three old men from the Forbidden sect who came to the door were actually the Yenshin Emperor, the Underworld Emperor, and the Xian Tian Emperor. These three old guys, back in the day, were notoriously crazy. You who, old Spirit Flame, I didn't think you were still alive? Worthy of being a spirit fire born from heaven and earth, quite capable of living. The spectral ancestor sized up the Spirit Flame Emperor in front of him and let out a strange laugh. Ha! This emperor also didn't expect that the three of you were still alive as well. But it looks like the three of you will be at the end of your lifespan as well. That's saddening. Spirit Flame Emperor smiles faintly, unperturbed. Spirit Flame old bastard. I'm sure we don't need to say more about the purpose of the three of us coming here, do we? For the sake of unnecessary fighting, hand over that. What's her name again? The Inferno God Elder Ancestor, who was in the lead, yawned and was a bit scattered. It seems not to put the dozen or so Red Flame Valley old ancestors in front of him at all. That mole seems to be called Yanjun. Old ancestor Xian Tian, who was on the side, revealed a faint smile and said with an easygoing face, yes, hand over this Yanjun. I heard that he is the elder of your Red Flame Valley. Just to be clear beforehand, we are not afraid of you old guys. Once the three of us strike, even we are afraid of ourselves. Old man Yenshin smiled up faintly. Hey, not bad, Spirit Flame, if you're sensible, hand over this mole. Don't hurt the peace between our great powers because of this mole. You should know very well that the three of us are very talkative. But if you insist on taking into account your Red Flame Valley's face and refuse to hand over that mole, the three of us also know a little bit of boxing and kicking, or else you have forgotten that the three of us are both civil and military. The elder underworld ancestor smiled teasingly. Sweeping his eyes over a dozen Red Flame Valley old ancestors, he smiled somewhat obscenely. And the words of the three were also heard by countless old monsters of the forces that cast divine thoughts. Countless old monsters couldn't help but feel a great deal of emotion. Still a familiar recipe with familiar flavors, and the Yanjun ancient sage within the Red Flame Valley, heard the other side actually named him. The whole person instantly bad. The faces of the dozen or so old ancestors behind the Spirit Fire Emperor were instantly gloomy. Boom! In an instant, the bodies of the Spirit Flame Emperor and a dozen or so old ancestors trembled slightly. A vast power of a great emperor shrouds heaven and earth. In an instant, heaven and earth trembled. It seems that even the heavens and earth cannot withstand this terrifying power of the great emperor. Inferno God, Xian Tian, and Underworld, a mere three of you dare to threaten us in front of a dozen of us? Yanjun is an elder of my Red Flame Valley. What if we do not deliver? What can you do? If you want to fight, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave here today. The Spirit Flame Emperor's gaze was ghostly as he coldly said. As the words fell, the scene was filled with icy killing intent. It seems like the Imperial War will break out in the next second. And the countless powerhouses of the 3,000 worlds were also curious. Could it be that the three great ancestors of the Inferno God were really so strong? Can you defeat a dozen great emperors? The crowd was also curious about the trio's next response. with countless people watching, only to see the three great old ancestors directly laugh. Next moment, the Yen god, Shen Tian as well as the three great old ancestors of the underworld made seals with their hands. The bodies of the three instantly swelled. In the blink of an eye, the trio swelled into a big fat mess, berserk and filled with destructive power, from the bloated body of the three people to send out. See this scene. Spirit Flame Emperor and the dozen or so great emperor ancestors behind him. Their faces instantly changed wildly, and the countless powerhouses of the 3,000 great worlds are directly dumbfounded at this moment. It was because these three old sixes of the forbidden sect were actually planning to blow themselves up. A peak great emperor blowing himself up was no joke. A peak great emperor blowing himself up is enough to instantly destroy a domain and smear the living beings. Three peak great emperors, self-destructing at the same time. That power is simply unimaginable. And most critically, the three great old ancestors of the forbidden sect were in the sky above the Red Flame Valley at this moment. Once the three decisively chose to blow themselves up, then the whole Red Flame Valley will have to follow the funeral. Even some of the great emperor ancestors of the Red Flame Valley will probably not be able to carry the power generated by the simultaneous self-destruction of the three. These three old guys, it's really the old six. These three old geezers, as usual, are animals. This ancestor is kind of convinced. Some of the top forces ancestors couldn't help but marvel. Now, the Red Flame Valley will have to bow down even if it is reluctant. The methods of the three great old ancestors were simply beyond everyone's expectations. The three ruthless men, true to their name. It's really hard on yourself, too. You three old fellows. This ancestor doesn't believe that you dare to explode yourselves. At this moment, the Spirit Flame Emperor no longer had the calm and collected manner he had earlier. He also did not expect these three old guys, actually so animal. Hey, old Spirit Flame, guess if the three of us dare? Anyway, the three of us, now that we have entered the 5 failures of the celestial beings, will not have long to live? Alas, before dying can earn a breath for the clan, for the dead disciples, to seek justice. The three of us died is also worth it. That is, you can think clearly. Oh, you still have a large amount of life. From the 5 failures of the celestial man is still far away. The three of us die also pull you, is considered blood money. The spectral ancestor beamed and laughed teasingly. Ha, Spectre is right. Old Spirit Flame, you have to think clearly. Even if you are capable of carrying through the self-destruction of the three of us and others, you don't think about the disciples of your Red Flame Valley? Old ancestor Shen Tian swelled his face, still remaining easygoing and smiling lightly. Spirit Flame, this emperor has said that when we strike, even we ourselves are afraid. I'll give you 3 counts. To pay or not to pay? The emperor is starting the countdown. 3. The Inferno God old ancestor's words had just fallen. The berserk aura on the three of them became more and more violent, as if the next moment, the three will directly explode. At this moment, the countless powerhouses of the 3,000 great worlds were all nervous, especially leaning against the Red Flame Valley is located in the power of the strong, but also nervous body sweat. The lives and deaths of the living beings in the several nearby realms can all be left to the decision of the Red Flame Valley. The Spirit Flame Emperor and a group of Red Flame Valley's ancestors were even more gloomy. Even the Spirit Flame Emperor had a cold sweat running down his forehead at this moment. 2, 1. Old things, go to hell. The Yenshin old ancestor counted to 3 and saw that the Spirit Flame old ancestor had not yet spoken. The 3 of them then quickly sealed with both hands. Buzz. The swollen bodies of the 3 began to blossom. Slow down. Seeing the 3 great ancestors, actually playing with him for real, the Spirit Flame Emperor hurriedly opened his mouth to call for a halt. At those words, the 3 great old ancestors of the Inferno God immediately suppressed the raging power within their bodies. No one noticed that a trace of cold sweat broke out on the back of the heads of the 3 great old ancestors. What? Old Spirit Flame? You have last words? The Inferno God ancestor raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile. At this moment, the Spirit Flame Emperor's face was so ugly that it looked like he had eaten dog shit. Humph. Yenshin old ghosts, count yourselves ruthless. Valley Master, hand them over. The 3 of you take the men and get the hell out of this emperor's way immediately. Otherwise, even if we all die together, this emperor will definitely not let you forbidden sect have a good time. Spirit Fire Great Emperor suffocated to the extreme. Cold snort, sleeve robe flung, the figure disappeared in place. The faces of the other dozen or so old ancestors were similarly no better. Under the attention of countless powerful people, they had lost face today. The dozen or so Red Flame Valley ancestors all nodded slightly at Red Wuja. Then they all disappeared into the sky above the Red Flame Valley, and at this moment, the Yanjun ancient sage completely despaired, crying out in terror and helplessness. Valley Master, Elder Ancestor, you have to help me. Above the void, Red Wuja listened to the cries of the Yanjun ancient sage and closed his eyes. a monstrous rage rising in his heart. "Three seniors, please help yourselves." Red Wujia forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart, and then also a wave of sleeve robe turned and disappeared. The three ancient old ancestors looked at each other and exhaled heavily. With that, the three of them completely suppressed the riotous power within their bodies. The figure is also gradually recovering. "Ha, so you're that Yanjun Grills." Yan God old ancestor lowered his eyebrows, looking at the despairing Yanjun ancient sage below, and smiled coldly. The Yanjun ancient sage reacted from his despair and disorientation. Immediately tearing through space, he turned around and fled. "Ha, how can you run away in front of us?" The Xin Tian old ancestor on the side smiled faintly and only held his hand in the air. Boom! One could only see where the Yanjun ancient sage had fled. An illusory giant palm gradually stretched out under the gazes of the crowd of Red Flame Valley elders and disciples. The Yanjun ancient sage who had just fled was held tightly by the giant palm. Yanjun ancient sage fell into endless despair. In the blink of an eye, the Yanjun ancient sage was grabbed by the giant palm in front of the three old ancestors. "Hey, go!" The Yenshin old ancestor grinned and imprisoned the Yanjun ancient sage. Three people with Yanjun ancient sage tore open the space crack, quickly stepped into it and disappeared. Countless powerful people retracted their divine thoughts inside. The people did not expect, or underestimated the ruthlessness of these three great ancestors of the Forbidden Sect, and also overestimated the Red Flame Valley. But the crowd also understood Red Flame Valley. After all, the great emperor exploded himself and blocked the door. In exchange for any of the top forces, will be panicked. And in the meantime, within the realm ruled by the desolate ancient royal family, a dozen or so Wang clan ancestors stood in the dome of the sky at this moment. The encounter between the Yi clan and the Red Flame Valley had caused a group of ancestors from the Wang clan to show up earlier. The divine thoughts of more than a dozen great emperor ancestors shrouded heaven and earth. Once there's still the old ghost of the Forbidden Sect at the door, they will immediately join forces to surround and annihilate, not giving these despicable old men of the Forbidden Sect the slightest chance to blow themselves up. And within a city governed by the Wang family, two teenagers were inside an inn, leisurely drinking a small drink. These two men, handsome and imposing. Any woman who passes by will look at these two men more than once. However, at this moment, the attention of the people in the city was on the group of Wang clan great emperor ancestors above the void. After all, it was rare to see so many great emperors enter the world. Alas, big brother, it looks like we don't have a chance. These old ghosts of the Wang family are really cautious. Why don't you and I go back and wake up a couple more guys? One of the men, glancing at the emptiness outside the window, said somewhat breathlessly. These two men with extraordinary auras were both old ancestors of the Forbidden Sect. The Taoist name is Harmony with Light. The two are blood brothers. At those words, old man He Guang glanced at the void outside the window. The eyes fell on a magnificent figure. This figure was none other than the Wang clan's oldest ancestor, the great emperor of evil suppression. The purpose of the two old ancestors coming here was to kill the great emperor of evil suppression. A wake-up call for the Wang family. However, looking at the situation, they kind of can't make a move. Otherwise, the Wang family will also be forced. Not a good end. This old thing, count his damn luck. Never mind. This old thing, let's wait until the next time we have the chance to kill him. Or leave it for little drop. Old man Wagwan cursed and picked up a glass of wine on the table and drank it all. So we go back now? Old ancestor Tongduan smiled and asked. Old ancestor He Guang raised his head once again, his eyes piercing through the void and seeing the horrifying battle in the extraterrestrial void battlefield, and faintly said, the great battle between Annihilation Thunder and their group of old ghosts from the Yi clan is almost coming to an end. Those three guys from the Yen God, they also brought back the Yen Jun ancient saint. Since the two of us don't have a chance to make a move, I'll make a trip to the Tongtian sect. According to the clan's investigation, it was the Tongtian sect that secretly revealed the news of little Dropsy. We, two brothers, will go to the Tongtian sect to have some fun. Okay, let's go. Since I've entered the world, I can't walk in vain. Old ancestor Tongduan nodded and immediately got up. The two of them took a step and their figures disappeared in place. And just seconds after the two disappeared, several of the Wang family's ancestors, who emanate great emperor's pressure, suddenly appeared in this inn. Just now, they sensed that there were two special aura fluctuations here. It's just that a bunch of Wang family ancestors, always a step slow. The old ghost of the Forbidden Sect? Who could it be? One of the Wang clan's old ancestors. His eyes narrowed slightly and his expression was grave. The old guys from the Forbidden Sect had arrived long ago, and they actually didn't notice. What puzzled a few people even more was this. The entire realm was under the shroud of their divine thoughts. They actually didn't sense any trace of dead air. Boom! Just as the several old ancestors of the Wang clan were in deep doubt, above the dome of the sky where the rain of blood was falling, suddenly there came a shocking bang. countless powerful people have raised their heads, once again converging their eyes on the Donli realm, as well as the Emperor War battlefield in the extraterritorial void. At this moment, on the battlefield of the Donli realm, whether it's the Yi family's top-level powerhouses or family disciples, all of them have suffered heavy casualties. However, at this time, the strongest of the two major powers all look towards the extra-dimensional void beyond the dome of the sky. One could only see the battle formation ancestor, arranging the great formation that blocked the extraterrestrial void. With this shocking bang, it shattered, and a terrifying force raged toward the depths of the universe, as well as over the 3,000 great worlds, dazzling light that illuminates the entire 3,000 worlds. From the dazzling light, the crowd saw a magnificent figure in the extra-dimensional void. Forbidden sect, withdraw. Right at this moment, in the extra-dimensional void, the voice of the Annihilation Thunder ancestor was heard. Patriarch Lin Feng froze and immediately waved his hand. His spiritual energy wrapped around his voice and he shouted, "Forbidden sect, retreat!" A command. Both elders and sect disciples have stopped their attacks and turned to withdraw. Seeing the forbidden sect begin to retreat, dragging the heavily injured Yi Tian enemy, finally relieved. Soon, countless forbidden sect disciples returned to the warship. A group of elders high-level cover tore open the space crack, quickly left the Donli realm. The entire retreat process, the people of the forbidden sect, the line of clouds and flowing water, in one fell swoop. It's not an exaggeration to say they're specialized in practice. Just ask any top power that could do what the forbidden sect did and quickly evacuate the battlefield. As the elder disciples of the forbidden sect withdrew from the battlefield, the dazzling light that erupted in the void outside the domain also gradually dispersed. At this moment, countless gazes, deadpan, stared at the extraterrestrial battlefield. The living beings of the entire 3,000 worlds were all stunned by the scene before them. It was only seen that in the extraterrestrial void of the Huanyu, the void space was completely shattered. Berserk spatial turbulence raged wildly. Only 15 of the Yi family's 30 elder ancestors remained. Half of the great emperor ancestors had fallen. In contrast, none of the 10 great ancestors of the forbidden sect had fallen. Only each person's figure is a bit of a mess, as well as a few minor injuries. The remaining half of the Yi family's great emperor ancestors were all monstrously furious at the moment, completely killing their eyes. Kill. Several great emperor ancestors were still trying to rush up to start a battle. However, he was stopped by the severely injured berserker ancestor. Earlier, an old ancestor of his Yi family had not hesitated to blow himself up, which had broken the great formation of the battle formation ancestor. The berserker ancestor really couldn't figure it out. These 10 old ghosts of the taboo sect, the previous great battle, obviously also successively performed the taboo mastery. Why their lifespan is not exhausted? Seeing the heavy losses of the Yi family again, the heart of the berserker ancestor was dripping blood. Endless hate surges to the surface. But even if you hate it, you can't fight anymore. Otherwise, without their shelter, the Yi family will surely decline. Besides, all the other top forces, too, are still keeping a close eye on the battlefield. Once the Yi family loses them old guys, other forces will surely seize the opportunity to target the Yi family. After all, the Yi family's enemies can be more than just the forbidden sect alone. Cough. Poof. Old man berserker. Count your Yi family as ruthless. We withdraw. Old man Annihilation Thunder coughed out a mouthful of blood. The aura of death on his body grew thicker and thicker. A few people also did not expect the Yi family's old man killed Red Eye actually really play self-detonation. Immediately afterward, the 10 great old ancestors quickly turned around and tore open the space crack and disappeared. Forbidden sect. You guys wait for me. This feud is not over. The rage in the heart of the berserker old ancestor could not be quelled, and with a furious curse, he returned to the East Ledge realm with the only 15 remaining old ancestors. Elder ancestor, Yi Tian enemy dragged his heavily injured body and walked up, his face unsightly. How are the casualties? Family master? The berserker ancestor's gaze swept towards the ravaged Yi Tiancheng, and his face was grim as he said. Yi Tian enemy gritted his teeth and spoke. Old ancestor, clan ancient saints. There are still about 20 left, and there are still about 40 saints left. As for family disciples, there. Needless to say, before Yi Tian enemy could finish his words, he was interrupted by the berserker ancestor. At this moment, the old ancestor of the berserkers, his face was so angry that he turned green. This battle, again, let the Yi family, back to more than 100,000 years ago. Old ancestor, are we once again hidden from the world? Yi Tian enemy looked gloomy and couldn't help but inquire. The berserker ancestor waved his hand, raised his gaze in the direction of the forbidden sect, and said with murderous intent, "No, now that there are many demons, the heyday has come. the desolate ancient god's monument is also about to appear. Our Yi family is hidden from the world and will surely miss out on this great opportunity. And, said here, the old man of the Mad War suddenly sneered. I do not know what it is thinking. With that, the berserker ancestor returned to his senses and said to Yi Tian enemy, family master, return to the ancient realm first. During this period of time, restrain the clan and don't provoke the forbidden sect for the time being. This revenge, our Yi family, will be avenged sooner or later. Yi Tian enemy nodded slightly. Immediately afterward, the strongest members of the Yi family have returned to the ancient world. Thus, the great war between the forbidden sect and the Yi family came to an end. Although this great battle ended with the forbidden sect withdrawing, but all in all, the desolate ancient Yi clan lost miserably to the forbidden sect. 30 great emperor ancestors, a large part of the fall, and the countless forces throughout the 3,000 great worlds were also shocked by the formidable battle power of the forbidden sect ancestor. After this battle, many forces, including some of the top forces, have put away some of their previous petty thoughts. Anyway, as long as those terrifying old men of the forbidden sect hadn't completely sat down before, best not to mess with the forbidden sect. Just as a huge sensation was created in the outside world, the strongest members of the forbidden sect had also returned to the sect, aside from the 8 high-level elders, and some outer sect elders who were in charge of the sect's affairs. The other elders were once again in seclusion. Inside the main hall of the forbidden sect, Patriarch Lin Feng sat on the main seat. On the 2 sides below, there were a dozen or so old ancestors sitting on the end of the table that were emitting a deadly aura, and in the very center of the great hall, the Yanjun ancient sage's face was pale and bloodless. An endless fear enveloped him. Patriarch Lin, spare your life. I know a lot of secrets about Red Flame Valley. I can tell you, and I can join your forbidden sect. I'm at the ancient saint realm cultivation. The Yanjun ancient sage continuously turned towards Lin Feng on the main seat, kneeling and kowtowing to beg for forgiveness. This action of the Yanjun ancient sage caused the forbidden sect's old ancestors on both sides to burst with contempt and nausea. In order to live, actually can even sell their own clan. Griffin, the secrets of your Red Flame Valley can be said to have no secrets to speak of in front of us. Besides, my forbidden sect, moreover, doesn't need trash like you who can even betray your own sect in order to stay alive. The very jade old ancestor stared at the Yanjun ancient sage with a ghostly gaze and spoke faintly. Hey, Burial Jade is right. Griffin, do you know why this emperor didn't kill you? It's because the third elder of my sect made a heavenly oath that he would kill you. We have captured you only to break the oath of the heavenly Tao made by the third elder, the Yenshin old ancestor said with a teasing smile. At those words, the Yanjun ancient sage completely despaired, and his eyes were godless. He was so imprisoned by a powerful force that he couldn't even kill himself. At that moment, the Yin Crow Emperor rose from his seat as an elder. Walking up to the Yanjun ancient sage, he looked down with downcast eyes, his gaze cold. Old thing, you've targeted this emperor's good disciple 3 times, and now it's even caused him to fall. Go to hell. Boom. The Yin Crow Emperor's words had just fallen. A big hand, a spiritual fire condensed by the power of a great emperor fell onto the body of Yanjun ancient sage. The painful screams of the Yanjun ancient sage echoed in the large hall. Soon after, a generation of ancient saints was reduced to ashes. Many thanks to all the elder ancestors. The Yin Crow Emperor bowed his hand toward the dozen or so old ancestors present, then returned to his position. The Yin Crow Emperor turned to the Burial Jade old ancestor and said with some concern, Old ancestor, why hasn't the demon god old ancestor returned? Could it be that he hasn't found my good apprentice yet? And is it possible that something has really happened to my good disciple? Upon hearing this, the dozen or so old ancestors present were also a bit puzzled. According to reason, the devil god that guy should have long ago brought Chu Fall back to the clan only to, I'll contact that demon god guy. That guy, he wouldn't have taken little Loki to a greenhouse. If he dares to bring little Dropsy down, see if I won't break his legs. The Poison Blade ancestor skimmed his lips. An additional token appeared in his hand and he began to contact the demon god ancestor. Not long after, the token in the Poison Blade old ancestor's hand emitted a faint glow. Successfully contacted the demon god ancestor. A stream of light shot out from the token and entered the mind of the Poison Blade ancestor. Next moment, the Poison Blade old ancestor then got up in excitement and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, great! In the future, our forbidden sect will definitely give birth to an existence comparable to the Patriarch. Seeing the Poison Blade ancestor looking so excited, the people present, all curious, looked at the Poison Blade old ancestor and snickered. Nightshade, don't sell me short. What happened? Could it be that you and the demon god had a bastard child out there? Look how happy you are. That's right. Hurry up and drop. It's the first time I've seen you so happy as a toxic woman. Yeah, don't sell me short. What's going on? The words of the tigers and wolves from the group of elders made Lin Feng and the group of elders. The corners of their mouths twitched slightly. However, he also looked curiously at the Poison Blade Ancestor. The Poison Blade Ancestor has always been famous for his poisonous tongue. However, this time, in the face of a few old ancestors making yellow rumors, they were not angry. Instead, he spoke very happily. That demon god guy just sent back a message. Little Dropsy has been blessed by misfortune and is awakening his everlasting body. That guy, the demon god, is now in the Jedi Abyss in the Demon Beast Mountain Range, guarding little Dropsy's awakening. What? A group of old ancestors and Lin Feng heard that Chu Lu was awakening the awakening everlasting body. The crowd instantly rose from their seats. The next moment, the entire hall resounded with the laughter of the crowd, and the Yin Crow Emperor who was Chu Lu's master. His face was all smiles. A few high-level elders on the side, looking at Yin Crow Emperor, full of envy and jealousy. This old guy, how come his life is so good? The only disciple that was casually taken in the lower realms. It was just as well that his enlightenment was heaven-defying. Now actually telling them that this kid, Chu Lu, had even awakened the everlasting body. These high-ranking elders who knew the secrets of the clan. Suddenly I feel like my precious protege, instantly unscented. Let's go. We'll go to the Jedi Abyss now and protect little Dropout. The Inferno God Old Ancestor got up in a fiery rage and said. Seeing this, Old Ancestor Burial Jade waved his hand and spoke. With that demon god guy around, no one can hurt little Dropout. Our top priority right now is to hurry up and inform those old guys up there about Little Faller's situation. If not, those old guys are still looking all over the starfield. And the two brothers, Harmony of Light and Dust, previously transmitted their voices back, saying that they both went to the Tong Tian sect. So I guess they're here now. The two of them are also close to the Abyssal Jedi now. So let the two brothers make a trip to the Jedi. Hearing this, the group of old ancestors all felt that the arrangement of Old Ancestor Burial Jade was indeed very proper. If you don't tell those old guys up there at once, you'll have to count on them for a while when you meet them in the future. So, a burst of old ancestors got up and returned to the Forbidden Land. In the meantime, inside the Tong Tian sect, at this time the Tong Tian sect, by an invisible and terrible force, isolated from the outside world. This terrifying invisible force actually didn't startle the great emperor powerhouses of the 3,000 great worlds. Or rather, the great emperor powerhouses of the 3,000 great worlds can't even sense. Inside the Tong Tian sect now, there was silence. If someone were to come in at this moment, they would be horrified, because inside the current Tong Tian sect, there are sect disciples as well as elders lying everywhere. These disciples and elders of the Tong Tian sect, all of them look peaceful, as if they are asleep. But if you get close enough to touch them, you will find that these people's bodies are stiff and cold, and have long since lost their vitality. And within a large hall of the Tong Tian sect, two white-haired old men, and a middle-aged man, kneeling on the ground, shivering. These three people were Elder Qing Shui of the Tong Tian sect, Elder Ancestor Tong Tian, and the current patriarch of the Tong Tian sect, Qin Xian. This Qing Shui elder among them was the one who had transmitted Chu Lu's whereabouts back to the sect in the first place. The patriarch of them, Qin Xian, in turn informed the Red Flame Valley of Chu Lu's whereabouts. At this moment, in front of the three, there were two handsome men sitting at the end. These two handsome men were naturally the two great old ancestors of Harmony and Light. Only these two great old ancestors did not act like other old ancestors, pretending to be close to the end of life. The old ancestor of the Tong Tian sect below, the Tong Tian emperor, trembled and was terrified. The two of them, Wagwang Tongduan, were from the same era as the Burial Jade ancestor. Why are these two still so young? And without his perception, the vitality in the two men's bodies was extraordinarily vigorous. A thought flashed by, and old ancestor Tong Tian suddenly thought of a terrifying idea. The forbidden sect is deliberately hiding. Thinking of this, old ancestor Tong Tian gulped saliva furiously, and his cold sweat flowed. Ha! You're the old thing that revealed little Dropkick's whereabouts, causing him to be hunted down and fall by the Yi family, right? You are not worthy of death. Old ancestor He Guang looked toward Sage Qing Shui, who had long been overwhelmed by fear, and smiled faintly. Mercy, senior, I was wrong. I'll be damned. I won't dare next time. Sage Qing Shui kept kowtowing and slapping himself. The higher the cultivation level, the more afraid of death. Mei, how dare you have a next time? Die. Old man Wakwang glanced at him with his eyes. Boom. Qing Shui sank instantly by a strange and terrifying power, crushed his soul, directly fell to the ground unconscious. And you're the one who informed the Red Flame Valley of Little Falling Sun's whereabouts, right? You die too. Boom. Pust. Old ancestor Tongduan looked at Patriarch Qin Xian and smiled coldly. The words just fell. Directly raised his hand and slapped Qin Xian into a blood mist. Not a chance to beg for mercy. Two dogs? This is a decision of the two, and I am completely unaware of it. I also hope that the two friends of the road can spare me. Cold sweat flowed from the Tongtian Emperor's forehead as he arched his hand toward the two. Crossing his legs, old man Wacko put down his feet and grinned. Old man, you're quite good at pretending too. The world thought that you had fallen long ago, but I didn't expect to sneak around. And now you're all at the Great Emperor II realm of cultivation. You Tongtian sect, you've long had the strength of a first-rate force, yet you still pretend to be a second-rate force. If it wasn't for my two brothers coming to the door today and catching you out, you'd be afraid you'd have to continue to live. Do you think you have a chance of surviving after seeing the two of us as we are now? Upon hearing this, the Tongtian Emperor's face changed drastically as he hurriedly spoke. Don't worry, two fellow Taoists. This emperor swears to the heavenly Tao that he will never reveal half of what happened today. If you disobey, you will be struck by 5 thunders and you will not be allowed to die. A heavenly yoke meditatively fell on the body of the great Emperor Tongtian. The oath of heaven is established. Ha! This emperor trusts the dead more. Old man Wakwang smiled faintly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Emperor Tongtian was in despair. It seems that what these two people say today cannot let him go. A thought flashed. A touch of venom flashed in the bottom of Tongtian Emperor's eyes. Immediately, he fell to his knees and kept begging for mercy. Two fellow Taoists, please still spare my life. I would never go to hell. Boom! As Emperor Tongtian kowtowed, his face suddenly changed. Suddenly, he leapt up, and a terrifying force surged in his hand. Instantly, he slapped his palm towards old ancestor He Guang and old ancestor Tong Duan who were sitting in front of him. However, just as the Tongtian Emperor had just leapt up, boom! An irresistible force suppressed him on the spot. On Tongtian Didi's back, it was as if he was carrying several 10,000 ancient divine mountains. It made it difficult for him to breathe, and all the emperor bones in his body were shattered. Emperor Tongtian fell into endless despair. Ha! A sneak attack in front of the two of us? You're still young. Old ancestor He Guang smiled faintly, his face full of disdain. Then he flexed his finger and pointed it at the Tongtian Emperor's head. Shoo! Pust! A blood-colored stream of light instantly pierced through the Tongtian Emperor's head. Emperor Tongtian had faked his death and survived for so long. Now it is finally with a strong unwillingness, completely fell. Boom boom boom. At the moment when the Tongtian Emperor fell, above the Tongtian sect, a vision emerges. On the side, old man Tongduan waved his big hand. The heaven and earth anomalies that had not yet been formed were secretly erased by him. Within the 3,000 great worlds, no one has noticed that just now another great emperor has fallen. Ha! Just then, Elder He Guang suddenly changed his face slightly and took out a token. A stream of light shot out from the token and vanished into his mind. Immediately afterward, Elder Ancestor He Guang's entire body jumped up from his chair in excitement. It startled the Tongduan old ancestor on the side. Big brother, what happened? The same dust old ancestor is also the first time see his own big brother so excited. Just now, Burial Jade sent a message that not only did little falling sun not die in a great disaster, but he also accidentally awakened his everlasting body, now awakened in the Jedi abyss of the Wraith Mountains. The demon god is guarding Little Drop. Burial Jade has asked the two of us to go as well. What? Hiss. This kid, heaven-defying enlightenment, coupled with an everlasting body. Good guy. This kid will be invincible in the future. When Little Dropsy grows up, my forbidden sect can become a true immortal sect. The old ancestor of the same dust, after learning this news, was equally excited. Go! Hurry to the Abyssal Jedi! The two great old ancestors got up and took a step, their figures disappearing in place. The two great old ancestors had just left with their front feet. The palaces and buildings within the Tongtian sect are rapidly decaying at a bizarre and terrifying speed, eventually collapsed and became a broken clan. Inside the Jedi Abyss, the demon god old ancestor looked at Chulu's body, the vision that was gradually becoming illusory, as well as the power of vitality that was constantly being gathered up, immediately realized that Chulu's everlasting body, soon to complete the awakening. Thus, the demon god elder ancestor glanced at his elastic skin and moved his divine mind, under the gaze of a golden dragon on the sidelines. In the blink of an eye, the demon god old ancestor changed from a handsome man to a white-haired old man. A rich dead aura began to well up in his body. Seeing this scene, the corners of the golden dragon's mouth twitched slightly. Not daring to speak, the demon god elder ancestor turned around and glanced at the golden dragon, faintly saying, "You should know what to say and what not to say, right?" At those words, the golden dragon frantically nodded its large dragon head and spat out human words. Demon God Sama, please don't worry, ow. This dragon knows it all, hey. The demon god ancestor nodded, still seeming a bit uneasy about the golden dragon. So flex your fingers a little. A power containing a terrifying demonic energy shot into the golden dragon's head. The golden dragon's body trembled violently, discovering that inside his body, there was an additional terrifying prohibition. The whole thing was instantly bad. He's not even out of prison yet, and there's another ban. Families, who can stand this? The golden dragon wanted to cry. A little bit of anger. This prohibition of this emperor is harmless to you. Of course, that's only if you don't say something you shouldn't to Loki. The demon god old ancestor's face was cold as he faintly said, yes, Lord Demon God. The golden dragon nodded his head and blinked his big, pitiful eyes. Seeing this appearance of the golden dragon, the demon god old ancestor spoke once again. Just, little dropout will soon complete his awakening as well. This seed replaces the Guy Berserker beast and returns your freedom in advance. At those words, the golden dragon's sadness from a moment ago was gone, and he kowtowed to the demon god ancestor in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Demon God. Oh, Demon God Sama, you're really a great person. Those guys out there are simply damned. Actually framing you, a great and good man, as a great devil who is unforgivable. Little dragon, when I get out, I will definitely do right by you, Lord Demon God. The demon god old ancestor waved his hand and quickly pinched his hands. Buzz. A blood-colored seal knot instantly burst out from his palm. It rushed into the boundary that suppressed the golden dragon. Boom! With a blood-colored seal imprinted on the boundary, the terrifying power contained in the boundary gradually disorganized, and the black iron chains that were wrapped around the golden dragon's body kept shattering and breaking. Roar! Ahahaha! I, Long Zhantian, am finally free. Ants of the 3,000 worlds, prepare to tremble. Boom! The golden dragon laughed up at the sky. A golden light shone throughout the abyssal canyon. The terrifying power of a great emperor, which contained a shocking dragon chi, continuously filled the air. And in the midst of the golden light, the massive golden dragon had disappeared. There was only a meaty little chubby guy who looked like he was only 11 or 12 years old, dressed in a golden Xian robe, with a pair of small golden dragon horns on top of his head. He crossed his arms and laughed up to the sky. Ahahaha! Freedom! This dragon is finally free! Ha ha ha! Pop! Boom! Long Zhantian, who was having a good time, was suddenly slapped in the face. It was set directly into a stone wall on one side and couldn't be snapped off. The demon god old ancestor grimaced his old face and spoke quietly. What the hell are you screaming about? If you disturb my little dropsy, this emperor will lock you back up again. Long Zhantian fell from the stone wall and sat paralyzed on the ground, a pair of fleshy palms made to cover his mouth. Trying as hard as I can to keep from crying out, tears in both eyes, uncontrollably flowing downward, nodded vigorously. At this moment, Long Zhantian suddenly missed his deadbeat old man, but seeing the cold-faced demon god ancestor, forget it. I'm afraid his deadbeat dad would have gotten his ass kicked even more than he did. He's only where he is today because of his deadbeat dad. These old guys from the forbidden sect, their family won't be able to get rid of them in this lifetime. Resigned to his fate, Long Zhantian wiped his tears, dutifully ducking aside to reduce the swelling on my little face. For the demon god old ancestor, Long Zhantian does not have the slightest resentment in his heart. Instead, they are grateful for it. If it were anyone else, a slap from the demon god ancestor would have sent him to reincarnation long ago, in the future to leave the 3,000 worlds. Outside the threat that he hard against the Lord Demon God, a slap does not die enough to blow his whole life. Buzz. Just then, an invisible spatial fluctuation arose. Immediately after that, two figures quietly appeared. The demon god elder ancestor froze, seeing the duo that had shown up, and opened his mouth. What brings you here? The two who appeared here were none other than the two elder ancestors of harmony and light. The two men's gazes landed on Chu Lu and they were overjoyed. Little falling sun, indeed, has awakened the everlasting body. Hey, that guy Burial Jade notified the two of us to come and escort little Dropsy back to the sect. Old ancestor He Guang smiled faintly and spoke. The demon god old ancestor nodded slightly and did not say much, his attention falling completely on Chu Lu. Old ancestor Harmonious Light and old ancestor Tongguan noticed the change in the appearance of old ancestor demon god, so the two men also moved their divine minds and rapidly aged, emitting a deadly aura from their bodies. Long Zhantian, who was crouching on the ground in one corner, a look I didn't see coming. Yoo-hoo! Isn't this the good oldest son of Long Ao Yuan? This emperor remembers when you came to our 3,000 worlds, misbehaved and caused trouble everywhere, and the berserkers suppressed you here for 500,000 years to return your freedom? 500,000 years haven't come and gone yet. Why did you come out? Old ancestor He Guang noticed Long Zhantian in the corner and approached him with a smile. Long Zhantian got up, revealing a childlike innocent smile, and laughed. Lord Wacko, you're not dead. Bah humbug. Bruce, I mean, you're really getting young. Back when I was a kid, I saw you crunching and slaying and killing, and I didn't think you'd come back to the 3000 worlds, ha. That what? Thanks to Lord Demon God, little dragon eye, this can be liberated early. Long Jantian forced a smile and his back broke out in cold sweat after saying the wrong thing. How he just said what was on his mind. Damn it. Ha. Yeah. This seed is still alive. Happy? This seed is happy to see you, kid, nah. Higuan old ancestor stepped forward and pinched Long Jantian's fleshy little face with both hands, continuously ravaging it and smiling. Long Jantian can't cry, can only scratch his head awkwardly and giggle. However, Elder Wakwan didn't exert any force, but simply pinched Long Jantian's face for fun. Plus Long Jantian, as a golden dragon of the dragon family, with thick skin and flesh, naturally did not feel the slightest buzz. Just then, a special fluctuation emanated from Chulu's body. The gazes of the three great old ancestors present instantly landed on Chulu. A smile appeared on his face. The awakening of the everlasting body is complete. Divine sense isolated. Chulu, who was concentrating on awakening the everlasting body, looked inward at his physical body. Is this the everlasting body? Worthy of being one of the top 10 physiques. Chulok was thrilled. Every cell in his body was constantly generating vibrant vitality power. His flesh and blood today will be able to make white bones and prolong life. Thinking of this, Chulu suddenly thought of a serious problem. Nice guy, wouldn't he be an otherworldly version of Monk Tang then? The corners of Chulu's mouth twitched slightly, somewhat speechless. Then in the future, he will not become the old monsters whose lifespan is approaching, the object of their thoughts. But on second thought, one's own flesh and blood today is comparable to a longevity pill. Then wouldn't those old ancestors of his clan who were nearing the end of their lifespan be able to regain their lifespan as well? Go back and try. After all, the clan's oldest ancestor was an important source of his calf protection value. With a flash of thought, Chulu lifted his divine sense isolation and slowly opened his eyes. Just opened my eyes. Chulok was then taken aback. Only 3 pale faces were seen, coming together in front of him. Chulu was scared and hurriedly moved his butt back. Three seniors you are. Chulu noticed the death aura on the trio at that moment and couldn't help but speculate in his heart. Could it be that these 3 old men were his forbidden sect ancestors? The next words of the Higuang old ancestor caused Chulu's hanging heart to completely relax. TSK. Little Dropsy, are you done awakening your eternal body? Then let's hurry back to the clan. The patriarch and your master and the others. They're all waiting anxiously. At those words, Chulu immediately got up, grinned at the 3 of them, and arched his hand. Disciple Chulu, see the 3 elder ancestors. Ahahaha, our little fall guy is just polite. This ancestor likes it very much. Old ancestor Wakwan was happy, going up and patting Chulu's shoulder. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Chulok showed his teeth for a moment. Feels like his shoulder, about to be slapped off by this old ancestor. You old man, get out of the way. Little Drop almost fell apart when you slapped him. The demon god old ancestor on the side kicked the Higuang old ancestor away and cursed angrily. Your grandma's leg. Demon god, you dare to kick my ass. Come and fight. Old man Wakwan tied up his sleeves with both hands, looking like he wanted to do battle. The Tongguang old ancestor on the side rushed forward to dissuade the 2, but still useless. The 2 men directly punched and kicked up. Chulu watched as the corners of his mouth twitched. These 2 unseen ancestors, why are they like children? Ha? Who are you, little friend? At that moment, Chulu noticed Long Jantian, who was covering his mouth and snickering at the side. It was a curious moment. Why are there still children under the abyss? Could it be that this child with horns on his head was the grandson of one of these 3 old ancestors? Seeing that Chulu treated him like a child, Long Jantian immediately huffed. Boy, you're the child. Your whole family are kids. Take a good look. Who is this seat? Long Jantian scolded in a milky voice. Immediately afterward, the words changed. An old voice, from the mouth of Long Jantian came out. Hearing this old and familiar voice, Chulu hurriedly took a step back and exclaimed in shock. You are that mysterious existence. Seeing Chulu's frightened appearance, Long Jantian was pleased. Crossing her arms, she said with a haughty face, that's not true. I'm the golden dragon of the dragon clan, the age of this dragon. Even if you are an ancestor seeing it, you have to call me an ancestor. At those words, Chulu took a deep breath. He didn't expect that this mysterious powerhouse from the Abyssal Jedi was actually someone from the dragon race. That elder dragon. You're a great emperor. Why are you still in the form of a child? Chulu reacted and inquired with a human face of curiosity. At those words, Long Jantian instantly had black lines on his head. Chulu's words directly poked his pain. though the demon god ancestor released him and exchanged him for freedom in advance. But the Forbidden Clan wild beast old man, left in his body sealing power, still exists. It was this sealing force that caused his cultivation at the peak of the Great Emperor to now only be at the Great Emperor 1 realm. Also because of the seal, it makes him look like a child of 11 or 12. Long Zhantian doesn't want to talk to Chulu right now. He's angry. Ha, little dropsy. This brat, because in his body, there is still the sealing power of another old ancestor remaining. It led to him looking like this. At that moment, a familiar voice came. Chulu turned around and saw the three great old ancestors walking toward them. But what makes Chulok feel funny is, the demon god old ancestor and the Higuang old ancestor duo. One person has a black eye in the left eye and one has a circle in the right eye. All a clan's old ancestor. Two people hit really hard. And Chulok. It was only then that he realized. At this time, Chulu also noticed that Long Zhantian was extraordinarily reverent to the three old ancestors. And a touch of fear. Chulu flashed a thought and immediately had some guesses. It turns out that this kid was sealed here by his Forbidden Clan ancestor. No wonder this little fatty, after learning that he was a disciple of the Forbidden Sect before, did not dare to move him. The truth is out. Long Zhantian saw the demon god elder ancestor who walked over with a cold face and a black eye. Immediately, he looked up at the stone walls on either side of the abyss. The corners of my mouth twitched like crazy, holding back the urge to laugh. He thought through the saddest thing in his life. Long Zhantian stifled his desire to laugh. When it was hard to do so, the demon god old ancestor noticed Long Zhantian's expression and smiled coldly. Ha, little dropsy, this kid will be your battle beast from now on. Little fatty, there's no need for you to come and take the initiative to recognize your master. This seat will give you a hand. Buzz, boom. As soon as the words fell, the demon god elder ancestor immediately formed seals with both hands. With that, both hands were outstretched. Two streams of light, respectively, shot into Chulu and Long Zhantian's bodies. Chulu and Long Zhantian both froze. The next moment, the two created a strong connection. Long Zhantian's face collapsed, wanting to cry. He was demon god old ancestor. Forced in Chu Fall set up a soul contract, and a most unequal contract. If Chulok dies, he won't survive. If he dies, nothing happens to Chulok. He's still alive and kicking. Seeing Long Zhantian's tearful appearance, old ancestor Higuang teasingly laughed. Fatty, don't be sad. Your deadbeat old man was also forced to sign such a contract by a wild beast, and now he's still alive and kicking? Don't worry, my forbidden sex people don't die that easily, not to mention Little Drop. Upon hearing this, Long Zhantian's heart felt a little better. Chulok scratched his head. This old ancestor thinks too highly of him, doesn't he? He almost died this time. However, at the thought of a true dragon with the cultivation of a great emperor realm becoming his battle beast, Chulu was so happy in his heart that the corners of his mouth were about to split to the back of his head with a smile. Hey, disciple, thanks old ancestor. Little fatty. You'll be hanging out with brother from now on. Just call me boss from now on. Fatty, call out to me? Chulu turned to Long Zhantian and spoke with a smile. Anyway, this little fatty in front of him was forced to sign a contract with him by his own old ancestor. The life and death of the other party was in his hands. Even if the other party was now a great emperor, he didn't carry fear. To think that in the future, in front of outsiders, a great emperor called himself his boss. How awesome would that be? But the other party was now. Since it had become his war beast, Chulu naturally would not treat Long Zhantian as a master and servant. He truly regarded Long Zhantian as his own little brother. At those words, Long Zhantian dared to be angry. Looking at Chulu's beaten face, he couldn't wait to go forward and beat him up. But facing the unkind eyes of the three old ancestors, Long Zhantian used his meaty hands and wiped his face, immediately changing into a face of brilliant sincerity. He smiled and said, Boss, don't worry. In the future, whichever ungrateful person dares to bully you, little brother, I'll cover you. Ahahaha. Then in the future, boss, I'll have to rely on you. Little brother. Chulu was happy, cheeky thief, self-familiar to go forward, embracing the shoulders of Long Zhantian. In the future, his source of calf protection value, another. Long Zhantian skimmed his lips. This kid, just like these old guys from the Forbidden Sect, stinks. It really is true that there are all kinds of disciples for all kinds of old ancestors. People are bosses covering their little brothers. When it comes to him, it's the little brother covering the boss. The three great old ancestors also smiled with satisfaction. This little fatso, he still knows what he's doing. In that case, let's return to the clan now. I'm sure the other old ancestors are waiting impatiently. Old ancestor Tongduan smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, he tore open a crack in space. Immediately afterward, Chulu and Long Zhantian followed by the three great old ancestors into the space crack, disappeared. No one would have thought of the mysterious existence in the middle of the Abyssal Jedi. Today has left the Abyssal Jedi. In the meantime, deep within the forbidden land of the Forbidden Sect, inside a tiled room beneath a massive ancient tree, Burial Jade, Annihilating Thunder, Poison Blade, Yen Shun, Qian Tian, Underworld, Yun Shallow, and a dozen other old ancestors gathered in front of the 200 spirit cards on the offering table. A dozen or so old ancestors, all of them bent down and bowed to the spirit plaque in front of them. Burial Jade, you come and contact those old guys up there. Old Ancestor Annihilating Thunder looked towards Old Ancestor Burial Jade and said. The buried Jade Old Ancestor nodded slightly and took a step to stand out, his hands forming seals. Immediately afterward, a stream of light shot toward one of the spirit cards. However, after the stream of light shot into the spirit tablet, spirit cards, however, have not moved at all. A group of old ancestors look at each other. Could it be that Old Ancestor Beishing is not here? Burial Jade, try contacting the others. The Poison Blade Old Ancestor was puzzled. The Burying Jade Old Ancestor nodded slightly, and a stream of light shot out from his fingertips once again. It was shot into another spirit tablet that read Berserk Beast Ancestor. However, the Berserk Beast Old Man spirit card, there is also no movement. Hiss. That's weird. Try something else. A dozen old ancestors, scratching their heads in puzzlement. Burial Jade Old Ancestor thought of the last time Sky Poison Old Ancestor's spirit card, made a response. Then he flexed his fingers once again at the spirit seat of the Heavenly Poison Ancestor. However, the spirit seat of the Heavenly Poison Ancestor, there is also no more movement. The crowd was now disbelieving. Let the Burial Jade Old Ancestor try 24 spirit positions in a row. There is still no response. These guys, did they die in battle? And no word has come back that they were killed in battle? Poison Blade Old Ancestor's face is filled with a look of incomprehension. Buzz. Just then, Old Man Burial Jade followed the order in which the spirit cards were placed, as he tried to contact the 26th spirit level. This spiritual seat with the name of the phaseless ancestor written on it suddenly emitted a faint glow, a slight tremor. There's a reaction. A group of ancestors present, all excited bad. Finally an old guy responds to them. Buzz. The group of old ancestors present waved their hands in a big way. In the blink of an eye, within the tiled room, it turned into a vast expanse. The world is in a state of flux, with the sun and moon alternating. It seems to be a self-contained independent space, isolated from the outside world. Buzz. The spirit tablet with the name of the phaseless ancestor on it trembled more and more violently. The light on the spirit plaque also grew brighter and brighter. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying aura rose up from the spirit tablet. The stars of the universe within the entire space, the rapid flow of, from within the light, a massive silhouette with its feet on billions of stars and rivers, its body dazzled by divine golden light, appeared in front of a group of old ancestors. This huge divine silhouette was a middle-aged man. In one pair of eyes, bright stars flowed, as if one of its eyes is loaded with a universe. He, the phaseless ancestor of the Forbidden Sect. Ha! Burial Jade, Annihilation Thunder, Poison Blade. Why are you all present? Could it be that the time and space bricks are all consumed? The space-time ancestor has recently refined another batch of better quality space-time bricks that can slow down the flow of time for 800,000 years. If you guys need them, I'll go fetch them and teleport them over to you. When Old Ancestor Phaseless saw the group of old ancestors present, he first froze, then spoke. Of course you do. More is better. You send more. Old Ancestor. The family is now so poor that they can't afford to get out of the house. The buried Jade Old Ancestor's face changed and he cried out. Upon hearing this, the group of old ancestors behind him silently gave Burial Jade a thumbs up. The phaseless ancestor nodded slightly. That's right, old man. Why couldn't we contact Old Ancestor Beisheng, Old Ancestor Sky Poison, and the other 24 old ancestors earlier? Did something happen to them? The buried Jade Old Ancestor inquired suspiciously. Upon hearing this, the phaseless old ancestor shook his head helplessly and opened his mouth to explain. It's not that something happened to these guys, it's that fellow Heavenly Poison, going to attend the Tao discussion conference invited by the Yao Qi Holy Land. At the discourse, Heavenly Poison was targeted by the Divine Dynasty lords of several Divine Dynasty powers. Giving a joint effort, that Heavenly Poison guy just ran back early, pulled in these dozens of guys, and ambushed those Divine Dynasty lords on their way back. By now, counting the hours, they should have crossed paths as well. Upon hearing this, the group of Burial Jade old ancestors present all nodded. Seems like they've been surprised by this kind of thing for a long time. Perhaps right now, the forces where those several Divine Dynasty lords are located are suffering from the destruction of the Heavenly Poison ancestor. Well, time brick. I'll find time to teleport back home. If there's nothing else, That's it. This ancestor has to make a trip to the Forbidden Zone with dozens of old ancestors. Those dogs in the Forbidden Zone seem to be a little less peaceful again lately. Not long ago, Old Man Ling Xiao stepped into the Forbidden Zone, but he was unexpectedly assassinated by those guys inside the Forbidden Zone. It's fortunate that Old Man Ling Xiao ran fast, or else he would really have to be handed over in the Forbidden Zone. This time, we intend to swing the Forbidden Zone. Since those dogs in the Forbidden Zone think they can do it again, why don't we just destroy them all? The faceless old ancestor faintly said. The group of burial jade old ancestors all nodded in agreement as well. Just as the faceless old ancestor's silhouette was preparing to withdraw, only then did the burial jade old ancestor remember the main event and hurriedly opened his mouth. Old ancestor, wait, we are contacting the above for a heavenly matter. The faceless old ancestor froze, looking at the agitated expression, and was puzzled. What has made you so happy? The buried jade old ancestor arched his hand and took a deep breath. Old ancestor, there's a personal disciple in the family who has awakened the everlasting body. What? The old faceless ancestor's face changed drastically, and his emotions instantly became agitated. Hurry! Speak with me about this disciple. What the hell is going on? The faceless old ancestor said excitedly. Old ancestor buried jade nodded slightly, so he carefully informed old ancestor faceless of Chu Lu's situation. When old ancestor faceless learned that not only had Chu Lu awakened the everlasting body, and it also has an unbelievable level of enlightenment. After mastering all of the clan's next 1,000 forbidden mastery techniques, the whole group couldn't help but take a deep breath. And when the faceless old ancestor learned that the Yi clan and the Red Flame Valley's heavenly pride almost killed Chu Lu, the faceless old ancestor was no longer as easygoing as he was earlier. To the group of old ancestors present, he chopped his head off. Burial Jade and a host of other old ancestors all dare not speak to refute. The faceless old ancestor cursed. It's fortunate that nothing happened to that little fellow, or else all of you would have become the sinners of my forbidden sect. Humph, what desolate ancient Yi family. Red Flame Valley, if you ask me, you should just exterminate these two forces. Completely. The ashes of the people of these two great powers are raised for him. The big thing is to support a few top forces out in the dark. Upon hearing this, the group of old ancestors looked at each other in disbelief, crying and laughing. Even if they secretly supported a few top forces to rise up, that would still take time. This backyard garden of their 3,000 great world was rarely of this size. It's rare to be so well-rounded. And now that Chu Lu has awakened the everlasting body, it is the time when he needs a sharpening stone. If you frame it twice, you're about to destroy these two forces, then won't you lie down later? Old ancestor, we are also looking out for the future of the Forbidden Sect, and the Yi clan and the Red Flame Valley, and Little Fallen Sun have also formed a feud. We are intending to leave him behind to avenge Little Fallen Sun himself, as a way to hone him. If not, he will step out of the house later. There will be no millstone like the Yi family in the outside world. The buried jade old ancestor arched his hand and said. Upon hearing this, old ancestor Faceless Chi gradually calmed down. Nodding slightly in thought, he instructed the crowd. The everlasting body is one of the top 10 physiques though. Not the most powerful existence, but the most special. For example, on top of the everlasting body, the desolate ancient sacred body, and the void divine body. Although these two major physiques are also extremely heaven-defying, but all living beings in the world can be awakened. Even in one era, there are 2 to 3 top demons that harbor the same physique, and the everlasting body goes against the rules of birth, old age, sickness and death customized by the avenue of heaven and earth, the origin of the universe. Consequently, a physique such as the everlasting body that defies the laws of the world, the heaven and earth great Tao, and the cosmic origin will also endeavor to curb it, to awaken the everlasting body, unless the previous everlasting body possessor falls. Otherwise it would be impossible for the world to give birth to new eldritch bodies. Speaking of this, the more the faceless old ancestor thought about it, the more angry he became, and he cursed angrily. Humph, the last generation of everlasting bodies. What a way to seek their own death. Hardly having been pumped with blood for 1,000,000 years by us, it finally disintegrated itself, causing us to search the world for a newly born everlasting body possessor. This is great. Ha ha ha, this term's eternal life body possessor is a disciple of my forbidden sect. Hearing the words of the faceless old ancestor, in the presence of a group of ancestors, all sigh with emotion. They found the previous possessor of the everlasting body and warmly invited him to join the forbidden sect. Let it become an elder of the forbidden sect. Just what they didn't expect. The last everlasting body possessor was sinister and vicious. After becoming an elder of the forbidden sect, not only did he master several forbidden mastery moves, and privately brutalizing innocent beings, even utilizing the living beings of one side of the realm to test the power of the forbidden Jedi. Fortunately, they were eventually discovered by them, and the old ancestor was so enraged that he ordered him to be apprehended. To keep the Jedi out, it's more to punish the man. A group of ancestors of the forbidden sect suppressed him and drew his blood for the sect to refine the longevity pill. These old ancestors of theirs, enough to the last long life body, pumped 1,000,000 years of blood. Eventually the man couldn't stand it anymore and simply disarmed. And it was because of this person that the forbidden sect had a rule. Anyone who joins the forbidden sect, regardless of their cultivation level, anyone who passes the test has to start as an outer disciple. I'll go and inform the other old guys of this good news. By the way, inform on the top too. As for how that little fellow is to be cultivated, we, the old guys, don't really count. And those old guys up there don't count even more. This matter will likely have to alarm the patriarch. And the patriarch will decide. The faceless old ancestor pointed upwards and opened his mouth. Upon hearing this, the group of burial jade old ancestors, who also seemed to have guessed it a long time ago, all nodded their heads in succession. Until then, you must protect this little one, both honed and protected. By the way, while this little guy is still in the 3,000 worlds, let the boy Chulu donate some blood. As you all know, it's not quiet out there, and the longevity pills that were refined are about to bottom out. The treasury is in dire need of a stockpile of longevity pills. The faceless ancestor whispered to the crowd. Don't worry, old ancestor. Little Dropsy is a good boy who has his heart set on the clan and understands things. Little Loki will happily donate blood if us old-timers ask for it. The poison blade ancestor laughed. The faceless ancestor's shadow nodded and then gradually dissipated into thin air. After the faceless ancestor left, the surrounding Huan Yu space, too, dissipated. The surrounding area reverted to the scene inside the tiled house. Buzz, and as the group of old ancestors, with their front feet, had just stepped out inside the tiled room, an invisible spatial fluctuation suddenly emanated from the sky above the forbidden sect. Ha! Loki is back. A group of old ancestors looked at the sky above the sect beyond the forbidden land and all smiled. At this moment, in the sky above the forbidden sect, a spatial rift opened. Under the gazes of some disciples, 5 figures were seen, appearing from the spatial cracks. That teenager, seems to be senior brother Chulu. Hiss, not as if. That's really senior brother Chu. Oh my god, it's too good. Senior brother Chu didn't die. Quickly go tell senior brother Tang He. A crowd of disciples of the forbidden sect, after realizing that Chulu did not die, all of them were happy. Even some of the outer sect elders, seeing that Chulu was still alive, their faces showed excitement. Soon, the news that Chulu was still alive quickly spread throughout the entire clan. Good disciple, Chu Lok's group had just landed. Lin Feng Patriarch and several elders, also the first time to sense, have appeared. Seeing his own good disciple returning safely, Emperor Crow rushed forward to look up and down. It was only after realizing that Chulu was not injured that he was completely relieved. Master, Sovereign, Elders, Chulu's heart flowed with warmth and was filled with emotion. On his way back, he learned from the 3 old ancestors. The clan thought he was killed by the Yi family. The entire forbidden sect lifted up their entire clan to seek justice for him from the Yi family. Not to hesitate to start a clan war with the Yi family. As a disciple of the forbidden sect, Chulu has no regrets in his life. Ha ha ha, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Lin Feng and a few high-level elders looked Chulu up and down, sensing the terrifying vitality contained between the blood and flesh in Chulu's body. The crowd sked up. Is this the eternal body? It's really against the odds. At this time, Lin Feng Patriarch and a group of high-level elders noticed the Chulu's side of the dragon warrior sky. All feel surprised. Who is this kid? Especially Elder Ian Crow. He obviously sensed that this fart in front of him was actually a great emperor powerhouse. However, when the crowd noticed the pair of small golden horns on top of Long Zhantian's head, they immediately guessed his identity. Old ancestor, could this be the one from the Abyssal Jedi? Lin Feng suddenly remembered something and looked at the 3 old ancestors to inquire. The 3 great old ancestors nodded slightly. Old ancestor Wakwang directly slapping on Long Zhantian's head. What are you looking at? Why don't you hurry up and pay your respects to my forbidden sect's patriarch elder? Don't you know the gold content of my forbidden sect patriarch? And the elders? Long Zhantian immediately reacted and bowed to Patriarch Lin Feng and a group of elders with his hands. Patriarch? This fellow is now Little Dropsy's battle beast. It's also the disguised equivalent of a disciple of my forbidden sect, just like his old man, starting as an outer disciple. Since he's Little Drop's war beast, he'll be under Nian Xiaofeng's command. Elder Ian Crow, I'll trouble you to arrange for this kid. I'll take Little Dropsy on a trip to the Forbidden Land. Old ancestor Wakwang opened his mouth. Ahahaha, that dares to be. Little fatty, come with this seat. The Ian Crow Emperor learned that Long Zhantian was the war beast of his own good disciple. It was almost as if he was happier than his breakthrough in cultivation. My own good disciple has a great Emperor Realm War beast, and his future safety is also one more point of guarantee. For the Een Crow Emperor to call him Little Fatty, Long Jiantian does not dare to have the slightest opinion. It was because the patriarch and elders of this forbidden sect were all these old men of the forbidden sect, the ones who had personally elected them. Although the patriarch and the elders, their cultivation levels were only at the ancient saint realm, but they are extremely high status, having absolute power of speech in the forbidden sect. Anyway, beyond the 3,000 great worlds, there was a saying that circulated: if the world is in chaos, the forbidden sect says so. After learning that the Een Crow Emperor in front of him was Chu Lu's master, Long Jiantian's fleshy little face revealed a touch of flattery. Yeah, then I'll trouble you, elder. Just arrange a place for me to stay at random. Nothing too extravagant. Long Jiantian smiled and said, is that right? So, okay then, follow me. Een Crow Emperor stroked his chin and led Long Jiantian to leave this place, heading toward Nianxia Peak. Let's go, Dropsy. Go to the Forbidden Land and meet the other old ancestors. Old man Wakwon grinned and waved his big hand. The figures of several people then disappeared in the heaven and earth. Lin Feng and the remaining 7 elders, their gazes looked into the depths of the Forbidden Land and their eyes flickered. Under everyone's eyes, a flash of pity. I hope the old ancestors will be gentle with Chu Lok. Don't make their forbidden sect birth this baby bump, to get false on the line. Soon, Chu Lu was brought by the 3 great old ancestors to a mountain peak deep within the Forbidden Land. On top of this mountain peak, an ancient palace was constructed. Looks a bit old. Chu Lu had just entered the palace when he saw a dozen old figures sitting in the middle of the main hall. A dense aura of death filled the entire hall. Of these dozen or so pale figures, there are also the 3 people Chu Lu's familiar burial jade old ancestor, Dao Yuan old ancestor, and Xiaoduan old ancestor. In addition to these 3, the other old ancestors Chu Lu has not seen a single one. At this moment, the dozen or so old ancestors present, their gazes fell in unison on Chu Lu, eyes burning. Every old ancestor's face was overflowing with satisfaction. Facing the gazes of a group of old ancestors, Chu Lu only felt a burst of scalp numbness. Are all these ancestors so hot? Ha! Our little fall guy is back. Little Dropsy, why don't you hurry up and come and pay your respects to all the elder ancestors? This is old ancestor Poison Blade. You can also call her old ancestor Night Shadow. This is Annihilation Thunder. This old man is called Inferno God. One by one, the buried jade old ancestor introduced the various old ancestors for Chu Lu. One by one, the mighty names of the dozen or so old ancestors present were memorized in Chu Lu's heart without a single one. After all, their own future calf protection value, but also rely on him these old ancestors. Disciple Chu Lu, meet old ancestor Night Shadow, old ancestor Annihilating Thunder, and old ancestor Yenshin. After the burial jade old ancestor was introduced one by one, Chu Lu bowed from hand to hand. Our little fallout really knows what he's doing. Come on, sit next to old ancestor. Let the old man study you. The Inferno God ancestor grinned and laughed in satisfaction at Chu Lu. The corners of Chu Lu's mouth twitch up madly. Elder Yenshin, if you want to say so, I can't go over there. Inferno God, you old undead epileptic male, shut your anus, scare little Dropsy, and I'll poison you. Loki, come. The poison blade old ancestor cursed angrily. Then he got up, pulled Chu Lok, and sat down in the chair beside her. Little Dropsy, don't listen to that epileptic eunuch Yenshin. From now on, you shouldn't call me old ancestor either. It's much too raw. You can call me Grandma Poison Blade from now on. The Poison Blade old ancestor had a kind face as he smiled and said to Chu Lu, the surrounding group of old ancestors, looking at the poisonous blade old ancestor, this poisonous woman, actually so gentle, literally giving each of them a pocket knife across the ass. Eye-opening. I didn't realize this toxic woman had such a side. Chu Lu looked at the poison blade old ancestor with short white hair and a kind face, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Grandma Poison Blade? Poisoned milk? Hey, good. Then from now on, disciple will address you as Grandma Poison Blade. Chu Lu scratched his head and said with an awkward smile, in front of so many elder ancestors, Chu Lu, who had social bullying disorder, looking extra formal. Loki, there's still me. What the hell? Just no Poison Blade Grandma? What shall you call me? At that moment, the Qin Emperor Yun Shallow, who was holding a book, looked at Chu Lu and said with a smile. Chu Lu froze for a moment. Did these old ancestors call him here just to make him a grandson? As a thought flashed by, Chu Lu revealed a naive smile and scratched his head. Grandma Cloud. Ha, our little faller. What a good boy. If I had known this, I should have chopped off another half of the Yi clan's old ghosts. Let's see if they still dare in the future. bullying our little fallout. Yun Xian was happy. His face suddenly changed, gloomy and cold. Chu Lu gulped. This cloud's shallow old ancestor, changing face faster than flipping a book. That's right, old ancestors. Disciple has awakened the everlasting body. Disciple found that after awakening the everlasting body, disciple's blood and flesh is comparable to the everlasting medicine. I don't know if disciple's blood, whether it works for the old ancestors. If it works, disciples are willing to donate blood to renew the lives of all the old ancestors. Chu Lu looked at the dozen or so old ancestors present and spoke earnestly. At those words, the group of old ancestors were all stunned and glanced at each other. The face of every old ancestor is filled with relief. Chu Lu is also more recognized and liked. Ahahaha. Loki, we've been waiting for you to say that. Little Dropsy, your blood is indeed of no small use to us. The Yenshin old ancestor stared at Chu Lu and smiled. At those words, Chu Lu was overjoyed. As long as these old denizens don't die, he can make crazy deaths later. Make a strong grip on the value of calf protection. This Inferno God guy has a good point. Little Dropsy, the flesh and blood of your everlasting body contains endless vitality. Even some of the Vitality Emperor medicines can't compare to your flesh and blood. Your blood can restore some of our longevity. We, the old guys, have a few more years to live. And your blood, it's still the raw material for refining the longevity pill. You shouldn't need me to tell you that you've experienced the effects of the longevity pill, right? The last 10 longevity pills of our clan. This ancestor has given them all to you. The buried jade old ancestor also opened his mouth at this time and laughed. Chu Lok nodded, directly tied up the sleeves, stretched out the tender white arm, very atmospheric way. Ancestor, come and smoke. As long as I can help the elder ancestors, disciple is willing to donate blood. Ha ha ha. Well. Worthy of being a cub of my forbidden sect. Then this ancestor will not be polite. Little drop. We don't need much. Just a small bowl. The Yenshin old ancestor came forward and patted Chu Lu's shoulder. Chu Lu heard old man Yenshin say that he only needed a small bowl, and the heart relaxes. Yet just then, under Chu Lok's horrified gaze, only to see the Yenshin old ancestor pull out a turquoise jade bowl from somewhere. Yes, a bowl made of jade. Only this jade bowl, as big as a water basin. To put it bluntly, it's a jade pot. Chu Lu's legs went limp, almost too scared to stand still. You're a big man. You call this a bowl? Whose bowl is bigger than the pot? Chu Lu's face turned white and cold sweat flowed. He silently put away his arm and retreated a step back, trembling. Elder ancestor. Ancestor, you call this a bowl? I'll die if this bowl comes down. After saying that, Chu Lu looked at the other old ancestors. It was found that the other old ancestors at the moment seemed to be used to it. Eyes burning with anticipation at him. Chu Lok wanted to cry. Good fellow. Dare these old ancestors, indeed want to let him bleed to fill this basin? It's going to kill you. Dare I say that I'm not being targeted by the powerful old monsters out there. Just first by their own ancestors, these old sixes. Hey, Loki, don't be afraid. You can't die with us. Good boy. Let's do as we're told. No pain, no gain. Soon, the Yenshin old ancestor revealed a lewd smile, holding the jade basin, slowly approaching Chu Lu. Chu Lu backed up in a row, waving his hands in panic. The old ancestor. Make it so. It'll kill you. Can you give me a break first? I was injured earlier. Is it okay for a disciple to donate blood after a few days? Chu Lu made up his mind. After leaving the Forbidden Land, he directly closed the door. Ouch. Don't be afraid, little Dropsy. Trust old ancestor. It's fine. We're not pumping your essence blood. We won't hurt your origin. The Yenshin old ancestor took a step forward and grabbed Chu Lu's arm. Boom. Chu Lu was just about to open his mouth and call for help from the surrounding old ancestors. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Chu Lu. The Yenshin old ancestor directly screamed miserably, getting kicked out of the way. The jade basin in its hand flew into midair and spun around a few times. It was caught by this figure beside Chu Lu. Chu Lu looked at the figure and realized that the person who had kicked away the Yenshin ancestor was none other than the Poison Blade ancestor. The Poison Blade old ancestor pointed at the fallen, but covered Yenshin old ancestor and cursed. Yenshin, you epileptic male, if you dare to frighten our little faller again, you'd better be careful when you lie down on the coffin board. I'll poison you for the rest of your life. Old man Yenshin got up from the ground and rubbed his butt, shrinking his head. He dared not speak and hurriedly sat back in his seat, because this poisonous woman, she can really poison. Lives are trivial. Not lifting for the rest of your life would be really bad. The surrounding group of ancestors all cover their faces, crying and laughing. These guys, there's juniors in the mix. Can we have a little bit of the old man's demeanor? At those words, Chu Lu's face revealed a harmless human smile. A huge sigh of relief washed over me. It's better to have our poisoned blade grandma The poison blade old ancestor turned around at this time, revealing a kind smile, pulling Chulak to sit beside her. He comforted her. Xia Luozi, let's not be afraid of Aang. Don't listen to that epileptic male. Chu Lu nodded. A good boy look. However, the poison blade ancestor's next words caused Chu Lu's face to stiffen. Oh little faller, you are the only everlasting body of our forbidden sect. Within our clan, there are still several old ancestors who are about to be seated. They have to sequester themselves today. Once they are present, they will surely fall. These old ancestors, ready to sacrifice for the clan at any time. Speaking of this, the faces of the poison blade old ancestor and the surrounding group of old ancestors all darkened. Chu Lu saw a group of old ancestors. His expression was despondent, and the whole hall was flooded with a sadness. The poison blade old ancestor continued to speak. Furthermore, the old body also wants to watch you grow up step by step with my own eyes. Little fallen son, the old me doesn't want to die now, but if the cultivation cannot break through, you poison blade grandmammy also time is running out. At those words, Chu Lu heart a burst of inexplicable hard. If these old ancestors didn't do themselves justice, and go to war with the Yi family, maybe even live a little longer. Chu Lu took a deep breath and grinned. Grandma Poison Blade, don't worry, all the old ancestors, Chu Lu, will not stand by and watch you all fall. Come on. As the words fell, Chu Lu extended his arm. The surrounding group of old ancestors were all relieved and nodded their heads. What a good boy. Loki, we won't let you donate blood for nothing. The remaining 2,000 forbidden Jedi schools in the Forbidden Land are now open to you, so you can go and learn them at any time. Anyway, with your everlasting body, the side effects of the Forbidden Jedi are no longer effective against you. And, this you take. The poison blade old ancestor grabbed a small white rabbit from his nascent sack. This little white rabbit exuded a strong medicinal power. Moreover, within the medicinal power, there was also an imperial might emanating from it. Chu Lu was shocked and lost his voice. It's an emperor product elixir. The poison blade ancestor smiled faintly, and the little white rabbit in his hand instantly squeaked miserably. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood red, rounded elixir. The poison blade old ancestor nodded his head and said, this is the blood chi emperor pill, and the medicinal power is mild. Those who take this elixir will be able to, in an instant, recover their peak state. For those of us who have stepped into the 5 failures of celestial beings, this Dan has no effect on us, so consider it a reward from Grandma from me. But it's recommended that you take it when your cultivation reaches the sage realm. After all, it's an imperial pill. Even if it's mild, it's not something you can handle right now. After saying that, the poison blade old ancestor took this Emperor Dan and stuffed it to Chu Lu. Immediately afterward, the poison blade old ancestor got up and addressed the surrounding group of old ancestors. Little falling son is hemorrhaging money this time. You old guys, give little falling son some means to save his life as well. Upon hearing this, the group of old ancestors rose in unison. Immediately afterward, a terrifying power surged out from the bodies of all the old ancestors. Buzz, a dozen or so old ancestors, their hands quickly formed seals. Immediately afterward, they all pointed at Chu Lu and flexed their fingers. A dozen streams of light of different colors, containing astonishing power, scurried into Chu Lu's body. Chu Lu's body shook. He realized that a dozen or so more rays of light had appeared in the spirit sea within him. Chu Lok grinned, his heart bursting with joy. He's going to have to go on a demonic rampage from now on, haha. Red Flame Valley, right? Yi family, right? Wang family, right? How dare you surround me? Wait for it, dropkick. Come on. It doesn't hurt. Just as Chu Lok was out of his mind, the voice of the poison blade ancestor came from his ears. Chu Lu came back to his senses and saw the poison blade old ancestor, who was holding the jade basin and looking at him with a smile. Chu Lu clenched her teeth, stretched out her tender white arm, and said with an awe-inspiring atmosphere, come on. Half an hour later, crunch, the doors of the palace slowly opened. Chu Lu's face turned white, both feet softened, holding up the wall and out. It's like being physically emptied. Boom. Chu Lu had just stepped out of the gate with his front foot. The door slammed shut on the back foot. Although Chu Lu was a bit weak now, a smile still spread on his face, though this time it's hemorrhaging. But he's not losing anything. Not only had he obtained an Emperor's Dan, as well as the means of preserving his life that a dozen or so old ancestors had left in his possession, and he was also allowed to cultivate the remaining 2,000 forbidden Jedi. Chu Lu only flipped his hand, and a jade bottle appeared in his palm. Chu Lu poured out a longevity Dan and took it, and his cheek color gradually improved somewhat in an instant. Chu Lu took out the Empyrean given by the poison blade ancestor, looked it over and put it away beautifully. This Emperor Dan. Chu Lu did not intend to use it. He intended to give this Emperor Dan to his master, Een Crow. After all, his own master. Time and time again, he protects himself, for his own sake. Now that there are good things, naturally, I have to honor my own great emperor master. At this moment, Chulu decided not to leave the Forbidden Land for the time being. He couldn't wait now, and flew to the stone monument engraved with 3,000 forbidden mastery. Soon, Chulu arrived in front of the stone monument. Looking at the remaining 2,000 forbidden Jedi, his eyes glowed. Chulu immediately sat down cross-legged. Look to the first jutsu of the Middle 1000 sect. Start practicing according to what is engraved on it. What a pushy kid. A group of old ancestors in the Great Hall, their eyes pierced through the void. All could not help but laugh. And in the center of a group of old ancestors, a pot of blood, releasing an amazing power of vitality. Spring goes to fall. Cold comes to summer. The sun and moon alternate. The stars turn. 2 years in the blink of an eye. 2 years had passed since the great battle between the Forbidden Sect and the Yi family. Over the course of those 2 years, 3,000 worlds and nothing much ever happened again. However, recently, the 3,000 great worlds have seen another wave of fervor. That is, the Tianji Pavilion has put out the word to organize the Heaven's Pride ranking battle and reset the list of Heaven's Pride. This message is out. All the major forces in the entire 3,000 worlds set off a tremor. Countless forces, one after another, released the top celestial pride they had hidden. Even some scattered cultivation pride, also in the 3,000 worlds, began to emerge, broke out not small fame. Within these recent months, the 3,000 great worlds were exceptionally lively. Heaven's pride and demons abound. Even this short period of a few months, some of the demons on the list of Heaven's Pride, by the nameless Teenage Pride defeated, pulled down the altar of Heaven's Pride list, and originally these unknown Teenage Pride, a battle to become famous. Not only that, has been hidden the 4 great Emperor clan, as well as the Dragon and Phoenix clans also in these few months of time, one after another into the world. 3,000 great worlds, gradually entering the golden age of prosperity where demons rise up and geniuses come out in their droves. Inside the Forbidden Sect, the doors were closed in the throne room. Within the hall, the 8 elders of the Forbidden Sect, as well as Patriarch Lin Feng, sat in high positions. On the 2 sides of the hall, there were Old Ancestor Burial Jade, Dao Yuan, Shao Dust, and the 4 people of the Poison Blade sitting at the end of the hall, and on top of the guest seat, there was a kindly white-haired old man seated. If Chulok were here at this moment, when you see this old man, you will surely recognize him. It was because this white-haired old man was the Heavenly Chance Pavilion's great Emperor of Opportunity. Ha! Patriarch Lin, a few fellow Taoists. Then it's a deal. In a month's time, in my Tianji Pavilion's Tianji realm, we will jointly organize the Heaven's Pride Conference. This emperor still has to travel to the other top forces, so I'll take my leave. The Tianji emperor rose and arched his hand at Lin Feng, who was on the main seat, as well as the 4 old ancestors present. Lin Feng and the 8 elders got up, arched their hands at the Tianji emperor and spoke. Elder, take care. This patriarch will send the head elder to the Tianji Pavilion to discuss the matter of organizing the conference with you. For this conference, my Forbidden Sect will also offer a holy weapon as a reward. Your clan is so generous. Then thank you, Patriarch Lin, for your support. Gentlemen, farewell. Emperor Tianji arched his hand, turned around and took a step and disappeared. After the Tianji emperor left, the Poison Blade old ancestor skimmed his lips and opened his mouth. Patriarch, you don't take out 2 more sacred artifacts either. Our Forbidden Sect is such a large sect, and if we only take out 1 holy weapon, others would think that our Forbidden Sect can't afford to give it. I heard that on the Dan Sect side, they took out 10 holy pills as a reward for this conference. Besides, the pile of holy weapons we brought back, except for the last time the elders used them, they are all almost put moldy. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Lin Feng, who was on the main seat, cried and laughed. This old ancestor of our own family, who has never been a family member, really doesn't know how expensive it is to have firewood, rice, oil and salt. Nah. It's not like the holy weapon is going to break if you leave it there. This time out of a sacred weapon, are he and the elders? Extremely needy decision. Besides, in case your own disciples don't give a damn, wouldn't taking out a holy weapon be giving it to someone for nothing? Furthermore, they, the Forbidden Sect, traditionally don't do money-losing deals. Alright, old ancestor, 1 sacred artifact is enough. As the saying goes, money doesn't show. Furthermore, this is not outside the 3,000 great worlds. Lin Feng laughed bitterly. Row, row, row. Patriarchs, just decide for yourselves. That said, Patriarch, learn from our white patriarch and don't keep treating a bunch of trash as treasure. Look at our outside patriarch buy all the standard equipment for his disciples are holy weapons, and you're the one who's stingy. No wonder the disciples who go out from here always look like unseen country bumpkins outside. So it's all because you're used to being poor. The poison blade old ancestor waved his hand and opened his mouth in an unkind manner. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and the group of elders could only smile with embarrassment. Is it their fault? Ha! The patriarch and all the elders have indeed worked hard for the clan all these years as well. Poison blade, don't you keep comparing the outside to the inside of your house. The family is the source of fresh blood for our forbidden sect, so naturally we should cultivate it poorly. Otherwise, from the elders up to the disciples down, relying too much on external objects would be bad for them instead. I do think that the sovereign has done a very good job. Old ancestor Burial Jade laughed. Buzz. Just as the poison blade old ancestor was about to retort, suddenly, an aura emanated from several mountains within the sect. The eyes of those present all lit up, especially the 8 elders. All of them had smiles on their faces. The few little guys in the sect with good talent have finally come out of the gate. Come on, let's go check it out. Old ancestor Burial Jade rose with a smile. On the side of the poison blade old ancestor, also revealed a face full of interest. The figures of the people disappeared into the great hall. Boom boom boom. The powerful commotion coming from several mountains startled the disciples of many sects. Immediately afterward, 8 young figures stepped out of the void from between several mountain ranges. Among these 8 figures, there were 6 men and 2 women. The young man was handsome and graceful. The young girl was stunningly beautiful and agile. However, all 8 of them revealed a powerful aura, just like a teenage god king, especially a white-clothed young man at the head, holding a spirit sword, just like an exiled immortal in the dust. This young man, and Burial Jade old man has a few similar style. After seeing the 8 people, the many core disciples gathered in the square looked excited and adoring as they bowed their hands and saluted. Senior, sister, senior brothers and sisters, there's no need to be like this. Looking at the many familiar faces below, the 8 people smiled faintly. These 8 teenage girls were all personal disciples of the other 7 elders as well as Patriarch Lin Feng. It was also the top demon of the forbidden sect. These 8 heavenly prides were Yin Xiaofeng, Qin Susu, Bai Yun, Wang Hao, Lin Battle, Zhou Yuan, Feng Wei, and Chen Sheng. Among them, Yin Xiaofeng and Qin Susu were the top 10 ranked top demons on the Heaven's Remarkable ranking, especially Yin Xiaofeng, who ranked second on the Heaven's Remarkable ranking. Qin Susu, on the other hand, was ranked 10th. Buzz. Right after a group of demons showed up, Lin Feng and the 8 elders, as well as the 4 great ancestors appeared. The 8 Heaven's Pride were all overjoyed to see their own masters. However, the sight of the 4 great old ancestors caused the crowd to tremble. Rushing to the 4 great old ancestors, including Burial Jade, he bowed his hand. Disciple, see old ancestor, see patriarch, elders. The poison blade ancestor's gaze landed on the leader, Yin Xiaofeng, in surprise. It's actually the Wandao divine body. No wonder you, little fellow, have the cultivation of the 6th realm of peak ascension at such a young age. Not bad, not bad. The poison blade ancestor nodded, revealing a satisfied smile. Hiss. Hearing the words of the poison blade ancestor, the surrounding group of disciples couldn't help but take in a deep breath of cold air. This senior brother Yen of theirs had actually broken through to the 6th realm of ascension cultivation. One must know that this senior brother Yen of theirs was only in his early 20s. Not only were the group of disciples shocked, even the other 7 pro-transmitters looked at Yen Xiaofeng with shocked gazes. It was worthy of being the number 1 person in their forbidden sect. Yen Xiaofeng, who was dressed in white, scratched his head. In front of so many people, being praised so much by the old ancestor, he's feeling a little embarrassed. Ha, of course, you little guys, you're pretty good too. Burial Jade, why don't you reward these youngsters of ours? A strange light flashed in the bottom of the poison blade old ancestor's eyes. She saw right through it. Although the 8 great celestial pried in front of them, each like a good baby, restrained and honest, but from their thieving eyes, I can see that these 8 little guys, also with the little drop, each are some restless master. This also put the poison blade ancestor at ease. This generation hasn't collapsed either. At least whoever of these few little guys becomes the forbidden sect leader in the future, at least it won't be as naive and honest and stingy as Lin Feng. Old ancestor Buried Jade blankly glanced at old ancestor Poison Blade. Why don't you reward them for being the same old man? Although the burying Jade old ancestor spat in his heart for a while, he still unhurriedly took it from his nascent sacred ring. An oversized jade bottle was pulled out. Above the mouth of the bottle, a powerful sealing force was revealed. Burial Jade removed the sealing power and poured out 8 turquoise pills from the bottle. If Chu Lu were here, he would have definitely exclaimed good guy. Buried Jade old man, you old 6, because these 8 pills were none other than the longevity pills. And judging from the ancient aura that permeated out from the elixir, it looks like it's been stored for a long time. Chu Lu remembered. When the burial jade old ancestor said that the whole clan only remaining 10 longevity dan, all gave him. With a fling from the burial jade elder ancestor, the longevity pill flew out and was grabbed by the 8 heavenly pride. Seeing that it was the longevity pill, Lin Feng and the other 7 elders winked frantically at their own disciples. I'm afraid that these little guys don't know what they're talking about and give it back. That would be a big loss. The 8 Pro transmission, seeing the crazy hints of their own masters, also instantly understand the second, hurriedly put away the longevity pills in his hand. Not, Patriarch, Grand Elder, Old Man Zhao, you guys have cramps? The Yin Crow Emperor on the side, noticing the crowd blinking frantically, couldn't help but open his mouth. Several of Lin Feng's elders, their faces were directly gloomy and they all glared at the Yin Crow Emperor. You can die if you don't talk. Thus, Lin Feng and a few elders quickly resumed their serious looks. By the way, how many of my forbidden sex 1,000 forbidden mastery doctors have you mastered? Is it possible to finish mastering all of them? Old Ancestor Burial Jade suddenly glared at the 8 pro-disciples. When the several major pro-disciples heard this, they were all stunned and looked at each other. All mastered finished? What in the world is the old man kidding about? Forbidden sect Jedi. For them to be able to master a few of them, they would be considered extremely awesome. Reporting to the elder ancestor, disciple has mastered 10 forbidden mastery techniques. Yan Xiaofeng, who was at the head of the group, took the lead in arching his hand. Disciples master the 9 gates. Disciple mastery of the 7 gates. Hearing the report of these 8 pro-transmitters, the Burial Jade Old Ancestor and the Poison Blade Old Ancestor both nodded. The 8 great progenitors, surprisingly, had not even mastered all of their explicit 1,000 forbidden Jedi techniques. There would be no need to enter the Forbidden Land to learn the remaining 2,000 Jedi schools. After all, they are not Chulak. Ha ha ha, Old Man Zhao, your good disciple has only mastered 5 mastery techniques. Ha, not even a fraction of my good disciple. The Yin Crow Emperor didn't hold back at this point and deliberately laughed. Old asshole, get out. My family's good disciple. His cultivation is higher than that Chu Lu kid. It's better looking than that boy in your family. Chu Lu, my disciple has a date. Zhao Shang was furious, blowing his beard and eyes and cursing angrily, then climbed. Yin Crow Emperor, my good disciple is an everlasting body. Zhao Shang, the buried jade old ancestor and the poison blade old ancestor were a few people who were speechless as they looked at these 2 oddball elders. The 4 great old ancestors took one step and their figures disappeared in place. And of the 8 pro-disciples, a teenager, also dressed in white, with a melon-faced, well-defined face, was red-faced and embarrassed. This teenager was none other than Zhao Xingqi's personal disciple, the good old man of the forbidden sect, Bai Yun. Now, White Cloud can't wait to dig a hole in the ground. Why does his own master say everything to the outside world? Shame on you. Several other pro-transmitters, looking at Bai Yun's embarrassed appearance, also could not help but snicker. It could be seen that the relationship between the 8 pro-transmitters was extremely good. However, when they heard the mention of Chulak, the 8 great progenitors were puzzled. Why don't you see Mr. Chu? Could it be that Senior Chu went to glean the second elder's spirit medicine again and was confined by the second elder? Everyone disperse. Xiao Wei, follow master back to the peak. Watching the Yin Crow Emperor and the second elder argue, Lin Feng shook his head breathlessly, then took one of the 8 pro-transmission girls with him and left the place. Xiao Feng, let's go back first as well. There are some things for the master to say to you. The Grand Elder also stepped forward at this time, leading Yin Xiaofeng away. Soon, the other elders, too, left with their own disciples. Only the defiant Yin Crow Emperor and Zhao Shang remained on the scene, and the white clouds that seem a bit helpless. Bai Yun couldn't stand his own master anymore. Stiffen up and pull your own master away. Otherwise he had a hunch. Self-master Can and Yin Crow Elder quarrel until the dark. Soon, the news of the 8 pro-transmitters coming out of the gate quickly spread throughout the entire clan, and in the depths of the forbidden land of the forbidden sect, in front of the stone monument engraved with 3,000 forbidden mastery, a slim figure sat on a futon. A faint, blood-colored aura lingers around him. This slim figure was none other than Chu Lu. There's really no excuse for Little Drop's talent. That's right, over the past 2 years, we have witnessed him practicing one mastery after another. Originally, I thought that it would take at least 3 or 4 years for Little Dropkick to master all of the middle 1,000 forbidden Jedi, but I didn't expect that in just 2 years, he would have cultivated to the last Jedi. Indeed, watching Little Dropout cultivate over these 2 years, we and others have also gained a great deal. Yes, we are all dipped in the blessings of Little Drop, and we have mastered several forbidden mastery techniques that we did not master before. What do you guys say about Little Dropsy's head? How in the world did it grow? Enlightenment is simply too unbelievable. All of the forbidden sect's group of old ancestors were in the shadows, keeping an eye on Chulu at all times. Buzz. Just as the group of old ancestors were secretly talking to each other, Chulu, who had closed his eyes to concentrate on his cultivation, violently opened his eyes. The blood-colored aura on his body was gone. A smirk spread across his face. It's a done deal. In the middle 1,000 forbidden mastery, all of them were practiced by him. Next, it was time to continue cultivating the last 1,000 remaining forbidden Jedi schools. Immediately afterward, Chulu set his gaze toward the last of the last 1,000 forbidden Jedi schools. Just as he was about to cultivate, the figure of the buried Jade ancestor quietly appeared in front of Chulu. Little guy, greed is not good enough. You'll settle down for a while and then come back to cultivate the remaining 1,000 forbidden Jedi schools. The 3,000 great worlds will soon hold the Heaven's Pride Assembly, and this ancestor hopes that you will be able to win the ranking 1 throne at the assembly. Go on. After the burial Jade old ancestor finished speaking, he waved his big hand. Before Chulak could say anything, he was then sent out of the forbidden land in an instant by a huge force. Chulu sat on his butt on the ground, somewhat speechless. Wasn't it agreed that he could practice whenever he wanted? What is the point of kicking him out now? Chulak sort of realized. Sometimes the old ancestors of our own family talk as if they were farting. Chulak muttered something and got up to pat his ass. Recalling the words of the burial Jade old ancestor just now, Chulak revealed a sinister smile. The Heavens Pride Conference came at the right time. The Heavens Remarkable Assembly was an event of the 3,000 great worlds. Countless heavenly pride squeezed their heads to participate. The Wang family, the Red Flame Valley, and the Yi family, the heavenly pride of these top forces, will certainly not be absent. Ha! I've waited 2 years for this revenge. Little master. Chulu grinned as a powerful aura began to show on his body. During the 2 years of this retreat, he wasn't just simply learning forbidden mastery, he also broke his cultivation level, from the Taichu realm, to the Nirvana realm. Although his cultivation was still far from the top 10 top demons on the Heavens Remarkable ranking, but he's not the same man today as he was 2 years ago, carrying an everlasting body in 2,000 great moves, unlimited open large. The absolute demon dares to get in the way. All can give him a dry scrapping. Furthermore, the Heavens Pride Conference was also a good opportunity to harvest calf protection value. How could he miss it? A thought flashed. Chulu beautifully patted his ass and walked away. Just after coming out, Chulu learned of the news that the other 8 pro-disciples had come out of the gate, especially through the mouths of some of the disciples, waiting to know that his senior brother, Yan Xiaofeng, had actually broken through to the peak of the Peak Ascension realm. Chulu's entire body went numb. Between him and his own Yan senior brother, there is a difference of 1 major realm, as well as 6 minor realms. With that, Chulu returned to his own division's Nianxia Peak, just entered the main peak, but the scene in front of him made Chulu dumbfounded. Just a little fat guy with grass clippings on his head, was lying on a haystack in a thatched hut, huffing and puffing. This thatched hut is Chulu he specially built for the Tianlin horse. It's just that the Tianlin horse has been placed in the Tianji pavilion, and one doesn't have the time to pick it up. Just did not expect this little brother of my family, as a great emperor, actually sleep in the stable. Chulu smiled and walked up. Little brother, Chulu shouted and patted Long Zhantian's fat face. Long Zhantian opened his eyes in a daze. Seeing that Chulu instantly broke his defense, the 2 tearful eyes said, "Boss, you're finally back? Great. Do you know what I've been through these past 2 years? Your master, actually arranging this dragon to live in a stable. Even though he's a high-level elder of the Forbidden Sect, he's still bullying this dragon too much. This dragon is at least a disciple of your Nian Xiaofeng now." In the beginning, Long Zhantian's cry was casual. Yin Crow Emperor then put Long Zhantian, arranged to live in the stables, because the house on the peak was built by his own good disciple. The Yin Crow Emperor can't afford to let anyone else live. Therefore, the Yin Crow Emperor will Long Zhantian, arranged in the stables. True dragons and Skyrim horses are the same anyway. We are all just livestock. For Yin Crow Emperor's arrangement, Long Zhantian dares to be angry and dare not say anything, can only nod and stay. And in these 2 years' time, he is not dare to easily leave Nian Xiaofeng step, because when he came to the Forbidden Sect, he sensed that the Forbidden Sect had more than a dozen old ancestors present. Fear of making a mistake, going somewhere you shouldn't, saying something you shouldn't, messing with someone you shouldn't. By this group of old men, in a fit of pique, they would lock him up for hundreds of thousands of years more. Then he won't be able to cry in time. He, the great emperor, can be said to be the most suffocating great emperor in the world. Looking at this little brother of the dragon clan in front of him, he was as sad as if he had died as a parent. The corners of Chulu's mouth twitched up as well. Feelings of their own master. Excessive people are at least a great emperor. Let people live in a cave, but also cannot stables. Well. There's another guest room in the compound, so I'll leave it to you. In the end, you are now both my junior and my senior. Follow the boss. He won't treat you badly. Chulu patted Long Jantian's small shoulder and laughed out loud. At those words, Long Jantian instantly changed his face and was moved, patting his chest. Boss, don't worry. In the future, which ungrateful person outside will dare to bully you? I'll ga him. Seeing this, Chulu was very satisfied. In the future, he has this great emperor little brother cover. It is even more to die. Senior brother Chulok. Just then, countless voices, coming from afar. Chulu froze, even turned around. The whole person was dumbfounded. One could only see a large group of core disciples, as well as dozens of outer sect elders, flying to Nianxia Peak. Chulu froze and looked at Long Jantian, dumbfounded. You boy, causing trouble in the clan? Long Jantian hurriedly opened his mouth. You're the one in trouble. This dragon hasn't even dared to step out of this mountain peak at will over the past 2 years. You kid, don't slander me huh? These people, they're coming for you kid. During these 2 years, these disciple elders, have often come to you, but not you kid. Looking for me? Chulu looked at the crowd that had hurriedly arrived and was puzzled. Think back carefully. It seemed like he hadn't offended the sect's senior brothers before he closed his doors, not to mention this large group of outer sect elders. Soon, a large group of core disciples, and outer door elders, landed in front of Chulu. Senior brother Chu, you really aren't dead. Great. Woohoo. You're too much for senior brother Chu. You didn't come to tell us even though you didn't die. It caused a few of us to make a grave for you in the back of the mountain. The leader of the Tang He, Wang Shang and other humongous bandits 6 people, immediately surged up. The Chu fall dead hold, lost their voices and cried. They had heard 2 years ago that Chulok was not dead, but as soon as Chulu came back, he entered the Forbidden Land and didn't come out until today. As such, Tang He and the other humongous group of 6 now saw the living Chulu with their own eyes. Don't mention the happy mood. After all, the 6 of them and Chulu have been considered life and death friends. The corners of Chulu's mouth twitched slightly as he awkwardly broke away from the embrace of several people. Fuck off. Your tears, don't rub them on me. Chulu cursed angrily without any good humor. Its heart, too, is full of emotion. Being in a forbidden clan makes him feel at home. At that moment, Chulu noticed the dozens of core disciples behind the humongous 6. Then he looked at the dozens of outer sect elders who were constantly rubbing their hands together. Chulu is full of doubts. Good day, senior brother Chu. Ha ha ha, worthy of being Eldarine Crow's personal disciple. Yes, Chulu. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so long. You're at the Nirvana Realm cultivation level. TSK, is worthy of awakening one of the top 10 physiques? The everlasting body. It's really against the grain. That's right. Our Chulu is now a dragon among men. A group of core disciples collectively greeted Chulu, and the group of outer sect elders carefully sized up Chulu. The hearts of every Saint Realm elder could not help but set off vibrations and marveled. A group of elders of the outer sect, from the body of Chulu, sensed a cycle of endless vitality. A crowd of disciples and outer sect elders praised. Directly the Chulok to the whole will not be. Chulu scratched his head awkwardly and opened his mouth. Thank you, elders. Many thanks to all of you. I don't know if you guys came to Nianxia Peak and are looking for me for something? If something happens, disciples will do their best. When these words came out, the dozens of disciples present immediately became excited, trying to say something, but the words stopped coming. A group of elders of the outer sect, on the other hand, all eyes golden light, smiled. Ahahaha, that Chulu we are not much of a big deal. Learned that you out of customs, just want to come to see you. Elder Bone Cold is right. We, the outer sect elders, are simply here to take a look at you. A Shenrove elder at the head of the group rubbed his hands together and laughed. The group of outer sect elders behind them chimed in, looking at the group of elders who kept rubbing their hands together. There was something hard to say. Simply visiting him? Chulu not quite believe in the past, when he had caused trouble in the sect, he hadn't been crushed by these outer sect elders. If anyone has anything to say, just say it. All of us are from the forbidden sect. We are family. If I can, I will certainly do my best to help everyone. Chulu arched his hand. It's not really a big deal. Us old guys, besides coming over to see you, there is indeed a small matter of finding you as well. The bone-cold elder at the head of the group spoke with some embarrassment. At those words, the corners of Chulu's mouth twitched. He knew it. These old denizens, they have nothing to do. Chulok once again arched his hand and said, Elder Bone can say anything. Elder Bone Cold brewed for a moment and opened his mouth. Actually, there's nothing It's just that I've heard that you, Chu Lu, are quite knowledgeable about forbidden Jedi. We have come this time to ask for your guidance. Yeah. Chu Lu is our forbidden sect's supreme genius. In terms of enlightenment, even our clan ancestor is not as good as Ah. Not so much. The Tangyi few were instructed by Chu Lu for half a month, and then they mastered the living spirit hypnotic spell. It is evident that you, Chu Lu, are sufficient to instruct us? You are simply a sage's teacher. Once Elder Bonecold made these words, the crowd of outer sect elders behind him agreed. Chu Lu froze and looked at the core disciples clustered around him and froze. You all came here because you also want me to instruct you in the forbidden Jedi? The crowd of core disciples were so excited that they opened their mouths. Yeah. Senior brother Chu, you've instructed several people from Tangyi, you can't be biased. Senior brother, that's right. Senior brother Chu, please don't be stingy with your advice. Hearing the words of a group of core disciples, Chu Lu only felt two eyes black. Almost fell. What kind of asshole? Exactly. Gave the word away? Chu Lu's gaze was ghostly, looking towards the humongous six at his side. Meeting Chu Lok's gaze that wanted to knife people, Tangyi's several people hurriedly waved their hands in panic and hurriedly explained. Senior brother Chu, unjustly accused. We didn't say that. That's right. Senior brother Chu, when we came back, we didn't perform a forbidden mastery in front of a group of senior brothers. Looking at Tangyi's few people, they didn't look like they were lying. In Chu Lu's mind, a sometimes kind, sometimes lewd face suddenly appeared. Elder Changwei. Other than this old den, Chu Lu could no longer think of anyone else. Chu Lu face mouth corner crazy twitch. In his heart, he cursed Elder Changwei. Where's the promise tight-lipped? What about trust? Playing around. This unreliable old dang. One should not have believed his bullshit at the time. Chu Lu returned to his senses and looked at the pair of blazing eyes in front of him. A helpless sigh. Well, ahahaha. Thanks a lot. Many thanks to Senior Brother Chu. The crowd of disciples and elders, one after another, arched their hands at Chu Lu and thanked him. Yo, Senior Brother Chu, it's been so long. It's fine. Just then, a sweet voice, from behind the crowd. Chu Lu froze and looked around at the sound. Just saw a silhouette descending on Yan Xiaofeng. P.S. Today not much with the state. The body is a little uncomfortable. It will not burst more ha. Stable 3 chapters. In addition, hereby thank the white micro eye tenderneer. Big brother rewarded the god's certification ha. Broke the cost. Thank you. I wish you a big fortune now. The crowd of elders and disciples present also turned to look. Qin Susu. Senior sister Qin. The crowd was amazed. I didn't expect that this top demon of theirs, who was ranked 10th on the Heavens Remarks list, would actually come to Nianxia Peak. Could it be that senior sister Qin, too, had come to find senior brother Chu to instruct her in the forbidden Jedi? Chu Lok was also greatly puzzled. This senior sister Qin in front of her was 6th elder Qinyi's personal disciple. Even more so, he was carrying the Taiyin divine body. What's she doing here? A crowd of disciples made way. Qin Susu turned to the group of core disciples and cocked her head in a slight nod. Then to the crowd of outer sect elders present. He arched his hand and saluted. Disciple Susu, meet the elders. The group of outer sect elders present all revealed kind and benevolent smiles and nodded their heads slightly. However, underneath the eyes of every outer sect elder, a flash of shock flashed. It was because Qin Susu's cultivation nowadays was actually greater than their clan's strongest demon. Yan Xiaofeng, only one small realm lower. Ascend to the 5th realm of cultivation, worthy of carrying the Taiyin divine body. It was truly heaven-defying. They, the outer door elders, at Qin Susu's age, are only at the God Spirit realm cultivation level. Looking at the snow-white-skinned, delicate face, beautiful senior sister Qin in front of him, Chu Lu's heart that was without half a ripple, because and only he knows it deep down. This Qin senior sister of theirs, just looks courteous and knowledgeable, but inside, it is very dark. He remembers being a child, once messed with this senior sister Qin's head. Chu Lu did not expect that this Qin senior sister of his, would beat up the self madly, then stripped himself down to his pants and hung from a tree. One must know that at that time, this senior sister Qin of his was also just a small child. Since then, Chu Lu has completely seen through the nature of this Qin senior sister of theirs. Anyone who dares to pay attention only to the appearance of this Qin senior sister of theirs will definitely be fooled by her. A thought flashed by. Chu Lu grinned, revealing a harmless human-animal smile, and stepped forward to arch his hand. Senior sister Qin, I wonder what kind of wind has blown you here. Qin Susu smiled sweetly, and the surrounding group of core disciples, all looked dumbfounded. Sister Qin, how beautiful. Chu Lu froze as well. It was time to say no, even though the senior sister Qin of his had a very dark belly, but not as good as any woman he had ever seen. This shallow smile, As if the fairy upside down red dust. Just ask any single guy who can top that. Senior brother Chu. It's been a long time. It does seem to have grown up quite a bit as well. Not as naughty as when I was an hour. Speaking here, Chin Susu's gaze glanced at Chu Lu's crotch. Secretly, he winked at Chu Lok. The corners of Chu Lu's mouth twitched madly. Nice guy, old driver. Dare I ask sister? This sound has grown a lot. Is it decent? Seeing the way Chu Lok froze, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, Chin Susu smiled once again and continued. After senior sister came out of the gate, she heard the other disciples tell about senior brother Chu's deeds. Today, when I heard that you were out of the gate, I came over to see senior brother. By the way, I also want to spar with senior brother to see what's so great about senior brother's everlasting body. Chin Susu said this. The surrounding group of core disciples, as well as Tang He and the other humongous 6, were all filled with anticipation. The crowd erupted into gasps of surprise. Even the crowd of outer sect elders couldn't help but be interested. They also wanted to see the difference between the Taiying divine body and the everlasting body, the two physiques, which is stronger and which is weaker. Senior sister Chin, is afraid it's inconvenient today, right? Some other day senior brother and you will spar. Chu Lu reacted and hurriedly waved his hand and refused. Don't worry, senior brother. Senior sister won't bully you. Senior sister will suppress her cultivation and compete with you in the same realm. How? Chin Susu winked at Chu Lu. It seemed to be telling Chu Lok, if he doesn't compete with her today, he won't want to be quiet in the future. The corners of Chu Lu's mouth twitched slightly. Yes, senior brother Chu, you just have a match with senior sister Chin. It's also good to let the senior brothers grow up. Yes, senior brother Chu, even if you lose, we will not make fun of you. The surrounding group of core disciples chimed in at this time, and the group of outer sect elders didn't mind speaking up at this time. Chu Lu, since Susu has taken the initiative to ask you for advice, let's spar, just point to point. Not bad. We, the old guys, have come to referee you too. Yes, the contest between your two great celestial prides can give fellow disciples a long insight into where the gaps are, but also allow them to learn a bit and gain something. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Hearing the surrounding group of elders chime in, Chu Lu couldn't help but roll her eyes. These old guys, they're really watching the fun. Kid, you're a personal disciple. Afraid of what? Your master is a great emperor. What this little girl wow. The Long Zhantian beside him, at this time, also transmitted his voice to Chu Lu. Chu Lu couldn't help but glance at Long Zhantian, and transmitted his voice quietly. How about you? Senior sister Chin is also a pro-transmission. Oh. At those words, Long Zhantian froze and directly stopped speaking. Joking aside, let's not talk about him bullying his way to the top. Forbidden sect's own heirloom. He, an outsider, beat him to death and dare not to bully. Otherwise, if those old guys from the forbidden sect know about it, he can have to suffer. Alas. Well, since that's the case, then please enlighten me. Senior sister. Helplessly, Chu Luji had to agree to Chin Susu's challenge to cut. Upon hearing this, the core disciples, as well as a group of elders, who had originally surrounded the two, instantly retreated around them. Leaves open space for two. The crowd's movements were so fast that Chu Lok called out to the good guys. Chin Susu smiled sweetly and shallowly. Senior brother should be careful. Boom. Chin Susu's words had just fallen. Suddenly, a thick power was revealed on Chin Susu's body, directly pressing his own cultivation to the same realm as Chu Lu. Nirvana 1 realm cultivation. What a thick power. The crowd of outer sect elders, sensing the power that erupted from Chin Susu's body, could not help but exclaim in shock. As long as Chin Susu doesn't die young, he all forbidden sect will, in the future, definitely have another supreme female emperor. At this moment, even Chu Lu can't help but face staring up. The Chin Susu in front of her was no ordinary demon. Even if Chin Susu had pressed her cultivation to the Nirvana realm, Chu Lu all feel each other. Can beat 10 strong people of the same level? Senior Chu, take this. No phase seal. Boom. The corners of Chin Susu's mouth lifted slightly. A reminder. And a palm out at the same time. And Chin Susu was ridiculously fast. In the blink of an eye, an illusory seal knot quickly formed, filled with a powerful force. At some point, it appeared in front of Chu Lu. The surrounding group of core disciples were simply too late to react. Chu Lu's eyes were glazed over. Only one foot stomped gently into the ground. Boom. Chu Lu's hands clenched and a large formation rose beneath his feet. Big formation. When is Chu Lok? The crowd of outer sect elders, looking at this large formation that had suddenly risen, were all startled. This kid, when did he set up the formation? This kid, he can still do formations? Boom. The illusory seal knots that blasted over were instantly blocked by the power of the great formation. an explosion occurs, kicking up a gale and scattering in all directions. Jin Susu also froze. She didn't expect that her senior brother, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, would actually be able to set up formations. Jin Susu reacted, the corner of her mouth raised in a shallow smile and said, "Senior brother Chu, I really underestimated you." After saying that, a spirit sword suddenly surfaced in Jin Susu's slender jade hand. Boom! Jin Susu took a step out, her figure ghostly, and she killed toward Chu Lu at extreme speed. Chu Lok intended to make quick work of it. So, the hands made a quick seal. Buzz! In the blink of an eye. In the sky above Nianxia Peak, dark clouds covered the area and thunder rolled. Dozens of blue formations surfaced around Chu Lu. Dozens of tedious formations emitting blue light were quickly connected. Jin Susu, who was flying in for the kill, was startled. His face changed slightly, and he hurriedly took a step back. However, she was too late at this point. Dozens of formations merged together, instantly radiating a terrifying destructive might. This cumbersome array directly trapped Jin Susu in it. This is the Nine-Prison Emperor Thunder Formation. It was created by that great emperor known as the Formation Emperor back then. Heavens, Chu Lu actually set up an emperor formation. And look at the skillfulness of his technique. Powerful TSK TSK TSK. Chu Lu deserves to be praised as a demon by even our old ancestor. Of the surrounding group of outer sect elders, some of the elders who were quite knowledgeable about formations immediately cried out in excitement. Looking at Chu Lu's face full of excitement and anticipation, the crowd of elders also didn't expect that this brat, Chu Lu, would actually be able to do this. At this moment, some of the elders who have researched formations looked at Chu Lu's gaze, full of fiery colors, and the surrounding group of core disciples. After hearing the exclamations of a group of elders, none of them dropped their jaws in shock. It was just as well that Chu Lu knew so many forbidden mastery techniques. Now they were actually telling them that senior brother Chu would also set up emperor formations? Nima, people are more angry than people. At this moment, Chu Lu's face was a bit pale. Without a large number of spirit stones to add to his current cultivation level, setting up an emperor formation would still be very overwhelming. Spiritual energy in the body instantly consumed a large half. Ha! Senior sister Qin, I'm offended. Senior sister, surrender. Otherwise, don't hold a grudge if I injure you when I unleash the emperor formation. Senior brother, Chu Lu grinned, revealing a harmless human smile. Just kidding. In the middle of the Jedi abyss, he had learned all 100 imperial formations from the 100-phase imperial formation diagram left behind by the formation emperor. Now he's a formation master. Jin Susu also came back from her shock. With a sweep of her beautiful eyes, she sensed the terrifying thunder contained around the grand formation, as well as the infinite killing power. Jin Susu's face changed and she was grave. Then she looked at Chu Lu and smiled sweetly, saying, "Senior brother is really surprising senior sister more and more. However, senior brother, although you can set up an emperor formation, with your current cultivation level, the emperor formation you set up will not be able to utilize the true power of an emperor formation. Since that's the case, then senior sister I won't suppress my cultivation either." Boom! As the words fell, on Jin Susu's body, an even more powerful aura once again erupted. Immediately afterward, the powerful cultivation of the fifth realm of ascension was exposed. Jin Susu made a seal with both hands. The colorful dress on her body fluttered, and her eyes blossomed with a faint light. Body suspended in the air, a round of curved moon vision floated behind. Since this curved moon vision surfaced, boom! Jin Susu's already extremely powerful aura doubled in strength. The power it exuded was comparable to that of an ultimate creation realm powerhouse. Hiss! Susu, this girl has moved her Tai-in divine body, Tai-in divine physique, worthy of being a top 20 ranked physique. So powerful. Well, I'm afraid that even the creation extreme first realm, no, even a second realm powerhouse is not this girl's opponent. The crowd of elders present all marveled and said, their forbidden sect's two great prides facing off is getting more and more interesting. And in the meantime, on a mountain peak close to Nianxia Peak, I don't know when, 7 figures appeared here. Watching the contest on Nianxia Peak, these 7 figures were none other than the other several major pro-transmitters. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so long, senior brother Chu has become so powerful. If it were for me to fall into the emperor formation, I'm afraid I would be instantly killed in seconds by senior brother Chu. Bai Yun couldn't help but be shocked. Not only Bai Yun, even the other several pro-transmission, also shocked. This formation of Chu's senior brother, Susu, can be broken if he puts his best foot forward and unleashes his forbidden mastery. At that moment, Yan Xiaofeng, who was standing at the side, looked at Chu Lu's figure, flickering continuously, filled with battle intent. He didn't expect it either. He himself is just closed. when this naughty and mischievous senior brother, he actually grows up to be so powerful. Hiss. Then wouldn't Su not even be able to get close to Senior Chu? It seems that Su was unable to force out Senior Chu's everlasting body. Another pro-disciple, Wang Hao, tall, with a black iron rod on his shoulder, he said with some regret. They had come here to take a look at Chu Lu's everlasting body. After all, the everlasting body? It was the third-ranked heaven-defying physique. Qin Susu is to challenge Chu Lu, so as to force out Chu Lu's everlasting body. It's just that the crowd really didn't anticipate it. This naughty and mischievous senior brother of our own family is actually so ridiculously strong. Why don't we go together then? By the way, let's try out senior brother Chu's emperor formation as well. A slender young girl with a red-colored iron whip in her hand crossed her waist with one hand and grinned. This woman was Patriarch Lin Feng's personal disciple, Feng Wei. Senior sister. This is not good, right? Isn't it a bit too bullying for Senior Chu? The corners of Bai Yun's mouth twitched slightly as he opened his mouth, but on second thought, he also wanted to see how powerful Senior Chu was. So instead, he said, ahem, never mind, count me in. Upon hearing this, several people gave Bai Yun a blank stare, made the white cloud a little embarrassed and scratched his head awkwardly. Let's see it first. At that moment, Yan Xiaofeng, who hadn't said anything, suddenly opened his mouth. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud bang came from the rolling thunder above Nianxia Peak. Only dozens of thunderbolts were seen pouring down and merging into the Great Formation. The Grand Formation began to emit thunderous light and functioned. Senior Sister Qin, why don't you surrender? Chu Lux's hands were pinched at the moment, sensing the anticlimax of this senior sister of his own. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Ha! Senior brother, watch senior sister break this big formation of yours. Boom! Taiwei sword tilt. 10,000 visions rose behind Qin Susu. The spirit sword in his hand was poised with a powerful might. Then a sword was flung towards the surrounding Grand Formation. Boom! A terrifying sword light, filled with amazing sword chi, as well as appalling power, sweeping out from the spirit sword. In the blink of an eye, this sword light transformed into tens of thousands of illusory spirit swords, attempting to try and blast through the big formation. This scene, look around the core disciples, scalp a burst of numbness. Is this the strength of their senior sister Qin? It's really scary as hell. Deed. Boom. Chu Lu flexed his fingers. The Great Formation instantly erupted with thousands of thunder, as powerful as a torrent, converging into a thunder river that roared madly. This one emitted a deafening thunder river that directly swallowed the 10,000 spirit sword silhouettes. Ha! Sister! Just as Chu Lu was pleased with himself and wanted to remind his own senior sister, looking toward the Chu Lu in the big formation, his face changed instantly. No! Senior sister, it's just a sparring match. There's no need to play around, right? Senior brother, can I admit defeat? Chu Lu let out a bitter laugh. He said on his lips that he conceded defeat, but his hands never stopped, and he quickly made seals. P.S. Brothers, cannot carry. First two, tomorrow to hang a look. See after everyone also go to bed early. Do not stay up. The crowd of disciples present were all dumbfounded. Only Qin Susu's body was seen blooming with monstrous bloodlight. The curved moon behind it also turned into a blood moon. A supreme phantom whose face could not be seen rose up behind itself. That blood-colored curved moon was as if it was the divine ring of this Dharma phase. And Qin Susu's eyes, too, were dipped in the color of blood. Buzz. A breathtaking force. It suppressed out from Qin Susu's body. 9 prison emperor thunder formation constantly bombarded out of the thunder, but also under this power of Qin Susu, gloriously disintegrated and dissipated. Forbidden Jedi. One sword Faust. Boom. Qin Susu droned out, clutching the spirit sword that was wrapped in a powerful blood fury. A sword stabbed out at the large formation blocking her, as well as Chu Lu. Boom. Under the gaze of the crowd, one could only see the huge phantom behind Qin Susu take a step out at the same time. The powerful force lingering around them instantly converged into the shadow of a massive giant sword. Above the giant sword silhouette, a special blood-colored pattern is draped. It was held in the palm of the Dharma shadow, synchronized with Qin Susu's movements. The figures overlapped. Boom. The giant sword silhouette that contained a powerful force was so vast that it suppressed the Great Formation. The 9 prison emperor thunder formation shook violently. Huge thunderbolts continuously bombarded the giant sword silhouette. However, the powerful thunder force against this sword of Qin Susu, it can't have any impact. In the end, Qin Susu's sword slammed into the 9 prison emperor thunder formation. Boom. The 9 prisons emperor thunder formation shuddered violently as thunder raged. The power emanating from the two caused the entire Nianxia Peak to start shaking violently. No good. Protect Nianxia Feng. The crowd of outer sect elders who were watching the show. This time their faces changed drastically. The bone-cold elder, who was in the lead, was the first to react and reminded the crowd. Immediately afterward, dozens of sage elders teamed up to lay down a boundary. Dozens of prohibitions shielded Nian Xiaofeng, and the crowd was reassured. If Nian Xia Peak is destroyed, then they, the outer sect elders, will be finished. This is Elderine Crow's Mountain. Boom. Click. At this time, the giant sword shadow hit the center of the 9 prisons Emperor Thunder formation, cracking open dense cracks, and just then, Chu Lu's hands also finished forming seals. Dozens of large formations of flowing light emerged behind it. This scene saw a crowd of outer sect elders marveling. The speed at which Chu Lu set up the grand formation was simply too fast. Bang! Only a crisp sound was heard. The 9 prison Emperor Thunder formation shattered with a new splendor. And just a moment before the great formation shattered, Chu Lu leaped up and stepped into the void. The dozens of large formations behind them quickly intersected and fused. Once again, a new imperial formation was formed. The power emanating from this one imperial formation, it was even more powerful than the 9 prison Emperor Thunder formation. 10 square Emperor Annihilation formation. Deed. Boom. The huge killing formation, shrouded down, pressed towards the giant sword shadow with undiminished power. Another long-lost imperial formation. Some of the elders, looking at the cumbersome and powerful formation that was emitting great power, couldn't help but exclaim and lose their voices. Qin Susu looked at Chu Lu's figure, and her eyes shone brighter and brighter. Her own senior brother, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, was still giving her surprises. Shun. Boom. Qin Susu flexed her fingers. There was a slight vibration of the giant sword's shadow, and it instantly erupted with even more powerful might. The two collided again and froze. Powerful force, like ripples in the water, scattered in all directions. All the disciples in the sect were attracted by the movement of Nianxia Peak. That's Senior Chu. Who is Senior Brother Chu fighting? It's Senior Sister Qin. Senior Brother Chu is competing with Senior Sister Qin. What? Go, check out. Countless disciples from the entire Forbidden Sect flocked to Nianxia Peak. Soon, around Nianxia Peak, countless disciples came, and at this moment, Chu Lu, who had stepped into the void, just wanted to form a seal again. Suddenly, Chu Lok unintentionally glanced at him, saw it on the peak of the next mountain over. There stood the other 7 pro-transmissions, and everyone was looking at him with burning eyes. The wariness on his face is not disguised in the least. These old sixes, Chu Lok exclaimed in his heart. If he strongly presses Senior Sister Qin, this group of old sixes will certainly also come to spar with him. He won't have a clean slate from now on. Maybe a few people will come up in droves later. With a flash of thought, Chu Lu made a seal with both hands and raised his voice to the sky. Senior Sister, lose. Boom. 10 square Emperor Annihilator formation, erupts with powerful might. Pressure wrapped in the blood fury of the giant sword shadow, constantly retreating. Qin Susu was shocked, and the smile on her face became even wider. Senior Chu, is this your full strength? Break. Boom. Qin Susu put her 2 fingers together and pointed forward. The giant sword silhouette materialized directly, setting off monstrous blood fury and directly shattering the 10 square Emperor Annihilator formation. What? How is this possible? Chu Lu's face changed dramatically, disbelief written all over his face. At the same time looking at the vast suppression of the huge sword shadow, scared directly frozen in place. Not good. Senior Brother Chu quickly dodged. The countless disciples watching the battle followed suit at this time, and their faces changed drastically, one after another. They opened their mouths to remind Chu Lok. Buzz. Chu Lu snapped back to his senses and quickly formed seals with both hands. Forbidden Jedi. Breathless instantaneous shift. Buzz. Chu Lu's figure instantly disappeared in place. The blood-colored giant sword rushed into the sky and disappeared. Chu Lu returned to Nianxia Peak, his face white as he waved his hand at Qin Susu. Senior Sister Qin, no more fighting, no more fighting. Senior Brother is willing to bow down. Qin Susu also dispersed her divine might, taking out an elixir containing vitality from the nascent ring and taking it. She smiled sweetly. Then he opened his mouth to Chu Lu. Senior Brother Chu, after not seeing you for a short period of time, you've actually grown to such an extent. You should know that you are still only at the Nirvana realm cultivation level O. Continue to cultivate hard. Don't slack off. It's just that I think that Senior Brother Chu hasn't done his best yet, right? After all, not even your everlasting body has been utilized. Qin Susu saw Chu Lu's rapid growth nowadays, and was also happy from the bottom of her heart. This way, I won't be bullied in the future. They are a few of the major pro-transmission. Can also rest assured that they, at those words, Chu Lu froze and suddenly realized. So he opened his mouth with a bitter smile. Senior Sister Qin, you're wrong. Senior Brother, I have used my full strength, although the everlasting body ranks in the top 3. Speaking of which, Chu Lu's divine mind moved. Immediately, a huge power of vitality surged out from his body. Behind its body, the vision of the change of all things and the endless life emerged. The surrounding people all feel a burst of refreshing. Seeing this scene, Shin Susu instantly understood. Chulu let out a bitter smile and said, "Senior sister, as you can see, the everlasting body is just a long lifespan. It can't play the slightest role in combat." Shin Susu smiled lightly and said, "Is that so? But I did hear that senior brother has mastered multiple forbidden mastery techniques. The everlasting body and our taboo sex taboo mastery are a perfect match. You didn't perform any of your jutsu just now, did you?" At those words, Chulu became even more helpless and said, "Senior sister Chin, you're not even suppressing your realm anymore. Senior brother knows the forbidden Jedi, but senior sister, you do too. Your cultivation level is higher than mine, and performing a forbidden jutsu in front of you, senior brother isn't looking for abuse. He. Senior brother also had to use the formation to suppress senior sister. I didn't expect to lose anyway." Shin Susu smiled sweetly, then spoke. "Senior Chu, everyone is rushing towards you to teach you the forbidden mastery. Can I come and ask for your advice as well, senior sister?" "Ahahaha, of course. It's only right for fellow disciples to help each other. We're all family." Chulu scratched his head and opened his mouth to laugh nervously. "Yay! Long life senior brother Chu." The surrounding group of disciples were immediately happy and cheering. At that moment, beside Chulu's ears, there came Long Juntian's voice transmission, asking suspiciously, "Kid, don't think this dragon can't see that you just hid your clumsiness. Even though this little girl is also very heaven-defying, I'm afraid that if you fight with all your might, this little girl will not be your opponent. Why don't you win her?" At those words, Chulu blankly glanced at Long Juntian by his side and replied with a voice transmission, "What do you know? You think that's called losing? It's called the human condition, understand? And who's calling the kid? Keep living in the stable you, Dragon Warrior Sky." "Boss, I was wrong." Long Juntian was from his heart on the spot and hurriedly admitted his mistake. "Senior Chu." Just then, several voices came from above. Chulu and the crowd looked up and saw the figures of the 7 major pro-transmitters. Landing, Chulu rushed forward, arching his hand and saluting one by one. "Senior brother Chu, after not seeing you for so long, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Looks like even I'm no match for you." Bai Yun came forward, patted Chulu's shoulder, and said very happily, "Yes, senior brother Chu, several of us have heard about you. Now that we're out of the gate, if we meet the Yi family, the Wang family, and the gang of assholes from the Red Flame Valley outside, we'll definitely beat the shit out of them. To take the heat off of you, senior Chu." Several of the pro-transmitters spoke up. At those words, Chulu's heart was filled with emotion and smiled. "Thank you, senior brothers, and senior sister Feng. Ha. Senior Chu, what are you being polite to us for? We're all family, right? Senior sister Chin?" Wang Hao said with a big smile. Shin Susu cocked her head and lightly nodded, smiling sweetly. "Of course, don't worry, senior brother. Anyone who has hunted you down will not fare well. Senior brother Yen, if we meet that Yi Ming from the Yi clan, not only should we break his legs, but we should also waste him. Let the Yi family have a fleshly pain as well. Let's see if they still dare to bully our senior Chu." Yan Xiaofeng, who was in the lead, nodded slightly and mused. "Don't worry, I'll kill every one of the Yi family's heavenly pride I meet. Let them know that we, senior Chu, are not that easy to bully. By the way, senior Chu, I heard that master said that you have comprehended 1,000 forbidden mastery techniques. Can you also instruct senior brother?" Yan Xiaofeng approached Chulu and spoke in a low voice, somewhat embarrassed. Ahahaha, no problem." Chulu froze. He didn't expect it either. This Yen senior brother of his own, actually also have embarrassed times. Since that's the case, I'll demonstrate a forbidden jutsu, and afterward I'll share the insights of this jutsu, one by one, so that we can all progress together. As Chulu's words fell, everyone present became excited. Just as Chulu was preparing to execute a forbidden mastery, buzz, suddenly, the entire void of the 3,000 great worlds evolved to be filled with heavenly visions. The 3,000 worlds, too, shook slightly at this instant. What's happening here? The crowd of outer sect elders present were all shocked. Chulu and several major pro-transmission also raised their heads and looked at the vision above the void. In the midst of the visions, a huge world was revealed. This huge world is full of vitality within. And, through the vision, one can also see that within this huge world, there are many magical beasts surviving, as well as the growth of many heaven and earth spirit medicine. This is a group of elders of the outer door. A time actually cannot recognize the vision of this world. Where exactly? Outer sect elders who are not in seclusion, as well as the 9 pro-disciples, Come to the main hall quickly." Just then, the voice of the Grand Elder resounded throughout the entire clan. Chu Lu and the group of outer sect elders present were all startled. Something big is about to happen. Thus, Chu Lu and the other 9 pro-transmission, as well as a group of outer sect elders, did not dare to delay, immediately left Nianxia Peak, rushing to the main peak of the Great Hall. In the meantime, the depths of the Jedi of the Forbidden Sect, a dozen or so old ancestors looked at the vision above the void, their eyes all flashed with a faint killing intent. It was because a group of old ancestors deeply knew where that world was located in the void vision. The world in that vision was not in the 3,000 worlds, rather, it's in the lower world. Under the 3,000 great worlds, there are 3,000 small worlds. It is called the lower world. The clan forces in the lower realm were no less than those in the upper realm. The lower realm is the foundation of the 3,000 great worlds. The lower realm, however, could only accommodate Sage Realm powerhouses, cultivators in the lower realms. Once they broke through to the Sage Realm, they could ascend to the 3,000 great worlds. However, it could not withstand the power of the ancient Sate Realm and Great Emperor Realm powerhouses. Once this level of powerhouse descends to the lower realm, it will surely lead to the collapse of the lower realm. Billions of living beings, ashes to ashes. Unless ancient saints and Great Emperor Realm powerhouses coalesce a Dharma body that is only in the Saint Realm, the Dharma body can be allowed to descend to the lower realm. Back then, in order to break through to the Great Emperor, the Inkro Great Emperor had condensed a saintly Dharma body and traveled through the red dust of the lower realms. Also thus met Chu Lu, took him as a disciple and brought him back to the Forbidden Sect. According to the news sent back by the Dao Shadow Elders stationed in the lower realms, all the forces of the 3,000 small worlds have now exploded, and there have been a number of people who have died there. Buried Jade Old Ancestor coldly laughed. The bottom of his eyes flashed faint killing intent. The annihilating Thunder Old Ancestor, who was on the side, nodded slightly and mused. Back then, this void beast was stubborn and was decapitated by the ancient ancestor, and after its essence blood was drained, it was buried in the desolate ancient continent in the lower realm. According to reason, after so many years have passed, the inner world of this void beast shouldn't have appeared in the world, right? I think there's someone down there who accidentally discovered the corpse of this void beast, or rather, wants to make trouble with the help of the corpse of this void beast. I see. The bones and flesh of a void beast can hardly decay even after millions of years, but this void beast, drained of its essence and blood by the ancient ancestors, extinguished its soul, leaving only a shell. Elder Dao Shadow has sent back word that a number of people have already fallen among them. Then there's only one possibility. Someone wants to fuse this void beast. The demon god come old ancestor murmured in a cold voice. The dozen or so old ancestors present all nodded slightly. If that's true, once the black hand behind the scenes really succeeds, the living beings in the lower realm will be devastated. If someone really wanted this void beast's corpse to move, how much blood would be needed? The forces of the lower realms are not capable of this. In this, there must be an upper realm power operating behind the scenes. Who could it be? Darn it, how dare you mess with us right under our noses? If I find out, I'll have to make him feel worse than death. The Yenshin old ancestor cursed angrily. It's not just the beings of the lower realms that are behind this plan, and counting on the upper world. Back then, the inner world of the void beast was also hollowed out by the ancient ancestors, and I didn't expect that after such a long time, the inner world of the void beast would still be able to survive and recover. Worthy of being an extremely rare void beast, since the other party exposed it, it must have come to attract people from the upper realms. Now that the 3,000 great worlds have been alarmed, many people have already gone to the lower realms. Since that's the case, it's time for my Forbidden Sect's heavenly pride to be released for fun. Otherwise these little guys, they stay in the sect all day and have nothing to do. Demon God, let's trouble you to secretly make a trip to the lower realms to find out who's behind this and exterminate them. We are responsible for monitoring the upper realm. If there is really someone plotting in the upper realm's forces, they will definitely reveal themselves. At that time, the other side will be seconded when they show their heads. By the way, for the little ones of our clan, brace yourself. The buried Jade Old Ancestor opened his mouth. Yes. The demon god ancestor nodded slightly and took a step out, stepping into the void of the Forbidden Land. Immediately after that, the demon god old ancestor made a seal with both hands. A bizarre seal knot appeared in his palm. The devil god ancestor's hands covered in demonic chi tore open an endless abyssal rift with his bare hands. The demon god old ancestor turned into a stream of light and rushed into the abyssal crack and disappeared. Burial Jade, Annihilation Thunder, Poison Blade, Yen Shun, Shao Dust, and the 6 great old ancestors of Dao Yuan. Their figures also disappeared in place. In the meantime, inside the Forbidden Sect's main peak hall, Chu Lu and the other 9 pro-disciples, and a group of outer sect elders, each listed on both sides. Sitting at the very top was Patriarch Lin Feng, and the 8 elders. The Dao Shadow Elder stationed in the lower realm has sent word back that a mysterious secret realm has appeared in the lower realm. In the secret realm, it is suspected that there is a great chance. Lin Feng, who was on the main seat, slowly spoke. At these words, the crowd present, all surprised. It turns out that the heaven and earth anomaly over the 3,000 great worlds is caused by the appearance of the secret realm in the lower world. Even the 3,000 worlds can trigger heaven and earth anomalies. Visible, this secret realm chance is not small. As for the lower realm, at most, it could only accommodate the descent of saint-level powerhouses. No wonder the Patriarch had asked a group of their elders to come. And Chu Lu learned that it was when the lower realm was surprised by the secret realm. The mind can't help but go back to my own life. In the beginning, his soul traveled to a small child in this world. Only when he woke up, the village he was in was slaughtered by the mysterious powerhouse, and the parents who gave birth to this body died a horrible death in it. Also, just as he crossed over, his master, the Een Crow Emperor, came to this village, and took him under his wing. The day he crossed over, Elder Een Crow helped him bury his parents in this body. Then he was brought to the forbidden sect in the upper realm. It's been a long time coming. One has never returned to the lower world. Thinking back to here, Chu Lu could not help but flash a wisp of coldness in the bottom of his eyes. He had always had a knot in his heart. That is to find the murderer who slaughtered the village and avenge his parents in this life. Just as the crowd of outer sect elders began to discuss, Lin Feng pressed his hand and the scene quieted down once again. Lin Feng turned towards the 9 pro-transmitters and opened his mouth. It has been decided by the deliberations of this Patriarch and all the elders, as well as several old ancestors. On this trip to the secret realm of the lower realm, we intend to send our clan disciples down to train. This is a rare opportunity. You 9 pro-transmitters, who is willing to lead the team down? Upon hearing that, Chu Lu was just about to step forward to indicate that he was willing to lead the team. The leader, Yan Xiaofeng, however, took the first step, arching his hand. Disciples are willing to lead all the senior disciples and head to the lower realms. Disciple is also willing to lead the team there. Immediately followed by Bai Yun. He also stepped forward and spoke with an arch. Chu Lu froze and looked at the two with some surprise. Senior White was a good old boy, and leading disciples out was a regular occurrence. Chu Lu has seen it all, but this Yan senior brother of his own family, usually not so positive. Speaking of the lower world, how can you be so positive? Hey, Chu Lu seems to think of so. Cannot help but show a bad smile. Disciple is also willing to go. Seeing that Yan Xiaofeng and Bai Yun were both going down to the realm, several other pro-transmitters also arched their hands. So what? Sovereign, I'm willing to go too. But, have to send the ancestors to follow us Disciples are afraid of being bullied by other forces. Hey, after all, disciples have many enemies. Those old men of the Yi family, if they know that the disciple is not dead, they will definitely be furious. Disciples are afraid that these old guys will strike in secret. Wow. Chu Lu also stood out at this time and scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. This is a great opportunity to earn calf protection value this time. How could he let it go? At these words, everyone present was dumbfounded. Don't worry, little drop. No one will dare to touch you this time. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from within the great hall. Burial Jade, Annihilating Thunder, Yan Shun, Poison Blade, Dao Yuan, and the 6 great old ancestors of Xiaoduan appeared. Elder Ancestor. Seeing the 6 great ancestors present, the people present have saluted. That's good. The main thing is that disciples are afraid. Chu Lu saw the 6 old dengs show up and was a little disappointed in his heart. How come there are 6 of these old dengs out there? The rest of the old board won't go? Hey, you kid. You have to be competitive in the secret realm. The other top forces Heavenly Pride. I heard that they have long gone down to the realm. Old man Yan Xin grinned and snickered. Yes, sir. Chu Lu arched his hand and smiled. Some anticipation rose in his heart. Lao dang. Just you wait. As long as you guys can hold your own, I'm going to be messing around with the killing, Chu Lu said with a silent voice in his heart. In addition to this, 10 elders, including Elder Bone Cold and Elder Li Tian, will lead a team down to the realm to protect the disciples of my sect. Lin Feng selected 10 saint elders to follow the crowd down to the world to guarantee the safety of a group of disciples. Yes, sir. 10 outer sect elders stepped forward. It's getting late. We'll head to the cave state realm now. Travel to the lower realm through the receiving platform of the cave state realm. Old Ancestor Burial Jade murmured. Old Ancestor Yen Shin and Old Ancestor Poison Blade, who were on the side, tore through the spatial rift. Old Man Burial Jade waved his hand. A powerful force wrapped the crowd and disappeared into the space rift. Caveman state. Outside the cave heaven city was a cloudy, bottomless cliff, and on the edge of this cliff, a huge rooftop was constructed. Above the rooftop stood a massive door. In the middle of the gate, a faint golden light surges. Here, it is the receiving platform. After the powerhouses of the lower realms ascended to the upper realms, they would arrive at the receiving platform, and those from the upper realm who wanted to go down to the lower realm could only go through the receiving platform. As such, the receiving platform was also jointly controlled by the top powers of the entire 3,000 worlds. Once someone from the lower realm becomes a saint and ascends, they will all be drawn in by the top powers stationed here. At this moment, here at the receiving platform, there was a sea of people. Countless powerful people are anxious to go down to the world to fight for the opportunity, but there are strong holdings of top forces. These martial artists do not dare to be reckless in the slightest and can only obediently line up. Buzz. Just then, a strong spatial fluctuation appeared in the sky above the receiving platform. Immediately afterward, dozens of figures descended out of the spatial crack. That's someone from the Yi family. Alas, the Yi clan has indeed dispatched a heavenly pride down there as well. Look everyone, isn't that the Yi family's top demon, Yi Ming, who is ranked 4th on the Heaven's Pride list? Hiss. Still, the crowd of martial artists present saw that among this group of comers, a handsome, cold-faced teenager wearing a golden Xian clothes, following behind a group of Yi family saints, and behind the teenager, a dozen or so core disciples of the Yi family, looking at its gaze, filled with awe. This teenager was the Yi family's top demon. The outside world honors the young god king, Yi Ming. Make way, make way. When the Yi family's people arrived, the strong Yi family members stationed here at the receiving platform immediately stepped forward and drove the crowd out of the way, and inserted a group of Yi family members, ready to enter the lower world. The countless powerhouses in the queue dared to be angry. It was because the receiving platforms, all of them, were jointly controlled by the top powers of the 3,000 worlds. Therefore, the top forces have priority. Humph, you're Yi Ming of the Yi family? It doesn't look like much. Just then, an extremely discordant young voice rang out. Everyone present looked in the direction the voice came from, only to see a body of the same young teenager, clasping his hands, mouth holding a dogtail grass, looking at a crowd of Yi family people, full of disdain. Get a good look at the teenager's face. Among the crowd, someone immediately recognized the teenager and exclaimed in disbelief. He's Jiang Ku. What? He's the recently risen loose cultivator Heavenly Pride. Jiang Ku? Hiss. I heard that Jiang Ku defeated the 30th ranked Heaven's Pride on the Heaven's Pride ranking a few days ago. I've heard that during this period of time, he's recently been looking around for demons on the Heaven's Pride ranking to challenge. No wonder. The surrounding martial artists, after recognizing the teenager, immediately watched the show. Little beast, you seek death. Several Yi family saints were immediately furious, and coldness surfaced on their faces. You who? What? Your Yi family still wants to bully the small with the big? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world again? 2 years ago, your Yi family killed Chu Lu of the Forbidden Sect, causing the Forbidden Sect to raise their clan to go up to your Yi family to seek justice. Ha! Jiang Ku taunted with a cold smile. Little beast, you. Several Yi family elders were enraged. This little brute actually dared to expose their Yi family scars to their faces. That's fucked up. Just as several Yi family elders wanted to make a move, Yi Ming, the teenage god king who had a cold face, laughed out. Waving his hand, he stopped the several elders. Taking a step out of the battle, he looked at Jiang Ku and sneered. After all that, don't you just want to challenge me? Come on, give you griffins a chance. At those words, the corner of Jiang Ku's mouth raised a smile of triumph. The reason he deliberately picked a fight just now was so that he could get Yi Ming's attention, provoke him to anger and challenge him. Yeah, today, I will challenge you, the 4th ranked junior god king. Boom! Take that! As Jiang Ku's words fell, a thick and powerful force surged out of his body. Behind his body, a Dharma image rose. Jiang Ku had an extra lance in his hand, storing up an astonishing amount of power. The surrounding martial artists immediately made way, leaving open space for the two. Jiang Ku drove the phantom and killed Yi Ming's body in an instant. Defeat. Jiang Ku, who had killed in front of him, saw that Yi Ming was still holding his hands to his chest. The other party didn't seem to give him a second thought. Jiang Ku was enraged and his killing intent was overwhelming. Ha! Boom! Yi Ming suddenly raised his head at this time and let out a cold smile. In the next moment, it was directly and simply aimed at Jiang Ku who was killing with a gun in front of him. A punch is thrown. A terrifying power instantly burst out from between Yi Ming's fists. What? Jiang Ku's pupils plummeted, and his face was filled with horror. The power of Yiming's punch directly blasted the lance in his hand into smithereens, and the force slammed directly into his chest. Pust. Boom. Jiang Ke's body was like a kite with broken strings, instantly flying backwards. It hit the ground hard, bones in the chest, almost all crushed. At this moment, heaven and earth are silent. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath and looked at Yiming with extreme horror. Worthy of being the fourth-ranked demon on the Heaven's Pride list, with just a simple punch, he defeated the recently notorious up-and-coming Heavenly Pride. Humph. A mere mole cricket at the peak Ascension 1 realm dares to provoke my Yi family, and dare to challenge me? Yiming's face was cold, killing intent surged, strolling toward the fallen Jiang Ke. At this moment, Jiang Ke's face showed fear, covering my chest and backing up hard. Regret and fear filled his heart. He also did not expect that the top 10 demons on the list would be so terrifying. Right now, he doesn't want to die. At this moment, Yiming stopped his body, slowly raised his hand, and laughed coldly at Jiang Ke, who kept retreating on the ground. Challenging me is a price to pay with your life. Boom. After saying that, Yiming then once again threw a punch at Jiang Ke, who was on the ground. A terrifying force set off a fist pressure and attacked Jiang Ke. The people on the scene saw this scene. No one dared to help Jiang Ke, just when the crowd thought that Jiang Ke would surely die. Shoo. Boom. A spirit sword that descended from the sky was inserted in front of General Ke. This spirit sword blocked Yiming's punch, and diffused the power of his punch with ease. The Yi family was also stunned, looking up slightly with the crowd present, only to see that at some point, a spatial rift split open above the heads of the crowd. Dozens of figures descended from the spatial cracks, and accompanied by a young sneer. Ha! Yiming, your cultivation has grown quite a bit. Yiming's eyes glazed over, seeing a white-clothed teenager at the head. His face grew colder and colder. There was a blazing battle intent flashing in his eyes, and the several Yi family saint elders behind them, when they saw the visitor, their faces were gloomy. It's the forbidden sex people coming. Hiss. The one in the lead is Yen Xiaofeng, the top demon ranked second on the Heaven's Pride list. Not only that, but there's also Qin Susu, Wang Hao, Lin Battle, and Bai Yun. Several of the forbidden sex major pro-transmitters have all come. Look everyone. That's Chu Lok. Oh my god. Chu Lok isn't dead. Hiss. The gazes of the countless powerhouses in the surroundings instantly converged. Seeing Chu Lu, who was following a few people with a harmless face, the scene immediately erupted into gasps of surprise. How could the crowd not expect that Chu Lu, who was originally thought to have fallen? I can't believe I'm still alive. Then wouldn't those great emperor ancestors of the Yi family have died in vain? Thinking of this, the crowd of martial artists present couldn't help but look at the people of the Yi family. Some people gloat, others look like they're watching. The faces of the several sage elders of the Yi family were as ugly as if they had eaten shit. They blinked incredulously, repeatedly sure that Chu Lok is indeed alive. That little beast. What a life. A Yi family saint whispered angrily. Even though his voice was whispered, it was still heard by the 10 saint elders of the forbidden sect. The Chu dropped 9 progenitors, followed by 10 outer sect elders descended and fell. The bone-cold elder who was in the lead pointed at the Yi clan saint who had just insulted Chu Lu and cursed angrily. Yi family's old thing. How dare you curse again? This saint is going to make you wash the guiding platform in blood today. After Elder Bone Cold opened his mouth, the 9 saint elders behind them, noticing that Chu Lu had looked at Elder Bone Cold a few more times, all gave a cry of alarm in their hearts. Not good. Preempted by Bone Cold. The old man. This was a great opportunity to perform in front of Chu Lok. Maybe once Chu Lu was happy, he would prioritize instructing them in the forbidden mastery when he returned? Bone Cold old man. What a fucking wit. The remaining 9 saint elders all blankly glanced at the leading Bone Cold elder and cursed in their hearts. So the 9 saintly elders, too, stepped forward. Each of them tied up their sleeves, looking like they were ready for a fight, pointing at the Yi family's elders and cursing them. That's right. His grandmother. My forbidden sex own heirloom is also something you old geezers can insult? If you dare to push one more word, we'll have to show our fists slightly. That's right. Come on, try cursing again. This seat guarantees that you will pass away if you try. Old man, where are you looking? This seat is talking about you. Do not serve to fight. The last time this seat hit the door, did not kill you guys happy? Dare to curse again. This seat will definitely let you group of old undead things, to see my forbidden sect elders, but also capable of literature and martial arts. The forbidden sect's 10 saint elders protect their calves, pointing at the Yi family's several saint elders and cursing like a shrew. The countless people present couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Are all the forbidden sect's outer elders so rigid? How did you not realize that before? As for the several sage elders of the Yi family, their faces instantly looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit. Each one grimaced. but didn't dare to really curse out again, because they knew deep down that these old guys from the forbidden sect were all crazy. It's true that you'll do it. Humph. It was hindered by the numerical superiority of the forbidden sect's elders. Several saint elders, can only sleeve robes flung, turned their heads and coldly grunted. Cut. The group of bone-cold elders, seeing the several elders of the Yi family, didn't dare to squeak again. Each one of them couldn't help but let out a cry of contempt. There are even 1 or 2 old codger elders. To the Yi family group, put up the middle finger. Meanwhile 10 people mulled over in their minds. After seeing the lower world, there is no chance to leave these old guys of the Yi family completely in the lower world. The ancient saints and great emperors of the lower realm couldn't visit in person anyway. Even if these elders die down there, they won't know who did it. That is, of course, provided the hands and feet are made cleaner. Don't leave a trace. For this point, the forbidden sect's outer gate elders, but they are deeply studied. Ding! Elder Bonecold's value plus 3,000. Elderly Tion's calf protection value plus 3,000. At this time, Chu Lu's system, came a prompt. In just a moment's work, he harvested 30,000 calf protection value. Don't mention how happy you are. Thank you, elders. When this matter is between us, all the elders can come to my Nianxia Peak at any time to discuss the mastery. Chu Lu had a naive and honest look as he arched his hand toward the 10 elders. Upon hearing this, the 10 great elders were instantly overjoyed, but each of them maintained their elder demeanor and waved their hands without any concern. Cough. It's fine. Defending the disciples is the duty of us elders. That's right. You pro-transmission. On behalf of the face of my forbidden sect, these old things insulted you and so on, is to insult my forbidden sect. As an elder this or not stand out. That sect to keep me and so on what? Ah yes, my forbidden sect doesn't keep idlers. Hearing the words of a group of outer sect elders, the surrounding group of martial artists, besides being shocked, were more envious. Ah, look at the elders of the other forbidden sect, how united and loving they are, and then look at the elders of your own power. It's either infighting or selfishness. No wonder your own clan can never compare to these top forces. At this moment, Yan Xiaofeng's gaze was ghostly, looking at Yiming who had been staring at him and Chu Lu. A faint smile appeared on his face. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, he walked over to Jiang Ke's body and pulled up the spirit sword on the ground. It was at this moment that the crowd reacted. It turned out that it was Yan Xiaofeng who had struck just now. Using only a spirit sword, he disintegrated Yiming's attack, worthy of being the second-ranked top heavenly pride. And at that moment, Jiang Ke took advantage of Yiming's attention, which was on Yan Xiaofeng and Chu Lu. Hurriedly get up, dragging his seriously injured body, and hurry to escape from this place. He vowed never to challenge the top 10 demons on the list again, because they're not even on the same level. You're Chu Lok? At that moment, Yiming stared at Chu Lu and coldly spoke. He learned through his family. It was this Chu Lu who had killed his cousin Qingxue, as well as abducted the Tian Lin horse that he had given to Yi Qingxue. It is also because of this Chu Lu, his Yi family has suffered a great loss of vitality and heavy losses. Hearing this, Qin Susu and several other great celestial pride, all eyes slightly narrowed, the bottom of the eyes flashed with coldness. Chu Lu's consciousness at this time had long since entered the system. He still had 10,000 calf protection value left after redeeming his everlasting body. Just got another 30k. A total of 40,000 calf protection values had now been accumulated, and he just asked the system, will cultivation break through to the summit realm? Need 100,000 calf protection value. Today it's 60,000 short. After Yiming's words fell, Chu Lu also reacted and grinned, saying, are you blind? I'm standing right here. Don't you recognize me? Outsiders say you're a teenage god king, but I think you're a teenage fool? Knowingly. At those words, Yiming's face was gloomy. Ha, you'd better be inside the secret area and not meet me. Yiming coldly said. You who? Yiming, you dare to threaten our senior Chu? Wang Hao grinned, the iron rod on his body emitting a powerful aura. Qin Susu and a few other pro-transmitters also took out their weapons at some unknown time. Yan Xiaofeng held his spirit sword, pointing it at Yiming, and said in a cold voice, Yiming, it's been a long time, come and spar. Let's see if you have this ability to threaten my senior Chu. Humph, just what I need. Yiming coldly laughed, only a hand grip, a golden spirit gun, floating in the palm. The atmosphere of the scene froze up as the two top demons battled. One touch. Young lord, don't be impulsive. There's a lot of people on the other side and it's easy to lose. At this moment, the several sage elders behind Yiming rushed forward to pull Yiming back. At those words, Yiming glanced at Qin Susu's several major pro-transmitters, and his eyes flickered. The other side shouldn't be so shameless as to swarm up and surround him, right? against Yan Xiaofeng alone. He is not afraid, but at the same time, they were facing the 9 pro-temples of the forbidden sect, not to mention him. Even the first place on the Heaven's Remarks list had to temporarily avoid the front. Ha! What a hoot! Just then, a young teasing voice sounded. Buzz, the void above the heads of the crowd, once again opened a space crack. Dozens of figures, stepping out of the space cracks into the void. Upon seeing the visitor, each of the 10 great sage ancestors of the forbidden sect did not have a good face. On the other hand, the several saints of the Yi clan laughed coldly. Ha! I'd like to know who it is. So it's the underdogs. Yan Xiaofeng glanced at a handsome teenager at the head of the crowd that had descended down and smiled disdainfully. And after this wave descended, shouting erupted once again from the onlookers at the scene. The desolate ancient king family's heavenly pride has also come. Yes, I didn't expect that on the Heaven's Pride list, the third-ranked Heaven's Pride of the Wang clan, Wang War, would actually come too. The top 5 top demons on the Heaven's Remarks list have descended 3 times today. Yeah, 2 of the great celestial pride, both lost under Yan Xiaofeng. I also don't know if today, I will be able to see the competition between the 3 top demons. Hearing the murmurs of the people around him, Chulok set his gaze and landed on the body of the person in the lead. It was a handsome, tall teenager. It exudes a powerful aura and gives a strong sense of oppression. Is he the third-ranked Wang War? Chulu muttered and looked over at Wang Zhan. And Wang Zhan also happened to look over at this time, colliding with Chulu's gaze. The bottom of its eyes flashed a faint killing intent. For killing intent, Chulu was still sensitive. Noticing that Wang Zhan had murderous intent towards himself, Chulu raised his head and glanced at the sky. Above the void, following the escort they came a few great old ancestors. Is hiding in the dark to watch it. Old dens, you're going to have to hold up your end of the bargain, ha. Big deal. When the time comes, blood will be drawn to extend your lives. Chulu's heart murmured, and the corners of his mouth raised in a smile. He intended to make this Wang War dead in the lower realm, since the other party had already moved to kill him. Another top demon ranked 3rd, that should never be allowed to grow. Otherwise, it will be a big trouble for yourself later. A thought flashed. Chulu gathered his mood, revealing a harmless smile of the human animal. Ha, Yan Xiaofeng, it's better to leave the fight between you and I for the Heaven's Pride Conference. This time, this young man will defeat you in front of countless people. Let's go. Wang Zhan smiled faintly and followed a few sage elders from the Wang clan, walking towards the receiving platform. Passing by Yi Ming's side, a voice rang in Yi Ming's ears. Brother Yi, those old guys of the forbidden sect, hiding in the dark. Since that brat named Chulok is not dead in a big way, let him die completely this time. Down below, there's plenty of opportunity. With that, the Wang family group passed through the shimmering door and disappeared. Yi Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned around and mused. Let's go too. After saying that, he brought along a few sage elders, as well as a few core disciples. Following the Wang family, stepped through the teleportation gate and entered the lower realm. Seeing this scene, countless people on the scene were greatly disappointed. Thought they today could witness a dragon fight. Humph, what arrogance. Senior brother Yan, why didn't you step in just now and teach that Wang warrior a lesson? Don't think that I didn't notice. That guy actually has murderous intentions towards our senior brother Chu. Fengwei furrowed her willow brows and spoke in an exasperated manner. Yes, senior brother Yan, you should have made a move just now. Humph, if that Yi Ming also dares to make a move, then we will not be polite. Wang Hao was also very chagrined. At those words, Chulu's heart was touched for a while. He did not expect that his senior brothers and sisters actually also long ago found Wang War on his killing intent. Upon hearing this, Yan Xiaofeng smiled faintly and secretly transmitted his voice. Don't panic, there are plenty of opportunities in the lower world. Here, at most, we can only teach Wang Zhan a lesson. The Wang clan and Yi clan, it's impossible that they only send saints to protect the Tao. There must be old men of the great emperor realm as well, secretly watching right now. But after going down there, these two are really calling the shots. At those words, with the exception of Chulok, the other 7 major pro-transmitters were instantly excited. It's still senior brother Yan who has thought this through. When the time comes, let's join forces within the secret territory and ambush and surround Yi Ming and Wang Zhan. Let them taste what it's like to be surrounded. Senior Chu, it's up to you when the time comes. All you have to do is trap them with a large formation and leave the rest to us to avenge you. Jin Susu smiled sweetly and transmitted her voice to laugh. Ha ha ha, yeah. With these 2 assholes dead, we have 2 less competitors in the Heaven's Pride Conference, and our ranking will definitely move forward. By that time, our senior brother Chu will definitely be able to make the list as well. By Yun and the few remaining people laughed. Chu Lu gulped. He had earlier thought to himself, In order to securely finish off Wang Zhan, we have to think of some ways to get a few senior brothers and sisters to help. Good guy. It turns out that from the beginning, they planned to be in the lower world, to kill these two people. What a bunch of shady old sixes. Ding. Brother Yan's value of protecting the calf is plus 250. Sister Qin's value plus 200. Little ones, let's go too. Elder Bone Cold waved his big hand. The 10 sane elders, with the Chu Lu group, stepped into the light door of the receiving platform and disappeared. In the meantime, inside the void space of the vault of heaven, countless powerful divine thoughts filled with them, the 3 great emperor ancestors of the Yi family. Their faces were particularly ugly. They didn't expect it. Chu Lu, that little beast, actually still alive. But they didn't dare to make a move, because not far from their space, Burial Jade and the other 6 great old ancestors are staring at them with a smile on their faces. Beyond that, inside the void space, there are also many top forces of the protection of the old monsters, have also arrived, waiting for the return of our own heavenly pride from the lower realms. Lower realm, 3,000 small worlds. Central state boundary. The central state realm was the center of the 3,000 small worlds. It is also the center of martial arts in 3,000 small worlds. There are as many forces here as there are stars, and strong people are like clouds. The top forces of the 3,000 great worlds, aside from the likes of the 4 desolate ancient family, the 4 great imperial clans, and the dragon and phoenix clans, the other top forces, also in the central state realm, had established a small branch. Its main purpose is to absorb people with qualifications in the lower realm, and to constantly deliver fresh blood to the sect. The same goes for the forbidden sect. In the central state realm, a branch was established. However, today's lower realms are both lively and chaotic. There are powerful people who keep descending from the upper realms, and some of them are making trouble for the party. Someone overthrew a power because of a woman. Some people walk the earth and do what is right. Somewhere between the remote mountains of the central state realm, several palatial pavilions on a very small scale were built. This was the branch of the forbidden sect that was located in the lower realm. At this moment, in the square of the main hall, an old man and dozens of sect deacons, with hundreds of young disciples, gathered in the square. This old man at the head was the forbidden sect's outer sect elder stationed in the lower realm. Daoing, sage for realm cultivation. As for the dozens of sect deacons, their cultivation levels were at the transcendent mortal realm and feather realm. Hundreds of disciples behind a group of deacons. None of the cultivation levels were high, but none of them were exceptionally young. Everyone looks like they're only in their teens. These hundreds of disciples are the new disciples that the forbidden sect has recruited in the lower world over the years. Only, these new disciples were not even considered outer disciples. It could only be considered a quasi-external disciple. They can only do so after passing the forbidden sect's specific test. Only then would they be taken to the forbidden sect in the upper realm and become the outer disciples of the forbidden sect. Buzz. At that moment, a strong spatial fluctuation came from above the void. Coming. Dozens of sect deacons raised their heads and gazed above the void. Hundreds of teenage girls, too, blinking their big eyes, full of curiosity and anticipation. Under the gaze of countless people, a spatial rift quietly opened. Dozens of figures descended from the spatial cracks. The dozens of people who descended were none other than the 10 great sage elders of the forbidden sect, and Chu Lu's group. The Dao Shadow Elder at the head of the group was happy to see the group of Bone Cold Elders at the head of the group. Hiss. So many saintly great powers. Yes, our forbidden sect is actually so strong that it sent 10 saints to descend. Are those our clan's heavenly pride in the upper world? So strong, isn't it? Especially the 9 people at the head. Should be the deacon tutor. Told us about the 9 pro transmission. I've heard they're a few years older than we are. Hiss. If we were at their age and had such cultivation, I would be satisfied. Che. So you still have to be a pro-lifer? Humph. From now on, I'm going to aim for the 9 progenitors. Hundreds of disciples. Their gazes all fall on the body of Chu Lu's group, all shocked. In the bottom of some disciples' hearts, they regarded Chu Lu and the other 9 pro-transmitters as targets to catch up. Soon, the 10 great elders brought the Chu Lot group and descended down. Ha ha ha, old man Dao Shadow. Haven't seen you in decades. Much missed. Elder Bone Cold, of all people, snickered at Elder Dao Shadow. Get out. You're as disgusting as ever. You old man. Elder Dao Shadow cursed angrily without any good reason, but there was a smile on his face. The crowd could see that Elder Dao Shadow was still very happy to see his old friend who had come down from the upper world. Greetings to Elder Dao Shadow. Greetings, deacons, Chu Lu and the 9 pro-disciples, as well as the dozen or so core disciples behind them. They also saluted the Dao Shadow Elder at the head, as well as dozens of deacons. On everyone's face, there was a look of admiration and respect. The aura of the lower realm is more scarce than the upper realm. Dao Shadow Elders and dozens of deacons were always stationed in the lower realm for the benefit of the sect. Even Chu Lok didn't know. Daoist Shadow Elders and dozens of deacons. How long have they been stationed in the lower world? The Dao Shadow Elders and dozens of deacons. Their gazes coincidentally fell on Chu Lu's body. The crowd's divine thoughts swept over Chu Lu. The Dao Shadow Elder, in particular, was overwhelmed with emotion and doubly pleased. Little fellow, it's only been a decade or so, and you've grown to such an extent. Elderine Crow deserves to be one of our 8 elders. His vision is indeed poisonous. You've stirred up a storm in the upper realm, and this elder has heard about some of it through the clan's Daoists. Elder Dao Shadow said with a faint smile. At those words, Chu Lu scratched his head and looked at the familiar surroundings, also doubling his feelings. When his master took him as a disciple, he brought him to the branch. I can't believe that you, elder, still remember the kid. Chu Lok grinned. Ha ha ha, more than remembering, I heard that you, little fellow, have now become the treasure of our forbidden sect. Oh everlasting body, I can't believe this elder didn't see it back then. Elder Dao Shadow opened his mouth and laughed. Che, even In Crow Elder didn't see that Chu Lu has a long life body not awakened. You old man, what cultivation can see out only strange. Elder Bone Cold, who was on the side, couldn't help but raise the bar. Dowing Elder blankly glanced at Bone Cold Elder, instantly not wanting to talk to this mouthy old guy. Ha ha ha, well, old man, it's better to tell us about this secret realm in the lower world. Little ones, you go ahead and play by yourselves, and we, the old ones, will go ahead and confer. If you guys are free, give these new little guys some pointers. In the future they will also be your senior brothers. Elderly Tian spoke to the Chu Lu several people, as well as the dozen or so core disciples behind him. Yes, Chu Lok's group arched their hands, just as Elder Dao Shadow and a group of elders headed to the main hall to discuss matters. The Dao Shadow Elder seemed to have remembered something and suddenly stopped his pace, opening his mouth to Chu Lu. That's right, little guy. Back then, before Elderine Crow took you to the upper realm, he had asked this elder for help in investigating the murderer who slaughtered the Chu family village. After all these years of investigation, the murderer who killed your parents back then was the work of the Blood Demon Temple, but you must not go to revenge without authorization. This force, the Blood Demon Hall, has no fixed clan, with all of its members dispersed throughout the 3,000 small worlds. It's even a saintly old man who walks the earth. When the trip to the secret realm is over, this elder can accompany you. At those words, Chu Lu froze, her heart filled with endless emotion. Arching his hand at the Dao Shadow Elder, he made a bow. Disciple, keep in mind, the top 10 elders such as Bone Cold on the side heard this. Everyone's eyes instantly snowed. The crowd did not expect that Chu Lu had this kind of encounter with his life. A chance to perform, isn't that what this is? Humph, it's just a lower realm power. Chu Lu, don't worry, the old man will also help you uncover the murderer to take revenge. Blood Demon Hall. As soon as I heard the name, I knew it wasn't a good thing. Chu Lu, this elder will help you too. 10 saintly elders, scrambling to open their mouths, afraid that Chu Lu did not hear. The voice is louder than one. Senior brother Chu, we'll help you too. Yan Xiaofang and the other 8 pro-transmitters also laughed at Chu Lu. Chu Lu took a deep breath and bowed to the crowd once again. Thanks a lot, guys. Chu Lu is grateful. The group of elders nodded and turned to enter the main hall to deliberate. After the group of elders left, Chu Lu's eyes flashed a ray of cold light. The Blood Demon Hall was one of the 7 great forces of the lower realm. These 7 forces were the Blood Demon Hall, the Great Qian Dynasty, the Royal Spirit Sect, the Cloud Sword Sect, the Heavenly Flame Sect, the 100 Poisons Valley, and the Spirit Sound Workshop. Among them, it was the Blood Demon Hall that was the most special. The Blood Demon Hall had no fixed clan. All the powerful men of the Blood Demon Hall, walking the world. Actually, Chu Lu should have thought that the murderer who slaughtered the village was someone from the Blood Demon Hall. After all, the Blood Demon Hall was in the lower realm, even though it was one of the 7 major forces. However, it was regarded by countless forces as a cult, the Temple of Blood and Demons. Chu Lu's eyes narrowed slightly. The killing intent in his eyes grew more and more dense. In a certain hidden place in the 3,000 small worlds, inside a dimly lit, massive palace, 15 figures, dressed in blood-colored Shin robes. Amelosages might fill the air from these 15 figures. Obviously, these 15 people in the Great Hall were all saints, but at this moment, these 15 saints all looked toward the main seat in front of them, revealing a look of awe. On the main seat in front of the congregation, sitting there was a figure clad in a black robe whose face could not be seen. On this person's body, although no breath fluctuations were revealed, however, an invisible pressure made the 15 saints present feel suppressed. My lord, I can't believe that you would actually come down in person. At that moment, among the 15 saints below, a hunchbacked old man at the head of the group stood out with his walking stick, arching his hand at this figure on the main seat. The mysterious man on the main seat revealed a pair of deep eyes. Just a single glance caused the 15 saints present to feel uneasy. How's the plan going? The mysterious man spoke slowly. Voices are mixed male and female, masking their true sound. Enlighten my lord. Although we, over the years, have constantly replenished that corpse with essence blood, but that corpse is just too massive. It's not enough to reawaken its flesh and blood functions. Over the years, we have not dared to massacre the city, lest we be discovered by the old men of the top forces stationed in the lower realms. So it's just a sneaky way to build up your essence. But this time, if the plan is successful, the corpse's flesh and blood functions can be completely revived. This hunchbacked saintly old man at the head of the group spoke respectfully. Mystic nodded slightly. This time, the plan must succeed, or else this seat will take you and sacrifice you. You should understand that without this seat, there would be no present day for your blood demon hall. In order for the plan to go smoothly, and in order to avoid those great emperors in the upper realm, this seat has not hesitated to divest half of its soul, condense its dharma body, and descend to the lower realm in advance. What's more, he didn't hesitate to expose that corpse's inner world to plot against the living beings of the two realms. If we fail, there is no need for this seat to emphasize the consequences again, right? This hunchbacked old man at the head nodded and said, "Don't worry, my lord. The internal world of that corpse is extremely unstable, and a powerhouse above the realm of ultimate creation cannot enter it at all. Otherwise that corpse's inner world will surely collapse. Therefore, both the lower realm and the upper realm clans can only send in disciples with a cultivation level of ultimate creation realm and below. And that great formation that your excellency handed over to us has long since been set up by the people within that world. Once a force realizes that something is wrong, the grand formation will immediately activate, instantly obliterating everyone who enters inside. At that time, a massive amount of essence blood will be obtained at once, completely awakening this body. In time you, my lord, will be able to," said here, the hunchbacked old man did not continue to say. The mysterious man nodded slightly, satisfied. After this is accomplished, this seat will grant you and the others imperial grade techniques, as well as a vast amount of resources, help you to step into a higher realm. Upon hearing this, the 15 saints present were all overjoyed. It's getting late. We will rush to the desolate ancient continent. The mysterious man was just about to leave the crowd and leave for the desolate ancient continent. This hunchback sage at the head of the group seemed to remember something and worriedly said, "My lord, if those saintly old ghosts from the top forces in the upper realm make a move, what are we going to do?" "Humph, even if they don't make a move, this seat doesn't want to let these old guys go. The essence blood of a saint can speed up the revival of that corpse's flesh and blood functions. Don't worry, the ancient saints and great emperors can't get down. A group of saints is just a group of saints. Even if they know that it's our doing, those top forces up there are powerless to do anything about it." The mysterious man grunted coldly. As the words fell, the mysterious man only flipped his hand. A small bronze tower, floating in his palm. This small bronze tower, in the palm of the mysterious man's hand, slowly rotated. A special amazing holy power filled the air. And among the holy might, there was also a trace of even more terrifying emperor might mixed in. The dozen or so saints present all took in a deep breath of cold air when they sensed the power in the small bronze tower. All felt a tingle in their scalp. Because the power in the small bronze tower is enough to obliterate any saint among them, this quasi-emperor artifact will be bestowed upon you and others to use against those old men from the top forces. The black-robed man murmured and bestowed the small bronze tower to this hunchbacked sage at the head of the group. "Yes, my lord." The hunchbacked saintly old man received the small tower and carefully put it away. Then the dozen or so saints present followed this mysterious person on the main seat, disappear together. In the meantime, within the Forbidden Sect's lower realm branch, Dao Shadow and the group of bone-cold elders were deliberating. The Dao Shadow elder at the head coughed lightly, his face serious. "Gentlemen, the secret land this time is the desolate ancient continent, the burial place of that void beast." When these words came out, the group of bone-cold elders were immediately startled. Immediately afterward, the faces of the people were gloomy and gloomy. "Before you descended, the demon god ancestor had sent me a message that his old man had already come to the lower realms. Nowadays, just secretly hide within the secret territory and uncover the black hand behind the curtain. His old man told you, before entering the secret realm, to protect the disciples, especially Chu Lu. In addition to that, the old ancestor also told you to always pay attention to the outside of the secret realm. In the event of an accident, do it immediately." Elder Dao Shadow continued. All 10 elders nodded. In everyone's heart, They are starting to be on guard. Even the demon god ancestor came down personally. Must be this time the secret realm thing. Very not simple. Deacon Zhao, who stayed over at the desolate ancient continent, send a message back. It will take another 5 days for the secret realm to completely stabilize. We'll head there first thing in the morning. Yes. A group of elders nodded slightly. Early the next morning, the 10 great ancestors, led by a deacon, taking the Chu Lu 9 Pro transmission, as well as a dozen core disciples, rushed to the desolate ancient continent. Elder Dao Shadow, on the other hand, continued to sit in the branch. The 10 saintly elders, leading the crowd, rushed non-stop. 1 day later, Chu Lu's group had finally arrived at the desolate ancient continent. Is this the desolate continent of the lower world? The scene in front of him couldn't help but make Chu Lu marvel in awe, only to see that ahead of them was a towering mountain range that stretched endlessly. It's impossible to see the end of it, and the desolate continent is not, in fact, barren of life. Instead, the endless mountain ranges here have sky-high trees growing everywhere. A vibrancy abounds everywhere. Only, in the forests of the deserted continent, where magical beasts gather and poisonous miasma pervades, few martial artists will come here. Yet at the moment, the desolate ancient continent, however, was exceptionally lively. The countless forces and martial artists in the lower realms were now all attracted by the secret realm's appearance. Ah, help! I don't want to die. Help me! Along the way after entering the desolate continent, there were constantly screams and cries for help from martial artists. Chu Lu had seen countless martial artists who had come for the sake of opportunity lose their lives to poisonous miasma, or in the mouths of magical beasts. Along the way, the bodies of martial artists can be seen everywhere, but even so, there are still many martial artists, forward and back. Seeing this, Chu Lu couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. Here it is. Just as Chu Lok was lamenting, Elder Bonecold's voice came from beside his ears. Chu Lu returned to his senses and looked around. Only a short distance ahead of them, between the 2 massive peaks that towered into the clouds, a special fluctuation emerged. 2 peaks, like 2 gates. The middle of the world is a different and unfamiliar world, and between the 2 peaks, extremely unstable spatial fluctuations surfaced. Here is the entrance to the secret realm, and at that moment, between the valleys of the 2 peaks, as well as the surrounding hundreds of miles around the land of mountain peaks, are standing full of martial artists from the upper and lower worlds. Chu Lok roughly estimated. The number of people gathered here is in the hundreds of millions, and behind them, there is a steady stream of martial artists, rushing forward and back. The arrival of Chu Lu's group naturally caused the attention and shock of countless powerhouses. After all, the 10 great elders, as soon as they descended, released monstrous holy might. After arriving here, Chu Lu also discovered the scent of quite a few old acquaintances. It's the Forbidden Sect's powerhouse coming. Look, that's Chu Lu. He really isn't dead. Gosh, it's still true. Before there was a Taoist friend from the upper realm who came down and told me that Chu Lu was still alive. I thought he had seen a ghost. Oh, I didn't think Chu Lu was really alive. On a nearby hill, some of the upper realm martial artists who came down very early, seeing Chu lagging behind, all of them exclaimed in shock, and some of the top powers followed down the saints. At this moment also could not help but put his eyes, fell on Chu Lu's body. Even, Chu Lu could sense several strands of divine thoughts that contained killing. There was no need to think about Chu Lok. These divine thoughts that contained killing intent were either from the Yi or Wang families, or maybe it's the Red Flame Valley, or maybe it's the Spiritual Clearance sect. However, at this moment, the Chu Lok bunch looked a bit awkward, for the nearby hills, and even the ravines on the ground, were full of people. They have nowhere to land. Elder, are we just going to stay in midair? This line looks like we're like monkeys, surrounded by all these people. Chu Lu couldn't help but spit out a comment. The other several major pro-transmitters also nodded their heads in succession in favor of Chu Lu's words. Thousands of pairs of eyes now fell upon them. Even if they were thick-skinned, they couldn't top it. Feeling like you're being watched all over. You kid, you think we don't want to find a place to land? But look, where else are we going to land? Elder Bone Cold opened his mouth without any good humor. The corner of Chu Lu's mouth twitched slightly. With a sudden flash of aura, he looked along a divine thought that held a cold intent towards him. Saw on the closest mountain to the entrance of the secret realm, the closest mountain, several forces of people, stationed here. These several forces were all the top forces of the upper realm. Puhua Daoist system, Cloud Misty Holy Land, Extreme Emperor Daoist system, Immortal Daoist system, and Red Flame Valley. Seeing that there was the Red Flame Valley, the corner of Chu Lu's mouth raised a cold smile. At this moment, 6 Red Flame Valley elders wearing red-colored Shen robes were looking at him. The earlier wave of coldness, it came from, instead, dozens of disciples behind several Red Flame Valley elders. the dozen or so of them, Chulu could be said to have a deep memory. At first, in the depths of the magical Beast Mountain range, the group of Red Flame Valley core disciples who surrounded themselves. Hooray in this. Hey, elders, we have a place to land. You guys will have to cover me when the time comes, huh? Otherwise disciples are afraid of being killed by the other party's old man. Chulu transmitted his voice to the group of bone-cold elders. Then under the watchful eyes of countless people, fly directly to the peak of this mountain. This peak was occupied by several of the top forces in the upper realm. Therefore, the people of other forces, all dare not go up. The 10 bone-cold elders looked in the direction that Chulu had flown off in. After discovering the people of the Red Flame Valley, first, he was slightly stunned. Then everyone, with an obscene smile. As for Yan Xiaofeng's 8 pro-transmitters, after seeing their own Chulu's senior brother, who flew towards the Red Flame Valley, he also immediately understood his own senior brother's good idea. Thus, the 8 pro-transmitters followed Chulu's lead. Senior brother Chu was collecting a debt, and they, the senior brothers and sisters, naturally had to help. Red Flame Valley scumbags, you and the others still have the face to appear in front of Little Master? You guys in the demonic Beast Mountain range bullied the few with the many, surrounded Little Master Me, and in the end, you even used a holy weapon, causing Little Master Me to almost fall. Ha! Chulu descended above the heads of the Red Flame Valley's group, pulling out a cold laugh at the top of his voice. At those words, in the crowd, the dozen or so core disciples of the Red Flame Valley who surrounded Chulu in the first place, their faces also turned ugly. They had repeatedly confirmed at first that the boy had indeed fallen. Why is he alive now? A dozen core disciples? Hard to understand. In the meantime, Yan Xiaofeng and the other 8 pro-disciples also brought a dozen or so core disciples and descended beside Chulu with a murderous aura, staring with a chilling expression. The dozen or so Red Flame Valley disciples who had once surrounded Chulak. The crowd was stared at by the gazes of several pro-demons, staring at a chill. Boom! Chulu, how dare you? Do you really think we don't exist? How dare you come to our place and make trouble? Get lost, or don't blame us for being impolite. The 6 Red Flame Valley saints immediately released their holy might. 6 strands of holy might instantly rose to the sky. The countless powerhouses at the scene were in an uproar. Also can't help but look good. Boom! 6 old dogs, do you also pretend that we don't exist? Just as the 6 strands of terrifying saint might were about to envelop Chulu's group, Bone Cold and the other 10 great elders, driving their saintly phantoms, descended behind Chulu's group. 10 saintly phantoms, like gods, overriding heaven and earth. The Red Flame Valley's 6 saints, their faces were instantly ugly. You guys don't want to bully people too much, a saint at the head of the group said with an ugly face. Ha, deception? You old bastards deserve to say that? Back then, when you Red Flame Valley disciples, in conjunction with the disciples of the Yi clan, surrounded Chulu, how come you didn't say that you bullied people too much? Elder Bone Cold smiled disdainfully and said in a cold voice. Ha, that's right, Chulu, go ahead and take revenge. These old dogs, we will watch over them for you. If any of them dares to move, I'll kill him. Elderly Tian, who was on the side, tied up his sleeves in full view. A machete was pulled out on the spot. This machete surged with a faint holy might. Apparently, it's a holy weapon. Yes, Chulu, take your revenge all you want. We'll see who dares to stop you. These old dogs. A few other great sage elders, too, chimed in. Then they all pulled out their weapons. The weapons in the hands of the 10 elders were all holy weapons. This scene directly stunned all the forces in the lower realm. Is this, sighed the top power in the upper realm, the forbidden sect? What a terrifying underbelly. I can't believe there's a holy weapon in every hand. At the foot of a distant mountain, a young girl with reddish hair, wearing battle armor, holding a long tassel, and with a valiant appearance, stared up in disbelief. This woman was one of the top forces in the lower realm, the Chongping princess of the Deqian imperial dynasty. And beside him, there was an old man in royal robes. This old man was the old ancestor of the Great Qian dynasty, Great Qian sage. After his breakthrough to saint, he did not ascend to the upper realm and sat in the Deqian dynasty, making it one of the 7 great powers of the lower world. At this time, some of the upper realm martial artists around Princess Chongping, seeing the 10 saint elders, directly pulling out their holy weapons, they turned green with fear and hurriedly withdrew from this place. A group of strong people in the lower world. See, these martial artists in the upper world began to hide far away, all confused. Why are these people running away? Even the great Qian sage couldn't help but pull a upper realm martial artist and inquire, little friends, why are you all so flustered? This martial artist who was pulled back couldn't help but glance at the 10 elders of the forbidden sect who were rolling in holy might. Then he looked at the crowd of people from the lower realms who were full of curiosity and kindly reminded them, A word of advice. You'd better stay away. A strong man of the Forbidden Sect who says war. Especially since that Red Flame Valley has a grudge against the Forbidden Sect. And those old guys from the Forbidden Sect are all crazy. Without the slightest regard for those present. After saying that, this martial artist also hid far away. The countless martial artists in the lower realms heard this person's reminder. No one is left without a cold sweat on their backs. Once the jihad breaks out, they won't be able to run for their lives. Countless people are praying at this moment. The 6 elders of the Red Flame Valley. It is best to recognize the interest. Ding! Elder Bone Cold's value plus 3,000. Elderly Tion's calf protection value plus 3,000. At that moment, in Chulu's mind, a system prompt came. $30,000 worth of calf protection. Again. However, at this time, the 6 elders of the Red Flame Valley, despite being very scornful, but also immediately pulled out their weapons. Prepare for a battle with the top 10 elders of the Forbidden Sect. In plain sight, if the group of core disciples behind them were decimated by the Forbidden Sect, then he, Red Flame Valley, has lost his face to the lower realms. In the future, the Red Flame Valley would definitely become a joke in the 3,000 Great Worlds. Several of them are also bound to suffer chastisement when they return. The atmosphere of the scene, plunged into a heavy. It's as if the battle of the saints is on the line. Seeing this, Chulu also felt that it was almost time. So, grinning a harmless smile, he said, I'm not a petty person. Little Master, your elder Yanjun has been destroyed by my master. The grudge between Little Master and me and you guys is long gone. But, these elders of our clan have their eyes on your land. Chulak said this. The crowd of bone-cold elders, who instantly understood in seconds, hurriedly picked up the conversation. That's right, you've got our eyes on this place. You old geezers, take your men and get the hell out of here and move. Otherwise, we'll start a fight. At those words, the 6 elders of the Red Flame Valley, as well as dozens of disciples, all froze. With such a big battle earlier, they thought that this little beast, Chulu, was trying to take advantage of the opportunity to retaliate. So they're here to rob the place where they've landed now? The countless powerful people present were also stunned. Some of the martial artists from the upper realms couldn't help but spit up in their hearts. People's Forbidden Sect wanted that landing place, so give it to them. Fuck, these old things in Red Flame Valley, can't they really read the situation? A few fellow Taoists from the Red Flame Valley, take a step back and forget about it for now. Yes, once the Holy War breaks out, the area of 10,000 miles in every direction will be reduced to a battlefield, and will surely be devastated by life and death. Fellow Taoist Yun Tian is right. The current occasion is to wait for the secret realm to stabilize. A few Tao friends of the Red Flame Valley, once the Holy War breaks out, the chances of victory for you and others are extremely small, so it would be better to take a step back. At this time, among the several major forces that were also stationed on this peak, several Sage Realm elders stood out and opened their mouths to advise. Upon hearing this, the Red Flame Valley's 6 great saints had ugly faces and suffocated in their hearts. Why don't you powers take a step back? Make room for the Forbidden Sect's fucking assholes. After several saintly elders, after weighing the matter again and again, a sage elder at the head of the group waved his hand and coldly snorted. Let's go. Forbidden Sect. We'll see. Immediately afterward, the 6 great saints left the mountain peak with a few dozen disciples from the Red Flame Valley, not forgetting a threat on the way out. Ouch. We are so scared. Poof. Among the 10 elders of the Forbidden Sect, a few old codgers snorted arrogantly. Then he led the crowd and landed on this mountain peak. To be honest, the 10 great elders, in fact, had only scared Red Flame Valley earlier. It is true that they do not want to start a holy war and cause the destruction of life. However, at this moment, the powerhouses of the lower realms saw how powerful and domineering the Forbidden Sect was, and instructed the disciples under his own discipline to enter the secret realm and hide far away when they encountered the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Senior Chu, you really don't want revenge? Just let them go? Chin Susu stood beside Chulu, her beautiful eyes looking at the departing Red Flame Valley group as she spoke. Senior Sister Chin, how is this possible? If we do it now, it will more than likely trigger a holy war. It's fine. These disciples from the Red Flame Valley will enter the secret realm anyway, when the time comes. Hey! Chulu's eyes flashed with a cold light and he smiled cheaply. Seeing this, Chin Susu and a few big pro-transmission. This is assured down. They are worried that their own Chu senior brother, too soft and kind-hearted. When you go out later, you'll be at a disadvantage. At this moment, if an outsider were to learn of the heartfelt thoughts of the several major pro-transmitters, I'm afraid I'll just laugh my ass off. Chulak, the living hell, is too soft-hearted? Good heart? Ha, where's senior brother by? At that moment, Chulu realized that several of the major pro-transmission senior brothers, actually did not see the figure of senior brother Bayun. A few people froze as well. It was then that I realized that White Cloud had run off somewhere. Elder brother and sister. Senior white brother is over there. The dozen or so core disciples on the side all pointed at the Cloud Mist Holy Land's garrison with an anti-smile on their faces. The crowd looked down with their eyes. Chulu and a few of the major pro-transmitters also revealed their ants' smiles. I only saw that Bayun was talking to Yun Shen, the holy maiden of the Cloud Misty Holy Land, chatting happily. At the same time, a group of female disciples from the Cloud Misty Holy Land snickered at the two of them. Yun Qian and Bayun noticed the gazes of their respective senior brothers and sisters. Both of them got embarrassed. Especially Yun Qian. Her cheeks are flushed and shy. Ha! What a groom and what a woman! Bonecold and the other 10 outer sect elders were also gossiping and looking at the two at this time. The 10 elders were like elders to Bayun. The more I look at Yun Qian, the more satisfied I feel. The 10 elders nodded their heads at the several female elders of the Cloud Mist Holy Land. The several female elders of the Cloud Mist Holy Land also nodded in response. Instead of objecting to the matter between his own saint daughter, Yun Qian, and the Forbidden Sect's own disciple, Bayun, he was very much in favor of it. Especially 2 years ago, the battle between the Forbidden Sect and the Yi family. It made the higher echelons of the Cloud Mist Holy Land deeply realize that the Forbidden Sect was still the same Forbidden Sect from 100,000 years ago. As a result, some of the previous opposition voices within the Holy Land have completely disappeared. Brother Chu, just as Chu Lu, several people were snickering and eating melons. A familiar voice entered Chu Lu's ears. Chu Lu followed the sound and looked toward a mountain not far away, only to see a teenager dressed in white, who was waving frantically at him. By its side, there was also a certain head covered with scales, mighty and domineering, like a divine beast, like divine horse. This horse was none other than Chu Lu's Sky Lin horse, and the teenager who was beckoning was none other than the spirit calculator of the Heavenly Hall. Chu Lu was delighted and turned to the several elders. Elders, disciple goes to get together with friends. Elder Bone Cold nodded. Go on, watch out for some safety. If there's anything you need, just call us. Chu Lu nodded, then leapt up and flew towards this mountain where Spirit Calculator was. Brother Chu, you really aren't dead. As soon as Chu Lu descended, Spirit Calculator stepped forward, wanting to give Chu Lu a big hug. However, Chu Lu made a sideways move and skillfully dodged it. Get out, Brother Spirit, after not seeing you for so long, how did you become so disgusting? Two big men, hugging in broad daylight. What's the decency? Chulak opened his mouth with a dozen or so points of disdain. Ha ha ha, I'm just so excited. Spirit Calculator said with a loud laugh. Chu Lu did not fall. Spirit Calculator happy from the bottom of his heart. Hehegia, Brother Spirit, after not seeing you for 2 years, you're all in the 6th realm of the Taichu cultivation. It's catching up with me. Chu Lu realized at this time that Spirit Calculator's cultivation, in these 2 years of time, actually improved so rapidly. Brother Chu, when I first heard that you were surrounded by the Yi clan and the Red Flame Valley scum, I had wanted to go to the Demonic Beast mountain range to help you, but he was confined by the old ancestor. When I learned of Brother Chu's fall, I went crazy cultivating. After we come out, once we meet those scumbags from the Yi family and the Red Flame Valley, we must avenge Brother Chu. I just didn't expect that you were still alive. Brother Chu, Spirit Calculator smiled and said. At those words, Chu Lu's heart was touched for a moment. Ha! At this time, Chu Lu suddenly sensed a wisp of killing intent. Turning his head violently, he saw that among the group of disciples from the Tianji pavilion, a man glanced at him. Then with a cold grunt, he turned his head. This man was none other than the Imperial Calculator who had deliberately retaliated against Chu Lu, causing him to miss out on becoming a Tianji Z in the first place. It was also the personal disciple of the Spirit Evolution Ancient Sage of the Tianji Pavilion. Good lord, the haters are all coming together today. The corners of Chu Lu's mouth rose slightly, and on the small book, he had long since memorized the bastard Imperial Calculator. When we enter the secret realm, we will definitely slaughter him. Anan. At this time, the Tianlin horse neighs and walks toward Chu Lu. Chu Lu stepped forward and looked at the Tianlin horse that had gained a round of weight, and couldn't help but snicker. Brother Spirit, you have indeed taken care of my horse. Then I won't break your legs. I can't tell. You really are a horse breeder. Ha ha ha, that's true. Brother Chu, you don't know that your horse only eats spirit medicine. For the past 2 years, I've been carrying it with me everywhere I go for fear that someone will steal it. I can't afford to pay for it. Spirit Calculator laughed. Thanks, stupid horse. Did you miss me? Chu Lu smiled faintly and slapped the Tianlin horse's head. Tianlin Ma rubbed against Chu Lu's arm, completely untamed and untamable. Joking. Tianlin horse was Chu Lu. Show the beast prisoner spirit. Life and Death by Chulu Control. How dare it be unruly? As his strength increased, the Tianlin horse became smarter and smarter. Yoo-hoo! Stupid horse! Little master, I still like your bratty and unruly look in the beginning. Chulu looked at the well-behaved Tianlin horse and grinned. At these words, Tianlin Ma hurriedly shook his head, as if to say that he had absolutely no second thoughts. Humph! Unbreedable beasts! On a nearby hill not far away, Yiming's face grew colder and colder as he looked at the Tianlin horse. Being intimate with Chulu, the Tianlin horse, which was previously his mount, he was the one who gave it to Yi Qingxue. Chulu also noticed Yiming's gaze at this time and turned to look at him smoothly. Grinning, the spirit calculator, who was on the side, smiled faintly, and his gaze also looked in Yiming's direction as he opened his mouth. Brother Chu, when I met Yiming in the lower realm, Yiming wanted to take your horse back, but I refused. This horse, too, is dead set against you, Brother Chu. No matter how Yiming summons it, this horse is dead set against going back. I'm curious, how did Brother Chu do it? At those words, Chulu smiled faintly, patted the horse's back, and said, Stupid horse, I'm glad you're smart enough not to wander off. Brother Spirit, it's actually very simple. Just let it be from the heart, no? The spirit calculator was full of doubts, not understanding what Chulu meant by from the heart. Brother Chu, it's great that you're not dead. Just as Chulu was about to explain for spirit calculator, suddenly, two voices came from two directions, causing Chulu to freeze. From the two mountains, these two figures flew over and landed in front of the crowd. Seeing these two, Chulu also revealed a smile. These two were none other than Dan Dusty from the Dan sect, and Jiang Yun from the Jiang clan. Brother Dan, Brother Jiang, Dan Duanzi, who landed in front of Chulu, and Jiang Yun. Seeing that Chulok was really alive, the duo's joy leapt to their faces. Chulu was happy to see these two old acquaintances. Spirit calculator, Jiang Yun, as well as Dan Duanzi, could be said to be Chulu's few true friends outside. Chulu also identified with them from the bottom of his heart, and upon arriving here, Chulu also sensed the breath of the two. Afterward, Chulu introduced the three of them to each other. The three also met quickly. After all, they are all the list of heavenly pride, naturally heard of each other. Ha ha ha, Brother Chu's friend is my Jiang Yun's friend. Two kind brothers, if you need anything in the future, just look for me. Jiang Yun laughed out loud and happily. Dan Duanzi arched his hand and spoke to Jiang Yun in spirit calculator. If the two of you have something to do in the future, I will certainly go all out. Spirit calculator also turned to the duo, arching his hand. Me too. Ha, weird. Where did my cousin go? Why didn't you follow? At this moment, Jiang Yun looked towards the mountain range where the Jiang clan was stationed, discovering that his own cousin, Jiang Luoli, did not follow him, but also not in the garrison. At those words, Chulu froze and looked at the Jiang clan's garrison and did not find Jiang Luoli. Chulu looked at his own clan's garrison again, discovered that their own big brother, at the moment also disappeared. A thought flashed. Chulu almost did not laugh out loud. Sure enough, his eldest brother was actively leading the charge this time. It was so that he could meet up with Khan Lori. Brother Chu, sometimes you have to take the initiative. You've got to coax. After all, people were heartbroken when you had that incident again last time. It's only right to be angry. Just go and coax it. Jiang Yun looked at Chulu and spoke with a smile. This made Chulu puzzled up. What is Jiang Yun saying about tigers and wolves? He initiated what? Who did he initiate with? As for Dan Duanzi and Spirit Calculator on the side, they both looked at Chulu in shock. Nice guy. Dare I say that Brother Chu has already chased the Jiang clan's holy daughter, Jiang Luoli, to his hand? No wonder Jiang Yun was so sincere to Brother Chu. Simply a model for my generation. Two people's hearts instantly lit the fire of gossip. Brother Jiang, you seem to be misunderstanding something, right? The corner of Chulu's mouth twitched slightly. Speechless. Ahahaha, Brother Chu, I understand. I'll talk to her when I get back and take the edge off. I brought good wine. It just so happens that the two kind brothers are also here. Let's drink. Jiang Yun laughed out loud and only flipped his hand, an altar of spirit wine floating in his palm to hold it. Yeah, anyway, there are still a few days left for the secret realm to stabilize and open. No drunkenness today. Go. Spirit Calculator and Danduzi were both excited. Thus, Chulu and the three of them found a remote place and drank and chatted. After 3 rounds of drinks, Chulok only flipped his hand. A jade bottle floated in his palm. Pouring out 3 longevity pills from the jade bottle, he distributed them to the 3 people. The 3 of them, Jiang Yun, held the eternal life pill in their hands. The 3 of them instantly lost their drunkenness, and they all looked at Chulu in shock. With the 3 people's insight, naturally know that the hand of this pill, extremely uncomplicated. Hiss, Brother Chu. What exactly is this elixir? Why, I've never heard of. Dan Duanzi, who was a disciple of the Dan sect, sensed the terrifying vitality surging within the longevity Dan and couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. This pill in his hand gave Dan Duzi his first feeling. That is, not even the Imperial Dan and its. All three of them looked at Chu Lu. Curious, Chu Lu had wanted to say the three words longevity pill when he was about to say them out loud. It suddenly occurred to him that the longevity pill was likely a secret of his own clan, so with a twinkle in his eye, he opened his mouth to explain. Three of you. I don't know what kind of elixir this elixir is. I got it by chance in the Jedi Abyss after a great disaster. Thanks to this Dan, I didn't fall. The three of you only need to know that the efficacy of this elixir, white bones and flesh, even if you only have your last breath, taking this elixir you will be able to live and breathe, prolonging your life. The three of you had better keep it to yourself and not let anyone else know. At those words, Zhang Yun's trio took in a deep breath of cold air. Just the words white bone and flesh, prolonging life. The crowd knows that this elixir is valuable. If it is known that they have such treasures, maybe even the great emperor will come and grab it. This is too expensive. I can't have it. Right, Brother Chu. You have many enemies. Keep it for yourself. Yes, Brother Chu. Keep it for yourself. It's equivalent to an extra life. Maybe the next time you're being chased, without this Dan to save your life, won't we lose a dear friend? That's right. We can't have it. The three have handed back the longevity pills in their hands. Hearing the words of the three people, the corners of Chu Lu's mouth twitched up madly, though he was moved, but he listened to it with a twinge. Are these three cursing him to continue to be hunted? Can we expect him to be nice? However, this also made Chu Lu recognize the three even more. For a heaven-defying elixir like the longevity pill, if it were anyone else, it would be good if they didn't kill and seize the treasure. I'm not going to be like the three of you, refusing to answer it. Ahem. It's okay, I have another one. You just don't let anyone else know. Chu Lu came back to his senses, coughed dryly, and shook the jade bottle in his hand. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun, Dan Duzi, and Spirit Calculator, then carefully put away the pills. With such a heaven-defying elixir, they undoubtedly had an extra life. By the way, Brother Chu, I have two pieces of news now, one bad news and one good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Chu Lu froze and looked at Zhang Yun in surprise. What's the good news? Chu Falling asked in a conscious manner. Zhang Yun spoke seriously. The good news is that originally, my Jiang family planned to use my cousin to marry the Yi family, to marry Yi Ming, the top demon of the Yi family. But the last time your forbidden sect and the Yi family fought, after the Yi family suffered heavy losses, the family hierarchy cancelled the union. Chu Lu was delighted, but immediately frowned and said, what about the bad news? Zhang Yun sighed, a look of helplessness appearing on his face as he faintly said, the bad news is that a few days ago, the hidden imperial clan, Situ Kongming of the Situ imperial clan, brought 10 great emperors to the door to propose marriage, said to marry my cousin, Brother Chu. Although we, the desolate ancient family, and the 4 great emperor clans, are all top forces, but the 4 great desolate ancient families, compared to the 4 great imperial clans, the gap is too great. Apart from you, the Forbidden Sect, the Dragon Clan, and the Phoenix Clan, there is no longer any power that dares to threaten to be even more ancient than the 4 great imperial clans. Perhaps more than 100,000 years ago, your Forbidden Sect was able to overwhelm these emperor clans, but nowadays, I've heard from the old ancestors in my family that the 4 great emperor clans are not what they used to be today, and they're so powerful that they're terrifying. It can be seen from the fact that 10 great emperors were deployed just for this marriage proposal. This marriage proposal from the Situ imperial clan was promised by the clan's old ancestor himself. Brother Chu, I'm sorry, there's nothing more I can do. After saying that, Zhang Yun poured a mouthful of wine. Depressed, Chu Lu's face clouded over slightly. That Situ Kongming was the emperor's son of the Situ emperor clan. It is also the number 1 ranked heavenly pride on the Heaven's Pride list that pushes his senior brother Yin head and shoulders above him. Thinking of this, a ray of cold light flashed under Chu Lu's eyes. If Jiang Luoli is truly in love with her own Yin senior brother, that Situ Kongming must come to intervene then he can't leave it alone. After all, Yin's senior brother, so good to him. Brother Chu, quickly tell us how you managed to chase the sacred maiden of Jiang into your hands? Yeah. Quickly tell me and others. Humph. That Situ Kongming dared to cross the line. Don't worry Brother Chu, we will help you deal with Situ Kongming together. Hearing the conversation between the two, the duo of Danduanzi and Spirit Calculator on the side were instantly curious and looked at Chu Lu with a face full of gossip. At those words, Chu Lu blanked Spirit Calculator and Dan Dusty twice. These two goods, indeed, misunderstood him, so he explained. Two kind brothers, I think you've misunderstood. I don't really like Zhang Luoli, and Zhang Luoli doesn't like me. Actually, Zhang Luoli likes my senior brother, Yan Xiaofeng, and my eldest senior brother also truly likes Zhang Luoli. Those two are the pair. Upon hearing this, Dan Duanzi in spirit calculator then came to a realization. Turns out they misunderstood. But the next moment, the two men's gossip fire even more burning. Yan Xiaofeng, ranked second on the Heavens Remarks list, actually has a mutual love affair with Zhang Luoli. Simply great news. Clunk. At that moment, a crisp shattering sound came. The three of them, Chu Lu, followed the sound. It was discovered that Zhang Yun was staring at Chu Lu as if he were dumbfounded. The bowl in his hand also fell to the ground and smashed. Brother Jiang, what's wrong with you? Dan Duanzi and his duo looked at the frozen Zhang Yun, both a little puzzled. Brother Chu, not you. You and my cousin are a couple? Zhang Yun ignored the Dan Duanzi duo and stammered at Chu Lu. At those words, Chu Lu also froze. Thinking back to some of Zhang Yun's previous words, Chu Lu instantly understood the feeling that Zhang Yun had misunderstood him and Zhang Luoli. So he rushed to explain. Brother Jiang, I think you've misunderstood. Your cousin and my eldest brother are the pair. I've only met Zhang Luoli once. Misunderstanding cleared. Zhang Yun scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Previously he has been misunderstanding his own cousin, and Chu Lu is a pair of. Dare I say that his cousin's sweetheart was not Chu Lok. Instead, it's Yan Xiaofeng. To think that his own cousin's intended was not Chu Lok. Zhang Yun heart inexplicably some disappointment. But turn your head. Yan Xiaofeng is also good. He was the top demon who ranked second on the Heaven's Pride list. Self-cousin. That all belongs to the high class. Why? I always thought my cousin's sweetheart was Brother Chu. But don't let me worry about this. Let that big brother of yours worry about it. And there's no use me worrying about it now. Ha ha ha. Come on. Drink. Zhang Yun laughed out loud and took out another porcelain bowl from his nason sack to fill it up. The four continue to drink and chat about other things, until the sun goes down. The four of them then finished and returned to their respective homes. Chu Lu rode the Sky Lin horse and returned to this mountain peak where the forbidden sect was stationed. Campfires have long been raised in the campground. At this moment, a dozen or so core disciples, and a few other pro-transmitters, are closing their eyes and meditating to cultivate. Chu Lu only did not see the figure of his own big brother. Senior Chu, have you seen Big Brother? This guy, he hasn't been seen all day. At this time, Qin Susu frowned and spoke with some concern. Chu Lu shook his head and laughed. Senior sister, I just came back. How do I know where senior brother Yan has gone? I'm afraid he's going somewhere else to hang out. Don't worry, senior brother Yan is so strong. Alright, senior sister, I'll go rest first. Qin Susu nodded slightly, stepped forward and patted Chu Lu's shoulder, tidied up Chu Lu's messy blouse, sniffed the smell of alcohol, and disliked it. Drink less in the future. Don't become an alcoholic. After saying that, Qin Susu will take a lotus step to turn toward an open location, closed eyes meditating up. Seeing this, Chu Lu tethered the Tianlin horse and came up beside the Tianlin horse's ear, whispering, stay here and wait, don't follow me, and don't show anyone the way to me. Skyrima nodded his horse's head vigorously. Seems to be reassuring Chu Lu. Chu Lu carefully hid to the side, his hands quickly forming seals. Forbidden Jedi, Omi thousand pupils, buzz. Chu Lu's eyes, radiating a faint golden light. Among its pupils, a circle of faint golden runes surfaced. Next moment, Chu Lu's line of sight frantically traversed, will be surrounded by thousands of miles of the domain of things, as far as the eye. In the end, Chu Lu's gaze landed on top of a high mountain hundreds of miles away. At the top of this high mountain, two shadows, sitting on top of a large rock, under the bright moon, the shadows of the two snuggled together. The corners of Chu Lok's mouth rose madly. He was curious, this big brother of his own, when in love, what kind of appearance? The more Chu Lu thought about it, the more curious she became. So the hands made a quick seal. Forbidden Jedi, time and space instant. Chu Lu's words just fell. His figure instantly blurred and disappeared. It didn't alarm anyone, but Chu Lok didn't notice. Qin Susu, who was originally meditating with her eyes closed, slightly opened her beautiful eyes, looking in one direction. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. This kid, he really knows where Big Brother is. Luckily, I just saved my hand, or else you'd really be fooled. Qin Susu let out a light gaze and glanced at the other several pro-transmitters. Several other pro-transmitters had rolling power surging out of their bodies, fully immersed in self-mastery. Qin Susu slowly got up and carefully left the peak, after waiting for Qin Susu to quickly move away from the camp. In the camp, the powerful aura on several other pro-disciples, glowing, dissipated. The 6 pro-disciples, all of them slowly opened their eyes and got up to look in the direction Chin Susu had left. Hey! I knew it! Senior brother Chu, senior sister Chin, and eldest brother 3 are hiding something from us. Eldest brother has not returned for a day today. Wang Hao grinned and opened his mouth thievishly. A few others nodded slightly. Let's go! Let's follow in secret and see what's going on. Feng Wei smiled sweetly and took the first step. Flying away from this place, the remaining few rushed to follow. Wait for a few people to leave one after the other. The 10 sage elders within the tent naturally sensed it as well. After all, Chu Lu left without them noticing. That was still reasonable. But of the 8 pro-transmitters, none were present. If they don't know it yet, it's overkill, haha. When Chin Susu left, the 10 elders knew. Where do these little guys want to go fooling around this late at night? Shouldn't be going to cause trouble? Li Tian, you old guys secretly follow up and take a look. If these little guys get into trouble, make sure you protect them. Strike when it's time to strike. There's no need to worry about anything else. Elder Bone Cold spoke. Hey, you need to be reminded of that? Elder Li Tian smiled faintly, took 4 elders with him and secretly left. Somewhere on an unoccupied mountain peak, on a big rock, a silhouette nestled on a figure's shoulder. The 2 looked at the bright moon in the sky. These 2 people were none other than the forbidden sex Yan Xiaofeng, and the Jiang clan's holy daughter, Jiang Luoli. At this moment, Jiang Luoli's face was full of happiness, as if she wished for time to freeze, and behind the 2, there was a small forest. Buzz. At this time, a figure quietly appeared without causing any fluctuations. Even Yan Xiaofeng and Jiang Luoli, the 2 of them, did not have the slightest awareness. The person who appeared is our Chu Lao Lu. Chu Lu just showed up and saw the backs of the 2 people who were snuggling together. Chu Lok hurriedly hid in the small bushes. Slowly approach until you can hear the 2 conversing. Luoli, don't worry, I will not have you as a victim of the family. If it's not possible, I'll go beg the master or the old ancestor. A hint of anger flashed under Yan Xiaofeng's eyes as he spoke fondly to Jiang Luoli. The corners of Jiang Luoli's mouth rose slightly. Jade hands caressed Yan Xiaofeng's handsome face, straightening his slightly disheveled clothes. He smiled lightly and said, Xiaofeng, if it's really not possible, then forget it. I really don't want you to risk. Don't worry, I, Jiang Luoli, only love you. In the end, what Situ Kongming married was nothing more than a corpse. At those words, Yan Xiaofeng looked at the beautiful person in front of him, his heart aching, holding it in his arms with a cold glint in his eyes, mentally planning. When the Heavens Pride Conference is over, we must kill Situ Kongming. Lori, why don't we elope? Get out of here and find a secluded place where no one is. Yan Xiaofeng took a deep breath as if he had made a major decision. Jiang Luoli's eyes glittered as she revealed a stunning smile. Thank you, Xiaofeng. But no. Think about your clan. Think about your senior brothers and sisters. Think about your master, and how much the forbidden sect has cultivated you. In reason, you can't do this. The forbidden sect is your home. I also know that you took great courage in making this decision. I'm having fun. And, do you want us to spend the rest of our days hiding in the east? Yan Xiaofeng's eyes darkened. At this moment, he hated that his cultivation was not strong enough. If his current cultivation level was that of a great emperor realm, who dares to stop him? And Chu Lok, who was hiding behind the grove. Goosebumps rose on my arms when I heard the 2 talking. He did not expect that the usually silent and decisive Yan senior brother would actually say something like elopement. Geez, the power of love is awesome. He'd rather be single. Because Chu Lu felt that it was absolutely impossible for him to say such meaty words. But on second thought, Chu Lu's face also gloomy. In order to prevent this Yan senior brother of his own from eloping, he's in charge of this. Sasha. Just then, Chu Lu suddenly heard a subtle rustling sound from his side. Suddenly, he looked for the sound. Chu Lu's pupils contracted at once. A familiar silhouette, hiding its own breath, lying on the ground slowly moving forward. The silhouette was no one else. It was his senior sister, Chin Susu. Good man, Voldemort. This guy, when did he follow? I can't believe he didn't even notice. Suddenly, Chu Lu recalled that his own senior sister had patted his shoulder before. God's mind moved, and it was only then that he realized that on the clothes on his shoulders, there was a trace of a faint aroma remaining. Chu Lu couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Worthy of the old sixth sister Chin Susu smiled sweetly at Chu Lu. Lying down on the ground in the grass, he made a silent gesture at Chu Lok, and then pointed to the 2 embracing each other. Signaled Chu Lok not to expose it. Chu Lok nodded slightly in greeting, then carefully hid. Suddenly, Chu Lu felt again that there seemed to be someone behind him, so immediately turn your head. The scene in front of him completely stunned Chu Lu. I only saw Lin Zhan, Wang Hao, Feng Wei, Bai Yun, Chen Sheng, and the 6 major pro-disciples of Zhou Yuan. all of them lying on the ground and creeping over like Chin Susu. In order not to be sensed by their own senior brother, these guys actually sealed their own divine sense and cultivation. These 6 guys, aren't they all practicing? Lean. Turns out it's all pretend. Hush. The 6 major pro-transmission, all made a silent packing to Chulu. At this moment, Chulu cried and laughed. Heart a moment of silence for Yan Xiaofeng. This is great. Master Yan has no more secrets to tell. Just as Chu Lok was out of his mind, Feng Wei suddenly became agitated. Fingers pointed frantically ahead, signaling the crowd to look. Chu Lu and several major pro-transmission have looked at. Just see somehow. The lips of their senior brother Yan and Jiang Luoli began to gradually approach. Looks like it's going to fit perfectly next. Kiss. Kiss on. At this moment, one of the pro-disciples, Wang Hao, directly lost his voice and let out a cry of shock due to being too excited. The words just came out. Wang Hao instantly covered his mouth with both hands, knowing deep down that you're bad. Swish. The gazes of Chin Susu, Chu Lu, and several other major pro-transmitters instantly swished and all landed on Wang Hao's body. Can't wait to rush up and beat this guy up. What are you so excited about when people kiss? Has it been a long time since you've been single? Is it envy and jealousy? If eyes could kill, Wang Hao would have died 100 times at this moment. The two of them, Yan Xiaofeng and Jiang Luoli, who were about to kiss, had their eyes glazed over. The two separated instantly. All of them had an extra spirit sword in their hands. Who? Come out. Boom. Yan Xiaofeng's face was grim as a massive aura surged from his body. The divine thoughts of the two men surged out like a tidal wave in a frenzy, attacking the grove not far in front of us. At this moment, Chu Lu's group, are you look at me, I look at you. Both seemed to want each other to step forward. The scene was quite comical and hilarious. Buzz. Boom. Seeing that the other party never showed up, Yan Xiaofeng swung his sword violently. A terrifying sword blade containing killing intent was swung out. A dozen large trees were cut down in an instant. Senior brother Yan. Stop. It's us. Wow. Chu Lu and Chin Susu's group rushed to get up, so as not to be mistakenly injured by their own senior brother. Seeing Chu fall, a crowd originally face icy cold Yan Xiaofeng, instantly great embarrassment. Behind her, Jiang Luoli also froze for 2 seconds, then suddenly remembered the scene where he and Yan Xiaofeng wanted to kiss. Cheeks instantly red, ears burning. Can't wait to find a hole in the ground. Chu senior brother, Chin senior sister. You all saw that? Yan Xiaofeng's old face also turned red for a while, remembering what he had said just now. And destroy it. He's tired. This social death is simply worse than killing him. The Chu Lu several people were also embarrassed. Several people moved inconsistently, either nodding or shaking their heads. What the hell do you see? Still don't see it? Ah ha ha ha. Senior brother Yan, don't misunderstand. We think the moon is so full here. We're here to enjoy the moon. Well, we didn't see anything, much less hear about elopements and such. Chu Lu scratched his head awkwardly and snorted. Ah yes. Senior brother Chu is right. We're just here to enjoy the moon. Didn't see you guys kissing. You guys go on. Several major pro-transmitters were also embarrassed, and they echoed Chu Lu Dao. Only Chin Susu looked calm and blankly glanced at Chu Lu. Several people. I'll be damned if people believe that. At those words, Jiang Luoli's face turned even redder as she shyly hid behind Yan Xiaofeng. Stretching out her jade hand, she pinched fiercely on her waist. It seems to say, it's all your fault. Yan Xiaofeng grimaces in pain. With that, Yan Xiaofeng took a deep breath, arched his hand to the Chu Lu group, and spoke. Senior brothers and sisters, since you all know, then I won't hide it from you, but please also ask your senior brothers and sisters, can keep my secret for me. After all, the Jiang family and our forbidden sect. Alas, all of Chu Lu's group nodded slightly. Senior brother Yan, don't worry. We, ha, no need for secrecy. We all know. Before Chu Lu finished his words, a few pale laughs suddenly rang out. P.S. 2 chapters today. I don't have much time to code today. No surprises. 4 more tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. The crowd subconsciously looked up. Above the void, 5 figures quietly appeared. The 5 figures were none other than the group of elderly Tian who had secretly followed them and protected the crowd. Elders. The 5 great elders landed. Chu Lu several people could not help but twitch the corners of their mouths and bow to him. Yan Xiaofeng, on the other hand, died completely socially at the scene. As for Jiang Luoli behind him, there was even less to say. Too shy to just keep his head down and look at the crowd. Ha. Well. Xiaofeng. It's okay. Elderly Tian looked towards the 2 Yan Xiaofengs and both laughed out loud. How could the 5 elders not expect this? They had only followed along in secret. But they would actually eat such a big melon. The top demon of his own clan has actually abducted this holy maiden of the Jiang family. Yan Xiaofeng was embarrassed for a while. Don't know what to say. Can only grudgingly white Chu Fall crowd. Chu Lu, in particular, could only look around awkwardly, his eyes never daring to meet Yan Xiaofeng. If it wasn't for him, it wouldn't have attracted so many old six. Lu Oli. See several seniors. Lu Oli has something else to do, so she'll go back first. Farewell. Jiang Luoli, who was behind Yan Xiaofeng, couldn't stay any longer. With red cheeks, he bowed his hand to the 5 great elders, then with a reluctant glance at Yan Xiaofeng, he hurriedly left the peak. Ha ha ha, little girl, be safe, haha. Come back to our family Xiaofeng when you're free. Next time we and others will definitely not be at. Some of the old codger elders instructed the departing Jiang Luoli. Hearing these old codgers, Jiang Luoli's distant speed accelerated by a minute. Xiaofeng, Zan, hey, this girl, she seems to know what she's talking about. I think it's fine. Not bad. Xiaofeng, you have a good eye. Very good. A talented man and a beautiful woman. You two are a perfect match. Several elders returned to their senses and gave Yan Xiaofeng a thumbs up. Yan Xiaofeng let out a giggle and scratched his head, oddly embarrassed. Elderly Tian turned to Yan Xiaofeng and said seriously, Xiaofeng, we heard your conversation earlier from start to finish. What happened that made you run away? If you have difficulties, the clan will help you out. You must always remember that the sect is your home, and we are your family. At those words, Yan Xiaofeng froze, his heart filled with endless emotion. Yes, senior brother Yan, we are family. If you have any difficulties, just say so. We and others will help you. The other several major pro-transmitters, at this time, also opened their mouths. Before Yan Xiaofeng could speak, Chu Lu took the first step forward and spoke. I know. Immediately afterward, Chu Lu informed the crowd about the Situ Imperial clan, which had already joined hands with the Jiang family. The crowd learns that Situ Kongming went to the Jiang family to propose marriage. After the ancestor of the Jiang family agreed to this marriage, it wasn't just a few of the major pro-disciples, even the 5 great elders, such as Li Tian, were furious. Those old things of the Jiang family. Damn it, Xiaofeng, we should tell Elder Lu about this matter. After all, he is your master, and the clan will also help you, so don't worry too much. Elder Li Tian comforted. Yan Xiaofeng took a deep breath and arched his hand at the crowd. Elders, senior brother, senior sister, and please keep this matter a secret for me. I want to fight for it myself. Don't want to bother the clan for now. Since that Situ Kongming came to my door to propose marriage, then I just need to, or find a time to slaughter him at the Heaven's Pride Conference. I'm sure that the marriage contract between the Situ Imperial clan and the Jiang family will then be nullified. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders looked at Yan Xiaofeng's pleading look and all nodded. All 5 elders sighed in their hearts. What a stupid kid. Thinking too easy. The pissiness of the Jiang family. They know extremely well. Situ Kongming is dead, and the Jiang family will marry other imperial clans later. These women born into families will always fall victim to the family just. Chu Lu looked at Yan Xiaofeng in front of him. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. His elder brother said this method. Very good. Go directly to the root cause. Thinking of this, Chu Lu suddenly found another. Can get a large number of calf protection value of a good opportunity. And the other several major pro-transmission, although explicitly promised to keep the secret for Yan Xiaofeng, but in the bottom of everyone's eyes, there was a flash of color. It seems that they are all trying to think of ways to see what can be done to get Situ Kongming killed and stop this marriage. There. It's late. We're going back to camp. Elderly Tian returned to his senses at this time and opened his mouth. Yes. The crowd leapt up and flew in the direction of the camp. At this time, Elderly Tian suddenly turned to look at the distant mountain peaks and frowned. What is it, old man? Behind the several elders, all sensed that Elderly Tian is not right. Why do I always feel that someone is spying on me, etc.? Elderly Tian muttered. Hearing this, several elders followed Elderly Tian and looked toward the dark mountain range in the distance, and their divine thoughts surged out. But no anomalies were found. Never mind. It's probably an illusion. Let's go back too. Elderly Tian also did not find anything unusual, so he turned to follow the departing Chu Lu group. Several great elders also rushed to follow. Wait a long time for the crowd to leave. Between the dark mountains in the distance, a special wave suddenly swept. Immediately after, a dozen figures quietly appeared. These dozen or so figures are precisely the Blood Demon Halls group of Saint Realm powerhouses, and that mysterious man, also Hooray and Witch, on the side of the Blood Devil Saint, looking at the direction of the departure of the 5 elders of the Forbidden Sect. The bottom of his eyes flashed a wisp of scorn. If it wasn't for their lordships' hand just now, they will definitely be discovered by these elders of the forbidden sect. My lord, I heard that the forbidden sect, this time, sent 10 saints down here, together with the saints of other top powers. We are afraid. The blood demon sage said with a grave expression. The mysterious man at the head of the group waved his hand, and mixed voices of men and women came out from the black robes. No need to worry, just a bunch of saintly mole crickets. With this seat, are all your men and horses ready? The blood demon saint nodded slightly and smiled grimly. Don't worry, my lord, it's all arranged. We, the men and horses, are mixed in with the army of scattered cultivators. Once we enter the secret realm, some of us will go and activate the great formation, while the rest will begin the slaughter. When the secret realm holds enough people, my subordinate will immediately have the people inside activate the grand formation and turn everyone into essence blood. Jia. At these words, the mysterious man nodded slightly, very satisfied. In fact, the world doesn't know. The secret realm had long been under his control. The fact that the secret realm was now unstable was a deliberate act on his part, in order to draw more people. With that, the mysterious man and the 15 saints of the blood demon hall disappeared in place. Time flies. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Early this morning, the entrance to the huge secret realm between the two peaks. Suddenly there was a slight tremor. Immediately afterward, the unstable spatial fluctuations around the entrance also disappeared. The secret realm has stabilized. Move. The moment the secret realm stabilized, the long-awaited martial artists of the upper and lower realms had long been impatient. Crowds of people frantically flocking to the entrance of the secret realm. Soon, one by one, martial artists, scrambling to step into the secret realm, disappeared. The disciples of the other top forces also began to act at this moment. Ha, brother Wang, let's join together. Yiming glanced at the mountain peak where the forbidden sex crowd was located, and the corner of his mouth raised a cold smile. The top demon of the Wang clan by his side, Wang Zhan, also had a smear of killing intent on his face as he nodded slightly. In the past few days, they had long been discussing this privately. When they entered the secret realm, they would surely join forces to get rid of Yin Xiaofeng and Xu Lu. Thus, Yiming and Wang Zhan, with the family disciples under their respective command, flew inside the entrance of the secret realm. However, the duo was unaware of this. Xu Lu and the 8 pro-disciples also long stared at them. Qin Susu saw Yiming and Wang Zhan duo entered the secret realm. The corner of her mouth raised a subtle arc. The chance to avenge Master Chu's death has finally come. Let's go. The leader, Yan Xiaofeng, waved his hand. Taking the crowd with him, he leapt up and flew into the entrance of the secret realm as a stream of light. At this time, although there have been a large number of martial artists pouring into the secret realm, but there's a steady stream of people coming from the big backwater, the Chu Lot group that had just stepped into the land of the secret realm. With a sudden flash, everyone was startled and their faces changed slightly, only to see that they had just stepped into the land of the secret realm. A huge white formation emerges from the ground. Immediately afterward, the sight of the crowd, obscured by a white light. When Chu Lok opened his eyes, only to find themselves in a strange mountain range, and a few of his other big brothers and sisters are missing. There are only 3 core disciples, following their own. This scene is so similar to the scene when we entered the Great Emperor's secret realm. Only the only difference. The last time the Great Emperor's secret realm, it was the secret realm itself that had the ability to teleport at will. But this time, Chu Lu was distracted by that big white formation when he stepped into the secret realm. It was a teleportation array. How can there be a teleportation array in the middle of a secret realm? At this moment, Chu Lu couldn't help but have a grave expression on his face. That teleportation formation just now is obviously man-made, and it's still laid out in advance. It couldn't have been set up by a martial artist who just entered this place. That is to say, before the secret realm was completely stabilized, someone had come in and set up the teleportation array. Thinking of this, Chu Lu became more and more alert. Who the hell is it? What is the purpose of the other side in scattering them? Where is senior brother Chu, Yan and the others? Yeah, how did we get separated? Senior brother Chu, what should we do now? Behind them, the 3 core disciples of the Taichou First Realm all looked at each other. All 3 are now headed by Chu Lok. Chu Lu came back to his senses, looked at the surrounding mountains, and reminded the 3 people, utilize the clan's transmission sign and contact the other senior brothers and sisters immediately. Let's rendezvous as soon as possible. Yes, one of the disciples, on the spot, pulled out a summoning tablet and began to contact his fellow disciples. However, no matter how much this disciple tried to reach out, he was never able to reach. Elder brother, can't reach. The summoning card is in there, and it actually doesn't work. This disciple was surprised. At those words, Chu Lu's heart became even more vigilant. Someone has deliberately placed a ban within the secret area. What is the purpose of the other side? Everyone be careful. Don't turn away from me. I'm afraid something is going to happen on this trip to the secret realm. Chulu reminded the three senior brothers behind him. The three nodded slightly. They weren't fools. The previous teleportation array, as well as the transmission being blocked. It's natural to guess that someone is trying to get behind this. Brush up. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the dense forest ahead. Senior brother Chu. Someone's coming. The three disciples' divine thoughts surged out and found that in the dense forest in front of them, there were 5 or 6 people, who were driving a fast attack in their direction. However, the trio's words had just fallen. In the middle of the dense forest, several figures then leapt up from the dense forest. Then it landed in front of Chulu's several people. The 3 core disciples immediately pulled out their weapons, their faces a little ugly up, for the few men who appeared before them each held a large knife in their hands. Moreover, the cultivation level of these people in front of us are all in the Nirvana realm. The other guy is staring at them with a bad look on his face, especially the middle-aged man at the head. His cultivation is the peak of the Nirvana realm. Ha! I didn't expect that just after coming in, I'd meet the top power disciples from the upper realm. Kid, I know you. You're the disciple of the forbidden sect of the upper realm. Chulu. I saw you a few days ago when you made a big splash. The man at the head of the group turned to Chulu and smiled with an unkind face. At those words, Chulu slightly froze. From the other party's words just now, it was known that the other party was a martial artist from the lower realms. Humph. Since you know that we are disciples of the forbidden sect, why are you blocking us? We're going to start exploring the secret world. Senior brother Chu. Let's go. The 3 core disciples behind Chulu, sensing that the other party was not kind, wanted to turn around and leave. But the man at the head of the group was not expected to give a big wave of his hand. The few men behind him then instantly stepped forward to surround the few people. Seeing this scene, the 3 core disciples' faces changed drastically, and they said in an unsightly manner, "What do you want to do? We are disciples of the forbidden sect." Chulu's face also panicked a batch, but his heart was as steady as an old dog. Ha! So what if it's the forbidden sect? If you die here, who will know? Even if you had saints waiting outside, you wouldn't know that you died inside, much less who took you out. The middle-aged man at the head coldly smiled. The 3 core disciples, at this moment, also panicked. All looked to Chulu. A few good men. Please spare us. Dare I ask a few good men? Which power are they from? When I get out, the kid will definitely come to the door to thank me. Chulu showed that he was extremely afraid of death and fawned at a few people. Seeing that Chulu was so afraid of death, several of the men burst out laughing instantly. The man at the head of the group mocked in a cold voice. Kid, weren't you quite arrogant a few days ago when you had the backing of your clan's strongest person? So you're just a life-hungry person too. Also, do you really think I'm stupid? After you go out, I'm afraid you'll immediately bring those old guys of yours to the door to take revenge? I've seen a lot of high and mighty, pampered disciples like you. You are not destined to live today. However, there's no harm in telling you, and you shouldn't waste your efforts to set up our words. We are just a casual cultivator. At those words, a wisp of color flashed under Chulu's eyes. Kid, do you have any last words? P.S. 2 more chapters in the evening. See you tonight. This peak Nirvana realm powerhouse in the lead grinned, waved the greatsword in his hand, killing intent flickers in his eyes. Chulu was so scared that his legs went weak, and his afterglow swept a glance at the several strong people around him. Together with this man at the head of the group, a total of 6 people surrounded them. The cultivation levels of the remaining 5 are mostly at the Nirvana 1 or 2 realm level. Good man, spare your life. I don't want to die yet. I'm young. How about this? I can give you whatever you want. Feats, martial arts, cultivation resources, whatever you can. I only beg you to spare my life. Chulu cried and begged for mercy and forgiveness to the few people who opened their mouths. Ha ha ha, this kid is such a pussy. Several other Nirvana realm powerhouses instantly burst out laughing. The heart also completely put down the guard to Chulu's group. Seeing this, Chulok had one hand behind his back, stretching out 2 fingers. He made a gesture for the 3 to pay attention. The 3 core disciples behind them instantly understood in seconds, secretly mobilizing the spiritual energy in his body. Ha, kid, if you are slaughtered, won't what you have on you still be ours? Are these your last words? Then be a good boy and die. Seeing as you're from the upper realm, don't worry, I'll slaughter you quickly and won't let you feel the pain. This middle-aged man at the head of the group coldly smiled. Chulu took a step back and retreated, his face white, his legs soft and trembling. Good man, do you really have to kill me? Well then, I have one last word. The man in the lead froze and stopped, looking at Chulu Dao with interest. Oh, tell me about it? Chulu looked horrified and slowly said, my last words are, Forbidden Jedi, tenfold incarnation. soul-devouring nail, bloodshed phantom poison palm, nining transformation bone palm, bone-melting heavenly poison. Boom! Chulu's originally terrified face instantly changed. Grin. A special seal knot appeared between his hands that revealed his sleeve robes, before anyone on the scene had time to react, only to see Chulu's body, instantly divided into 10 Chulu. In each Chulok's hand, a forbidden jutsu was quickly unleashed. Almost at the same time, the forbidden moves in the hands of the 10 Chu drops were instantly sent out. The whole thing was in the blink of an eye. Boom! Ah! Put! The 6 people who had originally surrounded Chulok were instantly attacked by 10 Chuloks, and in the meantime, the 3 core disciples behind Chulu also attacked the moment Chulu launched his attack. One step back and retreat to a safe distance. As for the 6 Nirvana realm powerhouses, except for the man at the head who didn't die on the spot, the other 5 were directly blown up by Chulok's doppelganger. Blood stains the ground. Hiss. Senior brother Chu is so strong. The 3 core disciples who had retreated to a safe distance couldn't help but cry out in shock as they looked at the 10 Chulok doppelgangers who had stepped into midair. The 3 of them looked at the Chulu's original self who was at the head of the group, and their eyes glittered, filled with the color of endless adoration. Put, how can you be so strong? You're only at the Nirvana 1 realm. This man at the head of the group sat weakly on the ground, looking at Chulu's 10 doppelgangers. He was incredibly alarmed. At this moment, the man felt that within his body, there was a terrifyingly bizarre force that was eroding his flesh and bones. Can't even mobilize their own spiritual energy. All he could do was sit on the floor and wait to die. Chulu completely changed into a smug face at this moment. It's a far cry from just being scared to death. Ha! Stop struggling. Having been hit by my forbidden sex bone-melting heavenly poison, you can only quietly wait for death. Chulu smiled faintly, then looked around at his 10 selves. Excited. This feeling of infinite openness is just awesome. He has long wanted to personally try his longevity body, whether it has unlimited longevity as the system says. Now that he was in actual combat, he was deeply impressed by the bullishness of the everlasting body. And this move, the tenfold incarnation, similarly shocked Chulu. 10 split bodies, strengthen the same cultivation of this honor, not the slightest false. And through the intention of the honored one, different forbidden jutsu could also be unleashed. Simply terrifyingly strong. Of course, if replaced before, Chulu wouldn't dare to zoom in so recklessly. But it's different now. Just now, he had continuously performed a dozen moves of forbidden mastery, although he had also burned a large amount of longevity. But Chulok doesn't feel anything now. The longevity of one's immortal body is endless, unless decapitated. Otherwise, let him survive. He can boil everyone. Chulu returned to his senses and moved his divine thoughts. 10 detachments, transformed into a huge strand of vitality and blood gas dissipated. Put. Chulu arrived in front of this man and stomped on him with 1 foot. Grinning, he blandly said, remember, villains die from talking too much, especially one like you, who has to beep and beep to kill someone. It's a miracle you survived this long. Say, who the hell are you guys? The loose cultivators don't have the guts to know that we're the top forces of the upper realm and still dare to strike at us. What the hell are you guys up to? At those words, a trace of color flashed in the bottom of this man's eyes. He did not expect this Chulu in front of him. Not only means against the sky, but also extraordinarily sinister clever. The man knew that he was bound to die, so he directly let out a cold snort. You who? Still a tough one. Seeing this appearance, Chulu slightly smiled. In his heart, he was even more certain that the other party was not a casual cultivator. It doesn't matter, just search your soul. Chulu grinned, revealing a harmless human smile. One hand clasped over the man's head. The man suddenly let out a loud laugh and said with a face full of scorn, ha ha ha, kid, count yourself out. But don't get cocky. All of you will end up dead, turned into sustenance. I'll be waiting for you down there, grandpa. After saying that, the man moved his mouth. His 2 eyes glazed over, and then completely lost his breath. Chulu froze and crouched down to inspect it. Man found with a poison sac in his mouth. Chulu frowned. More and more feel that this group of people is not simple. Just as Chulu pondered, an even weirder scene was noticed by Chulok. Just the blood dripping from the corner of the man's mouth. Just dripped on the ground and penetrated into the soil, then disappears. This bizarre scene caused Chulu to instantly get up, his eyes looking toward the place where the 5 Nirvana realm powerhouses who had exploded into blood mist had fallen, only to see the 5 people's fall place. The ground in addition to the soil, the previous spread of blood disappeared. Senior brother Chu, what's wrong? The 3 core disciples also came forward at this time. Seeing Chulu's extraordinarily dignified appearance, all of them can't help but be curious. Chulu ignored the 3 senior brothers, only to see Chulu's hands rapidly forming seals. Forbidden Jedi. Void God eyes. Buzz. Under the horrified gazes of the 3 core disciples, only a golden pattern of light appeared at the center of Chulu's eyebrows. Immediately after, see color light pattern slowly open. A golden eye quietly emerges. At this moment, Chulu looks like Erlangshun, the golden god's eye at its brow, flowing with golden light runes, shoots out a faint light. Immediately after that, looking at the ground Chulu, his eyes presented a huge blood-colored big formation. Seeing this big blood-colored formation hidden underground, Chulu's pupils shrunk, and he took a deep breath of cool air. Wherever Chulu's gaze reaches, it is covered by this big formation, or even the whole secret world. And Chulu also saw that a strand of essence blood, from different places into which this big formation was collecting, the essence blood of the martial artists who had fallen inside. What was even more alarming to Chulak was, within this grand formation, there was also a very terrifying killing power. Once this killing force is induced, then everyone who entered the secret realm would surely die. Chulu, who was now a formation master, knew the terror of this big formation, and if you want to break this big formation, you have to go to the center eye of this big formation. It's the only way to break it, but it also takes time. His grandma, something big is really going to happen. Chulu cursed. This formation he was seeing now was just the tip of the iceberg of this blood-colored great formation. The secret world is so big. How did he know where the center of the formation was? Just as Chulu was observing this blood-colored great formation below, above this secret world, somewhere in a dimly lit space, a figure sits cross-legged. If Chulu were here and saw this person, he would definitely be surprised, because this person was the demon god ancestor. The entire secret world is under the eyes of the demon god ancestor. Ha! Not bad for a little drop. The demon god old ancestor looked at Chulu, who was studying the underground grand formation, with a face full of relief. Ever since Chulu's group entered the secret realm, he was the first to know. Previously, the scene where Chulu continuously unleashed his forbidden mastery and quickly killed 6 Nirvana realm powerhouses. He also watched it. Honestly speaking, seeing Chulak without any scruples, casting forbidden great moves in a series, even the demon god ancestor was envious. As long as Chulak doesn't fall in the future, among his peers, there is no more enemy. Ha! After waiting for so long, are these mole crickets finally going to jump out? Let me see who dares to have such dog guts. The demon god old ancestor withdrew his gaze and smiled coldly. At this moment, within the secret realm world, quite a few martial artists who had come in had encountered the same situation as Chulu. He was robbed by a group of people who claimed to be loose practitioners. The demon god old ancestor spaced out and gave a gentle grip to the secret world in front of him. Buzz. Suddenly, a man with a Nirvana realm cultivation was grabbed by the demon god old ancestor from within the secret world. Who are you? Where is this Nirvana realm cultivation man? Seeing the pitch black space around him, then seeing that he was confined and unable to move, as well as the demon god old ancestor in front of him, completely panicked, the demon god ancestor gently raised his eyes. Buzz. Ah! The man let out a wrenching scream on the spot. In its mind, there is an irresistible and terrifying divine sense, forcing a soul search on him. Just a breath or two, the man then lost his life. Immediately afterward, the body eerily burst into flames and burned to ashes. Ha! Blood Demon Hall. Mystic? So all that came in were cannon fodder mole crickets. The demon god ancestor sneered. Through soul searching, he learned that in the secret realm, those loose cultivators who were robbing and killing strong people were all from the Blood Demon Hall. However, these people are just dead cannon fodder who come in to activate the big formation, as well as slaughtering martial artists and collecting essence blood. The real man behind the curtain hasn't come in yet. Thus, the demon god elder ancestor only flicked his hand. That blood-colored grand formation that the Blood Demon Hall had arranged within the secret world was erased by the demon god ancestor of the demon god to remove that killing power, but continued to retain this blood-colored grand formation, so as not to alarm the snakes. The demon god old ancestor had originally wanted to make a move to clear out the Blood Demon Hall griffin within the secret world. However, seeing the other several major pro-transmitters, they were fighting soundly. So that's it. These people are used to train their own clan disciples. It seems to be good. And in the meantime, Chulu, who was studying the grand formation, suddenly froze. It was because he realized that the terrifying killing force in the blood-colored array had inexplicably disappeared. Now this blood-colored big formation can be said to be no threat, just simply storing essence blood. Chulak was skeptical for a moment. Was it possible that his research had been discovered by the mastermind behind the laying of this great formation? Thus, Chulu hurriedly put away his divine ability. Go! Let's hurry up and find the other senior brothers and leave this secret realm. This secret realm, it's dangerous, Chulu said to the 3 disciples behind him. Ha! Senior brother Chu, Let's find senior brother Yen and the others and leave? This secret realm has heard that there are a lot of heaven and earth spirit medicines growing. Yeah, there might be some other treasures. So let's just leave and cheapen it for someone else. At those words, Chu-Lu froze. Indeed, there were many heaven and earth spirit medicines growing here, so they couldn't be wasted on others like this. So Chu-Lok nodded. Alright then, let's a few of us scavenge while looking for the other masters. Just search all the way to the depths of this world. Elder brother and the other senior brothers, they will surely head towards the depths as well. Yes, the three nodded. Thus, Chu-Lu brought 3 disciples and scavenged all the way in towards the depths of the secret realm. On the road to scouring, Chu-Lu realized that the techniques of these 3 disciples were obviously much more rusty than those old sixes from Tanghe. A look at these 3 people is often stay in the clan closed. Give Chu-Lu the feeling, like not too smart look. Along the way, all 3 of them missed searching for some low-grade spirit medicines. If it were Tanghe's humongous 6-man crew, I guess even the land will have to be packed away. If he had known, Chu-Lu would have also brought down Tanghe's humongous 6-man team. However, these 3 core disciples, although they weren't as old as Tanghe's few old sixes, but along the way, after Chu-Lok's words and teachings, the trio is also gradually being led astray, scavenging spiritual medicine, knocking people's stuffy stick maneuver, also more and more skillful and powerful, and all along the way deep into the depths of the secret realm, Chu-Lu several people also encountered several waves of mysterious powerhouses that came to rob them. However, these waves of people, without exception, all died under Chu-Lalio's sneak attack. Conceding fear of death, he humbled himself and begged to be spared. Then, when they are not prepared, they make a decisive and deadly sneak attack, hitting at the vitals with every move. This set down, Chu-Lu tried repeatedly. There were even 2 powerhouses of the peak ascension realm cultivation that died under his sneak attack. And these few waves down, 3 core disciples, the worship of Chu fell, simply to the point of fanaticism. Boom! Senior brother Chu, there's someone fighting up ahead. Hush, what are you so loud for? Chu's senior brother this way. In vain to teach you? Don't panic when things go wrong. We need to quietly drop over and see what's going on first. If we meet someone who kills and seizes the treasure, we'll seize the treasure in secret first. And if we're exposed, we'll be dosha. Oh, yes. Hearing the words of the 3 core disciples, Chu-Lu felt doubly gratified. The children are teachable. Go! Chu-Lu waved his big hand and brought 3 people up to check the situation. Chu-Lu led the 3 of them and soon came to the neighborhood where the fluctuations of the fight came from. The 4 of them, Chu-Lu, hid in the shadows and looked around, only to see that not far ahead, a dozen or so Nirvana realm powerhouses were surrounding a group of people. Among this group of loose cultivators, a strong man at the head of the group even had the cultivation of the peak ascension realm, and on the ground around them, 2 or 3 bodies lay. Seeing this group of people, surrounded by these dozen of mysterious powerhouses, Chu-Lu froze. This was because the group of people who were surrounded were none other than the disciples of the Tianji Pavilion and the Dan sect. Among them, Spirit Calculator and Dan Dusty somehow met together, but at the moment, both are seriously injured. Although the 2 of them were both heavenly prides on the list, able to fight across levels. However, it was also unable to deal with so many Nirvana realm powerhouses. Not to mention that among this group of powerful people who call themselves casual cultivators, there is also a peak ascension realm existence. Hey, senior brother, it's the Dan sect and Tianji Pavilion disciples. Those 2, they seem to be Dan Doozy and Spirit Calculator. The 2 of them don't seem to be able to make it. After they GA, is senior brother Chu going to pick up the slack? The 3 core disciples, revealing an excited expression, turned their heads to look at Chu-Lu. Chu-Lu came back to his senses and slammed the head of one of the disciples, saying in a good-natured manner, "Pick up the slack. My ass. Danduanzi and Spirit Calculator are my friends. You 3 stay right here and don't move. I'm going to save the day." Upon hearing this, the 3 core disciples froze and all shrunk their heads, embarrassed. It turns out that those 2 heavenly prides are friends of senior brother Chu. Then it's one of our own. So, the 3 of them nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Just as Chu-Lok was preparing to go forward to save the day, suddenly, Chu-Lu paused, his eyes glazed over, and he and the 3 core disciples hid. The 3 were filled with confusion. Didn't you say you were going to save the day? Brother Chu, why did you get involved with them again? Could it be that there were too many people on the other side this time? And Brother Chu couldn't make it? Chu-Lu ignored the 3 people's gazes, his face slightly gloomy, because just now, he sensed another extremely obscure breath in the dark. That is, there are still old sixes like them, hiding in the shadows. Chu-Lu decided to see what happens first. At this moment, above the battlefield, Danduanzi and Spirit Calculator, the remaining few disciples of the 2 sects, protected behind them, their faces gloomy, alert to the group of Blood Demon Hall's powerhouses in front of them. Ha! Worthy of being the pride of a top power in the upper realm. It really is extraordinary. If it were any other Taichu, they would have died long ago. The Ascension Realm powerhouse at the head of the group shook off the blood on the large sword in his hand and spoke with a smile. Upon hearing this, Danduzi angrily stared at the person in front of him, his face unsightly as he murmured, "Who the hell are you people? We have no grievances, so why should we drive ourselves to extinction? If you guys are robbing money, we'll just give you the nascent ring. Also, since you know that we are the top celestial pride of the upper realm, how dare you come to rob and kill us? Are you not afraid of the retaliation from my Dan sect in Tianji Pavilion?" Hearing Dan Dusty's words, this Blood Demon Hall powerhouse and the lead burst out laughing on the spot. Ha ha ha, so what? To tell you the truth, it's not just you upper realm forces that came in. Everyone who entered the secret realm, all of them must die. No one gets out alive. What? Danduanzi and Spirit Calculator were both startled. At that moment, this man at the head of the group turned his words around and looked at Spirit Calculator with a ghostly gaze, seemingly suddenly interested, and said with a smile, "Right, you are the Spirit Calculator of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, right?" Spirit Calculator froze, somewhat surprised. How did the other guy know his name? He was quite sure that he didn't recognize the person in front of him at all. Spirit Calculator frowned and inquired in a deep voice, "How do you know my name? I don't think I know you?" The man smiled, and put the large sword in his hand, against his shoulder, and said quietly, "For the sake of your dying breath, this lord may as well tell you, though we are the ones who want you to die a certain death, there are others who want you to die as well." At those words, Spirit Calculator froze, somewhat unable to understand the meaning of the words of the man in front of him. Anyone else want him dead? Spirit Calculator thought back carefully. It seemed like he had never offended any people from the lower realms, right? Seeing Spirit Calculator's face full of doubt, the man faintly smiled and said, "Friend of the Tianji Pavilion, you can come out now. None of these people will survive today." Hearing the man's words, Spirit Calculator and the few disciples behind him all had their pupils condensed. Buzz. At that moment, a slight fluctuation came from a small forest off to the side. Immediately afterward, a young figure stepped out from it. Seeing the familiar face of this figure, Spirit Calculator was instantly furious, pointing at the figure and cursing. "Damn it, Imperial Calculator, you actually colluded with outsiders to brutalize your fellow disciples. If the Pavilion Master learns of this, your master won't be able to protect you." That's right, the person who showed up was none other than the Royal Calculator of the Heavenly Hall. The several core disciples of the Heavenly Hall behind the Spirit Calculator also looked at the Royal Calculator with disbelief. A few people didn't expect it either. Their senior brother Imperial Calculator was actually in league with this group of people who were killing them. The Imperial Calculator's gaze was ghostly, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a cold smile. Walking up to the Spirit Calculator crowd, he spoke faintly. "Spirit Calculator, what collusion? And I'm only trying to stay alive, but eradicating you is just incidental." The man on the side laughed out loud and said, "Nice, but I have to say, your Heavenly Hall's deduction method is really powerful. With the Royal Calculator, we will be able to prioritize the removal of you, the top forces of the upper realm's heavenly pride." Ha ha ha. At this moment, the Spirit Calculator was furious, itching to kill the Royal Calculator on the spot. Spirit Calculator finally understood everything. The Imperial Calculator was willing to sell his life for this group in order to stay alive. Incidentally, with the help of this group of mysterious people, to get rid of him. Ha! Spirit Calculator, you and Chulak caused me to miss out on becoming a heavenly cheesy. I've always kept this revenge in my heart. Now, you're just to blame. Ha! Don't worry, the next one will be that little beast Chulu. He'll be with you soon. The Royal Calculator's gaze was cold and murderous, and his face was livid with excitement at the thought of his impending revenge. And in the meantime, Chulu, who was secretly hiding in the distance, had a gloomy face at this moment, a sudden grin and a seeping smile. The three core disciples around him, after spending time with Chulak, for Chulu also have some understanding. Once his own Chu senior brother reveals this kind of oozing smile, it means that someone else is going to have bad luck. Thinking of this, the three stole a look at the Royal Calculator. Feeling a pang of pity for him, Chulu made a gesture and slowly backed up and withdrew. The three core disciples immediately understood in seconds. Conceal your own breath and follow Chulu's figure closely. Soon, Chulu led the three of them away from the neighborhood, to the bottom of a large tree. Chulu urged at the three core disciples, "How many spirit stones do you have on you? Give them all to me quickly." The three core disciples didn't dare to be slow and immediately waved their hands. Hundreds of thousands of spirit stones instantly flew out of the three people's nacreous rings. Without saying a word, Chulu immediately collected the spirit stones of the three people. Then his hands made a quick seal. Forbidden Jedi, tenfold incarnation, buzz. The 10 incarnations once again separated from Chulok's body. Seeing Chulu's 10 incarnations again, the three core disciples were both shocked and puzzled. It seemed that among the 1,000 forbidden jutsu in their clan, there was no such jutsu? The three of them did not know that this tenfold incarnation was a move from one of the middle 1,000 forbidden masterpieces. Not to mention them, the core disciples, even the other several major pro-transmitters did not know about it. Within the forbidden sect, the only people who are qualified to know are elders and above. Chulok's original self waved his hand in a big way. A large pile of spirit stones flew out from his nascent sacred ring, falling into the hands of 10 incarnations. Immediately afterward, Chulu's divine thoughts moved. The 10 incarnations concealed their aura and went darkly toward the surroundings of the battlefield. As for Chulok's main body, it headed straight towards the battlefield and began to save the day. The three core disciples were excited. He also concealed his breath and secretly followed him over to watch the battle. The three were curious. How is my own senior brother Chu going to deal with these dozen or so Nirvana realm powerhouses? Meanwhile, inside the battlefield, the royal calculator wasn't going to bullshit with the spirit calculator and the others. Turning to this man at the head of the group, he spoke. Do it. Execute the spirit calculator, and I will deduce for you the locations of the other heavenly pride of the upper realm. Imperial calculator? You animal. You actually brutalized your fellow disciples like this. Upon hearing this, Spirit Calculator broke into a shout. However, the Royal Calculator had no intention of paying attention to the Spirit Calculator's incompetent rage at the moment. Coldly, he watched as the man at the head of the group stepped forward with his sword. Senior brothers, let's block them. You escape while you can. The two of them turned to the disciples of the two clans behind them and secretly reminded them. The disciples of the two clans behind them nodded. Boom. Just as Spirit Calculator and Dan Dusty were preparing to fight for their lives, suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from a small grove to the side. Yoo-hoo! What a hoot! At those words, the man in the lead stopped instantly, and the dozen or so Nirvana realm powerhouses behind them turned to look at the grove, their hearts on alert. Who? Come out! The man at the head of the Dengfeng realm shouted with a fierce killing intent. There were other people around and he actually didn't notice. As for Dan Duanzi and Spirit Calculator, when they heard that familiar voice just now, they immediately showed joyful expressions. The two of them looked at each other and both breathed a sigh of relief. A figure appeared in the minds of the two men in unison. Have a lot of trust in it. Somehow, the two were instantly confident and secure. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chulu exposed 8 big white teeth. A face of human and animal harmless walked out. The dozen or so blood demon hall powerhouses, seeing Chulu, also recognized him at a glance. After all, Chulu had been in the limelight the day he arrived in front of the entrance to the secret realm. 10 saints backed it up. Coupled with the publicity of some upper realm martial artists, it's hard not to be famous. Chulok. Seeing the Chulok who showed up, the royal calculator's entire face was instantly gloomy. The hatred in his heart couldn't stop pouring out. Ha! Who did I think it was? But it turns out to be the top power of the upper realm. The forbidden sect's Chulu. Boy, you're just in time. This man at the head of the group, teasingly smiled. His eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Chulu still maintained his harmless smile and scratched his head. Ha! I didn't realize I was so famous, ha! Yo! If it isn't the royal calculator of the heavenly hall. TSK TSK TSK. You actually colluded with outsiders and brutalized your fellow disciples. If the heavenly Jade Pavilion master were to find out, not only you, but even your master would suffer. I'm afraid. And I have recorded the evidence of your mutilation of your fellow disciples. Oh! As the words fell, Chulu raised a stone in her hand. Seeing this stone in Chulok's hand, the royal calculator's face instantly turned ugly. This stone in Chulu's hand was called the memory stone. With spiritual energy, you can record the scene and store it. Suddenly, the royal calculator's face turned pale, and his face grimaced as he laughed madly at Chulu. Ha ha ha, Chulu, you think you can leave alive? Originally, our next target was you. I didn't think you'd actually come to the door on your own. So very good. The man at the head of the group and a dozen or so of the Blood Demon Hall's powerhouses also burst out laughing. This Chulok is such a dumbass. Is it possible to show up and try to save the day? Brother Chu. At that moment, Danduanzi and Spirit Calculator, too, could not help but worry a little for Chulu. After all, there are so many people on the other side. The lowest cultivation level is Nirvana Realm. Looking at the crowd, they burst out laughing, thinking they'd gotten the better of him. Chulok's smile grew even wider as well. The royal calculator and the group of powerhouses from the Blood Demon Hall hadn't realized it at this point. 10 directions away around the battlefield, Chulu's 10 avatars were hiding in the shadows. At the feet of each incarnation, a large pile of spirit stones is stepped on. Deed. Chulu suddenly tightened his smile and let out a light chant. The palm of his hand, hidden in his sleeve robe, quickly formed a seal. The moment the seal knot is generated, the 10 incarnations that were hiding in different directions fiercely stared at each other. Both hands also quickly formed different formation seals. The spirit stones at the feet of each incarnation were instantly reduced to pieces. Kill the boy. The man in the lead suddenly changed his face, pointed at Chulu, and ordered, "Boom, kid, go to hell." A Nirvana third realm powerhouse beside him instantly carried a blood knife and rushed towards Chulu. In the blink of an eye, it appeared above Chulu's head. Against Chulu's heavenly aura, he ruthlessly slashed down. Forbidden Jedi, purple demon hollow sky hand. At that moment, Chulu's face instantly chilled. The other hand hidden in his sleeve robe violently probed out at this Nirvana realm powerhouse above his head. Boom. Pust. A huge purple illusory giant palm, draped in purple aura, instantly probed out from the space behind him. The Nirvana realm powerhouse was grabbed and exploded on the spot. It didn't even have time to scream. The man with the peak ascension realm cultivation was startled. A sudden reaction of anger. Kid, you seek death. The man had just wanted to personally take action and decapitate Chulu when he did so. Chulu coldly smiled and took a step back. Boom. Only 10 voices were heard, resounding from the surrounding dense forest. Immediately afterward, a special formation pattern spread out quickly from the dense forest, enveloping everyone in the room, whether it is the royal calculator, or a group of Blood Devil Hall of Powerhouse. The face instantly changed greatly. Boom. A tedious array pattern spreading from 10 directions. It quickly intersected and formed a terrifying large formation. Boom. The leader, Chulu, took a step out, and a powerful force surged out of his body. The robes on his body, windless and automatic, hunted like a teenage god king. In its eyes, a faint light bloomed, and the moment Chulu's original body stepped out into midair, the 10 incarnations, at this moment, also appeared and stepped into the void. The strength of each avatar was no different from that of the original, and their hands made tedious seals and knots to add to the great formation. On the other hand, the Imperial Calculator and a dozen or so of the Blood Demon Hall's powerhouses were currently being suppressed by a large formation. A powerful force that confined the crowd in a large formation. Damn! How is this possible? Chulu, you're only at the Nirvana First Realm cultivation level. How could you possibly set up such a terrifying grand formation? The man at the head, who was at the peak Ascension Realm cultivation, looked at Chulu's original body and said in incredulous horror. Within this grand formation, he sensed a killing power that surpassed the Ascension Realm. Even if a strong person of the realm of ultimate creation accidentally entered this formation by mistake, I am afraid that they would still be in grave danger. At this moment, this man in the lead, as well as the dozen or so Blood Demon Hall powerhouses behind him, finally panicked. As for the Imperial Calculator on one side, there was even less to say. A look of fear on his face. He also didn't expect that in just 2 years, this Chulu had become more and more perverted. Ha! I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve. Not only did you and the others injure Little Master's friends, but you also dared to come to Little Master's trouble. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chulu gave a wink to Danduanzi and Spirit Calculator, who were in the middle of the grand formation. Danduanzi and Spirit Calculator instantly understood in seconds. Move. The two of them immediately brought a few of their own disciples and withdrew out of the large formation. Coming behind Chulu, Brother Spirit, you don't mind if I help your pavilion clean up today, do you? Chulu coldly smiled and opened his mouth. Spirit Calculator looked at the Imperial Spirit Sun in the large formation and said with a cold smile, that's for sure. Not only do we not mind, we are also very grateful to Brother Chu. Upon hearing this, the Imperial Calculator in the large formation was now terrified and hurriedly begged for forgiveness to the Spirit Calculator. Shidoshi, mercy, I was wrong. Please also let Chulu spare my life for the sake of us being fellow disciples. Please, Chulu, I swear, I will never dare to target you again. Upon hearing the words, Chulok treated them as if they were unheard, treating them as if they were air. People like the Imperial Calculator can never change. Only death will give him peace of mind. May, Royal Calculator, now you remember we're master and brother? Earlier when you were ready to let a few of us die, you didn't have the slightest regard for the fact that we are fellow disciples. Spirit Calculator smiled coldly, his face filled with mockery. That's right, Chulu. Don't worry, we'll explain to the pavilion master when we go back. Yes, kill him and clean up the door for my Tianji pavilion. The several core disciples of the Heavenly Hall behind Spirit Calculator also opened their mouths at this time. Earlier the Royal Calculator tried to get them killed. Nowadays they are naturally not soft. At those words, The royal calculator's face was ugly. Chulu only flipped his hand and threw the memory stone to Spirit Calculator. Spirit Calculator carefully put it away. This was strong evidence that the Imperial Calculator had colluded with the forces of the lower realms and brutalized his fellow disciples. With this evidence, even if Chulu had beheaded the Imperial Calculator, the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion wouldn't blame Chulu either. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Formation. Deed. Boom. Chulok didn't talk nonsense and waved his big hand. The 10 incarnations' eyes glazed over as they quickly changed the seal knots in their hands. 10 incarnations, whispering in unison. Immediately afterward, 10 golden dragon elephants tens of feet in size rose from the large formation that had imprisoned the crowd. Roar! Looking at the 10 dragon elephants that suppressed over, the man at the head of the peak ascension realm was horrified. Break! Boom! It mobilized its full strength in an attempt to break through the bonds of the power of the Great Formation. However, the power of the Grand Formation was far beyond his imagination. Even if he was at the peak of ascension realm cultivation, it was difficult for him to break free from his bonds for a while. Under the man's extremely remorseful gaze, a huge dragon elephant shadow, laced with astonishing power, came to kill head-on. The man regretted it. I should have known that when Chulok showed up. He then took the lead at the first opportunity, not giving it the slightest time to set up its formation. Otherwise he would not have ended up where he is now. Pust. Only a dozen dull voices rang out. This man and a dozen or so strong men of the Blood Demon Hall were killed on the spot by the huge dragon elephant into a bloody mist. And the power in the big formation, the blood mist of these people, burned into nothingness. Chulok can be full of details. Do not give the slightest chance to that big formation under the ground, to increase the essence of blood. No. Put. As for the Imperial Calculator, he also roared with an extremely unwilling roar, by a dragon elephant shadow, stepped into a blood mist, and finally turned into nothingness. Extremely bad death. So strong. The several core disciples behind the duo of Dandawanzi and Spirit Calculator were so shocked that they exclaimed in shock. The duo of Dandawanzi and Spirit Calculator, on the other hand, looked at each other and both laughed out. In his heart, for Chulu, he also became more and more impressed. The two had a strong premonition. In the upcoming Heaven's Pride Conference, their Chu brother would definitely be able to shine. Amazing to countless people. Thinking of this, the two are very much looking forward to it. After resolving the enemy, the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Formation disappeared. Along with it, there are 10 incarnations. Senior Brother Chu, the 3 core disciples who had been hiding in the shadows to watch the battle also ran out when they saw that the battle was over. The eyes of the 3 were filled with fervor and adoration. He had properly become Chulok's little fanboy. Brother Chu. Awesome. Brother Chu. Even though you only have a Nirvana 1 realm cultivation, I feel that you even have the strength to compete for the top 10 of the Heaven's remarkable ranking. Dan Dwanzi marveled. Ha ha ha, average, 3rd in the world only. Chulu laughed out loud, appearing harmless as he joked. By the way, what about you two? Chulu looked at the two of them and realized that the two of them, Dandawanzi and Spirit Calculator, had somewhat pale faces. Both of them waved their hands, signaling that they were not in any serious trouble. Right, Brother Chu, do you know the origin of the group of people you just decapitated? I always feel that they are definitely not casual cultivators. Spirit Calculator's face changed slightly as he stared. At those words, Chulu also shook his head. Immediately afterward, Chulu informed the few people present of the fact that he had also encountered these mysterious powerhouses robbing him, as well as the fact that there was a large formation hidden underground. After hearing Chulok's account, Spirit Calculator and Dandawanzi, their faces became even more grave. The reason why these people are robbing and killing us is most likely to collect essence blood for the great formation below. Now that the two of you are injured as well, the secret realm is dangerous. Instead, why don't I escort you out first? Plus the disciples behind you are not strong enough. If you meet those people again, I am afraid. Chulu spoke at this time. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the two major forces present all nodded their heads, agreeing with Chulok's words. To be honest, they didn't expect that there would be mysterious powerhouses slaughtering the martial artists who came in. However, Chulu's words turned to the Spirit Calculator. But Brother Spirit, I need your help. I need you to help me and project the location of my senior brother and sister. I want to find them as soon as possible. Wait, you keep following me. Upon hearing that, Spirit Calculator didn't even think about it and immediately agreed to Chulu. In fact, in addition to needing the Spirit Calculator to deduce the location of his own senior brothers and sisters, Chulu also wanted to go through the Spirit Calculator's deduction method. Find out where Wang Zhan and Yiming are. Since the secret realm was in crisis nowadays, it was a great opportunity to get rid of these two. How could he let it go? But only if you can find it first. his old group of sixth brothers first. With that, Spirit Calculator quickly deduced the direction of the exit of the secret realm. Chu Lu led the crowd and headed towards the direction of the exit of the secret realm at a fiery speed, and on the way out, Chu Lu's group encountered one or two more waves of mysterious powerhouses that came to rob them. Only, all of them were strongly decimated by Chu Lok. And, in the evacuation of the way, Chu Fella group to see in the secret realm of the many martial artists, suffered these mysterious strong man's butcher knife. Everywhere in the secret world, there are sounds of fighting and screams. Some of the martial artists who managed to escape also desperately headed for the exit of the secret realm. After 2 hours of rushing, Chu Lok's group arrived at the exit of the secret realm. Only, the exit of the secret realm was set up with two large formations. One was the familiar teleportation array that Chu Lu had seen when he came in. The other, a blockade array. This blockade formation can only go in, not out. Entrances and exits are double insured. Those who wanted to go out would be transported by a teleportation array to somewhere in the secret world again. And even if the teleportation array fails, there's also the blockade formation blocking the. At this moment, here at the entrance and exit, a group of martial artists who wanted to escape from this place were gathered. Chu Lok, it's Chu Lok. Chu Lu, please, save us. I don't want to die in there yet. Yes, Mr. Chu, you have heavenly means. Please save me. In the midst of this crowd trying to escape, some of the martial artists from the upper realm, seeing the group of Chu Lu who had rushed over, looked like they had seen a savior. There was a flurry of open-mouthed pleading. Chu Lu froze and saw that there were also Nirvana realm powerhouses among these people from the upper realm. The corner of Chu Lu's mouth twitched slightly as he looked toward one of the middle-aged bald men and said, "Uncle, you're also at the Nirvana realm cultivation. What are you afraid of? Not earning your chance?" This bald man from the upper realm let out a helpless bitter smile. Those mysterious powerhouses inside. There are too many of them. Even if I'm in the Nirvana realm, it's hard to defeat them with 2 fists. And people still have Ascendant realm powerhouses in. We scavenged a little bit of spiritual medicine. It's not a wasted trip. There's no need to leave all our lives here. Several of my close friends have already died tragically under the butcher knives of those mysterious powerhouses. At those words, Chu Lu's eyes lit up. Directly turning around, he pulled Dan Duanzi, the 3 core disciples of his own family, to the side. "Take out all the low-grade spirit weapons you don't want," Chu Lok said to a few people. Dan Duanzi froze, somewhat unable to understand Chu Lu's intentions. "Why do you need a low-grade spirit weapon?" Brother Chu, I just have a sword, and the rest in my nascent sack is pills in addition to a few martial arts skills. I don't have a low-grade spirit weapon." Dan Duanzi was a little embarrassed. Clunk! Dan Dusty's words just fell. The 3 core disciples then poured out a dozen or so mortal-grade spiritual artifacts each from their nascent rings. The 3 of them waved their hands in a big wave and said to Chu Lok's atmosphere, "Senior Brother Chu, just pick whichever piece you fancy." Chu Lu blankly glanced at the 3. Chu Lu picked a dozen or so spirit weapons before leading a few people away from the crowd. Come to a remote place. Dan Duanzi and the 3 core disciples were curious as to what exactly Chu Lu was up to, only to see Chu Lok's big hand waving. Large quantities of spirit stones poured out madly from the nascent sacred ring. This batch of spirit stones was obtained by Chu Lu and the Abyssal Jedi. At that time, Long Zhantian, in order to drive away Chu Lu, can send out a lot of good things. Seeing the spirit stones piled up into a small mountain in front of him, 3 core disciples, almost in tears, because they realized that they were tricked by Senior Brother Chu. Earlier, they had thought that Chu Lu did not have spirit stones. So foolishly, all the spirit stones he had accumulated were given to Chu Lok to set up the array. At that moment, one could only see Chu Lu once again casting his tenfold incarnation. Chu Lu's main body in 10 incarnations, each holding a spiritual weapon, quickly formed seals. 1 crimson seal knot emerged. The hands of Chu Lu and the 10 incarnations all condensed the same type of formation pattern. The spirit stones beside them, too, are consuming frantically and turning into pieces. Chu Lu and the 10 great incarnations took the great formation that was molded in their hands and struck it into the spirit weapon. A moment later, Chu Lu's 10 great incarnations disappeared. Chu Lok made a big move. Looking at the 11 mortal grade spiritual weapons held in his hand, his face was filled with satisfaction. At this moment, the 11 spirit weapons in his hand were suffused with crimson array patterns. He placed an identical emperor formation inside the spirit vessel. These 11 mortal grade spiritual weapons nowadays became a great killing weapon. Dan Duanzi sensed the spirit weapon. The berserk atmosphere emitted also cannot help but scalp numb. "Here, you 4 take it." Chu Lu distributed 11 mortal grade spiritual weapons to Dan Duanzi and 3 of his own core disciples. "Brother Chu, you this." Dan Duanzi is a bit confused about what Chu Lu means. Chu Lu rounded up the 4 people. picking at the shoulders of a few people, muttering a few words. Immediately afterward, the 3 core disciples looked excited and thrilled. Dan Duanzi, on the other hand, had the corners of his mouth twitch as he looked at Chu Lu with some disbelief. Brother Chu, you're too bold, aren't you? This workable? Sure it won't cause public outrage? Dan Duanzi said with worry. Don't worry, Brother Dan. If they dare to be publicly outraged, they'll throw out the spirit weapons in your hands. I'll make sure the guys, honestly, absolutely from the heart. Otherwise, do they really take little master me for a saintly mother? How can I do that without paying a price? Chu Lu patted Dan Duanzi's shoulder and said. Upon hearing this, Dan Duanzi nodded. Immediately afterward, Chu Lu brought the 4 of them and returned to the entrance and exit of the secret realm here. Seeing Chu Lok's group return, the spirit calculator, who was waiting here, and several core disciples from the 2 sects were filled with puzzlement. Chu Lok and the others. What did they just do? I can't believe I'm hiding it from them. Chu Lu took a step out of the battle and did not talk nonsense. At the white teleportation array in front of him, it was a flurry of points. A few moments later, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, only to see the white teleportation array a slight tremor. Laxity disappeared. The countless people on the scene were suddenly excited. This Chu Lok, he really does have a way. They can finally get out of here. Chu Lu smiled faintly, looking so harmless. For him who was now a master of formations, cracking a teleportation array is as easy as drinking water. With that, Chu Lu walked to the entrance and exit, and his fingers tapped on the blockade grand formation again. Countless seals and knots were formed from Chu Lok's hands, under the gaze of the crowd, only to see the formation pattern that blocked the grand formation, reversed, but the big formation has not disappeared. Chu Lu changed it from only being able to enter and not exit to only being able to exit and not enter. Chu Lu clapped his hands and turned to face the crowd of martial artists blocking the exit of the secret realm, smiling. Gentlemen, the great formation blocking the entrance and exit has been reversed by me. Everyone can leave without worrying now. Hearing Chu Lu's words, the countless martial artists present all showed joyful expressions. Ha ha ha, that's great. Thank you Chu Tianjiu. That's right, let's just say Chu Tianjiu has this ability. Chu Tianjiu, we are grateful. The crowd of martial artists, one after another, patted the rainbow farts. Chu Lu waved his hand and the scene quieted down. Chu Lu cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. Ahem, gentlemen, cracking this formation has consumed me greatly as well. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. And little master, I wasn't obligated to help you guys in the first place. You all want to leave this place through this exit. Tell you what then, I'm not greedy. Just hand over your nascent rings and get out. At that, everyone on the scene froze for a second or two. Immediately afterward, a cacophony of voices erupted from the crowd. He's a grandpa, and that's called not being greedy? Chu Lu, don't go too far. That's right, I'll give you some spirit stones at most. That's right, asking us to hand over our nascent rings is simply too much. You're nakedly robbing me. Some martial artists came forward and accused Chu Lu. The spirit calculator and several disciples from the 2 sects on the side also understood Chu Lu's intentions at this time. None of them marveled at how bold Chu Lok was. At the same time, Spirit Calculator was also a little worried, fearing that these people would come up in a swarm, so the secret word was passed on. Brother Chu, let's just mean it. After all, there are so many people here, and there are more than a dozen Nirvana realm powerhouses. In case they, Chu Lu waved his hand, signaling that Spirit Calculator did not need to worry, since he dared to do so, he had absolute certainty. Facing the accusations of the crowd, Chu Lu pulled out his ears and said without any concern, you all are too kind. The formation was broken by me. If you want to pass this way, leave the money behind. If you all don't want to pay this toll, you don't have to go out. I didn't force you guys, so what's with the robbing? At those words, the corners of the mouths of all the martial artists twitched madly. Isn't this a robbery? Humph, everyone ignore him. There are so many of us. If we all rush out together, Chu Lu won't be able to stop them. At that moment, a martial artist with the 3rd realm of Nirvana cultivation at the head of the group stood out and egged the crowd on. Right, with so many of us, it's not like they can stop it. Everyone rush out with us. Another Nirvana realm martial artist stepped forward. Yes, everyone rush out together. With the 2 Nirvana realm powerhouses taking the lead, the hundreds of martial artists from the upper and lower realms on the scene rushed towards the exit of the secret realm behind Chu Lu. Spirit Calculator's face changed drastically. What he had predicted had finally happened. Charge, hundreds of them, coming in fast. Facing the hundreds of people rushing at him, Chu Lu was quite calm and said indifferently, Brother Dan. Dan Duanzi took a step and stood out, 3 low-grade spiritual weapons floating in his hands. With that, Dan Duanzi waved his hand. sacrificing one of the low-grade spiritual weapons that contained an array formation towards the two Nirvana realm powerhouses who had incited the crowd just now. He offered it out. Blast! Boom! Ah! This spiritual weapon flew in front of those two martial artists. Dan Duanzi spat out a word lightly. The spiritual artifact that contained the formation exploded on the spot. A massive mushroom cloud that instantly rose. The terrifying power devoured those two martial artists on the spot. The others around them were also shaken out by the powerful force and were seriously injured. Wait until the smoke clears. The crowd looked down and saw the place of the explosion, revealing a large crater. As for the two Nirvana realm martial artists, their faces were completely disfigured at the moment, and they were severely injured and dying. There was no longer the slightest ability to move. If left untreated, it will fall sooner or later. Seeing this scene, some people looked at Dan Duanzi's hands, the two remaining low-grade spiritual weapons that contained the aura of formations, and all of them gulped furiously. Buzz. At that moment, the three core disciples of the forbidden sect beside Chu Lu also revealed the low-grade spirit weapons in their respective hands. The three of them looked at the several pieces in their hands, the low-grade spiritual weapons that had been struck into the formation, and their faces were filled with excitement and thrill. This thing, now that's a killer. It wasn't just these three core disciples. Even Dan Duanzi, who was in a state of daze on the side, as well as Spirit Calculator, all admired Chu Lu to the ground. Ha, gentlemen, do you really think we're so easy to bully? If you don't obediently follow my little master's rules, these two are your downfall. Brother Dan, 3 senior brothers. If anyone else dares to resist, smash me hard. I don't believe that I can't kill him with a blast. Chu Lu grinned and looked at the crowd with a smirk. Ha ha ha, alright, senior brother Chu. The 3 core disciples all revealed devilish smiles. It seemed to be expected, and there were ungrateful people rushing up. Seeing the terrifying power of the spirit weapon that had just exploded, the martial artists on the scene all sighed helplessly. Soon, there were people who obediently handed over their nano rings and hurriedly left this place. Seeing this, Dan Duanzi and Spirit Calculator also let their own disciples leave the secret realm first. The two, on the other hand, continued to stay at the exit of this secret realm. Dan Duanzi was in charge of helping the 3 forbidden sect disciples, stowing away the rings and deterring this group of martial artists. The Spirit Calculator, on the other hand, was going to follow Chu Lok, deducing the whereabouts of the rest of the forbidden sect. You 3, listen to Brother Dan's command here, and see what happens. Remember to share it equally with Brother Dan when you turn around. Before leaving, Chu Lu instructed his 3 senior brothers. The 3 of them nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Ha ha ha, exit here. There are actually so many people trying to escape. Slaughter them. Just then, several gruff voices came from behind. The martial artists on the scene turned around. Seeing the dozens of Blood Demon Hall powerhouses who were killing with blood-colored greatswords, they all turned pale in fear. No good. It's that mysterious group of powerful people coming. Run. This group of martial artists had just been hesitant, torn between handing over their nascent sacred rings and leaving. Now seeing this group of strong men coming, each of them were so scared that they hurriedly removed their nano rings and threw them at the 3 core disciples, then rushed into the exit of the secret realm in a swarm. The 3 core disciples hurriedly bent down to pick up the nascent sacrifice. The trio's mouths were on the verge of splitting into the back of their heads with laughter. Great harvest today. As for the group of mysterious powerhouses that were killing them, they weren't worried at all, because they have their Chu senior brother. Gaga messy kill. Of course, Brother Chu is responsible for messy killing. They are responsible for GA. Brother Chu, the 2 of them, Dan Duanzi and Spirit Calculator, were also nervous at this moment. Chu Lu looked at this group of Blood Demon Hall powerhouses who were murderous and rushed straight over, and faintly smiled. Don't panic, you too. The word is this. However, Chu Lu's 2 hands hidden in his sleeve robes had already formed a seal, and those dozens of incoming Blood Demon Hall powerhouses. Suddenly, he saw that the group of martial artists who had originally blocked the entrance and exit were able to escape from this secret realm. There was also a sudden outcry. Aren't the entrances and exits blocked by teleportation formations and blockade arrays? Why are these people able to leave? Soon, these dozens of Blood Demon Hall powerhouses arrived here at the entrance and exit. The crowd instantly surrounded the Chu Lok. Several people on the spot. Dan Duanzi and Spirit Calculator too, also cannot help but nervous. In Dan Duanzi's hand, the remaining 2 spirit weapons emerged, ready at any time to offer it up and blast this group of mysterious powerhouses to death. You're Chu Lok. Those people earlier, why were they able to get out of the blockade formation? Also, what about the teleportation array here? Cracked by who? A man at the head of the group opened his mouth and angrily shouted at Chu Lu, who was full of smiles and harmless as a human animal. The man, wearing an eye patch, showed only his right eye. A few hideous knife scars remain on his face. Looks extremely badass. Chulok swept his gaze. The group was found. 25 in number. The highest cultivation level was the one-eyed dragon man in front of him, who was at the 5th realm of Nirvana, and the lowest cultivation level had the Nirvana 1 realm. Spirit Calculator and Danduanzi, who were on the side, had grave faces at the moment, heart filled with worry. If they were to fight, they would have to face 25 Nirvana realm cultivation powerhouses at the same time. There's no chance of winning. At this moment, Chulu grinned and faintly said, "Ha, this uncle, these people are getting out because..." Chulok's words suddenly stuttered. The one-eyed man at the head of the group, his brows furrowed, the scar on his face squirming along with him as he said with a face full of impatience, "Because of what?" "Not yet." Chulu laughed innocently, looking so human and harmless, and laughed. "Ha, it's because of..." Boom. Forbidden Jedi. Tenfold Incarnation. Forbidden Jedi Technique. Annihilation Demon Prison Fist. 100 Heavy Emperor Annihilation Formation. 10,000 Inferno Fiery Prison Formation. 10 avatars once again diverged from Chulu's body. Chulu's main body, and the 5 incarnations in it, executed Forbidden Mastery, suddenly striking out to attack the crowd. The remaining 5 avatars were controlled by Chulu's original body, creating 5 Emperor formations to cover the entire field. The one-eyed dragon man, although he also reacted quickly, one of his arms was blown out by Chulu's original body. The entire person instantly flew backwards. As for the other 24 or so Nirvana realm powerhouses, after this wave of sneak attacks from Chulu, they directly took out 5 of them. Damn little beast, come together and kill him. If we don't kill him, we'll all die. The one-eyed dragon was furious and forced himself to endure the intense pain coming from his arm. Notice again the 5 large formations that loomed around them. The one-eyed man's face was instantly ugly. The other Blood Demon Hall powerhouses were also terrified. They never expected it. This kid, Chulu, actually had such terrifying means. Suddenly, he made a sneak attack. Before the sneak attack, they hadn't sensed any spiritual power fluctuations coming out of Chulu's body. Yes, Chulu, die. At the one-eyed man's command, these remaining 20 people leapt up. The bodies of all the people released a bloodthirsty aura. Brother Chu, be careful. At that moment, Danduanzi, who was still in extreme shock, as well as Spirit Calculator, hurriedly opened their mouths to remind Chulu. However, at this moment, Chulu, and the 10 avatars, had long since stepped into midair. Chulu lowered her eyes and looked down, letting out a cold laugh. Under the shroud of 5 Emperor formations, he was the master here. Boom! Chulu's large hand gently pressed. The 5 great formations instantly released powerful killing forces. In an instant, illusory battle spears, endless flames, and a rain of poisonous arrows rose up from the great formation, suppressing and killing this group of Nirvana realm powerhouses. What kind of formation is this? Darn it! Everyone break the formation first. 20 Nirvana realm powerhouses were annihilated on the spot by another 5 or 6. The one-eyed man forced himself to endure the excruciating pain and yelled angrily at the top of his voice to remind the crowd. Yet his words had just fallen. Seemingly sensing this, he jerked his head up to look at Chulu in the void. The pupils contracted suddenly. One could only see Chulu and the 10 incarnations behind him, all holding a spirit sword. Behind both the main body and the incarnation, a huge Dharma phase rose. Different visions that flowed around the body. The scene was more than a dozen times spectacular. Even the duo of Danduanzi and Spirit Calculator, at this moment, are directly looking dumbfounded. At this moment, Chulu was just like a juvenile god king who had truly descended to earth. A strange, powerful aura suppressed out from him, and the 10 avatars behind him were equal in strength to the original. However, in the hands of the 10 great incarnations at this moment, they were all executing 10 forbidden sword techniques of the Forbidden Sect. Forbidden Jedi. 1 sword Star River Crossing. Forbidden Jedi. 1 sword annihilates dust. Forbidden Jedi. Bloodshed Demon's Lair sword. Chulu's original body took a step out. The 10 incarnations behind him followed closely. The names of the 11 Forbidden Jedi schools resounded through the heavens and earth. Looking at the 11 streams of light that rode down with terrifying might, the one-eyed man was shocked and furious as he roared, "Fight him! He's only at the Nirvana 1 realm." Boom! The one-eyed dragon man held his sword single-handedly and led the remaining dozen or so people to kill towards the attacking Chulu's group. Boom! Miso miso miso. But only the light of swords and shadows were seen, flashing rapidly. The terrifying sword chi entwined with the bizarre power and cut off sparkling sword lights. Danduanzi and Spirit Calculator, several people, were all stabbed in the eyes by the terrifying sword light and subconsciously shielded their eyes. Slightly closed eyes. In a breath or two, when a few people opened their eyes to the battlefield, None of them took a deep breath and were filled with endless admiration for Chulak. They, convinced, only to see that on top of the battlefield, limbs and broken arms were scattered all over the place. 25 Nirvana realm powerhouses were all wiped out. Chulu held a sword. Blood does not stain his body, dust does not stain his clothes, and he is unrivaled. And his 10 avatars, long gone. At this moment, Chulu's face was icy and cold as frost. It was as if it was a cold and ruthless, killing teenage god king. It's stunning, against the light of its eyes. Then let Dan Dwanzi in spirit calculator instantly hit a shiver. Is this still the Chu brother they knew? At this time, Chulu gave them a feeling of rejecting people beyond the 1,000 li. Unattainable. Chu brother. Are you alright? The two gulped and opened their mouths. Chulu's eyes were glazed over. The cheeks that were originally as cold as frost instantly grinned. With a big smile, he looked very naive and harmless. Brother Dan, please take my 3 senior brothers and leave the secret realm first. Brother Spirit, let's go. Chulu put away his spirit sword and walked to the two people with a smile on his face and said, seeing this familiar appearance of Chulu, spirit calculator, two people greatly relieved. This is the Chu brother they both know. Earlier brother Chu, that look, simply too terrible. Yes, Dan Dwanzi didn't say anything, taking the 3 core disciples of the forbidden sect with him and leaving the secret realm, and the spirit calculator, making deductions on the spot. In the meantime, beyond the secret world, after Chulak reversed the entrance and exit formations, the large number of martial artists in the outside world who had yet to enter were now unable to enter the secret realm, and on top of a high mountain in the distance, the 15 saintly powerhouses of the Blood Demon Hall, as well as that mysterious person, were secretly paying attention to the secret realm. At this moment, the mysterious man's face was gloomy as he looked at the large number of martial artists that were jammed outside the entrance. What's going on? The mysterious hostage asked. The Blood Demon sage on the side didn't know what was going on, looking to an older man beside him. This saintly old man's face was unsightly, because the big formation in the secret realm was set up by him. Just a little while ago, he sensed that the teleportation array had been broken, and even the big formation at the entrance and exit has been reversed. Enlighten your highness, my lord. The blockade array at the entrance and exit has been reversed by someone, and the other party's tactics and their mastery. I can't secretly reverse it back. Among those who went in, I'm afraid there are formation masters. This saintly old man's expression was tense as he said, What a waste. The highest cultivation level of the martial artists who went in was only the ultimate creation realm. And you're still a saint. You're telling this seat that you, a saint on top of formations, can't defeat a mole cricket that's even lower than your cultivation level? The mysterious man spoke with killing intent and spoke coldly. Upon hearing this saintly old man could only lower his head breaking out in a cold sweat, and fell into silence. A moment later, this old man spoke again. My lord wants these people to enter the secret realm. The only way is to forcefully destroy the blockade array at the entrance of the secret realm. At those words, the mysterious man fell into silence. Ice-cold killing intent diffused from his body. Behind the dozen saints, all cannot help but feel a trace of tension for the saintly old man. Ahem, my lord, why don't we take a look at the situation first? If within the secret realm, there really is a formation master level figure present, I'm afraid that we, only through the backhand left in the depths of the secret realm, can enter the secret realm to find out what's going on. At this moment, the Blood Demon Sage stepped forward and arched his hand at the mysterious man at the head of the group. Mystic nodded slightly. They were well prepared for this plan. Nature leaves a backstop for the unexpected. Just when Mystery wanted to say something, only to see the entrance to the secret realm, a special fluctuation suddenly came from it. A group of martial artists, looking terrified, escaped from the secret realm. Seeing this scene, the mysterious man took a deep breath. The killing intent on his body was 1 point deeper. The crowd knew that their plan was going to be exposed. Give the control of the blood condensation formation laid down in the secret realm to this seat. This seat will go in personally. The mysterious man turned to the saintly old man from earlier and said in a cold voice. This saintly old man froze. Then, not daring to think too much, he immediately handed out a blood-colored jade slip and opened his mouth. If your excellency wants to open the grand formation in advance and slaughter everyone inside, just pinch and burst this jade slip. The great formation will start running on its own, stimulating that killing power. The mysterious man received the jade slip and barked at the 15 saints. Until this seat makes this body move, you and others will wait here and not make any rash moves. Yes, sir. The crowd arched their hands in obeisance. Buzz. The mysterious man took one step and his figure quietly disappeared into thin air. The Blood Demon Sage, on the other hand, gazed at the group of martial artists who had escaped from the secret realm. and wondering what the hell is going on in there. Who, exactly, spoiled their plans? At this moment, the entrance and exit of the secret realm was filled with a large number of martial artists from the upper and lower realms, as well as the elders of the top powers. This brother, what's going on in there? Why can't we enter the secret realm anymore? Yeah, hurry up and wait for me. Come on, what the hell is going on in there? This group of martial artists had just come out of the secret realm. The many martial artists blocking the entrance to the secret realm opened their mouths. The group of martial artists that came out of the secret realm immediately informed the crowd about everything that happened in the secret realm. After the crowd learned that within the secret territory, there was a group of powerful and mysterious people who had gone on a rampage to rob and kill the martial artists who had entered inside. No one takes a deep breath. A group of elders from the top forces also couldn't help but frown slightly. Also sensed something was wrong. The bottom of the heart cannot help but feel worried for their own family to enter the disciples inside. On the other hand, the 10 sage elders of the forbidden sect looked at each other, their faces gradually turning cold. Sure enough, there is a mastermind behind the scenes that is using this secret realm to make a move. The 10 great sage elders, however, were not worried. It was because they had learned that the demon god ancestor was within the secret realm. Whoever it is, whatever the other side's plot is, in the end, it's all just a basket case. Buzz. At that moment, a fluctuation once again came from the exit of the secret realm. The crowd looked down with their eyes. 4 figures were found coming out of the secret realm. The 4 people who came out of the secret realm were none other than Dan Duanzi and those 3 core disciples of the forbidden sect. Seeing these 4 people, the group of martial artists that had come out earlier each had hatred in their hearts. Right now, their family belongings could be in the bodies of those 3 core disciples. Gentlemen, that's them. The entrance and exit of the secret realm is what Chulu blocked, and then together with these few people, robbed us. All of you can't enter the secret realm now, thanks to the forbidden sect's Chulu. Yes, that's them. His grandmother, give me back my ring. Gentlemen, countless heaven and earth spirit medicines can grow in the secret realm. I think the forbidden sect's Chulu is trying to monopolize the heaven and earth spirit medicine inside. Yes, forbidden sect's Chulu. It's simply too detestable. This batch of upper and lower realm martial artists that came out had exposed Chulu's crimes on the spot. At those words, a large number of martial artists who had yet to enter the secret realm, especially some of the ascending peak realm, and even the ultimate creation realm martial artists, all of them were furious. See the faces of the people who came out. Dan Duanzi and the 3 core disciples were amused. This group, to get back at them, is trying to cause outrage. However, it was in the way of the forbidden sect's 10 saint elders being present. Even if these people have complaints in their hearts, they dare not speak out. Cut. What do you mean you're nagging? Does it have your names on it? Will the nagging ring oblige you if you call out? The 3 core disciples, pulling out a string of nacreous rings, deliberately infuriated the group of martial artists that came out. Then it flew directly towards the 10 saintly elders, and Dan Duanzi, also directly back to the side of their own clan elders, to which frankly the specifics of the secret realm and the 10 saint elders, through these 3 disciples, also learned the specifics of the secret realm. When the 10 elders learned, after Chulak reversed the formation and also robbed a wave of these people, each one can't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. This little fellow, worthy of being Eldarim Crow's personal disciple, simply a master who can't take a little loss. As for the blood demon sage who was secretly watching from afar, after hearing the words of the person who came out, his face was grim. At the same time the heart could not help but be shocked. The forbidden sect's Chulu actually had such attainments in the Tao of formations. Immediately thereafter, the blood demon sage secretly passed this message to the mysterious person. Ha! The forbidden sect is truly overbearing. Chulu alone has cut off everyone's chances. How arrogant! At this moment, a few saints from the Yi family stood out and sneered at the crowd. Indeed, fellow Daoist has a point. What this son did was indeed excessive. An elder from the Wang family also stood out and agreed. Both sides looked like they were making small talk, but the elders of the 2 forces, the voice is great, for fear that a crowd of martial artists cannot hear as if the elders of the 2 major forces use intention. Some other forces of the elders, it is not difficult to guess. Upon hearing this, the large number of martial artists who couldn't enter the secret realm also talked at this time. Motherfucker! You old things! You can die if you don't talk. Old thing! What a mouth! At those words, the 10 great sage elders of the forbidden sect were instantly furious. They don't spoil each other and they don't care about each other. Pointing at the elders of the Wang and Yi families on the spot, he opened his mouth on the spot. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Wang and Yi families were also scolded for their anger. Humph! Old devil! We are just being honest. What? You don't even allow us to talk and chat? The forbidden sect is truly a raccoon. Overbearing and vulgar. What fellow Taoist says is true. Old ghost of the forbidden sect. Instead of clamoring with us, why don't you think about how to give an explanation to all of you present? Cutting off someone's chance is like killing their parents. It can be vicious. The elders of the two major powers sneered and disliked back, with the elders of the two top forces stepping forward. Some of the martial artists on the scene who dared to speak up were bold at this moment, and chimed in. Yeah, the forbidden sect must give us an explanation. Not bad. Either let the Chulu inside, disarm the Great Formation, or the forbidden sect will compensate us for our losses. Fellow Taoist is right. That Chulu simply deserves to die. When we meet him in the future, we will definitely not spare him. The tirades on the scene instantly rose and fell, like the sound of a wave. Seeing this, several elders from the Wang and Yi families all revealed a winning smile. The 10 sage elders of the forbidden sect's faces were instantly gloomy. Boom! The 10 saints instantly released monstrous holy might. A terrifyingly thick sage's pressure instantly enveloped the heavens and earth. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed and killing intent rolled. The killing intent of the 10 saints caused the temperature of heaven and earth to plummet dramatically. Some people with low cultivation fell to their knees on the spot under this monstrous holy might. The originally noisy scene instantly became silent. Among them, several saint elders of the forbidden sect, riding on monstrous holy might and killing intent, stood out in one step, rolled up their sleeves, pulled out their holy weapons, and pointed at the saints of the Wang family and the Yi family, sticking their faces to open up big, and cursing angrily. Your grandma's leg. Just a few old geezers from your Yi and Wang families. Together. Come on. Fight. This day, this saint will let you know that we are not only overbearing and vulgar, but also full of martial virtues. If you don't dare to come up and fight, you are our grandchildren. Well said. Anyway, this is the lower realm. So if I slaughter a few of you, the strongest members of the Yi and Wang clans won't be able to intervene. Oh, yeah, it's still unknown whether you old guys can return to the upper realm alive or not. Facing the threats of several elders, the several elders of the Yi and Wang families all had ugly faces, but didn't dare to really go up and tough it out. Vulgar to the core. We're not going to talk to you and the others. The elders of the two major forces both waved their sleeve robes and snorted coldly. Directly, he no longer paid any attention to the 10 saint elders of the forbidden sect. Seeing this scene, the 10 elders of the forbidden sect directly raised their middle fingers in contempt, laughing and mocking. Ha, sure is a bunch of assholes. Bah, these old guys. Being the saint's grandson makes the saint feel ashamed. Ha, is right. Facing the mockery and abuse of the 10 saintly elders, a few sage elders from the two families directly closed their hearing, out of earshot. See these old guys wimp out. The few elders who stood out instantly turned their gazes to the crowd of martial artists. Several people stood tall, and a saintly Dharma image rose behind them all. A forbidden sect saint at the head of the group spoke coldly. Didn't you just say that you want my forbidden sect to give you an explanation? Whoever wants it, this saint will give it to him personally. Don't know any better. Looking at the sage Dharma phantoms rising behind the several saints, the upper and lower realm martial artists on the scene are all gulping wildly and sweating coldly. The group of people who had previously clamored were even lowering their heads, not daring to look their eyes over. Boom. What? Are they all dumb? This elder let out a furious cry. Its voice was like an ancient flood bell that shook heaven and earth, echoing in the ears of every martial artist. Countless people's eardrums tingled, as if they were going deaf the next moment. Just you. That brat. Just now. Didn't you scold my clan's own disciple Chulu for deserving to die? Didn't you say you couldn't spare him if you met him later? This elder suddenly pointed at the crowd, a middle-aged man with an ultimate creation realm cultivation, and questioned in a cold voice. This middle-aged man, seeing this saint of the forbidden sect, directly pointing to him, was so scared that his legs went soft and he directly knelt down, constantly kowtowing and trembling. Senior, spare your life. I deserve to die. Just now. I was just in a fit of anger. The late generation slipped up. Please forgive the late generation. Seeing the other party concede, this elder merely snorted coldly. It didn't make things difficult for the other side. After all, so many forces were watching. A saint bullying a small person with a big one was not good for the reputation of his own clan. This is the kind of thing that can only be retaliated against privately and quietly. With that, this elder swept his gaze to all the martial artists present and coldly said, if there is still anyone who is not convinced and still wants an explanation, this saint can give him an explanation on behalf of my forbidden sect. Who wants to come and die? This seed is happy to do so. As the words fell, this elder and the group of elders behind him all gathered their might. The holy might and killing intent that had enveloped the heavens and earth also suddenly ceased to exist. Everyone on the scene breathed a huge sigh of relief. The other top power elders who had no beef with the forbidden sect all looked up helplessly and smiled. These old guys from the forbidden sect are simply some old rascals. In the meantime, within the secret realm, Chulu, who was waiting for the spirit calculator to finish his deduction, suddenly received a prompt from the system. Ding! Elder Bone Cold's value plus 3,000. Elderly Tion's calf protection value plus 3,000. At this time, Chulu received another 30,000 calf protection values from the 10 Saint Elders. Although Chulu was not sure what had happened in the outside world, but he was, at the moment, gorgeous. Chulu intends to use the 100,000 calf protection value accumulated to break through to the peak realm cultivation. After that, there's likely to be a nasty fight. A little more strength. A little more certainty. Buzz. At that moment, Spirit Calculator slowly opened his eyes. Found it. Spirit Calculator waved his hand. Shining runes floated around them, forming a tedious seal knot. In the midst of the seal knot, a few dazzling points of light flickered. Each bit of light represents a person's orientation. Brother Chu, I've found your senior brothers and sisters. We're going to find them now? The Spirit Calculator got up and addressed Chulu. Chulu looked at the azimuthal light points in the seal knot in front of him, grinned, and waved his hand. Don't panic. Allow me to advance a bit first. The epiphany came out of nowhere. As the words fell, Chulu's divine thoughts moved and he entered the system. System, consume all the calf protection values and raise your cultivation level. Ding! As Chulu's words fell, the 100,000 calf protection values that Chulu had recently accumulated were instantly consumed. Boom! The moment the calf protection value clears, a powerful force instantly rose from Chulu's body, directly dazzling the spirit calculator. Only Chulu's aura was seen to be climbing. The peak of the Nirvana 1 realm, the 2 realms of Nirvana, the 3 realms of Nirvana, the 4 realms, peak Nirvana realm, ascend to the peak of a realm. A few short breaths, Chulu's cultivation level then broke through from the Nirvana realm to the Ascension realm directly. It directly crossed a large realm. Chulu took a deep breath and clenched his fists in awe. At the moment, he felt like he was filled with power. A simple punch by yourself can kill a cow. Oh no, it's several cows. At that moment, Chulu's divine thoughts entered the system once again. It was discovered that breaking through from the peak ascension realm to the ultimate creation realm actually required 200,000 calf protection values. It seems like he still has a long way to go in accumulating his calf protection value. Chulu collected his breath and slowly opened his eyes, seeing the spirit calculator in front of him. His mouth grew wide and stuttered as he stared at Chulu with wide eyes and a face full of shock. Chu brother, what kind of monster are you reincarnated? Just a few breaths of effort. You actually broke through 6 minor realms in a row in one breath. I'm afraid that the top-ranked Sita Kongming's breakthrough cultivation isn't even as terrifying as yours? Chulu blankly glanced at Spirit Calculator without any good humor. You're the monster reincarnated. It's not just breaking through a big realm. The bottleneck is here. It's natural to break through. Look at you. You haven't seen the world. Losing you is still the Tianji Pavilion's heavenly pride Lu. The corners of Spirit Calculator's mouth twitched up. He had seen celestial pride with continuous breakthroughs, but haven't really seen such a perverted heavenly pride like Chulu. Okay, go to my senior brothers and sisters now. I'll have to trouble you when the time comes to find 2 people for me. Chulu grinned, turned around and headed deeper into the secret realm. Spirit Calculator froze and hurriedly followed up with curiosity. Brother Chu, who else is there to find? Hey, you'll see when the time comes. Just as the 2 of them, Chulu and Spirit Calculator, were delving deeper into the secret realm to search for the forbidden sect's other 8 prodisciples. In the deepest part of the secret world, the deepest part of the secret realm was a barren land, and at the foot of a hidden barren mountain, there were 4 inconspicuous stone pillars that stood in 4 directions. Buzz. At that moment, the 4 not-so-high stone pillars suddenly shook with a slight vibration, then a faint white glow emanated, and the demon god elder ancestor who was hidden within the special space. At this time, he also seemed to have sensed something and violently opened his eyes, gazing at this secret world in front of him with a cold smile. Ha! Have you finally sat down? In its eyes, the 4 stone pillars that are glowing in the depths of the secret realm are mapped out. Beneath the 4 stone pillars radiating light, white formation patterns suddenly spread out. Immediately after that, a special teleportation formation was formed. With a slight tremor from the teleportation array, a figure quietly appeared. This figure was none other than the mysterious powerhouse covered in black robes. The mysterious man who had appeared suddenly froze, seemingly sensing something. The mysterious man only flipped his hand, and a summoning jade tablet appeared in his palm. As a special fluctuation emanated from the jade tablet, a cold killing intent instantly permeated the mysterious man's body. So it's the forbidden sex Chulu who spoiled the seat's good deed. Humph. I can't imagine that this little brute actually has such attainments on the formation path. No wonder the Yi clan, the Wine clan, and the Red Flame Valley want to snuff it out at all costs. It seems that this little beast, indeed, cannot be kept. At this point in the mystery man's life, his voice was no longer a mix of male and female. Instead, it was the voice of a middle-aged man who didn't sound too old. Just now, the blood demon old ancestor in the outside world sent a message to the mysterious man, informing him of the situation that he had obtained in the outside world. Ha! Plotting against so many beings in the upper and lower realms. You would have been a capital offense. Now you actually dare to try to put my family's little dropsy to death. You're even more guilty. Just as the mysterious man's words fell, a young voice suddenly came from above his head. The mysterious man was violently startled and subconsciously looked up. Who? Only to see that above his head, a spatial rift silently cracked open. Immediately afterward, a terrifying invisible force imprisoned him on the spot. An illusory giant palm poked out from the spatial crack and grabbed it. At this moment, the mysterious man's heart rose up in monstrous waves. The exposed eyes are filled with endless fear. The next moment, the mysterious man was just like this by the huge palm of nothingness, grasping into the space cracks. It didn't cause any movement, and no one saw or knew about the scene. As the spatial rift healed, the mysterious man was caught in a special space by that sudden huge palm. After entering this special space, a young figure caused the mystic's pupils to shrink. The face hidden under the black robe revealed a look of incredulous horror. You are the Forbidden Sect's demon god emperor. How did you get here? The mystic exclaimed in a horrified, disembodied voice. At this moment, the demon god old ancestor was not pretending to be aging and stepping into the 5 failures of celestials. At this moment, the demon god old ancestor, as young as a teenager in his early 20s, gave the mysterious man a huge impact. Ha! So it's you, Ji Yuan, how dare you? The demon god ancestor coldly smiled with a look. The black robe draped over the mysterious man shattered in an instant, revealing a face full of horror. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was one of the old ancestors of the desolate ancient Ji clan, Ji Yuan. The outside world called it the Heavenly Source Emperor. At this moment, the Heavenly Origin Emperor was unable to react from his shock for a long time. He really couldn't figure it out. As a great emperor powerhouse, why was the demon god elder ancestor able to enter the lower realms in his own right? And the lower realms can still withstand his power without collapsing. Even more so, he couldn't figure out why the demon god emperor and the burial jade and the others, who were originally strong in the same era, why does he still look as young as he did back then? And the Heavenly Origin Emperor could sense it. The devil god old ancestor in front of me, the vitality in the body is unusually vigorous, and is not pretending to look like this. Suddenly, the Tianyuan Emperor seemed to think of some kind of terrible thing, and the whole person became even more terrified. All the forces in the upper realm had been tricked by the Forbidden Sect. A thought flashed and the Heavenly Origin Emperor sweated. The forces of the entire 3,000 worlds have been treated like monkeys by the Forbidden Sect. But what made the Heavenly Origin Emperor feel puzzled was this. The devil god old man in front of me. Why would he appear here? Even more puzzling, the demon god ancestor's true self descended to the lower realms. How the lower world can withstand his power without collapsing. The demon god old ancestor seemed to have read the mind of the Heavenly Origin Emperor and said with a cold smile, "Are you wondering why the lower realms didn't collapse when this emperor's own body descended? Why?" The Heavenly Origin Emperor was also extremely curious and couldn't help but pick up the conversation and ask. The demon god old ancestor carried his hands behind his back and coldly said, "It's simple, because the entire lower realm, as well as the upper realm, was created by my Forbidden Sect. I, the Forbidden Sect, am the creator. Why would the lower realm crumble when we descend?" At those words, the Heavenly Origin Emperor's pupils condensed, deeply sucked a mouthful of cold air. Hard to believe what the demon god old ancestor just said. What did you say? This world is created by you. Wouldn't that be for us? The Heavenly Origin Emperor associated with something that was hard to believe, and an unprecedented fear rose in his heart. Ha, that's right. Whether it's you, the Ji clan, or the other 3 great desolate ancient families, the 4 great emperor clans, and the other top forces, they are all nothing more than ants that we have captive in this world. To be honest, it is also truly pitiful that an existence like yours has never seen the real world in its entire life. The demon god old ancestor approached the Heaven's Origin Great Emperor's detachment in front of him and faintly explained. Hearing such appalling words from the demon god old ancestor, the Heavenly Origin Emperor's gaze froze down at the moment. It is difficult to accept what the demon god ancestor just said. According to this, they have been, see the Forbidden Sect revealed strength, are only a small corner of its iceberg. So, then this body, the Heavenly Origin Emperor trembled and trembled. Ha! This corpse, the corpse of a void beast, was used as nothing more than a way to stabilize and expand the boundaries of the lower realm after it was beheaded by my forbidden sex old ancestor. But we didn't expect that you would actually find this corpse of the void beast, and that you would want to utilize this inner world to plot against the living beings of the upper and lower realms in an attempt to restore the flesh and blood of the void beast to life. This, too, is the purpose of this seat coming down here, the demon god old ancestor coldly explained. Hearing the demon god ancestor's explanation, as well as revealing many unknown and terrifying secrets to him, Heavenly Origin Great Emperor knows his own this bilocation can't live, but in this confined special space. He can't share the amazing secrets he's been given through his bilocation with the present, unless the doppelganger falls and the soul of the main body suffers a backlash. It was only then that this honored one would learn that this bilocation of his had been killed and fallen. From there, they are vigilant and hunker down. But now, he is imprisoned by a supreme force, and he can't even cut himself off. Now that he was exposed, he had learned the terrifying secrets of the Forbidden Sect. Those old guys from the Forbidden Sect will never let go of their own principle. Ha! Today the word of this seed is dense. Alright, you doppelganger, time to hit the road. Just as the Heavenly Origin Emperor was still thinking about how to convey the danger signals to the honored one, the demon god old ancestor looked at the Heavenly Origin Emperor's doppelganger and smiled coldly. A look followed. Boom! Pust! This Saint Realm cultivation doppelganger of the Heavenly Origin Emperor exploded on the spot. Even the half of its split imperial soul was annihilated along with it by a terrifying force. The demon god ancestor's face remained unchanged as a jade tablet appeared in his palm. Immediately after that, he flexed his finger and gently pointed it at the jade plate. The jade plate emitted a faint special fluctuation. After doing this, the demon god old ancestor continued to sit down cross-legged, focusing on Chulu's movements with interest. In the meantime, 3,000 worlds above the void of the cave state, the old ancestors of many top powers, hidden within, quietly waited for their own heavenly pride to return from the lower realms. And within the void of space, a middle-aged man, with his eyes closed, meditated and hovered in this space. This person was none other than one of the G-clan's old ancestors, the Heavenly Origin Emperor himself. Suddenly, the Heavenly Origin Emperor snapped his eyes open. A look of horror appeared on his face, and his face changed drastically, gradually turning white. Put! The Heavenly Origin old ancestor suffered a backlash and suddenly a mouthful of blood spurted out. This emperor's bilocation has fallen. Strange. This emperor's doppelganger is at the peak of the sage realm, and with half of the emperor's soul, it should be unbeatable in battle. Even if the saints of the upper realm go down, none of them will be a match for this bilocation of this emperor before. What on earth is happening in the lower world? The Heavenly Origin Emperor got up, his face unsightly as he grimly muttered to himself. Somehow, a strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in the heart of the Heavenly Origin Emperor. The Tian Yuan Emperor's face was grave. He planned to return to the clan now and ask the other old ancestors to come and wait. Then the Heavenly Origin Emperor got up violently and disappeared far away toward the depths of space. He had just secretly left the realm where the cave heavenly state was located. Suddenly, the space near where he was formed a confined space, blocked off by a very terrifying breathless force. The Heavenly Origin Emperor was shocked and filled with horror, because under his senses, this power even he, a fifth realm great emperor, could not break with his full strength. Moreover, this power has far exceeded all the range of the great emperor realm powerhouses. This power, dare I ask which senior? Please show yourself. The Heavenly Origin Emperor suppressed the fear in his heart, arched his hand to the surrounding void of space, and bowed his hand. Ha, Tian Yuan, how dare you, to actually plot the lives of so many living beings in the upper and lower realms for one's own selfishness. Just as the Heavenly Origin Emperor's words had just fallen, an icy voice resounded through this blocked-up space. At those words, the Tian Yuan Emperor's face changed drastically. Buzz! Only a special invisible fluctuation came from in front of the Heavenly Origin Emperor. Immediately afterward, an old face appeared in the eyes of the Tian Yuan Emperor. It's you! I don't know what the Annihilation Thunder Taoist friend. Come! Seeing the annihilating thunder old ancestor who had appeared, the Heavenly Origin Emperor was slightly stunned, and was just about to arch his hand and play dumb. The Heavenly Origin Emperor's pupils plummeted, and the rest of his words were directly unspeakable. This was because he realized that the Annihilation Thunder Emperor at this moment was covered in a deadly aura that had swept away. Moreover, he realized that at this moment, he actually couldn't see through the cultivation level of the Annihilation Thunder Emperor in front of him. Obviously, the Annihilation Thunder Emperor was right in front of him, but one's own divine sense perceives that there is no one in front of one's eyes. As if the Annihilation Thunder Emperor in front of me does not exist generally. Ha, Tian Yuan, die. The annihilating thunder old ancestor didn't say much as he sneered. The large hand gently pressed against the heavenly origin emperor. The heavenly origin emperor seemed to have sensed this and looked up sharply, his face full of fear, only to see a huge palm of thunder containing the power of extermination. I do not know when appeared above his head, quickly suppressing down on him. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard. After a long time, the thunder giant palm disappeared. Along with them, there was also the heavenly origin emperor who disappeared into thin air. Old ancestor annihilating thunder smiled faintly and turned around to see the 3,000 great worlds, with visions deriving in signs of heaven and earth greeting together. So once again, a big hand. The heaven and earth anomalies that had not yet formed disappeared in an instant. No one in the entire 3,000 worlds knew that just now. Another great emperor had fallen. Old man annihilating thunder smiled faintly. Just now they received a transmission from the demon god ancestor. It was learned that the mastermind of this plot was the Tian Yuan emperor of the Ji clan. Learning that the mastermind had shown his head, he came straight over to the other side for seconds. With that, the annihilating thunder old ancestor took one step and his body disappeared into thin air. No one in the upper or lower world knows. The great crisis in the secret realm this time has been secretly disintegrated by the forbidden sect, saving the lives of countless martial artists. In the meantime, the secret world. Chulu followed the spirit calculator's deduction and arrived under a mountain range in the secret realm. Only smoke rolled ahead, and a powerful aura lingered between heaven and earth. Apparently, not far ahead, a fierce battle had previously occurred. Chulu and spirit calculator arrived at the scene. Dozens of corpses were seen, falling to the ground, lifeless. These collapsed corpses were none other than the blood demon hall's powerhouses. And not far away, a familiar figure was holding a spirit sword. On top of the spirit sword, sticky blood dripped down. This person was none other than Chulu's senior brother, Yan Xiaofang. Obviously, these dozens of blood demon hall powerhouses were all killed by Yan Xiaofang. In addition to Yan Xiaofang, Chulu also saw two acquaintances. One is Zhang Yun. The other one was Zhang Loli, the spirit calculator on the side. Seeing these dozens of people lying miserably dead on the ground, was also in awe, worthy of being the second-ranked demon on the Heaven's Pride list. As fierce as Brother Chu, Senior Brother Yan, Brother Jiang. Chulu brought the spirit calculator and rushed forward. Senior Chu. Seeing Chulu, Yan Xiaofang was also overjoyed. Looking up and down at Chulu, seeing that he was not injured, he was relieved. Ha ha ha, Brother Chu, Brother Spirit, meeting you guys was just great. Zhang Yun also laughed loudly and came up. Seeing Zhang Yun, then seeing the somewhat shy Jiang Luoli, and then looking at his own Yan Senior Brother 3. Chulu's face was odd for a while, and when Jiang Luoli saw Chulu, her mind couldn't help but recall that night, when she and Yan Xiaofang kissed. She was surrounded by a crowd of Chulu. Can't help but blush a little. Ha ha ha, Brother Chu, let me tell you, you're a step too late. You are not seeing how powerful my cousin's husband was just now. Dozens of Nirvana realm powerhouses, among them a powerhouse with the cultivation of the second realm of ascension, were killed by him with a click. Ah ha 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 ha, not bad for someone my cousin has her eye on. That's awesome. Zhang Yin turned to Chulu, and was all about fiercely praising Yan Xiaofang, who was standing beside him. This caused Yan Xiaofang to become a little embarrassed. The corners of Chulu's mouth twitched madly. The speed at which things were developing was a bit beyond Chulu's expectations. It seems that Brother Jiang, too, has been conquered by the might of his own senior brother Yan. So, very good. Even the cousin's husband called out. Cousin, what nonsense. Behind her, Jiang Luoli only stomped her jade feet and sheepishly opened her mouth. Ha ha ha, what nonsense. I don't care anyway. I'll settle for my cousin's husband. That what Situ Kongming meets my cousin's husband. I'm afraid he'll have to rest too. With the two of you together, along with my relationship with Brother Chu, we're practically kissing. Cousin husband, cheer up and work hard to try to marry my family Luoli. Zhang Yun laughed out loud and patted Yan Xiaofeng's shoulder in encouragement. Chu Lu rolled her eyes and hurriedly explained. Brother Jiang, I'm just friends with you, but there's no special relationship. Don't talk nonsense again. I'm afraid people will get the wrong idea. Zhang Yun froze and smiled. Don't worry cousin, I will definitely marry Luoli. With Zhang Yun's approval and support, Yan Xiaofang was full of motivation. On the side of the ginger Luoli, although shyly lowered her head, but can see that she is now very happy. Senior brother Yan, let's hurry up and find the other senior brothers. The secret realm is filled with these hijacking mysterious powerhouses. I'm afraid something will happen to the other senior brothers. Chulu spoke at this time. Yes, there's no time to lose. Let's leave now. Yan Xiaofang nodded. Chulu glanced at Zhang Yun and spoke. By the way, Brother Jiang, should we look for your Zhang family's disciples as well? Brother Spirit can deduce their location. I also relied on Brother Spirit's deduction technique to find you guys. Other than that, Brother Spirit's deduction technique is very reliable drop. Being praised so much by Chulu, Spirit Calculator also became a little embarrassed. At those words, Jiang Yun waved his hand. His face changed, and he snorted coldly. Don't bother with those people. That's all a bunch of selfish people. In the whole clan, it's with my cousin that I'm closest. The others, I don't think of them as clansmen, deserve to die. By the way, cousin-in-law, Brother Chu, and Brother Spirit, if the other heavenly pride of my family provokes you in the future, you guys just let go and fuck them and be done with it. Have no regard for my feelings or those of my cousin. One of those self-serving guys is dead. At those words, Chulu could take Jiang Yun's words and put them in his heart. Then in the future, if any of the Jiang clan's heavenly pride messes with him, he would have no worries. Brother Jiang, I can't imagine that your Jiang family, amongst your own kind, is actually so at odds with each other. But I'll remember what you just said. I think that the Jiang family will definitely be better off with you being the family head of the Jiang family in the future. Chu Lok let out a snicker. Ha ha ha, I also think. Bah, Brother Jiang, you're really shameless. People's Brother Chu just complimented you. You still took it seriously. Not, Brother Spirit, I have really thought about it. If I were to advance to a great emperor powerhouse in the future, I would definitely try to find ways and means, even if it going against my ancestors' decision. I will also become the head of the family. Awesome. Chulu several people while chatting, back gradually far away. Under the deduction of the Spirit Calculator, Chulu several people successively found Fengwei, Lin Battle, Wang Hao, Chen Sheng, and the 5 major pro-disciples of Zhou Yuan, as well as several core disciples. In the end, there was still Qin Susu alone, as well as 5 core disciples who hadn't met together. Brother Chu, found it. This senior sister of yours is with the rest of the senior brothers. They're in this direction. Spirit Calculator pointed in a direction and spoke. Hey, good. After we find senior sister Qin, we'll have to deal with those 2 guys. A few pro-disciples, grinning, eyes flashing with a cold aura. The leader, Yan Xiaofeng, nodded his head slightly and led the crowd to speed towards this direction. Somewhere among the mountains in the secret realm, on the ground lay the corpses of a dozen or so blood demon hall powerhouses. A dozen or so core disciples of the forbidden sect were cleaning up the battlefield. Everyone fumbled with the bodies of the blood demon temple, and on a boulder, a silhouette was standing here. The beautiful eyes looked at the group of core disciples who were groping over the corpses and smiled sweetly. This silhouette was naturally the forbidden sect's personal disciple, Qin Susu. Search them all carefully. Qin Susu smiled and instructed the crowd. Yes, senior sister. A group of core disciples, grinning widely, responded with a promise. After entering the secret realm, the group of core disciples, following their senior sister Qin, were full of rewards. Not only did he scavenge a large number of spiritual medicines in the secret realm, and summon scrupulous martial artists, when they tried to rob them, but they were directly robbed by their senior sister Qin. In reverse, the current dozen or so core disciples could be considered rich. Just a little while ago, they are resting in place. Suddenly, a group of mysterious martial artists jumped out and tried to rob and kill them without saying a word. Qin Susu was strong enough to kill everyone with just one person's strength. Bah! Senior sister Qin, these are all poor people with nothing. A group of core disciples, after carefully feeling around on the corpses of this group of blood demon hall powerhouses, found on the other side, not even a nano ring. The crowd couldn't help but spit out a. Qin Susu, who was standing on the stone, had a flash of color in her beautiful eyes. She had long heard about this mysterious group of powerful people who had been massacring the martial artists who came in the secret realm. She had a group of core disciples search her. It's all about figuring out what this mysterious group of martial artists is all about. Now it seemed obvious that the other side had come prepared. In order not to expose their identity, they actually don't even bring their nano ring. Forget it, take a break, then we'll go look for senior brother Chu and the others. Qin Susu waved her hand and enlightened her teeth. Yes, the dozen or so core disciples present had rested in place, organizing what I've learned during this time. Qin Susu, on the other hand, looked into the distance with her beautiful eyes, a flash of worry in her eyes. Chulu was in the lowest cultivation level among their 9 provocations. The secret realm is so chaotic and dangerous these days. She was afraid that Chulu might be in danger. No, we have to find Senior Chu as soon as possible. A thought flashed by, and Qin Susu made up her mind. Just as Qin Susu was thinking, suddenly, she sensed the dense forest between ahead. There were a dozen or so unfamiliar auras that were rapidly coming toward them. So the jade hand waved. The dozen or so core disciples who were just about to take a break immediately understood in seconds. All of them pulled out their weapons and were on guard, their eyes looking ahead to the dense forest. Could it be this mysterious group of powerful people coming again? Whoosh! Under the gaze of the crowd, a dozen figures, flying out of the dense forest, landed in front of them. It was a group of well-dressed, young, handsome teenagers. Everyone's body revealed a powerful aura. Seeing this present dozen of teenagers, the group of core disciples present looked at Chinsusu, who was at the head of the group. Chinsusu raised her eyebrows, a flash of surprise flashing across the bottom of her eyes. His eyes fell on a teenager at the head of the group, and he said with a faint smile, "So it's you, Ginger Summer." The group of people that appeared at Chinsusu was a group of celestial pride from the desolate ancient Jiang clan, and this young man with a handsome face and a smile at the head of the group was named Jiang Xia, ranked 35th on the Heavens Remarks list. Dengfeng First Realm Cultivation. Ha! I didn't expect to meet Fairy Qin here. What a connection. Jiang Xia smiled bashfully and gracefully, looking at Chinsusu's beautiful face. A flash of obscenity flashed under his eyes, especially its gaze, which landed on Chinsusu's pair of perky peaks. Ginger Summer unconsciously gulped. Earlier when they were searching not far away, noticing the commotion of a fight coming from this side, he rushed over to take a look. I didn't expect to meet someone from the forbidden sect. Jiang Xia's obscene gaze that was hidden deep in his eyes naturally could not escape Chinsusu's eyes. This kind of person is a typical clothes horse. She's seen a lot. Chinsusu smiled sweetly, but in her heart, she laughed at the Jiang Xia in front of her, disgusted to the extreme. So it's Mr. Jiang. After not seeing you for so long, Mr. Jiang's cultivation has refined quite a bit, having ascended to the third realm of the peak. I'm sure that Duke Jiang's ranking will rise quite a bit again in this Heavens Remarks conference. At those words, Jiang Xia froze slightly, his heart greatly shocked. He had hidden his cultivation extremely well, but he didn't expect to be seen through by Chinsusu. However, the corners of Jiang Xia's mouth rose slightly. It's only fun to conquer a heavenly girl like Chinsusu. As for the dozen or so core disciples beside Chinsusu, all of them were human beings. Naturally can see that Jiang Xia, a clothed beast, has that idea of his own senior sister, but his own sister hadn't even spoken. It's not good for them to start cursing on the spot. Fairy Qin, the secret realm is very dangerous, and these mysterious powerhouses, I have also encountered a group of them. These people come up here and rob and kill without being told. Vicious to the core. Why don't you join me in exploring the secret realm, and help each other out? Jiang Xia glanced at the corpse of the Blood Demon Hall powerhouse lying on the ground, stepped forward, and smiled faintly at Chinsusu. The dozen or so Jiang clan disciples behind him all had the corners of their mouths slightly raised. Clan brother Jiang Xia. This is his intention to chase after Chinsusu. However, the Ginger Summer clan brother is just playing around at best. At those words, the dozen or so core disciples beside Chinsusu were all furious. Just when he wanted to stand up and refuse for Chinsusu, the corners of Chinsusu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sweet smile. This smile alone stunned Jiang Xia and the crowd of Jiang clan disciples. Ginger Summer swore mentally. He must have Chinsusu. Even if you can't get her heart, you have to get her person. The dozen or so core disciples of the forbidden sect, on the other hand, reacted differently. A group of core disciples who were familiar with Chinsusu, seeing this sweet smile of Chinsusu, all without a cold shiver. They Qin's senior sister, intent to play dead Jiang Xia, originally wanted to live to open scolding a dozen taboo sect disciples. Hard to want to say the dirty words swallowed. All of them did not say a word. Yeah, however, Mr. Jiang, earlier, my daughter had some exertion to deal with this group of people, so I plan to rest in place for a few hours before continuing to explore the secret realm. If Mr. Jiang is in a hurry, he can leave first. Chinsusu spoke gently and sweetly. Ha, there's no harm in a fairy. It just so happens that we also plan to take a break. By the way, fairy, this is the restoration pill, a heavenly recovery pill. Jiang Xia handed over a jade bottle and smiled. Then thank you, Mr. Jiang. Sir Jiang, just now when fighting with these mysterious strongmen, my little daughter was accidentally sneak attacked with a palm, and there is bruised blood in her body that has not been forced out. I wonder if Mr. Kong can. Chinsusu took the elixir in Jiang Xia's hand and accepted it. Then his face suddenly paled a little, and he was a little embarrassed at Jiang Xia. I don't know if Chinsusu was unintentional or intentional, deliberately revealing a flowery white patch on her chest. There was indeed a shallow palm print where his chest was, when Chinsusu fought with this group of Blood Demon Hall powerhouses before. Indeed, he was inadvertently attacked by a Nirvana Realm powerhouse from the other side, secretly, but this slap, to her pressure did not cause any substantial damage. At those words, Jiang Xia was overjoyed in his heart. Without thinking, he immediately agreed. Fairy Qin doesn't have to worry. I will definitely do my best to help Fairy Qin. Well, then thank you, Mr. Jiang. Chinsusu nodded slightly. A slight blush suddenly surfaced on her absolutely beautiful face, and she shyly chanted softly as she continued. That, Jiang Gongzi, this place is inconvenient. You come with me. After saying that, Qin Susu turned around and headed towards the dense forest behind her. Before leaving, Qin Susu's face changed as she instructed a group of core disciples. Eunuch Jiang assisted me in healing my wounds. You guys should rest here first. As the words fell, Qin Susu turned to the group of disciples and secretly gave them a wink. The dozen or so forbidden sect disciples, who instantly understood in seconds, all arched their hands and said, "Yes, senior sister." Looking at Qin Susu's back as she walked towards the grove, Jiang Xia's heart became more and more restless, and he couldn't stop getting excited. Then he turned his head and said with a cold face to the dozen or so disciples of his own Jiang clan, "You also rest here. No one is allowed to disturb me from healing Fairy Qin's wounds." "Yes, clan brother." A dozen or so Jiang family disciples, all with smiles on their faces. "A look like I get it." Then Jiang Xia stepped away and hurriedly followed Qin Susu into the grove. Hey, fellow Taoists of the Jiang clan, let's go farther away. Don't disturb Mr. Jiang from healing our senior sister Qin's injuries. Come on, I've got some good wine. Let's get away and drink. A core disciple of the Taichou Sixth Realm stood out and said to the crowd of Jiang clan disciples, Ha, this brother is right. Don't disturb Fairy Qin's healing. Let's go, everyone." A Jiang clan disciple at the head of the group immediately agreed with a big smile. And this core disciple of the forbidden sect, oh look, behind them, a group of disciples came forward and began to familiarize themselves with these dozen or so family disciples of the Jiang clan. With that, the crowd hooked up and moved away from the place. It's just that no one noticed. A dozen or so forbidden sect disciples in their sleeve robes, either hide a short stick or a brick. Ha, gentlemen of the forbidden sect, this is where it's at. The environment here is fine. It's quiet all around, and it won't disturb clan brother and Fairy Qin. Yes, everyone fill up. The group from the forbidden sect poured wine for the disciples of the Jiang clan. Here, cheers. The dozen or so disciples of the Jiang clan raised their glasses to the forbidden sect disciples around them. The disciples of the forbidden sect were all enthusiastic. Here, dry up. Just as the dozen or so Jiang clan disciples tilted their heads and drank the spirit wine in their hands. The dozen or so forbidden sect disciples immediately revealed the short sticks and bricks hidden in their sleeve robes, knocking these dozen or so disciples of the Jiang clan on the spot. You guys, the last disciple of the Jiang clan, in the moment when his eyes rolled over and he was about to faint, seeing a group of forbidden sect disciples, revealing a cheap smile, then fell back to sleep and passed out. Ahem bah, just that Jiang Xia thing, how dare he have crooked thoughts about our senior sister Qin. Masters, open up, be quick, don't make our senior sister wait. The core disciple of the Taichou Sixth Realm just now, looking at the dozen or so Jiang family disciples who had fallen to the ground and passed out, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of stale old phlegm and grinned. Yes, the surrounding group of core disciples immediately crouched down and began to search the group of Jiang family disciples. Soon after, each of the dozen or so Jiang clan disciples had just one pair of pants left, sleeping on all fours. After searching these dozen or so disciples of the Jiang family, the group of disciples from the forbidden sect immediately returned to where they were previously. The crowd had just returned when they saw Qin Susu sitting on a rock, crossing her legs and playing with a nascent ring in her hand. Obviously, this nano ring is Jiang Xia's. A group of core disciples, all stretched up their heads and looked curiously toward the grove. It's just blocked by trees, so you can't see anything. All got it? Qin Susu smiled sweetly and inquired. The crowd of disciples all nodded their heads in succession like chickens pecking at rice. Just get it. Let's go and find Senior Chu. Qin Susu smiled, put away the nascent ring in her hand and leapt up. The crowd immediately followed closely. It was just that Qin Susu, with the crowd, had just left this place not far away. A powerful fluctuation of breath immediately came from the distance. Qin Susu froze and paused. Sensing a familiar scent, he immediately smiled happily. Only Chu Lok's group appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Senior Chu, Senior Sister Qin. Chu Lu saw Qin Susu and a dozen core disciples, also unharmed, and his heart was completely relieved. And when Qin Susu saw the people who had come, not only were there Chu Lok and a few other major pro-transmitters, and there was also Jiang Luoli and Jiang Yun, who looked faintly puzzled. The dozen or so core disciples behind him, their faces also turned a little unnatural, slightly embarrassing. Elder sister, what's wrong? Is something wrong? Chu Lu detected Qin Susu, and a group of senior brothers' faces, somewhat unnatural. His heart could not help but wonder. Concerned, Qin Susu smiled sweetly and waved her hand. Nothing, Right. Senior Brother Yen, since all of us are here, it's about time to avenge Senior Brother Chu's death. At those words, the spirit calculator, Jiang Yun, and Jiang Luoli among them, could not help but be a little puzzled. Revenge? Revenge for what? Is Chu Lok in trouble again? Aha! Let's find those two first. Spirit calculator, trouble. Yan Xiaofeng nodded slightly and looked towards Spirit Calculator to arch his hand. Spirit Calculator froze and inquired curiously. Brother Chu, Brother Yen, you've all found everyone. Who else do you want me to find? Chu Lu grinned and patted Spirit Calculator's shoulder. Hey, Brother Spirit, of course I'm looking for Yi Ming and Wang Zhan. I still haven't avenged the Yi family's previous sending of people to surround me in the magical Beast Mountain range. Now is the right time. We intend to take out the two top celestial pride of the Yi and Wang families. Let them taste, too, what it's like to be surrounded. Finish off these two goods, and at the Heavens Pride Conference, Brother Jiang and Brother Spirit will have one less opponent, won't they? Upon hearing this, Spirit Calculator and Jiang Yun were both shocked. Shit, Brother Chu, if you didn't say so earlier, you're not treating me as a friend. Count me in. I'll take the place of these two. Brother Chu, count me in too. Spirit Calculator and Jiang Yun, one after another, took a stand. Chulu arched his hand at the two as a sign of gratitude. With that, the crowd left the place and found a quiet place. It's just that the crowd didn't notice. Not far from where they had left, a dozen or so Jiang clan disciples fell to the ground unconscious in their pants. And in a grove of trees, Ginger Summer, who was also left with only a pair of pants, was hanging from a tree tied up, with his sock in his mouth and in a coma. Somewhere in a quiet grove, Chulu's group was converging their gazes on Spirit Calculator, who was sitting on the ground. At this moment, a field of star positions floated around the Spirit Calculator. Dots of starlight, constantly shifting positions. Each bit of starlight within it represented a martial artist who had entered within the secret world. Spirit Calculator closed his eyes tightly, and the seal knots in his hands kept changing. A moment later, Spirit Calculator suddenly opened his eyes. Found it. With that, he pointed at two of the countless stars in front of him and flexed his fingers. These 2 points of light, which were originally flickering with white light, immediately shone even brighter. Brother Chu, Yi Ming and Wang Zhan, are both in a certain mountain range near the depths of the secret realm. The two were not together, but they were in extremely close proximity. Spirit Calculator pointed at the 2 points of light and spoke. At those words, Chu Lu nodded slightly, her brows furrowing slightly. If one of them is surrounded first, the other will sense the battle fluctuations. Ha, Senior Brother Chu, we can go and lure the duo, and you'll be responsible for setting up the grand formation in advance. Once these two fall into the big formation, they will be our turtles in a jar. Qin Susu seemed to have seen Chu Lu's concern and suggested, He. Senior Sister Qin's plan is good, so very good, but these two are both top-tier heavenly prides, and to lure them, it would be none other than Senior Sister Qin and Senior Brother Yen. Several other pro-transmitters, too, spoke up. Ha, don't worry, leave this matter to Senior Sister Qin and I. Yan Xiaofeng nodded and smiled, watching a few of the major pro-transmissions unite in such harmony. Jiang Yun and Spirit Calculator on the side, also deeply envious. Yes, then let's split up. Chu Lok nodded and grinned, very much looking forward to it. Yi family, Wang family, this one will also give you guys a physical pain. With that, Chu Lok's group flew rapidly toward the depths of the secret realm quickly. After arriving in the depths of the secret realm, Chu Lok then found a suitable place. Qin Susu and Yan Xiaofeng, on the other hand, left toward the two directions given by the Spirit Calculator. Forbidden Jedi, tenfold incarnation. Chu Lu clenched his hands together and let out a low chant. 10 incarnations came out of him. Seeing this scene, the remaining several major pro-transmission, as well as the crowd of core disciples present, were shocked, because a few of the major pro-transmissions are just now realizing it. Their senior brother Chu, his cultivation had actually broken through to the Dengfeng First Realm. When was that? How do they not know? But what shocked them even more was the forbidden mastery that Chu Lu was currently performing. This is also our clan's forbidden mastery? I remember that there are no such heaven-defying moves in the 1,000 Forbidden Jedi schools? Yes, these 10 avatars of Senior Chus are actually at the same cultivation level as this one. It's horrible. If we learn this move, wouldn't it be, to shade people in the future? The several great pro-transmitters stared dumbfounded at Chu Lu, as well as the 10 avatars that had been separated, all of them drawing in a deep breath of cool air. The tenfold incarnation was a mastery amongst the 1,000 sects in the Forbidden Sect. A few pro-transmissions naturally don't know, but I don't know what these are going to be, because they are, now, eyeballing it. When this matter is over, We must let Chu Lok teach them whatever we say. At this moment, Chu Lu did not notice that he had already been targeted by a few of the pro-transmitters. Right now, he was concentrating on manipulating the 10 avatars and making different formation seals. Chu Lu's original self waved his hand, and a large amount of spirit stones flew out from his inner ring. Buzz. Together with the present, 11 emperor formations are gradually taking shape. It's just the moment the big formation takes shape, all the spirit stones that Chu Lu took out were instantly reduced to pieces. Chu Lu's face, also some white. The spiritual energy required to set up 11 complete emperor formations at the same time was too huge. He doesn't have enough spirit stones. Quick, everyone take out all the spirit stones. Bai Yun was the first to realize this and hurriedly reminded the crowd present. Then, without being stingy, he took out all of his spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the several major pro-transmitters and the dozen or so core disciples present also did not hesitate in the slightest. Decisively, he took out all the spirit stones he had accumulated to help Chu Lu. On top of that, Jiang Yun, Jiang Luoli, and the spirit calculator also poured in their help. Soon, countless spirit stones filled the sky, lingering around the 11 gradually forming emperor formations. Seeing this, Chu Lu's heart was filled with warmth. With that, the honored one made a seal with both hands and let out a low chant. Deed, buzz, but, the 11 slaying emperor formations gently shuddered. Spirit stones flying all over the sky, instantly turned into pieces and blown away by the wind. Immediately afterward, 11 killing emperor formations that emanated terrifying might instantly took shape. Chu Lu leaped up and pointed his fingers at the 11 killing emperor formations. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, 11 killing emperor formations, hidden everywhere, disappeared. A few of the major pro-transmitters immediately surged out their divine thoughts to investigate. It was only after realizing that even they, too, could not detect the existence of the emperor formation that they were relieved. I go to, Brother Chu, you didn't tell me that you still know this hand of arranging formations. Yes, Brother Chu, you're not being righteous, hiding it from me for so long. Dispersing his incarnation and collecting his breath, Chu Lu landed. Spirit Calculator and Jiang Yun stepped forward and opened their mouths in a good-natured manner. Chu Lu grinned and patted the shoulders of the two, snickering. It's just a formation. It's so simple. Feel free to learn. You guys can do it too. Have faith in yourself. It's gold that always shines. Too old iron. Jiang Yun, Spirit Calculator. Brother Chu, you said this to me before. When I went back then, I thought it over and I realized that iron lumps never turn to gold. Spirit Calculator said quietly. Ha ha ha, just so you know. Chu Lu was instantly amused by the Spirit Calculator's words. Not only Chu Lu, even the others laughed out loud. The scene was full of joy, with none of the oppressive gravity that precedes a great war. Now we're just waiting for Yi Ming and Wang Zhan to enter the jar. I wonder what happened to senior brother Yen and senior sister Qin. Chu Lu looked up into the distance and opened his mouth. Hey, don't worry, senior brother. Our senior brother Yen and senior sister Qin have their own solutions. We, now, hasten to ambush. Wang Hao grinned, his face filled with anticipation. He could not, now, wait to see. Yi Ming and Wang Zhan, the two of them, looked desperate. Chu Lok nodded. Immediately, the crowd immediately hid their own breath, and even some core disciples, self-sealing cultivation, followed by secretly hidden up. The scene was awfully quiet. In the meantime, beneath a certain mountain range in the depths of the secret realm, a handsome young man, sitting cross-legged with a faint glow emanating from his body. If Chu Lu's group was here, they would definitely recognize this teenager. This person is Yi Ming, the pride of the Yi family, and by Yi Ming's side, a dozen or so young disciples of the Yi clan were guarding his path. Buzz. With a strong aura fluctuation coming from Yi Ming's body, the surrounding group of Yi family disciples who looked tense and on guard the entire time turned their heads and showed joyful expressions. None were greatly relieved. Yi Ming, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. The light on his body faded. The aura emanating from its body was 1 point thicker. Congratulations to clan brother for advancing his strength even further. A core disciple with a Tai Chu realm cultivation stepped forward and congratulated Yi Ming. Yi Ming collected the aura on his body, slowly got up, clenched his fist, and muttered, worthy of being an earth-grade spirit refining flower. It won't take long for me to break through the extreme creation realm. Yi Ming was satisfied to the core. Just a short while ago, he had taken a heaven and earth spirit medicine spirit refining flower, and his strength was 1 point stronger. Clan brother Yi Ming, the next time you encounter that Yen Xiaofeng, he's definitely not a match for you. This disciple concurred. Yi Ming nodded slightly, his eyes flashing with wariness. Alright, let's continue searching for the heaven and earth spirit medicine here. This is the depths of the secret realm, and the grades of the heaven and earth spirit medicines are higher. After we finish scavenging, we'll go look for the forbidden sex people. Yiming spoke in a cold voice. Yes, this Yi family disciple answered with a promise. Buzz. At that moment, a subtle fluctuation of breath suddenly came from the distance. Ha! Yiming was the first to sense it. Turning sharply, his eyes glazed over. The group of Yi family disciples present also followed Yiming's gaze. Only a white figure was seen, the white clothes on its chest, stained red by the color of blood. Its breath was also extraordinarily frail, like it's been hit hard. Clan brother. It's Yan Xiaofeng. Yan Xiaofeng is injured. A family disciple beside Yiming immediately exclaimed in shock after seeing the white figure's appearance clearly. Yiming also, for the first time, saw clearly that this person was Yan Xiaofeng. There was a brief moment of dumbfoundedness. How did Yan Xiaofeng get hurt? Could it be that he was injured by the group of mysterious people in the secret realm? Earlier, he had also encountered the robbery of that group of mysterious powerhouses, but the group of mysterious people who robbed them were all killed by him. Just as Yiming fell into a brief moment of disorientation, Yan Xiaofeng, who was flying towards them head-on, changed his face drastically when his gaze locked eyes with Yiming. Yiming! Yan Xiaofeng turned around violently, changed direction and vanished among the mountains in the other direction. Yiming reacted violently, and his eyes flashed with icy killing intent. Yan Xiaofeng was injured. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Go! Yiming let out a low chant, and his body transformed into a stream of light, towards the direction Yan Xiaofeng had fled. He quickly chased after him. A dozen or so Yi family disciples also followed closely, and a few miles away from this place, a valley, a figure wearing a gorgeous Xian robe and holding a spirit spear exuded a stern and powerful aura, a bloodthirsty smile showing on his face. This person was the top demon of the Wang family, Wang Zhan, and at Wang Zhan's feet, he stepped on the corpse of a blood demon hall powerhouse who had just swallowed his breath. Around it, there are also still a dozen or so corpses of blood demon hall powerhouses lying around. Obviously, Wang Zhan has also encountered the robbery of the blood demon hall's powerful people. Clan brother is awesome. That's right, this Heaven's Pride Conference, our clan brother will definitely win the top spot. What Yan Xiaofeng, Yiming, and that Situ Kongming, all of them will be defeated under the clan brother. Yes, our clan brother is so strong. The surrounding dozen or so Wang clan disciples, looking at Wang Zhan's back, opened their mouths to marvel. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan smiled faintly, dispersing the divine might from his body. He put away his spirit spear and was in a good mood. Wang Zhan seems, for these family disciples worship is very used. Rustle. Just then, a sharp rustling sound came from the dense forest beyond the valley. It was made by someone passing by quickly and their clothing rubbing against the leaves around them. Wang Zhan's eyes glazed over and he waved his hand. The spirit gun that had just been retrieved from the nascent sacred ring once again surfaced in his palm, and at Wang Zhan's gesture, a dozen or so core disciples of the Wang family also closed their mouths at this moment, gripping the weapons in their hands and being vigilant. Rustle. As the voices got closer, the crowd could even clearly hear the sound of someone's hurried running pace. Wow! Under the gazes of Wang Zhan and the crowd of Wang clan disciples, just see the bushes outside the valley. A wretched silhouette suddenly scurried out. Seeing this sinister shadow, a dozen or so Wang clan disciples were startled, as if they were facing a great enemy. Qin Susu. Wang Zhan's eyes condensed as he opened his mouth icily and murmured, King, King, King battle. Qin Susu, who had come out from the dense forest, instantly changed her face when she saw Wang Zhan in the valley. At this time, Wang Zhan noticed that Qin Susu was breathing a little fast and her face was a little pale. The breath revealed on the body is also very disordered and weak. It seems that Qin Susu is injured. A thought flashed. Wang Zhan's eyes flashed and his eyes narrowed slightly. How did you guys get here? Qin Susu smiled somewhat unnaturally and spoke with a slightly trembling voice. While speaking, Qin Susu's feet slowly moved back. Wang Zhan smiled slightly and opened his mouth. Qin Susu, I should be the one to ask you this. Ha! What a coincidence then. I'll take my leave. Qin Susu smiled and just wanted to turn around and vanish. Wang Zhan grinned and instantly took a step out. Boom! Wang Zhan's body erupted with amazing power. The spirit gun in his hand, wrapped in a huge spiritual power, forming a spiritual tornado, converging on the head of the gun, attacking Qin Susu. The spiritual power dragon scroll on the head of the gun caused the earth to crumble and dirt to fly wherever it passed. Qin Susu was violently startled, and her spirit sword emerged in her hand. Against the force of this shot that he attacked and killed, he fiercely chopped out with his sword. Boom! A sword aura, from the spirit sword in Qin Susu's hand, flew out, and the spiritual power dragon scroll above the gun head, ruthlessly collided together. Qin Susu was shaken out on the spot by the force generated by the explosion. And Qin Susu also took advantage of this opportunity of being shaken off and used her strength to turn around and flee to the dense forest in the other direction. Sure enough, he's seriously injured. Go after them. The great time to get rid of Qin Susu has come. Wang Zhan grinned, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Yes, clan brother. The dozen or so Wang clan disciples behind them, all holding weapons, transformed into a stream of light and flew into the dense forest, starting to chase after Qin Susu, and Wang Zhan also the first time, transformed into a stream of light, chasing after it, and this scene was all seen by the demon god ancestor, who was hidden in the special space. Interesting, but, these two boys, they're not that easy to kill. The demon god ancestor smiled faintly and watched the show with interest. At this very moment, explosions were heard from time to time in the mountains deep within the secret realm, between the bushes of the dense forest. Now and then agile figures are rapidly flashing and leaping, and the Chulak group that was ambushed under a certain mountain range. At this time also, from both directions, these explosions were heard, as well as the sounds of the chase. Coming! Senior Chu, get ready! A few of the major pro-transmitters sharpened their swords and all grinned, giving a reminder of Chulak. No need for a few reminders. Chu Lu had long since formed seals with both hands, ready to activate the 11 Emperor formations. The Spirit Calculator and Zhang Yun, who were on the side, couldn't help but look nervous at this moment. Burying the top demons of the 3rd and 4th in the Heavens Pride ranking. This is the kind of thing they never thought of. Do people from the Forbidden Sect all play so excitingly? The dozen or so core disciples behind the several major pro-transmitters were even more nervous, their hands sweating. Buzz. Coming. Chulak let out a small whimper. Only 2 familiar figures landed from 2 different directions. These 2 were none other than Yan Xiaofeng and Qin Susu. The 2 managed to converge on the site of the buried strike. The 2 of them, who had arrived at the place of the buried strike, smiled at each other and stood still with their spirit swords in their hands. Swish swish swish. At that moment, from between the dense forests in both directions, there was a dense sound. Immediately afterward, dozens of figures flew out from the dense forests in both directions. The dozens of figures that appeared surrounded the 2. These dozens of figures were the family disciples of the Yi family and the Wang family respectively. The disciples of the 2 families were also deeply surprised and astonished to see people from both sides. Buzz. At this moment, 2 figures filled with powerful auras also killed from 2 directions, descending in front of both Yan Xiaofeng and Qin Susu. These 2 were none other than the 2 top demons, Yi Ming and Wang Zhan. Brother Wang? Brother Yi? Yi Ming and Wang Zhan, seeing each other appear here, were also stunned and greatly surprised. The 2 of them coincidentally set their gazes, landing on Yan Xiaofeng and Qin Susu in front of them. His face instantly changed drastically, only to see that at this moment, Yan Xiaofeng and Qin Susu, where were they still weak from earlier? Yan Xiaofeng and Qin Susu were looking at them with a sneer on their faces. No good. Retreat. Seeing this scene, Yi Ming and Wang Zhan both reacted at first, realized they'd been duped. The 2 lost their voices in unison. However, the words of the 2 men had not yet left their mouths. Boom. Only a loud bang was heard and the earth trembled. 11 different rays of light shot up into the sky, a dozen miles or so in a radius. All of them were enveloped by a large formation. What is this? What is this? Formation. Formation. The family disciples of the 2 major powers were terrified as they looked at the emperor formations floating on the ground and in the sky. Damn. Both Wang Zhan and Yi Ming cursed and their faces turned ugly. Boom. Ha 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 ha. Yi Ming, Wang Zhan, we've been waiting for you for a long time. A teasing laugh came, only to see that the Chulak group, who had been hiding in the shadows, had also appeared, looking at the 2 great prides in the big formation. Several big pro-transmitters all sneered out. Damnable forbidden sect. Despicable. What kind of heavenly pride is it to ambush us? Yes, if you have the ability to fight us squarely. The disciples of the Yi and Wang families, looking terrified, couldn't help but curse out in anger, attempting to utilize the method of provocation to make Chu Lu's group fall for it and withdraw the great formation. However, how could Chu Lu's group of people fall for such a cheap trick? Yan Xiaofeng, you guys are so calculating. Yi Ming's face slightly condensed as he coldly spoke. Yan Xiaofeng replied with a faint smile. Yi Ming, this isn't much of a reckoning. If it weren't for you and Wang Zhan, who wanted to take advantage of the fact that my senior sister and I were injured and put us to death, you wouldn't have fallen for it. At those words, Yi Ming glanced around and his gaze landed on Chu Lu's body. He noticed Chu Lu's hands. Floating formation seals. Obviously these great formations were set up by Chu Lu. Brother Wang, find a chance to finish off that little brute Chu Lu, and the grand formation will not be broken. Yi Ming secretly transmitted his voice. At this moment, Wang Zhan, who was furious, also noticed Chu Lu after Yi Ming's reminder. Facing the 2 men's gazes, Chu Lu grinned, appearing very human and harmless. Humph. Yi Ming, 2 years ago, your Yi family went out of its way to send out tens of thousands of celestial pride to besiege my senior Chu. Today, we will also let you two have a taste of what it's like to be surrounded. Senior brother. Don't bullshit with them. Send them both down to meet their tits. Yi Ming, suffer. Boom. Qin Susu's murderous intent was so strong that her words just fell. A strong and thick power rushed up from her body. Around its body, there were thousands of visions. Behind its body, a round of curved moon, bright and charming. Immediately afterward, an illusory phantom rose. This ascending phantom, holding a spirit sword in its hand, had colorful diamonds wrapped around its body, as if it were a fairy in the dust. Qin Susu rode her Dharma phase, stepped out, and blatantly killed Yi Ming among them. Let's fight. I'm afraid of you. Die. Boom. Yi Ming let out a long cry to the sky. A golden phallic figure, like a god, held a huge spear. Feet on the long river condensed by the gun's intention to meet Qin Susu. Under this terrifying gun intent of Yi Ming, even the 11 great formations set up by Chu Lu began to tremble violently. It seemed that even the great formation could not withstand this terrifying gun intent. Hiss. What a terrifying power. Is this the battle power of a top demon? Zhang Yun and Spirit Calculator on the side. See Qin Susu and Yi Ming. The full force of the battle. Are wide-eyed. Deep breath of cold air. Chulot nodded slightly, his complexion coming down. Boom. It was in the moment when Qin Susu and Yi Ming exchanged blows. Yan Xiaofeng also moved his body. A white phantom rose behind him, holding a huge sword condensed from sword intent and killing Wang Zhan. And Wang Zhan couldn't care less at the moment. Unreservedly releasing his full power, he met Yan Xiaofeng, within the large formation. For huge phantoms emitted terrifying might, frantically exchanging blows and fighting. Boom boom boom. The power that washed out continuously impacted the grand formation. Senior brother Chu, those minions will be in your hands. After cleaning up these minions, you can hide away and play. Let's see how the senior brothers will avenge you. Wang Hao grinned at Chu Lu. Then a phantom also rose behind him. The iron rod in his hand tumbled out with amazing power. Yi Ming, suffer. Boom. Wang Hao leaped up and stepped into the grand formation with his phantom. The remaining Bai Yun, Feng Wei, and a few other major pro-transmitters also carried their weapons and stepped into the grand formation. Several pro-disciples joined forces and surrounded the two top demons. A couple of major pro-transmission entrances joined forces to mobilize. Wang Zhan and Yi Ming, their faces were ugly, despite the two men's unrivaled battle prowess. But on the forbidden sex side, there were likewise two top demons, Yan Xiaofeng and Qin Susu, coupled with the joint efforts of the other several pro-transmitters. Even if the top-ranked Situ Kongming came, he wouldn't be able to fight back. Between just a dozen moves, Yi Ming and Wang Zhan then fell into the wind. Hard to resist. Chu Lu looked toward the disciples of the two families in the large formation, and a flash of icy killing intent flashed across the bottom of his eyes. Perish. Buzz. It was at this time that Chu Lu urged the killing power of the 11 great formations. With 11 large formations in operation, 11 large formations sometimes manifested a huge demonic beast virtual image, sometimes rolling thunder, sometimes fiery flames, sometimes the sky raining swords. Ah, clan brother, save me. The disciples of the two families were in the midst of the terrifying power of killing. Without any resistance, they let out mournful cries for help, and were directly destroyed by Chu Lu's instant regiment. Stop! Wang Zhan and Yi Ming roared in anger. They could only watch as their clan brothers were mercilessly slaughtered to death by Chu Lu. Engaging us in battle and still dare to be distracted? Die! Boom! Pust! Wang Hao took the opportunity to sneak attack and slammed a heavy stick on Yi Ming's back. Yi Ming sprayed out a mouthful of blood on the spot. However, he endured his injury and swept his backhand at Wang Hao with a shot. Wang Hao was still shaken away by the powerful force when he blocked. Buzz! Forbidden Jedi! And just then, Yan Xiaofeng, Qin Susu, and the few remaining protégés began to execute their forbidden mastery. In an instant, the land of dozens of miles around, the wind and clouds change, the sky and the earth lose color. Some of the martial artists from the upper and lower realms who were attracted by the powerful fighting fluctuations, as well as some of the Blood Demon Hall's powerhouses, all looked at the battlefield in horror. All gulped wildly, only saw several blood-colored phantoms, surging with terrifying blood fury power, rising from between heaven and earth. Deed. At that moment, Chu Lu also took a step out, his hands rapidly forming seals. Only 11 Emperor formations were seen, melting into one and rising above the void. The 11 Emperor formations were united, radiating supreme power. A huge vaporized sword, nearly 100 feet in size, came out from the formation to suppress it. Above this sword, thunder twined, flames burned, and purple gas lingered, condensing into substance, a destructive force that suppressed out even the surrounding void space. Wrinkled, sensing the power of this gigantic sword, even Yan Xiaofeng's several major pro-transmitters couldn't help but change their faces slightly as they looked towards Chu Lu's figure with burning eyes. There was no one in his mind who could not marvel at it. So it turns out that Master Chu is so strong. How is that possible? This little beast is only at the Dengfeng first realm just? How could he possibly execute such a terrifying move? Wang Zhan sensed the power coming from above the giant sword. His heart trembled, and he lost his voice in disbelief and exclaimed, "Brother Wang, together, otherwise, you and I, we will definitely die today." Yiming's face was unsightly as he hurriedly gave a reminder. Wang Zhan nodded vigorously. Both of their bodies trembled, and they both looked up to the sky. Spectral regicide gun, immovable king, boom. With the two of them under a long whistle, two huge phantoms rose with two terrifying gun intents on their feet. The two different phantoms were like gods, overriding heaven and earth. Die, break. Yan Xiaofeng and the other 8 pro-transmitters were the first to strike. Several blood-colored phantoms, suppressing and killing. As for Yi Ming and Wang Zhan, the two of them teamed up to fight to the death to resist the 8 progenitors' taboo Jedi. Boom. Only a loud bang was heard. A massive mushroom cloud rose between heaven and earth. The power of the two collided and erupted with a terrifying might. Berserk power swept out in all directions. The surrounding mountains were directly obliterated by the power of both sides. Run away. Some martial artists who were attracted by the battle were directly engulfed by the raging power. Their corpses and bones were not left. I'll be damned. Are these guys still human? On a mountain peak dozens of miles away from the battlefield, the two of them, Spirit Calculator and Jiang Yun, stared dumbfounded at the mushroom clouds rising from the battlefield, as well as the mountains that had been obliterated, dripping with cold sweat. Earlier when Chu Lok struck, a dozen or so core disciples of the forbidden sect then pulled Jiang Yun, Spirit Calculator, and Jiang Luoli away from the battlefield. Luckily they left in time, otherwise it will surely be affected. At this moment, whether it's Jiang Yun, Spirit Calculator, or Jiang Luoli, who has been silently accompanying them and has never spoken, their hearts are all setting off monstrous waves. The upcoming opening of the Heavens Pride Conference had them fighting these freaks? Isn't that a death wish? Especially these freaks in the top 10 are ridiculously strong right now. The power of the martial skills that both parties had just executed was enough to kill a pole-creating realm powerhouse in seconds. At this moment, Jiang Yun and Spirit Calculator looked at each other. The two of them acquiesced in unspoken silence. At the Tianjiao conference, meet the top 10 demons and surrender decisively. What rankings? It's all just vanity, which is not as important as a little life. Buzz. Just then, another powerful energy fluctuation suddenly emanated from the mushroom cloud rising in the middle of the battlefield. Under this energy fluctuation, the smoke was glowing and washed away. Only Chu Lu's huge sword, which had yet to fall, had been storing up an astonishing amount of power. And beside Chu Lu, the 8 great progenitors gazed at a large pit in the ground. In the middle of the big pit, Yi Ming and Wang Zhan, their robes were shattered, covered in blood, and their breath was weakened to the extreme. Especially Yi Ming, whose chest was a bloody mess. You can even see the bones clearly, as well as the internal organs. The two, however, still stood up firmly, panting and gazing at the crowd above the void. Yi Ming mobilized his spiritual power and stabilized his injuries. However, in its eyes, other than anger and hatred, it could not see the slightest bit of timidity or retreat. The two of them, Yi Ming and Wang Zhan, were also worthy of being the top demons on the Heavens Pride ranking. Hey, Shun. Chu Lu took a good look at the two, grinned, and flexed his fingers. Buzz. This huge, gigantic sword above the formation instantly poured down on the duo, and it's extremely fast. Ha ha ha, Chu Lu, don't think you can kill me. Since this is the case, then let the people of the entire secret realm be buried with you for this move. Elder Ancestor. Yi Ming laughed angrily. In the face of the huge sword that attacked his head, there was no fear at all. As its laughter fell, Buzz. Yi Ming's body radiated a dazzling light. A terrifying imperial might filled out from him. No good. It's those great emperor old ghosts of the Yi family who have left a means of preserving their lives on him. Yan Xiaofeng and the huge pro-disciple were in a state of shock. Buzz. Next moment, a figure that covered the sky appeared in the secret realm. This illusory figure was filled with rolling imperial might, terrifying power, overflowing out. And it was at this moment when this figure appeared. The entire secret realm shook violently. The earth is breaking up and space is collapsing. Even if it's just a great emperor's shadow, the secret realm can't withstand this great emperor's power. Little beast, how dare you, injuring the future of my Yi family like this, all of you go to hell. The figure's words fell. Boom! A supreme greatness directly blasted this huge sword, which was suppressing down, into smithereens. And this great emperor's shadow was none other than the Yi clan's berserk warrior great emperor. The berserk warrior emperor saw that Yi Ming was heavily injured at the moment. After seeing again that Chu Lok had not fallen, the anger in his heart scurried up directly, and his killing intent was boundless. Die! The berserk warrior emperor's silhouette, his eyes condensed as he reached out and grabbed at Chu Lu and the 8 great progenitors. No good! Elder brother beware! Chu Lu's face changed drastically, immediately blocking in front of Yin Xiaofeng's crowd, just as Chu Lu was also planning to use the life-preserving means left on him by the major ancestors to deal with the berserker warrior emperor's shadow. Buzz! Whoo! Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed above the void of the secret realm. An extremely terrifying force imprisoned the berserker emperor's silhouette on the spot. The shadow of the berserker warrior emperor showed a look of horror. But, as soon as his words fell, his silhouette was crushed on the spot by this terrifying force. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent. Yi Ming looked incredulously at his own ancestor, crushed by this terrifying mysterious force. On the side of the King War, also alarmed, he had just planned to use his bottom card to summon the Dharma body left on him by his own ancestor. But now, he wouldn't dare. Wang Zhan was the first to react. Seeing the briefly disoriented crowd, Wang Zhan only flipped his hand and a talisman appeared in his palm. Wang Zhan decisively crushed it. Buzz! An intense spatial fluctuation arose from Wang Zhan's surroundings. Immediately afterward, a black hole emerged behind Wang Zhan. No good! Sensing this intense spatial fluctuation, Yin Xiaofeng's group was the first to react. However, at this point it was already too late. Wang Zhan took a step back and disappeared into the black hole. Space escape talisman. Yi Ming's face also changed slightly. Unsightly. He didn't think that Wang Zhan actually had such treasures. Just as Yi Ming was also planning to vanish, Chu Lu performed a forbidden jutsu and his figure instantly appeared in front of Yi Ming's body. And it's even more excessive. Chu Lok also performed a tenfold incarnation, together with Chu Lu's own body. 11 forbidden Jedi techniques blasted towards Yi Ming in unison. Boom! Ah! Damn! Old ancestor! Avenge me! Even if Yi Ming was strong, he was deeply and seriously injured at the moment. It was also absolutely impossible to block these 11 attacks of Chu Lu's forbidden mastery. In Yi Ming's extremely unwilling, extremely indignant roar, the body was instantly exploded by Chu Lok's forbidden jutsu. Too dead to die. Yi family's first heavenly pride. This fell. This scene, see even the 8 Pro transmission, cannot help but scalp numb. Seeing Yi Ming fall, Chu Lu's heart also finally released a mouthful of bad anger. Yi family now, I'm afraid that the meat is dead? Senior Chu, awesome. The 8 Pro transmission descended in front of the body, and they all turned to Chu Lu. Sticking out their thumbs, Chu Lu grinned and scratched his head, then looked beyond the secret realm and lamented. It's a pity that we let that guy Wang Zhan escape. Yin Xiaofeng smiled faintly and comforted. It doesn't matter, even we didn't expect that guy, Wang Zhan, to actually have a 10,000 mile space escape talisman. If we didn't kill him this time, when we wait for the Heaven's Pride conference, we'll naturally have a chance. Chu Lok nodded, looking up at the sky and falling into a state of disorientation. Just now, after that terrifying power descended and crushed the Berserk Warrior Emperor's shadow, the system inside him came with a prompt. Gained calf protecting value plus 10,000 from the Demon God Elder. Chu Lu was puzzled. Could it be that the Demon God Elder ancestor, his old man, has also come to the lower realms? Immediately afterward, Chu Lu negated this speculation. If the Demon God Elder ancestor himself had come down, the lower realm would have collapsed long ago. It should be that the Demon God Old Ancestor, who had just sensed the danger of their existence in the upper realm, had struck out across the sky. After all, the Great Emperor's means, with his current realm, cannot understand. Boom boom boom. No good. The secret realm is collapsing. Senior brother Chu, let's hurry up and leave the secret realm. Just as Chu Lok was out of his mind, the heaven and earth around the secret realm began to collapse. The 8 Pro transmitters' faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly reminded Chu Lu who was out of his mind. Yes, we're leaving now. Chu Lu nodded and leapt up with the 8 progenitors, transforming into streams of light and flying towards the outside of the secret realm. Zhang Yun's group, who were watching the battle from a long distance away, also rushed to turn into streams of light to escape. At this moment, the entire secret realm was plunged into doom. Heaven and earth collapsed. Whether it is the upper and lower realms of martial artists, or the blood demon Hall of the Strong, have rushed to the exit of the secret realm to escape. And in the space above the secret realm, The demon god old ancestor looked at the group of Chulak who were fleeing for their lives and smiled faintly. He glanced down at the crumbling secret world, then turned and disappeared. With the strength of the demon god elder ancestor, he had every means to be able to restore the secret realm. But he didn't, in order to prevent incidents like this one from happening. In the meantime, beyond the secret world, a few elders of the Yi family, their faces changed drastically and were unsightly, because just now, they realized that Yi Ming's fate card was shattered. These several Yi family saints, scared pale, face like death. Yi Ming was the precious child of their Yi family. Now it fell in the secret realm. When they go back, how should they explain to the family? Accounting to the head of the family? Buzz. Just then, the entrance and exit of the secret realm shook violently. An extremely wretched figure escaped under the gazes of countless people. That's the Wang family's top demon. Wang battle. Hiss. What happened to him? How could he be so severely injured? Seeing the cloaked, weak breath and wounded Wang Zhan, the many upper realm martial artists who stayed outside recognized him and were shocked. The several elders of the Wang family were also shocked. Rushing forward to support Wang Zhan, he inquired in shock, "Young lord, how are you doing? Why are you so badly injured?" Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan panted and spoke, "Elder, it was the Forbidden Sex people who did this. The Forbidden Sex 9 progenitors have set up an ambush to ambush me and Yi Ming." What? Wang Zhan said this. Whether it was the several elders of the Wang clan or the surrounding martial artists, they were all shocked. As for the 10 great Forbidden Sect outer sect elders guarding outside, when they heard that the 9 progenitors had ambushed and surrounded the top demons of these two families, each of them came to be interested. I can't tell you how big the smile on my face is, the heart that was relieved and happy. Wang Zhan, let me ask you, my family, Yi Ming, did he fall at the hands of the Forbidden Sect's 9 progenitors? Several elders of the Yi family, who were also gloomy at the moment, came up to inquire. At those words, Wang Zhan's eyes flashed with a wisp of color. He didn't expect that the group of assholes from the Forbidden Sect would actually slaughter Yi Ming for real. Luckily he got away fast. With that, he sighed. That's right, seniors, Brother Yi died at the hands of the Forbidden Sect's 9 progenitors. The moment Wang Zhan said this, a cacophony of noise instantly erupted from the surrounding crowd of upper realm martial artists. This is big news. Yi Ming, the top demon on the heavens' remarkable ranking, had actually been killed by a few of the Forbidden Sect's protégés, who had joined forces. This time, the 3,000 worlds will be unsettled again. Ha ha ha, oops, old man. A few of our Forbidden Sect's protégés are really powerful. It's not great. What a top demon. It's nothing more than that. Che, top demon? Self-appointed. A true top demon. People are battle without equal. Fearless of numerical advantage. Yes, I think that in the past, our family's burial jade old ancestor, facing many shameless great emperor old ghosts surrounded, was not a sword eh? This is the real top demon. What are all the messy top demons nowadays? I think they are just water goods. But it's so good that our disciples are so united. This is very true. Hearing that Yi Ming had fallen, the 10 great sage elders of the Forbidden Sect laughed out loud on the spot. And it's shady as hell. The corners of the mouths of the crowd of martial artists from the upper realm all twitched up upon hearing this. The Forbidden Sect. They really are all the same. Bullying the few with the many. And these old guys aren't ashamed of it. They're proud of it? The words of the group of elders caused several elders of the Yi family to become enraged. Damn it! You Forbidden Sect. You've bullied people too much. A few elders cursed angrily at the 10 saintly elders who were shading. Upon hearing this, Elder Bone Cold smiled coldly and said, "The bullies are you guys. So what? Are you guys not convinced? Come. If you don't submit, we and others can also let you learn what it's like to be bullied." After saying that, the 9 elders behind him rubbed their fists and sharpened their swords. You guys, several Yi family elders, their faces were ugly as if they had eaten shit. Don't be impulsive. Several of you, these old guys, and their shamelessness. This is the lower realm. In case these old guys, they really don't care about their faces and make a move, that would be a disaster. We'd better return to the upper realm first. I'm sure your Yi family has its own decision regarding this matter. An elder of the Wang clan on the side hurriedly transmitted a voice in secret to dissuade him. Hearing this, several Yi family elders secretly nodded. After saying that, a few elders of the Wang family then took the lead to bring Wang Zhan, rushed to leave the desolate continent, return to the upper world. You Forbidden Sect wait. Humph. Yi family's several elders, cold snort, also immediately turned to leave. Bah! Bunch of goons. A few elders of the Forbidden Sect looked at the few Yi clan elders who were far away and despised them disdainfully. Wait for the people from the Wang and Yi families to leave. The entrance and exit of the secret space. The vibrations continue. Only the entrance and exit of the secret realm began to become unstable, as if it was going to collapse at any moment. At this scene, not only the elders of the other forces, but even the top 10 elders of the forbidden sect could not help but be startled and worried in their hearts. Something's not right. The secret realm seems to be collapsing. Chu Lu and the others shouldn't be in trouble, right? If something happens to them, we'll be skinned if we go back. One of the elders was worried. Elder Bonecold also looked grave at this moment and murmured, "Don't worry, with old ancestor here, nothing can go wrong." Though the words are, but looking at the increasingly unstable entrances and exits, Bonecold Elder, too, has become extremely unconfident. Buzz. At that moment, another violent vibration came from the entrance and exit of the secret realm. Countless people rushed out from it. "They're out. Brother, what's going on in there?" Collapsed. The secret realm collapsed. The martial artist who rushed out was horrified after the robbery. Learning that the secret realm collapsed, the forbidden sect's 10 saintly elders, their hearts were in their throats. However, the worries of the 10 great elders were all superfluous. Not long after, Chu Lu's group also rushed out following the crowd. Seeing Chu Lu's group return safely, the 10 great elders' hanging hearts were finally put down. Ha, since we're all safely out, and this secret realm has begun to collapse, there's nothing more to explore, so let's go back to the branch first. Elder Bonecold let out a laugh and said. Chu Lok's group nodded. After Chu Lu bid farewell to the spirit calculator and Zhang Yun duo, take the Tianlin horse, follow the 10 elders, and return to the branch in the lower world. And at the same time, the upper and lower realm martial artists present, as well as many forces, also left one after another. Holy Maiden, where are Zhang Yun, Zhang Xia and the other family disciples? At this time, one of the elders of the Zhang family, seeing the entrance and exit of the secret realm, completely collapsed. His face turned a little ugly and asked the two of them. At those words, Zhang Yun and Zhang Luoli looked at each other. The two were also a little confused. After entering the secret realm was separated, the two of them to the end, did not meet follow Zhang Xia and other family disciples, and their relationship with Zhang Xia, extremely bad. How would my cousin and I know? After entering the secret realm, we were separated by a teleportation array. Now that they haven't come out even now, either they encountered the poisonous hands of those mysterious powerhouses, or they didn't have time to escape and followed the secret realm and disappeared forever. Zhang Yun spread out both hands and said with a cold voice. Upon hearing this elder's face revealed a look of helplessness, and then he coldly said, "Humph, if Zhang Xia and the others really fell in the hands of that group of people, they must be investigated properly when they return. The people of my Zhang family are not that easy to kill." Zhang Yun and Zhang Luoli didn't answer. Then followed a few family elders, left this place and returned to the upper world. And in the ever-collapsing secret realm, the Zhang family disciple who was knocked unconscious by a group of forbidden sect core disciples woke up at this time, but it was already too late. The exit of the secret realm has long since collapsed. These Zhang clan disciples were wearing a pair of pants and escaping everywhere, eventually swallowed by collapsing mountains, and in the middle of a dense forest, the dangling ginger summer makes a whimpering sound, looking at the massive cracks in the ground that keep spreading over in despair. He was not only knocked out and hung from a tree by Qin Susu, and the cultivation was also sealed up by Qin Susu, and he could not break free from the reins. Eventually, in desperation and resentment, Zhang Xia, together with the tree hanging him, fell into the abyssal fissure and disappeared. In the meantime, outside, the originally lively deserted ancient continent, the people go empty, restored the previous silence. After all the martial artists have withdrawn. On a mountain peak far away from the entrance and exit of the secret realm, the blood demon saint and the 14 saint powerhouses behind him all had ugly faces, and in front of all of them, there was a group of hundreds of strong people kneeling. This group of people were the blood demon hall powerhouses that they had lined up in the secret realm to slaughter the martial artists of the upper and lower realms. Through these people, the blood demon sage learned everything, couldn't help but sigh, although he didn't know where the heavenly origin emperor had gone. But the secret realm collapsed and most of the people who went in survived and escaped. This would mean that the big formation was not opened and the plan failed. Let's go back first. The blood demon sage sighed and said, "Old ancestor, not waiting for that lord?" A saintly powerhouse couldn't help but inquire. "Don't worry, that lord will come back for us, and do it clean." The blood demon saint muttered and turned around to disappear. As for the hundreds of blood demon hall powerhouses kneeling below, their faces instantly changed drastically. Boom. Ah, the blood demon sage had just left with his front foot. The blood demon hall saint who had inquired earlier immediately waved his hand. A terrifying force wiped out these hundreds of people who had entered the secret realm on the spot. Then 14 saints of the blood demon hall, followed by disappeared. In the meantime, in the upper realm, Above the cave state, the two Yi family's great emperor ancestors were also the first to learn of Yi Ming's fall. The forbidden sect. The two old ancestors were furious, looking at Burial Jade and a few other old ancestors in a rage. Ha! What are you screaming about, old thing? Didn't get enough last time, did you? Why don't I, my old bones, come back and play with you guys again? The Poison Blade ancestor smiled contemptuously as he looked at the two great emperor ancestors protecting the path of the Yi clan and said indifferently. Hearing this, these two old ancestors of the Yi family, their faces were ugly, and many of the surrounding forces of the great emperor ancestors, but also through the lower world back to the elders, learned of the Yi family's top heavenly pride, by the forbidden sect's 9 pro-victims surrounded by the news of the fall of. What happened to the Yi family today really fulfills the old saying, the wind and water are turning. Hey, it's all between the juniors. Who's to blame for their own juniors' lack of ability? Back then, our family's little drop, surrounded by tens of thousands of your Yi family's heavenly pride, all tenaciously survived. That Yi what's coming boy of your family, can't he be surrounded by our 9 pro-transmitters, and fourth on the heavens remarkable ranking? Aye shucks. What a dish. You guys go back and talk to the old man berserker. Don't play down. If a disciple is a dish, he needs to practice more, so don't keep sending them out to humiliate people. The Yenshin old ancestor couldn't help but spit out a cry. This sentence, simply kill and kill the heart, so that the Yi family's 2 old ancestors, difficult too, Yi family's 2 great emperors, angry, both sleeve robe flung, tearing open the space crack to leave. Otherwise you can't win even if you curse or fight. Remaining here is only a matter of being humiliated and laughed at. Ha ha ha. Seeing the Yi family's 2 great emperor ancestors fleeing in anger, Burial Jade several people, all laughed. Soon, the major forces gathered in the cave state of the strong, but also have left, and the news of the top demon Yi Ming's fall, also like a hurricane, spread throughout the 3,000 worlds. After the crowd left, Burial Jade and several other great old ancestors are not in a hurry, but continue to stay in the cave heaven state, waiting for Chu Lu's group to return. Inside the Yi family, the remaining dozen or so old ancestors of the Yi clan gathered in the depths of the ancestral ground. At this moment, the face of every great emperor old ancestor was written with suffocation and shock. In addition to this, the head of the Yi family, Yi Tian enemy was also present. Only at this moment, Yi Tian enemy was filled with grief. It was because Yi Ming was the son he was most proud of. The entire Yi family have high hopes for Yi Ming. Old ancestor, you must avenge Minger. Yi Tian enemy was overwhelmed with grief and indignation as he pleaded in sorrow to the Berserk Warrior Emperor on the main seat. The Berserk Warrior Emperor sighed. Since that big battle with the Forbidden Sect 2 years ago, they, the Yi family, no longer have the capital to fight against the Forbidden Sect. It was because the battle power of those old ancestors of the Forbidden Sect was simply too terrifying. The Berserk Warrior Emperor returned to his senses, his face grim as he murmured, Family Master. The matter of avenging this child Yi Ming is something that cannot be done by our Yi family alone right now. But, Yi Ming, this child's mother, is a member of the Imperial clan. In the end, this child, Yi Ming, is considered half of the Imperial clan. At those words, Yi Tian enemy seemed to remember something. Taking a deep breath, the bottom of his eyes flashed with a vicious color. Yeah, in the end, Minger is also half of the Imperial clan. But Xiaoyun, she's still in seclusion. So we can only wait until she comes out of seclusion, Yi Tian enemy said in a deep voice. The group of old ancestors present all nodded slightly. If the Emperor clan were to step in, even if those old guys from the Forbidden Sect were strong, it would still become very tricky. Before the desolate ancient divine miracle appears, pass on this ancestor's order for the disciples of the family to never provoke the Forbidden Sect again. Let them be arrogant for a while longer. When the desolate ancient divine miracle opens, new grudges and old grudges will be liquidated together with the Forbidden Sect. By the way, send someone to contact the other top forces that have had trouble with the Forbidden Sect and ask those old guys if they still want to join forces this time? This time, it's the best time to completely remove the Forbidden Sect from the 3,000 worlds, the Berserk Warrior Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes, old ancestor. A group of old ancestors nodded their heads and took a step out, their figures disappearing in place. The Berserker ancestor raised his head slightly and looked in a certain direction. The corners of his mouth raised in a cold smile. The lower world. Inside the Forbidden Sect's branch, Shulok had just returned to the branch with the crowd. The system then immediately transmitted a prompt. Calf protection value plus 10. 000 from Burial Jade Elder. From Poison Blade Elder's calf protection value plus 10. 000. Calf protecting value plus 10. 000 from Elder Inferno God. Chu Lu froze. In that short moment, he gained another 60,000 calf protection value from a few old ancestors. plus the 10,000 obtained from the demon god ancestor in the secret realm. The original zeroed-out calf protection value had once again accumulated to 70,000. Breaking through from the peak ascension realm to the ultimate creation realm required 200,000 calf protection values. Now there was still 130,000 to go before he could break through the cultivation level again. Chulu feels simply too good. And it seemed that this calf protection value wasn't as hard as he thought it would be to accumulate now. As long as he kept making deaths, those old denizens in the clan don't fall off the wagon. Then the speed at which he raised his cultivation would become soaring. Chulok had just returned to the branch after. The Dao Shadow Elder then immediately sought out Chulu. Chulu, that blood demon hall doesn't have a fixed clan though. But after this elder's personal investigation over the past few days, a trace of it has finally been discovered. This elder caught a mid-level deacon of the Blood Demon Hall and learned that the Blood Demon Hall is going to secretly carry out a very important plan recently. Therefore, the Blood Demon Sage of the Blood Demon Hall secretly gathered most of the Blood Demon Hall's powerhouses in a small realm called the Arashir Forest Prefecture. In secret, and through soul searching, this elder not only learned of this secret staging area, but also learned that, within the Blood Demon Hall, it seems that there is more than just one saint, the Blood Demon Old Ghost. I'm afraid you'll have to be careful if you want to take revenge, Elder Dao Shadow said with a grave expression. At those words, Chulu froze. Before Chulok could say anything, the group of cold bone elders on the side, hearing that the other party appeared to be more than just a saint, each of their eyes glowed. What a chance! The 10 elders immediately clustered up, each domineering, for the Blood Demon Hall in the mouth of the Dao Shadow Elder, full of disdain. Chulu, don't panic, we old guys are here, we are all peak saints. So what if the other party has more than one saints? Yeah, I heard that this Blood Demon Hall is not a good thing in the lower realm, so destroying it would be considered removing harm from the living beings in the lower realm. Is not bad, Dao Shadow Old Ghost. Things should not be late. You now take us to go early to solve this matter. We can also return to the upper world earlier. The Heaven's Pride Conference will be held in a month. The 10 great elders who had gathered around opened their mouths. And us, Senior Brother Chu, we'll help you too. The 8 pro-transmitters also spoke up at this time. At those words, Chu Lu turned around, and towards the 10 sage elders, as well as the 8 great progenitors, he bowed his hand in gratitude. Thank you, elders. Thank you, senior brother and sister. Chulok, I'm grateful. All the elders nodded slightly, smiles on their faces. Okay, with you old fellows around, there is indeed no fear of the Blood Demon Hall either. Chulu, then let's set off now. Elder Dao Shadow nodded his head slightly and looked at the distant sky as he spoke. Yes, boom. The 10 saintly elders, with a big wave of their hands, a spatial rift quietly opened in the air above the branch. Dao Ying and the other 11 peak saint realm elders, with Chu Lu and the 8 personal disciples, flew into the space crack and disappeared. In the meantime, between a remote mountain range and the Arashir forest state boundary, a small clan was situated here. This small sect was the only sect in a land that was dozens of miles around. The name is Xianqing sect. The Xianqing sect, among the many sects in the entire Arashir Forest Prefecture realm, was at the bottom of the list in terms of strength. What the world doesn't know, however, is this Xianqing sect was built by the Blood Demon Hall, in order to conveniently gather the strongest people from the scattered domains. No one would have thought that behind the Xianqing sect, a small sect, stood the Blood Demon Hall. At this moment, inside a dimly lit hall of the Xianqing sect, the Blood Demon Sage's face became grave. The 14 saints of the Blood Demon Hall below were silent. The scene was awfully quiet, because they have been back for so long. That Tian Yuan Emperor, but never came back. Old ancestor, Lord Tian Yuan, shouldn't have fallen in the secret realm, right? A white-haired old man, at this time, looked at the Blood Demon Sage on the main seat and couldn't help but open his mouth. Upon hearing this, the other saints also nodded their heads slightly, not out of the question. The Blood Demon Sage shook his head slightly inside in contemplation. Lord Tian Yuan is a great emperor powerhouse from the upper realms. Even if Lord Tian Yuan's bilocation, along with the secret realm, disappears, it's only a bilocation. Lord Tian Yuan himself, however, is not in any serious trouble. After this saint returned, he has been trying to contact Lord Tian Yuan, but he has never been able to contact Lord Tian Yuan's true self in the upper realm. Upon hearing this, the crowd of saints present also looked at each other. Could it be that Lord Tian Yuan's original body in the upper realm was also in trouble? Buzz. Just then, a powerful holy might descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire Xianqing sect. Immediately afterward, there is a shocking force, shrouded down. The Xianqing sect is located in 100 miles of land, blocked up, The blood demon saint and the 14 saints below him changed their faces violently. The crowd instantly rose from their positions and raised their heads, their gazes piercing through the void and looking at the dome of the sky above the Xianqing sect, their faces gravely. Buzz. The blood demon saint's figure trembled and disappeared in place. The figures of the dozen or so blood demon hall saints followed suit and disappeared into the great hall. In the blink of an eye, the blood demon sage and a group of sage elders then appeared in the sky above the divine Xianqing sect. Witch dog, why don't you come out and meet us? The blood demon sage, who had appeared in the sky above the Xianqing sect, raised his head and gazed at the dome of the sky, his face gloomy as he murmured. The remaining dozen or so saints, their divine thoughts continuously pouring out, seemed to be searching out the owner of this holy might. Ha, blood demon sage. I can't imagine that your blood demon hall is hiding so deeply that the other top forces in the world have all been tricked by you. An old voice came from above the celestial dome. At those words, the blood demon saint's face changed slightly, and a flash of icy killing intent flashed under his eyes. With a secret glance, the 14 saints around them instantly understood in seconds. Everyone is secretly running their spiritual energy, ready to strike at any time to suppress the incoming person. Fellow Daoist, since you know about us, why don't you come out and meet us? The blood demon saint's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a deep voice. Buzz. The blood demon sage's words had just fallen, only to see a strong spatial fluctuation suddenly emanate from above the dome of the sky. Immediately afterward, a spatial crack that stretched for dozens of miles slowly opened. 20 figures descended from within the spatial rift. These 20 figures were none other than the 11 sage elders such as Dao Shadow, and the 9 progenitors such as Chu Lu. Dao Shadow Sage. Seeing the Dao Shadow Sage at the head of the group, as well as Chu Lu at his side, Blood Devil Saint gloomy face, instantly changed greatly, eyes filled with thick scorn color. Everyone in the lower realm knew that the Shadow Sage was a resident elder sent down by the forbidden sect in the upper realm, although they were only resident elders and did not intervene in matters between the forces of the lower realms. However, the saintly powerhouses of the lower realms all knew deep down the terror of the Shadow Saint's cultivation, even the Blood Demon Sage, if not as a last resort, nor will it be easy to mess with the Dao Shadow Elder, as well as the forbidden sect. Seeing the Dao Shadow Elder, he brought 10 saints, as well as Chu Lu's group of disciples to descend. The Blood Demon Sage's first reaction was to think, could it be that instead of beheading the disciples of the forbidden sect, those strong men they sent into the secret realm to slaughter them had exposed their identities? With a flash of thought, the Blood Demon Saint took a deep breath and smiled archly. So it's the forbidden sect's Dao Shadow Elder descending. I'm sorry to have missed you. I don't know what the Elder's intentions are when he brings so many people to the door. As this saint remembers, my Blood Demon Hall has never messed with your clan. All these years, this saint has also been restraining the people of my Blood Demon Hall, and has not harmed a single one of your clan's disciples. Upon hearing this, before Elder Dao Shadow could speak, Elder Bone Cold, who was on the side, was the first to speak. Humph, old things, it's true that you haven't harmed any of my forbidden sect's disciples, but you, the Blood Demon Hall, have killed both parents of my forbidden sect's own disciples. At those words, the Blood Demon Sage froze, his eyelids fluttering slightly as he looked toward Chu Lu's group and arched his hand. I wonder which one of you had both parents killed. In this, there must be a heavenly misunderstanding. It should be someone, planting evidence to frame my Blood Demon Hall. Hearing the Blood Demon Sage's words, Elder Dao Shadow skimmed his mouth and let out a cold smile, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The Blood Demon Hall had secretly slaughtered many forces over the years, not even some mortals, and he personally investigated the matter. How could he be wrong? Chu Lu's eyes flashed as he took a step out and coldly said to the Blood Demon Saint, Blood Demon Sage, your men, they once massacred a village called Chu's Village. I was only 4 or 5 years old back then, and I remember a group of people in red, breaking into the village and slaughtering the villagers. Back then, if it wasn't for my parents, who fought to the death to protect me, I might have fallen long ago as well. Back then, when I woke up from my coma, I found that all the people in the village, including my parents as well, had all been drained of their essence blood. According to Elder Dao Shadow's investigation, your Blood Demon Hall has been making a lot of killings over the years, but after the killings, they all have the same trait. That would be the dead, all drained of your essence blood. Such a maneuver, just like those villagers who died in my Chu family village. And you still say you were wrongly accused? At those words, the Blood Demon Sage's face changed for a while and fell silent. Elder Dao Shadow took one step and stood out, condescending to the Blood Demon Sage and coldly said, Ha, old Blood Demon, there's nothing to say, is there? This elder has also paid attention to your Blood Demon Hall over the years. Based on the description of Chu Lu's recollections, this sage especially noticed that you people of the Blood Demon Hall drained the essence blood of every person you decapitated. And to say that someone planted you and others? That's ridiculous. Even if you were planted, the killing that your blood demon hall has created, you will not be allowed to stay today. Otherwise in the future, more innocent people will die at your hands. At this moment, the blood demon saint's heart hated it, and he wanted to thwart the group of men who had slaughtered the Chu family village in the first place. I can't believe I left one alive. And more than that, he didn't expect it. The only survivor left behind had actually become a personal disciple of a top power in the upper realm. Today, he even brought 11 saints to the door to seek revenge. As soon as the thought flashed by, the blood demon saint's face changed once again, becoming cold and shadowy. Looking at the group of Dao shadow elders, he revealed an eerie smile and said, "Ha, that's right. So what if it's my blood demon temple that did it? Old devil Dao shadow, don't think that just because you're an elder of the forbidden sect, this seed is afraid of you. You are in the 6th realm, and this seed is also in the 6th realm." Boom! As soon as the words fell, a terrifying power instantly erupted from the blood demon saint's body. Since he was recognized, he didn't pretend anymore. "Showdown, Dao shadow, my blood demon hall, but there are 15 saints, and you, plus you are only 11 saints. The advantage is with me. Today, you are not destined to leave. Leave them behind with this seat. Otherwise, if we let them escape, the forbidden sect will send more saints to descend, and then we will all die." Boom! The blood demon sage murmured, and a blood-colored ocean emerged behind him. Amidst the sea of blood, the wailing of the wronged souls makes one's scalp numb. Yes! Boom! The 14 blood demon saints behind them all chimed in. 14 saintly phantoms rose. Powerful strength poured down from the saint's phantasm. "Ah, elder, spare your life." Put. The Shenqing sect disciples who were used to cover their ears let out miserable screams. They were all directly crushed under the terrifying holy might. The blood demon hall's group of saints didn't care about the deaths of their own people in the slightest. Kill. Boom. The blood demon sage's eyes glazed over as killing intent surged forth, driving a dharma phase that rose from the sea of blood behind him. He brought the 14 saints behind him and killed Chu Lu's group. Ha! Just one 6th realm saint dares to be arrogant in front of us? Old men, slaughter them. Avenge Chu Lu's parents. Chu Lu, you guys should back off first, and watch a few of us put on a show. Boom! Elder Bonecold smiled disdainfully and tied up his sleeves. A command was given to Chu Lok. Immediately afterward, a shocking power of the sage 6th realm rose up from Elder Bonecold's body. Boom boom boom. In the meantime, the bodies of the other 10 elders also rose in terror unanimously. Rolling holy might, condensing into substance, was like an ocean, enveloping heaven and earth. 11 saintly phantoms with different rays of light, their feet stepping on the sacred power hanging in the river, were like gods, looking down with downcast eyes. Moreover, in the hands of each of the 11 forbidden sect elders, a holy weapon surfaced. The destructive power emanating from the 11 holy weapons caused the surrounding heaven and earth to start shaking slightly. Seeing this scene, the group of blood demon saints that had just rushed up immediately stopped, their faces all turning ugly. Holy weapons. The group of saints from the blood demon hall lost their voices in shock. The opponent's 11 6th realm saints, plus the holy weapon enhancement. They have no chance of winning. Ha ha ha, so what if you're outnumbered? Old men, slaughter, old thing, die and come. Boom. Elder Bonecold laughed out loud and took the lead in his holy weapon, killing the blood demon saint in the lead. The rest of the 10 Dao Shadow Elders followed closely. Kill. Fight them. The blood demon sage also let out a violent cry of rage. There is no escape, only a fight. If they win, they will live. If you lose, you die. Boom. Above the void, the holy war instantly erupted. The moment the battle of the saints broke out, Chu Lu and the 8 pro-transmitters had long ago tacitly ducked far away to watch the battle. And at this time, another prompt came from Chu Lok's system. Elder Bonecold's value plus 3,000. Elder Shadow's value plus 3,000. In just a few moments, Chu Lu obtained another total of 33,000 calf protection values from the 11 elders. Just for a short period of time, he had accumulated another 100,000 calf protection value. With 100,000 to go, he would be able to gather 200,000 and break through his cultivation to the realm of ultimate creation. Boom. Hiss. Our elders, so fierce. Yes, these elders usually in the sect, looks like an epileptic male, did not expect to fight, actually so ferocious. Just as Chu Lu was lost in thought, the exclamations of the 8 pro-transmitters came from his ears. Chu Lu returned to his senses and looked down at the battlefield with his eyes. Just see the middle of the battlefield. The 3 of them, Elder Bonecold, Elder Li Tian, and Elder Dao Shadow, held holy weapons and dealt with the multiple saints from the Blood Demon Hall. The three of them faced the siege of multiple saints, but instead of falling into a disadvantage, instead, they pinned the other team down, and the moves are deadly, and the moves are aimed at the vitals. The remaining 8 elders, on the other hand, each dealt with a saint from the Blood Demon Hall, and in one-on-one, these elders of the Forbidden Sect were still able to spare their hands and make sneak attacks from time to time, secretly giving the Bone Cold Elder Trio's opponents a blow. Most damning of all, the 11 Saint Elders of the Forbidden Sect. Until now, none of them have unleashed the Forbidden Sect Jedi. Maybe in Chulok's opinion, these 11 elders of our own family, presses do not need to send Forbidden Jedi, can also clean them up. Boom. Ah, damn it. Sneak attack counts for nothing this. Boom. Pust. A Forbidden Sect Elder struck out to sneak a slap at one of the Blood Demon Hall Saints who had surrounded the Dao Shadow Elder. This saint was furious, yet his words were not finished. Another Forbidden Sect Elder brazenly offered the holy weapon in his hand to sneak attack. This saint of the Blood Demon Hall fell on the spot. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color and rained blood. Boom boom boom. Ah, with the fall of this saint shortly after, the next thing you know, there was a steady stream of saints from the Blood Demon Hall falling. P.S. Dragon Boat Festival is coming. Wishing you all Dragon Boat Festival wellness haha, with the fall of a saint. Soon, only the Blood Demon Saint remained of the Saint Realm powerhouses of the Blood Demon Hall. Ha! Old thing. It's your turn. Daoing and 11 other Sage Elders surrounded the Blood Demon Sage, so that it did not have the slightest chance of escape. But, fellow Taoists, the old man was wrong. Chulu, whatever you want, the old immortal can give it to you. And how about sparing the old man's life? The Blood Demon Sage who was surrounded, his breath weak, could not help but spray out a mouthful of blood, panting as he looked toward Chulu, begging for mercy. At those words, the 11 elders that surrounded the Blood Demon Sage all looked toward Chulu in the distance. It seemed to be asking Chulok what he meant. Chulu's eyes condensed as he took a step and stood out, a harmless smile on his face as he opened his mouth. Blood Demon Sage, do you think that I, as a personal disciple of the Forbidden Sect, am lacking in cultivation resources? Besides, if you die, won't all your underpinnings be ours? So in order to avenge the deaths of my parents, the entire Chu clan village, and those who were massacred and died by you, it's better for you to die. Elders, send him on his way. At those words, the Blood Demon Sage's face turned ugly as he angrily said, Chulok, do you really want to drive everyone to extinction? At those words, Chulu didn't even bother listening to the Blood Demon Sage's nonsense. Old ghost, do you hear me? You're better off dead. Don't try to resist. This elder will make your grave on the spot. Die. Elder Bone Cold laughed coldly and immediately activated the holy weapon in his hand. Seeing this, the Blood Demon Sage's face revealed the color of madness, and his face grimaced as he said, since you don't want to give me a way out, then let's all go to hell together. Ha ha ha. As the words fell, the Blood Demon Saint's body suddenly swelled up. Immediately afterward, a furious aura filled out from the Blood Demon Saint's swollen body. No good. This old thing wants to blow itself up. The Dao Shadow Elder at the head exclaimed. Ha ha ha. Put. Seeing the Dao Shadow Elder's horrified appearance, the Blood Demon Sage laughed up into the sky. Yet just then, a spiritual sword that emanated holy power. It suddenly stabbed through the back of the Blood Demon Sage's head and out of his mouth. Swells like a deflated balloon. Berserk power. And then dissipated. The crowd froze and saw that behind the Blood Demon Saint, there stood an elder of the Forbidden Sect, holding this holy weapon in one hand. The other hand, with its little finger, digs at its booger. Deducting a pile of boogers, he flexed his fingers and then drew his holy weapon Spirit Sword. The Blood Demon Sage set up his grave on the spot. The body fell from above the void and hit the ground heavily. We, Chulu, have already said to finish off this old thing. Why are we talking nonsense with him? If I hadn't prepared my means long ago, you guys would have to fall here today. This elder who had sneak attacked and finished off the Blood Demon Sage said to Dao Shadow and Elder Bone Cold without a trace of kindness. The Dao Shadow Elder several people had blankly glanced at this elder. Even if the Blood Demon Sage blew himself up, they were still capable of resolving it. Just let the old guy pick up the head. They're not happy in their hearts. We'll pay attention next time. Boom. Right at this moment, the Dao Shadow and Bone Cold duo were surrounded by several elders, suddenly striking out again. He unleashed a powerful force against the Blood Demon Sage and a dozen other saintly corpses on the ground. A strand of terrifying force. On the spot, the Blood Demon Saint and other people's corpses blasted into slag. The Dao Shadow Elder in the lead froze and subconsciously spoke. What are you doing? One of them, Elder Li Tian, blankly glanced at Elder Dao Shadow and said without a good mood, Dao Shadow, have you been down for a long time and have been accustomed to being in a comfortable environment? This old thing, it's a saint. Not some mole cricket. What if these old guys have some bizarre means of not dying through and swindle their way back to life in the future? It's always good to be careful about everything. Now it's good. This old thing, the blood demon, is now considered too dead to die. Have you learned, you little ones? Elderly Tian grinned and looked towards Chulu's group. It was only then that Chulu and the 8 pro-transmitters reacted from their dumbfounded looks, and they all nodded their heads frantically, all the while looking at the ground covered in mush. None for the blood demon hall of a dozen saints. Feel a pang of pity. What a horrible death. Well, since the matter has been settled, let's go back. Elder Dao Shadow shook his head helplessly and opened his mouth to Chulu's group. Slow down. At this moment, Li Tian, Bone Cold, and the other 10 elders spoke in unison. The Dao Shadow elder froze and said without a trace of anger, "What's wrong with you old things? Again?" The 10 saintly elders did not speak as they all descended to the ground, under the gazes of Chulu and Dao Shadow elder, only to see the 10 great elders, with a wooden stick in each hand, picking at the flesh and mud on the ground for a while. In a short while, 15 nascent rings, no more and no less, were all found by them. Yet that's not all. These 10 great elders turned around and rushed into the Xinqing sect. The remaining remnants of the blood demon hall that remained inside were all decimated. Then each and every one of them searched the entire Xinqing sect like humongous bandits entering a village. It can be said that today's Xinqing sect, in addition to the surrounding palace buildings, have not been dismantled and taken away. A little bit of value of the things, all by the 10 elders pack away. Today's Xinqing sect can be said. Even a rat went in and saw it. All shook their heads straight. Seeing this scene, the corner of Chulu's mouth slightly twitched. He finally understood now. Why would a core disciple like Tang He act like a tough guy anymore? Turns out the root cause is here. Even the elders who teach them are of this demeanor. Boom. After searching everything, the entire Xinqing sect, wiped out by the 10 elders. Ha ha ha, come on, seers. The 10 elders distributed some cultivation resources to Chulu and the 8 progenitors. The Chulu several people were not polite and accepted it directly. After all, don't want it for nothing. Elder Dao Shadow, look at you old guys with this ghostly demeanor. It's a good thing no one saw it, or else it would really disgrace our forbidden sect. Isn't there a share for those who see it? Where's my share? The 10 elders. Chulok's crowd. Ha ha ha. Amidst the cheerful laughter of the Chulok crowd, the crowd tore through the rift and disappeared into the sky above the Xinqing sect. In the meantime, on a mountain peak 100 miles away from this place, 6 pale figures looked in the direction of the Xinqing sect, their faces filled with shock. These 6 old men had no aura fluctuations on their bodies. However, if there were martial artists from the lower realms here at this moment, they would definitely recognize these 6 people. These 6 old men were none other than the 6 remaining top power elders in the lower realm. The scene of the 11 elders of the forbidden sect, beheading the blood demon sage. They watched the entire scene. From now on, there will only be 6 top powers in the lower realm. At the same time, the 6 couldn't help but feel the terror of the forbidden sect. The 6 great old ancestors all smiled faintly and turned to leave individually. The forbidden sect helped get rid of the blood demon hall. This is a great thing for their 6 top forces. However, when the 6 saints returned, they immediately issued a door rule. That is, no matter the disciple or the higher-ups, they must not offend the disciples of the forbidden sect. Even the disciples in the lower branches of the world are the same. Violators expelled from the force. As for Chulok's group, they returned to the branch. The 10 saint elders then bid farewell to the Dao Shadow elders, taking Chulu and other 9 major provangelists, returned to the upper realm. Just returned to the upper world. The 6 elder ancestors, Burial Jade, Thunder Annihilation, Poison Blade, Yan Shun, Dao Yuan, and Xiao Duan, then appeared in mass. Ha ha ha, little ones, you're finally back. We've all heard about the secret realm. Great job. Hey, it's just a bit of a shame that you guys didn't take out that kid from the Wang family as well. Seeing Chulu's group, the Poison Blade old ancestor among them stood out, and towards Chulu's several people, he gave a thumbs up, praising them without mincing words. Upon hearing that, Chulu and the 8 pro-transmitters all couldn't help but scratch their heads. The mind finally relaxed. Before they came back, they thought that they had slaughtered Ji Ming without authorization, and when they came back, the old ancestor would blame them for causing trouble. I didn't expect the old ancestor to not only not blame them, but to encourage and praise them instead. After that, they were relieved to let go of their hands. The very jade old ancestor blankly glanced at the poison blade old ancestor and helplessly shook his head, then turned to the Chulok group. Now that it's all back, then let's go back to the clan now. There's still a month to go before the Heaven's Remarkable Assembly is held, and you and others take this time to get ready. Do not disgrace my forbidden sect at the Heaven's Pride Conference, ha. After all, the The patriarch was extremely carnal and offering a saint artifact as a reward for the conference. Yes, disciple obey. The 9 people of Chulak arched their hands and said. With that, the burial jade elder ancestor waved his big hand. A powerful force shrouded Chu Fall a crowd, up tearing open the space cracks to leave. Soon after, Chu Lu's group returned to the sect. The several major pro-transmitters each returned to the mountain peaks they resided in. Chu Lu, on the other hand, returned to Nian Xia Peak where he was. Just after returning to Nian Xia Peak, he saw Long Zhantian lying on a bamboo chair. Beside them stood the familiar Downriver 6. Tanghe 6 people are pinching shoulder massage for Long Zhantian. Chulak raised an eyebrow. In his absence, the old man has had a good life. Hey, senior brother Long, is it comfortable? How's the force? The 6 Tanghe people smiled and got up, their faces full of flattery. Long Zhantian's little face was filled with the color of enjoyment as he closed his eyes and milked his voice. Comfortably comfortable. Seeing as a few senior brothers are so understanding, this emperor will teach you a few more moves and guarantee that you'll be able to fight all over the world. Ahahaha. Thank you, senior brother. The 6 Tanghe people were happy, listening to the several people's conversation. Chu Lu immediately understood everything, so he slowly stepped forward and grinned. Yo, little brother, you got some nerve without me. All the daring to make your senior brother. At those words, Tanghe's group froze, and when they turned around and saw Chu Lu, their faces instantly revealed joy and a face full of admiration. Senior brother Chu. Ha ha ha, senior brother Chu, you finally returned. We've all heard that you and senior brother Yan and the others, in the secret realm of the lower realm, finished off Yiming. Yeah, what a relief. Tanghe's several people surrounded him and spoke excitedly to Chu Lu. At this time, Long Zhantian opened his eyes. He knew that Chu Lu had returned when Chu Lu arrived at the sect. Chu Lu waved his hand and grinned. It wasn't me. It was all senior brother Yan and senior sister Qin's doing. They're the main force to finish off Yiming. I'm just playing the game. After replying to a few people, Chu Lu came straight to Long Zhantian's side. Rise and shine. Long Zhantian got up irritably and vacated the ladder to Chu Lu. It couldn't be helped. He knew deep down that Chu Lu was the forbidden sect's precious lump. It's hard not to be convinced. Little brother, where is my master? Chu Lu reclined on the chair and gave Long Zhantian a look. Long Zhantian then immediately cupped his small fists and gently whacked his legs for Chu Lu, then spoke with a smile. Boss, your master seems to have had another epiphany and has gone into seclusion. At those words, Chu Lu froze, and in her heart, she was also happy for her own master. The several people on the side, Tang He, knew that Long Zhantian was a great emperor after spending time together these days. They didn't expect it. Not only was Long Zhantian treating his own senior brother Chu with such respect, he was whacking his legs for him, and he even addressed senior Chu as his boss. It's worthy of being senior brother Chu, simply a model for my generation. So, Tanghe several people also came up to pinch the shoulder massage for Chu Lu. Yoo-hoo, you guys can maneuver. Chulak gave a cry of appreciation. Hey, that's, a couple of us practiced specifically. Tanghe hemmed and hawed, explaining. Chu Lu nodded and looked at Tanghe. Tell me, why do you guys keep running to my Nianxia Peak? He. Chu's senior brother. A few days ago we came to Nianxia Peak, and senior brother Long instructed us, and our cultivation has improved. So, he. In the face of Chu Lu, Tanghe did not dare to lie and honestly explained. At those words, Chu Lu nodded and looked at Long Zhantian. I can't imagine that you, little brother, are quite capable. Long Zhantian raised his arrogant little head, crossed his arms and hummed. Humph, that's true. This emperor is a true and genuine great emperor. A couple of casual pointers to these little guys will be enough to last them a lifetime. At this time, Long Zhantian hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. Chu Lu grinned and got up. Yeah, then in the future, if any disciples come to me for guidance or anything, I'll leave it all to you. Also, you'll be responsible for pointing out the cultivation of the Tanghe few, or else, you're just going to stay in the stables, and the Tianlin horses are going to stay in your guest room. Also, the Tianlin horse gives me the responsibility to take care of it. After saying that, Chu Lu patted his ass and went into the house. Long Zhantian whole person in situ petrified. Tanghe several people then arched their hands and laughed at Chu Lu's back. Many thanks, senior brother Chu. Long Zhantian wanted to cry. From then on, one's own leisurely life, no more. Long Zhantian turned his head and saw a Tianlin horse that was staring at him in fear. Originating from the bloodline's pressure, Tianlin Ma did not dare to go forward. Unable to do anything about it, Dragon Warrior Sky went up. A slap on the head of the Tianlin horse. No good anger. Stupid horse, why don't you hurry up and get into the barn? Do you want to leave it for this dragon to live in? The Tianlin horse neighs and obediently walks into the barn. Long Zhantian started to get hay, officially became a pilgrim. Tianlin horse spirit wisdom is not low, warily nibble up. Although it only eats elixirs, I don't know why, but today it especially wants to eat grass. What are you looking at? Can't you see that this senior brother is not available? Long Zhantian saw Tang He's few people and stared at them with an exasperated expression. Without good humor, he cursed angrily. He's not in a beautiful mood today and doesn't want to teach. That's fine. Senior brother Long, you get busy first. We'll come back another day. Tang He several people naturally saw that Long Zhantian at this time in the heart is very upset, so hurry up and leave. In the meantime, the depths of the Jedi of the Forbidden Sect, the house with the spirit tablets was once again transformed into a vast expanse. The shadow of Old Man Without a Face appeared. A dozen or so ancestors of the Forbidden Sect, all on the scene. For what happened to little Dropsy? The patriarch replied back. This is the latest chapter. Add my WeChat, MMY66618 more hot long novels recommended. Gee who? Today's headlines, tomatoes and other kinds of short story package month generation under the generation of Finn.